Vincent was originally a famous hunter in the region. He lived with his beautiful wife named Olena, but unfortunately the two were infertile and could not have children. However, one night, Vincent kept hearing crying sounds. The whimpering echoed from the stable. At first, he thought it was some wild animal. When he carried a torch and went there, Vincent was astonished to see a fair-skinned, blonde child wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in the middle of the stable. A few years passed, and that child had grown up with blonde hair and blue eyes, extremely beautiful and adorable. He was named Aryan Siren, and he is our main character. Vincent and Olena always regarded him as their own son, their treasure. Every day when going to the forest, Vincent would bring his son along. While he chopped wood, Siren would eagerly read the magic books his father bought for him. The family was so warm, but the children in the village seemed to dislike Aryan Siren quite a bit. The reason was also quite silly, because he always just focused on reading books. Moreover, he was very skinny, and looked effeminate like a girl, not at all like Vincent's tall and sturdy build. The gossipy women in the village often spread rumors that Siren was picked up from some corner by Vincent and his wife, and of course, because of that, the village children knew about it too. Although the fact that Siren was adopted was true, but Vincent could not accept people gossiping about the child he considered a treasure. Vincent always felt that Siren being ostracized by the village children was his fault. Of course, he could not just charge in and slap each one of them. So, to make up for the guilt in his heart, he could only frequently take his son around to broaden his horizons. Next morning, Vincent took his son to the city of Chris in the outskirts of the Thormia kingdom. This was Siren's first time visiting a city. The luxury and hustle here left him completely dazzled. Vincent still had some business to take care of, so he stopped the carriage in front of a fruit stall. The fruit stall of an acquaintance named Manuel, and instructed his son must stay here until he returned. Although Siren was usually very well behaved, this was his first time in the city after all. Vincent kept telling his son not to go into shady alleys or bump into nobles. Then he drove the carriage away. Aryan Siren stayed at the fruit stall, trying to prove his usefulness by writing a sign for Manuel. He seemed surprised that a country child like him could read, and moreover, seemed very smart and sharp. While Manuel was engrossed in admiring this beautiful child, Siren suddenly asked curiously, "Oh, Mr. Manuel, do you know magic?" "What law?" "No, magic." Siren excitedly brought out the huge magic book Vincent bought for him. Manuel chuckled. Kids were indeed just kids. Lofty professions like swordsmen, heroes, or mages were adored by every child. Seeing the sparkling, expectant look in Siren's eyes, Manuel could not bear to disappoint him, so he pointed toward the alley in front of them. He said he knew little about magic, but at the end of the alley, there were many books about it. Siren looked in the direction Manuel pointed. His eyes immediately lit up upon seeing a large bookstore behind the alley. After Manuel gave his consent, Siren immediately dashed toward it. However, as soon as he entered the bookstore, Siren was stopped by an arrogant owner. She would not let him touch the books on the shelves, saying they were expensive and not meant for the lowly poor. Just then, the bookstore welcomed an important customer. The owner called him the head butler of some prestigious family. While the owner was busy with the customer, Siren quickly flipped through a few books and realized the content held nothing appealing. Walked out of the store dejectedly. At that moment, he saw a man carrying a box of books by. Siren was always a book lover, so he recklessly ran after him, and what stunned him was, this man unceremoniously dumped the box of books into the trash. So his father took books from a place like this? Siren stood dazed for a few seconds. Then he approached the garbage pile, carefully picking up each book to look at. Then some laughter reached his ears. Turning his head, Siren saw two noble girls happily chatting, books in hand. He wondered how he was different from them. Why did his father tell him not to clash with nobles when he left? And why were they free? Free to read the books they liked, while he was not. Thinking this, Siren unconsciously followed the two girls. But before he could catch up, he was stopped by a tall guard soldier. He said, "Hey kid, this isn't the place for you. Kids like you should get lost. Past this gate is the noble district. Where are you from? Where are your parents?" Siren nervously replied that his father was nearby. Another soldier walked over, finding Siren odd because he didn't look like the children in this area. They thought he was either an orphan or an accomplice of thieves, so they decided to drag him away for interrogation. But like lightning, Siren pulled off his jacket and escaped. He ran and hid behind some bushes of flowers. His hair was messy, his clothes dirty, but he still felt lucky he hadn't been caught. He was about to pick up his shoes and return to Manuel. Siren heard voices coming from behind the large wall again. "So now shall we discuss what magic is?" "No. Headmaster, show us your fire breath." A few responded excitedly. Siren looked up at the wall, which was 2 or 3 times his own height, and of course saw nothing. Wait, could this be a magic academy? His enthusiasm surged strongly. Siren pressed his hand against the wall, listening intently. Inside, the headmaster continued asking the students questions. He asked what the most important thing in learning magic was. Some said knowledge, Some said diligence, and some thought the most important thing was money, but none of them had answered correctly. Siren tried to listen carefully and finally heard the headmaster's answer. The most important thing in learning magic is insight. Noble children inside were all around his age. When they heard him mention insight, their faces all showed confusion. What is that? The headmaster did not rush to answer but asked in return, does anyone not know what 1 + 1 equals? Everyone knows that it is 2, the students said in unison. Then can anyone explain why it equals 2? The headmaster asked again. The students looked at each other, none of them could answer. That strange feeling is insight. There was a time when people did not know that 1 + 1 equals 2, and many scholars had to work hard to prove it. But even without solid evidence, we still understand that 1 + 1 equals 2, right? That is because it is a law that has always existed in the world. That is also the reason we do not need to learn it, because we automatically understand and accept it. Magic is the same. It has existed in the world from the very beginning. We can perceive and accept it with our own insight. That is why it is more important than knowledge and diligence. The headmaster explained for a while, but the children in the yard still had not fully digested it. However, Siren, eavesdropping outside, felt his heart racing. The most important thing was not money or noble status, but insight. So could a child like him become a grand mage? Thinking this, Siren was both excited and nervous. His heart almost leaped out of his chest when he heard the headmaster's voice asking, "Hey, child behind the wall, I want to hear your thoughts." Siren was startled. He did not expect to be discovered through such a thick wall. Should he run away now or answer the question, especially when he was in such a poor and timid state? Siren was only afraid that the headmaster and those children would be just like the bookstore owner or the 2 guards, looking down on him for being poor and dirty. He was also afraid that if he missed this opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. So, driven by some immense force, Siren used his small body to climb over that wall step by step. His appearance seemed very timid, but his eyes were shining brightly. Siren saw the headmaster of the Magic Academy sitting under a tree with a few children. His demeanor was very gentle, nothing like the bookstore owner or the guards. As soon as he saw Siren, the headmaster spoke first. "Hello, did you come to play with me?" The noble headmaster was named Merelfen Fias. He was a 4th-level mage and also the founder of the Merelfen Academy of Magic. Siren used all his strength to jump down from the wall. Then he walked forward step by step. The children sitting around Merelfen were all from noble families. Their clean and tidy appearance was a stark contrast to Siren. A few of them recognized from his appearance alone that he was just a commoner, so they bluntly chased him away. But Headmaster Merelfen was not like that. "It is fine, just come over here." Was there something this old man just said that caught your interest? Headmaster Merelfen's gentle voice made Siren feel much less self-conscious. Although he was still quite shy, he dared to voice his desire. I want to see magic. I have only ever seen it in books, never with my own eyes in real life." Before Merelfen could answer, the students around him started making noise. They said Siren was a liar. How could a commoner know how to read? He knew he had no say here, so he bowed his head low and pleaded, "Please perform any spell. I just want to witness magic with my own eyes." Merelfen laughed. "Haha, it is very simple. I will create a wind spell for you all to see." The moment Merelfen finished speaking, strong wind suddenly blew. It swept Siren up into the air. Not just him, but the children surrounding the headmaster were also blown up into the air. But they all seemed to be enjoying it. Only Siren was both scared and confused. After climbing to a certain height, he and the children began to dive down. While they still appeared extremely excited, Siren team, however, was terrified. This was the first time he had experienced a free fall. Moreover, it was from such a terrifying height. Siren felt like he would fall apart from sheer fear, so he tightly shut his eyes. After a long while, when he no longer heard the wind roaring in his ears, only the giggling of the children remained. Only then did he dare open his eyes. He saw himself floating about a meter above the ground. The magic school students were teasing him for being too cowardly. Principal Merelfen saw this scene and could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "How do you feel? That is magic for you." Siren landed safely, but his heart was still pounding from fear. So that was magic. It was so profound, far beyond the understanding that those books had provided him. What is magic after all? Principal? Siren, still in shock, asked dazedly. Merelfen stroked his long beard, seemingly thinking of an easy-to-understand example to explain it to him. But because he was too impatient, Siren spoke up to urge him. "Please tell me the truth." His voice was quite loud, causing outsiders to think Siren was being rude to the principal. The noble students were astonished upon hearing this, for no one had ever dared to raise their voice at Merelfen like that, not even the school teachers. They were certain Merelfen would fly into a rage and punish Siren. When he saw his intelligent face and bright eyes, Merelfen could not bring himself to be angry. "Aha, since you wish to know so badly, I will explain, though it is a bit complicated," he said while stroking his beard. "What is called true magic is something beyond common sense. It is an expansion of the mind to discover the truth of the world. Is it something unreal, yet because of that, it is closer to the truth?" Siren suddenly asked. Merelfen could not hide the excitement on his face, for what Siren had just said was something even the noble students here had not figured out on their own. "Did you read this in a book?" No, but I saw similarities among many books. There were many ideas of great people that were once considered illogical and ostracized, but later they had to accept them as a newly discovered truth. So the truth is actually hidden within those illogical things. That is what I thought. Miralfen nodded continuously while listening to him speak. It seemed he was very pleased with this bright and intelligent child. Despite difficult circumstances, he still tried to absorb and extract the little information he had to thoroughly understand the problem. It was just a pity that he was only a commoner. After all, his resources could never compare to those of the noble children. To help Surin understand more about magic, Miralfan called over a pink-haired girl named Sumin and asked her to enter the spiritual world. After that, he took a handful of coins from his pocket and asked Sumin to guess how many coins were in his hand. Sumin hardly needed to think, directly answering 6. Surprisingly, this answer was completely correct. Siren was extremely astonished, countless questions of why racing through his mind. Miralfan guessed that he would think that way, so he immediately explained. When a mage concentrates, their mind becomes sharp enough to perceive everything around them. Superior mages can even count the leaves on a tree from a great distance. That is called a state of extreme mental sensitivity, or the spiritual world. As he explained, Miralfan changed the number of coins in his hand. This time, Sumin still guessed correctly. A mage who can enter the spiritual world perceives the outside world through a supernatural ability, and in the end they can dominate reality itself, not just limited to small things like counting coins, but they also have the ability to perceive the entire situation unfolding before them. This was also the basic principle Miralfan wanted Siren to achieve if he wished to become a mage, because not everyone can enter this state of the spiritual world. First, you need to perceive your own self, try to practice in a quiet place. Then, you must shatter the chaotic thoughts in your head. When you accomplish that, a new world will open up for you to explore. Do you understand my meaning? So if I cannot perceive my own self, I will not be able to control my thoughts. Siren asked again. Miralfan was continuously surprised by Siren's questions. He asked him to try to perceive his own self right there. After all, if Siren could not do it, then he had no affinity for learning magic, and he would have to wonder what he truly was. Siren began to search for the answer to that question. While the brain was merely an organ, but the senses and reality he perceived were not so simple. Was it possible to transcend the concept of the brain? Siren did not seek to understand its meaning, rather he felt it. Just like that, after quite a while he opened his eyes. Before him were still Principal Miralfan and the group of students, but something seemed to have changed. Miralfan asked with an expectant look in his eyes, "What have you sensed?" Siren was drenched in sweat, and he replied, "Sound, sir. I heard all the sounds." The children giggled. "You're supposed to hear sounds anyway." Miralfan's expression was unclear, but he seemed quite disappointed. He thought Siren could not do as expected, because things in the spiritual world belonged to a different dimension, where one perceived with different senses, like synesthesia, when the brain processes information with multiple senses at once. At that time, one could smell sounds, taste light, and feel landscapes through the skin. Siren had just said he heard sounds, proving he had not entered the spiritual world. After all, it was not something everyone could do. Miralfan slowly stood up, patted Siren on the head to comfort him. "Good. If you keep practicing, you will hear more sounds." Having said that, Miralfan turned and told the students, "All right, the special lesson is over, let's head back to school." As he left, he could not stop regretting it, because finding a smart child like Siren was not easy at all. He only thought that if the boy had been born into a noble family and been taught from a young age, then perhaps what he achieved would far surpass these children. As for Siren, he also climbed over the wall. He returned to the outside. However, his mind was in utter turmoil, because he knew that he had entered the spiritual world just now. Siren only told Miralfan that he heard sounds, but he hid what happened afterward. But after that shocking sound, he felt as if he had been torn into hundreds of pieces and spread across the world. He felt he was no longer a tiny entity. Rather, he was this entire world. That feeling made tears stream down his face unconsciously. He could not help but tremble before the vastness of the world. It was just a small moment, but Siren had truly escaped his body and merged into the boundless world. He buried his head and ran wildly as if to vent the feelings inside him. And precisely because of that emotional turmoil, Siren accidentally collided with a passerby. Only he fell backward. Since the other person was quite tall, Siren quickly apologized. The other person seemed unwilling to let him off. That man also had a few others with him. One he bumped into immediately grabbed him by the collar. "Are you crazy or something? You bump into people, you have to pay up." I'm sorry. Siren stammered in panic. "An apology is not enough. Are you from the guild? Are you here to kill me?" Siren did not understand what guild the other person was talking about. But if this continued, at best he would be beaten up, at worst he could lose his life. In his panic, he heard a woman's voice ring out. "What are you doing? Something interesting going on. Lady Amy, what are you doing here? Bored again?" That man quickly turned to greet the newcomer, but his hand still held Siren by the collar. The one called Lady Ami was a young noblewoman with striking red hair. Siren originally wanted to ask for help, but when he saw that the other person was a noble, he immediately abandoned that idea. As for the Cole group, after greeting Ami, they turned back to the main issue. First, Siren took a full knee strike to his body. He collapsed to the ground, his entire body trembling in pain. Bullying a small child like Siren not only failed to shame them, but instead excited them. The whole group turned back, continuously using vulgar words to provoke Siren, even asking about his parents with unpleasant remarks. Seeing the opponent mention his parents like that, Siren's eyes instantly shifted from fear to full of rage. The opponent also noticed he was angry, but Siren had no chance to retaliate, because right after, he was kicked straight in the head. The whole large group ganged up together to beat a single child. Siren could not resist, only covering his head and enduring. After a while, Ami could not bear it anymore and stepped closer. "Stop it, at this rate he will really die." After saying that, she sat down next to Siren and asked, "Are you okay?" "I did nothing. I was just passing by here by chance." Siren felt a glimmer of hope from this girl. He explained while crying. "Yeah, it is time to stop," said Ami. "Do you have no more fun games to play?" Just as he thought he would be saved, this gentle-looking girl turned out to be even more twisted than those Cole thugs. In her eyes, Siren was merely a toy. "We were going to beat him up, and then sell him to the southern village. Since he is just a commoner, there is no need to worry," a Cole thug spoke up to suggest. Siren immediately fell into despair, beginning to regret not staying put with Manuel. If they really intended to sell him, would he never be able to see his parents again in his life? Ami looked at Siren with a judging gaze for a long time, then suddenly flashed a strange smile. "Slaves should not have flaws, so why do not I confirm it myself right now?" A whole group of Cole thugs surrounding her immediately cackled. "Haha, Lady Ami, are you going to inspect him? Hear that, kid? She told you to strip." Hearing the word strip, Ami changed expression and instinctively stepped back. Originally, she only intended to tease Siren a little and then let him go. She did not expect these madmen would actually try to do it for real. Moreover, looking at Siren's expression, he seemed about to go berserk. The laughter and threats of those men. The thug's voice gradually faded in Siren's mind. Instead, he began to clearly hear the beating wings of a fly passing by. Then, space seemed to freeze. Siren felt his mind drifting back to a few hours earlier. He saw Principal Moralfan and the group of students sitting under the ancient tree, and he was chanting the wind spell to show him what magic looked like. Siren had no more doubt. It was inside his own memory. Moralfan's incantation became clear, all of it pouring into Siren's head and becoming his knowledge. While Siren's soul left for the memory world, in reality he stood dazed like a log. Seeing him unresponsive, the thugs got angry and grabbed him by the collar again. "You little brat, are you deaf? Do I look like I am joking?" Only Ami noticed the anomaly. She hurriedly screamed stop, but it was too late. Siren relied on the memory he had just retrieved. Unconsciously, he invoked that wind spell incantation. It was exactly the same as what Moralfan had done back then. He created a whirlwind strong enough to blow the entire squad of soldiers into the sky. By the time Siren came to his senses, they had already begun falling freely. With such a great height, it was understandable that they would break their arms and legs when they landed. That was easy to comprehend. Siren had taken down almost all of them with a single move. That soldier, several times his size, was also grabbed by him. Actually, he did not even know how he had done it. "Hey!" Ami shouted loudly and rushed over. She pulled Siren back to reality. "Just what the hell are you? Where did you learn magic? How can a commoner like you possess magic?" Just then, a few people who heard the loud noise came running over. Ami did not like troublesome crowds, so she quickly slipped away. Siren was stunned to see her fly up to the rooftop and change form. But that matter no longer mattered. The main issue was that he now faced a huge mess, and he bet those newcomers would not give him a chance to explain either. Siren wanted to escape because he could not be caught again, so he ran headlong out of the alley. Leaving the village for the first time had already given Siren too many terrifying experiences. He found this world frightening and just wanted to quickly return to his parents' embrace. Meanwhile, Ami had returned home to the Camus family, a top-tier noble house. She returned with a sulking expression, having been defeated by a commoner boy. The head of the Camus family, Camus Sakura, saw his daughter home early and guessed she had caused trouble again. "Back so soon? Did you skip school again today, Ami?" "I finished all the lessons. It was no fun at all, father." Ami replied sullenly and headed up to her room. Sakura could only give in to his daughter. He wondered when she would ever grow up. "Even if you are a genius, you cannot be this reckless, or else one day someone will surpass you." Sakura said it casually, but that last sentence seemed to hit Ami's weak spot. Today, she had indeed been surpassed, and by a commoner boy at that. Seeing his daughter suddenly fall silent, Sakura grew curious, for normally Ami would throw a fit the moment he teased her. But today, she remained silent for a long time before suddenly asking a question completely unlike her usual self. "Father, regarding magic, do you know anyone at the Magic Academy you could introduce me to?" After the turbulent trip, Siren finally found his father. As soon as he saw Vincent, he rushed into his arms, crying and saying he was lost. Father and son returned to the small village, but from then on, Siren's temperament changed completely. And then winter arrived. The next day, Vincent saw his wife knitting a scarf. Olina said Siren had gone into the logging area to chop firewood while the snow fell thickly. Worried, Vincent went to find him. Although not his biological father, Vincent had raised Siren and considered him his own son since childhood. With that fatherly love, he clearly sensed the change in his son after the first trip to the city in spring, even though Siren only said he had gotten lost. But Vincent knew the matter was not that simple. At that moment, Siren was in the forest chopping firewood. Though many days had passed, Siren still could not forget the day he unconsciously activated magic to attack those guards. And since then, he had not been able to use that spell again even once. That magic was activated by instinct, but due to a lack of foundational knowledge, he could not do it a second time. However, Siren had now become proficient at entering the spirit world. In the spirit world, he perceived everything completely, from the feel, shape to the scent of the tree before him, and he could even see the weakest point of that tree. Thanks to that, Siren could fell the tree cleanly with a single slash. A tree 5 or 6 times his own height. This entire scene had caught Vincent's eye. He was a seasoned hunter. He would bet that what he had just seen was a thunderstrike, the phenomenon of felling a tree with a single blow by hitting its weak point. But how could Siren, a small, scrawny child, do something that even a veteran hunter like Vincent could barely accomplish? Looking at his little son carefully sawing the tree trunk in the bitter winter cold, Vincent could not hold back his tears. Meanwhile, Siren was very excited, as this was the first time he had successfully created a thunderstrike after countless trees felled, much like the first time he had recreated that spell back then. Siren knew he was not as fortunate as noble children. That did not stop his desire to seek foundational knowledge about magic, and tomorrow, the day after, and the days after that, Siren would continue to repeat this to feel the magic, for he believed that opportunity would come one day not far off. Perseverance had indeed brought Siren some achievements. Time passed like that. 3 years later, Siren had grown much taller. His hair had also grown long, and now he could create thunderstrikes with perfect accuracy. He seemed as if he had become one with nature. Siren could even feel the rustling of every bush, as well as the movements of insects, the absorption of nutrients through the roots of every tree. But Siren knew that was not all. If he continued training, a new world would open before his eyes. Today, he had spent 5 hours meditating in the forest to train his spirit world. After achieving satisfactory results, Siren carried the pile of firewood and returned home. On his way back, he saw 2 white horses. This breed of noble steed rarely appeared in this remote area. In front of Siren's house, a luxurious carriage was parked. He immediately guessed they had a guest. But when he stepped inside, both his father and mother were tense, making Siren worried too. "You're back? Come in and meet this person," Vincent called out. The owner of that luxurious carriage was the assassin butler of the Ocean family. He introduced himself as Temuran. Siren did not know what business the other party had with him, but even though the Ocean family was the second greatest noble house in the kingdom, he still replied politely. Temuran approached, carefully examining Siren's face and figure as if appraising a precious item. "Can you read?" the man asked. "I learned a little when I was young." Temuran seemed pensive, then began to nod slowly. Continued to scrutinize Siren. "You seem well raised." Though he was only the son of a hunter, he knew how to read. He was also very obedient. "Wait, can you explain to me what you are doing here?" Siren seemed impatient. Finally, Temuran revealed his true purpose. He came to invite Siren to work for the Ojin family. The job was to move 10,000 books from the main library within 2 years. Transportation would be handled by others, but the sorting would be done only by Temuran and Siren. Hearing the word library, Siren's heart raced. Moreover, it was the Ojin family's library, a place surely filled with knowledge vital to a mage. However, Temuran added that only his family would know about this. If a single book were to leak out, or if the news got out, then the lives of both him and his family would be in danger. At that moment, Siren understood why his parents were so worried. Of course, because of that danger, the Ojin family agreed to pay a great deal of money. It was an amount Vincent could never earn hunting his entire life. He was not greedy enough to sell his son, but he agreed to the request so his child could read to his heart's content. Temuran turned to Vincent. "The money the boy will be paid is substantial, so he is worth the years of care you have given him." He looked very pleased. But these words implied Vincent only cared for his child for money, so he immediately stood up and slammed the table. "I am not in it for the money. I just want Siren to fulfill his dream." Temuran suddenly let out a dry laugh. "Why do you overthink? Do you think the boy will have a career? Stop dreaming. If not for the money, what other reason could you have for asking me to choose your son?" His tone was full of contempt. "Because you said he could read the books," Vincent nearly shouted. Remembering back when he was young, Olina only taught Siren a few words for fun. Unexpectedly, by the time he was 5 or 6, he was already reading books on his own to learn. Vincent still remembered how obedient and adorable Siren was back then. More importantly, he was a smart child. Every time he saw his bright eyes and focused posture while reading, Vincent would think, "Perhaps my adopted son is of noble blood. If only he had been raised by nobles, would his life have been better?" He had struggled with this thought greatly. On one hand, he wanted to keep Siren for himself and raise him to be a hunter or a woodcutter like him. But when he saw Siren spending hours in the forest, tirelessly chopping wood, his heart ached. Therefore, it was Vincent himself who sought out Temuran after learning the Ojin family needed a commoner child who could read. All Vincent wanted was for Siren to go there and read the books he yearned for. So, he went to beg Temuran. But unexpectedly, this arrogant man thought he wanted to sell his son for money. That infuriated Vincent. "I do not need a single coin. If I had known you would think of me with such eyes, I would never have come to beg. Get out of my house now." Temuran was also very arrogant by nature. Being cursed at so directly by Vincent, he turned around and left. But just as his foot reached the door, Siren hurriedly called him back. He said he would take the job, regardless of the danger or Temuran's contempt for his family. "Are you serious? I am not threatening you. Even a small rumor could cost you your life," Temuran warned. But Siren remained steadfast, insisting he would keep his mouth shut under any circumstances. And if something unfortunate happened, he would not resent Temuran or the Ojin family. Seeing the young man's resolve, Temuran said nothing more. He promised to send a carriage for him within a week, and said Siren could refuse if he changed his mind. But once he set foot inside the Ojin villa, he would not be allowed to leave until the work was finished. After giving these instructions, Temuran immediately departed. Only the 3 family members remained, and Vincent finally asked his son, "Siren, why did you agree? Those bastards just need a scapegoat. This is my fault, reject it now." Vincent's face was covered in tears, and at this moment, Siren also began to cry. But he cried not because he blamed Vincent for pushing him into danger, but because he was grateful for the great gift his father had given him. Being able to step into the Ojin library and read precious magic books was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he never dared to dream of. "Father, thank you very much," Siren cried, but a radiant smile blossomed on his lips. Vincent quickly hugged him tightly, constantly comforting him. "Don't worry, Siren. Remember to come back safe and sound. I swear those people won't touch a single hair on this family." At that moment, Vincent truly did not know if his actions were right or wrong. Even Olina could not hold back her tears from worrying about her son. But once he had made the decision to leave, the 2 of them could not keep him. A week later, Temuran kept his promise and sent people to pick up Siren. After forcing Vincent to sign the pledge, they hastily took him away from there. The carriage door closed and the vehicle began to roll. Siren immediately stepped into his own soul world. From here, he could see Vincent and Olina. Olina was holding her face and crying bitterly. Instinctively, Siren wanted to reach out and touch them, but a sliver of reason made him pull his hand back. That was right. This opportunity was like a double-edged sword. Although working for the Ojin family was full of danger, it also brought Siren many benefits. He would no longer tremble in fear or take a step back. Speaking of the Ozin family, their main mansion was located in the city of Greece within the kingdom of Tomia, far from the capital Bazooka. Ozin was a warrior family specialized in training elite swordsmen. The former family head was a level 3 swordsman, while the current head was Bishop Ocean, a level 4 knight. Overall, they had enough power to influence the major forces in the city. Some time passed, but the carriage stopped in front of the Ocean mansion. This was the first time Siren had set foot in a noble family's home. Moreover, it was a level 2 noble family with great influence within the kingdom. The majestic and magnificent scene before him truly overwhelmed him. The 2 people in charge of picking up Siren led him away. They took him to the administrative office, which was also the rest room for the butler. That was exactly where he would be staying. There, Temuran was already waiting. He did not let Siren rest, but immediately led him to the grand library to explain the tasks that needed to be done. Stepping into the Ocean family's library, Siren was even more overwhelmed. He had never seen so many books. For a book lover like him, this was paradise. Because the Ozin family had built a new library, the books here would be moved there. Siren's task was to organize them. Each week, he received a list, then searched for and gathered them based on the book titles. Working hours were from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. Outside those hours, Siren was allowed to rest, but could not go outside or enter the manor without permission. Temuran was the head butler and was very busy. But besides Mr. Taza, there were other butlers who taught him the family's rules. "Do you have any more questions?" Temuran asked. Siren was still digesting the information he had just heard. He felt this was truly an opportunity worth risking his life for. "When do I start working?" Siren answered with a counter question. "Starting tomorrow." And so the next morning, Siren changed into his new butler uniform, took the list, and headed to the Grand Library. After a night of racking his brains, he finally understood why such a large family as Ocean only hired one person to shelve books. Perhaps it was because they needed a unified standard for arrangement. For example, when needing to arrange a book titled The History of Swordsmanship, each person would have a different opinion on whether it belonged under the category of professional sword techniques or comprehensive history. Another thing Siren realized while experiencing the different sorting systems is that all knowledge was interconnected, and the most important thing to connect everything was history. Knowledge accumulated gradually along a straight line called history. History was the pillar of all knowledge. After studying history thoroughly and using it to reinforce other areas, Siren's reading speed increased noticeably. Among the 10,000 books here, about 850 were history books. He planned to read them all within 2 years to achieve his greatest dream, becoming a mage. Time passed and Siren quickly adapted to the work. That evening, while secretly reading in the library, Siren heard footsteps. It was Temuran and an assistant butler. Siren hurriedly put away the book in his hand, for after all, reading here was against the rules. Have you finished organizing? Working overtime again? Yes, sir. Siren quickly stood straight and answered seriously. Temuran suspected nothing, only advised Siren not to exhaust his body. After all, he had 2 years in this library, and it was important to take responsibility for everything he did. If fatigue caused mistakes, his head might fall without warning. After leaving a new list, Temuran left. But after a few steps, he suddenly turned back, walking straight towards Siren, making him extremely nervous. What was this? Had he discovered him secretly reading during overtime? Fortunately, Temuran only came to adjust the bow tie on Siren's collar. In this library, not only butlers but also the lord and young masters would visit. Pay attention to your uniform and ensure you do not disgrace the family. Temuran also reminded Siren to trim his long hair neatly. Then he finally left and Siren let out a sigh of relief. He began to think about tying his hair up like his father did, but there was actually something more worth thinking about. That was the knowledge in the books was indeed difficult. After Temuran and the assistant butler left, Siren struggled again with the massive amount of information. He had originally wanted to memorize it quickly, but if he wanted to access a book's knowledge at any time, Siren had to understand every event within it. So he tried to cram more words into his head. Working hard all day, Siren quickly could not resist the urge to sleep, dropping his head onto the desk. As he slept soundly, a hand reached out and took the book he was reading. It was Temuran who had returned without him knowing. He clicked his tongue, muttering to himself, "What a fool, holding this same book for an entire month." Did he think success only came from studying? If he had picked up some practical books, I would have banned him from coming here after work hours. However, what good luck, because just a fool with some determination. 3 months passed, and Siren had grown accustomed to his work at the Ojin family's grand library. He also learned many other things from the maids. After 3 months of working, Siren realized something, that the nobility did not care at all about whether 1 or 2 books went missing. That also meant there were likely no particularly important books in the library. But that did not mean Siren would be any safer. So he still held firm to the same viewpoint as when Temuran had confronted him, was never allowing himself to make any mistakes. While lost in thought, the grand library door suddenly swung wide open. Next came a voice that pierced Siren's eardrums. "Damn it, you wretched old man." He jumped in shock and looked up. The one who just rushed in was a tall, blue-haired youth. From Siren's understanding, this was the youngest young master of the family, Rian. Another voice rang out, this time even more terrifying to hear. "Rian, how dare you try to run away? When I catch you, you'll have to run another 100 laps." Ryan hurriedly dashed towards Siren and then crawled under the desk nearby. Before hiding, he reminded Siren not to reveal his location. Rian's large frame created a great sense of pressure, but the person who stormed into the library afterward had an even larger build. "I know you're hiding in here, Rian." "Hey you there, a little bean-sized kid with blue hair just rushed in here, didn't he?" Siren was speechless. If that kid was the size of a bean, then what was his own skinny frame in this old uncle's eyes? He looked too terrifying, so Siren had to probe his identity. "Forgive me, may I ask who you are, sir?" "I am the swordsmanship instructor, authorized to beat that bean into pulp, understand?" The 2 words understand seemed to pierce Siren's eardrums. He felt that if he didn't answer, this old uncle would bury him alive. Therefore, despite the young master's fierce warnings, Siren still had to honestly confess. He said that Ran was hiding under the bookshelf nearby. The swordsmanship instructor immediately grabbed him by the collar with one hand and pulled him out. "Master, this is just a misunderstanding." Rian tried to explain, but the other man gave him no chance. He threw Rian hard to the ground. Then he grabbed the boy by the leg and dragged him away. "Come with me, you rascal. Daring to neglect your training. You need to have your sense knocked back into you." Ryan's expression was extremely pained. Siren could clearly read his lips saying, "You'll pay for this." But the swordsmanship instructor looked even more authoritative than the family head. Siren had no other choice. Then he vaguely heard that the youngest master was taken up the mountain for training. In the days that followed, no one suddenly burst into the library shouting and startling him anymore. Siren continued to work while also seizing the chance to read. The first book took 20 days, but afterward he read 82 books in just 4 months. Everything progressed as planned. The start was quite difficult, but after that, no book contained completely new content. If the foundation was built with the first 200 books, the remaining 650 books would be easier to absorb. When Siren read books about the origin history of magic, he began to doubt whether this study was the right choice. But because he had already studied the formation of all things before, he became more certain that this decision was correct. Because if a scholar creates theorems, then a mage is the same, but they also have to realize theory into practice. Hence, a mage is like a scholar, but not every scholar is a mage, because no one can enter a state of atheistic perception within consciousness, which is the spiritual world. Therefore, Siren became more convinced that with his spiritual world, he only needed to absorb a vast amount of knowledge from these books. Then he could become a true mage, and he thought those peaceful days would last forever. Until that evening, Rian came back late and shouted, "Hey you bastard, I have crossed through hell to wait for this day." It was still that blue hair, tall build, and ear-splitting voice. Siren silently broke out in a cold sweat. This young master was really persistent. After enduring that harsh training on the mountain, he still remembered the grudge of being exposed by him in the library. Rian was so angry his teeth chattered. "Do you have any idea how much trouble I went through, you bastard?" Having said that, he began to tell how his master had tortured him, such as climbing the cliff face countless times until his fingers had no strength left. Every time he thought he was about to die, Rian remembered the grudge in the library against the person who had pushed him into this situation, and it gave him renewed strength. Siren sighed inwardly. This young master was not simply vengeful, his anger had built up to a peak. "Don't you dare open your mouth to say anything? I asked for your help and trusted you, but you turned around and reported me to my master. Just looking at a snitch like you makes me sick." As he spoke, Rian grabbed Siren by the collar. "It's not like that. I only spoke the truth, sir. Don't make excuses. You should have said you didn't hear my request back then." Siren sighed silently. It seemed he couldn't reason with someone who was angry and had overwhelming power over him. "Then, young master, what should I do?" Rian looked surprised when Siren countered him with such a calm demeanor. Afterward, he laughed hoarsely and dragged Siren to the sword training yard, even though it was already midnight. Siren thought the other man intended to use a sword to beat him until his anger subsided. He did not want to waste the opportunity his parents had risked their lives to secure for him, so he decided to lie still and endure Rian's blows. However, after a while of looking at the weapons hanging on the rack, Rian casually grabbed a wooden sword and tossed it to Siren. He demanded that Siren duel him one-on. "I am not as cowardly as you. The price for underestimating me is this. One destined to become a great swordsman. Like you will have to suffer the fury of my sword." "What have I done that was cowardly, young master?" Due to Rian constantly labeling him a coward, Siren grew agitated and retorted, "As a servant of the Ozan family, you should be protecting the household. But you sold me out to the master just because you were afraid of being hit. Is that not cowardice?" When Rian said that, Siren clearly felt her gaze change, becoming more ferocious, causing him to instinctively tighten his grip on the sword in his hand. It was also what Rian wanted, as the skill gap between the two sides was large, so he let Siren take 3 moves first. Siren was extremely tense. Even though this was merely a wooden sword that could not take a life, the wood was very hard. If he broke a bone, he would be sent back and lose his job. Only one question filled his mind. What should I do now? After a few seconds of thought, Siren gripped the sword tightly and charged forward courageously to attack. But that first strike, Rian easily dodged. On the second turn, Siren launched another blow. Rian also raised his sword to block. Unlike Siren's trembling appearance when holding the sword, Rian displayed a much more solid basic foundation. His strength was also far superior. Sweat dripped profusely on Siren's neck. He had only one chance left. If he failed this time, he would lose completely. He concentrated his spirit to the maximum, entering his own soul world. Within the spirit realm, Siren recognized the weakest point on his opponent's sword, just like the times he created the lightning strike while chopping wood. After identifying the target, Siren immediately launched his attack. Rian hurriedly raised his sword to block, even laughing at his ridiculous posture. But when Siren's sword came slashing down, Rian could no longer laugh, because the sword in his hand shattered into many pieces. Rian looked utterly terrified. He stared at his broken sword in shock for a long time. Siren's sword was also broken, but he had succeeded. Rian gave him 3 moves. He used the first move to gauge the force, the second to calculate the timing, and executed his plan on the third move. That was the lightning strike he had been practicing for the past 3 years. Narian spoke, trembling. "Where did you learn swordsmanship?" "This is not swordsmanship, it is just a lightning strike." Siren answered honestly. "Huh?" Seeing Rian's confusion, Siren explained that his father was a hunter, and from a young age he had followed him into the mountains to cut down trees. Because his physique was too weak to chop wood in the conventional way, he had realized this technique to make woodcutting easier. As for lightning strike, that is the name given by the woodcutters. The more Rian listened, the more confused he became. Such a powerful move was realized by the opponent while chopping wood, while he himself had wielded a sword for 15 years yet lost to the son of a woodcutter. Moreover, what Siren called a lightning strike was actually a fatal swordsmanship technique. It was a secret skill of the Ajun family, which Rian's older brother, Ocean's Eye had once learned when he was just 12 years old. Back then, Ryan had been defeated by Ocean's Eye using this very same technique. Today, he lost to Siren again, and once again it was by that same skill. I absolutely will not accept this. Ryan gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tightly, unable to hold back a roar. Seeing his opponent's expression growing heavier, Siren, who had just relaxed a little, tensed up again. He asked softly, had he done something to displease him? Ryan shouted loudly. After that, he drew out another sword. This time it was a real sword, and threw it towards Siren. Since both of their weapons had been destroyed, the match could not yet be concluded. Since you have already mastered the killing sword technique, I should treat you accordingly. Siren's heart felt like it would leap out of his chest. He asked himself in panic, could the young master be crazy enough to duel him with real swords? Thankfully, Ryan was not that insane. He gave Siren a month to prepare, even knowing he had no foundation in swordsmanship. Holding the real sword in his hand, Siren's entire body trembled violently at the risk of losing his life. Not wanting to risk his life, Siren immediately begged Ryan to reconsider, as he had never learned swordsmanship. But Ryan was adamant about not retracting his words. He said that was why he gave him a month, and if he had any talent, he would find a way to survive on his own. Do not even think of running, cause I will definitely catch up to you. The sword in his hand was not heavy, but Siren felt it was crushing his heart. After going to the Great Library to look up information, Siren finally understood why the youngest young master was so tense. People of the Ocean family often had black and blue hair. The patriarch Eugene Bischoff, who had black hair, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, who had black hair, was currently a 6th-rank swordsman. The eldest daughter, with blue hair, possessed a special musical talent and was working as a musician in the palace. The second son was Ocean's Eye, who had black hair and learned the solemn slash technique at the age of 12, considered a genius. Ryan Ojin, however, was completely different from his siblings. The servants all believed he was untalented, even with a personal tutor. Siren's spirit was crushed, regretting that he had resisted. Ryan's pride was wounded, and he wanted to defeat Siren to relieve his psychological burden. Stressed to the point of tears, Siren thought that if he died in the match next month, his parents would surely not be able to live in peace. Thinking of his parents, Siren did not allow himself to continue losing heart. He told himself he would become a mage, then began searching through books in the library again. Back in the mountains, he had been very confident in his physical strength. He believed that if he just learned some defensive skills, he could survive. So Siren started learning everything within his ability. Meanwhile, Ryan threw himself into frantic training. His sudden fervor surprised everyone. His swordsmanship master was very surprised. In fact, he himself, the one who had always dodged training before, was now proactively making requests. Please give me more intense training methods. The sword instructor was not stupid and quickly sensed something was wrong, but Ryan only said it was nothing. Seeing Ryan so determined, the instructor asked no more and began giving him a much harsher training regimen. While Ryan was sweating profusely in the training yard, Siren was meticulously researching the law of leverage. It was considered a simple map of the human body. If a mage had a spiritual domain, then a swordsman had a power chart to visualize their own being clearly. The power chart could push their limits to the maximum. Whoever mastered it would perfectly control every cell in their body. This was the most crucial factor in becoming a true swordsman. This aspect was completely opposite to the spiritual domain Siren had opened, yet it intrigued him immensely. I wonder if I should try it, Siren thought, and he immediately acted. Closing the book in his hand, he closed his eyes and began to feel himself. This was the first step to unlocking the power chart, quite simple as it was similar to entering the spiritual domain. If unlocking a spiritual domain required one to erase themselves, then unlocking a power chart required them to delve deep into their own existence. Actually, Siren did not want to devote all his energy to the power chart, as it conflicted with the spiritual domain. Therefore, he shifted focus to learning a few simple swordsmanship skills instead. Those were basic techniques built upon his existing spiritual domain foundation. Siren carried a pile of swordsmanship books to the backyard. He started with the most basic of all, the 8 directions of slashing. At the same time, Ryan was still pushing himself to train to an extent that even his swordsmanship teacher was frightened. The old man had never seen a student so agitated, even though he had taught him since childhood. Ryan's mood was extremely complex. In truth, Siren was merely the last straw. The core of the issue was that Ryan was always compared to his older siblings in the house. Training in swordsmanship for 15 years without unlocking the power chart made him a failure of the Ojin family. His swordsmanship master, though seeming rigid, was actually very emotional. Today, seeing his students' terrifying change, he genuinely shed tears. Ryan, that's enough. Let's stop for today, the master said, grabbing the sword from Ryan's hand. At that moment, he finally felt his whole body ache and obediently put down his sword. Afterward, Ryan sat down and began to stare into the distance. What are you thinking about? The master asked as he wiped the sweat from his brow. I was thinking my hands hurt so bad I could die. Ryan, do you know? I never thought you could push yourself this far. I think you did a great job. Have you ever thought about what you do best? He suddenly asked. I don't know, I only know what I did wrong. Yes, that's exactly it. That's why you are not a genius. Rian got annoyed, thinking the master was mocking him. But when he turned, he saw the man's expression was very serious, his eyes heavy with worry. He said that all geniuses know their own greatest strength, and they only act when they are 100% confident they will do well. But geniuses also have one fear. That fear is the hard work required to achieve the impossible, a burning will that defies all limits. That will and determination are the genius's nemesis. Thank you, master. Rian smiled faintly. Of all the encouragement I've ever heard, I like this one the most. The sword teacher did not just speak empty words. Those words truly awakened Rian's strong fighting spirit, that if talent was not something innate, then he would grit his teeth and train to create it through relentless hard work. Rian wanted to use his determination to turn the impossible into the possible. He wanted to win. Coincidentally, that was also the thought of Siren, who was struggling to practice basic swordsmanship at that very moment. Siren was also very serious about his first sword strokes. Swordsmanship was learning how to take life, so its flip side was a tense psychological battle over life and death. With no sparring partner, Siren could only grip the sword Rian had thrown to him and imagine an invisible enemy in front of him. That enemy could attack him from many different directions. In fact, when attacking with a sword, there were 8 main directions, and Siren, with extraordinary effort, focused on practicing those 8 slashes by himself. He also studied how to counter those 8 slashing directions. He kept practicing like that non-stop. Nội dung dòng này chỉ có dấu chấm câu, nên giữ nguyên cấu trúc. After that, he realized the path of swordsmanship was as boundless as magic, and what Siren had managed to learn on his own was no more than a grain of sand in a vast desert. Father, mother, I am sorry, but perhaps I cannot return home this time, Siren told himself, his voice devoid of self-pity. Yet from the day he set foot in the Ocean family until now, he had never once regretted it. Even facing death, he had seen a truly wonderful world. A month passed quickly, and Siren arrived at the training ground on time to enter the life and death match against Ryan. In just one short month, he could sense that his opponent's aura had completely changed, and that was precisely what Ryan noticed about Siren, because just a month earlier, he had appeared with a chaotic demeanor in both stance and balance. Yet now, Siren was incredibly stable, even calmly holding a real sword for the first time. This made Rian involuntarily think of Sirius, and also of his older brother, Ocean's Eye. This only strengthened Rian's determination to win. Ryan lunged forward, making Siren extremely tense, because this young master, though dismissed by the servants as untalented, was still on a completely different level of swordsmanship. Fortunately, thanks to his relentless efforts over the past month, Siren could still perceive the path of the sword. Siren's calmness and his way of observing the sword's trajectory only made Rian's blood rush to his head even more. Is he not afraid of this blade? That man wondered inwardly. In reality, Siren was not a reckless person without a fear of death, but he had completely controlled his emotions. Meanwhile, Rian continued his assault. This time, it was a thrust coming from the right side. Siren managed to parry it again. The first 2 times were still gentle. Starting from the strikes that followed, Rian's speed increased steadily, surpassing Siren's ability to perceive the sword's direction. Rian's sword tipped successfully, carved a shallow cut on Siren's chest. As fresh blood flowed out, he knew he was about to lose. Siren quickly changed his plan, retreating backward at full speed. Alongside the sharp pain in his chest was a puzzling question he could not answer. Rian looked into his eyes, seeming to understand that puzzlement, which made him even more complacent. What he had just used was the ocean swordsmanship for greatswords. Every slash was the result of Rian's bone-breaking effort, so its power was completely different from ordinary sword techniques. After stabbing Siren, he became even more ferocious, leaving Rian with only one target in his eyes. That was to crush Siren with his own strength. They charged into the second round, but this time Siren again felt baffled. If Rian had slashed after the attack to the chest, Siren would have been hit in the ribs. But Rian's subsequent strikes did not seem like finishing moves, indicating that his swordsmanship level was lower than Siren thought. Rian could swing a sword skillfully, but did not understand how to use techniques effectively. This was the opening for Siren to turn the tables. He immediately changed his battle plan. By focusing all his power on offense, Siren had learned the basic swing of the sword. Therefore, his strikes were also quite decisive, and Rian was truly astonished once again. Why was he suddenly attacking? Wasn't he exhausted? He was extremely confused, asking himself. Rian was even more bewildered to see that the techniques Siren used were all simple, yet he could not block them. Rian went from being on the offensive, attacking wildly, to suddenly falling into a passive position. Seeing his opponent losing steam after clumsy parries, Siren grew more hopeful of surviving. He just needed to maintain this stamina and attack rhythm to win. On the other side, Rian's mentality was shaking violently. Siren's dominance had brought the ghost of the past back into his mind. Rian remembered his older brother Ocean's Eye, who was praised by his father as a genius. He was also the one who had once defeated him with 7 killing sword techniques. And recalling that arrogant, satisfied smile of his at the moment of victory, Rian's anger erupted once again. He took that anger out on Siren. Rian's sudden loss of composure made Siren think he had given up. However, at that moment, a new problem arose. Rian was not truly calm, but that outburst of anger had greatly increased his sword-swinging speed. It was so fast that Siren could not read all the sword trajectories. And in the final strike, Siren felt as if death had come to tap him on the shoulder. However, with the powerful protagonist's aura, this old ancestor naturally would not die. Neither of them managed to defeat the other. Because Rian's sword was knocked out of his hand by Siren using his own sword, he stood there in a daze incomprehensibly. As for Siren, he was so exhausted he could barely catch his breath. Rian could see that clearly. In that final strike, Siren had rid his sword's trajectory, and he changed his grip on the sword in the blink of an eye. The tip of Siren's sword pointed upward, meeting Rian's descending blade directly with all his remaining strength. He defeated Rian by knocking his sword away. Siren opened his mouth to gasp for air. He had won but still could not believe he truly had. And even though he did win, Siren felt very awkward, because even though it was a spar, the opponent was still a noble, and he had once again trampled on that already high pride. He did not know what Rian would do next. Siren was extremely tense. He could not imagine how crazy Rian's next anger would be. But this time Rian was not angry at all. He just lowered his head and uttered 3 words, "I have lost." Before Siren could regain his composure, Rian scratched his head again, repeating that sentence a few more times with an awkward look. "I have lost, and you have won. Since I have lost, even if you want to take my life, I have nothing more to say." Siren was a bit surprised. He did not expect Rian to be so willing to admit defeat. Furthermore, he even left it to him to decide his own life or death. He is a noble. How could he be safe if he touched a single hair on his head? "What ridiculous words are you saying, young master?" Siren almost yelled at Rian. "We fought with our lives, and I have admitted defeat. So, you have the right to take my life, do you not?" Rian replied foolishly. "And I want to live," Siren yelled. "That means I found this match ridiculous from the start. From the beginning. Why did you blame me and want to kill me, when you yourself were the one who avoided the master just because you did not want to train?" Anger rushing to his head made Siren lose his fear, directly pointing his finger at the young master. Rian did not back down either, immediately opening his mouth to argue back. "Wait, you bastard who needed to blame whom? It was all because of your cowardice. Even if we first met in that situation, you still had to respect my ass." Siren interrupted. "Have you ever thought about how much trouble you caused me? I was caught between the family head's son and the swordsmanship master of that day. If you were truly worthy of respect, you would not have pushed a small person like me into this situation." Siren spoke more and more heatedly, pouring out all the resentment in his heart onto Rian's face. To be honest, this young master was truly a complete fool. He wanted to challenge Siren because of his high pride, not because he wanted to push Siren to his death. As for Siren, he really thought this time he would have to go sell salt. After scolding Rian, he was so tired he sat down on the ground. On the opposite side, Rian was scolded by his own servant without being able to react, but strangely was not angry at all. In the moment Siren just vented, Rian felt that the cold, calm warrior he had just faced had disappeared. Instead, there was a teenager of the same age, and most importantly, Rian felt that Siren was definitely a genius. But he did not mock Rian like Ocean Zai did. Instead, Siren only put all his effort into facing him, both protecting himself and respecting his opponent. It was because of these things that Rian gained a different view of the teenager before him. "Hey, what is your name?" he suddenly asked. Siren did not know what the other meant, but still stammered a reply. "And I am Rian Ocean," Rian clearly replied. Siren was once again puzzled. Who did not know that the blue-haired youth was Rian Ocean? And the confusion reached its peak when Rian suddenly reached out his hand to pull Siren up, accompanied by a proposal. "Let us become friends." The duel between the two ended like that. Siren returned to his work. In a flash, a year had passed since he first set foot in the Ojin mansion. In total, Siren had sorted 7th on 28, 10 of 10, 453 books. Progress far exceeded expectations. Even someone as hard to please as Temuran could not help but leave a word of praise. Since the number of books needing sorting had decreased a lot, his work efficiency also improved. His goal of reading all 50 history books was now only 200 books away. Each day he read up to 3 books, and would soon complete the foundational knowledge he desired. Thanks to Korean, he also to experience swordsmanship and understand the nature of fear, thereby seemingly increasing the durability of Siren's spirit realm. Although the start was quite slow, he knew that as long as he did not give up, he would achieve his goal. Most importantly, Siren had found his first friend in life, the one who had yelled at him during their first meeting. After that duel, Rian almost always stayed rooted in the Grand Library to talk with Siren, and he realized that he lived quite emotionally and had very likable sides, contrary to his fickle appearance. Although sometimes Rian still acted in ways that gave Siren a headache. For example, rummaging through the piles of books that he had just sorted. But anyway, this friend was still quite precious. It was just that after becoming close, Rian started to slack off in his training again. For example, today, after finishing the basic training, he immediately told his master he wanted to go to the library to study, and then stayed rooted there. Siren understood that this seemingly lazy person was actually a flame burning low, capable of flaring up at any moment. Rian would grow stronger as long as he had the opportunity, so there was no need to push him to train excessively. And so Siren agreed to let Rian stay in the library to read together. But only 10 minutes later, Rian was already tired of the words. Siren, didn't you say you wanted to become a mage? Do you really have to read that many books? 800 volumes, you're insane. Rian chuckled, of course. Actually, I'm still lagging behind. I never had a chance to study before coming here. But now that I've finished reading over 600 history books, I've grasped almost everything. Rian had no interest in reading, so he focused entirely on watching Siren, and every time he saw him at work, he was astonished once more. Siren's reading speed was incredibly fast, making Rian feel like he would be sucked into the pages at any moment. Bored out of his mind, Rian caught a few words and started striking up a conversation with Siren. The two of them were always noisy together, like a lobby for a departing flight. Siren couldn't concentrate on reading because of it. The two began arguing about the book in Rian's hand. The book was about the most commonly asked comparison on the continent, that if a swordsman and a mage, if national strategists faced off, who would be the victor? Of course the swordsman wins, a voice came from behind the bookshelf. Hearing this, Siren immediately stood up, because the owner of this voice was Ocean Zai, the second young master of the Ozen's family, and the brother Rian hated bitterly. Siren was extremely nervous. He was afraid that Ocean Zai had overheard their conversation just now. A servant daring to speak discourteously to a noble's child, then the noble would not let it go easily, and that gaze at this moment seemed to want to pierce through him. Seeing Siren uncomfortable, Rian had to speak up to break the tension for him. Why do you say that? Do you already know the outcome? Are you sure you're not biased toward swordsmen, just because you're a swordsman yourself? Oh, I didn't think you'd care about this matter. Just look at the status of swordsmen and mages on the continent. It's obvious. Rian chuckled heartily. We're talking about combat. What the hell does that have to do with their status? Do people choose their positions on the battlefield based on military rank? You're not planning to say such nonsense, are you? Rian showed clear defiance, but Ocean's Eye didn't care. Instead, he turned to Siren standing nearby. Oh, you over there, what do you think? It was just an ordinary question, but Siren felt an invisible pressure from the other party. He couldn't guess Ocean's Eye's intention, nor did he know if he would still be safe without giving the answer he wanted. Even so, Siren couldn't ignore the question, so he cautiously stated his view. He thought that if the skill levels of the swordsman and mage were equal, the swordsman would find it hard to win when the mage had entered their spiritual domain. But if the swordsman used his excellent physical strength to fight before the mage could enter the spiritual domain, he could completely win. No, you're wrong. Ocean's Eye cut Siren off. At some point, he had stepped in front of him. Ocean's Eye was taller than Siren, so his presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. You're wrong, the mage will lose. A smug smile was on his face, that familiar superior attitude, and this made Rian feel irritated. This trait of Ocean's Eyes had been present since childhood. Whenever he was annoyed with someone, he would enjoy trampling on what they valued. Before, it was Rian. Now Ocean's Eye wanted to pressure Siren. You seem to like history, don't you? I'm sure you've heard of the divine armor of the 5 gods, right? Those holy relics capable of disrupting a mage's spiritual world. You're referring to magic resistance? Siren corrected Ocean's Eye's words. A mage's innate ability is the spiritual domain or spiritual world. Fighting a mage in their spiritual domain is no different. Fighting a school of sharks in deep sea territory. However, there is something that can stir the water and distract the school of sharks. That was the reason why the concept of magic resistance was born. The magic that Ocean's Eye had just mentioned was formed from that. If the spiritual world had no ability to interfere, then magic was also powerless. Once someone possessed a holy relic with this attribute, a mage could not harm them. But in the end, it was still just a theory. In the past, magic resistance was a precious power extracted from the mana flow within a dragon's heart. This alone was enough to give it extremely high value. Besides this, due to frequency fluctuations, no amount of wealth could increase their efficiency. Even a magic master like Yagura could only use 65% of the 5 gods' power. Therefore, the cost to own a holy relic was even more exorbitant. Of course, in modern times, it also carried historical value, so the value of magic resistance equaled the annual budget of an entire kingdom. But the biggest problem here was the creators of magic resistance were also the mages of old. They created something to oppose themselves because the demand was very high, so profiting from it was also very easy. Those mages were lining up, waiting to be employed. A mage was just a profession for pathetic people trying to sell their own weakness to make money. Ocean's Eye's voice was full of contempt. Rian was extremely indignant. He knew Siren was nurturing a dream to become a mage, yet Ocean's Eye so blatantly insulted that profession. However, the one who should have been the angriest, Siren, appeared very calm. That is exactly the nature of mages, he suddenly said with a bright smile. Siren's attitude stunned the two Ojun brothers, especially Ocean's Eye. What did you say? He thought he had misheard and asked again. You are not wrong. Magic resistance was indeed created by mages. It was used to limit the power of magic in magic forbidden zones, and it was also used effectively in supporting apprentice training. Siren's knowledge was no less than Ocean's Eye's. He knew well that magic resistance was used against mages, but its existence was a product of intellect serving a good purpose. Because of this, Siren maintained his stance. Considering swordsmen nobler than mages was merely a biased and mistaken opinion. Ocean's Eye was the second young master of the Ojin family, used to trampling on others rudely. Today, in his own home, he was rebutted by Siren with a calm tone, but because his attitude was still very proper, Ocean's Eye could not find any fault. Your theory and reality are completely different. No matter what you say, the truth is a mage will never defeat a swordsman. Ocean's Eye said this, then left in a huff. Only then could Siren let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, when young Master Ocean's Eye appeared with such a scary face, did he think his life was over? Rian was also glad to have finally found someone with a sharp tongue to talk back to that guy for him. After that incident, Ocean's Eye no longer came to the library to cause trouble. Thanks to this, Siren had more time to focus on his work. A month later, when winter had just arrived, he finished sorting over 10,000 books. The completion time was 6 months faster than estimated. Temiran seemed very relieved that the books neglected for over 20 years were finally organized clearly. Siren completed his task and prepared to go home, but the Ojin family butler seemed regretful at losing such a useful worker as him. He wanted to force Siren to extend the contract by using some underhanded reasons. However, Temiran did not agree with this. Meanwhile, at the Grand Library, Siren had finished reading the last book he needed. It marked the end of his 1.5-year journey as a bookworm at the noble Ogin estate. Ryan was practicing swordsmanship, and upon hearing that he had finished sorting the books, he rushed over breathlessly. He was afraid that Siren would just go straight home like that. Master Siren has read over 800 books. Rian looked even more excited than he himself was. To commemorate this, Siren wanted to do something special, and he asked Rian to take him on a tour of his family's mansion. Although they both lived within the same large estate, most of the time they only met at the library. Moreover, it was always Rian who took the initiative to come by. Because Siren was just an employee, he had absolutely no chance to admire it. Gaze upon the place called the true home of a noble. As luck would have it, today the entire Ozan family had gone out and would return after the afternoon. Therefore, Ryan Ben happily agrees request. Siren had thought the main library was huge, but when he stepped into that mansion, he was truly overwhelmed. Rian, one room here must be as big as your whole house. Rian was truly the young master of a wealthy family, yet he was not only unassuming, but also a bit naive. Rian took Siren to see his bedroom. It was the smallest room at the end of the hallway. Siren had mentally prepared himself to be dazzled by luxury upon entering. However, Rian's bedroom was much simpler than the other rooms, filled with training and sword-sharpening equipment. That messy area looked just like a rest zone after practice. Siren could not believe his eyes. A young master like Rian lived in such a simple place. Truly, you cannot judge a book by its cover. After the tour, Siren and Ryan invited each other to play poker, but Rian kept complaining about losing. Hey, you are cheating with your spiritual domain, are you not? What? Who do you think I am to play such dirty tricks? After saying that, Siren revealed to Ryan how he won. You have a habit of placing the ace card on the outside, and the way you hold your cards when you have a pair is also easy to spot. Rian hit right on the mark, just wanted to throw a tantrum. Observation skills will be most effective when you are not focusing on a single point. Therefore, when observing your opponent, you should pay attention to every action of that person. After that, you can guess what they are thinking. Siren sincerely gave Rian pointers, hoping he would soon break through his limits. Unexpectedly, before he could finish 2 sentences, Rian had already dozed off. Siren planned to go back to his room to rest when he heard a melodious piano voice. Whether it was the rhythm, timbre, or tempo, everything was perfectly controlled by the player. Siren unconsciously followed the music. He knew there was only one person in the world who could play to this level, and that was Ryan's older sister, Vina Ocean. Teacher, how do you find it? My sonata. The music had just ended when Vina suddenly asked, making Siren, who was hiding behind the door, jump in fright. Seeing that he had been discovered, he walked straight up to her. I think it is wonderful. Siren's mood began to tense up again. Perhaps it was because she was a noble lady, or perhaps because Vina was too beautiful. Hello, this is the first time I have met you. Are you newly hired? Vina continued. Ah yes, my lady. I am in charge of sorting books in the library, and it has been a year now. Vina let out an "oh," having heard of Siren before as the clever child who sorted over 10,000 books by himself. If that is the case, have you ever played the piano? Siren wanted to refuse because aside from Ryan, he did not want to get involved with anyone else. Moreover, Vina was an expert at using sheet music during performances. Ryan once said she had the worst personality in the mansion. Therefore, when answering, Siren seemed hesitant. "No, I have not, my lady." "Then let me teach you, come here." Vina proactively moved over, leaving a space for Siren. He really did not dare to sit there. What is wrong with these ocean siblings anyway? Siren thought to himself that he could not be careless. She is an expert at using sheet music during performances. He replied awkwardly, "It is fine." Though he said it was fine, his heart was in turmoil. Ryan also said the most difficult person in the mansion was his sister. She looked at him and smiled gently. "Then I will teach you. Will you sit down here?" She withdrew one hand from the piano keys, using the other to pat the empty space beside her. He was stunned by the unexpected invitation. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his inner self tense as he wondered, "Sit next to her?" Vina, noticing his tense expression, gently reassured him. "Relax, I gave permission so no one will blame you." Pressed his lips tight, his feet hesitating to move, his inner self torn, thinking, "She insists on this, I have no right to refuse." Reluctantly, he sat down, both nervous and excited, his heart surging with the thought that he would never have a chance to sit at the piano again. Then he listened seriously as she patiently guided him through each note. She asked him to try pressing all 3 keys at once. He quickly obeyed, his 3 fingers gently pressing down simultaneously, a soaring, clear sound ringing out, leaving him perplexed and admiring. "What a beautiful sound!" She turned to look at him, surprised and praised. A good start. He felt shy, his gaze awkward, and timidly asked, "Sorry if I am overstepping, but could I try to play?" She was surprised but agreed without hesitation. "Sure." Siren bowed his head, realizing his behavior was somewhat impolite, the request a bit excessive, and found it not good at all. So he said, "Perhaps I shouldn't." Vina flashed a bright smile and replied, "Everyone starts like this." But inwardly she wondered if he knew any more music theory beyond what she had just taught. Siren placed both hands on the piano keyboard, gently touching the cold keys. He began to move his fingers, gracefully pressing and holding each black and white key. Clear and enchanting sounds from the notes rang out one by one, spreading through the space. Vina was so astonished she covered her mouth, her eyes fixed on his hands, silently admiring. Unbelievable, he is playing it all wrong. But there was no hesitation in his keystrokes, and she asked herself, "Should I stop him?" Vina watched Siren play with sweat beading on her forehead, a train of thought forming in her mind. She focused on the piece he was playing, her expression no longer stiff, and murmured, "Strange, he is playing it completely wrong. But even though the sounds are chaotic, I am still enjoying it." Suddenly Vina discovered something, her eyes wide with amazement as she looked at his skillful hands, shocked to realize everything was completely identical. Siren seemed to melt into the ocean's eye melody. She realized he could perfectly mimic the feel of the piece she had played earlier, the harmony in every note astonishing her. His eyes suddenly emitted a jade-green light, shimmering and mystical. Siren seemed to fall into a magical matrix of notes. He and she sat at the center of a magical sound space. The dim light created an enchanting and captivating atmosphere. Under his skillful hands, the ocean's eye melodies rose one after another. His hands were graceful, gliding gently over the keys as if the notes were dancing around him to the tune. Siren's fingers pressed down, the keys shimmering prominently, highlighting his refined elegance. At that moment, Vina furrowed her brow, her eyes sharpening as she noticed he was following the correct path. She mused, "It is starting to sound more accurate." His hands moved up and down rhythmically, moving ceaselessly like a true artist. She sat engrossed in listening, savoring every ocean's eye melody he painted. Vina stared blankly at the man before her. What was happening was hard to believe, an indescribable feeling rising in her heart. Though this could not be called a complete performance, he had the clairvoyance to perceive the most essential elements. Vina observed every gesture of Siren, questions rising in her mind. Why is this child a butler, especially with his noble demeanor? He noticed her thoughtful attitude and said, "Sorry." Before he could finish his sentence, Rian's shout rang out. "Stop making so much noise, you damn gremlin." The shout tore through the melodious atmosphere, making Siren fearful, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Ryan had an irritable attitude, eyes angry, standing at the door of Vina's room, his hand scratching lightly inside his shirt revealing a toned six-pack, shouting loudly, "When you get home you should rest. Why are you acting so crazy?" Looking into the room and seeing her and the person beside her, he was dumbfounded, surprised, and asked, "Hey, you are here too, Siren?" Siren was flustered and embarrassed, replying, "Yes, that is correct." Vina sitting nearby was also bewildered, not understanding the situation. She asked in surprise, "Do you two know each other?" While Rian stood still, Siren looked from him to her, stammering shyly, No, it is just that." He did not know how to answer, sweat breaking out, a sense of unease rising in his heart, afraid his friendship with Rian would be exposed, wondering why he always felt like he was committing a crime. Rian from behind said calmly, "Oh, Siren, huh?" At that moment he was completely alert, his eyes brightening as he introduced Siren to Vina. "He is my friend." He felt like he was sprayed with glue, terrified as he slumped to the ground, eyes horrified looking at him. What are you saying, Rian? You know it in your heart too. Perhaps he was afraid their friendship being exposed would be bad. Rian smiled brightly, hands on his hips, speaking to Vena, then reassuring him. Don't worry, that gremlin witch has a terrible temper, but she does not care about that stuff. Siren's eyes widened, not believing what he just heard, his inner self surging. What? How can that be? How does she not care? He was at a loss on how to face the situation when Vena spoke up. So your name is Siren, huh? She crouched down beside him, her attitude gentle, placing a hand lightly on his shoulder. Don't worry, if Rian says you two are friends, then that is good. The kid is a bit annoying, but he is very responsible with his words. This concern was beyond his imagination, making him even more anxious. Vena did not care whether he and the boy were friends or not, but what she was most curious about was his thoughts. She asked, so what were you thinking while playing? I really want to know. He was frightened by that question, countless question marks popping up in his mind, not understanding what she meant. Rian was also astonished. What? Saron hit you? I thought you were going crazy in here. Witnessing this scene, his 16 years of logic collapsed, the wall of his beliefs shattering in an instant. He kept wondering why His Highness did not care about his sister befriending a commoner. Siren turned his head to look at him. Besides, Rian, why did you lie? Your sister is a beautiful and kind lady. Hearing these words, she could not help but be pleased. In contrast to her expression, Rian turned pale. He put on a serious expression, a trace of fear in his eyes. What? Do not be fooled by her. She is a witch who knows when she will latch onto you and devour you. Hearing his words, he could not help but be stunned. She leaned close to him, covering her mouth with her hand and offering an apologetic smile. Sorry, my little brother is a bit childish. I am glad he has you as a friend. Please look after him. He looked at Vena's face and smiled and replied, it is nothing actually, I am the one who is grateful. Her enthusiasm made him shy. Vena praised Siren endlessly. Oh my, you are truly adorable. Seeing this, Rian flashed a sly smile. If he is that cute, why not keep his, and let him join our family while you are at it? Vena was surprised by Rian's suggestion, a smile of interest blooming on her face. So close that you are not afraid he will steal your sister away from you. Rian laughed with delight. What are you talking about? You are not the one I am worried about, it is Siren. He finished saying this. Hand grabbed hold of his collar tightly. The two of them launched into a fight. She did not hold back at all, nor did she care that he was her own brother. She struck him hard. Think you are all that just because I did not say anything? The two wrestled on the floor. Rian could not endure it and howled in pain. Ow, that hurts. Siren stood watching the two siblings fight, his thoughts in a jumble, leaving him confused. Just when he thought he had gained a better understanding of nobles, they became even more incomprehensible. After getting beaten, Rian, subdued and unconvinced, yelled, Why are you back home? You just took a break not long ago. She dusted off her hands bluntly. Do you not know? Ocean's Eye is preparing for the examination. I came to pick him up. We are leaving tomorrow. Father went to visit a friend and will return later. Rian gaped in shock. What? That is insane. He lowered his head, his voice growing softer. So the gap is that wide. He saw that he looked disheartened, his mind constantly replaying what she had said. The examination. The certification was the standard and condition for mages and swordsmen to be recognized, not only within the kingdom, but across the entire continent. Over 1,000 people participated every year everywhere, but no more than 30 people successfully completed it each time. There was also the uncertified license. If one graduated from a kingdom-accredited academy, like the Anfi's Magic Academy, they had the opportunity to become a 10th rank uncertified mage, and could then advance through organizations and guilds. Hundreds, thousands of people flocked there, the line of people stretching endlessly without an end. But where there was wealth and fame, people would naturally converge. Even with the uncertified license, people never stopped wanting to obtain the certification. That was the legendary examination that Ocean's Eye was preparing to take at the age of 18. Rian admired with awe. Geniuses truly are different. They have the full backing of their family. He let out a sigh. His mood sank. Vena walked over and patted his head to comfort him. It is all fine. I will go prepare dinner, which is seafood from the royal palace, so I must prepare it personally. She turned to him with a bright smile. It was great meeting you, Siren. See you next time. He looked at her dazedly. Yes, have a good day, my lady. He wondered to himself if he would ever have a chance to see her again. Recalling the scene earlier when she taught him to play the instrument, it felt wonderful. He did not know if he would see her again because he was leaving the mansion tomorrow. Vena went out, leaving Siren and Rian behind. He turned to him hesitantly. Rian, your sister. He looked at him. Huh? Gazing into the distance with a determined look, he asked him if he had a lover back then. The question made Rian freeze, stunned for a moment. Seeing his expression, Siren knew he had misspoken and quickly covered his embarrassment. It is nothing. Rian could not contain his laughter, his eyes sparkling with amusement. He reacted quickly. I was just curious, forget that question. Besides, before he could finish his sentence, he darted out the door, shouting for Zaina, Sis. Siren knew something was about to happen and called after him. I said it is nothing. He gritted his teeth, his face anxious. Seeing Ryan almost at the door, he quickly chased after him. A hot, tight feeling overwhelmed his heart, and he blamed himself. I spoke carelessly because I felt sad. Meanwhile, he ran outside at top speed, not forgetting his mission as he shouted loudly, Sis. Siren asked this. Rian stood on the upper floor, gripping the railing, leaning down and yelling loudly. If you have a boyfriend? Vena was leading the maids to prepare the meal from the royal palace, his shout echoing through the hall. Ryan's words rang out once more. Just a lover, no more, causing everyone to turn their heads in shock toward him. Siren came from behind and clamped his hand tightly over Ryan's mouth, pulling him back. This caused him to let out garbled sounds in surprise. Upstairs, he kept holding him tightly and covering his mouth. The muffled, incomprehensible sounds caused those below to whisper among themselves. What is that? A lover. Her heart was pounding incessantly. Seeing the maids turn to look, she could only force a smile, hiding her awkwardness and embarrassment. She laughed out loud. They are just teasing each other. Do not mind them. Vena and the maids continued walking. As she walked, she said, Now that we have finished separating the poison, we need to steam it. Everyone answered in unison, Yes, my lady. Behind a nearby wall, the head butler had been standing for a while, everything having caught his eye. He called to the person behind him. Hey Hans, did the young master have a guest today? That man bowed his head. There was no prior schedule. Head butler. Upstairs, Rian was about to add that Siren said he saw him preparing to start trouble, so he had pulled him back. The head steward coldly said to that man, I have heard that sound before, now I remember it. He turned his face, his eyes sharp. He ordered his subordinates to tell Temuran to come to the office immediately, then shouted, right now. The sky was clear blue, the forest was covered by tall trees. The sounds of breathing and the practicing of Royan echoed in the space. A shout rang out, stop, rest for 10 minutes. He was so tired he could barely breathe, holding the training staff in his left hand, constantly wiping sweat with his right hand. Ket looked at him, then tossed the berry, thinking to himself, he is enthusiastic again. It must have been a year, right? Seeing him training so vigorously, the old man remembered the last time he gave up very quickly. The old man glanced at him, then fell into deep thought. For sure, when Ocean's Eye arrives at the royal palace, the boy will change. The issue is to hold onto the blueprint. Beads of sweat trickled down Rian's face. Suddenly, a panicked shout rang out, Young master! He was startled and turned to look towards the voice. A man in a hat, looking hurried and anxious, ran over, his voice echoing from afar. Dear young master, Lady Vena demands you return to the mansion immediately. He was about to bring the water bottle to his lips when he felt annoyed by his words. Her? If it's praise for my brother, I have no interest. Tell her to do whatever she wants. The servant denied it firmly. It's not about anyone. Miss said that young master Siren is in danger. He might die. Hearing this, the water in his mouth immediately sprayed out. Rian stood up holding the water bottle, looking at the servant with an anxious and worried demeanor. Why? I thought he was going home today. The servant, because he had run too fast, was now kneeling down, breathing heavily. The head steward reported to the head of the family. I don't know, but the lady said it was because of his relationship with you, sir. Ryan hurriedly put on his coat carelessly, turned back to Ket anxiously and said, Master, I must go see my father now. Seeing his expression, the old man knew something was wrong, so he pressed, What's the matter? He lost his composure. A steward named Siren is my friend, and somehow my father found out. There was no time left. He was like sitting on a pile of burning coals. I'm sure father will forgive him if I plead. I will train later. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man stopped him. You must not go. He stopped his movement, stood straight looking at the old man, not believing his ears as he asked, What? The old man stood before Rian holding a sword. He exclaimed, Master? Magnificent Nyanya mansion stood before the mountain, vast and grand. In the main hall, Siren was kneeling. Male and female servants stood lined up on both sides. In the middle was the head of the Bischoff family. On each side were Lady Vena and young Master Ocean's Eye, and behind was the head steward. He knelt on the ground, his heart like ants in a hot pan. An authoritative, powerful voice rang out. Bischoff exuded high noble elegance, holding a report, looking at him with anger. You will be executed. Entire main hall shook. Everyone murmured endlessly, How can this happen? The female servants were worried and scared. One whispered into the ear of another, How dare a commoner do such a thing to a noble? The whispers grew louder and more frequent. Another thought he didn't know good from bad. Even if ignorant, he should understand these basic rules. Temuran heard everything. He only glanced at the female servants, saying nothing. 3 people sat on a long bench. Bischoff held a document, extremely focused. Ocean's Eye sat next to him, looking arrogant and unconcerned. Only Vena was anxious, like sitting on a stove, wanting to tell her father many things. Unable to bear it, Vena spoke up worriedly, Father, wait, I have something to say. He flipped through the document and asked back, What else is there to say? The stack of documents in his hand was carefully examined. These were exactly the documents the head steward provided. A row of household staff stood in neat lines, everyone fearful and trembling. Lord Bischoff used the whole stack of documents to accuse him. These were testimonies from many household staff affirming that this brat had behaved carelessly in front of Ryan. He turned to Vina and questioned, "You have read the contract details. You should have no objections. Do you have anything else to say?" At this point, Siren bowed his head, hesitated, but then uttered, "I want to ask one thing." He raised his head to look at him with a wary gaze. "If I and the young master are friends, what will happen to the young master?" All the household staff were extremely horrified. Everyone thought he was finished this time. This guy still doesn't understand the current situation. He should be begging for mercy. He was angry you still dare to ask me that. Vina looked at her father, then looked at him. In a life and death situation, he still had the courage to ask about Ryan. She silently wondered, is he worried about Ryan even in this situation? He flew into a rage, scolding him relentlessly. "Truly a foolish commoner. You think a noble will be affected by playing around with someone like you?" Siren lowered his head and sighed, then smiled. He raised his head to look him straight in the eye, clearly admitting, "It is true that Ryan and I are friends." Before everyone's eyes, he once again confessed, "We have been friends for a year," and declared, "We will be friends forever." The household staff were terrified, exclaiming, This guy." A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The servants wondered, "Why aren't you scared at all?" He used a contemptuous tone to warn, "Indeed, it seems you underestimate the name Ocean." Bischoff lost his composure, called out loudly, "Head steward, quickly deal with him. Don't let the news leak out." He handed the stack of documents to the head steward, who bowed respectfully and received them. Two soldiers stepped forward, each taking one of his arms to lead him out for punishment. Vina screamed to stop him. "Father, wait, please listen to me." She bowed in salute, her face unable to hide her worry and fear before her enraged father. Seeing her obstruct his decision, he directed his fury at her. "He has confessed, and I have made the decision of a family head. Once decided, I will not revoke it." A few servants were like sitting on a pile of coals, all worried for their lives. The blonde guy felt it was unfair and turned to the head steward. "Head steward, isn't this a bit too much?" The fat guy next to him also couldn't accept it, deciding to speak up to protect himself. "There's no reason for everyone to die because of one person." The blonde guy turned pale at this statement, looking at the side in terror. The handman said softly, "This family is our very life. To protect it, we must eliminate any conflict that arises, no matter how small." When Siren was led away by those two, he watched and uttered words full of implication. "Now you will see it as wrong, but later you will be grateful for this choice." Suddenly the door opened, and a shout echoed through the mansion's main hall. "I will not let that happen." Ryan appeared hurriedly, urgently, still holding his master's sword in his hand. Vina was overjoyed, unable to hide her happiness. "You have finally returned. My unsettled heart can rest now," she called out. Ryan, contrary to expectations, Bischoff darkened his face, crossed his arms sternly, and looked at his son without a trace of joy. Siren looked up at him, but there was no expectation in his eyes like Vena's. His gaze was one of resigned acceptance of punishment, as if ready to face any penalty, perhaps afraid of implicating him. Both anxious and furious, Ryan lost control and shouted, "Who dares to kill my friend without my permission?" The man looked at him coldly and decisively, calmly uttering a single sentence. That one sentence alone was enough to show his authority and position within this family. Ryan tried everything to defend him. He could not understand why simply becoming friends with him would lead to such a bitter end, trading his life for friendship. He questioned, "Why? What fatal mistake did he make? He only became friends with me." Vina anxiously stood up, unable to help worrying about both him and her younger brother. The man saw that his own son dared to question him for the sake of a commoner. He regarded human life as cheap. One did not need a fatal mistake to deserve death. All matters involving nobles are very complicated. You cannot even imagine it. Ryan refused to accept it, shouting in his fury. His words were firm and resolute. "Our family is handling this complex situation, and I enjoy the privilege of being a noble's son. If that privilege requires me to kill my friend, then I do not want it." Bischoff looked at him with a domineering gaze, imposing his views on others. His words were steeped in the division of Ocean's I class. "Truly childish. You ask why he had to die. Befriending a noble means that relationship must be equal." He was being escorted by two soldiers, his indifferent gaze and clear declaration from before only enraging the man further. Seeing him, he thought nothing of uttering words of insult and contempt. "Do you truly think that commoner considers you a friend? On what basis? There are many people in this world who want to take advantage of nobles," Ryan shouted, vehemently opposing his father's condescending words. "Siren would never be like that." The man looked at him with half an eye, his tone growing impatient. "So what?" Bischoff looked at him, his words striking hard at his psyche. "How can I believe you? Go ahead and prove that you and Siren are truly friends." Man's words stunned him, leaving him dumbfounded. Prove it. In his heart he wavered. Stomach dropped. It's all over. Vanna, standing nearby, also had not expected her father to ask this question. She looked at him nervously. The man stared at him, smirking, a triumphant look in his eyes. His thoughts were in a tangle. If I say I cannot prove it, then everything is over. He was weighed down by the man's question. Stepping back a few paces before finally saying, "My feelings," he asked himself if one could truly prove a person's feelings. He sank into intense contemplation, but felt he could not speak recklessly. He tried to put himself in his friend's position. If he were Siron, he could have easily taken down that man. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if I were Siren? He glanced over towards him. He saw a carefree, relaxed face, devoid of any fear, yet his eyes were full of determination and strength. Gazing at him, he fell back into thought. Those eyes seemed to encompass everything, just like when his friend had sparred with him. Rian stared directly into those eyes, as if being guided by him. He recalled his friend's past words. Rian, sometimes not focusing on the small details will yield a better result. He followed the thread of memory, turning back to the time they played cards together. When his own cards were not going his way, he propped his head on his hand, looking dejected and lost. Meanwhile, his friend was holding the adbic card. He guided him not to focus on his opponent's small details, but to look at the overall picture. He asked doubtfully, "Look at the overall picture." Siren flipped the adbig card and presented it to him. "That way, you will see their true purpose." He silently committed this to memory. Rian felt a surge of courage. "Look at the overall picture. Look at the overall picture. The person standing right before me now. Father. He was a second-class noble, the head of the Ocean family, of the black-haired lineage, a level 4 recognized great minister, a knight." He gripped the sword his master had given him tightly, affirming in his heart, "Yes, this is not a quarrel between father and son, but a duel." Back 30 minutes ago, when he received the news and was about to leave, his master stopped him. He shouted at the old man, "Master, why won't you let me go? My friend, he could die." The old man ignored his impulsiveness, remaining calm and composed. "Yes, you are talking about that boy who works in the library, aren't you?" Ket hesitated, then continued, "But that boy is a commoner." He was stunned, frozen upon hearing these words. "Master, I did not know you were such a person. You taught me otherwise." He could not believe the man he respected held autocratic, antiquated views, just like his father. At that moment, his emotions truly collapsed. He lost control and cried out from the heart, "If raising my sword is the only way to be heard, then everyone could be my friend." Ket calmly looked at his student and began to explain. "Rian, do you not know what is most important to a noble? Is it not a noble's duty to eliminate anything that threatens their family's standing?" The old man explained the disadvantages to the family. "Have you ever considered the burden your friend must carry when his worth is equal to a common insect, making friends without forethought?" Hearing these words, he clenched his teeth, his shoulders trembling, tears streaming down his cheeks, each drop a testament to the helplessness and pain within him. Had advised him, his voice deep and firm, "Do not think to solve this problem with arguments." Ryan clenched his hands into fists, his fingers tightening. He spoke to the old man, his voice full of determination yet laced with helplessness. "But I cannot stand here and do nothing. I was the one who first proposed becoming friends with him." Ryan raised his hand, his eyes burning with fierce determination, and spoke loudly to the old man. "I do not want to become a coward." His words were like a challenge to adversity, his resolve evident in every gesture, every look. Ket looked at him with a different gaze, silently appreciating. Good resolve. The boy is very emotional, honest, and pure. But like this, he cannot become a great swordsman. I hold great expectations for you, and I will cheer you on. Ket brought his sword before him, handing it for him to take. Fortunately, the old man was not truly someone with antiquated views or prejudice over the Ocean's Eye class division. He also instructed, warning, "I will let you go if you bring this back with you. But if you have not even mentally prepared yourself for this, then do not dream of leaving here even a single step." He received the sword from his master, his eyes fixed upon it, reflecting his determination and seriousness. Ryan himself now had to make the choice that aligned with his own convictions. His eyes lit up, carrying unwavering confidence and determination. He said, "Master, I will never forget this kindness." Each word was like an oath carved deep into his heart, becoming the motivation for him to face this trial. The old man looked at him and said, "Remember, discarding a friend is like discarding a part of your body." Those words served as a warning to him. His heart was churning now, because this was a sword match that had to be staked with life. Returning to the present, before the main hall of the mansion, Rian realized the truth his master had taught. Sword in hand, he tilted his head back and laughed heartily. The laughter echoed throughout the mansion, sending chills down others' spines. "Indeed, father, you almost defeated me." He roared in anger. "Prove we are friends." "I believe it is because I believe that that Siren and I are friends. He added that his existence as Siren's friend was the very proof of the friendship between them. Bischoff was furious at those sharp rebuttals. He gritted his teeth and growled, "How absurd, this is not a debate for you," he shouted angrily. Even now the prestige of countless families is collapsing. His words stunned the servants. He frantically said that if he could avoid the family's decline, he was willing to sever ties with his own son. Words had barely left his mouth when she and the maids were startled. Vina had to shout, "Father!" He stepped back into a solemn stance, his voice resolute and without hesitation. "If I must do this to save my friend's life." He bowed, placing his right hand on his chest. Using the most respectful posture to express his attitude, he said, "Then I will leave gladly." Everyone was fearful of this action of his. Bischoff leaped up in fury, his hands clenched tightly, veins bulging. He screamed at him, "Brat, draw your sword. If you truly consider this brat a friend, then stake your life right here." He drew his sword without a moment's hesitation, the sharp sound of the blade ringing out, as if to say that his father-son relationship was about to cease to exist. He couldn't believe his eyes as his son drew his sword to fight him for a commoner. He looked at him, stammering, "You even draw your sword to oppose your own father?" He held the sword out in front of him, the tip pointing to the sky, his gaze sharp. "I am not pointing my sword at you, father. I am simply expressing my conviction." Bischoff clutched his chest, looking helpless. "How can you have friends? You cannot even get along with the other noble families. Perhaps it is because you have not reached the level of other nobles." He tried to manipulate Rian's psyche. "Now you only keep those weaker than yourself to comfort your own ego." But no, he lowered his voice. "You are wrong this time, father." His eyes blazed, firm and unshakable, carrying confidence and belief in himself. He lowered his sword, speaking to him with certainty. "Siren is my friend, and he is better than me. I want to help Siren so he can shine in a higher position." His decisiveness left him dumbfounded. Bischoff, embarrassed by anger, pointed a finger at him, his voice furious with accusations. "Have you deceived the boy? Have you convinced him that a commoner can be friends with a noble?" His words stabbed straight into Siren's pride. He denied it. "No." Rian stepped forward to shield him, his voice protective. "Siren, just stay there. I will protect you." Siren knew this was a decisive moment for himself and for the friendship he treasured. He called out his name, Rian. Hearing the call, he froze. He spoke up, taking all the blame upon himself. "Sir, you don't need to take responsibility. I will take responsibility for my part." He was astonished, turning his head to look at him. Siren remembered the moment he grabbed his hand. "From the moment you wanted to be my friend, I had a premonition that I would have to stand at a crossroads and choose between being your friend or saving my own life." His eyes were filled with gratitude. "Even if it means I die here, I will not regret having made friends with you." Rian lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes. His sincere friendship did not disappoint him. His voice choked indeed. Suddenly, he lifted his head and shouted toward Bischoff, "That is exactly what I mean." His words echoed like a powerful affirmation of friendship and unshakable determination, his heart brimming with conviction. Rian yelled to reaffirm his friendship with him. "Even if I am isolated, we are still friends." His powerful, sharp words left him speechless, standing there staring at him. Rena, standing by the side, was also moved to tears, sinking into thought. "Even if we are immature, we are still people with emotions. A true friend will not turn their back on us." Servants were also moved, each and every one of them shedding tears. Everyone had once had a friend like that, but the barriers had made them forever lose their own right to equality. The head butler, also teary-eyed, looked towards Rian and Siren, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed throughout the mansion. "How interesting." Everyone below looked up in astonishment. Vina called out joyfully, "Grandfather?" Plump stood on the upper floor looking down, full of vitality, admiring with delight. "I never thought I would witness such a touching scene when I am so close to the grave. Youth is truly the best." Vina was overjoyed, sighing in relief. Everything will be fine. She thought that with him there, things would be easier. But contrary to her, Bischoff's expression was unnatural. He looked at Clump suspiciously. "Father has arrived. Vina told me it would be a few more days." Spoke up, "I came early because my friend ran off with a young lady." Having said that, he sat down on a chair. Siren was also very surprised, staring blankly at him. In his mind, he instinctively recognized the man's identity, the general of Thormia and a level 3 swordsman, Rand's grandfather. He sat with his legs crossed comfortably, his voice brimming with excitement. "Anyway, this place is as noisy as ever, isn't it? Youth is truly wonderful." He was the former head of the family, Klemposian. While he was laughing and talking with everyone, the current head of the family, his son, was not pleased at all. He wore an irritated expression as he reported, "In this situation, it is not really wonderful. The image of our family has already crumbled. He paid no attention to his son, enthusiastically looking towards the people in the main hall. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. I have been watching from behind for a while now. Clearly, everyone has a lot to say. So first, let us hear each other's opinions on what we have lost. He received the first opinion from witness number 1, the eldest daughter Vena Ogent. She was visibly delighted to be able to express her feelings. Even though yesterday was my first time meeting Siren, I recognize that he is a very intelligent and talented young man. She stood and presented, everyone's eyes on her, listening intently. He crossed his legs, rested his chin on his hand, his expression expectant. Furthermore, Siren has fulfilled all the requirements in the contract and was supposed to leave the family today. Considering such circumstances, it is hard to say that Siren approached Ryan with any ill intent. As a result, I do not believe his actions have tarnished the family's honor. He stroked his chin as if he understood her meaning, then asked, "So if that is the case, what do you think, my second grandson?" The next person invited to speak was witness number 2, the second son. Giozant, that lady, although she said nothing, her attitude towards him was not very favorable. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't like that brat." Bischoff beside him was very pleased, wearing a smug smile, silently praising his second son. Just as I thought, this one can be trusted, but he had never cared about matters outside himself. However, this has nothing to do with me. The non-committal statement made the old man both surprised and disappointed. He blurted out, "What?" Bischoff's face darkened as he turned to his unassertive son, his tone reproachful. "What do you mean? You said you don't like him, then say you don't care?" The boy crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, gently closed his eyes, and replied calmly, "That's right, I don't like the lad, but who he makes friends with is none of my concern." He added bluntly, "I just want this matter to end so we can head to the royal palace." Vina was also surprised by Zai's attitude, her eyes lighting up with admiration. "Oh, what an attitude from this young brother of yours." He laughed heartily at the opinion of his second grandchild. "This is exactly why nowhere is like home." He stroked his chin, looking towards Rian. "So, to conclude, I want to hear the opinion of the person who has observed the child the longest, Siren. Call the next person, the vice head butler." The next person was witness number 3, vice head butler Temuran. He cleared his throat. His gaze focused on the head butler, who was raising his hand to signal. In his heart, he thought, "I am certain this person will notice." Seeing Bischoff's attitude, his gaze also turned to the vice head butler. His thoughts were too clear. We are not the ones to express opinions, but merely servants obeying the master. Finally, the vice head butler managed to say his name, Siren. He looked at the head butler, sincerely expressing his feelings. "He did everything I asked well and completed it excellently. Moreover, he finished a full 6 months ahead of schedule." The words struck the head butler like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. He didn't expect the old man to go against his instructions. He gritted his teeth. What the hell does he think he is doing? Bischoff sighed, the earlier majesty fading away. Klump looked at the vice head butler and asked, "Did you know the two of them are friends?" He placed his hand on his chest and replied respectfully, "I knew he often went out with the young master, but I didn't know they were friends. In my opinion, if he were an insolent child, he would never have been able to categorize those 10,000 books." He couldn't believe his ears. He didn't expect that besides Rian and the kind Miss Vena, there was someone else in the mansion on his side, the vice head butler. Rian glanced at him with a hint of a smile. Finally, someone acknowledges his efforts. Reyna brought her hand to her chin, secretly happy for him. Good, the atmosphere has completely changed. The joy vanished when she looked at her father. His gaze towards him had not changed at all. He was annoyed that every time someone spoke up to defend him, especially since Klump returned, everything was beyond his control. She knew the only one who wanted to punish Siren was her father. Suddenly, a deep, authoritative voice rang out, "No." He stood up, resolute. "I cannot agree." As soon as he finished, Zaina and old man Bischoff said in unison, "Father, grandfather." Vina didn't understand why he had changed his mind so suddenly. She had just relaxed her mind, and now she felt like an ant on a hot pan. As for him, he was flustered. Klump quickly corrected himself. "No, I understand the two of them see each other as friends." Siren and Rian stood before him, full of worry and tension. He looked at them, then pondered. "However, let it stop here. If this relationship continues, rumors will spread outside, becoming a weak point for our political opponents to use against us." He sat and listened to his father speak, more attentively. His concerns were all clearly explained by Klump. Ocean Zai sitting next to him remained indifferent. He began to state his perspective. All members of our family are prominent figures. Ocean's Eye is even preparing for certification exams. Moreover, there are so many families dependent on us. The maids who heard his words also worried about their own fates and their families, as they were commoners. To serve the nobility was already an honor. Siron, you are a clever child. I believe you will understand. Vina turned to look at him, wanting to say something, but the words stuck in her throat. But Ryan couldn't sit still. He gritted his teeth, staring intently at the old man with a resolute and unyielding gaze. The old man alternated between laughing and crying as he looked at his beloved grandchild. He thought, I see you are intelligent and full of potential, Ryan. But why don't you understand what I'm saying? In his heart, he was equally conflicted. He wanted the boy to understand the weight of his responsibility. Do you know how heavy the burden of the lives on your shoulders is? He turned to look at him, wanting to know his current feelings, and what Ryan had learned from this friendship. What do you think, Siren? I thank you for teaching my knave grandson what true friendship is. He didn't want the family to be condemned because of him, and asked for his opinion. But can we end it here? Siren could only lower his head, gently close his eyes, and remain silent for a long time. Then he uttered two words, cannot, leaving both Clump and Vina stunned. Old man Bischoff also didn't expect him to be so stubborn, not knowing the gravity of the situation. Ocean's Eye, who originally didn't care at all, now had to look at him with a different gaze. Ryan was very surprised by his answer. He had thought he would beg for mercy and sever the friendship to save his life. He didn't expect him to be so bold. He hesitated, wanting to call his name. He looked at the sincere, forthright Siren before him, couldn't help but call his name without hesitation. Siren. He placed his hand on his chest, looked at the old man, and spoke from the bottom of his heart. If I am an obstacle for Rian, I would not mind never seeing him again. Then he hesitated. However, he no longer hesitated or feared, speaking his heart frankly. That doesn't mean I can stop considering him a friend, he confidently affirmed. Ryan and I are friends. He wouldn't let anyone bind or corrupt their friendship with any words, he told Lord Clump. As long as you consider those matters, I will obey any order. Ryan's sword hand trembled incessantly. He himself felt utterly humiliated. Tears fell again from his eyes, his heart full of self-blame. To be honest, he had felt relieved thinking Siren wouldn't have to die. A part of him had felt that way. But Siren knew that abandoning a friend was also abandoning a part of himself. Ryan's eyes widened. The lessons his master taught him during training he had struggled so hard to decide. As for him, he would rather lose his life than lose the word friend. He felt ashamed of himself and made a resolution. Enough, this matter was not for negotiation. He pointed his sword straight to the sky, clearly and decisively shouting like a thunderclap, I hereby declare. Lord Clump and Vina immediately became fearful of his next action. She shouted, don't do it. I don't know what you plan to do, but please don't. She reacted this way because she didn't know if this younger brother had made a mature decision. With just one small mistake, his fate, and that of the entire clan, would be severely affected. She could not let him act so rashly. His sword plunged straight into the ground, the clash noise causing everyone to wince as if a sharp pain shot up their spines. He knelt on one knee, holding his sword as it sank deep to the stone floor before Siren's stunned gaze. He declared bluntly before everyone, I, Rian, third son of the Ozan family, from this moment onward, will become Siren's sword. The oath thundered through the tense air, making his father tremble with rage. He ground his teeth, his face contorted and ugly, then roared, what? Hey, you wretched brat! The entire mansion seemed to shake from the fury. His roar echoed through every corner, accompanied by curses. You fool! The origin of the Knight's Oath traced back to when the Tomiya Kingdom was first established. During that chaotic period, large and small nations all fought for the Tofai territory. Strongest man united them all and founded the Tomiya Kingdom. But the fledgling kingdom had to stand against its powerful neighbors. Thus, instead of being purged, the defeated kings were allowed to rule their own domains. It was during this process that the Knight's Oath came into being. The defeated kings had to kneel before the new monarch, swearing to be a sword that only the new master could command, in exchange for noble status. That was the origin of the oath and the birth of the nobility. Breaking the oath meant becoming more despicable than a rabid dog. Rian turned to look at everyone and smiled mischievously. What do you guys think? Now I can't take it back, right? They were all stunned, everyone gaping at his unexpected decision. He held the sword tightly in a pose with one foot empty and one knee kneeling, blaming himself. Master, it looks like I've caused a huge disaster. Ryan also imagined his master fuming and scolding. I didn't give you the sword for you to do this. Siren knelt down beside him, grabbing his hand, and asked in panic, Ryan, what the hell are you doing? He did not answer, only glanced toward the others. Mr. Clump's voice rang out. His face hardened, his features growing more determined. Ryan, if I truly witnessed you say you would become that boy's sword, then surely he is worthy, right? Answer me. He helped him stand up, and they both looked toward the old man. He continued, is he truly talented, or is he only talented in your eyes because you yourself are useless? Hearing that, he relaxed a little, flashing a confident smile. He placed his hand on his chest and shouted, "A sword does not judge. It only protects." Everyone darkened their faces, even Siren was surprised. Suddenly, a long burst of laughter rang out in the tense space. He raised his hand to his face, laughing heartily until his whole body shook. He acknowledged his words. That's right. Bratty little kids have to at least do this much to reach the peak. While his father helplessly slapped his forehead, the old man did not stop praising. "You're not bad, kid. But with that mediocre swordsmanship, I feel sorry for your friend having to accept a sword like that." Rian did not expect these words, only stammered, "Grandfather?" He placed his hand on Siren's shoulder, smiling reassuringly and reminding him, "Enough, everything is over. Even if the boy is not the sharpest sword yet, Siren, he will never betray you. Take good care of my grandson." He patted his shoulder gently, and he closed his eyes to savor this warm moment. He looked at the old man with grateful eyes. "Thank you for acknowledging me." He pointed to the head steward and commanded, "The two have sworn to be lifelong companions. I cannot let you leave empty-handed. Use Siren's carriage to bring his parents here." That man quickly accepted the order. "Yes, sir, leaving right now." Two servants looked at each other and smiled, putting on their hats together. The head steward was still stunned, screaming inside. Seriously? Looking at the clear blue sky with clouds drifting lazily, he thought helplessly, "I'll never understand what the hell nobles are thinking." Rian finally relaxed his mood, laughing freely, and sighed, "That feels great." He lay flat on the bed, his arms spread wide. He sat down beside him. He asked with a smile, "Did you see my family's expressions?" "Absolutely perfect." He felt guilty inside. Ryan, the knight's oath. "You didn't need to do that for me." He sat up abruptly, startling him a little. "Siren, I didn't do it just because you're my friend." He looked straight at him, his decisive eyes burning. "I'm different from my brother. You have the power to attract others. I simply chose to bet my life on someone like that." He felt a bit awkward, blushing. What? Why did you suddenly say that?" He looked at him and then sighed. "I feel so pressured." He blushed and said, "But if you want to protect me, you'll have to train a lot harder." That remark made him so angry he could spit blood. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" He answered weakly, "Nothing, you just hit a sore spot in my heart." Vena suddenly opened the door and walked in, saying loudly, "Ryan, is it true you made a knight's oath to become Surin's sword?" As she entered, she saw him collapsed in a pool of blood. What happened to him? He used what little strength he had to say, "Get out." Siren refused. "What are you saying? Just a while ago your sister helped a lot." He invited her in. She said arrogantly, "That's right, I'm bringing important news from the opposition faction." He sobered up immediately, worried. "What's wrong? What are father and grandfather doing?" She sat down gently on the bed and said, "They truly are bloodthirsty. But in the end, you finally played the Knight's Oath card. They are planning what to do next, so anyway." He told him the important news. "Father is thinking of enrolling you and Siren in the Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy." "Siren, you said your swordsmanship talent is terrifying, right?" "That's exactly what you said." He was bewildered, but to that extent, she laughed, "Of course. Now that you are a member of the family, I told all of them about your talent to see if anyone would volunteer to invest something in you. They want to use his talent to help Rian. Surely they are trying for the sake of his future." After hearing this, he shouted at her, "Without my permission, who would dare let me go to a school? It's been so hard for me to get to play with Siren as I please." She said not a word, kicking him to the ground with her foot and stepping on him. She sighed, then scolded him without any mercy. "You block-headed bastard, after causing such a ruckus, what do you want to do now?" He protested and cried out in Hufuka. He turned his head back, looking at her with a gaze as sharp as a knife, and shouted, "Besides, Siren isn't going to the Swordsmanship Academy. Siren's future is as a mage. He has already awakened his spirit domain." She looked at him in shock, full of doubt. "What? The spirit domain? Siren awakened it? Wait, does that mean you swore a knight's oath to a future mage?" She looked at him, hardly believing her ears. He was furious, disregarding everything as he roared, "There's a limit to being useless. Get out of here right now, old hag." Thinking of the scene of Siren and Ryan dueling, Vena spoke up. "So you used synesthesia to sense the spirit world and read Ryan's movements to win." She rubbed her chin in admiration, thinking it was a good idea. "Since your spirit world energy is quite high, this should be possible." Siren replied awkwardly, "Is that so?" Vena praised him without stopping. "You're amazing. From what I learned at school, the more condensed the energy, the more stable the spirit world. Maintaining that density while using the sword is truly wonderful." He heard those words, and his cheeks flushed red, his hand gently rubbing his head. Vena and Ryan shared the same thought. Is he embarrassed just from that? She said, "I will tell the master about Surin's path. Of course, the conditions for you to be admitted to the swordsmanship school will also be included." Rian was startled by this and shouted, "What? Then, what will happen to my master?" Rena replied, "Master Cade already knows about this. That's why he terminated the contract yesterday. Tomorrow morning will be the time for him to say goodbye." He was even more astonished. Rayan held the sword in his hand tightly, his heart filled with sorrow. He silently remembered, Master, that man is about to leave this land. Butler opened the door and entered to announce, Young Master Saran, your family has arrived and is waiting in the living room. The head of the house said you may go see them first if you wish. Vina gently turned to ask his feelings. What do you think, Siren? At first, he just smiled. Then, unable to hide his emotions any longer, he was overjoyed, stood up abruptly, and exclaimed, I'll go. Siren ran quickly downstairs, causing the two butlers to worry. The stairs. Be careful of the stairs. Siren said somewhat awkwardly. You can just speak to me as before. Being this formal is a bit. They hastily replied in a fluster. Good heavens. No! Please don't say that. We'll lose our heads. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. They still firmly refused. Even so, we cannot. After a few short moments, they all arrived at the door of the reception room. Siren hurriedly pushed the door open to look inside, where the people he loved most were. Seeing the two people inside, he immediately shouted, Mother, Father. They were also deeply moved, calling his name in unison, Saran. He abandoned everything else, rushing over like a little bird finding its nest. Finally, he buried himself in the warmth of his parents' arms. The three of them hugged each other tightly in a surge of happiness. Siren looked at his family, feeling grieved. They've grown thinner. They must have struggled so much, tossing and turning day after day, worrying about me. Siren's mother wept as she reassured him, Don't worry, we're doing just fine. Vincent wondered, But why did you suddenly call for us? If you're done, you should come home. He suddenly asked with agitation. Those people aren't keeping you here, refusing to let you return, are they? He explained, No, it's just that I've been given a rather good opportunity. He didn't understand, and Siren's mother was also puzzled. A good opportunity? He replied. Well, after that, he recounted the entire contents and developments of the issue to his family in one go. After hearing him, they were stunned, their faces all listless, their legs like stone. Vincent's eyes were wide open, his whole body motionless, staring intently at his son. Then, forcing a smile, he spoke up. So you mean you became friends with a noble's young master while working at the library, and that young master swore a knight's oath to you? And you're allowed to be friends with him? Siren replied calmly, Yes, that's right. His voice suddenly deepened. Siren, tell your father the truth. Then he grabbed his shoulders tightly, shaking him continuously, tears welling up, and shouted loudly, How can a smart kid like you have such illusions? Is someone starve? Are they mistreating you? Right? Huh? He was shaken so much he felt like ascending, but still managed to say, No, it's real. He hugged his beloved child tightly, crying loudly as if facing a final farewell. Oh my God. People say those who go to the noble's house never return intact. Siren's mother tried to pull her husband away. Vincent. Suddenly, at this moment, the door opened again, and the butler announced, Young master, the head of the house has arrived. At this time, three people entered. Bischoff spoke first. Pleased to meet you. I am the master of this house, Bischoff Ocean. Ryan bowed slightly and said, Hello, I am Siren's sword, Rian. Vena introduced gently, I am the eldest daughter, Vena. I have heard a great deal about you too. Two of them witnessed this shocking event, their faces turning pale. Then they immediately bowed respectfully and replied, Hello, we are Siren's parents. For great people like you two. She heard this and was somewhat puzzled. Oh my, haven't you two heard from Siren yet? Vincent was flustered, his voice trembling as he asked, Everything the boy said, was it all true? Even when he sat down at the lavish feast of delicacies, he still couldn't believe it. It was impossible. In the end, Vincent seemed lost, while Mother Siren was embarrassed. Dear, there's so much food. After eating, he still felt like he had fallen from the sky, his heart uneasy. She, upon receiving the hot tea, immediately expressed her gratitude. Thank you, miss. Vincent felt the air suffocating, his mind wanting to scream what was happening. The hand holding the teacup trembled so much it nearly dropped. Even though he didn't understand what a knight's oath was, there was no way they would treat a merchant's family so well. He needed to clarify this matter. Thinking this, Vincent spoke up. Excuse me, I am very happy my son is valued by you, but also very worried. A noble young master like Ogin swearing a knight's oath to Siren, that's hard to believe. Bischoff frowned and said, Right, to be honest, I am a bit annoyed too. He continued, but for the militaristic Ozan family, a knight's oath is absolute. If they discriminated based on status, it would ruin Ryan's honor. Therefore, from now on we will use honorifics. Please don't be bothered, and my family will wholeheartedly support your son. Graham burst into loud laughter. It's been a while since I heard you say something right. Bischoff said irritably, Father, you're too loud. Siren thought to himself, this truly fits the image of a decisive and proud family head. Even though he had difficulty deciding to protect a commoner, he quietly turned to Vena and saw her winking at him. He continued thinking as he saw Rian's bright smile, but back then he wasn't afraid of anyone. Bischoff became serious again and got straight to the point. Your son is a user of the spirit world. That's not something you can just get through effort. To put it bluntly, it's an innate talent. He continued speaking, as far as I know, this boy wants to become a mage. So if he wants to quickly obtain an unofficial mage license, then I am thinking of the Miralfan Magic Academy, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the country. mercenary, which would be very suitable. Bischoff coughed lightly. I'm not saying he has to attend that school to become a mage, but not doing so would waste his talent. So the boy should study at Miralfen to meet the Ogent family's standards. Clump reminded him, please consider their understanding. He saw Vincent's frozen expression and immediately understood what his father was trying to say. Bischoff stated the crux directly. If your son graduates from a magic school, he will become a mage. Only then did he understand, standing up abruptly, our son will become a mage. Vincent thought to himself, a mage academy. He began to tremble. Impossible. Is this a dream? Our son? Bischoff continued, however, the biggest issue is his identity. Vincent felt uneasy hearing that. He explained awkwardly, magic schools are very selective, only allowing the children of nobles to enroll. Clump continued, there is only one option. That is, we will adopt Siren into the Ogent family. Vincent couldn't believe his ears. He just stood frozen, his mind in turmoil. What? Graham firmly added, this was the only option after our family discussions. He pushed out a commitment paper. I have a cousin who has no children. If we add the boy's name to my cousin's family, all problems will be solved. But there is no intention of stealing your child. It's just paperwork. Vincent thought to himself, Siren will become a noble. How lucky the boy is to have this chance. But if they did that, it felt like his son was being stolen from him. He looked at his son with an awkward expression, pleading in his heart, tell me what to do, Siren. What should I do? Seeing his calm expression, he became even more panicked. Could it be? Siren had decided already? He quietly glanced towards his father. His hand slowly touched the large hand, one that had been weathered and calloused from working hard for him, then gripped it so tightly it even hurt Vincent. Siren was firm and loudly refused. No way. I am my father's son. I cannot become someone else's adopted son. Hearing his son say this, he panicked and yelled, Siren. Vena, sitting opposite, explained, Siren, it's just on paper. Of course, we still consider your parents your biological parents. You will achieve your dreams and nothing will change. She had just finished speaking when Clump followed up. The kid will become a noble. Opportunities like this don't come often. Siren remained adamant, if I have to trade my father, then I'd rather be a commoner. Angered, Clump said commoners cannot enroll in magic schools. He answered decisively, then I won't go to school. He then struck a psychological chord. Then you won't be able to become a mage. Bischoff and Zaina were utterly astonished. He asserted once again, then I won't become a mage. That sentence turned Mother Siren and Ryan into stone. Clump shouted even more agitatedly, Siren, why are you so stubborn? This world is not that easy. There are things you must give up to achieve success. If you cannot do that, then is your dream only for children? He calmly replied, perhaps so, which made the old man feel like his head was about to explode. What? Vincent's tears were now streaming down a face once full of passion, his awkwardness and sadness clearly visible. Siren spoke, saying that no matter how wonderful your dream is, it is something you received from your parents. If your parents are the root, your dream is the sweet fruit that draws nourishment from them. He recalled the past filled with memories of fighting alongside his family, being taught to read and getting the opportunity to work at the Ogin household. These are things you have because your parents are the root. That is just one opportunity, nothing compared to the countless opportunities your parents have given you. Siren let out a decisive laugh. Now you tell me to deny my roots. It's no different from telling me to die. Thank you very much for the offer, but they are my only parents. Everyone in the room was frozen after hearing him speak. No one said a word to each other. Glam was so stunned that his eyes were wide open, wondering to himself, what is this feeling of guilt? No, what this child means is, suddenly Vincent knelt down and said loudly, please accept Siren as your adopted son. Please, I beg of you. He was a bit bewildered, father. Clump said from afar, I understand your meaning, but what Siren truly cares about is... He ignored what the person beside him wanted to say, only bowed his head and uttered with difficulty, Siren is not my biological son. Siren's mother was stunned upon hearing her husband. Vincent, what are you saying? He still kept his head down. We cannot have children. He recounted that they got Siren due to an unexpected event, and it was certain the boy came from a noble family because he was too great. Clump and Vena grew more astonished as they listened. Vincent expressed that if Siren became the adopted son of nobles, he would return to where he truly belonged. So this is not abandoning his origins. Bischoff thought to himself, is that really the case? He looked at their family and understood that everyone had already guessed. Siren looked completely different from his parents. He gently rubbed his chin in speculation. But did those words prove he wanted to give up his own son? Siren could not bear it anymore, agitatedly clutching his father's hand and shouting, Father, what are you doing? How could you say that without warning? He could only avoid his son's gaze. I'm sorry, but you're grown up now. You had to know eventually. Suddenly, Siren seriously questioned, do you really think I didn't know? The statement shocked Vincent deeply. His mood sank heavily, and he uttered with difficulty, the reason I never asked is because a person only has one father and one mother, and I wanted that too. Now you want me to have 6 parents. The old man panicked, pained to the point of stammering. I only didn't want you to give up your dream because of me. His tears began to fall. Siren firmly shouted, who said I'm giving up my dream? Just work hard, opportunities will come. But he cried bitterly in pain as he looked at his parents. Did you ever think about how I feel? Who would want to be abandoned by their parents twice? Vincent gripped Siren's hand tightly, trembling violently. Everything I have done, it's all my fault, Siren. I will never abandon you. With that, he hugged his son tightly as if afraid of losing him. Tears of love streamed down. Vincent sobbed and begged, please forgive this foolish father. You are everything to me. Then they held each other tightly, expressing their heartfelt feelings. Everyone around was silent, witnessing the sacred familial love. Jock witnessed the scene and realized, things we do for our children can hurt them. Clump replied that being a parent is truly difficult. He asked, wasn't it tough raising your son alone? Bischoff's eyes were brimming with tears, trying to hide his emotion. He gently shifted his gaze to the son before him. Brienne was also crying, moved by the deep affection between Vincent and Siren. Suddenly, Bishop said, I heard Miralfen Magic Academy has special consideration slots. I can help. Gump wondered, what can this old man do? How to persuade that stubborn Miralfen? He said, is it really impossible? I heard that man owes you a debt, father. Clump laughed upon hearing this. For someone who follows all the rules, isn't stubbornness the best method? Bischoff on this side also chuckled. He said, I too once used that method to force you into success, dodging and replying, all for your own benefit. 3 days later, when Rian arrived at the Swordsmanship Academy, the head of the family allowed my family to stay in Ocean. Father still feels guilty toward me. I do not know how long he will remember this time. Finally, Rian and I had some free time. Both of them used that time to sleep together. You looked very happy, watching your friend lying beside you with delight. He laughed at your story too, so amused that he laughed out loud. Then, 3 days later, both had to leave home to go to the academy, the place where their dreams would come true. Siren gently turned his head to take another look, then suddenly heard someone sobbing. It turned out to be Rian crying indignantly, so he said, Rian, do not cry. You said painfully, how could I not cry? Getting on the carriage means going to the Swordsmanship Academy, having to say goodbye for real. The more you spoke, the louder you cried. Why can I not enroll next year like you? Siren replied, I am not even sure if I will be considered for special admission, but we can still meet during the holidays. Remember to write every day. Rian suddenly placed his hand on his shoulder and firmly called out his name, Siren. He shouted with all his might, you have to become a mage, and I will become the strongest knight to protect you. I promise you. Before he could finish, Vanna punched him hard on the head. Just focus on graduating first. I am most worried about you. Then she turned to Siren and said, do not worry, just enjoy time with your family first. He will surely help you enroll. He replied softly, yes. Thank you, sir, for helping me. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head to express his endless gratitude. Vina smiled and thought to herself, what a strange child. At first I thought he was just a cute little boy. But he is also very considerate, and he held onto his faith in such a terrifying situation. She suddenly looked at him and spoke again, Siren. When you graduate, maybe. But then she stopped, falling silent. She thought to herself, what am I thinking? He is just a child about to live in a new environment, the Magic Academy. Then Vina stepped forward, placed her hand on his shoulder and said, no, just do your best. You will definitely become a mage. He replied, please take care of Ryan. After that, she pulled Rian onto the carriage, then turned and waved goodbye to Siren. He got onto the carriage on this side, where his parents were already seated, his mood extremely excited and expectant. Horses began to move. The two carriages ran in opposite directions, gradually drifting apart. He was sitting in the carriage when he suddenly heard a very loud shout from outside. Siren. He immediately stuck his head out to see who was the owner of that voice. It turned out to be Ryan. He was shouting at him, at the Magic Academy, remember to surpass them. He found it so funny that he burst out laughing. Then Siren also shouted very loudly in reply, you too. And that was the farewell of those two passionate young men. It would be remembered as the beginning of the event that shattered the balance of the entire continent. Beneath the roadside was a nest of young birds. The mother bird had just flown back and landed beside them. Then she took off again, flying high, soaring past the stately castles with their majestic architecture. This place was the Miralfen Magic Academy. A man was placing a teacup on the table. That man was Clum. He smiled warily and said he had been thinking for 30 minutes now. The answer must be yes. Miralfen on this side replied, even though we have been good friends for the past 50 years, I truly cannot accept your proposal. Clump heard this and shouted discontentedly, what are you saying? Do you know how much I struggled in my youth because of you? Miralfen said that it must be something important for him to utter such hollow words. The special consideration quota is not a backdoor for the nobility. Many requests are sent each year, but this quota has its own standards. He became more and more irritated as he listened, to the point of cursing inwardly. This cunning old man, making me wait 30 minutes for nothing. Then Clump immediately laughed. This time is different. He has a bit of a surprise, truly important. It has been a long long time since I last saw that expression on your face. Lamb sneered and continued, I never told you to take in a useless child. Quite the opposite. That boy is a friend of my youngest grandson, and he is very talented. Do you know what I thought when I met him? He said seriously, I thought I was looking at you in your youth. Miralfin took a sip of tea and immediately questioned, if he is that talented, why not enroll normally? There must be some issue. Graham maintained a grave expression and explained, there is indeed a big issue. He is not a noble. Upon hearing that, he exclaimed, startling him as well, impossible. Then Miralfin described exactly Siren's appearance as a child with blonde hair and blue eyes, correct? Gump recalled Siren's earlier words, even if I lose my life, I will not regret being your friend. He remarked that it was indeed a strong first impression. He continued seriously, I once thought he was a clever child who knew how to manipulate adults. However, after I proposed adopting him, at that time he had retorted, if you ask me to deny my origins now, it is no different from telling me to seek death. Just recalling that made Clump cover his face and laugh heartily. Does that seem reasonable to you? Who would refuse to become a noble? Miralfin stroked his beard gently. He understands the natural law of cause and effect. Clump replied, that is true. Without a cause, there would be no effect. However, not everyone understands this law and easily loses themselves. A new opportunity may come at any time, but the moment a person denies their roots, that place will lose everything, and they will be unable to decide what they believe is right. Does that remind you of your younger self? Miralfin remained silent, unanswering. Then, after a long while, he finally said, that they refuse to compromise means others may agree with what they believe to be right, but those same people can also judge them. That is what I find dangerous. Clump, sitting on this side, clicked his tongue upon hearing that. Then he softly asked, you still cannot forgive yourself, can you? You have done everything you could. You have trained so many talents. Isn't it time you forgave yourself? He laughed, saying that such self-forgiveness would be too arrogant, my friend. Miralfin looked out the window and confided, the reason I teach children is to prevent someone like me from appearing again. With a sorrowful expression, he continued, as for myself, if that child is as you say, like me, what certainty is there that he won't tread the terrible path I once did, right? Lamb on this side heard this and spoke up, you were once a genius, Miralfin, a once-in-a-century genius. He continued, you once considered the light of the Milch family, walked the wrong path just once and nearly lost everything, but in the end you turned back. Of course, who would have thought you would become the principal of an academy in such a remote place? Miralfin then teased Clump, what, then heaven must be helping you. A useless brat becoming a formal third-class swordsman, I am worried for the future of the Tomiya kingdom. Then they both laughed heartily. He suddenly stood up, then, walking to the window to gaze at his school, without a cause, there can be no effect either, poured more tea into the cup and said, is this fate? Who would have thought you knew that boy? The child driven away 4 years ago has returned. Laughed, I do not believe in fate. Then he thought, however, Miralfin thought of Siren, a talent buried by the barrier of the ocean's eye level, wandering for 4 years and now standing before me. Is this truly fate? Finally he announced decisively, I will accept Siren. Spring. 3 years later, a horse-drawn carriage was heading toward the small house deep in the forest. Siren had finished tidying up from head to toe, and called out loudly, Mother, Father. Siren Arian was 17 years old this year. He smiled excitedly. I will be back soon. Siren's mother hugged him tightly and praised him incessantly. My adorable child, I will miss you so much. He promised, I will write often, but does my hair look good? I have never had it like this before, so it feels strange. She replied, Lady Vanna said short hair is popular among the nobility. Just act naturally. Vincent on this side coughed a few times, a bit embarrassed, and said, are you not forgetting something? Siren waved his hand and said, Dad, I am 17 years old, a kiss is a bit much. The man firmly replied, if you do not do it, then I will. Then he let out a shout. Vincent gently placed a kiss full of boundless love on the forehead of his little son. Then he lightly embraced him, expressing a father's heartfelt feelings. Siren, I am proud of you. He also greatly enjoyed that warm feeling. Siren wondered, but is it really okay? The head of the family said he would give me a house. Vincent replied seriously, oh, heavens, you really are something. Your father is a hunter. A hunter's home is the forests and fields. He was startled and thought, is that true? As he saw him off to the carriage, the man said, even though I refused the ocean family's allowance for you, they insisted on giving it. Siren thought to himself, today is a happy day. I am about to enter the Magic Academy, but my father still has not told anyone. He probably refused to live in the city, so he would not become my weak point. Temurin was already waiting and said respectfully, please get in the carriage. We will escort you to the academy. Siren stepped onto the carriage, stuck his head out the window, and shouted loudly, I will be back soon. And that was how my first day at the academy began, as the carriage drove farther away. Behind were a couple seeing off their child, who was learning how to grow up, walking forward to fulfill his dream. Only Siren and Temuran were in the carriage, making the atmosphere very awkward. When they arrived, the man proactively opened the carriage door and called out, "Young master, we have arrived." Temuran helped Siren step down, his face showing clear surprise and captivation. The man continued speaking. "This is the Miralfan School of Witchcraft." The place was now very crowded with people coming and going, clogging the entire area. The school gate was tall, grand, and looked very noble. Temuran spoke up. "I will pay for the learning material costs. Young master only needs to study well." Siren said gratefully, "Thank you, butler." The man replied seriously, "I am only doing my job." He slightly bowed his head, expressing his sincere feelings. "Only now do I have the chance to say thank you. I was able to come here because of your care. I will not forget your kindness." He smiled as he spoke the words he had been holding in for so long. Suddenly, a remark startled Siren. "A commoner, no matter how talented, is still just a commoner, forever unable to surpass a noble." Facing him now was Temuran's stern and darkened face. But then the man finished his thought. "However, not everyone is given this opportunity. After you enroll, many nobles will dislike you." The man smiled and advised, "But you must persevere. If you persevere until the very end, everything will pass." Siren replied, touched, "Thank you, I will definitely become a mage." Temuran replied, "Now if you are ready, follow me. We need to register for enrollment." And so the two of them proceeded deeper into the academy. He thought to himself, "The Amphi's School of Witchcraft is considered a cradle of geniuses. What will I learn and who will I meet here?" Inside, the guards on duty said in unison, "We will serve with all our might." On the school grounds, the people coming to fulfill their dreams, like Siren, bowed in greeting. After completing the procedures, Temuran instructed, "I will be going now. If you need anything, please do contact me." Siren replied, "Yes, thank you very much." But then he looked around thinking, "Who will come to pick me up? Or should I look around while I wait?" Suddenly, he noticed many longboards posted on the wall. The Amphi's School of Witchcraft operates on a 10-rank system, with a total of 420 students, 30 of whom are studying in the graduating class. The number of graduating students each year is... Siren was startled, his eyes widening. "Only 10? Suddenly, someone arrived and spoke. "So this is Master Siren?" Upon hearing that, he immediately turned his head around. He immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, headmaster." Miralfan laughed. "We have met before. Do you still remember me?" He spoke. "I thank you very much for that time." The old man patted his back, saying, "It is fine. We can talk slowly as we walk." Amphi's announced, "You will need to take an entrance exam." Siren was stunned because he had never reviewed anything. "An exam? What do I know?" The old man reassured him. "Do not worry, it is just a simple placement test." The old man asked, "Can you penetrate the spiritual realm?" He replied, "Yes." Hearing that, the old man was extremely impressed. "Oh, that is impressive indeed." The old man thought to himself, who would have thought he could open the spiritual realm on his own? If only I had easily coaxed him when he was young. I failed to spot a talent right under my nose. Though it is late, I need to teach him the basics first. The upcoming entrance exam will be full of 10-year-old children. If he comes early, he will be very embarrassed. So he made a suggestion. "Would you like to take a walk around the school?" Two of them walked into a different area. There was a young boy reading 3 books that were floating in midair. As he walked past, Siren immediately noticed, "Something strange just passed by me." He stammered, Headmaster." Miralfan introduced, "This is the study room where students study." He looked up in admiration. The freshman class. From grade 18, this was the first introductory class. Grade 18 had many children flying in the air and using magic. He still stood dazedly beneath the children, happily passing books to each other. A few other kids gathered to play games and eat snacks. Siren looked around with interest and exclaimed, "Everyone is using magic." Miralfan said, "That is right, but the place we need to go is a bit different." They continued moving up to the advanced class, grade 74. This place was very quiet. Everyone was studying seriously and not fooling around. Siren silently noted the different atmosphere, surrounded by people his age discussing animatedly. A black-haired boy spoke up. "A large amount of mana could bring air below the freezing point. Would it not be more effective to condense the coolant? Anyway, the reaction at the thermal point would happen faster. What about this? If adjusting the time instead of mana?" Siren was startled, almost wanting to shout, "What?" He was shocked to realize a painful truth. Why could he not understand what they were saying even though it was the same language? Suddenly, a loud explosion came from behind. A girl crawled out from the smoke coughing heavily, and when she saw Miralfan, she quickly bowed. Hello, headmaster." He smiled and said, "Okay, seems like there are some issues." The red-haired girl wearing glasses replied, "Yes, I was experimenting with sound amplification, but the result had an error." Siren wondered silently, "Do they not care?" Miralfan commented, "It seems the input is a bit unbalanced." "Then check if the current flow is balanced." She excitedly gave a thumbs up. "Thank you, headmaster, I will do it again." He was extremely surprised. The headmaster did not stop her, and moreover, was she going to try again? Siren Siren looked around with a dazed and bewildered expression, as if he were in a different world. As the two continued their tour, a girl with long flowing red hair passed by. That was Ami, a beautiful young woman so captivating that the boys nearby were dazedly staring after her. They arrived at another room, and something caught Siren's attention. Is this a bulletin board? Hanging on the wall was a yellow board filled with writing. He looked at it and thought to himself, this records the rankings of all intermediate classes. The top is Kamis. Is that not a first-rank noble? Specifically Amikamis. He stood dazed, his face frozen. Unbelievable, everyone on the board was as talented as him, but she was the top. A desire grew in his heart. He wanted to be like that too. He would start learning from the beginning, right here. Siren's eyes sparkled with hope for the future. Something urged him on. He had to change the rankings. Suddenly a voice called from behind, "Hey Ami, wait for me." That call made Siren curiously turn his head, silently wondering, is this any the same Ami Kamis, the top of the intermediate class? Suddenly, something made him freeze when he saw this red-haired girl. Her face made him recall a dark and terrifying past. It was the time when some thugs grabbed him by the collar, assaulting and beating others. And the leader was Ami. Back then, she was like a crazy little demon, pointing straight at his face and demanding, where did this magic learner come from? Why would a commoner? Returning to the present, Ami simply brushed past him without a word. She suddenly glanced toward Siren. He immediately turned his face away. An orange-haired girl ran up from behind and shouted at me, "I told you to wait and go together, you idiot." Siren lowered his head, praying internally, "Please do not see me, please." Then both girls had passed by. Serial looked back with interest and said, "Did you see anything? That guy we just passed. He looked really handsome. Is he a new student? But he does not seem like it." She wondered again, or is he a transfer student? "Emmy, this is quite interesting. It feels like I've met him before." Serial suddenly spoke loudly. "What? Are you interested in him too? You are not interested in boys, are you?" Ami retorted, "No, that is not what I meant. I just think he looks very familiar." Her friend heard that and was unconvinced, shouting, "Do not lie. You have fallen for him, have not you?" Ami firmly denied it. "No, I did not say that." She was Aniclimax, the intermediate class number 1. She was the most famous girl in the intermediate class, having rejected many confessions from seniors, juniors, and classmates, a model student among all model students. But the only one who knew her dark past was trying to get admitted. Miralfin asked, "Are you cold?" Siren shakily replied, "No." Third examination location of the Magic Academy. This was a building with sturdy and dignified architecture. The two stepped inside. Miralfin spoke up, "Oh my, it seems things aren't over yet." The old man leaned toward Siren and said, "This is interesting. Watch closely what that child is doing." The boy stood at the center of 3 circles filled with magical symbols. He was a brown-haired child, with the examiners above. Miralfin explained to Siren that when entering a spirit domain, he would see different writings on the walls, and sensing them would help them understand the size, power, flexibility, and tendency of the domain. The old man added, "So you just need to honestly answer the professor's questions." He replied, "Yes, sir," his heart full of excitement. A voice called down from above, "So, Cammy, can you use magic?" The child replied, "Yes." The boy demonstrated his ability. "I can lift objects into the air." The examiner praised, "Oh, that's lovely, very good, try entering the domain." Kami replied, "Yes, sir." The boy closed his eyes and announced, "I'm in." Someone asked softly, "What is the farthest number?" The boy answered, "Number 6. A professor smiled and asked again, "Number 6. Miralfin explained, "Number 6 means the diameter of the area is 6 meters. Siren absorbed this, understood. A brown-haired man asked, "What color do you feel is the strongest?" Kemi replied, "Red. I think I'm entering a red world." The man noted, divergence type similar to light and fire, indicating a strong activity tendency. Miralfin added, divergence type means his spirit domain is much stronger than his age. A female professor asked, "Do you see a giant tower?" Kemi replied, "It's on my left." Sienna asked, "How do you feel the temperature?" The boy answered, "A bit hot. I'm sweating now." "Finished," she said. "Well done, Cami." The praised child ran back joyfully. Sienna exclaimed, "The new students this year are truly impressive." Another laughed and said, "Indeed, that student's spirit domain size is 12 meters. The quality of students seems higher each year." Finally, they noted their observations. Overall assessment shows good use of the spirit domain, but endurance is a bit weak. Then they called the next name, Urian Siren. Miralfan patted his shoulder, smiling, "Show them your skills." He smiled back, "Yes, I'll do my best." An examiner above stroked his chin, thinking to himself, that child who underwent the special test the principal mentioned. Sienna also mused to herself, a special choice, but he's quite old, and he's borrowing the name of a noble. Isn't his family very famous? The paperwork read, Urian Siren, 17 years old, status, guest of a noble. She thought, it seems he discovered his talent a bit late. Sienna looked at him and inwardly sighed. His appearance is quite unique, but in this school, he'll be crushed quickly. An examiner spoke up to ask, Siren Ariane, can you use magic? He replied, no, I have never been taught before. The examiner answered, I see, but even without training, you should be able to do a few things. Miralfan slightly raised an eyebrow. That's what they'll think. Magic is the action of bringing knowledge into the mind. Noble children are taught many things, so they can naturally use mech. But this child had no knowledge. The examiner then said, "All right, now enter the circle and step into your spirit domain." Ada asked, "Can you enter the spirit domain?" Siren hesitated. "I'll try." The examiner breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it doesn't seem to be a serious case of family abuse. He gradually entered his spirit domain, and blue light appeared around him. A ray of light flew down from above onto the top of his head. The symbols around began to move and float. He opened his eyes to feel the scene stunning him. So that's how it is. The examiner spoke up, asking the familiar questions. "Now, Siren, tell us the farthest number." He did not answer, causing the examiner to call again, "Mr. Siren." Brown-haired woman laughed and said, "He seems to be shy." Miralfan spoke from outside. "Siren, hurry up and answer. We're not classifying you. We're just trying to find the best way to educate you." He still hesitated. Then he explained the situation. "I see a number, but it's so long I can't read it." The examiner was puzzled. "You can't read it. It's not based on vision, but on your perception." Siren elaborated, "No, that's not what I meant. I can perceive it, but it's too long. It's still getting longer even now." The examiner sighed, frowned, and said, "Then start with the first numbers you see." Siren slowly focused and looked at the result. In his spirit domain, it was extremely long. He saw the numbers 3, 4, 1, 5, and a row of numbers behind them, summing it up as 3.14, and then answered. The examiner was startled. "What?" Sienna was panicked. "Siren, we don't have the number 3.14 in there. Are you mistaken?" He frowned and replied, "Is that so? But it's what I see." She thought to herself, really? Of course there would be some cases where the pi ratio appeared, which meant the zone size had exceeded the set range. He could actually see as far as 30 meters. The brown-haired woman asked, "So which color did he see as the strongest?" Siren looked around and replied that it was blue, completely blue. Professors looked at each other in surprise again. If it really was blue, wasn't that the convergent type? But was his spirit domain still that large? The convergent type had better durability than zone size, the opposite of the divergent type. Miralfan, standing here, was also stunned. "Kung, I now understand why you were so insistent about this, but this is not just a good talent." The old man opened his eyes wide, sweat beading on his forehead. He wrote the two words convergent on his record sheet, then added both hemispheres. The professor asked how many numbers were floating around. Siren looked up within his spirit domain, silently thinking he asked this. No need to count each one, when he could sense it. Inside this place there were many glowing dots. He decisively answered 857 numbers. Upon hearing this, he was shocked to the point of a blank face, his mouth stammering, 8667. Then he tremblingly wrote on the paper, density 86.7%. Miralfan outside was silent, his face suddenly showing a serious expression. This was dangerous. Sienna lightly pushed up her glasses, a hint of wariness in her eyes. He calmed down to continue the test. "Sir, how cold are you feeling now?" Hearing the question, he immediately replied, "Quite cold, to the point of being chilled to the bone." She was not surprised, recording it as expected. Sienna wrote in the overall assessment section, "Convergent and defensive with superior durability. His spirit domain size was abnormally large." Brown-haired woman smiled and praised, "Very good. Now we need to study to decide which class you all enter, so all new students please wait outside." Siren immediately followed the instruction. He turned around and moved outside along with the other children. He led the way, walking slowly to the door, even waiting for the children to all exit. Then afterwards he closed the door right after the door had been shut for a while. Inside the room, chatter buzzed. "A truly interesting student." Exactly. How could a 17-year-old student have a spirit domain over 300 in diameter? Spirit domain density increases with size, but that kid's density reached 86.7%. The professor said on top of that it was pure concentration without needing enhancement skills. Was he a monk cultivating endlessly on a mountain or something? Suddenly, a statement from Tut caused everyone to stop discussing. Could it be that he was lying? He smirked mockingly. Think about it, a spirit domain with 90% density and a 30-meter diameter, coming from a 17-year-old youth who knew no magic. A bit absurd. Could he have inflated the numbers before speaking? Sienna said loudly, but Lord Tut seemed to forget that new students had no reason to lie. If they entered an advanced class that way, they would not keep up, not to mention taking tests. How could a student be so reckless upon arriving at school? On top of that, a few teachers had forgotten that the pi was displayed as a code error. Siren at this moment sat smiling awkwardly among the children. She continued, "That is not something a simple student says to attract attention." Tut on this side clicked his tongue in anger. Suddenly Miralfan stepped forward and asked, "Then where would it be best to place him?" Siren, she stood up abruptly. "Headmaster." Sienna Olina, a level 6 mage, said, "The latter classes study the development of the spirit domain and theories about it. Class 5 starts learning actual magic. Right, I think this student's spirit domain is almost complete. I suggest Class 5. The man behind firmly said, "I object," making her extremely angry inside. But a level 6 mage spoke up. He is a 17-year-old youth who knows nothing about magic. This could cause trouble and make him arrogant if he enters an advanced class. Now I think we should teach from the basics. Sienna replied bluntly, that may be true, but not every student is like you, Lord Tut. He angrily shouted, what? Thus the two launched into a verbal battle. Tut roared loudly, in fact you only want him in class 5, because that class is under your management, you just want that student, don't you? Sienna retorted. Is there a problem with wanting to teach such a talented student? Brown-haired professor said, Lord Tut also has a point, even with extraordinary talent. He is still just a young student. So how about we teach step by step starting from class 10? The elderly professor next to him tiredly. In the end those two are at it again. Brown-haired woman said gently, he might lose motivation if placed in a basic class due to age mismatch. What does everyone think if we postpone the class placement and keep an eye on him? The old professor spoke. I think class 7 is suitable. That is an advanced class that includes basic lessons in the field. Miralfin rubbed his chin and replied, if the child is that talented, skipping grades is also a worthwhile option to consider. You are exactly right. The old man no longer hesitated and decided immediately. Siren would be placed in class 7. The Magic Academy had a system of 10 classes. Based on evaluation, students were assigned to different levels, but they could be divided into 3 main groups. Classes 10, 9, and 8 were beginner level, where education focused on developing the field. Classes 7 through 4 were the advanced level, where students learned to use magic alongside their fields. Finally, the graduation classes consisted of classes 3 through 1, where rigorous training was conducted to produce professional mages. And then, the next morning at the large and magnificent school named Miralfan, a class 7 badge was pinned to the chest of a newly arrived boy. He quickly drew the attention of the female students. They always marveled whenever they saw him. Siren, holding his bag, slowly walked into the classroom under the countless gazes of everyone. The teacher announced that the class had a new student. The girls below chatted. He got into the intermediate class right from the start. He seems a bit older, but he is really handsome. He stood on the podium, gave a small radiant smile, and introduced himself. I am Aryan Siren. A pleasure to meet you all. The entire class immediately buzzed, with applause and laughter sounding everywhere. Most of them were female students, and they welcomed him very warmly. The teacher had to ask for silence. Siren was extremely excited because his dream finally had a chance to come true. He had made it to the Magic Academy. The Amphi's Magic Academy occupied the entire mountainous area of 70,425 square kilometers, including the dormitories. It housed 33 buildings and 40 training centers. Although going outside was forbidden on weekdays, this was not inconvenient because most amenities were available within the school. Classes ended at 5 o'clock, after which was free time, but students usually went to the library, which was open 24 hours. The environment bonded students with shared interests, satisfied their thirst for learning, all of which built the drive for a prestigious academy. Siren thought to himself, the classes would surely be difficult with many subjects and advanced knowledge. This place was for nobles, those who had studied since childhood and endured a long, arduous time with it. Therefore, he encountered quite a few obstacles. However, by any means possible, he believed he would also catch up. Knowledge of history in chronological order was deeply engraved in Siren's mind. All the knowledge of the world was gradually accumulated by him. One fine morning the teacher announced, the lesson ends here, everyone did well. As Siren closed his book, he thought the afternoon class was a field combat class, but the schedule did not list the location. Looking around the classroom, he felt a bit embarrassed. Who should he ask? Fortunately, there were a few people around his age. Siren gently approached and asked, hello, do you know which training hall we need to go to? Maria was startled by the sudden question. You are asking me? He thought to himself that she was a shy classmate. No wonder he felt at ease. He replied, you probably do not know yet. Today's practical class is at Comprehensive Training Center 2. Siren asked, what is a comprehensive training center? Maria explained, all intermediate classes will train together for 2 weeks. Today is the orientation session. Hearing that, he paused slightly. All intermediate classes combined. Could it be? The scene shifted to the area of Comprehensive Training Center 2. At this moment, many students were entering inside. The place was extremely noisy with voices laughing and asking, hello senior, thank you for last time. Senior, please sit over here. They said in unison, hello senior Amy. So it was because of her that the place was this lively. Serial beside her also caught some of the atmosphere, waving goodbye to them. Siren sat high up looking down, silently marveling. Fame was wonderful, but she was someone whom, if possible, he did not want to interact with at all. Even so, there were 2 comprehensive training sessions every week. Anyway, since she was already in the intermediate class from the start, she would soon move up to the graduation class. The seniors and juniors were still chatting animatedly despite the strict rules. Siren worriedly wondered if he could become invisible in the crowd. Just then, the special teacher for the intermediate field class, Yahello, a level 6 mage, appeared and said loudly, hello everyone, I am Ithella, your field class supervisor for this year. She took a look around and continued, there must be a transfer student from the beginning of the year, right? Even though our class is all familiar faces, so many. We have one new face joining the intermediate class today. That sentence made all eyes turn to him. The rumors are true? Who is it? He could only force a smile and think, wait, this is too dangerous. Thelra poured fuel on the fire. Siren, will you stand up and greet everyone? He was frozen stiff as if glued, but he still had to try to comply, swallowing his saliva to regain some composure. On this side, Emmy and Serial were also drawn in, looking toward Siren. He smiled and introduced himself. Hello, I am Aryan Siren, just starting 7th grade. Before he could finish his sentence, the whole room applauded warmly to welcome him. Siren stood dazed, as if about to faint, knowing nothing else. Serial spoke excitedly. Ami, is that the person you saw yesterday? I think his name is Siren. Ami acted indifferent, thinking to herself, this is the first time I've heard his name. Who is he? He seems popular. I should know all these kinds of people. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl spoke up. Senior, do you know him? I think the teachers really pay attention to him. Serial gasped. Really? That girl said. They said all his scores were outstanding in the entrance exam. Serial replied. Oh my, I like him even more now. I wonder which noble family he belongs to? That idle question made Amy stop short. Her eyes glowed a fierce red, hair flying wildly, as if she had just remembered something shocking. It was about a memory from the past. Back then, she and a few others were swept into something like a whirlwind. She had stared straight at a boy outside and questioned him. Where did you learn magic? How can a commoner possibly? And the boy crying bitterly outside was none other than young Siren. Turning to the present, she trembled, drenched in sweat, forcing a stiff smile. Damn it, the Kama's family was famous for its genius bloodline. The red eyes were a unique trait passed to every descendant, allowing the bearer to remember every moment they had ever seen with perfect clarity. The arrow shot out precisely, striking straight into the bullseye. Another arrow flew in, splitting the arrow stuck in the bullseye in half. This made learning feel pointless. The shooter was a red-haired girl. Despite hitting the bullseye many times, she was not happy. In contrast, the butler beside her kept clapping and praising. That red-haired girl was Ami, the youngest and most talented daughter of the family. Ami's father laughed loudly. My daughter, he placed a chess piece down, truly a descendant of the Kami's family. Ami silently stared at the chessboard before her. The butler called, Young miss. Ami's father asked, What's wrong, Ami? Ami stood up coldly, utterly bored. She turned and stomped away in frustration, followed by a group of lackeys. Ami thought furiously, I hate it all. Family, family, family. What does my ability have to do with this family? I can do it without using this house's name. She followed the group of thugs to fight everywhere, thinking she could do whatever she wanted. Watching the lackeys fight, Ami sat with her legs crossed, utterly bored. However, one person made her pause and rethink. Ami stared in astonishment at the lackeys lying beaten all around and a boy standing opposite her. That boy was crying, his face soaked with tears. The person who changed Ami's mind was a damned boy from the lowliest class. In the lecture hall, Siren was bowing to greet everyone. Emmy looked at the scene before her, the corner of her mouth twitching as she blurted out, Da damn. Suddenly, Serial called out, Ami. The brown-haired girl also stammered, Sen Senior. Both were shocked. Emmy flinched and explained, I meant, my chest feels a bit tight. Emmy thought to herself, I knew it. A memory seen by the red eyes cannot be wrong. I thought he was a noble. The person beside her asked again, what were we talking about? But Ami kept focusing on her own thoughts. Amy looked at Siren, but who would have thought he is actually a commoner? How did he get into this academy? Emmy's body trembled because that past was extremely embarrassing. Ami slapped her forehead. I want to die. Her eyes were dazed. I've cleared all traces of that childish Ocean Zai stuff. There's no way he remembers that day, right? Ami recalled the memory from 5 years ago, as she squatted before a young boy with blonde hair. The boy's face was still stained with tears. Ami covered her mouth with a sneer, wanting to be a slave but having no claws. Why not just cut them off? A moment later, she stood behind, face flushed, covering her mouth as she watched them undress the boy. What were they doing? Ami imagined Siren mentioning her to others. Senior Ami, she is not the person everyone thinks she is. In her imagination, Siren waved his hand. 5 years ago, she used to hang out with Cole's gang in those alleys. How could someone trusted by the professors like me lie? Is that it? No, there is more. Siren also whispered to everyone. She is actually very interested in men. Listen, she even tried to strip all my clothes off. Ami angrily tore the page in front of her by accident. She clenched her fist. No, never, absolutely would not let that happen. She must nip the rumor in the bud. Over here, Siren kept feeling like someone was watching him. The intermediate spiritual domain professor, level 6 mage Romy Yahello, asked from the podium, "What exactly is a spiritual domain?" A student answered, "It is the mental state of a mage." She nodded, "Yes, it is the awareness of a mage's mental state. The initial form is a sphere, because that is the easiest form to concentrate on." The blue of the spiritual domain reflected in Yahello's eyes. Then through practical training, one can perceive and transform it at will. Yahello opened her spiritual domain and said, "I will show you the shadow domain." Siren was stunned. "I can see it." Siren stared intently at the blue shadow domain before her. She could see the professor's shadow domain with her own eyes, a 10-meter range. Yahello explained this was the basic form of a spiritual domain, but in practice the spherical form was rarely used. "How about I snap my fingers and show you all an example?" A target board appeared floating in the air. Yahello said she would use magic to aim at the target. Yahello stood within her spiritual domain, a 10-meter range, but the target was 20 meters away. She would use a fireball, a fire element magic. Siren excitedly covered her mouth. Finally, she got to see someone use magic. A small fireball appeared on Yahello's fingertips, she said. "First, I will create a small flame." Yahello controlled the fireball. "And then, let us see if I can shoot it accurately." The fireball immediately carried the flame straight forward, heading towards the target. But when it reached the limit of the spiritual domain, the flame instantly extinguished. Below, all the students were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. The flame disappeared. Yahello laughed and explained, "As you can see, most magic cannot leave the spiritual domain, so it only maintains its shape inside it." Yahello leaned forward slightly, reached out her hand, and continued, "However, if we expand the spiritual domain..." Yahello's spherical spiritual domain instantly turned into a straight line. He continued, "Straight to the target like this." Yahello's small flame immediately destroyed the target, she said to the students. "Then we can touch it." Shouts of surprise filled with admiration rang throughout the lecture hall. A few older students whispered among themselves, "Look at those grade 7 kids. Their surprised faces are so cute." Siren and her friends applauded Yahello's impressive demonstration. She pondered, "I did not know it could be done like that. Can one really change the shape of the spiritual domain?" Then Yahello continued, "But this method has a weakness." The students' faces showed slight disappointment. A male student asked, "Is that not the correct way, Professor?" Yahello opened a display screen beside her and pointed at it. "Changing the shape of the spiritual domain requires a lot of concentration. In actual combat, when an opponent can attack you in every way, constantly changing the shape is not the right choice." Yahello pointed at the blue screen displaying information about the spiritual domain and introduced, "People have divided the shape of the spiritual domain into 4 main forms: defensive, offensive, targeting, and redirecting. These are its 4 main forms." Yahello continued, "Let us start with the defensive form. The defensive form is an octagon, helping to defend against most attacks." Her spiritual domain instantly turned into an octagon surrounding her. She said, "The more contact surfaces, the higher the defense efficiency." Yahello waved her hand to change the spiritual domain's shape. Next is the star form, also known as the offensive form. Based on its shape, it helps the user easily locate targets. The sharpest point indicates where the most targets are. Yahello's spiritual domain shape changed once more. She continued her lecture. Next is the targeting form, extremely effective in long-range combat, but not effective against fast targets. Theoretically, yes, but in practice the distance between the tips and the center is quite far, making it difficult to turn. Yahello's voice was steady. "The important thing when using this form is the speed at which you can rotate its shape." Several students discussed among themselves, "She can even use that technique without blinking. Does the professor think we can do that?" Contrary to her classmates, Siren was deep in thought. "With that method, one could use a 10-meter range spiritual domain in actual combat." Yahello continued, "And finally is the redirecting form. It is not very popular because even grade 5 students struggle to use it proficiently." Ethan spoke, but she would provide an example. At that moment, a student behind Siren spoke up, "If we can do it, we get to move up a grade, right? Back in 8th grade, I got a perfect score in this field. It was a piece of cake." The girl had not even finished her sentence before she fell silent at the transformation below. Several students stood with their mouths agape. Even Siren was startled by the commotion the students were making about the domain. Down below, the blue sphere was slowly detaching itself from Yahello. Every student in the lecture hall shouted, "It's separating from Professor's body." Siren was so agitated he wanted to stand up, thinking to himself, "I don't understand. A domain is the mental state of a mage. How can it be separated from the body?" Yahello's domain gradually transformed into a stream, and Siren was curious about what lay at its center. Thela stood below, surrounded by the manifested streams of the domain. She said, "The redirecting form is extremely difficult to use. Even genuine mages have trouble with it. But its strength is that the mage is not the center of the domain, so they are not restricted in their movement. Because of that, targeting with instantaneous incantation is no longer just a theory, as the operational range is limitless. Instantaneous incantation means the mage places a spell within the redirecting form, and it activates on its own upon touching the target." Hearing Athela speak, the group of students shouted in surprise. They discussed among themselves, how can the professor do that? She's as calm as if she were breathing. Just stepping into a domain is hard enough. The girl behind Siren replied, "She's on a completely different level. She's a level 6 mage." Siren was stunned, her gentle expression concealing an extraordinary talent. Athela adjusted her glasses with her hand. "You would be disappointed if I skipped the practice in our first class, right? The student who ranked first in the targeted form quick spell exam." Before Athela even finished speaking, the students below buzzed with excitement at the prospect of practicing. Athela called out, "Where is Amikam is from class 4? We will start with the class representative." The girl sitting next to Serial said, "You are amazing, sister, always #1 in the class." Serial turned and smiled at Ami. There she goes again. Ami is truly a star. The male students fell in love with her the moment they saw her. He turned to look at her, only to see Ami's distracted expression. Serial stammered, finishing her interrupted sentence. "Right?" Ami had sweat all over her face. "I do not want to be the center of attention right now. The first of the 4 domain forms is the targeted form, its advantage being a long attack range. However, it is disadvantageous against fast-moving targets and multiple targets, but it becomes different if used by someone with the ability to focus and control the domain at high speed." Boom boom, 2 consecutive explosions rang out. Ami turned her hand and launched several fireballs towards the target. She said, "Then that weakness will completely disappear, and it becomes an impregnable fortress for the dead enemies." The students in their seats admired her with awe. As expected of senior Ami, she is amazing. Usually, people who take the quick shot test often switch between the 4 forms, but senior Ami always comes in first even though she only uses the targeted form. The classmate sitting in the same row as Siren muttered, "I wonder if I can ever become a mage like that." Siren focused his gaze and thought to himself, "Even an amateur like me can see she is just too incredible." Siren could not take his eyes off Emi's performance, as fireballs continuously destroyed the targets. Not only did she continuously rotate the domain while standing still, but she also attacked every target the domain swept over. Emi was like a ruler of the battlefield, even surpassing one spatial dimension. Siren exclaimed in admiration. Her face shows no expression, yet every move exudes an elegant and noble bearing. Sounds of praise arose. "That was truly amazing." The male student behind Siren said, "If I could date a senior like her, my school life would be completely different." The girl next to him mocked, "Dream on, she does not care about anyone. Do not forget the Camus family." Siren listened to their conversation and thought, "I can understand why the male students are crazy about her. She is not just a high-ranking noble, she lacks nothing." Siren shifted his gaze down to look at Ami, a perfect person. "Then why is she hanging out with those street thugs?" Down below, Ami completed her demonstration and bowed. An announcement came, fast spell usage ended, result achieved, level 9 time 205. A round of applause rang out around her. Ami was stunned. She lifted her head, using her blue eyes to stare intently in one direction. Siren felt that gaze and was immediately startled. Several students around discussed, "What is that? Senior Ami? No way." Someone shouted loudly, "Did she just look at that new student?" Ami was jolted awake by this shout and immediately turned her back to return to her seat. "Damn it, why did I have to look at that brat for no reason?" Ami felt agitated, but I could not help it. It is annoying, but at least I confirmed one thing. People around were gossiping. Do those two know each other? No way, he just enrolled today. Siren paled and thought, I understand now. Not only Siren, but Ami also had the same thought as him at this moment. Ami thought he remembers me, and Siren also realized, she remembers me. Ami mused to herself, if he spreads news about my past, it will be troublesome. I guess I have to silence him. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head. No, calm down. I am the top student of the school. How could I easily believe such nonsense from someone like him? If I am careless, things will only get worse. Serial ran over and asked Ami, Ami, is something wrong in the phantom zone? Your face is all red. Ami quickly shook her head and rubbed her face, replying, no, it is nothing. After that, the practice session was divided by class. Students moved downstairs. Athela said, our class 7 will start with the defensive form. First, we must master it. She walked around giving instructions, as a mage needs to maintain concentration to survive on the battlefield. Siron stood alone, closing his eyes to focus his thoughts. The trick was to imagine himself contracting and condensing his consciousness. In his mind, Siren was sketching out a spiritual domain of his own. First, he condensed the spiritual domain and created a block. Then he erected a framework to prevent any collapse. Just as Siren thought he had succeeded, he suddenly startled. Siren looked at the phantom zone before him. No good. It cannot be confirmed without actualizing it. It would be easier if I could see the spiritual domain within the phantom zone. Siren went to Yahello and asked, "Teacher, may I use the phantom zone?" She was surprised. Huh, the phantom zone? Then she looked around and continued speaking. Actually, the upperclassmen are supposed to use it first. Siren also followed her gaze and thought to himself, there is no need to mind others when learning magic. Siren thought, opportunities to truly improve do not come often. At that moment, Yahello turned back with a smile. It seems no one is using it. Alright, go ahead. She mused to herself. Is using the class representative as a model a bit too much? The surrounding crowd buzzed. A new student? Not bad, quite adorable. Serial nudged Amy. Amy, look. Serial's next sentence made Amy choke on her water. That student just entered the phantom zone. Amy turned around and shouted, startling Serial. What the hell is he doing? What can a class 7 student possibly accomplish? Serial lowered her voice. Amy, you are really strange today. What is going on? I am starting to get scared. Everyone's attention converged on the phantom zone. Siren was standing alone in the middle of the phantom zone. On the board behind him, text appeared, phantom zone range 0 meters. Siren stared straight ahead, finally got to see it. A blue sphere enveloped Siren. He saw it with his own eyes, my spiritual domain. The surrounding students immediately jumped in surprise. What is that? How can it be that size? The phantom zone range on the measuring board changed continuously. Siren paused, thinking, I wonder if they told me about the size of my spiritual domain during the entrance exam. If the teacher heard that, he would definitely reply, no, we could not even measure it. Siren raised both hands high. Then just how much bigger can it get? Watching the spiritual domain grow larger and larger, Siren panicked, screaming inwardly, stop. The measuring board displayed the text, phantom zone range, 20 meters. A few fifth-year students were astonished. Is he really in class 7? Isn't the average for class 7 only 13 meters? The murmuring did not stop. Are you sure he is not deliberately making a hole? If so, the density would be as low as a balloon. Siren broke out in a cold sweat. I can stop now, thank goodness. Too much attention. Now the defensive form. Just as he was about to transform the spiritual domain, Siren suddenly felt a tickling sensation. What is this? Siren looked at the spiritual domain before him. No, is it not expanding but collapsing instead? But everything was fine when I practiced earlier. Amy stood in the class 4 area, her eyes wide. There is no way he succeeded on his first actual practice session, right? Siren wondered where he went wrong. Did I get scared because I saw it with my own eyes? No, my concentration cannot be affected by something like that. Siren focused on analyzing. I must find the reason. So what is the difference between being outside and inside the phantom zone? There has to be something. A flash of light sparked in Siren's mind like a drop of water disturbing a calm lake. I understand. Siren recalled how Yahello stood in the phantom zone earlier. I was mistaken, because Professor Yahello made it look too easy. If I change the spiritual domain, it requires concentration. So the intention to shrink the spiritual domain has already consumed that concentration. Siren took a deep breath to compose himself. If the thought of shrinking the spiritual domain affects that, Siren opened his eyes wide, focused his mind, and said, then I just need to keep it at its normal size. As soon as Siren finished speaking, the range of the spiritual domain expanded without stopping. The surrounding students were flabbergasted. What? Is it getting even bigger? Siren's spiritual domain grew larger and larger. Siren's gaze was filled with determination. The number on the spirit domain range meter kept increasing. Amy witnessed this scene, her mouth twitching in disbelief. Nearly the entire hall was covered in blue. All the surrounding students had to look up, their mouths agape. The reading on the domain panel had reached 41 meters. The whole hall erupted in cheers. It was truly enormous. Seeing the domain before them, someone shouted in astonishment, what in the world was this? How could it be so big? Siren raised both hands, concentrating his mind. Now he no longer needed to keep one hand free. He looked at his hands and decided to shrink it all down. Immediately, Siren's domain began to contract, directed itself into solid planar surfaces. Even the senior students had to exclaim in amazement. This new student was truly extraordinary. He watched Siren standing inside his own domain, and the whole group buzzed with chatter. He had already succeeded on the very first day. Even Siren himself was surprised by his own domain. He reached out and touched it, feeling as if he was standing inside a gemstone. Yahello, standing nearby, was also surprised and adjusted her glasses. She thought to herself, perhaps it was thanks to the superior convergence properties of the defensive form that he succeeded. But on the very first day, it was truly astonishing. She heard he had even stunned the teachers during the entrance exam. Serial turned to Amy. It seemed the rumors about him catching the professor's attention were true. What did she think? Amy's expression turned extremely frightening, startling even Serial. Amy thought to herself, how could she ever forget? Thoughts of the past involving Siren lingered in Amy's mind. That brat was the source of her humiliation. For him to have come this far, he must have someone backing him. He stared intently at Siren within the domain. Sooner or later he would close the gap between the classes and his reputation would grow. Emmy made up her mind, changing her plan. She would have to approach him secretly. Even Professor Yahello was surprised. He was truly gifted in all aspects. Had he spent his entire life training in the mountains? Siren said, Professor, its size has shrunk quite a bit. Yahello nodded. That was right, the size was smaller, but the domain's hardness would increase. With this hardness, most physical impacts could not break it. Moreover, it also helped him resist some mental attack magic. Having explained, Yahello continued, Good, you can dispel the domain now. The domain around Siren gradually disappeared, and he said, I thank you. At this moment, the cheering in the hall erupted. Students from various classes continuously praised Siren. Well done, new student, congratulations to you. Siren was startled at this moment. Why was everyone staring at him like this? He shyly gave his thanks and quickly ran away from the central position. Thank you everyone. Yahello smiled as she looked at Siren. She thought to herself she understood his insight in perfecting the defensive form. He possessed strong convergence power and unusually large domain, so success was understandable. Yahello watched Siren's shy demeanor under the spotlight of attention. She mused to herself that she needed to observe him further. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on Siren, but not all gazes were the same. A group of people discussed. It seemed he would be joining our class soon. That talent was truly amazing. Those were eyes full of competition. A few girls exclaimed, how impressive. On the very first day, their eyes clearly showed admiration and affection. Alongside that, there was also jealousy and envy. And finally, there was one person standing in the very last row. That was Amy, who was looking at Siren with a terrifying gaze. Next day at the academy, now, there was another pair of eyes. A woman with purple hair tied up in a bun was about to enter, her gaze full of curiosity directed at Siren. The door was slid open. The classroom immediately became noisy upon seeing the entrant was Professor Sienna. Professor, please tell us about your first love. Siren also saw the person who had just entered. That person was... The person standing on the podium looked down at the classroom with sharp and serious eyes, causing the students to buzz with murmurs. Siren recognized him as the frightening professor who had lectured during the entrance exam, Sienna Olina. Siren did not know, but this was the professor in charge of Class 5. Many other students showed excitement. Great! Who would have thought our Class 7 would get to attend her lecture? But the reason she bothered to teach Class 7 was another matter. The more Sienna thought, the more annoyed she became. Professor 7th is so troublesome. If you placed a talent like her into Class 5, she would definitely find a way to catch up with the others. Sienna adjusted her glasses. She came to this class to personally teach Siren. She thought to herself, I will make you advance as quickly as possible, and you will definitely be a student in my class. Siren was startled, his eyes widening as he looked forward. He thought to himself, it seems she just looked at me. I must be overthinking it. The classmate sitting in front of Siren asked loudly, this is the first period. Can you tell us a story? Another student joked, is it true you are dating Teacher 7th? Sienna said nothing, but her furrowed brow clearly showed disgust. Sienna raised her hand. A small block of ice instantly appeared in her palm. The block of ice was as beautiful as crystal. Sienna asked the class if anyone could explain the theory behind this spell. On the window pane beside Siren, a layer of frost had formed from the cold. Sienna's voice remained steady. What is cold air? On the classroom ceiling, ice crystals had also formed due to the drop in temperature. Sienna continued the inquiry. And what is liquefaction? Several students shivered as they hugged their bodies, stammering, Professor, it's so cold. Sienna calmly explained, your feeling cold is because you lack energy. She controlled the small ice block in her hand, walking down to the front of the class. But the term energy did not exist in this world. Therefore, temperature could only increase infinitely, not decrease infinitely. The ice block in Sienna's hand suddenly shattered. She explained, the state when energy reaches zero level is called absolute zero. Sienna smiled. If we mix in a little energy from this room, we can easily create things like this ice sample. But if we break it into tiny pieces and create a convection current, what would happen? The ice fragments fell to the ground. Sienna answered herself. The answer is that we can create a temperature cold enough to kill a person, as you yourselves have experienced. The students, both frightened and speechless, thought, so we were about to die. Sienna turned her back and walked toward the podium, saying, so the scenario posed here is, how can a mage absorb that energy? She picked up chalk to write on the board, then looked down at the class and continued, without any tools or equipment, how can they activate such magic? Siren focused his gaze on Sienna. She drew a circle on the board to represent the domain and the mage, then said, "A mage controls the world within their domain. And of course, it is only within a certain range, but once inside it, that mage is a god." Sienna's voice was steady, and if you want to influence the senses, it can create light, scent, or even physical sensation. That is the special perception of a mage, granting them the unique ability to dominate reality. But even a divine power like this. Sienna paused, tapping the board with her chalk. What if they do not know what abilities they have? She raised her tone. For a mage to activate magic, they must satisfy certain conditions, and that is omniscience and omnipotence. The class 7 students below gaped as they listened to Sienna's lecture. Mages activate magic based on their omniscience and omnipotence. No matter how omnipotent you are, without knowledge, you cannot activate magic. Sienna's words seemed to awaken Siren. That was why mages, besides having special perceptions, still studied the world like scholars. Siren also realized something. That was why he could not use magic. Siren recalled how he had protected himself earlier. He thought he had no concept of omniscience, so he only practiced omnipotence. Sienna continued, "You will study countless subjects at this school. The domain is only half of what makes up magic." Sienna smiled. "If you are not diligent, you cannot become a true mage." After the introduction, Sienna began today's lesson. "Now we will start the basic chemistry period." "Yes, Professor." Siren made up his mind. "I can do this." Siren's gaze seemed to say, "I can become a mage." In the evening, outside the academy grounds, a few female friends chatted with each other. "Did you go to the library today?" "Of course, the exam is coming up." They even discussed studying at the dining table. "What is the topic of your research paper?" Another classmate replied, "There are a few things I need to create first." Students walked back and forth in the schoolyard. After classes ended, students usually went to the library or joined research groups. Siren hugged his bag as he walked forward. He went to the library every day, and because of that, he just managed to keep up with the other noble students. Looked up at the sky, the reduced sleep time leaving him exhausted and worn out. After a moment of thought, Siren pulled himself together. Learning magic lifted his spirits, as his dream was gradually coming true. Siren quickened his pace, wondering if someone had created a spell that made humans not need sleep. Suddenly, his feet were floating off the ground again. Why was his body getting so light? Siren was startled to realize he was flying in the sky. Oh god, what the hell was this? He was actually flying. Siren glanced behind him and saw someone holding him by the collar. What was going on? Siren was stunned. Someone was carrying him through the air like a hawk carrying its prey. Deep in the forest, a thud sounded as Siren was thrown to the ground. Pain brought tears to Siren's eye. He sat up and looked at the person in front of him. Kiran was horrified to recognize the familiar red hair. It was Aniclimax. Siren broke out in a cold sweat, thinking he had imagined facing her, but he never expected her to appear so suddenly like this. Siren hesitantly realized she was still the same child from 5 years ago. At this moment, Ami spoke with that expression. She said, "So you do still remember who I am?" Siren asked back. "What?" A small flame flickered on the tip of Ami's finger. Flame blazed fiercely in front of Siren. Ami gave a frightening smile. "That's right. I should settle everything right here, shouldn't I?" Old memories flooded back like a slow-motion film. Siren held his head and braced himself. Someone's voice rang out. Hey, stop it." A soldier squatted in front of Siren, looked at Ami and spoke. "Miss will end up killing that brat." Ami recalled that day she had initially planned to take the boy home, but his crying expression made her change her mind. She thought to herself she wanted to watch a little longer. The brilliant flame was under Ami's control, she thought. But now, Ami narrowed her eyes. "This bastard?" Siren sat up straight and looked at Ami. That gaze made her doubt. Is he really the same brat from 5 years ago? Siren sighed and replied, "Of course I remember." He continued, "Back then you ordered criminals to strip me." Hearing that, Ami also recalled the past. Back then, she had covered her mouth and laughed. "Then why don't we try to confirm it?" Ami raised her voice to cut Siren off. "Stop, it's clear you remember very well." She began to explain. "That's not it. It was actually a misunderstanding. Your memory is seriously mistaken. See?" Siren was about to say girl, but Ami interrupted him again. "You'll see." Ami blushed, faltering. "I'm not a promiscuous woman." Siren was confused. "Huh?" Ami raised her voice. "It was those soldiers who wanted to strip you on their own. I never gave such an order." Then she hurriedly continued, "No, wait, I think I heard you say you wanted to see it or something similar." "No, that's not it either. Anyway," Ami insisted, "I've never been interested in men from the start." Siren muttered, "No way, you kidnapped me just to say that?" Ami was also stunned. Her inner voice screamed, "Of course not. But why am I standing here trying to make excuses like this?" Siren suddenly understood. Was she afraid he would spread bad rumors around the school? Both sides were already in an awkward spot. It was a real hassle. Siren stood up. "You just need to apologize, can't you?" Ami stepped back. "What?" Siren said wearily. "I understand it's a memory you want to forget. After all, your grades are among the top in the intermediate class, and you're quite famous. But what happened can't be changed." Siren continued calmly. "So, instead of making excuses, wouldn't it be better to just apologize and end this? I think that's the right thing to do." Ami froze. "Apologize? Ami suddenly grew alert, a warning echoing in her mind. Wait, snap out of it. Her eyes clearly showed panic. This man was far too clever. It was as if a chessboard had appeared before Ami's eyes. He was speaking the right things on his side to embarrass his opponent. And next came the scheme to gain an advantage for himself. How dare he compete in wits with her? He must think she was easygoing and weak. Ami thought to herself at this moment, was she opening her mouth to apologize? Listen here, you commoner. Ami asked Siren, what do I get out of apologizing to you? Siren could not believe his ears. What did she say? Ami rubbed her chin. What I mean is, even if I did apologize to you, there is no reason to believe you would just accept the apology. Then afterward you would still stab me in the back. There is no trust between us, right? She nodded. If I just apologize, empty words, that means I admit to having done wrong in the past. Wouldn't I be the one who ends up at a loss anyway? Siren asked her, do you have to gain something from an apology? An apology is the minimum requirement of politeness for someone you have hurt, not something you use to gain benefits. Emmy's loud laughter cut off Siren's words. It seems you understand nothing about how this world works, she thought to herself. Another attack using moral arguments. I see. Emmy assessed the situation and thought to herself, I will flip the board immediately. She continued, if I gain nothing, I have no reason to waste my effort. I never expected you would delude yourself with such things to act righteous in front of me. Her words left Siren stunned. It seemed even when apologizing, he still could not find peace in the Magic Academy. Siren was forced by Amy to open his eyes. He thought to himself, what in the world is that? The model student image was just an act. Her true malicious nature is still there. Amy let out a soft exhale, rejoicing inwardly. I am about to win. Should I say one more thing? She asked Siren, do you know what the scariest thing in the Magic Academy is? Siren stared blankly, not understanding. She spoke with unfathomable depth. It is the upperclassmen. Amy's next sentence weighed on Siren like a boulder. If you get on the bad side of an upperclassman, not only do all the upperclassmen become your enemies, but so do your classmates. And of course, if the news that you are a commoner gets out, Amy's gaze sharpened, then the high chance is that you will be expelled from the academy. Siren asked loudly, you are afraid I will spread rumors to the point of trying to get me expelled? She covered her mouth and laughed. Of course not immediately. I just said I will wait and see your performance first. I will verify how well you can keep your mouth shut. Siren asked, what do you mean? She ordered that from now on, he must bring her coffee every day, and she would test his reliability through these trivial tasks. Siren asked loudly, why should I do that? Ami approached Siren. I heard you were admitted through a special arrangement. How could a merchant come this far? It must have been hard. Wouldn't it be a shame to be expelled? Siren agreed, fine, if I can prove my reliability through those trivial tasks, then I will do it. Ami put on her hood, a wise choice. Behave yourself, after all your future depends on it. Immediately after she showed a terrifying face threatening Siren. If you dare tell the teacher, I will definitely drag you down with me. After saying that, she leaped up a few times and disappeared, like a whirlwind that just swept past Siren. After Emmy left, Siren squatted down to pick up his backpack. Well, I think this is better than being expelled. Her mapping ability still seems outstanding, even though I feel it is unfair to do everything she wants. Siren held his face. It is already this hard from the start. Next day, everyone was bustling toward the library. Some students from the school were suddenly attracted by something. Someone called out to a friend, hey, look over there. Siren was walking over carrying a cup of coffee. The surrounding people talked in surprise. What is that? Isn't he the new student? Oh my god. Siren stood in front of everyone, holding out the cup of coffee with both hands. Senior Amy, here's your coffee. Siren's voice was not too loud, but loud enough for everyone to hear. All eyes turned to Amy, your coffee. Serial standing beside patted Ami's shoulder heavily and covered her mouth. No way, how could Ami be like this? Ami brushed her hair aside, her red eyes appeared again. Ami reached out and snatched the coffee cup from Siren's hand. Oh dear, you must have a lot of work to do. Then she turned around and left. Serial said, are you leaving just like that? Ami calmly replied, we have to hurry to class. There is no time. Siren's face turned red. He watched Ami back. What the hell is this? The surrounding students began to buzz with chatter. Oh my gosh, he just confessed to Ami, but Ami just left without saying anything. How pitiful. Serial chased after her and asked Ami, do you think the new student likes you? She shook her head. No, I am just teaching the junior a lesson. Outwardly calm, but inside Ami was jumping for joy. So satisfying, she thought while sipping her coffee. How does it feel? The humiliation that I, the great Ami, bestow upon you. In Ami's mind, she was building a scenario. She thought to herself, with this, he will be placed on the list of juniors who secretly like me. She thought even if Siren stood in the middle of the school and shouted, Aniclimax is as a pervert, everyone would only shake their heads and say, oh, he just wants revenge because he was rejected. Ami was convinced, from now on, no matter what he said, no one would believe him. She hummed as she walked. What is sweeter than revenge? Serial walking beside her did not understand anything. It seems he is very happy, Ami thought with relief, as if all the worries of the past 5 years had vanished. Her thoughts rang out like a loud drum. Meanwhile, Siren was like he had lost all energy standing in the crowd. This is definitely bullying. When did I ever offend her? Siren clenched his fists thinking, if I get stuck in negative thoughts, I will be the one who loses. No trust. Then he raised his head again. Siren eyes had changed. If I have to do it anyway, I will do it perfectly. Experience and feelings all depend on my own thoughts. And from then on, for the next 10 days, people in the academy were in an uproar again. He is here again. Today he is here again. Someone sang loudly. The innocent romantic story at the Magic Academy lasted for 10 days. He confessed for 10 straight days afterwards. Their gossip was loud. Ami and Serial, standing at the library entrance, were also looking this way. Ami laughed. It seems the number of onlookers has increased. Behind Siren were many people staring intently at him. Ami laughed through gritted teeth. If there are this many people, surely everyone knows. Should I slowly end this? Serial, standing beside, spoke up and asked Ami, when are you planning to accept Siren feelings? The unexpected question left Ami stunned. Huh? What are you saying, Serial? Ami asked loudly, why should I accept that guy? Have you forgotten who I am? Serial thought for a moment and said, but there are many rumors, and truthfully, you would not even glance at others, but you always accept Siren coffee. Serial words hit Ami like a thunderbolt. Everyone was ready to witness the birth of the Academy legendary couple. In her mind, there were only 3 words left. Another cup of coffee was brought before Ami. Siren called out, Senior. He smiled and said, your coffee. As soon as Siren finished speaking, the students below erupted in approval, everyone shouting, say yes, say yes. Siren looked at Ami confidently and said calmly, I didn't even spill a single drop of coffee this time, did I? But inside, he was urging Ami to take it quickly so he could hurry to the library. Ami gritted her teeth. Now not only were her eyes bloodshot, but her cheeks were also flushed with anger. How did it come to this? Are you guys kidding me? Ami tensed up, her face red, looking at Siren in complete bewilderment. Suddenly, she raised her hand and knocked the coffee cup out of Siren's hand, uttering, how annoying. Serial and a few other classmates were stunned. Serial covered her mouth and exclaimed, Ami. Coffee spilled into a puddle on the ground. Ami said, do you think I will fall for you just because you gave me this? She pointed her finger and sneered, you're a student who doesn't study, but just hangs around the seniors all day. Turning around sharply, Ami said, don't ever bring me these things again. Serial quickly said to Siren, I'm sorry, please forgive her. The crowd around also buzzed. Rejected. How harsh. Serial asked, what's going on? What are you going to do if the rumor spreads? Ami snapped. Who cares? They're all bored and spoiled. When I graduate, all this will be over. Outside on the steps, Siren bent down to pick up the coffee cup. The murmurs continued. I think she's an ice princess, acting like that. Let's report her for wasting coffee. Poor Siren. Siren was still in a daze. Really? I don't have to do this anymore? He hugged his bag and stood up. Some girls around him sighed. Oh no, he looks so miserable. It's heartbreaking. However, contrary to those sympathetic words, Siren revealed a gleeful expression. I am free. That evening in the library, Ami buried her head in a book, muttering under her breath, damn it. She lifted her head and placed her pen on the page. I need to stop the new students from spreading the rumor. But since I started it, if I end it before it spreads too far, it'll be fine. But that's not the most important thing. Ami's eyes shone with a red color, the Camus pink eye. The intruder name is reflected memory. The scenery around Ami stretched and changed rapidly. She felt as if she were sitting in the middle of the academy campus. This was a skill that allowed the user to record what they had experienced. Ami recalled the look in Siren's eyes when he handed her the coffee. He called out timidly, Senior, here, your coffee. For 10 consecutive days, every time she met Siren, she used the Camus pink eye to remember his appearance in every trivial matter. Ami gritted her teeth and thought. He seemed interested on the first day, but what she saw did not change at all for the remaining 9 days. Ami pondered. His gaze didn't change one bit, not even his eyelids moved. Ami moved closer, scrutinizing the image in her memory. What does it mean? She seriously asked herself. No one can hide their true feelings in their eyes because the autonomic nervous system cannot be controlled, unless he can control his eyes. Ami's eyes suddenly lit up. Can he control his emotions like a robot? She closed her eyes and mused. Or, Ami closed the book and concluded. He was extremely sincere. Serial noticed her movement and quietly asked, oh, Ami, are you done? Ami stood up to pack her books. I'm a bit tired today. Serial started to stand up. Shall we go back together then? Ami refused. No, you don't need to do that for me. I'll go alone. Serial asked worriedly, is it because you feel guilty for not accepting Siren's coffee? Ami was exasperated. I said it's not that. Serial added, if you want to talk, just tell me, okay? Ami nodded. Yeah, thank you. Ami walked out, looking completely exhausted. She lamented, "Oh, I'm so tired. Nothing has gone according to plan. My mind is all over the place." Ami pushed the door and walked out, thinking, "I need to rest for a while." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Leaving early today, Ami?" Ami recognized it as Ziz Adrios. He met Ami's eyes and said with a smile, "I thought I would have to wait for you until midnight." Ami asked him, "Why would you have to wait for me? Are you that bored?" He moved closer and said, "Don't be so harsh. I heard the rumor. I heard some foppish guy named Siren is chasing you." Ami was annoyed. "No way. Did you come here to laugh at me? Geez, my head hurts." "Of course not. Here, take it." He handed Ami a coffee. "This is premium Western coffee. You can't find it at school. The wonderful Ami deserves to be treated properly." Ami asked him in surprise, "What the hell are you doing?" He replied, "As you can see, I am trying to win your heart." He continued, "Unlike that foppish guy, I, the one who will inherit the position of Minister of the Royal Treasury, am much more worthy of you." Ami frowned, putting on a face. She said coldly, "I have no interest in playing disgusting games with you." Hill repeated, "Disgusting." Ami continued, "And I don't think we're close enough for that kind of relationship." She flatly exposed him. "You think I don't know your group always tries to bring me down whenever they get the chance." Hill quickly spoke up to explain, "Wait, he thought it was just a misunderstanding, but isn't that a bit too much?" He picked up the still steaming coffee cup and approached Ami. "You insult me, and you insult my family. I won't forgive anyone who touches my family's honor." Ziz bared his teeth in a grin. "As a member of the famous Camus family, you must know that, right?" Ami replied coldly, "Pathetic wretch." Hill froze. "What?" Ami did not hold back, facing him directly. "Just because you have some fame at school, you think you can act cocky toward people who don't support your family." She smiled. "A freak who forms clubs just to secretly insult others? Do you even know what honor is?" Kill bared his teeth and gave a despicable smile. He cupped his chin and cursed Ami, "Bitch. Looks like you're only arrogant because you're popular right now." Kill shouted harshly, "You think no one can stand against your Camus family? Your family leads in some field, but they're not supreme power." He stepped closer, forcing Ami to back away. "My family's power can drain the Camus family's finances dry." His eyes looked down from above as he loudly asked Ami, "Now do you understand?" Ami chuckled, "I understand now." She continued bluntly, "Yes, those eyes truly belong to a pathetic loser." Ami stared straight at Ziz's ugly face and remarked, "Unlike Siren, your eyes look like dead fish eyes." This made him unable to believe it. "What? Are you saying I'm not even equal to that spineless bastard?" Ziz seemed to go mad. "Ah, right, I've already derailed everything. Before I defeat you completely, I should stop interfering." Kill's next words angered Ami. "I guarantee within a day, that bastard will never be able to use magic again." Kill continued, "I will show you just how great I am." But Ami slapped his hand, knocking the coffee cup over, silencing him. The coffee cup fell to the ground and shattered completely. That was it. Kill ground his teeth as he glared at Ami. "Arrogant bitch, my patience has limits, no matter how beautiful you are." He then reconsidered. Ami had already activated her domain. She calmly asked Ziz, "What?" Ami's red eyes flickered in the darkness. "Who are you planning to mess with?" Bill trembled as he thought to himself, "She can use the quadrant form that fast." He stammered, "Are you crazy? Do you know this violates the magic usage rules here?" Ami laughed loudly, wind howling through the enclosed corridor. She mocked, "Ziz, you're truly all bark. At least Siren doesn't rely on his family background." She said, "He is someone who takes responsibility for his actions. I bet you can't catch up to him in half a year, can you?" Bill's veins bulged, wanting to curse Ami. This girl really is, he thought to himself, she's covering the entire room with wind. Kill calculated if he made a move, would she react? He couldn't fight the head of this magic academy, but he glanced at Ami, then gripped the railing beside him, readying his stance. A gentleman can wait 10 years for revenge. Kill ran downstairs, "Don't think this is over." Ami leaned against the wall and muttered, "It's been a long time since I got this worked up." She wondered, why did I do that? Because he threatened me? Or because he knew my secret? Ami remembered Siren's words in the forest, "If doing these things can make you trust me, I will do it." Ami turned and walked away. She looked at the spilled coffee on the floor and pouted, "Damn it, I guess he won't come tomorrow." The moon outside was already high, she murmured. "But thanks to him, my mind is no longer burdened with anything." A few days later at the academy, Serial stood there, tears welling in her eyes, while Ami was still reeling from the effects of the earlier waves. On the paper were the words, "I took Siren to Training Center 14 at 6 p.m. before I made my move. If you dare tell a teacher, you will regret it for the rest of your life." After reading it, Siren turned to Serial, who was standing beside him. "So, Senior, Ami went there to save me?" At the bottom of the paper was a signature, Dark Mage, and everything turned into a surging tsunami. Bell on the tall tower rang out. Students streamed past, preparing for class. Siren walked while reading a book. People around him recognized him and whispered, "Look, that's the guy who hit on Senior Ami." It was funny but also kind of awkward. Siren sighed helplessly. Oh heavens. The thing was, 4 days ago, Ami had spilled coffee on Siren and then coldly said no. In his heart, Siren wept silently. "From now on, how can I even lift my head?" He used his book to cover his mouth and cleared his throat once. In this situation, a confident smile was enough. Seeing nothing interesting, they gradually let him go. Ahead, a familiar figure caught Siren's attention. Oh, that's Senior Serial. Seeing Serial standing alone, Siren wondered. She's always with Senior Ami. Did something happen? Siren stepped forward to greet her. Senior Serial. As soon as he spoke, Serial suddenly screamed, startling him as well. Serial rushed over and grabbed Siren by the collar. Why are you here? Where is Ami? Shaken until he was dizzy, Siren asked. Why are you suddenly asking me that? Serial shoved a piece of paper into his face. Look, you should have been in trouble by now. Siren's eyes widened. What? The paper read. Siren is in my hands. If you want to save him, come to Training Hall 14 before 6 p.m. If you dare tell a teacher, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Signed, Greg Magnuson. Siren was dumbfounded. I was kidnapped. And moreover, Siren turned to ask Serial, who is this person? A dark mage? 30 minutes ago, Ami and Serial were walking across the school grounds when a person blocked their path. How are you seniors? Serial frowned him again. Ami said, I told you to get lost. How dare you still talk to me? The blonde-haired man sneered. You should tone down your arrogance. The boss wants to see you. He flicked the paper in his hand. Serial pulled Ami away. Ignore him. Ami said, that's exactly why he'll be stuck at level 5 forever. The blonde-haired man continued. You'll probably listen if I send this. He said, if you don't want your boy to get into trouble, you should accept it. Serial looked at him as if he were insane. What did you just say? Disgusting. Let's go to the library, she said to Ami. However, Ami suddenly turned back and snatched the paper from that man's hand. Hey, Serial called out in confusion to Ami. Ami looked at the paper in her hand. Siren has been kidnapped. She thought of Ziz. Is it him? Back then, Ziz said he would definitely make it so he could never use magic again. Ami cursed angrily in her mind. Ziz, you bastard. Ami gripped the paper tightly and spoke. So what? She threw the paper flat on the ground. What does what happens to him have to do with me? Serial asked. What is it? The blonde-haired man waved in farewell. Suit yourself. I'm just delivering the letter, he said. Serial opened the paper and read. Dark mages are the wicked ones who pick on outstanding students. She muttered. Why did they capture Siren? Ami was worried. What does that have to do with you? That day, I really couldn't hold back, so I retaliated against him. Serial said, go tell the professor. She continued, not just Siren, but you'll be in danger too. Ami muttered, the professor? That's the right thing to do, but it won't be easy. Ami imagined being brought to the meeting room if the professor or council got involved. During the investigation, she would be forced to admit her relationship with Siren, and her past would be exposed. Ami thought of Siren's expression. If so, they'll find out. A pitiful look on Siren's face appeared in Ami's mind. The fact that he was a commoner. She recalled her own words. For a commoner like you to make it here must have been tough. It would be a shame if you had to drop out, wouldn't it? And also Siren's words, if doing that earns me your trust, then I am willing. Ami's thoughts drifted back 5 years, to the person on the ground crying out. It wasn't me. She saw herself frozen stiff, seeing Siren lying sprawled on the ground. The kitchen servants immediately begged for mercy. Ami clenched her hand into a fist. She called Serial, handed her backpack to her friend and said, I will go if you don't see me back. Go report to the professor. Serial was startled. What? Why would you? She watched Ami's figure disappear into the distance and shouted, what can you do alone? Do you know how many of them there are? Ami turned her head and said, sorry, but I have my reasons. Rian, don't worry about me. She confidently declared, even 10 bastards like Z couldn't do anything to me. Back to the present, Siren looked at the paper in his hand and said, so then. He couldn't believe his ears when he asked Serial, Senior Ami went to save me. Siren thought to himself, impossible, someone as cunning as her? Siren pressed on, she went alone, what do we do now? Serial replied, Ami said she has her reasons, and this is the first time she has asked me for help. She continued, she told me to wait until 7 o'clock. Siren rubbed his chin. There really was no other choice. He thought about why she didn't want to tell the professor. Siren took out his pocket watch to check and understood that she wanted to keep a secret between the two of them. They were both in the same boat. After thinking for a while, Siren accepted that she had to sacrifice herself alone to keep his secret. Then he told Serial, I have to go too. Siren threw his bag on the table, hearing a thud, and said, you wait until that time. Serial called after him, wait. Siren had already turned and run off. Thinking as he ran, Hall 14 was toward the mountain. Would he make it in time? Suddenly, Siren's 2 feet left the ground. It turned out Serial was hugging him and flying up. She said, running would take forever. I think I should go with you instead. She yelled angrily at Siren, I'm preparing to teleport. Hold on tight. Siren asked in panic, what do you mean? A flash of yellow light flickered right beside Siren. He saw his hands covered in a faint yellow light. In the blink of an eye, the two of them vanished from the sky. Siren was terrified, feeling like he had just gone through a whirlwind. A few students in the building saw a streak of light flash across the sky. They wondered who just used magic. Siren's eyes were wide open in surprise. The destination was a forest. Serial hugged Siren and braked, explaining that hitting a tree while teleporting was very dangerous. From here, they should just fly. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately hugged Siren and shot off flying. A moment later, Serial landed safely. Siren trembled, clinging to a tree trunk for stability, still not recovered. He hugged the tree and threw up bile, while Serial, just as her feet touched the ground at Hall 14, had already run off hastily. She called out as she ran, "Amy, where are you?" Serial was worried. She couldn't see anyone. Strange, it was only 10 minutes past the appointed time. Siren wiped his mouth and said, "Perhaps they changed locations. Since the address in the letter was leaked, they avoided the teacher's eyes." Serial asked loudly, "But what about Amy?" Siren pondered. This plan was really elaborate. Secrets and the past intertwined. Now was not the time to worry about his own secrets. What am I, a commoner? Now she and I could be suspended, caught in a situation much more difficult than I imagined. Siren said, "Senior, please go back and report this to the professor." He looked ahead and said, "If Senior goes back alone, it will be faster." Serial replied, "But Amy told me to wait until 7. Siren shook his head. "It's fine. It's because of me that things came to this." He said to Serial, "I will help her. It's okay. Please go quickly." Serial paused, asking what? After hearing him out, she held her head and yelled, "Her important reason is you. What is the relationship between you two? Are you two secretly dating? What's going on that I don't know?" Siren shouted urgently, "We don't have time. The later it gets, the more dangerous it is." Serial snapped out of it. "All right, you remember to wait for me here." Waiting for Serial to run off, Siren took a deep breath. The mountainous forest was familiar terrain for him. Siren stood in the middle of the forest, beginning to activate his spiritual domain. He closed his eyes and concentrated, confident he would find traces as his spirit domain gradually expanded throughout the forest. Siren seemed to discover something. There it was, footprints. He followed the footprints of the two people. They were still quite fresh, but suddenly stopped midway, probably because they had flown away. Suddenly a sound in the forest made Siren startle, sounding like something breaking. He stood up and looked toward the pillar of smoke that had just risen from deep within the forest. "Don't tell me something has happened." In the deep forest, the person who had just used magic spoke up, saying it was a slip of the hand. The blonde man handed a letter to Amy, laughing calmly. "Oh my, I almost hit you ladies with the silver cannon meant to welcome you, Amy." Amalix looked at the fire blazing brightly beside her. A few more newcomers suddenly appeared above. They landed on the ground and surrounded Amy. "Sister Amy has really come, catching such a big fish. Our boss is truly extraordinary." The newcomer spoke up and asked, "How is it going?" The leader of their group said, "Ami is our honored guest. Do not be rude." Ami stood in the middle of the encirclement, arms crossed, looking at them contemptuously. "Thought it would be something. Turns out you are just a bunch of good-for-nothings." Jayat asked, "You really came alone? Is that brat so important that you would risk your life to come here?" Ami replied coldly, "Just catching a mouse. Do you have to burn down the whole house?" Ziz gritted his teeth and laughed in anger, still able to boast. "With this many eyes and hands on you, I am afraid you will not get your wish." He gave Ami a petty look. "I have calculated everything thoroughly this time." Ami did not even bother to look at him. She replied, "Whatever you plan is your business. I do not care. Where is Siren?" Ziz and his group heard this and laughed loudly. Where else could he be? He is probably still licking books somewhere in the library. He does not even know what is about to happen to his staff. The blonde man taunted loudly, "Oh books, I love you. Let that guy rot wherever he is." He stared intently at Amy. "We only care about you, sis. The guys here are going crazy for revenge." Jayat looked at Amy and curled his lip. "That guy is still bitter about last night. Revenge is inevitable. You better watch yourself." Amy sighed. "Since Siren is not here, this will be easy." She smiled. "Just as you said, with this many pairs of eyes watching. It is really troublesome." Amy's body was instantly covered in blue light, she said. "Because I have to clean up all the trash at once. It is a bit tiring." Diz and his group froze. "What?" He broke out in a nervous sweat. "No, it can't be." Before they could even register what was happening. In reality, Ami had already launched an attack toward the blonde man behind her. Fire burned his arm. The blonde man screamed, "It's so hot." Remaining men panicked. "That girl is really shooting fire." Ziz ran while shouting, "Calm down, dodge." He yelled loudly. Area of effect attacks are not effective against a large number of targets. The coward quickly flew high into the air along with a few others to avoid. Very quickly, they then immediately returned to their original positions. Ami's spirit domain had already swept to their location. Ziz froze. An explosion rang out right where he stood. Ami still stood calmly below. She waved her hand once more. Ami revealed cold, sharp red eyes as she stepped forward to confront that woman. Ami's domain split into multiple streams, sweeping them all away, leaving no one to escape. She focused her power, the void flames blazing fiercely. A loud explosion rang out as Ami simultaneously fired countless fireballs in all directions. The fireballs flew in rapid succession with no clear target. A few dodged, covering their heads. "Hey, you said she only just trained on fixed targets, so why is her speed so fast?" One of them was hit and sent flying far away. Kill cursed under his breath. "Damn it. This is infuriating. Her skill level is far beyond what it was in the training ground. Could she have real combat experience?" So hot. Kill flew straight up high, but no matter how powerful a skill was, it had a weakness. He hovered in the air, looking down to counter horizontal attacks from the target-based form. and gathered into a vortex in his palm. He thought he had to strike along the vertical axis. Kill put all his strength into a single blow aimed at Ami. Taste this wind. Ziz's wind blades came crashing down directly at Ami from above. Step by step, the attack closed in on her position. Seeing Ami about to fail to dodge, Ziz grinned, showing his fangs. You are done for. But suddenly, just as the wind blade is struck down, Ami dodged swiftly as lightning by throwing herself to the side. Kill cried out, heavens, how is that possible? Ami looked at him and sneered. People call this leverage, dear. Ami raised her hand, fire attack. Her domain focused directly on the target. A man roared, damn it. Kill took the full force of Ami's fireball. He was thrown back several meters. Ziz went berserk, calling Ami a demon bitch. Ami stepped forward. She laughed fiercely and said, because you worry about trivial things all day, your performance has stagnated like a lump. Kill gritted his teeth in hatred, raising his hand to counterattack. Do not think you can look down on me. Ami laughed and told him not to resist in vain. This time I will not be easy on you. Suddenly, something stabbed straight into Ami's eyes. A stream of purple power rushed in unexpectedly. Ami's body went rigid as if nailed to the spot. She panicked. What the hell is this? Ami clutched her face in pain, groaning. Ziz group simultaneously appeared surrounding Ami, attacking together. Hit harder. We finally caught her. Kill bared his teeth in a grin. Surprised you, shrew? Ami's domain was breaking apart. Kill said if she did not dispel it, she would go mad. This encirclement was called magic resistance. Ami cursed, you bastard. Her eyes blazed red. You dare use a forbidden spell. Ami cursed inwardly, damn it, even the red eyes do not help with recovery. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in and grabbed Ami's hand. Both her hands and feet were immediately tightly. Ziz laughed loudly. Finally, I have caught you, you wretch. He smoothed his hair as he approached Ami and asked, so, have you reconsidered yesterday's offer? Ziz pulled out a dagger from somewhere and threatened, you better think it over. I wouldn't mind committing a crime. Ami gritted her teeth and warned that if he dared to try anything, she would take his life. She thought to herself that she couldn't remove it and had no way to deal with him. Since she turned 12, she hadn't been able to continue training. Damn it. Ami hovered in the air, trying to find a way to escape. Ziz laughed loudly. Looks like you still know your situation. He caressed the knife and said, I heard you're tired of guys that come up to your neck. Let me help you with that. That man put on a shameless expression and smiled at Ami. With just one slash from me, they'll all stay away from you on their own. The red glowing knife pressed close to Ami's face. He gloated. I wanted to do this from the very start. You should have been in this miserable state long ago. With the knife tip hovering before her eyes, Ami heard Ziz's boastful voice. You should have been in this miserable state long ago. He ordered, speak. Ami closed her eyes tightly. Damn it, she had no strength left. Suddenly, she recalled a memory from 5 years ago in that small alley, the image of Siren lying sprawled on the ground. So this was how he had felt. Just as the tension peaked, a loud shout rang out, stop it. Ami opened her eyes and looked toward the source of the voice. It was Siren holding a wooden stick, appearing and shouting, you wretched bastards. Ziz and his group were startled. He was surprised. That guy is. Ami was even more shocked than Ziz. You? Siren was panting heavily, gripping the stick and staring straight at them. Ziz sneered. What's this? Did you come alone? He spun the knife in his hand. Look, the prince has arrived. His comrades immediately chimed in. Prince, no matter what you do, Ami shouted loudly. You idiot, why did you come alone? Siren stayed silent, calculating. Even if they outnumbered him, could they overpower the top student of the mid-level class? Senior Serial must have called the teachers by now. He only needed to stall for time. Siren's body erupted with a spirit field, reinforcing his own confidence. He had beaten Rien with swordsmanship before. He could do this. He ordered them to release Senior Ami immediately. Seeing Siren running toward him, Ziz sneered. Are you insane? Let her go so you two can attack us together? Siren still ran forward, stick in hand. The blonde guy asked Ziz, is that brat just running straight at us? Ziz laughed. You guys open it. They stood still watching Siren. At this moment, Siren also noticed something was off. Something felt wrong. Siren's spirit field shattered just like Ami's had earlier, and his eyes widened in shock. The stick in his hand fell, and Siren clutched his head, screaming in agony. He fell to the ground amid the mocking laughter of Ziz's group. They laughed loudly, just as expected from the prince, not disappointing at all. What were you going to do to a mage with that thing? Ami shouted loudly at Siren. Dispel the spirit field immediately. That's anti-magic. Siren knelt on the ground, holding his head. Anti-magic? This thing? Ami kept shouting. You might never use magic for the rest of your life. Get rid of the spirit field now or you'll go mad. Are you listening to me? Siren was dazed, his senses drifting away, his consciousness seemingly breaking apart. He recalled Professor Ithella's words, a mage must maintain focus to survive on a chaotic battlefield. Siren agreed the defensive form was a form that prevented the spirit field from collapsing against most disruptive factors. Even under physical shock, it would not collapse. It would also be effective against mental attack spells. Thella's voice seemed to echo in Siren's ears, saying that in the end, magic resistance and spiritual power were just ripples. He was still holding his head in pain, enduring the mental torture as his spirit domain was attacked. Siren thought if he could increase the density of his spirit domain to an impenetrable level. Siren looked down at his own hands. He concentrated his mind and erected his spirit domain once again. The blonde man was surprised. What was he trying to endure? He sneered, saying that this guy was putting on airs like a top student, but he was just a new student. Siren shouted to increase the performance. Emmy panicked and yelled to give up. You idiot. There are too many of them. Endurance has its limits. However, the killers were surprised. What? They saw Siren's spirit domain being reconstructed once again. What the hell was this? The planes of the spirit domain were becoming increasingly solid. Siren also slowly stood up. He tried to focus, needing a bit more strength. The killers were struck back by the magic. They screamed, asking what he was doing. The magic was reflecting back from him. The killer maintained his attacking stance. Do not be afraid, your emotions are disrupting the wave. The killer roared. Do you want to be attacked by magic resistance? On this side, Siren had gradually straightened up. He walked forward step by step. With each step he took, the spirit domain was reinforced further. Siren's spirit domain sphere grew larger and harder. The Z members yelled for him not to come closer. The magic resistance was repelling them. No. Ziz's companions were all attacked by the magic resistance. They were holding their heads in pain and screaming, "Save me." Ami just stood there stunned. What the hell was happening? The restraining wind around Ami loosened. She kept thinking that since she could not use her spirit domain, she did not know what was going on. Ami's hands were freed. Now she could use her spirit domain. The magic resistance had disappeared. She landed on the ground. Ami looked fiercely at Siren's spirit domain before her. Impossible. Could such a cold and rigid spirit domain exist? Siren was still bleeding from the nose. He looked down at the ground. He could feel something wriggling beneath his feet. Siren's spirit domain was pressing down on the magic resistance. He quietly sensed it, as if standing on a tiny worm. The killer was beaten to pieces by his own forbidden spell. This was completely unreasonable. Are you playing games with me? He looked at his companions who had all fallen down and roared. Our side has 6 people. How could we lose to a guy like him? The killer went crazy from being defeated. He began to slander Siren. That is right, that bastard must be a student specializing in magic resistance. That must be the reason he was specially recommended to the academy. The killer stood up and activated his own spirit domain. Do you think you can beat me with combat magic? Siren stood there stunned. This was a huge ziz. The killer on the opposite side was preparing to unleash 2 wind blades. Siren was flustered. He did not know any magic to use. The killer laughed loudly. I should cut. He had not even finished speaking before he took a hit from Ami and was knocked to the ground. He even flew several meters away. Before the killer could steady himself, he took another blow to the face. Ami cursed him. It is over, bastard. Siren quickly tried to stop Ami, who was frantically beating the man to a bloody pulp. Senior, calm down. Ami beat him while asking, what did you plan on doing to me? Say it again. Ami beat Ziz like she had never beaten anyone before, continuously pressing him. Say that nonsense again, damnable bastard. Siren was speechless. If you keep using that pattern, he will really die. He used all his strength to pull her back, please. After a period of struggle, the forest fell into silence again. Siren asked Ami, are you okay? But Ami just lay motionless on him, not responding. Siren called again, Senior. Finally, Siren realized Ami had fainted. He tried to shake her awake. Wake up, Senior. Deep in the forest, both Siren and the Ziz group were lying scattered on the ground. Siren looked at Ami, who was unconscious on top of him, thinking she had collapsed from exhaustion. He was silent for a moment, then whispered, Thank you, Senior. Siren murmured, I know you came to save me. At that moment, Ami was startled. She sprang up like a spring. I feel so refreshed now. Ami turned back to look at Siren. How did you have the guts to fight them when you were so weak? Siren, touched by Ami, clutched his stomach and knelt down. As expected, she had no good side. Ami cleared her throat. All right then, let's get out of here fast. She extended her hand. If the teacher catches us now, it will be big trouble. Siren took Ami's hand and stood up. Senior Serial has probably reported already. Ami was startled. What? I told her not to do that. Siren said loudly. Did we have any other choice? It was an emergency situation. Ami held her head. You don't understand how troublesome this will be. Once the school gets involved, everything will become complicated. The wizards only let things slide after a thorough investigation. In other words, they won't let it slide. Ami yelled, Do you want our secret to be exposed? Siren replied, Do you think that's the issue? We almost died. Ziz lay motionless nearby, listening to them argue about secrets. He said, Damn it, we'll deal with the consequences later. Let's run now? Siren asked back, Aren't we already running? At that moment, a dazzling pink light shone down from above, freezing the two in place. Ami gritted her teeth. Please, let it be an elderly teacher coming. An easygoing teacher would let it slide easily. An elderly teacher would probably say, Such things can happen, of course. But the ones who arrived were 2 terrifying figures. Flame 7, a level 6 certificate holder, and Ice Kalash Han Sienna, also level 6. Upon seeing them, Ami held her head. I'm dead for sure. It's the two hottest-tempered advisors in the school. Serial rushed over. Emmy, are you okay? Serial cupped Emmy's face and shook it. Are you hurt? How's your head? Emmy wobbled. I'm fine. How did you get here so fast? On the other side, Seven was preparing to use a spell. A magic sphere shot straight into the sky. Siren looked at Seven with admiration. That's the blazing sunlight spell. I heard it's very difficult to use. Illuminated by the magic light, Seven saw the 6 members of the Ziz group lying unconscious on the ground. What the hell happened here? He frowned and turned around, startling Amy and Siren. Seven came over to shake Amy and asked, Amy, how did an excellent student like you get involved in such a stupid matter? He asked Amy, are you hurt? Sienna frowned upon hearing that. Sienna said to Siren, Siren, I came because I heard you two were in danger. Can you explain? Siren nodded. This is because... But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Ziz. Let me... I think I can explain everything. Ziz, his face bruised, continued, actually due to a personal grudge, I requested a duel. This kind of thing is quite common among impulsive youths like us. Sienna's gaze turned cold. A duel? I heard he received a threatening letter. She glanced at Ziz's accomplices lying on the ground. I see you used anti-magic. You can't claim ignorance of the Academy's rules, right? He was startled and tried to justify himself. It's because Ami was too strong, so I just used it to counter her. Ziz said confidently. But look, we are the ones who suffered the most severe consequences. He puffed out his chest confidently. That's because Ami broke the rules first when she attacked me in the library, so I proposed the duel. Don't you find it strange that Ami didn't report the matter to the teacher? Ami heard him say before he could turn things around and shouted, what nonsense are you talking? You were the one who threatened me in the library, and this time you even wrote that you kidnapped Siren. G cut her off, but we actually didn't kidnap him, and today you even attacked us first. J pointed at Siren's face and added, besides, I saw that Siren didn't report to the teacher at all, but ran straight here, which shows you two are hiding something. He asked loudly, do the teachers understand now? He decided to frame both of them. He said the guilty ones were those two, then turned to look at Siren. Ami gritted her teeth and cursed, you bastard. G grinned, showing his teeth, and Sam, why don't you two reveal that secret right here? How about it? He sneered inwardly. Now do you understand the terror of a dark mage? He silently calculated that he had a plan to make a mountain out of a molehill, and he didn't care how much money it cost. After I dig up that precious secret of yours, the local newspapers and national agencies will know. Even the underworld will know about it. I'll spread the news everywhere. Professor Sienna interrupted his madness, and the air around them dropped rapidly. She said, you can stop talking nonsense now. Cold wind blew fiercely in gusts. Sienna said, you and your friends used anti-magic, and even went beyond the limit by using it to attack others. She looked at Siren and said, you know that Siren's or Ami's minds could have been destroyed. They might even lose their sanity. Siren gritted his teeth and endured. Professor Sienna's eyes turned icy blue. I think just the things above are more than enough to expel you from this institute. G beat his chest and laughed loudly. A mere teacher has the power to demand my expulsion? That stepped forward and whispered to Sienna, teacher, the Adios family is practically the lifeline of the entire institute. Without their sponsorship, we wouldn't even get our salaries. Sienna replied, isn't it the role of advisors like us to guide students onto the right path? She said coldly, if you can't even do that, then you'd better pack your things and leave the institute for good. G laughed loudly. All right then, let's see whether I get expelled or you get fired. He tried to open his hollow eyes wide to look at Sienna and said, this world runs on money. Before money, everyone has to bow their heads. Sienna's expression grew worse. Ziz kept talking incessantly. You should take this opportunity to learn more about the world. Sienna replied faintly. Before that, she raised her hand high. It seems I still need to teach you a lesson. An ice pillar gradually rose, the wind blowing so fiercely that no one could open their eyes. Siren sighed. Sit down. Ami squinted. How did things come to this? How disappointing, teacher. Teacher, that stopped her. You can't just handle a student that way. Next second, G was immediately trapped by a mountain of ice, like an ice pine tree. Countless sharp ice spears pointed straight at his face. Siren watched this display with his mouth agape. Impressive. She didn't even touch a thread on his clothes. This shows she controls magic down to the smallest detail. Siren turned grim, so that's why she's called a genius mage. Sienna said, Ziz, do you really think everything be solved with money? He still didn't know where he stood and yelled, stop talking nonsense and dispel this freezing magic for me. Sienna snapped her fingers, and the ice instantly shattered. Sienna said calmly, we already know you harmed many other students, but the institute hesitated in punishing your wrongdoing. Jai was furious. That's because of my family's sponsorship money, isn't it? Sienna said loudly, don't be mistaken. She continued, school is not a place where teachers teach you for money. Rather, we teach you lessons that not even money can buy. G hesitated. What the hell is that? Sienna said, that is what you dream of becoming. She asked seriously, don't you want to become a mage? These words seemed to awaken Ziz. He remembered his past self. Teacher Sienna, if you promote me to year 5, I will become a great mage and repay your kindness. Sienna continued. Z's the dream you shared with your friends, studying together to become mages. Isn't that the reason you decided to come this far? Z's was stunned. He recalled the image of himself and his friends when they were young. Not until he grew up, Sienna asked, did he truly want to destroy with his own hands everything he had built for so long? Sienna looked gently at Z's. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Ma'am. He lowered his head to the ground. After a while he said, I'm sorry. Siren raised his head to look at the sky. Siren thought about what was most important to him. From the punishment room, yelling echoed. It hurts so much, go easy, don't be so fussy. It's just a scratch. In the end, what must come will come. Siren and Ami sat in the meeting room, hearing the question. Siren, why didn't you report to the teacher immediately? If something like this happens, the first thing you should do is report it. His voice was steady, but you went to rescue an upperclassman instead. We cannot accept that explanation. Ami and Siren exchanged a glance, both silent. A moment later, Ami spoke up. I understand. I will answer truthfully. Siren looked at her, thinking to himself, that's right, this can't be hidden forever, even though I don't know who told the principal. Ami was silent for a bit then said, actually, Siren is... Siren thought about his identity. Ami winked. My boyfriend. As soon as Ami finished speaking, the teacher Sienna and Cyril all gaped. A shout echoed throughout the academy. What? Panic scream, help me, is anyone there? In Ami's imagination, she was like a princess tied up by rose branches calling for help. Please save me. The thugs, like evil, dark-skinned men, said, who would come to this desolate mountain to save you? You should have accepted our feelings, then it wouldn't have come to this. Suddenly the sound of a horse's neigh rang out. The dark-skinned men startled. Who's there? They turned around and saw a shimmering white horse. Someone said, who else could it be? Siren appeared like a prince, kicking the villains away. They shouted, behind you. Ami, hanging from a tree, asked, you are... Siren slashed the rose branch binding Ami and said affectionately, I'm here now, Ami. Siren carried Ami in his arms like a princess. Ami called out, Siren. He looked at her sweetly. Ami. The two called each other's names passionately. Siren. Ami. Students shouted excitedly. No way, really? Some girls stared at Cyril so romantic. Cyril nodded. Of course, it's all true. He affirmed, I saw it with my own eyes. Suddenly, Ami appeared behind her, calling Cyril. Ami's voice echoed through the academy. What kind of rumors are you spreading? I know you've been obsessed with romance novels lately, but this is unacceptable. On the academy bulletin board was an official notice about the punishment for the misconduct of the research club, along with numerous violent images. The goddess Anfer, Ami, admitted to dating the new student Aryan Siren. To save her loved one from the wrongful violence surrounding them, young love blossomed the moment they connected. Dark magic was defeated. What was the new student's true identity? Ami and Siren, a passionate kiss under the moonlight in the desolate mountain forest. On the school grounds, some girls couldn't stop sighing. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. Ami's voice rang out. Cyril, do you have a death wish? She sighed. You never saw that happen with your own eyes. Cyril giggled excitedly. I don't need to see to know what happened. You said you two are dating, so you must have kissed, right? She laughed. I've thought it all through. This way, no annoying male students will dare come near you. Ami clicked her tongue. True enough, that part makes sense. A few days before the incident, the teacher slammed the table and asked Ami, you're lying, aren't you? The teacher questioned loudly. The Ami I know has never dated anyone. This is absurd. And Siren is a newly transferred student. Ami calmly fabricated a story. Actually, I met Siren when we were children. Meeting again at this magic academy could be called fate. She turned, flicked her hair, and smiled at Siren, asking, right, Siren? Siren quietly asked, then how would he take responsibility? But before he could finish the sentence, he took a painful kick from Ami. Siren quickly nodded. Is that so? That and Sienna were speechless. Was that the reason? So that guy was determined to go save Ami. Ami thought to herself that pretending to be lovers was better than having the past exposed. Cyril was still excited. Knew it. I found it strange from the start. What is this? Ami, you are so foolish. Ami silently drank water. Cyril said, there is a joint class today, right? You will get to meet Siren. Cyril forgot to eat, focused on asking Ami if she had plans to meet him after school, like having dinner. Or did she prefer a secret date in the library? Ami replied blandly, the two of them just focus on studying as usual. Cyril rested her chin on her hand. How boring. Ami gave a forced smile, thinking she had a ton of work to do, and did not have time to waste on that fake relationship. She clenched her fist, thinking of Siren. That useless guy was enjoying a normal school life, still carefree and innocent. Suddenly, Ami realized something strange. Wait, why did I feel annoyed about that? At the training area of the intermediate joint class 2, someone called out to Siren. Cyril happily called out, over here. Siren waved back, hello senior. Cyril excitedly ran over, hey hello, how are you today? Do you miss Ami a lot? Siren scratched his head and smiled. Senior, you are too funny. Ami covered her mouth, realizing something. That man should have been grateful to be pretending to be her lover. But look at him. Ami thought angrily. That man should have felt pressured standing standing near her. He dared to treat her like this. She cleared her throat to get Siren's attention. Ami patted her chest and said, "When it is just us, feel free to speak. Do not be constrained by senior or junior formalities. After all, we know each other too well." Serial, standing nearby, was stunned. It was the first time she heard Ami say that. It must be the power of love. Love, Ami said, considering our relationship. Siren quickly gave an awkward smile. "Ah, no, I am fine. You are still a senior student." He continued, "It is time for class. I will go ahead." After saying that, Siren left, leaving Ami standing there. Serial waved goodbye. "Okay." Ami also turned to leave. Serial quickly called out, "Ami." She turned to look at Siren. "What is it?" Siren pulled out a chair and sat down. Siren silently listened to the malicious words. "Congratulations, you must be very smug. You come to class just to put on a love show. You have no skills? Did you get into the academy on your looks?" Countless unpleasant gazes were fixed on Siren because he only cared about dating and did not bother studying. Siren silently listened to them speak. He'd not even know anything about magic spells. A hand resting on Siren's lap clenched until it trembled. Everything started 2 days ago. Rumors spread wider. 2 days ago on the notice board. At the Class 7 room, someone ran in and said, "Have you all heard?" They were buzzing with gossip. Senior Ami and the new student are dating. They admitted it in front of the teacher. A male student was crying, "No way, senior should be mine," a female student said. "So annoying, just thinking the two center of attention students became a couple. I was planning to claim that new guy." Maria sat listening to everyone talk. She said, "It is easy to understand. Birds of a feather flock together. We should congratulate him." Someone suddenly appeared next to Maria, startling her. Things were not that simple. The whole class turned to look at the person who just spoke. A girl with short hair asked, "What do you mean?" That guy replied, I am talking about that new student. Look at this." The newcomer slapped a piece of paper on the table. "What is it?" "Midterm scores." Everyone gathered around to look, asking each other, "What is this? What is going on?" On the paper was a score sheet. Siren was at the bottom of the class, with 30 points in every subject. Wasn't he supposed to be at the top? Everyone began to change their view of Siren, so it seemed he did not know anything about magic spells. A classmate asked in disbelief, "How is that possible?" A burly guy replied, "Yet he was specially admitted. There is something fishy here." That side continuously uttered malicious words, saying Siren relied on his family to spread rumors he was a genius, then seduced a noble lady. That man lamented how unfair the world was. Some rich brat only knows how to play around, entered the academy just to find a girlfriend. These words stirred up resentment. "You mean he got in through connections? Only noticing now? Isn't that too much?" Everyone began to put on a righteous air, wanting to ostracize Siren for the sake of everyone's future. "Let's drive this filthy scum out of the school. We will never forgive him." Maria sat quietly to the side, listening intently. The classroom door swung open, and inside, someone was still shouting angrily. How could the academy cause such an unfair incident? Siren stared silently inside. It was strange, it was clearly so. The unusually quiet atmosphere of the classroom confused Siren, because just a moment ago it had been so noisy and lively. He walked into the class and asked his deskmate about the deep class, but that guy walked away without answering. Siren remained silent. He probably did not need to ask why they were behaving like that. The students whispered, but intentionally let him hear. "It's because of me that even Ami was affected." Currently, everyone was in the practice room. For the class's spirit domain practice session, Siren stood there alone. He tried to focus on his spirit domain, but he could still clearly hear the mocking words around him. Why is he practicing here too? So Siren quietly listened to them say, "That man's spirit domain touched me. It makes me feel disgusted." They endlessly expressed excessive malice towards Siren. That man's spirit domain was larger than necessary. At that moment, Yahello walked over and called to him, "Siren, how are things going?" Siren hurriedly greeted her, "Professor Ethel." He told her, "The redirection form is quite difficult. When I try to move my spirit domain outward, it feels like my consciousness is being dragged along as well." Yahello smiled, "That feeling is normal, Siren. Your convergent spirit domain is of the natural lineage, so it pulls on your consciousness." She continued, "The redirection form is artificial. It does not suit you." Siren nodded. "I feel that way too." Yahello asked further, "What about your other 4 formation methods?" Siren pondered. "Those other forms?" Siren replied, "I think there is no problem with them." Yahello smiled. "Very well, so do you want to try practicing in the illusion domain?" Siren was startled. "What?" Siren was bewildered. "Practice right now?" Yahello said, "If you are not comfortable, we can do it another time." Seeing Siren silent, she continued, "Siren is the only student in Class 7 capable of converting all 4 methods. I just wanted to see it once." Yahello looked at Siren with concern. This child had wanted to use the illusion domain since the very first day, or was he worried about the stares from the other students? Siren thought, this was not the time to be sensitive, but someone who believed in their own worth would not be easily shaken. After a moment, he lifted his head. "I will try. Please give me your feedback." The Class 7 students immediately cast hostile glances towards Siren. "He is still going to do it." Another one replied, "He just wants to show off in front of his crush. They looked at Siren standing in the illusion domain and said without restraint, he is not good at anything other than at anyway. Ethan said, please try each form one by one. Convert through the 4 forms in sequence. Siren nodded, yes. One criterion for being evaluated to advance was mastering the conversion of the spirit domain. If he succeeded, he would be one step closer to advancing. The Class 4 students were also waiting to mock Siren, except for Amy and Serial. How much better can he be? Siren only thought maybe he would no longer have to clash with Class 7 and could escape this situation. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Siren's spirit domain immediately appeared within the illusion domain, first taking the defensive form. I was surprised, even stronger than when we first encountered the Dark Mage, a male student said. It has a full 144 facets. This is already an advanced defensive form. The Class 7 students fell silent, listening to others comment on Siren. At that level, it is no different from an armor wall. Siren's spirit domain then shifted into a rosette shape. Then that domain continued to rotate, changing into a cross shape. Yahello smiled truly. This student had a very solid foundation. His conversion speed far exceeded that of Class 7. At this level, advancing to Class 4 would not be difficult at all. Siren stood within his spirit domain, letting out a breath. Even though he very much wanted to prove his success, to receive Professor's advice, he had to show them a failure. Siren's spirit domain began to fluctuate again. A few Class 5 students looked on blankly. Is he switching to the redirection form already? That form is only attempted by Class 5 students. 7th grade students began whispering among themselves, shifting directions. What was the point after all? Siren focused, intending to move the focal point of his spirit field before it completely contracted and vanished. He held his head, panting from exhaustion, still like during practice. He could move the focal point of the spirit field, but the further it was from his body, the more his consciousness was dragged along with it. Siren encouraged himself, saying, let's do it again. Few other students began to cover their mouths, snickering. Malicious whispers echoed nonstop, as if they had seized the chance to bring down Siren. What is he trying to do? Does he think he's a genius? He's too arrogant. He truly has no shame, and he still dares to stand there. Siren stood silently as the mocking laughter rang out. They said that thing was just the 4 basic forms. Ami spoke up. Hey, he did well. Why is he suddenly like this? Serial pointed. Look at Siren's spirit field. She asked Ami. Why is it trembling? Could he be embarrassed by the attention? Ami shook her head. No way. He's not that weak. Then she muttered, has something happened recently? Siren lowered his head, wondering why people were so delighted by others' failures. Isn't it just that everyone wants to see me fail? We're all isolating him. Siren began to doubt himself. So I really am. Memories from childhood to adulthood kept swirling in his mind, wondering if he was unsuited for this place. A sudden voice made Siren flinch. You're overthinking it. That person continued, don't hesitate, just do whatever you want. Siren listened in silence. Don't you want to become a mage? He was confused. Who is it? Who is speaking? But Siren also snapped awake. No, wait, what nonsense am I thinking? He squeezed his eyes shut. Siren's spirit field surged up powerfully again. I came here to become a mage. The 4th grade students were all wide-mouthed at Siren's spirit field. The 7th grade students showed clear annoyance on their faces. Siren stood tall within his own spirit field. He tightened his fist, trying to focus before it shifted direction, before it disappeared. Siren let out a loud shout. Someone opened the accident report. 6 students had attempted to exceed the anti-magic limit to mentally harm the victim, but Siren of Class 7 had fought back using a defensive form. The report's reader thought. He countered the anti-magic with just a basic defensive form. Sienna mused. Anti-magic is so dangerous that even experts have to use artifacts, both difficult and perilous. Artifacts were items containing magical power for ordinary people to use. He was sure the kids hadn't used it correctly. But one person fighting 6? Sienna pondered. Siren's mental power must be greater than that of the 6 others combined. She exclaimed, he's truly a genius. At that moment, a voice called, Miss Sienna. In Siren's office, Sienna asked Yahello, was the directional shift conversion successful? Yahello nodded. Yes, the boy has only been learning the 4-method conversion for a month. Yahello said, I confirmed the spirit field detached and vanished for about 4 seconds. Sienna was delighted. Excellent. She took a sip of tea, thinking to herself that her judgment of people was right. Yahello continued, to stimulate motivation, I'd like to suggest something to the teachers. Sienna pushed up her glasses slightly. I guess we're thinking the same thing. A few days later, in the 7th grade's chemistry class, Sienna wrote the board full of chemical formulas, then said, today's lesson ends here. The students sighed with relief. Thank God. Sienna continued, I'm ending early because I have a special announcement to make. She called the name Siren, the new student, and asked him to stand up, and he immediately stood up to respond. Sienna said, Student Siren will be specially promoted to grade 5. From tomorrow onward your schedule will follow grade 5, so please try to adapt. The entire class 7 buzzed. Did you hear that? He got promoted by 2 grade levels. It usually takes 2 years just to move up 1 level. Their minds were filled with only one thought: he must have some family backing him. Sienna picked up her book and prepared to leave. I hope you all will also strive to achieve that. Goodbye. Before she could leave, the short-haired girl who always showed dislike for Siren spoke up. Wait, I object. There has never been a precedent for a double promotion at once. There must be something shady. She questioned loudly. Moreover, why would a student who cannot use magic be granted an early promotion? Sienna thought, cannot use any magic at all. She looked up at Siren. Teacher Ethela never mentioned this. Sienna asked, is that true? Siren remained silent. Countless eyes in the classroom focused on him, all carrying a clear meaning. Obviously, you cannot do anything. Say it, you cannot. Say it, you cannot do a thing. Siren calmly replied, yes, I have not been able to use any magic yet. Sienna was a bit surprised, unable to believe it. Even the simplest magic could be learned out of curiosity. But she said, however, no rule requires magic for promotion, so it is not an issue. As soon as Sienna finished speaking, someone else slammed the table loudly. The one who stood up was the tall guy who had deliberately instigated everyone to ostracize Siren. He said, this is completely unacceptable. The man shouted loudly, this is clearly favoritism. Did the teacher herself not say that the domain is not everything in magic? Do not let Siren just sit there silently listening to the questions. Besides the domain, what is he good at? If he can cast even a single spell, I will accept it. The whole class 7 seemed to find a foothold and chimed in one after another. That is right. If it comes to casting spells, we are more confident than him. Siren cannot keep up with the theory class. They looked at Sienna. If you still insist on promoting him, we will propose to the student council to hold a hearing. Sienna remained silent. I was completely unaware of this. Sienna said, I understand your thoughts. It seems I was a bit hasty in making the announcement. She said, we will officially announce it again after the teachers' meeting. The tall guy immediately smiled, having achieved his goal. Sienna sat inside, looking out the window. Why were the students so agitated? She thought, it seems it was not just opposition to injustice. That voice was also mixed with emotional issues. Just then, someone walked in looking for Sienna. Teacher Sienna, she asked. What is it, Maria? Maria hesitated. It is about the earlier matter. I have something I want to say. Maria recounted slowly. Everything started a week ago. First, we completely ignored Siren. She remembered Siren's lonely look, but a few days ago, everyone shifted to openly badmouthing him. They even littered trash all over Siren's desk. Maria sat in front of Sienna and said, they even harassed him while he was studying. She burst into tears. I witnessed it all. I saw him suffer from false rumors and attacks. The way they bullied him was so unfair. Maria was crying so hard her body shook. Sienna also understood clearly, so that is how it was. She frowned. After a while, Sienna said, thank you, Maria. You did your best. Let me handle this. In the book Outstanding Students, the physiologist Tokulin said something very profound. Humans sleeping at least 6 hours a day is optimal. He sighed. Although I only slept 4 hours a day throughout my student life. The interviewer asked, does that conflict with your own needs? You only slept 4 hours and yet you excelled. Tokulin pointed and said, listen, humans in their teenage years are not just humans. They are superhumans. Whether they sleep or not, no matter what they do, nothing affects them. The clock hand passed 12. Siren leaned back and sighed. He looked around at the empty space. It is this late already? As he passed a female student leaving the library, Siren proactively nodded in greeting. And luckily, that girl also nodded back politely. Siren walked out of the school grounds alone. Under the crescent moon hovering high above, Siren remembered Temuran's words. Young master, once you enroll at the Magic Academy, countless nobles will look down on you, but you must endure no matter what. If you persist to the end, you will reap the sweet fruit. Siren looked up at the sky, telling himself he would surely succeed. Thinking of those who cared for him, Siren steeled his resolve because they had placed their trust in him. Advanced Disguise Professor Insight. Siren gazed at the moon above, ignoring whoever might stand in his way. He would still become a mage. In the third-floor bedroom of the dormitory building, Siren had just finished bathing. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He hesitated and turned to look. Who would come at this hour? Siren glanced at the clock. It was past 1 in the morning. He wondered who it could be. Siren suspected it was those 7th grade students. Could it be them again? The person outside spoke. Siren, are you free? Siren opened the door. It was Miss Sienna. She asked if she could come in. Siren quickly nodded, of course. He awkwardly poured tea to offer Sienna. She declined, saying it was not necessary. She had planned to come earlier, but he was not in his room. She apologized for disturbing him so late. Sienna looked at Siren's desk and immediately understood the issue. She had sensed something odd from the first time she saw Siren's grades. Although the scores were low, every subject was exactly the same. She understood that he had been trying to improve his knowledge in all areas simultaneously, rather than focusing focusing on just one subject. He was studying for the future, not because he could not learn magic, but because he had decided not to learn it. Yet why was he doing this now? Sienna looked at Siren. Could it be because he had not been allowed to study as a child? Siren sat upright before her, feeling embarrassed. He thought, this is so awkward. The two sat facing each other. Siren thought it was probably because it was not class time that Sienna was carefully observing him. Even in class, he always looked straight ahead, but he seemed to be someone who easily felt shy. She spoke to ask, is school life very difficult? Siren nodded yes, but it was very enjoyable, and studying was very interesting. Sienna said, I heard the classmates in your grade are bullying you. Siren lowered his head. I am fine, you do not need to worry about me. Sienna said seriously, please tell me the truth, do not be shy. Siren nodded. I am truly fine, even though I am a bit sorry that I cannot make friends with anyone. After a moment, he looked up and said, but I do not know how to make them stop hating me. Sienna asked, do you not feel even a little angry at them? Siren replied, of course I do. After all, I am only human, even though I greatly wish for good relationships. He calmly continued, but I do not want to become obsessed with relationships and lose myself. Even if the entire 7th grade says I am wrong, in the end, they are only 40 people. Siren spoke calmly to Sienna. I believe that somewhere in this world there will be someone who understands me. Sienna suddenly realized, I understand. She smiled and nodded at Siren. I understand what you are saying. I will take note of it in the teacher's meeting. Sienna realized one thing. Siren wished to be promoted to a higher grade early. Sienna's voice was serious and steady as it rang out during the meeting. Therefore, I conclude my announcement with the opinion that student Siren should be promoted to a higher grade early. The professors pondered. Is this not a bit sensitive? In the council room of the Mercenary Magic Academy, the professors buzzed about the fact that an entire group was bullying a student simply because he could not use magic. The meeting of the intermediate class teachers indicated that this was common in lower grades, where there were many children and a few older students who lacked talent. Additionally, the skill gap between students at that level was often vast. One teacher said that means Siren should be promoted as soon as possible. For the student's benefit, he should graduate in another 4 years. Sienna sat down. He continued, for the school's benefit, the sooner he graduates, the better. However, the one named That spoke up, I oppose. Miralfin asked, do you object? He looked at That, what is the reason? Gatter replied, I know Siren is a genius, but the problem is that he cannot use magic and his weak theoretical scores cannot be ignored either. Sienna said irritably, as I mentioned, Siren's scores are because he studies all subjects simultaneously, only postponing his magic studies. As teachers, we should not interfere with individual study methods. I do not question that. Miss Sienna, the issue is that you are showing excessive concern for Siren. The corner of Sienna's mouth twitched. What did you just say? That argued, even though the other students are inferior to Siren in overall ability, they surpass him in general knowledge. This decision could make them feel defeated and lose their motivation to study. He smiled. A teacher should not just focus on a genius and forget the rest of the students, correct? Sienna snapped. You are not only trying to ruin a talented student's future, but also failing to see the children's misguided jealousy. That and Sienna continuously slammed the table loudly. The other teachers held their heads. Here we go again. How could their personalities be as opposite as two extremes? Some professors looked at Sienna and Tat, a level 6 certificate holder and another level 6 certificate holder clashing like fire and water. They sighed in disbelief that both could become mages. Miralfin waved his hand. Enough, both of you return to your seats. He said both of you have your reasons. Miss Sienna's viewpoint is noteworthy, but Teacher Thut's opinion also has merit, as he is concerned for the overall balance of the whole school, and I believe that comes from a place of love for the students. Miralfin said he meant well, and I understand that. We need to consider the students' collective feelings. That nodded. That is exactly what I meant, Headmaster. Sienna listened to Miralfin speak. Instead of continuing the argument, he smiled and suggested, how about we do it this way? Next morning, students were coming and going in a bustling manner. Everyone quickly ran towards the front. They noisily gathered before the intermediate class bulletin board. On it was written the notice about the advancement exam. Due to many complaints about the early advancement decision, the school decided to give all the 7th grade students a chance to participate. The advancing student would be selected based on the following criteria. Notably, only one student would be advanced early and would go straight to the 5th grade. The subject taking the area as the evaluation object had been resolved. The school decided to change the criteria to using the 5th grade instant teleportation spell. Someone yelled that all 7th graders were eligible for the exam. If they passed the test, they would advance 2 grades straight to the 5th grade, with the requirement being instant teleportation. Hey, do you know how to use it? Someone answered, of course not. That is a 5th grade spell. The 7th graders were confused. The theory seems simple. Practice should be easy too. Easy? A senior I know ended up in the hospital due to a mistake during practice. A male student yelled, what then, how can we do it? Do they have no intention of letting anyone advance? Suddenly someone stepped forward, and the 7th graders instinctively moved aside. All eyes focused on Siren, who had just just appeared. He looked up at the bulletin board. Instant teleportation? After class, the high-class bulletin board was abuzz. Is that for real? Bullying, how pitiful. Only in the 7th grade, just because he does not know how to use magic. 7th graders haven't learned magic yet. What does that have to do with it? Someone stated the clear reason. It is obviously jealousy because he is dating Ami. Ami stood before the bulletin board in a daze. So he was being bullied? She realized, so that is why he was avoiding her, not wanting her to get involved. Serial, standing beside her, analyzed. A 7th grader's mental strength is still weak, so that is normal. I have seen it before. But what is so special about advancing early? Ami quietly turned and walked away. Serial called out, "Where are you going?" Ami answered to see Siren. Serial asked, "Wait, what are you planning to do?" Ami fumed. To teach him a lesson, of course. How dare he hide it from me? I am going to rally those 7th grade bastards. Serial urgently said, "Are you crazy?" "No." Ami walked forward angrily. "Why not? I am involved in this too." Serial was dragged along but still managed to say, "If it were you, would you want the person you like to be caught up in bullying?" Serial exclaimed, "If you go there, things will get worse." Amy cursed inwardly. Idiot, idiot, so stupid. She thought, is that so? Nonsense, I am not the person he likes. Then why is he hiding this from me? Serial said, anyway, instant teleportation is too difficult for a 7th grade level. Ami mused, if it is that difficult, then good. For someone who has never learned magic, learning instant teleportation is too dangerous. Serial suggested, Ami, why don't you teach him? Wouldn't that be more reasonable? Ami snapped, why should I teach that brat? I am preparing for the upcoming exam. I don't have time. Serial nodded. Right, I forgot, sorry. Ami said loudly, if he can't even handle that by himself, he is not worthy of being my boyfriend. Nighttime at the academy. Something appeared in the trees. Someone was moving at extremely fast speed. A figure landed, muttering, this absolutely does not mean anything else. Okay. Ami, dressed in a round top, sat on a tree, telling herself, it is only out of responsibility that I am helping him. In a flash, she disappeared again. Ami stomped her feet a few times and then flew to Siren's room. First, he had to make that guy beg for his help. Ami landed on Siren's windowsill, startling him. Who is it? Siren called out loudly, but before he could finish, his mouth was covered. Ami said, someone came to teach you a lesson. Ami smiled brightly. How dare you do that to me? Ami stood frozen on the spot. In Siren's room, Sienna was also sitting there. Sienna pushed up her glasses. Are you Ami? She asked, could it be that we still meet at this hour? And coming into the boys' dormitory at night. Ami quickly waved her hands. Miss, it's a misunderstanding. It really is a huge misunderstanding. Sienna quickly said, the next room almost came over here. Just come in first. Sienna covered her mouth. It's only been a short time since we met, and you've become this bold. Ami stammered, this is my first time here. Siren thought you would get in trouble, so I came secretly. After saying that, Ami suddenly remembered to ask Sienna, according to what you said, why are you still here at this hour? Sienna replied, I came to give him advice on the promotion exam. The classroom atmosphere is very jealous. Ami nodded. I see. Siren handed Ami some tea. Senior, have some tea first. Thank you, it smells really good. Where did you learn to brew tea? While talking, Ami suddenly startled and wanted to hit Siren. Not like this. You little bastard. Who am I humiliating myself for? Siren quickly cried out, I'm sorry. Ami's voice echoed throughout the dormitory building. Why didn't you tell me you were being bullied? Sienna called out softly, hey, you two sit down first. Let me finish talking about the promotion exam. Siren took a sip of tea and thought, how did things become like this? He looked helplessly at himself and Ami sitting across from Miss Sienna. He sighed helplessly. It turned out like this again. Ami said, isn't this instantaneous movement test a bit dangerous? Siren hasn't learned magic yet. Sienna said the headmaster directly gave the order. She was also very worried, but clearly he must have had a motive for doing so. Ami thought to herself, so it's just another one of his games. Siren asked Ami, is it that dangerous? Ami nodded, of course, you know instantaneous movement is magic that uses the light attribute, right? Siren replied, yes, I've heard of the theory of photoconversion. Ami explained, light has something called absolute speed. They say no material in the world can surpass light. She talked about how the magic works. Instantaneous movement is magic that uses that speed to cross time and space. Siren said, by turning the body into light. Sienna, sitting beside him, also said it sounds complicated, but it's really not that extreme. Even new students can succeed easily, so just go ahead and do it. The required level for instantaneous movement is near light speed, because it's magic that can be used when understanding only 1/1000th of the speed of light. Sienna's voice was even, however, because of that, the degree of photoconversion decreases, and the remaining body mass is very small. Siren thought, so it's easy to learn, but will be dangerous when encountering an accident at sound speed. He paused and said to Sienna, I understand why instantaneous movement is a banned magic in school. Sienna smiled, indeed you catch on very quickly. Ami, sitting nearby, rolled her eyes. What is this? She thought, when did these two get so close, ignoring me like this? Miss Sienna was never this close with anyone. Siren continued asking, so how do I pass this dangerous test? Sienna said about that. Ami cleared her throat and said, you should practice in a place with no obstacles. Siren muttered dreamily, is there such a place? Ami raised one finger, there is. Siren tilted his head back to look at the ceiling above. He suddenly realized, could it be in the sky? The horizon border, the training ground for instantaneous movement. Altitude of 1,000 meters. Length of 700 meters. Sienna said it hasn't been certified yet, but in reality, there is no other place. Mentioning that mountain peak, she said the test rule is a race from one peak to the other. Siren's mouth hung open. That sounds amazing, there are no obstacles up there. He smiled. If you fall, you'll die, right? Ami asked Sienna, but that's a test where whoever reaches the finish line first wins. Don't you think it's a bit difficult for a 7th grade student? Sienna's gaze dimmed. If no one reaches the finish line, the student who teleports the farthest wins. Of course, the exam difficulty is set at level 1, with safety equipment to minimize danger. But he paused for a moment and then continued, what I worry about is that if the students compete too fiercely, it will lead to conflicts. Amilik looked at Siren. If that was the case, then of course it would be Siren. Sienna followed Ami's words, saying that she would become a target of competition for the children. Siren silently wondered if she could do it. If it was just a difficult test, it would be fine, but Siren recalled the malicious looks everyone gave her. She hated the thought of standing alone against the entire class and getting hurt by the intensity of the competition. Siren wondered if she should take this test. At that moment, Miss Sienna apologized to her and called Siren's name. She looked at him and said that she had tried to get him into Class 5 from the entrance exam. It seemed that her kindness had gotten him into trouble. Siren quickly replied that it was not the case. She should not say that. Sienna bowed her head and said that from today she would be responsible for teaching him. Ami sitting beside her said nothing. After a moment, Ami raised her head, looked at Sienna with a gloomy expression, and asked why she had to go this far. Sienna replied that she felt responsible for the unprecedented difficulty of the advancement exam and would do her best. Ami beat her chest and said she should not. That could make the problem more serious. There would be rumors that the teacher acting as an examiner favored Siren, and even if he passed the exam, the result would be voided. She confidently looked straight at Sienna and said to leave Siren to her. If it was just a level 1 difficulty, there would be no problem. She could teach him. Siren stared blankly at Ami, thinking, wasn't Senior Ami angry at him? Miss Sienna adjusted her glasses and acknowledged that, but called out to Ami. Sienna asked Amy if she knew that she had submitted an application for graduation advancement and had the ability to take care of Siren. Siren was startled, turned to look at Ami sitting beside him with an incredulous expression, and asked, the graduation class? His eyes widened as he thought, oh my god, the graduation class means... The graduation class was the aspiration of every student at the magic school to become a professional mage. There, the capability of the graduation class was recognized at a near-professional level. If you became a graduating student at a prestigious school, you would have articles written about you in the Kingdom's Magic School magazine. However, once you set foot on that path, the wonderful school life would end and a terrible hell-like training lay ahead. The advancement registration form, test number 1 of Ami Kami's, had been submitted. Ami would be the first to set foot in such a place. Siren leaned in and asked Ami how that could be. Wasn't it too fast for their age? Ami avoided his gaze and said, about that. Ami wept inwardly thinking, it was all your fault, you damn brat. He thought about the image of Siren about to jump 2 grades at once. Her own kid was progressing too fast. The only place to hide was the graduation class. Little Ami hurriedly ran away towards the hellish graduation class. Don't come here. Siren looked at Ami with sparkling puppy dog eyes. That was so cool. He would not even dare to dream of taking the top spot in the advanced class. Yet she had confidently applied to a place so far out of reach. Siren silently watched Ami and Sienna talking, thinking that even in such an important situation, they were still here to help him. On the other side, Ami laughed and said to Sienna, no matter how busy she was, there was nothing she couldn't do well, so she should give up. Sienna smiled in response. She understood the feelings she had for her boyfriend, but at such an important time, she should leave it to the teacher. Sienna said that since this was Siren's first time learning magic, having a teacher teach would be more effective. This remark made Ami's competitive spirit soar. He turned and looked at Siren. So then, Siren, do you choose me or Miss Sienna? Siren tensed up. Ami asked, wouldn't it be more fun to be taught by your girlfriend? Siren laughed and replied, I think I will just do it myself. This time, both Sienna and Ami were stunned. What? A shout echoed throughout the dormitory. What? Ami yelled in Siren's face, you idiot. Do you know how rare an opportunity this is? Siren wrung his hands and replied, I do not want to trouble the teachers on the examination panel, and also Senior still has an important exam ahead. Ami shouted, others are willing to spend a ton of money to hire tutors, and you are the target of competition for the whole class behind you. Ami said, that is not something you can do alone. Siren lowered his head. Isn't that the reason Senior rushed to advance to the graduation class? If I just dawdle here, I cannot move forward to a higher position. Ami was stunned by Siren's words. Siren continued, to me, the 5th grade is just a step in the process of becoming a mage, just like for you, Senior. Ami covered her mouth and coughed. Siren said to Ami, trust me, Senior. Although I cannot say for sure I will pass the test, I will do my best and have no regrets. Sienna listened silently to the two of them talking. After Siren finished speaking, she stood up. I understand if that is the student's wish, then as a teacher I must accept it. Sienna said goodbye. She would not stay any longer, but if she had any questions, feel free to ask. And the same went for other students. Siren stood up and bowed his head in thanks. Thank you very much for your concern, Miss Sienna. Sienna continued, you two can stay and discuss. And as for you, Ami. Sienna reached the door, turned back to look at Ami and said, let today slide, but if you climb through the male student dormitory window again, you understand. Ami lowered her head. Yes, ma'am. Her soul screamed internally, I am alive. After Sienna left, Ami plopped down and let out a sigh of relief. As she relaxed, Ami suddenly startled. She quickly stood up and said, I should get going too, while Siren bowed and replied, yes, I apologize for making you come all this way. Siren sincerely thanked her Senior. Ami asked in surprise, hey, tell me the truth. Why do you keep avoiding me? Siren froze. Ami continued, you could have told me from the start that you were being bullied. That was never your fault. Ami turned around, could it be? Pride. She remembered Serial's words, if the person you like sees you in that state, it would deeply hurt their pride. Ami stammered, pride, wounded. Siren replied, it's not that I wanted to distance myself from Senior. Ami covered her mouth in panic. So it's true then. Siren continued, the reason is that Senior is my goal. Ami fell silent and chuckled. So that's all it is? I knew it. Siren scratched his cheek. Actually, on my first day at school, I saw your name at the top of the list. Siren recalled when he first entered the school. He saw Ami's name on the achievement board. Siren said, in that moment, I thought I had to study hard to become like Senior. On the 4th year class board, there were 42 people, and the first rank was Camus Ami. Siren laughed, but I never expected things to turn out like this. It's very awkward. If I told Senior that I was being bullied, things would become even more awkward. Ami scoffed, my goal? She cursed inwardly. Damn it, I was beaten by a brat. Father, if you know anyone at the Magic Academy, please introduce them to me. She looked coldly at Siren. What a ridiculous fate. Ami asked softly, are you kidding me? Siren looked bewildered. No. Ami shouted, what goal? How absurd. She rushed in front of Siren. In front of me it's Senior this and Senior that, but behind my back, you secretly surpass me. Siren panicked and raised his hands to block his chest. How did it come to mean that? Ami pushed open the window. If you want to surpass me. Ami put on her robe and turned back to say, from now on, don't call me Senior anymore. Siren was stunned. Ami said loudly, let's compete with me openly and fairly. She climbed onto the windowsill. Catch up to me soon, or else I'll make you call me Senior for the rest of your life. Suddenly Siren called out, Ami. Ami was surprised and flustered. Using my first name already? Siren said, wait a moment. He stood seriously in the room looking at Ami. I will definitely catch up to you. Ami found it amusing, her face shadowed, radiating killing intent. Just catching up to me? She turned to face Siren and then flew out the window. Hopefully by then I still haven't graduated. Siren gripped the window frame and watched. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. He sighed, I refused help, but the attacker is probably still watching my every move. Termination was clear in Siren's eyes. I have no choice but to rely on my own 2 feet. The remaining time until the early promotion exam was 1 month. The countdown had begun. The next day during class, everyone clamored to ask, are you preparing for the promotion exam? The students chatted, I just hired a tutor today. I have to learn instantaneous teleportation in a month. It's very dangerous, but still 20 people signed up. In theory it's easy, applying the formula isn't that hard either. A male student from the 7th grade spoke. The problem is the practical application. A blue-haired male student pointed at Siren, who was walking down the road carrying a stack of books. That kid is also taking the exam. A stack of books fell. The cover read photochemical theory. Siren thought I said I would handle things myself, but looking at the pile of theory books before him, Siren felt weary. The problem lay in the application. In reality, the environment a mage must face is always changing, especially with teleportation magic. Terrain information is very important, and the level of energy and light needs to be adjusted according to the situation. Siren sat taking notes. Just the unit of measurement already reached 10 to the power of 20. How could a human possibly calculate to that level? He slapped his head. No, don't give up. There's no reason for them to set an impossible test. He pondered. Miss Sienna once said learning teleportation was not complicated, but what if that didn't apply to someone who had never learned magic like him? Siren recalled Miss Sienna's words. The kids in grade 7 would definitely succeed because they were educated from a young age and could easily hire expensive tutors. Siren felt like an outsider watching them. Sienna had asked him, "Can you bridge that gap?" Siren was stunned. Alphen was smiling at him. Over here, someone clapped in praise. Excellent. That man looked at the back of the tall figure in the wispy smoke and said, "You performed the teleportation perfectly. Truly the son of Cider, the Magic Association's technical advisor." He called out young Master Slider Mark, 15 years old, grade 7, stood up straight and said, "That's nothing, because I was taught by a level 9 certified teacher." The other man handed him a towel to wipe his face. Slider Mark said he was a bit nervous, but it was quite easy. The man explained because the test was simple, so he focused on making choices. His voice was even. Learning to apply teleportation perfectly in 1 month is impossible. But if you just quickly learn the necessary part for the test and spend time practicing, it's completely possible to pass. He grinned smugly. Maybe you should actually thank that special bastard. He wiped his sweat and said, "Thanks to him I advanced 2 grade levels in a short time." Slider Mark drank water, turned and asked the man, "Oh, what is that bastard doing now?" The man replied, "As instructed, I've been watching him, but it seems he's only studying on his own and reading books." Slider Mark was puzzled. Self-studying with books? He doubted. What? I thought he would have hired a top-tier tutor with his money. Something is fishy. Then ordered to continue keeping an eye on him. He's not some reckless fool. His voice was even. Just reading a few books. How can he use magic? Over here, Siren was diligently working through many books. He put down his pen to rest. "I did my best. First, I spent a lot of time deeply understanding light. I memorized the theory without a single mistake. Not entirely sure, but time is up." Specialized training grounds, grade 7, area 41. Since it was night, there were only a few dim lights. Siren stood up to stretch. Now he had to cast the magic. Nothing is impossible. He just had to hope it worked as expected. Siren's eyes emitted a deep blue color. First opened the spirit field. In the middle of silence, Siren immediately glowed as he spoke. "Apply the photochemical theory." Siren tried to maintain his focus. He was on the boundary between omnipotence and omniscience. The light grew brighter and brighter. Siren was almost enveloped in blue. The word "I" in the center, erase it. Siren's body suddenly jolted. He joyfully looked at himself. "All right, it's working." Siren exclaimed, "Now try teleportation." His eyes widened. A human cannot calculate the amount of light. Siren recalled the lesson. When a mage concentrates, their mind becomes sharp enough to perceive everything around them. It was said that exceptional mages could even count the number of leaves from a distance. Someone placed small sumin coins in his hand and explained, "This is a state of extreme mental sensitivity, also called the spirit field." Miralfan spread his arms and said, "At that time, the mage will perceive the outside world supernaturally, thereby being able to control phenomena." Before Siren's eyes, a new land seemed to open up. It wasn't about calculating quantities, but sensing everything. Remaining time until the teleportation exam was 13 days. On the 19th day, inside the academy, someone asked, "What the hell is that?" Everyone's gaze turned to the back of the class, staring straight at his face. Even the short-haired and pink-haired female students, who had been annoyed, turned their heads. A voice rang out, "Is he training without protective gear? Impossible." Everyone looked at Siren with his face wrapped in bandages. He was focused on writing, thinking the first instant teleportation had failed. Siren felt a bit helpless as he corrected the mistake. He had no choice but to continue training. Siren kept falling to the ground, lying down and hugging his knees. This time his knee had made a mistake again. The countdown had 8 days remaining. Siren scribbled a few words on his notebook. He remained focused on his calculations, an error of plus 0.02 on the wire string. Countdown had 7 days remaining. It was a stupid method, but 6 days remaining. The night training ground echoed with incessant sounds of impact. 5 days remaining. Siren continued to fall. 4 days remaining. He resolved, again, my body will memorize it like instinct. Countdown had 3 days remaining, then 2 days, and finally 1 day. Siren stood under the lights, his knees panting. Siren's sweat dripped onto the ground. The test was tomorrow, but every time he fixed one error, another appeared. Siren wiped his face. Now there was nothing left to adjust. He had to do it, he had to. Siren breathed deeply in silence. The space before Siren's eyes became hazy. He slapped his face to stay alert, connect them together. He would do it, he had to do it. Siren tried more time. His foot stomped hard. Siren concentrated, thinking and moving. A flash of light burst and streaked away. Opening his eyes again, Siren found himself hovering very close to the ground. With a thud, Siren fell softly. He marveled. This time there was no injury. Siren lay flat on the ground, smiling in satisfaction. He had done it. Just how far could he go? He kept thinking and then drifted off without realizing it. There was no time to lie around here. He needed to practice linking and praying. The next morning, Slider Mark stood on a high point looking over the campus. That man called to him, "Young master." He asked Slider Mark how he felt. Mark turned around, answering confidently, "Very good. Today will be a historic day, because I will advance to Class 5. He narrowed his eyes. 700 meters was nothing. He would do it easily. Inside the academy, Class 7 was still quite empty of students. Maria walked to the classroom door. Suddenly someone spoke up. "Hey Maria, did you skip the exam?" Maria was startled. Slider Mark. He thought to himself it must be him. Maria asked, "Aren't you at the training ground? Are you studying?" Mark laughed loudly. "Do I look like some fool who fails at studying?" He arrogantly asked Maria, "What are you doing here? Is that why your grades are nothing special?" Mark sneered, "You should go learn from the training zones. The best way is to watch and learn from those better than you." Maria turned around, hesitating. "That's right. Good luck. I hope you pass." Slider Mark burst out laughing. "Really? You hope I'll pass?" Maria's hands trembled. He leaned close to Maria's cheek. "You're really something, you know? Like secretly meeting with a teacher, for instance." Maria reflexively asked back, "How did you know?" The answer amused Slider Mark. He laughed loudly. "Fool, I was just testing if it was really you." Maria's backpack fell to the ground. There were many ways for him to get information. A timid girl like her coming to the teacher's office was a bit strange. He pressed Maria against the wall. He was only nice to her because she was his classmate, but once he was her senior, that man threatened Maria. Did she think about what would happen next? Seeing Maria trembling like a leaf, Slider Mark stood up with contempt. She was truly a coward. How could she have any intention of becoming a mage? That was why, even though she was 4 years older than him, she was still his classmate. Slider Mark left a sentence and walked away. "Just wait and see." Behind him, Maria slumped to the ground in fear. Maria covered her mouth, trembling, tears streaming down her face. Slider Mark pushed open the door and walked in, asking loudly, "The plan is all discussed, right?" The other 4 from Class 7 turned to look. One of them replied, "The 2 of us will stick close to Saren right from the start. The other 2 will protect you, Slider Mark, so there will be 2 chances to make him fail." Slider Mark said, "The distance for the first turn is 10 meters, so push him out at least 10 turns. The gray-haired boy nodded and asked, "You will really do as promised if we complete this, right?" Slider Mark's eyes flickered. "Of course, once I rank up, I will definitely find you a tutoring job. You won't have to worry about work, even if you don't graduate." Slider Mark guaranteed, "My father is a technical advisor for the Magic Association. If you help me, I will never forget the favor. If I can help, I will definitely help you." He thought smugly. Not even a single small mistake can be allowed. A genius should not let their guard down. Inside the misty mountain forest, is this the bridge that cannot be crossed? The non-exam takers of Class 7 were gathering in one spot. The short-haired girl who had opposed Siren earlier went up to ask, "Is this the final round? I'm so tired." The pink-haired girl also said, "There are more people than I thought, especially." They all looked towards the intimidating-looking 5th-year student standing in front. She finished. The seniors from Class 5, over there by the Class 5 students, they were all thinking nervously. "If a girl gets into our class, I want one who is super cute." Everyone laughed, saying it would be fun, and even Class 4 and Class 6 came to eavesdrop. Judges were also present on time, including the principal. Flash of light shot into the sky. Athelai looked at the signal and turned back to say, "It's time." She looked at the students standing at the starting line. The test would begin in 10 minutes. Someone cursed, "Damn it, it's a cliff, where is the bridge?" Another spoke up, "Idiot, where is the bridge?" Someone else looked down, only to see 3 or 4 thin ropes stretched out below. He shouted again, What kind of bridge is this?" On this side, someone was using binoculars to observe the examinee group. "Here it is, this is the best spot." Tyrael held the binoculars excitedly. "Standing here, the view is super clear." Emmy stood with her arms crossed behind her, saying, "Hey, we don't have time. Why are you going to watch those idiots from Class 7? Cyriel replied, "What are you saying? I have to cheer for your boyfriend. Give him some good luck." Emmy sighed. "Those who pass will pass. Those who fail will fail. What the hell is there to cheer for?" She bit her finger thoughtfully. "Anyway, can you teleport?" Black-haired boy walked over and called out, "Slider Mark." He, while warming up, asked, "Did you find Siren?" The black-haired boy replied, "No, the thing is," the male student said, "he is not here." His eyes scanned. "What?" On this side, Siren was still lying face down on the ground, an ant crawling across his face. Suddenly, Siren's eyes snapped open, startling the ant into running away. He sprang up like a spring, shouting loudly, "What time is it now?" Someone else also shouted, "What? He's not here?" Emmy looked through the binoculars. "What did you say?" "Siren is absent." Cyriel panicked. "I don't know. I've looked everywhere and can't see him." Emmy hesitated, thinking anxiously. Could it be that didn't he fail at using magic? See, I told you self-learning teleportation is very difficult. Over here, the examinees were standing before a climbing cliff. Someone muttered, "This is a cliff, not a bridge." Ithella said, "The rule is simple. When the teacher gives the signal, you move to the cliff on the other side. The one who moves the furthest by teleportation will pass the test." The Class 7 students looked at each other. "Really?" Someone stepped forward to observe. She asked if they really had to run across that section. And if they didn't pass the exam, they would fall down below, right? The 7th grade students doubted the safety system below. That stood before them and said, "If you are afraid, then withdraw withdraw. The 7th grade examinees turned their heads to look at him. That said, as you know, death is entirely possible in all magic school teaching programs. His expression turned serious. This early promotion exam is to select suitable students for the 5th grade. So if you can ensure your ability to protect yourself, then participate. But if you only have weak determination, then don't. He coldly warned the students to leave here right now while they still could, outwardly serious, but inside that was snickering. Your legs are shaking, aren't they? To prevent safety incidents, applying a little pressure is the right thing to do. His gaze swept to one side. The truly dangerous thing was over there. That looked towards Slider Mark and the group of people standing with arms crossed, those who joined for the purpose of competition. Slider Mark sneered, "Why are you mediocre kids taking this test? In the end, you'll just be my backdrop." Smugly continued, "And that brat with the umbrella, I heard he self-studied to pass the exam. He's bound to fail anyway. Truly a laughable fool." Mac looked forward. He had even prepared so thoroughly. Just then Ethella raised her hand. "Everyone line up, the exam may begin." She suddenly fell silent upon seeing something. Someone was running headlong from a distance. It was Siren. He looked utterly exhausted. Everyone was stunned to see him appear. Siren propped his hands on his knees, panting as he said, "I apologize." He lifted his head to look at Ethella and asked, "Can I still join the exam?" Ethella hurried over to Siren. On this side, Serial had also spotted him through the binoculars and said, "Emmy, there he is." Emmy snatched the binoculars from Serial's hand, yelling loudly, "What the hell were you doing that you showed up this late, you idiot?" Emmy observed while biting her lip. "That kid, why is his face covered in wounds? Could he have gotten into a collision during practice?" On the judge's side, Sienna turned to ask Miralfan, "Principal, Miss Ethella asks if you could make an allowance for the late student." Miralfan nodded. Adapting to the situation is also a student's ability. Just start the exam on schedule. Sienna was silent for a moment, then replied, "I understand." Then, a flare of orange color was shot into the sky. Ethella turned her head and shouted loudly, "Get ready, the exam will start as planned." Ethella said to Siren, who was struggling to stand, "If you want to give up, just tell me." Siren dragged himself forward step by step. "Thank you for worrying about me, I'm fine." Someone waved at Siren and said, "Stand over here." He sneered. Siren replied, "Thank you." The one who just spoke glanced at the person standing 1 Siren away from him and signaled, "Step 1 success. Eliminate that kid within 10 rounds. Siren lowered his head, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. He lifted his eyes to look ahead, focus, gather everything he had. Miss Ethella raised her hand high and then spoke. "The 7th grade early promotion exam now officially begins. Everyone, get ready." Ethella looked down at the watch in her hand. Everyone had lined up into position, all crouched down into a ready stance. Slider Marklick looked at the person beside him and signaled, "Just follow my idea, okay?" That person nodded. Siren also focused his mind. Ethella fired a flare into the sky as a signal. All participating examinees charged forward. Siren also ran headlong like everyone else. The 2 people ran behind Siren. They looked at each other and nodded. The clock hand ticked by bit by bit. The exam time had just touched the 1-second mark. Children had advanced this far thanks to rigorous training, but this was their first time facing a cliff edge. What would it feel like to have the vast open sky beneath your feet? The burning sensation spreading across their toes, excitement or fear. That was a world they had never known. The children could only come up with a single strategy. The classmates charged forward with determination to claim the first position. Every student thought the chance to take first place was real. 2 seconds had passed in the exam time, and they were only 20 meters from the cliff edge. Slider Mark was also running at full speed. He thought running fast alone was not enough to finish first. The key was to use the instant teleportation at the right moment. According to theory and practice, the prerequisite for victory was determining the correct moment to jump. The jumping position decided the outcome. Whether it was the last attempt, it made no difference. Of course, that was if you had the courage to do so. The red-haired classmate missed a step and stumbled. The distance to the cliff was still quite far. He screamed desperately, "Forget it," and charged forward. Then he immediately disappeared in a flash of golden light. A nearby classmate also hurriedly shouted, "Me too." Everyone used the teleportation spell one after another as the exam time passed 3 seconds. 5 meters from the cliff, the leading group began to depart. Someone shouted, "Damn it, I can definitely do this." The distance was 3 meters. Another male classmate also rushed forward. One of Slider Mark's accomplices ran up from behind. "Sorry, Mark, I am going ahead." He roared, "If the escort team leaves first, what am I supposed to do?" He gritted his teeth in anger. Those cowardly bastards. Slider Mark still charged forward, worried about what would happen if he fell. Mac's leader jumped when there were only 2 meters left. The exam time passed 3.5 seconds. Siren was still charging forward, and one of Mark's accomplices responsible for holding him back was doing the same. He thought, "Why do you keep following me like this?" Another male classmate hesitated. "There is no one left but us, so be it." Someone shouted, "I am going ahead," and then immediately vanished. Two people assigned to hold Siren back also began to use the spell. Siren continued running when the distance was only 1 meter. Time passed 3.7 seconds, and Siren still felt it was not the right moment. He stepped right at the edge of the cliff, determined to catch up. The students on Ami's side watching were all stunned. Even the judging panel on Sienna's side did not expect it. Yahello watched with worry. Whispers gradually faded. He is not jumping down. Siren Arian passed the 2-meter mark. The exam time passed 4 seconds. At the Ocean family mansion, like the last sword duel, it was their first time I saw someone who was not afraid in front of father. Ryan marveled, praising that he was not afraid, because he himself a year ago could not even look his father in the eye. The Ocean estate, Ryan's room. He was a little embarrassed by Ryan's praise, saying it was nothing special, just reading in a book that the essence of fear came from imagination. But what surprised Siren more was Ryan's nightly oath. Even he did not expect him to swear that oath to him. Recalling the book that said only humans fear the sword, Siren explained the imagination of dying instantly. For example, jumping off a cliff. It is not until we land that we truly die. So I stopped imagining the future, focused on the present, and found a solution. To avoid fear, he stopped thinking about the future, only focused on doing his best and finding the answer, which helped him greatly. Hearing his explanation, Ryan could not believe it and found it foolish, asking if Siren was stupid. Being called stupid, Siren was taken aback in surprise. Seeing him talk about dangerous things so casually as if it were nothing, Ryan, sweating profusely, grabbed his shoulders and shouted loudly, "If you fall off the cliff you will die. What the hell are you talking about?" Seeing Ryan's misunderstanding and worry, he quickly explained that was not what he meant. Think about it, I am not dead the moment I jump. Back to the present, all the students watching and all the teachers were extremely anxious and nervous. The clock on Ms. Ithella's hand ticked second by second, minute by minute. At the cliff, all participating students had turned into streaks of light flying toward Siren. The moment he started jumping down, his entire body emitted a faint golden light, beginning to open his spirit domain. The wind resistance was too strong when using movement magic, putting pressure on his body. He could not lose focus. If the spirit domain was broken, everything would end. Instant Siren fell. His whole body was enveloped in a layer of light. The space around Siren began to transform. His body rose up and shot forward at the speed of light and gradually caught up to students ahead. Siren passed the group of students in front, when suddenly a student noticed and shouted in astonishment. Everyone was utterly stunned, not expecting him to catch up and even surpass them. What was this? That man could not believe it when he saw Siren pass him. How could someone who jumped so late surpass him by so much? On the other side of the mountain, the group of watching students cheered excitedly when they saw him join the race. They all rooted for Siren, come on, though it was just a fleeting moment to the naked eye. But did you see that? Yeah, the new student who just jumped down. The 5th grade students were very impressed by Siren's outstanding performance. They could not believe a new student could achieve this much. Ami, he is learning magic for the first time, right? Cyril asked in a shocked, trembling voice. Even Ami did not know how to answer, as she herself was too astonished to speak. Calming down, she also understood why he started later than everyone else, so she was no longer as surprised as before. Indeed, a late start, but he had tried to make up for it. As long as he maintained that good pace, Siren would always be the leader. Back to the race, Slidermark was in the lead, but he knew it would not be long before Siren caught up. Damn it, what the hell is the task force doing? The distance ahead was no longer a problem now, Slidermark thought to himself, glancing back and trying to speed up. But it was too late. In an instant, Siren had passed him, becoming the leader. That brat is right in front of me? Far away, in the forest beyond the mountain range where the test was taking place, Maria was slowly stepping into the forest one step at a time. Erlang Maria was not without talent from the start. The harassment of her classmates and her own inner inferiority and weakness had held her back. In the teacher's office, when asked about her grades, Maria was too afraid to lift her head, her voice trembling as she replied, "Sir, it was the others who bullied me too much." Before she could finish, the teacher coldly cut her off. Classmates holding each other back is natural. This is competition. All the other students overcame it and got promoted. At the end of Rule 3, the participating students were divided into 3 groups. Leading was the group with Siren and Slidermark's task force. The middle group was close behind, about 3 meters away. Behind was the last group, those who used magic first out of fear. Damn it, I cannot even cast a flying spell. According to what the senior said, even if they fell, they would still be safe, right? After flying for a while, one careless student started humming a few lines of a song. That humming caused that student to lose balance and fall. Many other students from Group 3 followed after. They all fell off the cliff, screaming in fear. "Help, ma'am, I give up." Watching the students fall, the other spectating students and teachers laughed and watched the spectacle. As expected, the students who could not overcome their fear were the first to fall. Having said that, the teacher immediately wrote down the names of the eliminated students on the paper. The eliminated students continued to fall, screaming nonstop. "Where is the safety equipment? How much longer do we have to fall?" When everyone fell to a certain height, a large fan at the bottom of the cliff began to operate. The fan created gusts of wind to cushion the falling students, helping them land safely. Those who were still conscious lay on the ground complaining, "Hey, that is just too much." You should have informed us about this beforehand. After a surge of stimulation, the entire group of eliminated students cried out in grievance because their seniors had not warned them. They did not know this was just a small gift the seniors intentionally left behind, and in the end, the entire last group was eliminated. At 200 meters, the student group that made it here all showed signs of exhaustion, gasping for breath. Some students, too tired to maintain the teleportation spell, collapsed and could no longer walk. The familiar cries of "Miss, save me" rang out again, and quite a few in the middle group had given up. Returning to the leading group, Slider Mark was still trying to accelerate. His magical talent was average, and he was not tired yet. He sneered to himself, "Stupid fools, if you do not have the ability, do not dream of climbing high. The middle group will all give up anyway." Although he tried to speed up to stay close to Siren, the distance was still quite far. The problem was, damn it, I wonder if it is because of my mood, but I feel the distance with that kid is getting wider. He gritted his teeth and thought in frustration. Slider Mark continued to accelerate in pursuit, feeling annoyed thinking about him. That guy showed no signs of fatigue. How could that be possible? He should have died before the start. Suddenly, a surge of energy flowed into Siren's body ahead. Slider Mark witnessed it all and cursed under his breath. Motherfucker, what the hell is that? Siren suddenly accelerated. Ms. Yahello used her magic eyes to observe all the students' performances and had to admire his remarkable talent. Even I have to self-suggest multiple times, yet Siren's rhythm remains constant, like a machine. Ms. Yahello's suggestion was self-objectification to stabilize the mind and create inertia. Not only her, but the other grading teachers also nodded. Some commented that Slider Mark had decent magical skills, but his rhythm fluctuated noticeably. He was still too impatient due to his youth. Not only that, but some praised Ms. Yahello's talent. It was truly amazing to detect it accurately from so far away using synesthesia. That man stood on the other side, his face unpleasant, silent and saying nothing. The principal watching was also extremely satisfied with the talent Siren displayed. Serial watched the competition through binoculars and asked Amy in surprise, "He can use self-suggestion on his own. That is impressive. Where did Siren learn that high-level skill?" Amy watched intently, though she knew in her heart she would not say it, learned it. Mages usually learn to use the unconscious world consciously, but that kid almost directly controls his own subconscious. That is not something that can be learned. Watching him gradually pull away from me. Slider Mark knew he could not win fairly. He had to continue the plan. Thinking that, Slider Mark suddenly shouted loudly and began to move. Receiving Slider Mark's signal, the two underlings immediately executed the predetermined plan. Even though both were at their limit, damn it, he gave the signal, but why did it have to be now? They had to drain all their remaining mental energy in one go. To complete the plan, the underling decided to risk it all. He channeled all his remaining mental energy to accelerate to the extreme. Siren sensed the disturbance. 2 bursts, it seems someone has changed their rhythm. In a moment of distraction, a black shadow appeared before him, catching him off guard. A student had suddenly surged right in front of him. This startled Siren, leaving him no time to react. He could only slow down to avoid a collision. What is going on? Before he could understand, another student charged at him. Siren widened his eyes as he watched the student rushing toward him. The underling knew his action was wrong but could not disobey orders, thinking to himself, "Sorry, but your game ends here. Come fall with me." He closed his eyes tightly and charged at full speed toward him, intending to push him off. Siren widened his eyes, watching the student charge at him, utterly astonished. He really intends to ram into me? The student, with eyes shut tight and teeth clenched, was suspended in midair. In an instant, the student opened his eyes with a look of confusion. He was gradually falling, only able to watch Siren hovering in the air. A thought flashed through his mind. If that were the case, amidst the perilous void, a few students playing around would fall. It would be over. At that moment, Siren was struggling hard to regain his consciousness. His hand reached out into the deep void, the vast blue sky flickering before his eyes, his rhythm broken, fatigue beginning to set in. With final determination, Siren once again lit up those emerald eyes, telling himself he must not faint, he must focus. A sound as bright as sunlight shot up into the blue sky again. Student who was gradually falling witnessed that scene. He was truly a demon, not a human. With that thought, that student and several others simply fell. Below, the group of Class 5 students was still chattering noisily. His movement just now was a bit strange, wasn't it? Could he have mistaken the direction? One student immediately spoke up. They wanted to crash straight into the kid ahead. That was the real goal. 2 students turned back to look at him with extreme surprise. How did he know that? Who would intentionally cause an accident? When his name was mentioned, Iruki merely sat cross-legged calmly, his hands folded in front of the other students. Iruki used his hands to describe it. One hand formed a fist, the other was open and upright. He brought them close together and said, "One person blocks the racetrack ahead, the other attacks from the side." Like that, Iruki with a calm expression analyzed that it was a perfect strategy to block both, exploiting the advantages of instantaneous teleportation and spatial leap. If the new student didn't go straight on the track, something terrible would definitely happen. After finishing his analysis, Iruki merely waved his hand calmly and smiled gently. Well, if it were me, I would have easily escaped using the equations of motion. Hearing that, those two students could only raise their eyebrows in anger, looking elsewhere in shock. What a fake innocent act. The two of them exchanged glances. But according to Iruki, there was no way the teachers wouldn't have noticed. He didn't know what they were planning. Meanwhile, the principal and Miss Sienna were still monitoring the exam. Slidermark, with his ability, was speeding forward with a confident expression, laughing heartily. The top position is mine. A triumphant smile bloomed in his eyes. Everyone must be so jealous. Those stupid classmates and even Class 6 will become my juniors. Just watch closely. Slidermark Low's confident blue eyes shone even brighter. Watch my talent now. Siren at that time was still trying to chase behind Slidermark's dazzling magical light. He thought Slidermark's condition was very good. Surely he would complete the exam. If he wanted to win, he had to be faster. If he rushed to increase the teleportation distance, the temperature might be destroyed. Siren's eyes were full of determination. He would go at a different pace. And then Siren's magical light suddenly accelerated. Siren shot forward instantly, faster than a glance by just half a beat. The crowd instantly became excited, shouting enthusiastically, "Siren has caught up. Now there's no one else but those two. Go faster!" He held binoculars in both hands, looking with astonishment. Even with a weak body, he still uses such powerful magic. Meanwhile, Serial clung to Ami's arm with a curious expression. "Let me see too." Suddenly, Ami looked away from the binoculars with startled eyes. That is, Max was still speeding forward, stammering, "Girl, what is that?" A magical light, like a thread with a coiled head, shooting rapidly towards the eye. Max, in fear, had to dodge to the side to let the magical light fly past. What the hell is that? Max, still flustered, thought he wanted to die, when Siren was right behind him. A warning immediately appeared, activating the difficulty of the insurmountable bridge. Everyone was shocked by that warning. Level 10, Siren froze in shock. Both Slidermark and Siren held their bodies still, looking at the dangerous, intricate magic array before them. It continuously shot out long threads. What the hell is this? What does level 10 mean? Before everyone else, Miss Sienna just managed to call out, "The principal, I'll go to the equipment room to check," the principal said as he immediately ran off. With that, the principal used magic to fly up. A stream of bright magic suddenly shot into the sky. Miss Sienna quickly said, "Headmaster, we should stop the exam." Another teacher immediately replied, "But this is an exam for promotion by 2 grade levels. If it is cancelled, the families will strongly protest. What will we do then?" Meanwhile, Headmaster Miralfan was still looking toward the ongoing exam. Hearing what the other teacher said, Headmaster Miralfan grew angry and shouted, "Is this the time to worry about that? Hurry and signal to stop the exam now." A stream of magic flew into the sky and appeared before Siren and Slidermark, surprising them both. Siren hovered in the air, looking at the signal before him and thought, "The exam has been stopped." Meanwhile, Master Seth's magic stream had arrived. Stepping out of the magic stream, Master Seth said hurriedly, "I just saw the yellow signal. Could the exam be cancelled? Damn, there will be a pile of complaint forms on my desk." Master Seth rushed to the equipment room, speaking loudly as he walked. "Greg, were you drinking again yesterday? You know how important today's test is." This time, Master Seth grabbed the doorknob and tried to open it, but could not. Master Seth stopped his hand. Locked? It was no mistake. Master Seth gathered magic and a fiery glow appeared for a moment. Master Seth suddenly paused. Huh? Someone was in front of the door. A blue light appeared, helping to see the scene inside clearly. Behind the door were 2 figures. One person slumped over a desk. Another sat on the floor, before the system control panel. Master Seth immediately raised his hand, pointing magic at the door. "Someone open the door now, or I will blast this door open." A voice then rang out, "Go ahead, please do. After all, even if I disappear, no one will ever know." Master Seth froze. That voice. A small fragment of memory suddenly surfaced. Master Seth held a bag with one hand, and a young female student was behind him. "You are..." Master Seth realized in shock. "Maria?" Maria sat in front of the door, her hands gripping her own legs, trembling in fear. Master Seth recognized her and frantically pounded on the door repeatedly. "Do you know what you are doing? Open the door quickly, and I will treat this as an accident and give you only a light punishment." Maria immediately screamed, "No, it is all over anyway. If Slidermark gets promoted, I will have to live a hellish life again. How is dying here any different?" "What?" Master Seth heard Maria speak and held himself back. "That would be better. Better than..." Maria yelled loudly, shaking in fear as she hugged her own legs tightly. Master Seth was stunned, closed his eyes and sighed. "I understand. Do what you want." Maria looked up with tears streaming down her face. "If you do not want to open it, then do not. There really is no emergency." Just as you wanted, the exam has been cancelled. The yellow signal flare shone brightly before Siren and Slider Mark. At that moment, Mark could only grit his teeth and think, stop the exam? Do not joke around. The chance for promotion is right before me. Mark then glanced at Siren behind him and said, think it over. No matter what, we cannot go out now. The chance to defeat that man may never come again. Siren was panting from exhaustion, but that sharp look in his eyes had not disappeared. Mark still glared resentfully toward Siren. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, and 2 streams of light shot forward. The Labyrinth Palace is firing dangerous magic streams, Headmaster. Siren and Slider Mark have already entered the labyrinth. The streams of light bullets just kept shooting out. Sienna suddenly gasped and covered her mouth. No. The headmaster clenched his fists tightly. The headmaster, with an angry expression, clenched his fists. These idiots again. Sienna panicked as she watched the 2 rush into danger like moths to a flame, her heart burning with anxiety. She called out loudly to the principal, demanding he stop this immediately because it was too dangerous, and asked him what on earth he was doing with his whole life. Having said that, all the teachers ran toward the principal to seek his opinion. At this moment, the principal was truly furious, his hands clenched into fists, his face no longer retaining its former gentle demeanor. A golden light flickered in his eyes as he stared intently at the 2 entering the maze, a sense of disappointment rising in his heart. He had thought that if it were his younger brother, things might have been a little different. But if his younger brother was blinded by momentary greed and made a rash judgment, he would never find his way out of this maze. Inside the maze, Siren maintained his speed, weaving through to find the exit. The watching students were now panicking, restless with worry, crying out to heaven and asking each other what to do. Ami and Serial covered their mouths with both hands, speechless, only calling their best friend's name beside them. Ami was also frustrated, helplessly watching the competition continue. She thought those fools did not know that level 10 was a professional grade level. From the cliff walls, dense black ropes shot out. Those ropes formed many different shapes. They lunged fiercely at the male protagonist, forcing him to dodge with difficulty because the traps were moving too fast. He dodged one, but the next one appeared immediately, leaving almost no time to calculate. Doing this continuously would drain his mental energy. Elsewhere, Slider Mark confidently rushed deep into the maze. He thought that even if they both were eliminated, the one who went the farthest would be the winner. If he performed well here, maybe he would gain recognition. With those thoughts in his head, Slider Mark charged forward, without thinking. He weaved through the gaps in the maze at an extremely fast speed. As he went, he felt smug seeing Siren still struggling to dodge, and thought to himself, so, see my skills yet? You will be stuck there forever. The dense, pitch-black maze blocks were still surrounding Siren. He was trying to dodge the incoming maze blocks while searching for an exit, but when he saw Slider Mark charging ahead, he wanted to warn him of the danger, but it was too late. He cried out, no! Right at that moment, in the control room, the control monitor flashed red with an alarm, and Maria's voice rang out. Teacher, what is competition really? Maria sat leaning against the door, arms wrapped tightly around her legs, speaking with a choked voice. She asked about the questions, the lies used to push others into the abyss, and what was above all else. She wondered, is this the kind of competition the Academy wants? Teacher, that also sat leaning against the back of the door, trying to calm Maria. You misunderstand, Maria. But Maria cut him off loudly. Do not lump me in with you. What would a teacher who is always considered a genius like you know? Her voice sobbed, tears of anguish streaming down her face. She said, I did as I was taught, and persevered through it. But in this school, who would bother to remember a talentless student like me? Noticing Maria's emotional distress, teacher, that gently spoke, I do not know if you know this, but I also graduated from this school. When I was in the graduating class, you were a new student entering the school. Hearing teacher, that's words, Maria stopped her crying. She had not expected him to remember that after so many years. She asked, you still remember that? Teacher, that frowned, speaking with a hint of nostalgia. To begin with, have you ever heard the rumor about a genius named Set studying at the school at noon? Her voice trembled slightly from having just cried. She replied, no, I have never heard that story. Teacher, that continued. I was always the last in my class. I was held back in level 5 for 5 years. As a result, I grew increasingly angry watching my friends advance so easily. There was a sense of nostalgia and loss in his words. Maria was somewhat incredulous. That cannot be. You, the current you. Teacher, that laughed loudly, cutting off Maria and continued. One day the principal caught me and scolded me. Hey, what? That brat hit me first. The voice of teacher that rang out from a secluded corner of the academy one evening. It was just a small matter. Why did you have to get involved? Teacher, that, with a scarred face, face as if he had just been in a fight, spoke somewhat stubbornly. The principal cut him off. Normally I would not bother with such things, but in times like this, do you know what a mage must never do the most? The principal said, that is to compare yourself to others. Hitting a sore spot, teacher. That felt guilty and could not meet his eyes, but still argued boldly. Damn, what are you talking about? Are you giving me a lecture on morals again? Unfazed by that's attitude, the principal continued gently. The mages call it the existence that erases the self. Just look at yourself. If you can do that, that is truly erasing the self. But if you keep staring at others on your own journey, then one day, you will simply lose your way. In the maze, Slider Mark confidently charged forward until he realized something was wrong. Looking at the web in front and behind him, he realized he was already trapped. Cornered with no escape, Slider Mark panicked. Fear surged in him, causing him to lose his ability to think. At this moment, Slider Mark's heart was filled with nothing but utter regret. He should never have chosen this path. Seeing his body trapped with no way out and the maze blocks charging to attack, only one thought crossed Slider Mark's mind. Was he going to die like this? Kalash Han was deeply regretful and so terrified that he screamed for help. Save me! Outside, everyone was horrified to see Slider Mark in danger. They all cried out in unison, Slider Mark, no! At the very moment it seemed Slider Mark would die, a hand suddenly reached out. That hand grabbed Slider Mark by the collar, pulling him away and helping him escape death by a hair's breadth. Clutching Slider Mark's collar tightly, Siren gritted his teeth and accelerated at full speed to escape the maze's pursuit. Seeing Siren successfully save Slider Mark, everyone in Class 7 cheered joyfully, Slider Mark is saved! Siren saved him! Suddenly, a student realized both were still in the competition and questioned, but this is an exam, why did he save his competitor? Hearing this, another student immediately scolded, Idiot! Is winning still important when someone is about to die right in front of you? That doesn't matter anymore. Another student noticed something unique about how Siren saved Slider Mark. How could he perform a teleportation like that? Midair, Slider Mark still struggled and shouted for help. Save me. Annoyed Siren barked. Shut up, I'm thinking. These traps were a type of illusionary realm. One had to see through them to find a way out. Moving forward first, having to think of a way to escape the maze while dragging along this annoying dead weight made Siren a bit tired. Siren used light speed, pulling Slider Mark along as he flew straight upward. The traps within the maze seemed alive, immediately chasing after the two. Seeing that flying upward was useless, the students below shouted loudly to warn them. Running upward is useless. Dodge. Seeing the maze closing in, Siren knew dragging him along was futile, but he hadn't thought of another way. Increasing the distance is meaningless. What should I do? An idea flashed in Siren's mind. He understood what he had to do. That's right, there's a way. I need to turn back. Without further thought, Siren accelerated and pulled Slider Mark to turn around. Seeing the protagonist turn back, Eriki clenched his fists excitedly and shouted, That's right. Moving forward isn't always right. Sometimes turning back is the answer. From another corner, witnessing Siren's outstanding performance, his classmates fell into confusion. Only a month has passed. Did he really train on his own? I thought he got in through connections and didn't even know how to use magic. Yeah, maybe we misunderstood him. You can do it. Despite the misunderstanding, all the students shouted to cheer Siren on. It's dangerous. Dodge! Perhaps Siren. Serial was astonished to realize his effort was not just for the exam, but for something else. Ami beside her affirmed, yes, he trained hard not just to do well on this exam. After all, the promotion exam was only a small part of the journey to becoming something greater. He simply wants to become a talented mage. Serial spoke up. In the control room, Teacher Thet continued talking to comfort Maria. Competition is merely a tool to reach the finish line faster. It's fine to go slow. When we cross that line, we all become mages. His words kept echoing. At that moment, all the teachers, students, even the principal were struck speechless as they watched Siren dodge and escape the maze. Behind the door, Maria spoke weakly, full of regret. Is it not too late now? Knowing he had successfully persuaded Maria, Teacher Thet smiled gently. I will help you. Why not be a little braver? Each of Teacher Thet's words gave her courage. Maria burst into sobbing tears of regret, or perhaps relief. Back at the competition, the principal unexpectedly spoke up, demanding the exam continue, surprising Sienna and the other teachers as they turned to look at him. The principal did not waver and declared strongly, I will take responsibility for everything. The scenery ahead was fraught with danger. The crowd's cheers still rang out. Go for it. Danger. Dodge. Siren with a determined gaze continued moving forward. He used one hand to drag Slider Mark toward the dangerous matrix. This trap seemed alive, moving without pause. Unpredictable without rules, wanting to save Slider Mark but unable to pinpoint an exact location. In fear, Slider Mark panicked. I don't want to die. In contrast, Siren calmly thought, first sensing the entire structure before focusing on one point. Siren used his eyes to find a safe exit. He saw the entire structure of Mekong light up. He had felt this sensation before, like being forced to flee. In that instant, Siren saw the path he needed to take. Siren poured all his strength into maximum acceleration, darting swiftly toward the maze along the predetermined route in his mind. His speed was so fast it left only a golden afterimage. Siren slipped through the gaps in the maze at extreme speed, just before they vanished. Within the maze, he was like a fish in water, moving through with ease. The students who witnessed it were astonished, their mouths agape at Siren's power. Slider Mark, dragged along, had fainted, frothing at the mouth without anyone noticing. Ami and Serial were also quite surprised by his actions. All the teachers were deeply impressed by Siren's performance. It is danger itself that unlocks latent power, with limits formed at a point of satisfaction. Miralfan seemed to realize the source of the latent power within Siren. What surprised him was that even he himself did not know the boy's limits. He sensed no satisfaction or desire from that child. Could it be that he had no limit? Maze constantly transformed, hurtling straight toward him. No matter what shape the maze took, Siren evaded all. Miralfan witnessed everything, utterly amazed. He sensed that there was not a single stray thought in Siren's heart. It was astonishing. Tella continued to watch intently every second, though her calm exterior hid a restless heart. With a spirit domain density near 99.9%, he calculated everything too well amid the chaos. An outstanding talent, but this trial was truly too dangerous. Siren passed through one maze after another, and each trial grew increasingly difficult. After overcoming one trial, he realized the distance between obstacles had narrowed, leaving only about a meter. He kept thinking of a solution. Instantaneous 10-meter movement was impossible. If so, then divide the instantaneous movement into tenths, with a left-right, left-right, left-right order. As soon as he thought it, his body acted, passing through gaps less than a meter wide at the speed of light. Siren moved to the next level, and the next was level 7. At this level, Mekong formed tightly packed hexagons like a honeycomb, causing him some trouble. Siren recognized the problem. I can't go in a straight line. The gaps are extremely narrow. Without hesitation, Siren found an improvised solution immediately. So then I'll divide it as much as possible. Rainbow Drop finally made it that far, huh? Iruki clenched his fists, excitedly, shouting loudly, startling everyone. What is that? Bending light? Someone couldn't help but ask, watching Siren's way through the maze. Iruki, why does light bend? Light only travels in straight lines. Hearing his classmate's question, Iruki kindly explained, such a simple principle and you still ask. If you differentiate a circle, you get an infinite straight line. The instantaneous movement distance was divided into 1/1000ths. 1/1000th? Unable to contain their amazement, all the classmates cried out, how can that be calculated? Everyone asked, calculate what? It's instinct, it's intelligence. Isn't he smart? Iruki replied helplessly. In short, he's a genius, completely the opposite of, Iruki boasted proudly, but no one paid any attention. All were marveling at Siren's talent. A genius. That's terrifying. At that moment, the maze began to change again. Pitch-black threads, as if alive, started merging into one entity. Threads grew denser and denser, forming an immensely huge shape. This also created difficulties for Siren. Always this. Siren looked at what the maze had created, startled and amazed. Realizing what it was, all the teachers stood up in horror and shouted, "No, that's the dragon maze!" A pitch-black dragon's head, formed from the maze, immense and terrifying, appeared before Siren. The maze was still active even though Master Thut had been gone for quite a while, which made Miss Sienna extremely worried. She wondered what he was doing. Unable to wait any longer, Miss Sienna immediately used teleportation, turning into a streak of light and flying away. At this moment, Slider Mark gradually regained consciousness and wondered where he was. Just as he steadied himself, he looked up to observe his surroundings. For him, a giant dragon's mouth was wide open and rushing toward him, causing him to scream in panic. Slider Mark flailed in panic while Siren calmly faced the situation, looking for a way to break the spell. He told himself to remember everything he had seen, starting from the left directional ring. While Siren was looking for an escape, Slider Mark could not remain calm. He fearfully begged him to save him and promised to live a virtuous life. On the other side, Miss Sienna had instantly teleported to Master Thut's location. As soon as she landed, she hurriedly ran to the control room and loudly asked him what was going on. Seeing Sienna rushing over in a hurry, Master Thut immediately asked her what was so urgent. Sienna impatiently ran over and shouted that there was no time left, demanding that he stop the device immediately. She said the exam had been cancelled, but Thut still thought everything had ended long ago. Sienna snapped that the exam had not been cancelled yet. She heard that Siren and Slider Mark were still inside the exam grounds. Thut exclaimed in shock, "What?" Without a moment's thought, Thut turned around and ran toward the control panel. Suddenly, a hurried and panicked voice called out the names of the two people from behind. It was Miss Yahello, who ran up to the two of them with a panicked expression, as if she wanted to say something about Ari and Siren. The moment the dragon lunged at them, it nearly swallowed the two of them inside. All the students who witnessed that scene were terrified and dared not watch further. Both teachers and students were horrified as they watched everything unfold right before their eyes. Time seemed to freeze as the second hand of the clock just ticked past 1 beat. The running clock hand suddenly stopped exactly at the number 12. Clock hand turned back roughly 1 minute before Yahello arrived. Before the enormous jaws were about to close shut, Siren was still gripping the collar tightly. Everyone around was extremely terrified. Amy and Serial hugged each other and screamed, not daring to look at the upcoming scene. Standing before the monster, Siren began to harness his power, his eyes glowing with a blue light. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, and everything around him seemed to freeze. 1 minute before the clash, he tried to stay calm, as if looking at everything from a different angle. He knew he was still alive. Think about it, the neutrons in the body are working at full capacity, just 1/10. A beam of light shattered all barriers in just 1/100th of a second. The source of light weaved through the intricate grid of square blocks. There were 6 junctions, a total of 9 teleportations, including the escape route. On one part of the path, he worried that he had taken the wrong way. His beam of light was blocked by a red wall. Siren thought that he and Slidermark could not escape this path. They had to find another way, returning to the present moment, just as the clock hand struck 12 o'clock. The ferocious monster lunged forward. Everyone around was extremely frightened. Ami panicked and called out Siren's name. Miralfin was about to use his power to save them. He suddenly realized something and immediately stopped. A dazzling beam of light shot forth from the darkness, as if trying to escape the abyss of the universe. Loud explosions came from the light source flickering in the blue sky. Everyone below simultaneously rushed toward that light. Everyone shouted in unison, no, it couldn't be. From his side, Siren plunged straight to the ground, dragging Slidermark along, stunning everyone. Murmurs rose from below. He had really escaped. They were not returning spirits. Thella stood frozen in shock at the scene before her. Then she ran off somewhere. Siren gasped, unable to believe he had narrowly escaped death. What happened? Did I get out? I don't remember anything. The engine system of the impossible bridge was disabled, reduced to 0. Witnessing that, the young man with spiky hair exclaimed in surprise that it was a human-level difficulty. He had surpassed the expert level of the advanced class. Siren was tired, panting heavily after the recent trial. He shouted, thinking he was surely dead. Everyone was surprised by that statement. Serial cried tears of joy, shouting that he had done it. Ami smiled softly and thought, he was really cool, one who passes with real strength would never boast. Everyone rushed to Siren, enthusiastically congratulating him on overcoming the arduous trial. They said he was truly awesome, having been directly recruited into Class 5, making the senior Class 6 students envious. The professors approached in surprise and asked, did Siren really pass? Sienna lamented, full of regret for missing the crucial moment due to Professor That. An upset That said he would explain later, but Sienna scolded him for being useless, deeply hurting him. Sienna spoke up. Since both reached the finish at the same time, it needed to be confirmed. She hesitated. Principal, please announce who. Miralfin was still dazed. Sienna continued to call. Principal. Anfis pondered. Could he be worrying himself sick to the point of losing all his hair? Looking at Siren, the old man thought to himself, I am very glad you showed everyone the light. The light of the Milch family. That looked towards Anfias. Ada thought the one who laid the foundation for the definition of photons was also awarded the golden circle by the king. Sienna worriedly wondered what was wrong with him, whether there could be a moment of selfish greed over Siren's talent. That stepped forward, his right hand placed on his left chest, bowing his head respectfully. Principal, please state your decision. I believe the one who can lead the Academy's future has appeared. Miralfan laughed, slightly moved, reminiscing about the past after seeing the talented student. He felt envious of the boy's innocent love for magic. Recalling that scene, he could not believe in fate. Miralfan held a pendant in his hand, continuing to think. It had been a long time since his heart beat this fast. Standing before the entire student body, Professor Miralfan declared, even though only one was accepted, I still wish to commend everyone. The courage shown today will bring the world closer to a brighter future. The one who passed the test is... Aryan Siren. The surrounding crowd cheered, looking at him with a tired expression, full of shock and vacant eyes. From within the crowd, a figure slowly stepped out. It was Slidermark, moving laboriously with injuries from the trial. People said he might be planning to protest because he had gone with Siren, but the new student was the one who saved him, and the conflict event was very suspicious. Slidermark gradually showed unease, unable to believe his own eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. He is a true genius. Siren looked at Slidermark with a fearsome gaze. Mark bowed his head in admission. All this time I was wrong. With sincerity, Slidermark continued, no, I apologize, senior. As a mage, I accept full responsibility. All the senior students were terrified. They all bowed their heads low in unison. They shouted in unison, I was wrong, senior, we accept punishment. Siren was still tired, laughing as he said, all right, I hope everyone is sincere. They shouted, yes, senior. In their hearts, they thought he was terrifying. Good thing they apologized early. As for Siren, he just wanted to sleep, too tired to be alert. Ami stirred. Awesome, let's go. Serial wondered, I think we should stay with Siren on such an occasion. Madab had no time, thinking to himself. He had proven himself. Now it was his turn. Suddenly Siren looked towards Ami. He shouted loudly. Ami began to feel uneasy. Both of them stopped. He raised his hand and pointed at Ami. Siren said, I kept my promise, right? Right now I'm not clear-headed. I will catch up to you soon. Ami was stunned. The people around them exclaimed, calling a girl like that. Isn't that being jealous of his girlfriend? Siren, you are really cool. Ami shed tears at his words, and Siren, after waking up, remembered nothing about this. Siren had been promoted to grade 5. Somewhere Ethenla was searching for something filled with questions. She was sure Synesthesia had chased after Siren. She worried had she lost him in the Dragon Maze, a luxurious school. In the room named the Disciplinary Committee. A meeting at the Disciplinary Committee took place. Sat held the violation report. Behind him was Maria bowing her head in confession. Maria honestly admitted her fault and wished to be disciplined. However, Siren, Slider Mark, and even the gatekeeper Brad, those affected by the sleep spell, spoke up not wanting Maria to be disciplined at all. The other students also sympathized and began to admit fault, even mentioning things related to Siren's test. From behind, the students stood up to admit their mistakes, making the atmosphere even more heated. Siren looked at Slider Mark, thinking he was trying to keep his promise to take responsibility. Miralfin spoke up. Maria's situation is truly unfortunate. She did not use that machine to harm anyone. With an authoritative expression, the old man continued that according to regulations, the disciplinary action would still be carried out. Siren placed his hand on his chest and said, but I also request to be disciplined. I ignored the exam postponement signal and entered the maze. Moreover, I led Slider Mark into danger. Enfia rubbed her eyes. But who would have expected to see such a scene in this school? Sat thought, things have gone beyond the principal's expectations. Students all bowed their heads to accept discipline. They did not realize the truth because they were blinded by competition, pride, and jealousy. Now, to become renowned mages, they were admitting their faults. Sat sighed, recalling the first time he met the principal. Would think of teaching in this way. Teacher has always taught me many things. Teacher Miralfan slammed the gavel to pronounce the verdict. A gavel sound rang out. All the students burst into tears. Turning back to Maria, she dropped her head and apologized. Sienna was writing violation slips for each student. This was an unprecedented precedent since the school's founding, as everyone was being punished. On the violation slip it read, Milan Maria, 19 years old, grade 7, homeroom professor, suspended for 2 months. Slider Mark, 15 years old, grade 7, also suspended for 2 months. The other students were suspended for 1 month. Siren was only punished with writing a self-criticism. Recalling when Siren admitted fault, when asked why he entered the maze despite seeing the signal, Siren replied, at that time I did not want to lose. I only thought of solving the maze. I do not remember clearly. Sienna smiled. You also have positive aspects I did not expect, even though you look so obedient. On the representative form, Siren had stepped into grade 5. Because he is a boy, returning to where Siren was, he was snoring asleep from exhaustion. In the dream it seemed someone called his name. Siren, Siren. Suddenly a shout came. Dragon Maze. A flash of light streaked by. That was him flying like a streak of light, moreover becoming more focused. He opened his eyes wide, remembering the scrutinizing gazes. Myself, I will erase myself. Calling everything that had passed, his soul shattered into fragments like this, dissipating across the world, as if this world had always been this way. Siren still charged forward, but he became different. The space around him began to break apart in chunks. Siren still charged forward, the space shattered faster, endlessly. He suddenly fell into that shattered place. Charging without breaks, Siren was utterly terrified. Behind the crack was an empty black void. Piano sound rang out, snapping Siren awake from the Ziz nightmare. He wondered why there was piano music so early in the morning. He put on his uniform, adjusting his collar. He couldn't remember anything, but why did his heart feel so heavy? He picked up the notebook. Write the notes Amy lent him to help remember the magic rules. He flipped through each page. He had to return it today in the combined class. He wanted to thank her for helping him until the end. As if seeing something, his face was full of question marks. In training hall number 2 were Siren, Kyo, and Ami. Ami turned back worriedly. Serial greeted Siren. How are you doing? Still alright? Siren held a basket of apples to give to the two. Thanks to you all, I want to say thank you. Ami wondered, what's this? Apples. Siren handed the notebook back to Amadab. I happened to notice, it seems you like apples. She thought to herself that she liked cherries, but said she liked apples out loud. She quickly flipped through the pages of the notebook. On the notes, what was she thinking? The issue was time. Saying sorry would do, because apple and Kolash hen sounds the same as sorry. She was embarrassed, running away screaming. Whatever. Serial called out. Where are you going, Ami? Class is about to start. Leaving the two of them confused. Why was she acting like that? Serial chased after Ami. Ami passed the advanced test to move up to the graduating class, but there still seemed to be a problem that even a genius brain couldn't solve. A month later, the grade 7 students returned after being suspended. They said in unison, Senior, we saved a seat for you. Siren was surprised, nervously saying everyone didn't need to do that. Strangely, every time there was a combined class, grade 7 saved a seat for him. Everyone remembered his terrifying expression from back then and quickly went back to their seats. He felt like he had already become a scary senior. Suddenly, a voice asked if there was a seat for her. The juniors recognized the voice and turned around. Of course, Sister Cereal, please sit. Cereal said, your cute girlfriend isn't here, you seem less energetic. He laughed nervously, you're the one who seems lonely. You two are always together. Cereal replied, right, so I'm preparing to move up to the graduating class. Siren was stunned, really? Cereal said she planned to graduate and live a normal life, but seeing him and Amy inspired her. She felt her youth was a bit wasted, and besides, Amy seemed to want to be a soldier. Siren was surprised. A soldier? He asked, is she planning to join the war? She answered dejectedly, are you two actually dating or not? Siren worried, isn't that dangerous? Even though Tomi is peaceful, if war breaks out, Cereal replied, every mage has a duty to participate. That's why we receive so many benefits. Besides, Amy's specialty is sniper magic, so she'll only participate covertly. Doesn't that sound cool? The beautiful, charming agent Amy, imagining that, Siren replied, right, why was he worried about the number 1? He waved goodbye to Cereal. From grade 5, students start thinking about their future careers as mages. Being good at a certain field is a huge advantage, but is that the reason? It's hard to talk about that with low-scoring students. Suddenly, a voice called out, hey Siren, are you planning to train alone? If anything's hard, just ask me. That extremely friendly guy was a friend he was truly grateful for, talking to him even he wasn't good with words. Even though his scores were average, the guy was so versatile he could control lightning. That versatility wasn't exactly friendly either. Seeing Siren sigh, he said, sighing like that again. Siren thought everyone had their own traits. Grade 5 was completely different from grade 7. Even though they were the same age, they were much more mature than him. Suddenly, 2 voices came from behind. Hey Siren, listen to us. Siren was surprised by his name and where he was assigned, replying, what is it? The slender-haired boy spoke up, I told you I can't agree. Siren thought they wanted to argue about something. Damn. He wondered, would they distance themselves from him again because he didn't understand what they were saying? Chemistry, biology, or literature? Professor Yahello or CA, who did you guys like more? Siren was so panicked his eyes bulged and his mouth hung open, thinking awkwardly. A girl? Ned took a breath and lowered his voice, saying, what were you thinking asking that? Siren darted his eyes around, flustered, muttering, exactly, Ned. After that, he frowned in dissatisfaction and said loudly, I'm on Professor Siena's team. Hearing that, Siren screamed inwardly, holding his head in his hands as if he had just seen Seth fight evenly. Having said that, he stood with his arms crossed, interrogating the other two. Don't you guys know Professor Siena is the charming and wise type? Criticized. The person standing opposite retorted, no, it's Professor Ithella who makes us want to protect her. Siren stood by, watching the 3 argue, looking extremely troubled, thinking, these adolescent male students. Suddenly, a voice spoke to him. Siren, what do you think? He was startled, mouth agape, whispering, what do I think? Caught off guard, Siren pondered for a long time. Right. To have a great school life, I need to get along with everyone. Between 3 pairs of sharp eyes staring at him, Siren looked troubled, having to choose one. He thought, but both are professors I respect. Choosing one feels a bit. Thinking that, he clenched his fists and said firmly, F for me. Before he could finish, he suddenly paused in confusion, seeing the 2 who were previously full of hostility now sneaking away, greeting him awkwardly. Ah, sorry, we'll come back later. He stood frozen like a statue, lamentingly wondering, is it because I couldn't answer? Behind Siren, someone saw something and turned their face away, then raised a hand and said loudly, no, it's because of him. Then that person called out loudly, Eruki! Eruki walked over with cold eyes looking at them, one hand on his chin, the other in his pocket, slowly approaching as if he knew nothing. What are you guys talking about so enthusiastically? Ned sighed wryly, just the usual, asking which professor is better. Then he introduced Siren, this is Eruki. Hearing his name Siren behind Ned thought, attitudes sure change fast. He forced out a greeting, hello. Ned continued, this is your first meeting, right? Eruki is the eccentric guy of the 5th year. Eruki immediately extended his hand, his gaze sharp and cold as he spoke. Pleased to meet you, Ariane Siren, I've heard much about you. Honestly, who in this school doesn't know you? Siren paused, shaking Eruki's hand while looking at his hand, silently wondering about that voice. Suddenly, he recalled a voice and an unclear face of someone who had told him, don't hesitate. If you want to do something, just do it. That voice echoed in his ear again. You came here to become a wizard, didn't you? At that moment, he just stood there dumbfounded, silently asking, who is it? Then he cheerfully grasped Eruki's hand tightly and said loudly, thank you. Because of you, I succeeded in using the redirection form. Eruki looked slightly surprised down at his tightly held hand, not answering. Siren continued, thanks a lot for last time. After a moment of silence, he looked up at him and said with a smirk, You're the boring type, aren't you? Siren froze upon hearing that, blurting out, yeah. Seeing this, Ned immediately stepped in to separate the two. He looked at Siren with an apologetic smile, explaining, "Don't mind him, he always talks like that." Then he turned to Iruki, raising his hand to block him. "Hey, what kind of way is that to talk?" Iruki scratched his head, pretending not to know, calmly saying, "What?" That was a compliment. Having said that, he stepped forward, turned his head to glance at the two, and waved his hand at eye level with a mocking grin. "Anyway, the 5th year is full of eccentrics. Stay careful." Ned asked, "Where are you going?" "What about class?" Iruki turned and walked away without stopping, leaving only 3 words, "Don't care." Siren was amazed by that statement, lamenting inwardly, "He doesn't care about attending magic class?" Seeing Iruki gone, Ned turned to scratch his head, looking at Siren, sighing with a bored expression, explaining, "Sorry about that, he's always like that. But once you get used to him you'll see he's a good guy." Siren replied with a confused tone, "He's a bit strange, isn't he?" Ned continued, "Yeah, understanding him is exhausting. Honestly, he's a genius." Ned spoke for a bit then hesitated, "But the problem is he's a genius in a strange field." Siren looked surprised at Nidema's words and asked, "Iruki is a genius?" Suddenly many voices echoed, "Hey, look, it's Iruki. Why is he entering the image field again?" In front, Iruki was standing on the podium walking in some direction. The dense crowd below looked at him, a voice exclaimed as if unable to hold back, "Come on, he's not going to take off his clothes and lie down on the field, is he?" Siren heard this, silently wondering, "Take off his clothes." Ned standing beside him slapped his own forehead, panicked, shouting, "Oh God, what is he going to do now? Let's go see." At this moment, on the high podium, wind currents began to swirl at Iruki's feet, along with a surrounding magic circle. Then, from within where he stood, sources of power began to radiate outward rapidly. Under Iruki's feet, the magic circle spun around. He stood tall, one hand in his pocket, his eyes scanning the blue stream of force flying from the ground into the sky. Siren and the other students stood with mouths agape, watching that blue stream of force. He wondered, that is, then he continued to think, spirit force redirection. The speed is really fast. The blue stream of force now formed a huge circular rotation above the students' heads. Some people looked scared, but another voice spoke up, "Every time I witness this, I find it so fascinating." Another voice followed, "Surely no one else in this kingdom can do that." Iruki smirked and then snapped his fingers. 8 medium-sized blue circles suddenly appeared at his feet. Everyone looked up, whispering, "What's that? Target forms?" The teacher holding the lesson for the 4th year heard the noise, turned his head back to look, and gasped in shock. Right after that, the teacher screamed at Iruki to stop. On the ceiling, blue circles began to sprout small wings and move, with a ring inside that looked like an eye. Iruki pressed his thumb and index finger together, his cold blue gaze fixed, and said, "Ignite." Warning voice rang out. "Everyone quickly take cover." Each person frantically sought an escape route. Everyone shouted in unison, "Hey, you madman!" At that moment, everyone fled in terror. No one noticed that blue eyeball being pierced by a sword. Then it began to glow brilliantly on the ceiling. Everyone grew even more frightened. And suddenly it exploded. A thunderous explosion echoed above the panicked crowd, accompanied by light and purple smoke. Everyone screamed their throats out. Siren, however, did not run. He stood upright, letting the purple smoke tussle his hair. Then Iruki's laughter rang out. He raised his hand to eye level, glancing at him. "See you later, Siren." Then he sank into the purple-white smoke. The teacher suddenly grabbed him by the ear, yanking him furiously. "You little punk, your last suspension wasn't long ago and you're already causing trouble again." Iruki, in pain, leaned sideways to follow her pull. "I didn't destroy the machine. You know I didn't." The teacher shouted, "Shut up. You're suspended for 3 days, got it?" Iruki showed no surprise. As if used to it, he just said, "That long?" Then, someone commented about Iruki, calling him the weirdest kid in the 5th grade. His current image looked so aloof and unapproachable, as he sat cross-legged on a desk, hands behind his head, staring straight ahead. That voice continued, "Extremely low social skills, and his personality is probably just average." However, the reason Iruki was called a genius was because he only specialized in one area. In his midterm scores, all his social subjects were 0, but his science subjects all achieved a perfect score of 100. There is a syndrome called savant syndrome, a phenomenon where, sometimes after recovering from brain damage, a patient gradually possesses abilities far beyond ordinary people. The strange voice spoke again. "To be specific, Iruki is the king of the sciences. His nervous system's neurons light up." That person explained, for example, that he could calculate what would happen in extreme environments below 0 or above 100 degrees. He could even calculate dates 40,000 years from now. If he wanted, I bet he could recite pi until the end of his life. However, in other fields, the sentence came to a stop here. Then the literature professor, veins bulging on his face, picked up the exam and shouted, "Iruki, are you challenging my authority?" It was ridiculous how he turned an essay assignment into a math problem. Question 2 asked to explain the meaning of Gilberto's poem about falling leaves, but Iruki answered that the surface velocity of a falling leaf has air resistance, so it moves based on the vector sum of forces. I have written the leaf surface model equation below. and he solved a series of equations on the literature test. The professor angrily slammed the desk. This is literature, not math. Meanwhile, he sat watching his work blown up on the screen. The professor yelled, "It seems you want to prove you're a genius. But there are many things you can't explain with math, like profound imagery or emotion." Haruki looked bored, picking his ear with his pinky finger. "Professor, there is nothing I cannot explain with numbers." He looked at the professor and continued, "If we can't explain the world with logic, how can we live in such a terrifying world?" He pointed at his own nose tauntingly. "Your face looks like it's about to explode any time." And he crossed his arms and looked away. For example, an angry face is a manifestation of chemical reactions in your body. The professor stared at him in silent rage. Haruki continued, "Emotional imbalance, nerves tense, blood pressure fluctuating erratically. Blood vessels dilate, making your face deep red, or constrict, making them bulge and turn blue." After hearing this, the professor went berserk, his face red as a demon, and he gritted his teeth. "Get out!" The professor's voice echoed through the building. "Get out! You get a 0, 0, understand?" Siren heard this and was stunned. Amazing he dares to speak about what he believes with such confidence. He continued, "Unbelievable that he's my age. There really are all kinds of people." Sitting across from him, the other person propped their chin on their hand, looking troubled. The professors used to encourage Haruki, but in the end, everyone gave up. He crossed his legs, chin in hand, and said cheerfully, "But who would have thought he'd be curious about you? I'm really glad you started talking to me." Siren smiled sheepishly. "I understand." Then he thought to himself, "But I'm still a bit worried." Brought his hand to his mouth, thinking seriously, "Anyway, it's better to know more." As he was thinking, a girl standing nearby softly spoke up, "Well, trial run." Both of them were surprised and turned their heads to see what was happening. Turned out a long-haired girl, with an embarrassed expression, spoke to Siren. "Siren, would you like to join our research group?" Seeing his surprise, she continued her invitation. "We are researching matter teleportation magic. If someone with high grades in photon magic like you joined, the research paper would be completed very quickly." She added, "If you submit it, you won't have to waste your vacation on those performance evaluations. We can study together." Siren looked troubled. "Sorry, my academic results aren't good yet. I think I need to focus on that." He continued, "Sorry for refusing." The girl said gently, "There's nothing else we can do. If you change your mind, let me know." After speaking, she turned back to her friends, leaving a final word, "You can join anytime." Siren sat smiling warmly with half-closed eyes. "All right, thank you." After a while, they went elsewhere. He turned to look after them, laughing heartily. "How embarrassing, that group is quite prominent." "Well, you already have senior Ami, so that group isn't that prominent, right?" Siren silently wondered, what do those two things have to do with each other? Then he shifted to other thoughts, but his knowledge still had too many gaps. He felt frustrated remembering his low midterm scores. Raising his grades was hard, and dreaming of a research group was far-fetched. Seeing he spoke with a mocking tone, Siren immediately changed the subject and asked, "You don't have a research group. If it's you, I think you could easily join a good one." He cheerfully replied, "I do have a research group." Siren let out a surprised exclamation, then he continued, "And I'm even the group leader." Hearing that, he immediately looked disappointed, sighed, then lowered his head and sat still. Seeing this, Siren awkwardly waved a hand to comfort him. "It's not a big group. You're making me embarrassed. I only have 2 members, so the funding got cut off." He explained in a loud voice, "All the seniors graduated, so I got that position." Siren nodded in admiration. A graduating class. Graduate students were also in that group? Then his eyes lit up, as if he suddenly understood something. If it was a group that had graduate students in it, it must be an extremely promising research group. Siren immediately asked, "If it's not too much trouble, can I visit your research room?" Outside the strange forest, a voice rang out. "Siren, I thought you weren't interested in research?" Siren replied, "No, I'm interested, but I'm afraid I'll bother others if I join." He exclaimed in surprise, "What? Research groups aren't that rigid. We mix studying with having fun. This is our research room." Ned was leading Siren to his research room, a strangely dark place. Siren wondered, "What is this?" He introduced it as the Istis Magic Storage Room, which held the entire training facility for students. The two of them seemed to shrink before a giant black cube in the middle of a clearing in the forest. He continued, "This is an extremely advanced storage room. You can place items into one block, and it will automatically carry them to the room needed." Siren sighed in despair. "Ah, so this is just a storage room." Seeing Siren's expression, he quickly explained, "Wait, despite how it looks, it's solid inside. You'll be surprised." As they stepped into the lab, the one in front spoke to introduce it. "This is a precious place that my seniors worked hard to preserve." Siren wondered, "Really? Siren continued, so can I really rely on that? Ned enthusiastically said, of course, you'll be amazed by what's inside. Suddenly, the image of a hand holding chalk writing very quickly on a blackboard appeared, accompanied by sounds coming from that place. The two walked and chatted. Ned carried his bag over his shoulder, looked at Siren with a smile. Other groups are eyeing this place. My seniors had to fight a lot to keep ownership. Siren walked past another corridor, stopped, and asked, what's this? He looked back, grinning with his teeth showing. Actually, we can use everything inside if we want. Siren wondered, isn't that against the rules? He replied, every time you find an item you want, the structure here rearranges itself. Saying that, he stopped. He had already walked deep inside, while Siren had just stepped along the extended yellow line, marked with the symbol 7H. He walked, one hand carrying his bag on his shoulder, the other in his pants pocket, a confident smile on his face. No one can find us here. Siren, surprised, walked along while looking at him. Siren dazedly thought about a hiding place that no one could find. He spread his hands forward, looking cheerfully at Siren. Tada! This is our research room. Siren stood still, mouth agape in astonishment. Siren let out a doubtful sound. Before the two of them was an old sign hanging on the door, with the words, Research Room for the Science of Supernatural Phenomena. Siren exclaimed, the science of supernatural phenomena. He stood dumbly thinking about the supernatural in a magic academy, while the other remained enthusiastic. He asked, what do you think? Pretty cool, right? Then he continued with an excited tone, demons, souls of all lives, aliens, hell gods, and so on and so forth. We study everything related to those kinds of things. He stood behind, his face pale, his body trembling nonstop. Siren wondered doubtfully, I think I joined the wrong group. It's not that I'm uninterested, but this is a bit. Then, a door opening sound rang out in the silent space, followed by a loud but harmless explosion. The force of the blast blew his hair and clothes. Siren flinched. What was that? He smiled with delight, squinting his eyes. It's just a bit of dust, you'll get used to it soon. Coughing harshly while covering his mouth with his hand, he glared at him, thinking, why do I have to get used to it instead of clean it up, huh? He stood frozen once again when he saw something in front of him. Before the two was the back of someone standing and writing on the board. Turned out to be Eruki, who was intently solving something. Siren spoke up. Eruki tilted his head to look at him, saying calmly, our research group is quite infamous, so we couldn't reveal all the members yet. That's why I didn't tell you before. Siren was puzzled. Eruki is interested in supernatural phenomena. Eruki, as if having noticed their arrival, explained, quite the opposite. He joined to prove the contrary. This is also a good bait to lure people who think of everything in this world with a rational brain. Eruki's eyes shone brightly as he spoke excitedly. Is that Siren? He ran over, grabbing both of Siren's hands, enthusiastically saying, what wind brings a genius like you to this humble place? You coming here is a good thing. Listen to what I've found. Siren panicked and replied reluctantly, but Eruki continued, when you break down matter, what remains are atoms, right? Spot on, right? Eruki still had that excited expression as he said, but I think even atoms can be broken down into smaller particles. What do you think those atomic particles would be made of if we did that? He stammered before Eruki's question, hesitating. Yes, right. I'm not sure, but I think there's a hidden form of latent energy. Hearing that, Eruki kept pumping Siren's hand up and down. You hit it right on the mark. I knew you were absolutely amazing. I can't believe you thought that far ahead. He was truly sweating bullets, thinking, did I get it right? Eruki looked at Siren and continued happily. There must be a huge amount of latent energy. So much energy it could destroy an entire city. What do you think would happen if that's the case? Siren was troubled by Eruki's question, answering in surprise. What happens after that? Then a serious expression appeared on his face, and he hesitated. People will get hurt. Eruki heard that, stuck his pinky finger up his nose, and coldly exclaimed, what are you talking about? Then he pointed his pinky finger straight at Eruki, who now looked like a madman. There is so much latent energy inside. Do you think we need to care about that? Siren was stunned, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, what? Do you even know what you are saying? Then he loudly repeated the principal's words, a mage must always be aware of the consequences magic brings. Nader stood tensely between the two, flustered, unsure how to handle the situation. Siren spoke more harshly. So you think sacrificing the crowd is acceptable to achieve your own desires? Eruki took a light sip from his cup, chewing on a cherry, and coldly remarked that Siren was truly boring. He brought the cherry up to eye level and said mockingly, do you think other mages know this but don't do it? Because they lack the ability. That is the reason they don't. After saying that, he put the cherry into his mouth and told Siren to use his intelligence for something useful. Siren shouted in dissatisfaction that even if he was a genius, it did not matter. It was better to be a harmless fool than a genius who harms others. Eruki, who was tilting his head back while chewing the cherry, lowered his eyes and said in a teasing tone, the few geniuses lead the crowd of fools. History has proven that, and that is exactly the world we live in. I hate having to use idealism. Siren's face turned stern. He glanced at him, and his voice hardened. No, your logical reasoning reeks of failure. You can satisfy that ideal quite easily. Nader broke out in a sweat, quickly rushing between the two, waving both hands to break the tense, explosive atmosphere. Well, that was a good discussion, Nader said. Siren stood staring at Eruki, who had his arms crossed, looking in another direction. He rubbed his nose and advised in a low voice, "You know, this kind of emotional struggle is not good, right? Come on, sit down and have some cake and a drink first." Siren realized he could not stay, so he slung his bag over his shoulder, turned around and walked straight to the door, saying as he walked, "I have nothing more to say. Goodbye, Nader. I am leaving." Nader panicked and called after him, "Wait, Siren, do you know the way out?" Iruki rubbed his nose carelessly and said, "Just follow the same path you came in. If not, then you are truly an idiot." Nader turned back angrily and shouted, "Hey, why did you do that? You could have explained it in a way he would understand, couldn't you?" Iruki plopped down onto the long bench and admitted, "Yeah, I was a bit too harsh." After saying that, he crossed his arms and legs, smirking, "Because he is my rival." Nader looked at him with a puzzled expression. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Who would have thought you would say the word rival, when all you care about in this world are numbers?" Iruki brushed his hair back and tilted his head arrogantly. "Precisely because I only care about numbers. You saw Siren in the promotion test, didn't you?" Nader replied in surprise. "The AA teleportation test, of course I remember. That is how he was evaluated to be on par with us." He swept his gaze over Tranya, speaking thoughtfully. "Do you know how fast you have to think to pass level 10, especially the Dragon's Maze?" Nader fell silent, his face tense as he looked at Iruki. He spoke pensively, "Passing it without splitting time is impossible." In that instant, he performed the division. "Up to 10,000 calculations per second, Iruki said slowly. The image of Siren's brain working fast, connecting to the spirit domains, was clear in Iruki's mind. After hearing this, Nader exclaimed in surprise, 10,000 calculations per second? Iruki suddenly dropped his head and burst out laughing like a madman, speaking loudly, "That is the mystery of insight. Faster than effort, more accurate than knowledge. No calculation ability can defeat the speed of subconscious computation." Then he suddenly became calm again, looking at Nader with a sharp gaze. "Hey Nader, what about you?" Hearing this, Nader slightly raised an eyebrow and then grinned, showing his teeth. "I see. A battle between calculation and insight, right? And you want to confirm it with that test, correct?" As he spoke, he thought of Siren's determined demeanor when he walked away earlier. The upcoming speed shooting test. Next day, many murmurs echoed from the students' splendid building. "The speed shooting test will be in 2 weeks, right? If I get a failing grade again, I won't be able to advance." Those murmurs echoed from the classroom. It seemed class had ended, and Siren was standing, packing his bag on the desk. "But aren't you looking forward to it?" "What?" Suddenly, they mentioned him. Siren heard and stopped packing his bag. A voice rang out again. "He is really good at the practical part, isn't he? I wonder how high his score will be." He listened to their chatter, feeling anxious, and thought about the speed shooting test. The speed shooting test, use active magic, aim at targets, and earn corresponding points. Active magic is a general term for spells that affect a target other than the caster. Those not specializing in attack, recovery, or support can also participate. You need to take down all targets in each stage to move to the next. There are 3 stages with a target count of 10, 11, and 12 respectively. Quick and accurate aiming is extremely important. However, Siren was sitting upright on a chair, holding a teacup with both hands, looking amazed and worried. "Professor, I still cannot control active magic. So how can I take the speed shooting test?" The professor replied that using all range magic required at least 60 points. The scoreboard displayed 4 numbers, 41, 41, 42. Polina Sienna, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, and also Cyril's professor, was sitting on a chair holding a teacup, smiling with squinting eyes. "It seems your chemistry score, which I am teaching, is increasing the fastest. Quite remarkable, isn't it?" He pleaded. "Professor, the office could be seen from outside the window." The two were sitting across from each other. Sienna encouraged him wholeheartedly. "I am not teasing you. You fully understand this subject. You can confidently use all your knowledge." Siren hunched over awkwardly, listening as she continued. "And there is one more thing, right? A piece of knowledge that only an expert can clearly understand." He was surprised to hear her say that. He guessed in astonishment. "Wait, is it the photon decomposition theory?" Then he thought, teleportation magic is a variant of photon decomposition theory, a form of passive magic that can decompose the user's body into photon particles. He recalled the earlier incident. The time was too short. "I never even felt it was passive magic. So it wasn't something too advanced?" Passive magic is a type that has no time limit for the mage. After recalling, Siren looked at Sienna in shock. "I didn't know you could use photon decomposition theory for active magic." As she turned to rummage for something, she said, "Recently, magic like that is being registered at the association." He murmured in confusion, "Magic using photons. I hope it is really cool." He suddenly remembered the brilliant image of Ami, when she used her spirit domain. She handed him a document. Take a look. Siren took the document in his hand, thinking to himself, this is regarding his first active magic. He thought for a moment, then flipped through the pages of the magic journal to look. He turned to a page containing important information about a new discovery in photon decomposition theory, with many notes beneath the picture. The researcher described this type of magic as being light in nature. Using photons, a person could detect those around him. However, this method was less effective than light magic and required further research. Then, he asked, Professor? Siren picked up the book, his eyes wide, and said, Are you sure you're recommending the right magic for me? I can take the exam, but I'm not sure I can use it. She picked up her teacup, closed her eyes kindly, and said that on the surface it seemed quite useless. But the idea of using photons was truly insightful. While sipping her tea, she continued, Light is the fastest thing in the world. A golden Z-shaped ray flashed through her mind, and linear paths had the advantage of being easy to control. In the Russian Tower, a pioneer in optimizing magic efficiency, photons were predicted to be a major breakthrough for future information transmission and communication. A towering spire appeared behind the white clouds. Sienna said it was being researched in many unknown magical techniques. If they researched it more thoroughly and consistently, it would develop into an immensely great field of magic by the time he graduated, with enormous potential. After speaking, Siren looked at the book, rested his chin on his hand in deep thought, then replied to Sienna, I understand. It wouldn't be bad if I mastered this skill before that happens. I will do as you say, Professor. He thought to himself, magic leading to a new field. Perhaps it will become something quite interesting to learn. Now, Siren was in a different space, inside a forest. He extended one hand forward, but nothing happened. He let out a surprised exclamation. Then, mumbling, he thrust both hands forward, moving them up and down. Why isn't it working? Holding the document Sienna gave him in one hand, he turned his other palm upward to look at it, surprised, and said, You're kidding. Can I not control it at my current level? It turned out he was in a training area with other trainees. This was Training Ground 32, a vast plot of land at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by forests and hills. Near the edge was a fairly large viewing stand, and trainees were gathered around it. They were trainees from the Level 5 practical class. Someone extended a hand forward and murmured, Activate, activate, a gesture to cast magic. He thought, magic didn't emanate from the hand but from the spiritual domain, yet imagining photons emitting from the hand made it easier to cast. He nervously raised both hands to look, continuing to think, creating photons isn't easy. Could it be because my spiritual domain is the converging type? It's somewhat similar to casting. Suddenly, a female professor's voice rang out, Nice to meet you all. It was Yahello. She stepped onto the stand and said with a kind smile, Let's start the lesson right away. The trainees on the field were startled, opened their mouths wide, and yelled in unison, Ma'am, who are you? Professor Ethel's outfit is. Glasses had disappeared. That's right, she had taken them off and was gently clapping her hands together, smiling kindly at them. Siren was stunned and exclaimed in admiration, Oh my, her outfit is incredibly beautiful. A male trainee behind him touched his chin with his index finger, closed his eyes in speculation. She must have just come back from a training session. He turned around and asked, Training session? When? Where? That male trainee replied, That's right, Professor Yahello is the bishop of the Cassius order. Siren asked doubtfully, Bishop? You mean Miss Yahello is a priestess? Another male trainee chimed in, Exactly, a bishop is a high-ranking position protecting the 12 sanctums. He said there were 12 bishops across the entire continent. Yahello shone in her bishop attire with an aura not everyone possessed. The male trainee's voice rang out, Miss Yahello is one of them. With her resilient mental strength, the kingdom awarded her the title of Jonas, reserved for the mage with the strongest mental power. The male trainee finished speaking and proudly turned his face towards the field. Got it? That's how she looks. But Professor Ethel is not simple. Immediately the word enchanted appeared above Ned's head. He looked at Yahello with mesmerized eyes, clasped his hands together, and exclaimed in admiration, From today onward, I will join Team Professor Yahello. Then, hugging his face and swaying his body, his eyes turning a rosy color, he said, I will study hard, long live studying, long live exams. The two male trainees were speechless seeing Ned like that. Meanwhile, Siren silently looked in another direction, blank-faced and contemplative. Fantastic. He thought he never expected to learn magic from such a talented professor. Yahello stood happily on the field, clasped her hands, and asked loudly, Are you all ready for the speed shooting test? The crowd yelled in unison. Yes, she said, before the test, each class will have a practical lesson like today. They answered excitedly. Yes. Yahello stood at attention, smiling while outlining the lesson content. We will learn a technique to enhance your omnipotence. I have invited a senior from the graduating class to assist us. Everyone began to chatter. A real graduating class? Where? Yahello's warm voice echoed. Welcome Mage Koto Dama Sanion. Note, Koto means words, Dama means spirit or soul. Sanyeon relaxed his shoulders, stepped forward and spoke, "Greetings, level 5. He placed his hand on his right shoulder, bowed his head to greet everyone. "Accepting the invitation from the esteemed Professor Yahello, I have come. Though this place is not meant for me, I hope I can help you all somehow. I am very willing." The female trainees kept squealing with delight. While Sanyeon stood beside her bowing, Yahello clasped her hands before her chest and instructed, "Sanyeon's signature magic is Kotodama, which is closely related to today's lesson. Pay attention and stay focused, everyone." The two male trainees standing in front of Siren and Ned wore expressions of envy. The one on the left exclaimed, "And that graduating class." The one on the right clenched his fist, grinding his teeth. "He's not even in the same league as us." Ned and Siren behind them jeered. Ned spoke up, "Since when was he ever in the same league as you guys?" Sanyeon stood on the platform looking down at everyone and said loudly, "Kotodama magic uses the power of words to amplify magical energy. Seeing it with your own eyes will be easier to visualize than those explanations just now." He extended both hands straight forward, his blue eyes looking upward, and said, "First, I will show you the common dragon fist wind magic." He used the spiritual domain from his palm to create a stream of green air, making it spin like a ball. Siren thought in surprise, "Wow, that's the magic the principal showed me when I was little." Then Sanyeon exclaimed, "Dragon fist wind." Instantly, a towering tornado came from somewhere, blowing everyone's hair. The center of the tornado was where he stood. After a while, the tornado subsided. People were scared, gaping, and said, "That scared me. He's no pushover." Sanyeon calmly closed his eyes, holding the small notebook in his hand as he continued, "Remember the power of the chant just now. Now I will use Kotodama to amplify my mana." And he opened his mouth and recited a chant, "Earth Mother of the Frame." Then Sanyeon opened his blue eyes to look at the small notebook, reading aloud that, "I request your power. Please hold my hand. Look down from the high heavens, stretching for eternity. The sacred temple my heart remembers. The wizard's soul soaks into heaven and earth, singing a song of praise. For the embers to blaze, gathering wind into a storm." As he read this, everyone was surprised by his wonderful voice. That female student looked at him with admiring eyes, murmuring that it sounded like an incantation. His voice was so good. 3 minutes later, he was still reading his chant. "The soul combines with the body. We call upon your name. A wizard fears not the wild strength of a mighty lion. Along with the ocean carrying all the passionate sunlight, along with the earth containing the wind blowing for 100 million years, I will devote myself infinitely towards boundless reverence." Everyone had dozed off listening to the prolonged chant. Others tiredly asked when he would finish reciting, "Don't fall asleep." He put on a serious face, his eyes slanting upward as he said, "Dragon roll wind." Following that, a whirlwind spiraled straight up into the sky from his feet. The wind force was so strong it nearly blew away everyone watching, including Siren. The others panicked and screamed, "Save me." Everyone was knocked back and forth by the pull of the whirlwind, looking like strands of hair hanging in the wind. They exclaimed they thought they were done for. Yahello squinted and spoke with a smile. She did not read your chant out loud, but still recited it in her mind. Sanyeon's voice rang out, "Of course I did not just read it hollowly. I put my will into every word and treasured them. In that small book there are many different chants," he continued. "That is what increases mana. This is the basic principle of Kotodama magic." Sanyeon held the small notebook, closed his eyes calmly, and said that the chant is too long to use in combat. "So now I will show you what is called speed chanting." Hearing this, the others panicked, again. But Sanyeon did not read anything more. He used his thumb and index finger to fold the small notebook shut and said softly, "Earth Mother of the Frame." Then he tilted his face to the sky, opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Grant me." Following that were chants that were both fast and long, making it impossible for others to hear clearly. Everyone was terrified beyond measure as the wind blew stronger, their hair feeling like it would fly off their scalps. Sanyeon did not stop rapidly reciting the chants, his tongue moving continuously, making it hard to hear what he was saying. Sanyeon held the notebook in one hand, raised the other to the sky, opened his mouth and chanted loudly, his hair flying in the strong wind. His blue eyes seemed about to leap from their sockets, bloodshot veins clearly visible. He shouted, "Dragon roll wind." After those 3 words, the wind from the ground blew straight up into the sky, visible from 10,000 miles away, forming a massive pillar of wind. Surrounding that pillar were powerful winds wrapping into a cyclone, blowing away the dense treetops of the entire vast forest. Yahello's voice suddenly rang out, "All right, all of you have seen the senior demonstrate, correct?" No one answered her, because everyone was knocked down by the dragon roll wind technique, scattered on the ground. Siren propped himself up with one hand on the ground, brushed his hair with the other, his eyes half closed and half open as he thought. That power was truly unbelievable. Is this the level of the graduating class? He continued thinking. A graduated general wizard is called a level 10 official wizard. Athela stood with her hands clasped, turned her head and smiled happily at him, saying, "Thank you, Sanyan." He bowed his head and replied, "Call on me anytime." Siren watched them and thought, "I cannot imagine how much more powerful a level 6 official wizard like Miss Athela must be. So this is what this world is like." Some students raised their heads and sat up, others still lay scattered on the ground. One student trembled uncontrollably, struggling to raise his hand to speak. "P-Pro, Professor, do we have to practice Kodama magic?" She stood on the podium looking down and replied, "Kodama magic is an advanced subject, so you do not need to practice it." Hearing this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Then she spoke in a serious tone. "Instead, the technique you will practice is called solid counting. Solid counting is a technique that enhances your versatility by converging spiritual power while counting numbers." Siren raised his hand seriously and asked her, "So the more you count, the stronger you become?" The other students were all wide-mouthed. That male student wondered, "Why numbers, Professor?" Athela spoke up to explain, "Numbers are characters with rules. Therefore, they are compatible with our spiritual domain." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes changed to blue. Behind her appeared a patch of blue like a glass pane, displaying the words, "Shadow Domain Radius 10 meters. Athela continued, "Of course you are not only counting emptily, like Kodama magic, you are assigning them a certain meaning. I will demonstrate. A rule is the most basic propositional system used in logic and mathematics." At that moment, the space around where Athela stood was surrounded by a shadow domain radius of 10 meters. She stood inside, squinted and smiled, saying, "I will open my spiritual domain using the solid counting technique. I will count a series of tens." Then she closed her eyes and began to count. 100. The shadow domain radius 10 meters suddenly expanded more than before. Students standing below saw this and started discussing. "P-Pro, Professor, just counted 100. Did she just count from 1 to 100? Another voice extremely surprised rang out. "The professor's spiritual domain has expanded. The shadow domain radius 10 meters has truly expanded to 12 meters. Then, Athela opened her mouth and continued counting, 400, 100. That domain continuously expanded its radius with her counting. She counted up to 1700, then counted up to 2400. Siren was extremely astonished, quickly covering his face with his hands as he thought, "Impossible, how could an ordinary person be so fast?" The domain continuously expanded, he continued thinking, and so easily too, he thought in hiding. After she counted up to 10,000, she opened her eyes and took a breath. The domain now covered nearly half the training ground. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. Just by using the solid counting technique, the spiritual domain increased by 4 times. Athela stood on the podium looking down at the students whose mouths were wide open in amazement and spoke. "All of you noticed, if Kodama magic reflects and constructs scenes, then solid counting uses thought and reflection." She emphasized further, the faster he came, the stronger the domain would be, not only expanding its size, but also enhancing its power. A precise spiral of digits rotated from above, and she continued, "All of your skills will be consolidated." He thought dazedly to himself, "Great, learning this technique would allow him to create photonic particles." Athela's voice rang out, "Of course it is not omnipotent because the effect will diminish if your mental strength is not firm enough." She said happily, "So do not forget that strict discipline and empathetic will are the basic principles when opening the domain." "Understood." Everyone replied in unison. A moment later, everyone split up to practice. Sidon stood still in one place. He clenched his hands, nodded happily and told himself, "All right, I have counted to 1,000 within 1 minute." But he thought the act of muttering numbers was harder than he imagined. Everyone around could not concentrate when counting for too long. He mused, if not for continuously training mental strength in those lessons, he probably could not do it. Suddenly he remembered something. Wait, when he teleported instantly, he had used a technique that helped him sense complex calculations. He speculated, perhaps that was fixed number. A series of large and small numbers appeared in his mind. He continued to think, categorize the numbers by hundreds and count them in one go. A ray of light touched the plane, glowing dazzlingly. Siren estimated about 10 seconds. He became serious, raised his palm forward, silently wondering if he should aim at the tree. As he murmured light-emitting particle in his mind, his palm suddenly began to glow. Then that golden light swirled into rings, flew straight toward the tree over there, startling everyone. The light-emitting particle flew straight toward the distant tree. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Huh, what is that? What are you doing?" The classmates standing behind him were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Siren was also startled, frozen in that pose, exclaimed softly in his mind, then thought, "It is so dazzling." After releasing the skill, Siren stood still and thought, it was too flashy. Looking down from above at the training ground, he still stood frozen, with some people turning their heads to look. Murmurs arose. Is that a photonic particle? Did he learn it to use for the speed shooting test? Since it is light, its speed is truly fast. One trainee spoke up hesitantly, but learning that just for a test seems a bit. Another voice voice replied, yes, it has no lethality. Yahello stood on the sidelines, accidentally turned her head and saw him release the skill, stared blankly thinking, huh, Siren, the one specializing in defense, has now learned an active magic. Then she approached, calling out loudly, Siren, looks like you have succeeded with fixed number, right? He turned his head in surprise to look at her. Professor? Then he turned his face away, speaking with an embarrassed tone. Yes, I guess so. Yahello happily suggested. So do you want to try practicing in the projection field? That moment everyone gathered around the projection field, on which the silhouette of a person was standing in the middle. People chatted. Oh, practicing speed shooting immediately? I am really curious. Yahello stood behind the table, looking at him as she instructed. After you complete the fixed number, please summon the targets. Siren turned his head back to reply. Yes. After replying, he closed his eyes tightly. He focused his thoughts the first thing, using fixed number to strengthen his domain. One by one the large and small numbers converged into one large point of light. Then it split into many smaller points of light, gathering on his body. Siren stood upright, snapped his fingers, and the projection field began to operate surrounding him. He thought to himself and summoned the targets. Then a series of blue silhouettes appeared all around. On the dark green board, information appeared. Speed shooting, level 01, score entered. The time limit was 1 minute. Siren's body was reflected by a series of targets, reflecting dazzling blue light. He raised his brows, opened his eyes wide looking at the targets before him. Then he raised his hand, concentrating the domain to one spot. He aimed his palm toward the targets floating in midair. He focused and murmured in his mind, light-emitting particle. Instantly, light burst forth and flew straight toward the target. Siren saw that, staring blankly as he exclaimed inwardly, this is it. He thought to himself, thanks to the projectile speed approaching the speed of light, the light-emitting particle automatically sought out targets to attack. As soon as it was released, it shattered the targets into pieces. Siren continued to think. It felt like he was aiming and shooting simultaneously. Currently his speed shooting was at level 2, score 11, time limit remaining 0 minutes 55 seconds. The other trainees exclaimed in surprise. That was really fast. Everyone was stunned, mouths wide open. Someone's voice rang out repeatedly. The moment he finished aiming, he already hit the target. It is like an instant cast magic. Yahello stood silently watching him, telling herself that she understood. Perhaps Siren's method was to group the numbers into a large composite and then expand them. She quietly concluded this was exactly the modular technique once used in intelligence magic. At this moment above Siren's head, his techniques charged into the targets like brilliant fireworks across the sky. Beneath his feet was a wide chant circle covering the courtyard. Yahello observed and thought. That was probably the knowledge he had gained from the bridge that could not be crossed. She silently marveled at his astonishing growth speed. As for Siren, he was still focusing all his power to unleash techniques and attack the targets. He did not miss a single strike. All the targets were completely shattered. A moment later, the training session just ended. Siren used his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead, not paying attention to the information displayed on the wall. Time expired for level 19 with a score of 342. The time limit was near minutes. The people below cheered endlessly. Isn't that a perfect score? 342 targets taken down in 1 minute. Someone's voice rang out. Should I switch to using photon bursts? Better not. That's only feasible when you understand it like Siren does. He was catching his breath while wiping sweat, thinking to himself. With this technique, he no longer needed to worry about the rapid-fire test. Nen, standing outside, had witnessed everything. He crossed his arms and spoke. Up until now, he had never succeeded with magic. But the moment he understood, he immediately scored 342 points. Truly impressive. Eruki, sitting beside him, chimed in. That's a really sloppy score. Nen quickly replied. What? But that was his first time. That's not bad. Eruki sat up, looked over and grinned, showing his teeth. His score is sloppy, but it's also interesting. Eruki stood up and raised his hand to call Yahello. Professor, I want to try too. She and Nee were both startled. She spoke with concern. Eruki, what's wrong with you? She frowned and warned. Don't you cause any trouble, all right? Siren was wiping his face when he suddenly heard someone exclaim in surprise. Huh? It's Eruki. Does he want to practice too? Hearing that, he became defensive, turning his face away as he thought. Eruki, I don't like his way of thinking, but... He hesitated, then continued his thought. I'm still curious. Eruki stepped out from inside onto the viewing platform with a bold and confident air, causing everyone to gather around and stare. He took his hands out of his pockets. Eruki stood up straight, smirked, and the spirit domain began to surround him. Spirit domain from beneath his feet soared high into the sky. His face was full of smugness. Seeing this, the people were bewildered and disgusted. Rapid fire with a redirecting pattern? Impossible. Rapid fire is completely different. Siren was equally surprised. Someone's voice rang out. So he plans to take down the targets by looking at them without using synesthesia. The targets appeared one by one, floating around Iruki with a large chant circle beneath his feet. He bowed his head, then snapped his fingers. His spirit domain flew straight toward the targets. Siren frowned in surprise, thinking, the target size is even reduced. How does he intend to do it? Then his eyes went wide and he softly exclaimed, this! Iruki's spirit domain twisted in a Z-shaped path, passing through the center of the targets in the sky, leaving everyone below stunned. Then the targets exploded simultaneously, looking like fireworks shooting off. Everyone's mouths fell open in surprise and they cried out. On the board, information appeared, speech goal, level 0.2, score 13, time limit 0.57. Iruki's spirit domain twisted again and passed through the center of the targets, and they continued to explode above everyone's heads. Siren looked up in shock at the explosions. He thought to himself that he didn't need to watch further to know. He would easily surpass my score. He thought this with a serious expression. Iruki, standing high above, glanced down and smirked, murmuring to himself, being surprised at just this isn't good, Siren. Then, he pointed his hand straight forward, adjusting the spirit domain to pass through the targets faster. The spirit domain moved in various shapes, causing the targets to explode. Everyone exclaimed, awesome! Did the speed increase? Is Iruki always this strong? A trainee said in surprise. Siren stood behind, looked up, covered his mouth with his hand, his expression full of shock. He reasoned, I understand now. If you observe closely, you'll see he doesn't chase the targets with his naked eye. He predicts the target's path using equations of motion. He thought this while watching how Iruki controlled the spirit domain. Thus, the targets were divided by Iruki into different equations. He continued to think, but did not expect that even though he had predicted their movement direction, he could still catch up to all the targets by changing his trajectory. Siren thought, then raised his hand, wondering how his spirit domain could be so fast. Then he smirked and said, right, but Iruki doesn't just calculate hundreds or thousands of numbers. Siren asked with a puzzled tone, so he calculates numbers bigger than thousands? Nen looked at him, bared his teeth in a grin, and said curtly, millions. Hearing that, he immediately wore an expression of disbelief. The board on the wall displayed a notification. Time over, level 24 with a score of 548. Time limit near minutes. Everyone cheered at Iruki's result. What? Iruki, that's insane. He laughed proudly, standing with one hand on his hip and the other raised to his head, looking very odd. The crowd continued to shout, how could you hide your skills like that? Hitting targets with such a tiny redirect form is really hard. Is he even human? Ethella stood off to the side, watching him walk past and thought to herself, amazing, very skillful. He walked to the edge of the platform, stood before a wary Siren and spoke. What do you think? Then he continued, worth watching. Siren looked up and replied, it's truly amazing. I didn't know you could use the redirect form that way. Iruki, hands in his pockets, smiled arrogantly as he looked at him and raised his voice. Is that all? I'm a bit disappointed. What are you wondering about? Iruki spoke. I'm really impressed you could think of modularization. Siren's face darkened when he heard him say that. Then, he tilted his head to look at him and asked, are you curious about how I calculate millions of numbers? Siren tensely looked up at Iruki, replying cautiously, I am, but is it okay to tell me that? It seems you consider me an opponent. Everyone watched to see what the two were saying to each other. Iruki stood arrogantly on the platform and said, it doesn't matter. Even if you know, it's not like you could do it. Siren was silent. The crowd wondered, what the hell is going on? Iruki's voice rang out. It's nothing really. Then he raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, his eyes glancing elsewhere as he continued. I used filtering and trimmed down the units. Siren was utterly astonished to hear that. He gaped, silently wondering, no way, how could you consider that a method? The people around who heard him opened their mouths in shock and exclaimed, what? What? Isn't that too insane? Siren frowned and thought, if he calculated by filtering, the numbers would obviously feel much more massive. Even if he used a simple calculation method, the equations would still become complex. And he clicked his tongue. This is savant syndrome. Iruki raised his index finger to his nose, furrowed his brow, and asked, what do you think? Can you beat me? Siren said loudly, I have no intention of beating anyone. This is just a test. He stood covering his nose, looking away as he replied, a petty declaration from the weak. Well, remember this. Then Iruki's face turned serious. If you don't have the skill, then give up on your life's ideals and keep pretending you're the best. He then said in a contemptuous tone, that's not convincing at all. Siren was furious and gritted his teeth. If I beat you, then it will prove I was right, won't it? Then Iruki snapped his fingers and smiled mysteriously. Of course, but you should know, no matter how high your knowledge is. Iruki continued, compared to me, you're nothing but an insect. Siren was livid and blurted out, an insect. Everyone was surprised, including Nen. He pondered this matter. Then, he perked up, searching for something in a paper bag. How interesting. Rapid fire test rules. Your score is based on the number of targets hit within the time limit. Level 1 score 100, time limit 1 minute. Corresponding to each level, the number of targets increases. First target count is 10, second stage is 11, third stage is 12, fourth stage is 13, fifth stage is 14. If even one target is missed, you cannot enter the next stage. The higher the level, the faster the targets are summoned. If you cannot control your spirit domain in time, the trainee will be injured. If you cannot process quickly, you cannot summon additional targets and your score will be heavily affected. Everyone was focusing on the speed test scoreboard. Siren was also watching and thought to himself, the average score for class level 5 was 400, and no one had ever reached a score above 700. Then, he rested his chin on his hand and reasoned. To get 700 points, he probably couldn't miss any targets within 1 minute, and he had to reach level 30. To do that, he had to pass one level every 5 seconds. At this moment, Siren was standing in the middle of the platform under everyone's watch. Then, he looked serious, his eyes aimed upward, and raised his right hand to the sky. Instantly, he destroyed target after target consecutively. The other trainees looked up to the sky in surprise. That friend exclaimed in admiration, "Awesome, so awesome." And he turned around to execute a move, his eyes showing clear determination and sharpness. He swung his arm to direct his spirit domain toward the targets in front of him, and they were once again destroyed with a resounding bang across the training ground. The two people who had spoken with Siren earlier were now also standing in surprise looking at him. The one in front spoke sternly, "Siren isn't joking around now. He can hit the target without even teleporting his head." The one behind doubted, "How does he do that?" The blackboard on the wall displayed a notification. Time over, level 25, score 567, time limit 0 minutes. Someone exclaimed in awe that within just 1 week, his score had increased to 200 points. The time was now up, the vision field had disappeared. He massaged his left wrist and let out a sigh of relief as if releasing all his fatigue amid the cheers of the crowd. Siren turned and walked away, with two people in the distance whispering to each other. One said his shooting speed was really fast. Once he aimed at a target he never missed. The person beside him replied that his continuous shots had also improved greatly. There were seconds where he fired 4 bullets. While wiping his sweat, he glanced back and took a deep breath. He thought to himself, it seemed he had already managed to exchange the points for him. It turned out he was glancing at Iruki behind him, who had just slightly curled his lips into a sneer while slowly sitting up. Then he walked past him toward the platform. With both hands in his pockets, Iruki casually spoke up, "Is it my turn?" Siren watched him with slight worry. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the platform, and he was no different, staring up at it nervously. The result was the same. Iruki controlled his spirit field very skillfully, dashing through and shattering the targets, causing them to explode simultaneously. Someone's voice suddenly rang out. His vision field was even smaller than before. Iruki's spirit field flashed past their heads, and everyone stared in astonishment. That person continued speaking, and even faster than that. His area continued to curve through the targets, making them explode. After a while, Iruki was finally done. He raised his hand like a gun to the sky to look cool and spoke, "Done." The board on the wall displayed, time was up, level 25, score was 568, and the time limit was 0 minutes. Then Iruki did not care anymore and walked off in one go. Everyone started discussing animatedly again. Iruki's score also increased, but it was only 1 point away from Siren's new score. Then the murmur faded. Siren was close, but he had lost. However, Siren's score increased exponentially. He would catch up soon. And now he was very confused. Siren watched Iruki's back and thought that the 1-point gap was not a coincidence. The next day, the scores of the two were still only 1 point apart. Of course, 571 was Siren's score, and 572 was Iruki's. The day after that, between the numbers 585 and 525, they were also separated by exactly 1 point. The next day after that, it was 593 and 550. Again, exactly 1 point apart, 594. Iruki stood with his back to everyone, raised his right hand, glanced back and smiled proudly. The other trainees all chanted his name, Iruki, Iruki. Only Siren knew that the intention behind the 1-point gap was clear. He stood still in the crowd, stared wide-eyed at the podium thinking, to be just 1 point ahead of me, you must have planned carefully since level 1. Then Siren frowned, stared straight ahead and mused, that was the meaning. Even without saying it himself, that was his message. He imagined Iruki standing on a towering wall, arrogantly looking down at him. He could easily defeat someone like him. He stood there silently thinking that. Later, in that tall, luxurious building, someone's voice rang out. This time, Iruki should win, right? It turned out the group of 3 was sitting and talking. The friend sitting on the table, cross-legged, tilted his head and continued, reaching over 600 points. Siren was also very good. The person sitting on the left propped his chin and said, it was just that Iruki was too strong. Another voice chimed in, I think Siren overestimated his abilities. As for Iruki, he was sitting with his hand on his cheek, arrogantly looking in another direction, ignoring the words of the two people standing in front of him who spoke. Iruki, do you want to join our research group? Teach us how you do it. What is the maximum score you can achieve, Iruki? Siren sat on the other side, propping his hand up uncomfortably, looking at Iruki with dissatisfaction. That was exactly it. Unlike someone who gave their all like him, Iruki had not used his full ability. Then he frowned, thinking that if he had not realized those strategies early, he would have been doomed. Suddenly, Ned from behind placed his hand on his shoulder, smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "It is okay, we are cheering for you." Then he continued, "Actually, you two are both my friends, so it does not matter who wins." Siren turned his head uncomfortably to look at him and replied, "But seriously, while eating, I did not even know if I was chewing food or numbers." He propped his elbows on the table, tilted his head slightly and said leisurely, "I feel sorry for you, but as a spectator, this is truly interesting. We are all very eager to see which of you two will break the score record." Siren asked, "There is a score record?" Then he asked him what the score was. Was it the record of some senior who had already graduated? So Ned turned his head and answered him, "Hey, do not tell me, you did not know anything about your girlfriend's score, did you?" So Ned asked him in surprise. Hearing this, he turned his head. "What?" So Ned said loudly, "It is senior Amy, 987 points." At the same time, at another place, perhaps the schoolyard in front of a two-story building, many people were walking around. There was a girl with pink-red hair sitting in the middle of a bench when she heard someone call her Emmy. It turned out to be Serial, who was running over while calling her. Serial stood worriedly in front of her and spoke. "Long time no see. You look so much thinner. It seems the graduation class is really heavy." She handed the folder of documents to her, smiled faintly, revealing dark eye bags, and said, "Sooner or later, you will be like me too. Here are the documents you asked for." And the two sat down on the bench to drink water and chat. Serial looked at her and asked, "Is the promotion exam very difficult?" Ami held her glass, drank and answered, "It is not too difficult, but the standards are high. Even if you get a high score, you are not guaranteed to pass." Then Amy made a freezing cold face to scare her, like, "They will study everything you've ever done." Serial exclaimed in panic, "Oh my god, that is terrifying." Then she lowered her head and laughed it off, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Although it is called the graduation class, it is just like an advanced level 4 class. With your skills, you will be fine." She held her water glass with both hands, looking at Amy with admiration. "Oh, I think she has changed. Her mentality is much more stable." While she was thinking, Amy spoke, "How is Siren these days?" Hearing that, Serial felt like a thunderbolt struck her ears. Suddenly she exclaimed in shock, "That is terrible. You two have never met. Are you two really dating?" Then she continued, "There is something very interesting going on lately." Her voice echoed beside the operating artificial waterfall. Ami had a somewhat uninterested expression and asked, "So, Iruki challenged Siren?" She looked at Serial, who was nervously recounting that. "Back when I was still in level 5 class, he also challenged me. His personality is really strange. He always pretends like he does not care about others. Until he defeats you, he will use that feeling to provoke you." Hearing this, Serial asked in confusion, "Then is he a genius hunter or something like that? What about our Siren? Aren't you going to help him, Ami?" Serial hastily asked. She just rested her head on the arm of the chair, drinking water while calmly replying, "No need for that. He doesn't need my help." "And what do you mean by our Siren?" She suddenly shouted, "You're so heartless. How can you be so cold to your own boyfriend?" Ami lightly frowned, holding the straw, and whispered, "No, that's not what I meant." Then she said firmly, "Siren knows what he has to do." Over here, he was breathing heavily, his face already drenched in sweat. It turned out he had completed the speed test. Everyone marveled as the board on the wall displayed, "Timeout, level 30, score 700, and time limit was 0 minutes. Meanwhile, Siren was gasping for breath, supporting himself on his knees while loosening his tie. It seemed he had given his all. The two people from before stood in shock at the foot of the platform, exclaiming in turn, "Never thought I'd see someone score 700 in a level 5 class. That damn bastard is truly a monster." Everyone discussed animatedly, "To get that score, you'd have to level up 10 levels in 10 seconds. Can't believe he did it." Siren frowned and walked away limping, on the verge of exhaustion. Iruki, hands in his pockets, walked over to him arrogantly. "Congratulations, 700 is a high score, not bad, right?" Siren breathed heavily, turning his head to look at him and replied, "'Cause I wanted to prove something to you." Iruki closed his eyes, brushed past him and chuckled softly, "I know." Serial's voice rang out, "So did Siren win?" Ami, drinking water while looking blankly at the sky, said indifferently, "Win or lose, what does it matter? It's just a test." She looked at Ami in surprise. "What? Are you flaunting your undefeated Ami reputation?" She continued, "I know you defeated Iruki, who holds the 987-point speed shooting test record." Ami frowned and retorted, "No, I never competed with him. I keep telling you about his taunting tricks." Then she glanced off somewhere as if to say, if we actually fought, I'd probably lose, she said seriously. Serial was stunned, huh? Her shout echoed. What? Turning back to the arena, the blackboard only showed the word over. 1 points in 0 minutes. Everyone in the stands shouted, incredible! That's Eruki's result. He was standing calmly, looking at his own achievement. Someone yelled loudly, again by 1 point. Can't believe he's still so calm after scoring 700. What is Eruki's limit? Everyone was wondering. Siren stood bewildered in the crowd, thinking he had definitely lost. He looked up at Eruki with a reluctant expression, silently concluding, I can't beat him. Siren's bag was casually placed down on the table. He was silently sitting on the simple bed in the spacious room. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining directly onto his face. He looked out the window, deep in thought. After the break ends, the exam period comes. I only have 3 days. And he closed his eyes, lowered his head, and sighed. I can't find another way to beat Eruki in that time. Should I give up? It's just a test. Suddenly, he recalled a saying, only the weak say that. Then he fell silent, frowning in thought, remembering Eruki's cold demeanor when he said, if you have no skill, then stop idealizing life and pretending you're the best. His expression suddenly changed, a look of unwillingness clearly etched on his face. Then he recalled a series of images he had experienced recently. All were painful and unjust things that had happened to him. Then he thought, no one would believe what I say. And the last image he remembered was from when he was young, having to witness bodies lying scattered on the street in an alley. After that, he lit a rayon stick and then lit the candle. He sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the burning candle on the table, lost in thought. I've lost my perception from being in the Noble Academy for too long. Actually, what Eruki said wasn't wrong at all. And then he thought, the world won't listen to those without power. Siren's eyes suddenly turned blue, and he whispered to himself, I will not give up. And he sat up straight, closed his eyes to calm his mind, aiming to surpass Eruki. There was no other way but to surpass the numbers. The drops slowly trickled down, forming numbers greater than 1. A question flashed in his heart, what is a number? In his subconscious, Siren was floating, surrounded by numbers. He silently asked, what is a number sequence? He gathered the numbers together into a circular spiritual domain that shone brightly in his palm. He raised it to eye level and looked. What is its core? Then he told himself, don't think about those things. After that, he raised his hand straight to the sky and let it go. He continued to think, if I get lost in that kind of thinking, I won't be able to see the whole picture. I will just, he thought as he let his arm fall limply. But the tiny blue light slowly descended. And as he thought, feeling it, those lights formed many smaller rays of light, falling one after another. More and more solitary lights fell down and enveloped Siren's body. His body floated in the void, transparent and emitting a blue light. He opened his eyes wide to look at them, then wondered how far he could count. Then he thought perhaps Siren was flying into the sky, chasing the source of that light, and wondered how far he could go. He flew to a barrier like rippling water, with a swirling hole in the middle. As he flew in, he thought, is this the end of numbers? Impossible. Numbers are infinite. Siren touched that mirror-like surface to stop thinking, so what was this? Suddenly the space around him began to crack, and he opened his mouth wide in astonishment. The ground beneath his feet also began to crack. He looked down and exclaimed in surprise, huh? Then the crack beneath his feet widened and formed a large hole. He stared blankly, not knowing what to do. Turning to reality, he opened his eyes in a panic, sat up gasping, and thought, I definitely went there. What was that? An illusion. The candle on the table had burned out, leaving only wax residue. He looked at it and pondered. Did that thing die? Was it really just an illusion? I felt a very strong pull. Siren sat cross-legged on the bed, placed his hands down, and stared in amazement out the window. It was hard to explain, but it was the numbers. Perhaps they did not exist just for counting. He looked up at the bright moon above the castle and thought that. Siren said that afterward he realized he had kept his eyes closed for 40 hours until the next day. At the building where the speed test was held, the gathering area for rookie number 1. The speed shooting test for class 5 was underway. On the arena, 2 people stood in the middle, and the surrounding stands were completely packed. The scoreboard hanging on the wall was active. Someone let out a puff of breath and said, I am so nervous, so nervous. It was those 2 male cadets again. The one on the left spoke in confusion. Why are the lower classmen here? The one on the right frowned and replied, probably to watch. I used to be like that too. Suddenly everyone looked toward the door. Oh, over there it was. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Why are the seniors from class 4 also here, including Serial? That male cadet held his head and cried, too much pressure. The one on the right awkwardly comforted him. Don't be like that. They came to watch the match between Siren and Eruki. Probably right? Those sitting behind dared not say anything when Serial and her group of friends took someone else's spot. She squinted with a smile, raised her hand and said, thank you. The male cadet who had cried earlier replied, ah, of course. He looked at today's program board and saw many events. Someone's voice rang out. Today's main event. The blackboard displayed the line, Eruki and Siren will fight each other in group 20. The pink-haired male student wondered, I wonder who will win. The one sitting in the middle stroked his chin and replied, Eruki is currently in the lead. Serial raised her index finger confidently and said, it is still too early to tell. Then she looked at them with a playful smile and continued, "'Cause the test is done in groups, the scores can change. If it is an environment similar to the real setting, Siren will win," she said with confidence. A minute later, the test ended. In the first round, the one on the left won with 427 points. He happily raised 2 fingers. "I won." The other one was not convinced. "I passed the test, but I am still angry." Serial sat on the high stand, propped her chin and thought, "Saying that is one thing. But what should I do? I am so worried." 1 minute had passed, the test for Ned's group ended. He stood wiping sweat, quietly happy. "I did so well." Athela, standing behind, spoke up. "Well done, Group 19. Then she flipped through papers, squinted with a smile and said, "Now for the last group, Group 20. As soon as she finished speaking, cheers echoed throughout the ceiling. Iruki and Siren both stepped into position. Everyone chanted the 2 names, Siren, Iruki. The chants were still echoing. Iruki, Athela felt worried inside. He stood silently amidst the crowd's cheers. Siren. A carefree person spoke up. "Siren seems too focused." The 2 friends beside him raised their index fingers to their mouths to signal silence. The cheers had completely stopped. The 2 stood at the center of the arena. Athela's voice rang out, "You will have 1 minute." She stood behind the 2 and spoke. "Many students are paying attention, so I hope you both will do your best." Siren was concentrating, and upon hearing that, he nodded slightly. Iruki, on the other hand, seemed uninterested. Then Athela said, "Then let us begin." The information board on the wall had 2 buttons. The yellow one was for Iruki, the red one for Siren. The yellow button beeped once, and everyone watched the arena in silence. Siren began counting mentally, his eyes gleaming with the exact same light as in Zez's dream. Then his red button beeped too. Both had deployed their spirit domains to prepare for the battle. They used special techniques that were originally Iruki's secret arts. His were powerful and fluid, while Siren's were decisive and firm. The audience below was witnessing a spectacular match, and they exclaimed in amazement, "Amazing!" Someone shouted that within the first 58 seconds, both had reached level 12, and all the initial targets had exploded. Siren's eyes flashed with a blue light, and he concentrated all his spiritual energy into his palm, causing the crowd to scream in admiration. "Both are so skilled." Iruki glanced at Siren while launching his attack. Someone remarked that Iruki's spirit domain seemed to have shrunk. Indeed, Iruki's techniques became increasingly sharp and swift, shattering every target. The person sitting next to Serial crossed her arms and commented, "So that is the rumored power of Iruki." Then she frowned and continued, "He truly is strong. That is why Ami called him a formidable opponent, Siren." Suddenly she opened her eyes wide in shock. "Huh? How is Siren's score higher?" Looking up at the information board, she exclaimed, "Siren 101 points, Iruki 119. Then she shouted angrily, "Is that bastard Iruki messing around again? Does he think he can turn the tables by playing that game?" In his heart, Iruki was holding back a smile. Everyone has misunderstood. While unleashing his technique, he grinned and thought, "I have been giving my all from the very start." He glanced at Siren and mused, "This guy, in just 3 days." Iruki looked at Siren, who had been concentrating all afternoon, and silently wondered, "What has he done?" On the stage, Athela watched them with a serious expression, not taking her eyes off them, and murmured to herself, "I understand now." She silently gazed at Siren, continuing her thoughts. "The first time you go, it feels long, but the second time, you will arrive faster. Counting is the same, but you have come a long way, Siren." Iruki looked at him with an unusual smile. This guy really is insane. Siren quickly thrust his hand forward. He focused his spiritual energy into his palm, firing at the targets, causing them to explode one by one. Afterward, he stared intently at his palm and thought, "Release the module." Athela was extremely surprised from the outside, and she began to reason. He is assembling the numbers and performing simultaneous calculations. This strategy is only feasible for someone who has reached the conscious computational limit. She recalled the moment Siren entered the field and thought, to do that, he must have already been in a state of hyperfocus before entering. But if he does that, at this moment he was intensely focused on attacking as fast and accurately as possible. He reminded himself, even the slightest mistake in the matrix, and all the effort spent maintaining it until now will be for nothing. "I must stay focused at all costs," he thought with a furrowed brow. In his mind, a yellow lightning bolt was flying straight toward the distant source of light. On the information board, the scores of the 2 continued to rise. Siren led with 469 points, while Iruki had 432 points. The gray-haired person sitting at the same table as Serial exclaimed, "The gap is getting wider." She and the girl beside her propped themselves up and stood up, shouting, "Go, Siren." Everyone in the stand stood up and cheered. The blonde girl with 2 pigtails shouted toward the arena, "Faster." On the arena, the battle was truly intense. The techniques of both were incredibly powerful and lightning fast, making everyone cheer in delight. While unleashing his technique to explode a target, Iruki thought, "This is also a way to boost morale." That guy broke his own conventional calculation method, meaning he bet everything on this technique. He glanced at Siren and smirked lightly. All right, I admit your spirit is as strong as mine, Siren. Then he immediately clenched his fist and muttered, but my gamble will always be on an entirely different level. Iruki emphasized that thought, then clenched his fist with sharp eyes, channeling his spiritual energy. Blue lightning bolts appeared around him. Suddenly, everyone looked bewildered. Some stood up, others rubbed their eyes to get a better look at something. There was something very strange about Iruki's score. Someone exclaimed in shock. His score suddenly skyrocketed. Iruki's scoreboard kept surging, and his level was even a grade higher than Siren's. The two who had stood with Ned earlier also gaped. The one on the left said, but Siren was not slower at all. The one on the right said Iruki's burst rhythm suddenly changed strangely. Ned frowned, thinking it was impossible. Serial's group of three all stood up. The pink-haired person wondered if everyone saw anything strange in Iruki's domain afterimage. She raised her eyebrow and replied they saw it. That was not an afterimage. Serial panicked and pointed forward, shouting that he had two domains in a row. Two streams of domain appeared around Iruki again, enveloping him. At this moment, everyone was very surprised. Someone shouted, "Can you even do that?" Yahello stared in amazement and began to think about the domain. That is a hallmark sign of the dissociative redirection type. Never thought I would see a student use this technique. And on top of that, he is executing two consecutive sequences and recording the process. She thought pensively, even if he has savant syndrome, this ability is still extremely rare. Never expected a child to conceal a power of such magnitude. Then Yahello murmured that another unforeseen variable had appeared in this magic academy. Serial and her friends all stared intently down at the arena. She muttered Ami was right. After that, Iruki's domain pierced through the target and flew across the space on the ceiling. Serial's voice rang out, "Iruki truly is a monster." Iruki stretched his hand straight forward, steering the twin domains to attack the target. Both their scores suddenly stopped. Iruki had 845 and Siren had 692. Someone exclaimed that it was over. The group of three at the observation spot watched intently. The left person said so everyone had guessed the result. Then he continued speaking. This time Siren really got unlucky. He stood still, breathing with difficulty. He thought helplessly. In the end, he still could not win, even though he had bet everything he had. Siren floated before the face in the Ziz dream. It was clear he had given his all, and now he was tired. He thought to himself, but still could not match half of Iruki. He thought bitterly in his heart, even though he had tried his best. His hand loosened, but then he clenched his fist again. Siren thought again, tried his best, huh? Beads of sweat trickled down as he lowered his head. He glared and told himself not yet. He was still afraid. Siren was afraid of whether he was allowed to follow that path. Then he raised his fist in the air and punched hard into the face before him. But now it was no longer an issue, Siren thought. A hole appeared on the face as he pulled his fist back. Next, Siren swung his fist up again to gain momentum. He gritted his teeth and looked at the hole with determined eyes. He would overcome it with his own hands. A powerful force struck the face from before and broke a very large hole into it. Suddenly it began to glow. Siren froze when he saw that. The pure white light reflected on his face and shone brightly throughout the space in his subconscious like daylight. Back in the arena, Yahello startled and turned her head to look in his direction. She looked and wondered Siren. Unbelievably, all the targets were quickly pierced straight through the center by Siren's golden light beams with diameters measured in millimeters. The light was truly that small. The people in the stands were once again terrified, their mouths unable to close. Someone shouted, "Hey, look at Siren, the light." It was becoming more and more radiant. Serial's group was also shocked, as if they were about to jump headfirst into the arena. Siren made no sound at all, just stood with his head lowered. The light emitting from him was so intense that the blue-colored targets had turned black. And then they were shattered into no armor pieces left by the light stream emitted from Siren without him needing to do anything. Both their scores were rapidly increasing, but it seemed Siren was increasing faster than Iruki. He turned his head to look at Siren, cuffed once, cuck, then grinned through gritted teeth and murmured, "No matter how fast you are, I will definitely calculate faster than you." The remaining time was only 5 seconds. Iruki was still very steadfast. "I will calculate all the numbers in this world." His twin domains were still accelerating endlessly, and the remaining time was 4 seconds. The moment Iruki's energy touched the target, just 3 seconds later, he confidently thought that he was gaining the upper hand and could win. Time was down to 2 seconds, then another second passed, and finally the last second. Iruki frowned, gritted his teeth, and cursed inwardly. Damn it, why is time passing so slowly? When the match ended, everyone stood up at once and cheered loudly. Iruki suddenly slumped to the floor, his heart heavy, thinking that everything was over. He looked up at his scoreboard with a smug expression. "Aha, the score is not bad. So I won?" His score was 2047. Then he turned to Siren, wondering secretly how he was doing. When he looked towards Siren, his face showed confusion because he still had no reaction. Suddenly someone ran over, shook his shoulders, and called out Siren's name loudly. Only then did he snap out of it and sigh with relief. That person was Serial. She slowly let go of his shoulders and asked worriedly, Siren, are you okay? The people around also gathered. He spoke, Sister Serial, the test has... She turned to look at the scoreboard on the wall, happily reported, the victory is yours. He was extremely surprised. She continued, and you even set a new record. The score he achieved was 173. The other trainees gathered around and congratulated him in unison. Congratulations, Siren. He was dazed, wondering to himself, did I really win? Suddenly Iruki walked closer to Siren and called, Hey you! He looked back with eyes full of astonishment, and so did everyone around. Iruki continued, Area of Effect Magic is banned in speed shooting tests. You know that, right? Siren heard that and immediately closed his mouth to think. That's right. At that time the entire arena area was covered in light. Iruki's voice rang out again, Ha, you really are boring. With one hand in his pocket and the other extended for a handshake, he smiled and said, Just because there's a photon emission doesn't mean it's fun magic. I only used a little. Congratulations on your win. The male trainees heard this and exclaimed in panic in unison. Oh my god, Iruki is actually admitting defeat. The sun really rose from the west today. Siren grasped his hand, stood up and said, So now you finally admit what I said. That life is more important than research. Iruki replied seriously, Yes, you are right. He could not believe his ears and asked back, Huh? Are you serious? Iruki calmly answered, But it seems you misunderstood. An explosion does not mean violence. Everyone did not understand what they were talking about. He continued, An explosion is just a large accumulation of energy. To be considered violence, it must include the intent to harm others. Standing next to Serial, he widened his eyes in a daze and whispered, That. But Siren did not care and retorted, But that kind of energy is controlled by humans, meaning it is still dangerous. Iruki said that the controller must be responsible for managing that energy source. Incidentally, he spoke, I have a favor to ask of you. He looked at him with confusion. With a serious expression, Iruki spoke, From now on you must take responsibility for me. Iruki's voice rang out again. An explosion is only like a large, uncontrollable energy source. But if we can control it, it will be an energy source that can save 100,000 lives. When he said this seriously, a strange light appeared in the pitch-black sky, shining down on a city. Iruki stood opposite Siren and said that a new era had begun, that we no longer only fight against nature. Of course, I do not have such a noble belief. Siren was silent for a moment then spoke. Why did not you say that from the start? If so, I would not have misunderstood. The people around watched them and talked. Iruki replied, I wanted you to know where you belong as a person who possesses power. Hearing this, Siren looked surprised. Then he spoke sternly, Or just a person who only knows fear? Siren stared ahead thoughtfully. I understand now, Iruki is afraid. He thought that he was afraid his own power would spiral out of control. Iruki said with pained eyes, If you defeat me, you will prove your will. So the only one who can stop me is you, Iruki said honestly, looking at the dazed Siren. Then he stated firmly, If you cannot handle me, I will not take another step. The people behind heard this and whispered, Oh my, is he saying he will not move because of his own power? Siren was confused, not knowing what to do, alone and dazed. He looked at Iruki with concern, unsure if he was idealistic or realistic, but there was one thing he knew clearly. He looked into Iruki's eyes and secretly thought the fear in those eyes was real. Then he stepped forward, grabbed Iruki's hand, and spoke, I promise. He looked at him with determined eyes. When that time comes, I will stop you. Everyone in the arena did not understand what was happening and exclaimed in unison, Huh? 2 streams of tears immediately ran toward the two of them as he called out loudly, You guys? He wrapped his arms around both their necks, pulled them into his embrace, smiled brightly and said, So cool, I'm proud to have you as friends. Ithella, standing behind the crowd, called out, Siren, come here for a moment. He turned his head back to answer her, Yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, Iruki was being choked so tightly by Ned's chain collar that he couldn't breathe. He followed Ithella outside. Suddenly, she grabbed his shoulder, startling him. She looked at him worriedly and shouted, Do you know what you just did? Do you really want to leave this place? He was extremely flustered by those words. Siren stammered, Professor Ithella. She frowned and said, The place you entered, if you reach that domain, you will no longer be yourself. Siren lowered his gaze, dejected, and spoke, I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't know this was so dangerous. Ithella called out softly, Siren. She bowed her head and instructed, The domain you stepped into transcends numbers. It is called the infinite domain. Mages often call it the immortal function. She looked into his eyes and continued, And our monks have named it nirvana. Siren was shaken upon hearing that word, for a person could reach infinity but would no longer be anything at all. He silently thought about what he saw in that place, something beyond numbers. It was the wall of jealousy he had punched through, a vast space. Siren felt pulled forward by some force. He continued to think, and it kept drawing him in. While sleeping soundly, Siren suddenly woke with a start. Ziz and he were both breathing heavily, holding their foreheads with their hands. He got out of bed, leaned his hands on the table, and thought, that nightmare again. Ever since I entered that place, I have dreamed of it every day. He said there was a strange feeling in his heart. He picked up the glass of water, but his hand was unsteady, causing him to knock it over. Suddenly, his entire body trembled violently. He braced himself on the table to stand steady, clutching the shirt over his chest with his other hand, fearfully thinking about the feeling he occasionally realized. I asked Professor Yahello, but neither of us could find any problem in my body. He looked at the puddle of water on the table, worriedly thinking, what the hell is happening to me? One late afternoon, as the flock of birds was flying back to their nests, Siren's voice echoed throughout the room. I think I am possessed. He sat on the chair, his face clearly showing exhaustion from constant insomnia. Eruki and Ned sat on this side. Hearing him say that, they were puzzled and turned to look at him. Three of them were in a room. Ned sat on the left couch, scratching his head with a goofy laugh. You look serious, so I'm really worried. He sat gloomily on the middle chair and replied, I'm serious, you know? You said this is a psychic science research group. Eruki crossed his arms and laughed. Truly, the worry level of someone who once defeated me is on a whole other level. Ned was surprised. How could you think he's telling the truth? Siren smiled wryly, curled his index finger, looked at Eruki, and asked, was that a stupid question? Eruki rested his chin on his hand. Not exactly. He looked at him and said, in the dream Ziz had that you told us about, you said you saw yourself in an empty, dark space, right? Then he continued speaking, and the stars were being pulled in by some place. Siren just nodded. Yeah, that's right. Eruki's voice rang out, and finally that barrier shattered into pieces. A beam of light shot out, right? Eruki asked. Siren widened his eyes and answered, yeah, that's right, moving like a heartbeat. Eruki sat with his arms crossed in the middle of his chair, looking at him. Considering both the size and speed of the space you mentioned, it must be a number that no one on this continent could guess. Now Eruki has a new nickname, Eruki the Black Rain of the Psychic Society, responsible for criticism. Joking aside, if we assume that place is real, he became serious and continued, then it must also be outside the universe. Nell and Siren were startled, jumped up, and looked at Eruki in unison. Outside the universe. He looked at Eruki with a skeptical expression. Are you talking about the universe mentioned in books? But how could I dream of it when I have never seen it? Ned propped his chin on his hand and looked at him with sharp eyes. No. He slammed his hand on the table, his expression very serious. I have heard of it before. Siren stammered out Nain, and Nain also had a new nickname, Wiseman of the Psychic Society, responsible for asking questions. He tilted his face and recounted, 200 years ago, a death row inmate underwent a soul-swapping experiment. If the soul could be materialized into substance, there was a hypothesis that electricity could separate it. Closed circuit. In other words, they placed a person inside an iron coffin and ran an electric current through it. However, due to its inhumanity, the experiment was halted long ago. That death row inmate survived. His consciousness returned after a month, but Ned paused slightly upon reaching this point. Then he continued. He later came to know the situation of countries outside the continent, places he had never been to or heard of. Siren frantically asked if that was true. Ned rested both elbows on his thighs, fell silent, then replied, the information the death row inmate revealed was verified, and everything was confirmed to be true. He swept his gaze over Siren, intimidating him. The soul was separated by electricity, gradually ionized, and caused an electron flow. Could it be that very power attracted information about the world to that death row inmate? That is a hypothesis. A strange tingling sensation that death row inmate once experienced. That is what is called a psychic feeling. Upon hearing this, he got goosebumps all over, hugged his arms tightly, and exclaimed in fear, God, a tingling sensation. Like I've got goosebumps. Eruki suddenly stood up, startling Siren, then said loudly that it was precisely because of this that Siren could see the universe outside. If his soul was ionized by electricity causing a quantum effect, then the possibility of him breaking through space-time was very high. He was stunned and asked, breaking through space and time? Eruki held his thumb and index finger a small distance apart, like a bean, and said that in the microscopic world, even smaller than an electron, events beyond human understanding could still occur, a realm defined by probability, where he could not observe and and measure at the same time. He thought that the weight of a soul was even lighter than an electron atom. An electron ring appeared in Iruki's imagination. He continued, then the connection between space and time would become meaningless. Then Iruki pointed his index finger at the ceiling, looked at him and concluded that sensing outer space was completely feasible. He turned to him cheerfully and said, "What do you think? I think you are that case." Siren exclaimed with admiration and said loudly, "You've found the solution already?" "Amazing, the two of us look like a real research team after all," Siren praised. Ned grinned and replied, "It's nothing. Seems that way, doesn't it?" Iruki also smiled smugly, crossed his arms and looked at him, saying it was just solving a problem. To research deeply, they would need more information. Then he asked further, "Why haven't you told the truth yet?" He was confused, not understanding what Iruki meant. He looked seriously at Siren and said, "During the marksmanship test, your luminescence ability had a problem, and you also said from that day on, you started having nightmares every single night. Tell us what happened." Iruki sincerely wanted to know. He looked down under the table awkwardly. Finally, Siren told them, "Actually, Professor Yahello told me a few things." After hearing this, Ned shouted in shock, "What is the immortal function? Iruki, do you know what it is?" Iruki stood there without answering, only letting out a soft laugh, which made Siren a bit panicked. Then he threw his head back and laughed loudly. "I know, so that's it, it's the immortal function." Iruki continued, "I once heard my father mention it. It is the dream domain of mathematicians, where a function becomes the key to everything in the world." Ned and Siren were both worried. He stammered, "But the professor also said that thing was very dangerous." Iruki spread his arms wide, of course, because including everything also means having nothing. Then Iruki covered his mouth and chuckled, saying, "I know, to defeat me, you need the immortal function." Siren looked at Iruki, both surprised and happy, wondering to himself why seeing them joke around made him feel so relieved. Siren said sternly, "I've decided. I'm going to join the paranormal science research group." Iruki and Ned both jumped up excitedly when they heard his decision. Ned asked, "Really?" Siren replied, "Yeah, I don't want to keep being haunted anymore. I want to study it myself and fight it head on." Siren stood up, smiled with squinting eyes and said, "If I get to work with you guys, I'm sure I'll find something." Ned raised both hands to the sky and shouted, "Awesome. Whether it's the immortal function or whatever, we'll get through it. Now we have enough people. We're an official team again." Ned was so happy he was about to cry. "That means we get the allowance again." Iruki interjected, "But will the professor agree to let Siren join? Our reputation isn't exactly good." Ned mischievously held up some paper and said, "Trust me, I'll make it valid without the professor knowing." Siren and Iruki were bewildered and asked in unison, "Is that really okay?" Then Ned rushed over and snatched the paper from their hands, smiling with squinting eyes and saying, "Don't worry, it's fine. Let's go have coffee to celebrate the new member." Ned continued, "My treat today." Iruki coldly reminded, "But you're out of money." And Siren said nothing, only quietly looked out at the river and thought. Now then, he looked at the research room as a whole and thought to himself, "This is my research team." And he told himself, "Let's start with cleaning up one afternoon." Contrary to Ned's expectations, the application form for his team formation was being held by someone who looked extremely angry. The most terrifying professor had discovered it, and it was Sienna. She looked at the application form with a fierce expression. Someone's voice rang out, "Professor." A man, while carrying a stack of papers up to his nose, glanced back and replied, Applications to join a research group. It's like this every holiday." That man walked and talked, not noticing a form had fallen to the ground. "They just gather for a while, and when they have enough training points, they form a group. Whatever, let's just get it done quickly." Sienna saw the fallen form and reminded him, "Sir, you dropped this." He startled and blurted out, "Oh no." She picked up the form to look. "This is..." Another person also peeked in to look, then frowned and said, This research group." They hesitantly looked at the application to join the Paranormal Soul Science Research Group. His voice was surprised. "The Paranormal Soul Science Research Group." Then another person added, his gaze stopping on the name Aryan Siren. The man looked at the form and asked her, "Isn't that little Siren?" Sienna's face darkened, and she said nothing. Afterwards, she crumpled the form tightly in her hand, and then flashed a terrifying smile. Inside a region of rolling hills, deep in the mountains, a house lay hidden. Someone's voice echoed outside, "I'm sorry, Professor Yahello. Are you training or something?" She sat cross-legged by the tea table, picked up her teacup, and said with a squint-eyed smile, "For you to come all the way here, it must not be a simple matter." Professor Sienna. So this was Yahello's house. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. The two sat facing each other, both raising their teacups to sip in the peaceful scenery around them. Sienna put down her teacup and said, "Actually, Siren has joined a research group." Yahello happily asked, "So he finally joined a group. Which group is it?" Sienna leaned forward, her expression serious as she talked about the supernatural soul research group. Yahello was just just taking a sip of tea, but upon hearing this she froze, almost spilling the tea from her cup. Then Sienna, fearful and trembling, continued, even before we became professors, this group had a bad reputation for causing trouble. Every day I received a lot of complaint letters from students' parents. She grew more anxious. Why join that group? Siren is the future of the school. He should be studying diligently right now. Yahello was stunned, held her teacup, looked at her with a silly smile, and said, "But the group is different now." She raised her index finger and vigorously defended Ned's group. The current president is Ned, a well-behaved and sociable student, so there should be no problem. The troublemakers have all graduated. The president of the Thormia Magic Association is the former president of that group. She then happily added, "I believe the students will study together and share good things." At the same time, over in Ned's group, he was lying with his head pillowed on the long sofa, looking very relaxed. Ned spoke up to greet him. "Oh, Siren, you're here." He stood outside the door, grimacing as he used his sleeve to cover the dust billowing up, and said irritably, "You guys." Looking down from the ceiling, dust filled the room in a thick haze. Siren waved his hand to clear the dust and said, "Not going to class? I'm not feeling well today." Ned lay with his hands behind his head, crossing his legs on the sofa as he replied, "I'm not feeling well today." Sitting on a chair, Eruki focused on playing chess and said, "I always skip class." Then he excitedly focused on his chess game. "Alright, checkmate, one more game." His two hands moved swiftly, controlling two chess pieces at the same time. Siren stood behind him, just staring blankly without saying anything more. And he turned to the mess on the right, thinking to himself, "I cleaned it, but now it's dirty again." Afterward, he spoke up, "You guys don't study, don't research, you just skip class all the time." Ned looked blank and said, You can regret it, but you're not allowed to leave." Siren turned away, taking off his outer uniform coat and sighed, saying, "I'm going to study." Saying that, he walked to the round table next to the long table set, took out his materials, and sat down to study in silence. Eruki and Ned both looked at him. Lying on the sofa with a bored expression, Ned thought to himself, a real model student, indeed. Suddenly, Eruki propped his elbows on the table, leaned down low, and sneered. "Hey, did you finish the new invention?" Ned turned around, lifted his head to look at him. Right, of course I did." Eruki's voice reached Siren's ears. "So, is this an invisibility cloak?" He was taking notes when he heard Eruki's voice. Those two were chatting excitedly again. "Wow, that's so cool, awesome, exactly." Siren couldn't concentrate on his studies, so he secretly pricked up his ears to listen. "It lasts for an hour if you put this kind of energy into it." "Wow, awesome." Hearing this, Siren could no longer pretend to be silent, so he immediately stood up, looked at the two of them with curiosity, and shouted, "I want to see it too." Back to the meeting between Sienna and Ethella at Ethella's home. Sienna calmly lifted her teacup, took a sip, and spoke up. "We were talking about Ned, so let's talk about the other students too. That kid Eruki, a fifth-year student who always pretends to be stupid." Two prominent faces appeared in Sienna's mind, Eruki and Siren. Then she said thoughtfully, "Have you seen his abilities? And also Siren, the one who can defeat even that monster Eruki. When these classes graduate, perhaps these students will become the shining stars of our school." After that, she suddenly grabbed her teacup nervously, set it on her lap, and almost shouted, "But what if Siren plays with kids like Eruki and becomes rebellious like him? He will become the most severe failure case of the Magic Academy." Hearing that, Ethella was stunned and worried. A failure. Then she relaxed and spoke up. "My goodness, you're worrying too much." At that moment, in the three-person research room, Siren's voice rang out in admiration as he saw a pile of strange tools that looked like grenades in a wooden crate. "Wow, did you make all these, Ned? So these are magic grenades." The three of them were sitting around the wooden crate. Ned sat propping himself up on the floor, chuckling and saying, "I'm saving them to put on a real spectacular show someday." Siren sat beside him, clutching the invisibility cloak on his body while lifting a round grenade, his voice doubtful. "But isn't it a bit dangerous?" Eruki sighed, picked up a black book, and smiled awkwardly. "Come on, Ned's dream is to become a magic engineer, so that's why he's studying." Because he was wearing the invisibility cloak, only Siren's head, collar, and two hands clutching the cloak were visible. Hearing Eruki say this, he admired, "A magic engineer? That's so cool. So you use electronics to make these?" Then he asked, puzzled, "But what is this book?" "This red one." Siren reached out and picked up the red book. Eruki and Ned both glanced at it, and he exclaimed in shock, That is?" Before Ned could speak, Eruki quickly said, Is that from the Human Body Research Group? Why is it here?" Siren opened the book, looking at Eruki. Human Body Research Group. Then he looked at the page he had just opened and screamed in panic. The page Siren opened had pictures of two beautiful girls. What is this?" Feeling embarrassed, he waved his hand, causing the book to fall to the floor, covered his face with both hands, leaving only his left eye exposed. "Isn't Isn't that a student from our school? Iruki looked at the page, slightly raising his eyebrows. So that's where it is. Ned calmly explained. This is like an information book from some shady research group. The drawings are a bit crude, but it's full of inside information. Iruki said in a bored tone. It's just for the entertainment of idle kids. But Siren felt uneasy, furrowing his brow in discomfort. Doesn't the school intervene? Then his eyes suddenly widened and his cheeks flushed red. He had this reaction because he saw a drawing of Ami in the book. Seeing him silent, Iruki asked, why isn't Siren saying anything? You are really dating. Before Iruki could finish his sentence, he quickly raised both hands in embarrassment and stammered. You guys can't look at these things. What on earth is this? Seeing Siren like this, Ned also raised his hand as if to say something, but only let out a groan. Then, Siren lowered his hands, looked at Iruki anxiously, and tried to change the subject. Who would run a group like this? Iruki calmly replied. Just an underground shady group, but it mostly writes about the graduating class, so it's probably a member of the graduating class. He muttered worriedly. The graduating class has a group like this. On the porch of Yahello's house, the sunlight gently reflected off the roof. Sienna's voice rang out. That's right. The Paranormal Soul Research Group is also a shady group. Then she said coldly, the Dark Magic Group is just child's play. The problem is that it's a joke created by the smartest and most talented students in the school. They all have different talents, from painting to having psychic powers in their eyes. Sienna paused for a moment, then continued, stating they were excellent at communication and research. She said they could completely avoid the school's investigation system. Sienna knelt up straight, clasped her hands together, and turned her face to confess to Yahello. The reason we did not touch the Supernatural Soul Research Group was that it was no longer an official group. Some bright students wanted to revive this group. The cold face and sharp eyes, she said. Taking this opportunity, I will disband that group. Yahello was silent for a moment, closed her eyes, picked up the teapot to pour into a cup, and then spoke. I understand your worry for your students. As she lifted the teapot to pour tea into a cup, she said, however, there is a reason the school does not intervene in those groups. Yahello continued, to help students develop independence. The research group is considered an independent group, responsible for its own choices. On a high tree branch, a nest of chicks had an unusual color, different from the mother bird's pink. The mother bird perched beside them watching. If we adults take away that right, they will become afraid of making choices. He calmly asked Sienna, why don't we give them a chance? Sienna was silent, closed her eyes to think for a moment, then frowned. Of course what you said is correct, but Sienna opened her eyes, looked worriedly at Yahello and retorted, I believe developing talent and preventing students from going astray is also the responsibility of adults. Yahello looked at her silently, thinking, I can see Professor Sienna's love for Siren. I want to give Siren enough time to decide for himself, but the professor's opinion could not be taken lightly. Thinking that, she spoke up, I apologize for not mentioning this beforehand, but it concerns Siren in the recent speed shooting test. Siren has reached Nirvana. Hearing this, Sienna's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe it was true. She shouted very loudly, what? Her scream echoed through the mountains and forests, startling the birds perched on the towering treetops, causing them to fly into the sky in panic. In the three-person research room, the ceiling lamp suddenly shook violently, and the ground also trembled continuously. Siren knelt on the floor terrified, exclaiming, huh? An earthquake. Ned stuffed his robe into a wooden barrel and said urgently, oh no! Hide the stuff, quick. Iruki also helped Ned gather papers into the barrel. Only Siren wondered, why? What is going on? Iruki straightened the bench while replying, a professor is summoning the storage room. Everyone hurriedly rearranged the tables and chairs, while Siren stood watching them and asked worriedly, so what should we do now? Iruki said hastily, just sit and wait. A hand was placed on the recognition panel in front of the door, and the voice horn sounded immediately. It was Sienna waiting for the door to open for an urgent inspection. He thought seriously. 3 minutes to summon the desired storage room, enough time to hide the evidence. In the research room, Siren was forced by Ned and Iruki to sit down on the chair. He shouted in panic, the professor is coming and we are not going out to greet her. Ned held his arm and replied blankly, it is fine, just act natural. Iruki warned anxiously, if we get caught, it will not just be a suspension. After Siren listened, Ned sat cross-legged on the center chair, interlaced his fingers, looked at him and instructed, this research room is our territory. If you get scared, we are done for. He was a bit doubtful but still replied, all right, fine. Sienna exuded a cold and powerful beauty, and with an overwhelming presence, she pushed the door and barged in. Before her eyes were 3 people sitting on the chairs in various poses. The room looked clean, with nothing suspicious. Iruki sat with arms crossed, tilting his face up arrogantly, glancing at her. Ned sat upright, propped on his hands, and slightly lowered his head, glancing up. As for Siren, he wore a serious expression, staring straight ahead. Sienna frowned, staring intently at the 3 of them and said to herself, Before it is too late, I must disband this group. Sienna's thoughts suddenly hesitated. Why did I anticipate this reaction? But Ned crossed his legs, calmly spoke up. We apologize. We were in the middle of a debate. Sienna was not pleased with his attitude. That attitude is a bit annoying. Ned crossed his legs, rested his elbow on the armrest, interlaced his fingers, and said with a squinting smile, "If you had sent an official notice before coming, we would have welcomed you warmly." Sienna stopped looking at Ned, looked away in annoyance, and thought silently, what angers me most is that Suran has been dragged into this with them. On the outside, Siren seemed unharmed, just sitting silently staring down at the table. But inside, he was tearing his hair out and screaming, "Professor Sienna, is it okay for me to just sit here like this?" Then Sienna smiled brightly and said, "I wonder what the problem is. When a guest arrives, should you not offer tea or a drink?" Ned immediately replied with a squinting smile, "Oh my. Do you really trust us enough to drink tea we offered?" Siren sat in the middle, frozen stiff, as if wishing to disappear from that place. She used her index and middle fingers to push up her glasses, closed her eyes and smiled lightly. "Then I will quickly get to the point before I leave here." She sat on a chair and said sternly and directly, "I hope you will return the research group's room." After hearing this, Eruki only looked at her with a serious face. Ned squinted his eyes and smiled, while Siren looked at her with a slightly dazed expression. Then, the three of them huddled their heads together, round-eyed as they looked at her, and uttered in unison. Ned suddenly slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and yelled in anguish, "Return the room?" Just like that, Sienna took out a stack of documents and flipped through them, then said, "I have searched the records, and it is difficult to find a reason not to close this research group. The fact is you have done nothing for 4 years. Siren broke out in a cold sweat, confusedly looking over Eruki, who was also worried. She continued, "The fact is you have lacked members throughout the entire semester. That reason alone is enough to close this group. It seems your budget has also been cut, correct?" Sienna looked over the documents as she spoke. "According to the policies, if you can create some value within 1 month, you may continue the research group. If not, suddenly kneel down to the table, clasp your hands, bow your head, and beg her before Siren's stunned look. I beg you, do anything, but don't take the research results." He knelt down, sincerely begging. "The supernatural research topic is something that cannot be proven, right? Do you really want to shut down the only research group that can break the magical society, which relies too much on science and logic? We will do anything, except the research results. Please." Sienna held the folder of documents to her face, looked down at Ned and said, "If you want that, I have another proposal." Ned replied seriously, "Yes, I will do anything." Sienna looked sternly towards the source of the voice, then demanded that Siren be expelled from the group. After hearing this, Ned looked up in surprise at her. Siren and Eruki were equally astonished. All three were stunned by her condition. The three shouted in unison, "Why?" After a discussion, Sienna spoke up, "Do you know yet?" Ned and Eruki sat upright in their chairs, unsure of what to choose. As for Siren, she made him sit in the opposite chair, and he was also confused. Sienna stood behind the chair, crossed her arms, and said that the immortality ability was a major problem that a student could not solve, very dangerous for a young student, and Siren could disappear. Siren looked at her, both worried and dissatisfied. "I know it's dangerous. I won't do it again." She turned her head to look at him. "That's not all. The real problem is the subsequent overload." Siren looked at Ned and Eruki and asked, "What is overload?" Ned seemed scared and did not answer. Eruki frowned and explained, "Should I call it the disease of geniuses? I had it at age 58, but it wasn't severe." He quoted his father. "Dad said I was crazy. Just shut up and live with it," he said with a curious tone. "I don't know anything about it." Sienna put her hand on her forehead, tiredly said, "I call it a problem because you consider it a problem. Overload is the phenomenon when your mind cannot control the flood of information rushing in from a sudden awakening. The brain will have something accumulate and glow outward," she said. "It is like a dam that cannot hold back the water flow, a terrible symptom that can shatter your consciousness. But because it is mistaken for the disease of geniuses, many mothers with severely ill children are both happy and worried, and do not seek treatment." Sienna continued, "Many children miss the golden time for treatment, living their entire lives in suffering. Thinking that overload is the cause of the immortality ability, your teachers do not want to imagine how dangerous it is." Siren heard this and frowned, worriedly thinking, consciousness collapse, perhaps that's it. That was the nightmare he dreamed every night, his body constantly uncomfortable, as if a series of cylindrical strings were rampaging inside. Then he thought, maybe I've gone mad? Sienna stood there, frowning as she persuaded, I think I'll let Siren focus on psychological treatment, with the least possible impact on his studies. He sadly lowered his head. She continued, I will adjust myself so that there are no lasting effects. If you really care about your friend, expel Siren. Suddenly Ned shouted loudly, cutting her off. No. She glanced at him in surprise. Said in a firm, decisive tone, but his face still carried a hint of humor. As the club president, I don't think you know everything. She was angry, bent over and yelled, What? Is this the time to be stubborn? But Iruki spoke up. Isn't this something for Siren to decide himself? Siren was stunned when he heard him speak. Then he said, I know you are worried, but isn't this going too far? He sat beside her, thinking angrily to himself, Yes, I can tell you the reason you went this far, Professor. Because you like what? He hesitated, then angrily shouted, Because you like Siren, right? Sienna was stunned, immediately replied, Yeah, is there a problem? Hearing her answer, it was like a thunderclap beside his ear. He stood there, grabbing his head and tilting it back to the sky, shouting, Of course there's a problem. I never thought the professor would be seduced by a student. His face was bright red. Dazedly and dreamily he said, If that's the case, right? Is it possible that you like me, right? Sienna coldly replied very quickly, No, 0%. In pain, he fell face down on the table, complaining, Heartless. Siren exclaimed in panic, The president is dead. Seeing this, she immediately said, I won't get drawn into this argument. Stop deluding yourself and face reality. Iruki stood there, looked at her, then asked, Professor, if Siren cannot withstand the overload, does that mean he can only go that far? He won't die, will he? Siren listened dazedly as he asked. Sienna replied seriously, I think you already know this because you have experienced it. This is not an ordinary matter. This is the immortality ability. Iruki frowned. The immortality ability is a realm that has never been clearly understood. Siren has taken one step into it. Shouldn't we trust and wait for him? We're worried he will exceed his limits, Professor. Then he seriously emphasized, That's what people call an obsession. Sienna listened, just silently looked down, slightly pursed her lips. She began to think obsession. She recalled a childhood memory. Someone called her name, Sienna. You must leave this place. She remembered the scene of herself sitting alone in a frozen forest, fearfully holding her head. Suddenly, Siren spoke up with a blank look. I think this is something I have to decide for myself. Sienna, startled, turned to look at him worriedly. Siren, he said, honestly, I am also very scared. As you said, Professor, there was a time I thought I was going mad. She spoke up in panic. Then from now on, but Siren interrupted. But no, I felt great. Sienna looked at him in astonishment. Siren placed his left hand over his chest, where his heart was beating, and spoke with an affectionate tone. That is not something everyone can experience. Yet it happened to you, right? You are truly afraid of the nightmares disappearing. If they disappear, you will no longer be able to uncover the secret hidden deep within you. Then he looked up at her with a confident gaze. If this is a question for your Ryan, you want to find the answer. You are not running away, but confronting it. Sienna remained silent, thinking that he was just like that person. She remembered a boy with blonde hair who had once extended a hand to help her. He had said, Don't run away, look straight ahead. And then she whispered to herself, He is so much like that person. After a moment, Sienna nodded and said, I understand, I respect your decision, Siren. And she would never again think of him giving up. Hearing this, the three were both surprised and delighted, immediately raising their heads from under the table. So then her answer is fine, right? After that, she turned her head, waved her hand, and smiled brightly. We will return to the initial condition. You will show results within the next month, correct? He frowned, looking dumbfounded as he let out a sound. Then he could no longer smile, his face falling. At this moment, the three people sat on the bench by the waterfall, each looking blankly in three different directions, their souls seemingly having left their bodies. Siren exclaimed in bewilderment. What are we going to do? So we have to show research results in 1 month. Do you guys have any records of past research? Since Ned was already in a daze, he could not answer. Iruki, frowning in thought, replied, As far as I know, SPSRG has never done any research. If it had, things like supernatural soul science would already be in textbooks. There is no evidence proving the existence of a soul, Iruki said helplessly. Finally, he spoke up, but it was very strange, his face pale. I am sorry, former president. The research group will end with this generation. He said many other things, but they could not be heard clearly. Siren was crying but still spoke words of encouragement. Hold on. Suddenly, Iruki, who had been slumped back in his chair in dismay, sat up straight, his eyes shining. A hot girl. Siren spoke up. This is not the time for that focus. As for Ned, he remained as lifeless as before. But upon hearing hot girl, he immediately jumped up, brought his hand to his eyes to shield his vision, and asked repeatedly, Where? They saw a girl in a long dress, with long flowing violet hair walking over there. Ned gazed without looking away and exclaimed, "Who is that? Is there anyone like that in the advanced class?" Iruki stroked his chin and speculated, "There is no one like that in the advanced class. Did she already graduate?" Siren looked at the two of them in confusion. "Iruki, do you remember the face of every girl in the advanced class?" Suddenly, Siren noticed that girl looked a lot like Sienna. He frowned, blushed, and let out a yelp. Then Siren and Ned looked at the girl and shouted in unison, Professor Sienna." Then Ned yelled, "What? No way. Can a person change that much?" Iruki looked at Siren and asked, "Siren, you do have an eye for girls, don't you? Pervert." He panicked and explained, "No, it's not that." Then he wondered, "But where is she going on the weekend? And she's wearing makeup too." They watched Sienna's retreating figure and discussed it among themselves. Iruki guessed, "Is she going on a date? She is of age after all." Ned did not believe it. "What? Does she have a boyfriend?" Suddenly, Ned stood up and muttered, "This is an opportunity." Siren, sitting next to him, was puzzled about what he was going to do. "Ned," then he said excitedly, after tailing Professor Sienna and finding her weakness, "we will use it to stop the disbandment of the research group." Iruki spoke seriously. "Tailing a certified rank 6 mage is not easy. But we have the invisibility cloak." Having said that, the two of them ran off while leaving instructions for him. Iruki said, "I will tail the professor first. You go with Ned." As for Ned, he pointed straight at his face and shouted, "I will go get the cloak from the research room. You know how to keep your distance from the target, right? This is the only way to save the research group." They left only those words behind and left, leaving Siren standing there dumbfounded, not understanding anything. Then he cried out, "Use your brains for your studies." At this moment, Sienna had stopped to look around her surroundings very cautiously and warily. Siren's group of 3 was hiding under the invisibility cloak behind an apple shelf. Urki spoke up, "She is very alert. She almost discovered us." Ned was extremely intrigued and grinned slyly. "Looks like something is up. Who is she planning to meet?" As for him, he said discontentedly, "Why do we have to do this?" Then he spoke again with slight worry. "There's something." When a noble was on a date, the 4 of them were in a large, crowded market. Siren wondered, shouldn't they avoid the commoner district? Sienna walked while continuously turning to look in all directions, as if she was being wary of someone. She even carefully looked back when she noticed something suspicious, then quickly quickened her pace through the stalls in the street. Haruki voiced his opinion. "There is definitely something shady going on. She is very alert to her surroundings, so I worry about the fate of the document pages. Do you think the professor is selling those bizarre equipment pieces for money?" Siren looked at him with a judging gaze. "Do you think she is just like you?" Sienna stood in front of the door of a house in a residential area of the neighborhood. She smiled when the door was open. A man raised his arms to embrace her, expressing his delight. The 3 of them saw this and exclaimed in unison, "It is a man." Ned was agitated by the information he had just witnessed. Her secret commoner boyfriend. This is hot news. Is this a forbidden secret love affair by her family? Both Iruki and Siren cast their gazes towards Ned. "She has gone inside. We should stop here." Even so, curiosity won out, so he jumped out and ran down the street full of excitement. "What are you saying?" "We have to follow the professor to find evidence. This concerns the survival of the entire research team." Iruki and Siren were helpless against Ned's decision. He signaled to Iruki, "Iruki, it's time." Iruki cleared his throat and prepared himself. A stream of blue light shone onto the iron latches inside the door. Under the pressure of the power, the outer lock popped open. Ned was overjoyed. "We did it. The door is open." He flung the door open, boasting about his prediction. "I knew the basement lock was the weakest. Let's go in." The group quickly scouted the floors. The first floor had nothing. "Great. Let's break into the second floor. Use your spiritual domain to check the hallway first." Siren could only smile helplessly. Why don't those 2 idiots use their brains for studying? All 3 of them used invisibility cloaks to hug the wall and eavesdrop. Suddenly, one of them signaled, "Stop." I heard a woman's voice from that room. The room ahead was closed, emitting the sound Ned had heard. Siren felt things were going too far, so he tearfully begged to go back. "Please, let's go back." But he spoke up to stop him. "Professor Sienna was the one who started this war. We have no other choice." Pressing their ears to the door, they clearly heard Sienna ask, "Don't you need to change?" Ami inside gently replied, "I still prefer this outfit today." Sienna continued, "Should I change out of this?" Ami decided, "Let's just wear this one. You look beautiful." Iruki and Siren outside blushed in embarrassment. "I think we'd better stop listening." Sienna asked again, "When will your wife be back?" Ami replied, "Probably in about 2 hours." All 3 were stunned into shock after hearing this. Is the professor dating a married man? Ami quickly arranged things. "All right, let's get to it." Iruki spoke up. "This is even more than a weakness." Then he was startled by what he had just heard. "I don't think that's okay." He quickly grabbed the door lock, determined, "We have to stop this from happening." 3 people burst into the room, tears streaming down to prevent something undesirable. "Professor, please don't do this." All 3 spoke in unison, their voices trailing off. "This is very wrong." All three were stunned by the scene. The door, unable to withstand their force, had fallen apart. Ami was sitting painting, leaving them bewildered. Painting? Sienna said tremblingly. You guys. The sudden appearance of her students made her so embarrassed she turned angry. What are you all doing here, huh? Immediately after, the three were punished by having to raise their hands, their trembling arms not knowing how long they had been there. Ned, as the ringleader, spoke up to admit fault. I'm sorry, we thought, continued. You were doing adult things. Sienna was stunned. What? Did you guys really think I would do something like that? She angrily ordered, get back to school, and you'll see what I do you. Got it. Eruki sighed helplessly. There really has to be a punishment. Eruki quickly pulled Ned out in front of the firing line. He's the mastermind. Siron presented evidence. The invisibility cloak is also from Big Ned. He stood in the middle, unable to react in time to his friend's betrayal. You traitors, you didn't object at all. Ami quickly came to their rescue. Don't scold them anymore. I'm fine, and the door has been fixed. Sienna was still uneasy, but Ami explained, your students followed you because they are worried about you, right, Sienna? Ami laughed it off, raising his hand to show it was fine. Even if being followed was my carelessness, breaking into someone else's home was wrong. Those kids must have rushed in because their teacher was here. He slowly walked out, saying over his shoulder, I'll go make some tea. You all talk among yourselves. Siren's group quickly replied, thank you. All three looked after Ami with admiration. He's truly an angel. Watching Ami's slow movements, Siren suddenly realized something. He silently wondered, is he blind? Suddenly, a shift in his brain made Siren hold his head and think, why does my head feel so heavy all of a sudden? Could this be related to a feeling of pity? Sienna helplessly raised her hand to her forehead, saying dejectedly, luckily, Mr. Ami is a generous person. Siren immediately asked a question. Professor, he politely inquired, who is that? One person nearby could not hide their curiosity and added, right, what is your relationship that you have to be so careful when visiting him? Sienna was exasperated with her students but still had to answer. Ami was a senior from the same magic academy as me when we were young. Eruki wondered, so he's a mage too, but why did he lose his eyesight? Sienna suddenly sighed and hesitantly said, Ami, she suddenly lowered her voice, the atmosphere dropping significantly, can no longer see because of me. Sienna remembered that day when she ran in the pouring rain. When she was young, she had also experienced energy overload. In the rain, the image of her crying loudly merged with the narration. The only thing she could do all day in that hell was to run away. At that moment, Ami was a young boy running fast while shouting, Sienna, danger. The water there has risen too high. Seeing that, the stubborn Sienna ran away from Ami. No, don't come near me. Right after that, she missed her step and fell into the water. Sienna merged into the current, along with Ami's desperate cry from above, Sienna. Immediately he also plunged into the water below. Both of them grabbed onto a large log. Sienna cried in fear and Ami comforted her, hold on tight. If we endure until we reach the downstream, we will be rescued. Ami suddenly saw the scene ahead. A pile of giant tree trunks stacked on top of each other, with large and small branches jutting out, extremely dangerous. Ami quickly spoke sternly to Sienna. Sienna, we must dive underwater. You can do it, right? Sienna, still in tears, said fearfully, I cannot. There was not much time left, so Ami immediately pushed Sienna's head down and kept reassuring her, hold your breath. I will push you down so you won't float up. If you hold on tight, we will survive. Sienna obediently complied, yes. Ami alone was above, facing the large trees directly. With a sudden spark of faith in his heart, right, I will survive. The speed increased, the log crashed straight into the pile of large tree trunks, accompanied by the thought, at least, she must live. Ami's tears fell as he waited for what would happen next to the two siblings. Sienna bitterly recounted that story. The genius of the Magic Academy, Ami, lost his eyes like that. He gave up becoming a mage, even though both of us survived. Everyone looked on with sympathy as they heard the story. Sienna continued, when I heard he had become a painter, you have no idea how shocked I was. She said softly, so that's how it turned out. Eruki also understood, which was why she had been so worried about the overload. At that moment, Ami walked in, his voice dispelling the gloomy atmosphere. Sienna complains a lot, doesn't she? Sienna was surprised, and Siren quickly spoke words of gratitude. Thank you, sir. Ami continued, but even if she complains a lot, Sienna definitely cares a lot about you kids. She talks about her students all day long. Feeling a bit shy, he scratched his head and said, we also respect her very much. Eruki, who was on the side, took a sip of tea and naively said it was iced tea. Siren approached the unfinished painting Ami was working on, expressing a wish. If it's not too much trouble, could we watch you paint? This surprised Ami a little. Watch me paint? Siren immediately responded eagerly, I want to see too. Eruki expressed her curiosity. How do you paint when you can't see anything? Sienna, finding her students a bit rude, spoke up to correct them. You kids, don't be so impolite. Ami gently soothed Sienna. It's fine. There isn't much time left, so I have to keep painting. Sienna, do you agree? Sienna had no objections and immediately agreed, of course, even though she felt a little embarrassed. Sienna shyly posed for Ami as he prepared to paint. At that moment, Ami almost finished his sketch. Nader couldn't help but marvel from the side. Uncle Amy's skill is incredible. I wonder how he does it. Eriki thought for a moment and said, he must be using his spirit domain. Nader turned to discuss. That means he is at least a genre rank. Rhiannon Siren silently observed every move Amy made. He slowly stood up, speaking somewhat hoarsely. Uncle Amy. Siren asked a question that made Amy stop his actions immediately. You can see, can't you, sir? Amy immediately smiled, turning his head to look at Siren. He slowly removed the blindfold, saying at the same time, I have been waiting for you. I wondered if Siren was astonished by the sight before him. Ami, with his bright eyes gleaming, looked at him and confessed, did you figure it out? Ami's eyes shone brightly the moment the white cloth was removed. He approached Siren, causing the latter to become agitated. I was waiting to see when Siren would notice. Siren continuously patted Ned on the head, but no words came in reply. Ned, Eruki, come here and look. Uncle Ami's eyes turned around and was shocked to see his two friends frozen in place. Sienna also remained still in her seated pose. Siren went to check each one, bewildered, and said, this is… Wait. Ami explained from behind, it is magic. The blazing golden light around Ami further enhanced his authority. This technique is called time stop. Siren could not believe his eyes. He exclaimed, impossible, he thought. I never thought I would get to meet a mage who has reached the realm of casting light speed time magic. Ami calmly invited Siren to sit down. Sit down, let's talk calmly, because we have plenty of time. Right at that moment, Ami's room suddenly split into thousands of different rooms, creating an endless maze. Siren still could not believe his eyes, laughing uncontrollably. Ami sat in the opposite chair and calmly confessed, actually I have always been worried, because I knew you would see through it soon. Siren was astonished and asked, you knew I would realize? Ami nodded, He pointed to the white bandage wrapped around his eyes and explained, ordinary people receive light with their eyes, and then recreate it into images, but these eyes of mine are themselves the light. He continued, the moment I saw you, I knew we had something in common. Siren timidly followed his own reasoning. Could it be he immediately received Ami's affirmation? That is right. He smiled kindly, revealing the ability of immortality. After hearing this, Siren could not help but be stunned. He timidly asked Ami, may I ask about the ability of immortality? Ami did not hesitate at all and explained to Siren, the ability of immortality is the door leading to reincarnation, and those who open that door are called key unlockers. The light from Emi's eyes pierced through the white bandage. Before Siren's eyes appeared the image of an opened lock, along with a golden aura of power surrounding him. Siren, you have opened that door. Below Ami's explanation was the image of a jade-green light beam along with its circle of power. The new consciousness of the key unlocker merges into the infinite realm, from which they perceive immense power and liberation. Siren carefully listened to every word. Noticing the tension on his face, Ami reassured him, do not worry as long as you do not exceed your limits. Your new consciousness will remain intact. Siren quickly expressed, is that really okay? Actually, I have been dreaming of the universe every night. Ami was also surprised by this information. The universe. Siren expressed his worry. Yes, I have hidden it from my friends, but because of those supernatural sensations, I thought I was going insane. He hesitantly continued, and it seems quite dangerous too. Ami smiled and said to Siren, I understand. It must be so. He brought a good omen for Aryan Siren. Magic has taken a liking to you, Aryan Siren. This made Siren a bit confused, and Ami continued explaining, first of all, your symptoms are unavoidable. Image of Siren floating in the space of the universe with thousands of stars accompanied Ami's explanation. The place you touched is the infinite realm, also the universe. Anyone who faces reincarnation in that suffocating space will feel fear. Fear is the stimulating factor that leads to enlightenment. Ami simulated the scene of Siren opening the cosmic lock. Most key unlockers would gain spatial omnipotence. But Siren, the fear you feel has nothing to do with space. You have faced something very different. Ami gently reassured him once more. The moment you know what that thing is, your worry will disappear. Hearing this, Siren immediately became excited. How can I know that? Ami smiled. You will find a way yourself. Even I do not know when it will be, maybe soon, or maybe it will take a lifetime to realize. This made Siren's mood sink again. A lifetime? Ami once again reassured him, but do not worry. The image of Siren's cosmic soul appeared behind him along with Ami's words. That thing is already within you. You just have not named it yet. Siren pondered, and then asked, is it something that has not been explored yet? The universe exists but is inside me. I do not quite understand. He continued to provide information that surprised Ami. Or is it related to the light and the threads I have dreamed of? Seeming to realize something, Ami smiled again. Perhaps that thing is related to the theory of gold symmetry. Siren felt as if a new horizon of knowledge had opened up for him. The theory of gold symmetry? Ami continued to explain, scholars believe that this world is perfect. Humans are affected by supernatural power streams in the universe, along with Ami's detailed interpretation. Perfect physical laws, a world that can be explained by mathematics. Just like the speed of light being constant, this ideal symmetry is like a product deliberately and meticulously arranged by someone. However, over the changing time of the world, the factors affecting humans quickly deviated from their original course. But the more one studies, the more one realizes that this symmetry has been broken. Siren turned to observe Eruki along with his train of thought. Come to think of it, Eruki once told me about the mysterious world of probability. Emi continued, the universe we live in is not perfect. We cannot know what broke that symmetry. He concluded, it is a nameless existence, but if it is you, Siren, you will find out. Siren heard Emi's words of encouragement and awkwardly replied with thanks. He seemed to realize many things and happily affirmed to Ami, thank you, sir. Uncle Amy, I think I can do it. Siren stammered an apology for following the professor, but also said he was glad to have met him. Ami turned to look at Sienna and instructed, take care of Sienna. He spoke gently to Siren, saying that she was actually softer than he thought. Only then did Siren remember and hurriedly asked why he hid his abilities. You could have told her. Ami leaned down and confessed that Sienna was always worried about him out of guilt, but his eyes could not be restored either. It was not good for her to waste time on him. For a moment, he thought about how he was already married. Ami turned back to continue painting, while Siren still observed diligently. As he painted, Ami thought back over the words just spoken, and he wanted to help Sienna have a life of her own. Sienna sat still as a model for the painting, her cheeks flushed, resembling the noblewoman of olden times. Siren silently pondered the conversation, then chatted lively with Eruki beside him. Siren remembered Ami's instructions and smiled as a sign of agreement. So promise me, keep this secret. The painting of Sienna in the yellow dress, like autumn leaves, was finished. Ami thanked her, and Sienna humbly replied, it is nothing, we are close companions. She spoke softly, today is the last day. When you are settled I will write. Ami agreed without hesitation. He turned to tell Siren and Eruki to study well, and all three happily thanked him in unison. Ami smiled at Sienna and said, see you later. Sienna, reluctant, could only say goodbye and leave. Right after that, a clear voice called from afar, darling, I am back from shopping. Are you done painting? All four of them, including Sienna, were stunned by Ami's wife's appearance and her alluring voice. Oh my Miss Sienna, you are leaving already. Stay and have a meal with us. Siren was astonished by Ami's type. Uncle Ami sure has unique tastes. She leaned down to look at Sienna's face, evaluating, why is your face so red? Darling, Miss Sienna seems unwell. Sienna stammered, unable to speak. Oh. Sienna and her group of students quickly fled the awkward atmosphere. I apologize, we are busy, we will go ahead. Ami could only hurriedly say goodbye. Goodbye, Sienna. The red-haired girl behind observed all their actions. Afterwards, she used a sarcastic tone towards Ami. I wonder if the higher-ups would believe that Ami Light Eye behaved like this? Ami coldly spoke. Stop nagging, report quickly. She promptly reported, we need to leave Chris for Kelbera. There are many flies on the road too, but what are they to Ami Light Eye? Immediately after, she used a mocking tone. Wait, should I call you the soul seeker of the eternal realm instead? Ami silently walked into the house saying, I will do exactly as agreed, so stop talking nonsense. She then asked, you still haven't told Sienna, have you? Seeing Ami silent, she reminded him, do not forget that the lives of those you love are threatened. Ami coldly uttered a sentence, no worries, Sienna knows nothing. Sienna walked quietly ahead without saying a word, so the one behind worriedly said, this is bad. Siren turned to ask why. He explained, with this gate, Miss Sienna is in a very bad mood. When we return to the academy, we will be punished for stalking and breaking in. The research team will be disbanded. He suddenly called out, Professor Sienna, making her stop and turn around. He stepped forward using a playful tone to beg, can we go eat before heading back? Eruki immediately chimed in, that is right, we are starving. Siren smiled gently and replied, it is rare to get out, we must have something to eat, miss. Sienna looked at the three pitiful students, softened, and that must be it. You are so hungry you have not been yourselves all day. She agreed and turned away. Fine, let us go, eat until our bellies burst. The three behind cheered happily. Awesome! He aimed for the final goal, to lift her spirits and then avoid punishment. Eruki eyed the evening meal. I will order something really expensive. Only Siren was concerned about Sienna's feelings. She is sad about leaving Uncle Amy. We should encourage her. 2 hours later at night in a city shop, Sienna's voice rang out. Give me more. Then came panicked cries. Professor, I was wrong. Stop, miss. Sienna's face was flushed red from drink. She held up a bottle of wine and shouted loudly. One more bottle. Students were terrified. Please do not drink anymore, miss. An unsolved mystery. What had happened to Sienna? 2 hours earlier, the three students had been frightened, begging Miss Sienna. On the table, the dishes were laid out, beautifully presented and delicious. He saw Sienna pouring wine into a glass and wondered, "Professor, are you going to drink?" Sienna leisurely picked up the wine glass, mocking the students. "So what? You get to break into a stranger's house, but I cannot drink?" He quickly smiled placatingly. "Of course not. Today is your day off. Go ahead and drink." Siren's hands moved nimbly, savoring each dish, exclaiming nonstop, "So delicious." Eruki laughed at Siren's innocence. "You look like you are eating this for the first time." Ned quickly poured wine for Sienna to win her favor, saying, "Let me pour for you, miss." But she hastily withdrew the bottle and scolded the student, telling him he was too young to touch such things. She smiled but was calculating her own plan in her heart. After all, she had to keep the professor in a cheerful mood. He kept his scheme a secret before he could ask her. Meanwhile, Siren cheerfully shared food with Eruki. "Come on, Eruki, try this dish too." But Eruki immediately refused, saying, "I am fed up." He acted tough about his plan and smirked sinisterly, certain he would find her weakness. About an hour later, Ned wailed and shed tears from pain when Sienna pinched his chubby cheek and said, "You troublesome brat." She happily played with Ned's two bun-like cheeks, asking why your cheeks always look so puffy. Siren and Eruki on the opposite side began to feel afraid she was drunk. Suddenly, Sienna turned to speak to the two, startling them. "You two did very well in the speed shooting exam today." Sienna kept one hand on Ned's cheek while pointing at the other two with her other hand, praising loudly, "Both of you are very talented. Why are your studies so erratic at school?" Then her voice softened, Sienna shed tears and said, "Even with talent, there are so many people who never achieve their dreams." She spoke with a shy tone. "You think I am a terrible professor, but what about you?" Siren quickly spoke up to defend. "No, we never thought that." Sienna's face at this moment was both flushed with drunkenness and filled with an unspoken sadness. As if losing her balance, she fell straight toward the dining table. Sienna slumped face down on the table and became motionless immediately after. This caused the students to panic and shout loudly, "Professor!" Eruki, while chatting, picked his teeth and said, "I am done eating." All three looked at the professor with the same thought. She still hasn't woken up. Siren, still chewing food, looked at her with fear. What now? She really hasn't paid here yet. He walked over and shook Sienna, calling, "Professor, wake up, Professor." Just then a man spoke with a steady laughing tone. "Oh no, this young lady looks like she is about to cry. Should I take her home in my carriage?" "Of course she is just a lady." Ed politely refused, "No need." The men ignored him and approached Sienna's seat. "Hey kid, do not interfere, let the adults handle this. Come help her quickly." He reached out to touch Sienna, saying, "Look at this fair skin, it is beautiful." His gaze suddenly shifted, amazing. Just as he was about to touch Sienna, Siren grabbed his wrist with a cold tone. "Why have you not let go yet?" His gaze was firm as he looked at the two strange men. "Do not touch our professor." Both men were surprised by Siren's attitude and shouted, "How dare this brat? If you are students, why are you sitting here at night? Kids should go home to their mothers." Ed and Siren stood listening with unchanged expressions. "Just one word from me and you will all be expelled." Suddenly a sphere of light appeared from the ground, causing the man to scream in fear, his eyes nearly popping out. Ned stood aside casting magic and issued a threat. "I think you should quietly leave, if you do not want to be embarrassed." One man quickly recognized it and stammered, "It is magic." The other began to fear. "Do not tell me they are from Enfaisi Magic Academy. He thought that was beyond our authority." A sudden voice spoke up, Administrative Officer Chris, Silver Douglas. The man turned around to see his wallet in Eruki's hand. "My wallet, when did you take it?" Eruki calmly examined the documents and asked, "Are you an official?" He tossed the wallet back to its owner and laughed. "If you want to expel us, come find Mikoto and Eruki. I will receive you." The wallet hit the stunned man right in the face. He stammered in surprise, "Me Mekoden." The image of a powerful man with immense strength and a grand background left the two men astonished. A first-class noble, a family of 3 generations serving as royal advisors, is that Mako? The two of them had fled in fear from the very start, unable to cause trouble for this group, so why flaunt their authority at all? Watching the two men, they asked Eruki curiously why he mentioned the family, thinking he disliked it. Eruki explained that aside from those bastards who only think about connections, let's go eat something good, but his mood is terrible right now. Sienna was still lying asleep, with a bright smile behind her. Ned had taken and printed that photo with sheer delight. He held the photo while spinning around happily as if he had found gold. "Look, the perfectionist got drunk and fell asleep. This is shocking news." Eruki took the camera and praised Ned's photography skills. "You took the photo, not bad." Ned was thrilled with the opportunity. "Our group can escape the risk of disbanding now." Siren was drenched in sweat when Thao said, "You guys." Siren's back was Sienna, lying motionless like a slab of meat. "Why do I have to carry Miss Sienna?" Ned joked in reply. "What's wrong? I'm jealous." Eruki explained, "Because you are the strongest among the 3. The image of Ned carrying Sienna helplessly would kill him after 10 steps. Iruki is weaker than you. She would ascend to heaven before even taking a step. Iruki approached Siren and whispered, try using the blueprint. Siren was confused. Can you just use it whenever you want? Iruki explained, if you can use the spirit domain, then you can use the blueprint. Ned turned around suddenly and spoke as if remembering something. That's right, there are magic sword masters in the kingdom. Iruki encouraged Siren, I know you have talent. Hearing this, Siren's eyes lit up. Really, I want to learn. Iruki guided him, first close your eyes and focus on yourself. He gently instructed Siren, I will ask leading questions, follow my voice. Siren carried it out seriously. He gradually sank into the deep pit of his soul, needed to feel himself, then deeply contemplate his own being. In the silent space of the soul, Siren heard Iruki's voice. Can you hear me? Breathe deeply, breathe slowly. Iruki stood behind Siren with a mysterious look, saying, listen carefully and answer, where did your first kiss with Senior Ami take place? Siren opened his eyes, helpless at the joke of his two friends, and burst into laughter. You too. Siren was tricked. The magical purple night with a white crescent moon created a beautifully starry sky. As the three were crossing the bridge, Siren said, hey, stop using her weakness to beg for favors. Ned looked dissatisfied. Why, we worked so hard to get it, didn't we? Siren said softly, you know, Professor Sienna must have had a tiring and sad day today. Sienna remained silent on Siren's back. Iruki spoke up. Professor hopes we don't have to go through the pain she once had. Nedim quietly avoided the gaze of his two friends. He scratched his head, then made a decision. Fine. But the former president entrusted the group to me. If we disband, then Ned felt uncomfortable making the decision. Threw the photo down onto the river surface. Down there, it dissolved into the water. I'm sure everything will be fine. All three looked at each other and made a unified resolution, right? Let's do what we can. Great. Suddenly, Sienna sprang up and spoke, startling the students. What is right? Siren asked awkwardly. Professor, you're awake. Sienna said, you have troubled me a lot, I'm sorry. She quickly put her coat back on and said calmly, I will keep your secrets. The three asked in surprise, huh? Seeing her students did not understand, Sienna explained, I mean, I won't punish you. Understand? The three exclaimed in unison, really? After that, Sienna pointed at the three of them, and I am giving you 1 month. She used her professor's assignment voice. Show me a demon or something. If you truly love the research group, use your confidence to convince the academy. Sienna spoke with passion. She said you all must achieve what you want. Before that impassioned speech, Siren seemed to feel something and called softly, Professor. Neither one B replied emotionally, yes. He stood before the professor with determination. Whether we present or not, we will prove the group's worth with confidence and pride. Iruki said excitedly, we need to use our intelligence for once, right? Sienna encouraged the three, I'm going up now, you troublesome students. They replied enthusiastically, then don't be too astonished, Professor. Standing before that scene, Siren smiled with satisfaction, seeing that nothing had changed. He smiled happily, his heart feeling much lighter. All four then walked across the bridge. It was then that the students asked Sienna curiously, Professor, when did you wake up? A mage passing out from a few drops of wine? This made Sienna stammer. What? Hold on. A few days later at the academy, under a blue sky with white clouds, whispers began to rise. What's this? A research presentation. A large poster was stuck on the notice board, attracting a crowd of passing students. Since when was Senior Siren a member of this group? And Senior Iruki too? Everyone was puzzled by the research group's name. But what was the parapsychology research group? Poster was printed in gray with images hinting at the topic's mystery, along with attention-grabbing text. Parapsychology research group. The terrifying truth about Amphis Magic Academy. Outside the castle, voices of people asking questions could be heard. Are seniors Siren and Iruki also participating? Is this really an academic presentation? The scene rewound to 10 days earlier, at a place called Istis. So step inside and shout, I can't think of anything. He leaned back on the sofa and sighed. Cards were scattered all over the table. Iruki, lying on the opposite couch, also sighed, while Siren beside him was slumping down on his chair, at a loss. At this moment, Iruki touched his nose and said, no matter how long we discuss through the night, just look at all the topics on the table, including goblins, zombies, exorcism, animism, extrasensory perception, ghosts, deities, hauntings, telepathy, aliens, spirits, Ouija boards, the afterlife, out-of-body experiences, ghost stories, hybrids. He continued, there aren't many good ones. Looking at the topic cards in his hand, one side being ghosts and goblins, the other out-of-body experiences, extrasensory perception, and spirits, he said in confusion, even if these things are real, we can't reproduce them during the presentation. The topic cards fell about in chaos, mirroring the three's bewilderment and helplessness. It had been 3 days since they promised Professor Sienna, confidently declaring to the professor that their presentation would win was fine, but what they were researching was supernatural spirit science. Recalling the scene where the professor pointed at the three of them and said, show me a ghost or something, Siren sighed helplessly, thinking, how can we show something invisible to the naked eye? That's why Ned had gone mad, hence the scene of tossing the photos up and wondering why he did it. Iruki said, well, I was already mad to begin with anyway. Me too. At this moment, our main character, Siren, raised a hand to yawn and said, I can't do this anymore. Then he said, so about this, just as he glanced over, he went silent. He was startled, screaming out in sheer surprise, seeing the transparent image of Ned looking at him and smiling. Siren, sitting on the chair, fell backward to the floor. Ned, standing behind the chair, said cheerfully, what do you think? How about we fool them with this and tell them it's a ghost? Iruki, still lying with his legs crossed on the chair, said calmly, that's a shadow flash. While setting the chair upright, Siren turned and said in a still frightened voice, it looked at me, that's why I got scared. Iruki sighed, rolling his eyes, and said, mages won't be fooled by something like that. Ned said innocently, what? But it fooled Siren. Iruki asked back, if you're only fooled for 2 seconds, can it still be called being fooled? Hearing that, Siren felt a growing irritation. He immediately jumped to his feet, clenched his fists, and yelled loudly, there's no need to verify that. Then he affirmed once more, we don't need verification. Ned said with a smile, right? Then let's go find Professor Sienna's weak point. Iruki cupped his chin in thought and said, no, I think he has a good idea. Siren explained to Neil, it's not because I was fooled that I got scared, but because a deep-seated fear within me was triggered. Ned said in surprise, explain a bit more clearly. Siren said seriously, instead of making them believe by providing evidence, we will draw out the hidden fear within them. Iruki gradually understood. Huangthu said, you mean we should change our strategy? Instead of proving it so they believe, we will make them believe first and then prove it? Siren replied, that's right, it's a form of mental warfare. Ned grabbed Siren's face, shook it, and yelled, you're the one who will save our group. Siren yelled back in disgust, you haven't bathed in 3 days. Meanwhile, Iruki rested his chin on his hand and said, an inverse concept, quite interesting. Iruki pointed at Ned's shadow and said, the problem is, if we show them such a terrifying magic trick, those superstitious people probably won't believe it anyway. Can you make it move more eerily? Ned, who was having his face pushed away by a disgusted Siren, immediately reacted upon hearing this. Of course I can. He began using both hands to create magic, and then spoke. If I keep using shadow flashes like this, try giving him a kiss and see. At the same time, a series of figures with expressions identical to his appeared. I should dance and sing. If I use 24 frames per second, I could even create more realistic animation. The two saw the man who had not slept for 3 days dancing. Siren turned away in frustration, saying this method would not work, while Iruki asked if they could automate it. He stopped, scratched his head in confusion, and replied that he had also thought of that method, but there was a problem. He explained while illustrating, I could input the program into the machine and move the projection. For example, someone entering a forest meets a ghost, startled and yells, a ghost. But if someone does not react, they would not be fooled, they would just stay alert and wonder if it was fake. Siren pondered, saying he was right, and I was very surprised when he looked in my direction. At that moment a hand touched me along with the voice, That person was Iruki, he spoke confidently. I think I can solve that problem. The other two were startled and asked, can you do it, Iruki? How? Iruki pointed to the sky and said, predict their reactions. We will use complex system theory. Siren repeated, predict reactions, and told him to continue. Iruki illustrated with images of Siren daily habits, then analyzed. We'll program it, for example, after making a judgment, Siren will look to the left, then a soul on the left will turn to look at him. When Siren gets scared and runs away, there will be 2 options, chase after him or continue staring. Hearing that, Siren exclaimed in surprise, can you really do that? Iruki continued, habits at the academy are similar so it is possible, but it needs a lot of data, a lot of memory, and more importantly, a method to send the entire program to every machine. Ned mused, my lightning energy is not enough. Saying that, he suddenly seemed to think of something. He suddenly spoke up, right Siren, you can use luminescence, right? Siren was startled and replied, I can use luminescence. Remembering what the professor once said, in the latest generation of magic towers, luminescence was predicted to revolutionize the way information is exchanged. Siren affirmed, right, Professor Sena said that. Using it as an intermediary for information exchange made him excited. That is right, we can do it. At this point, Iruki spoke again, we can create the perfect ghost, but I do not think scaring them is enough. He turned to ask Siren, you have another plan, right? Siren replied, yeah, but I think, your father, for example, I intend to use this psychological trick. Siren then put pen to paper and wrote. Iruki and Ney both looked down curiously. Siren asked in confusion, what is it? Is it bad? No good? We can add other keywords. Then he looked down at the paper and said, no. He affirmed it is good. That made Siren ask again, really? He stated firmly, I even did not think we could use it like that in the presentation. Iruki spoke at this moment, if it succeeds, I guarantee the whole academy will be turned upside down, spun 180 degrees. Siren cheered, really saved. Then he happily said, it is decided then. So the division of labor, I will go build the machine immediately. Iruki will write the program and Siren will prepare the luminescence. Siren and Nain cheered. Great, we can save the group. Iruki paused, then said, but do you know what? Nain was startled and asked, what now? Iruki said seriously, I roughly calculated the amount of luminescence needed to send the data. Siren asked, how much do we need? Iruki held up both hands, 3 times the current amount, and you have to maintain it for 10 minutes. He asked Siren, what do you think? Can you do it? Siren and Nain both changed expression. Siren stammered, 10. His face showed extreme shock. 10 minutes. 10 days later at Istus, with an impatient expression, he pushed the door open and yelled, hey you two, I went to hang up some posters, and oh my god. In Iruki's room, the one who had been writing action habit equations all day raised his head, and Siren, who had been training in luminescence all day, turned his head to look and asked, what happened? It must be said that it created a huge buzz. Everyone said they would come. Siren wiped the beaded sweat from his face after seeing the poster, yet there were still people saying they would come. Iruki asked suspiciously, oh, no, is it because I put my name on it? It will be chaotic for sure. If too many people come, the workload will increase too. How many people do you think will come? He then said very cheerfully, I am not entirely sure, but probably more than half the academy. A shout came from outside. Iruki, Siren, calm down. About 17 days until the presentation of the Supernatural Soul Research Group. Footsteps were approaching. Lumina walked down the hallway, listening to the chatter around her. You think it will be really fun, right? That is right. Who would have guessed both seniors Siren and Iruki would be presenting? I am sure that presentation will not be ordinary. I wonder what they will show us. All the chatter reached her ears. As Lumina walked down the path, a figure stood between the buildings. Suddenly, someone standing in a hidden corner asked, is it true the Supernatural Soul Group will be presenting something? She replied, it is still undecided if the group can recover. She turned toward the dark corner and continued, according to my sources. The person in the hidden corner said, if the presentation fails, the academy will reclaim the research room. Naturally, that group is finished. Its glory days are long gone. Another person with short hair hiding in the corner said, but we still do not know for sure. Within the group are Iruki, who has Savant Syndrome, and Siren, who dispelled the Dark Mage. We cannot underestimate Ned's abilities either. The other person laughed contemptuously. They are still just low-level trainees. What we need to worry about is what happens afterwards. The girl continued, walking straight ahead. The battle of the Shady Research Group to become the second master of Istus had begun. A pitch-black room. The sound of teeth grinding could be heard. Suddenly, the bricks on the wall slid apart on their own, and light from outside streamed in, illuminating the dark room. By the faint light, one could see Siren's handsome face, which was extremely tense. He clenched his teeth and furrowed his brows tightly. He was intensely focused on performing a recovery method. His hands stretched forward, spiritual energy flowed from his palms, and a powerful burst of light was immediately released. After a while, Siren's hands were sweating, and he seemed to be getting tired. He slumped down to sit on the floor, his face clearly showing exhaustion. Siren recalled, this was called mental recovery, an extreme method to rapidly increase magic output after mental force reaches its limit. It takes about 20 minutes to recover, and you continuously drain yourself to the limit. The average mental force consumption per spell is sustained concentration for 40 minutes, so this is considered a stupid method that could kill the user. Thinking of this, Siren looked at the stopwatch in his hand. He thought to himself that if the professor found out, he would not let it slide. The stopwatch read 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Siren felt a bit distressed. Terrible. The goal of pushing my mental power to the limit was to be able to use auto-illumination within 5 minutes. There were still 7 days until the presentation. Siren raised his brows, determined to reach the 10-minute goal. I have no choice but to keep going until my consciousness is completely destroyed. Siren was lost in thought, wondering if he could really do it. Just then, he poked his head into the room to look at Siren and asked worriedly, Siren, are you okay? Caught off guard by the call, Siren was startled. He stammered in response, of course I will make it before the deadline. He was sadly on the verge of tears, muttering, to be honest, the goal is too far-fetched. It surpasses the level of grade 5. But if you fail, our group will. He did not dare continue, because both knew the outcome would be dire. Siren understood him. He quickly reassured him, I told you, do not worry. He skillfully changed the subject. How about you? Is your part done? Hearing Siren's question, he suddenly remembered. That is right, I was about to go test it out again. Siren followed him into a room. As soon as he stepped inside, he froze, startled. What met his eyes was the sight of Iruki with dark circles under his eyes. Frantically writing a thesis, Siren exclaimed in shock, Iruki, are you okay? He walked over and repeatedly patted his shoulder. Are you sure you are okay? Iruki did not stop writing swiftly, his eyes wide open, and he mechanically replied, do not worry, I will make the deadline. Siren was speechless for a moment, thinking helplessly, I cannot stop him. He is crazy. He suddenly spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. Here it is. After seeing the result of Ned's work, Siron could not help but exclaim in surprise. He asked Ned excitedly, "Is this a prototype test version?" He should laugh and explain that the final test would use his own light, that he needed to check the performance of the lights sent by Uruki's father. Ned instructed Siron to conduct the test, telling him to hold the sphere and try using magic. Siron followed Ned's words, holding the glass sphere tightly with both hands, and after steadying himself, he signaled, "Okay." Siron closed his eyes, focusing his mind to channel his spiritual energy into the sphere. In an instant, the sphere emitted a dazzlingly bright light. The light from the sphere traveled down a connected conduit. Siron exclaimed in surprise and joy, "Oh, wonderful." Ned, standing beside him, smiled and asked with narrowed eyes, "How is it?" His voice was full of pride. "Not bad, right?" It was indeed not bad looking at the result before them. Siron was convinced their group had succeeded halfway. In the following days, on a drizzly night, hurried footsteps could be heard on the muddy ground. It was Ned, who had just returned from outside. As soon as he entered the house, Ned took a breath of cold air, his body still stained with a bit of rain. First thing Ned did upon returning was go to Siren's room. He peeked inside and asked, "Siren, the presentation time is coming soon. Are you ready?" The room was eerily quiet. He called out once more, "Siren." Suddenly, the pendulum clock Siren often used slid across the floor, rolling right to his feet. He bent down with difficulty to pick up the clock. Immediately, Ned's pupils contracted. He said in shock, "Wait, Siren." His voice could not hide the excitement. "Did you succeed?" Siren walked out of the room, his face covered in sweat, but with a bright smile on his lips. Siren gave Ned a thumbs up, saying excitedly, "Let's do this together." Soon, the day of the presentation arrived. The parapsychology research group had all gathered at the school's academy. Everyone had been eagerly awaiting this day for a long time. The cheerful voices and laughter of everyone were so pleasant. The surrounding stalls were equally bustling. "Who wants food? Please wait in line." A female server holding a tray of drinks offered, Islan juice containing the academy's name. Up ahead, a pink-haired girl holding a flyer was constantly inviting people to take one. Amidst the lively atmosphere, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed along with a dry voice. Is there an event today?" It was Slider Mark, who had been suspended for 2 months. He said irritably, "Why are there so many people?" The pink-haired girl immediately stepped over and handed him the flyer. "Please take a flyer and wait in line." Slider Mark took it, replying casually, Thanks." Holding the flyer, he thought to himself, "What a childish drawing on this flyer." Suddenly, he stared intently at one detail. Wait, besides the ghostly image, the flyer also had a line of text with a prominent title, Parapsychology Research Group, The Horrifying Truth Behind Amphis Magic Academy. The secrets the school wants to hide will soon be revealed. The introductory title was very enticing, but what Slider Mark cared about more was the name Arian Siron. "I can never forget that name." He frowned angrily. "What is this childish presentation? Who would bother to watch it? I thought he was a genius." Maria, who was also suspended for 2 months, poked her head in to look at the flyer and exclaimed with interest, "Oh, Senior Siren. Let's go see it together." Maria turned and tugged at Slider Mark's sleeve happily, saying, "You're going too, right?" "Right. Let's go." Faced with Maria's excited expression, Slider Mark said helplessly, "Of course, maybe I'll learn something there." Not giving Slider Mark a chance to refuse, Maria decisively pulled him along, cheerfully shouting, "Line up over here." Maria and Slider Mark had received special education during their suspension. More accurately, Slider Mark was stuck there and had to endure even more education. While Maria was dragging Slider Mark to see Siren's presentation, a group of female students gathered, buzzing with excitement. A chestnut-haired girl pointed in surprise at Amy and exclaimed, Aren't those the graduating class?" The black-haired girl next to her asked in shock, "What? The graduating seniors?" Another girl joined in, Where? Soon all eyes were on Amy and Serial. The students collectively shouted in excitement, "Why are graduating students here to watch an advanced class's presentation?" A murmur went around, "Senior Siron is her boyfriend." Everyone immediately understood and started shouting amidst the chatter. Serial, still innocent, offered a pastry to Amy, saying dotingly, "Open wide." Amy, who was already mortified, could no longer contain herself. She said to Serial in embarrassment, "Why do we have to come watch an advanced class's presentation?" Serial chuckled, "Oh my god, how long are you going to say that? Because it's your boyfriend's presentation." She deliberately emphasized the phrase, "your boyfriend." Amy covered her face with her hands in embarrassment, secretly regretting it. This was so embarrassing. This truly was a case of the biter being bit. Suddenly, the students' attention shifted to one side. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, A senior from the first grade." Another person asked in shock, "Why would someone so rare show up?" Amy was also puzzled. Who could be so important that even an outstanding alumnus like her was overlooked? Serial pointed forward and shouted loudly, "Amy, over there." The newcomer was wearing the school's prestigious badge on a black suit. The crowd behind was utterly bewildered. They asked each other, "Why is Senior Fermi here? Don't tell me he came to watch the presentation." The students, with eyes wide and mouths agape, said in amazement, "It's not just that." That was Senior Jose from the Electronic Wave Department, and even Senior Zakin, known as the Electronic Monster. It was Senior Richard from the Alchemy Department and Senior Caden. The students could not believe their eyes. They exclaimed in utter surprise, "What the hell is going on?" The appearance of these outstanding figures not only astonished the students, including Serial. Why were the first-year classes here? On the other hand, Ami was not too surprised. She gently asked Serial, "What do you think they have in common?" Serial frowned. "Common?" Ami looked straight at Serial and calmly said, "Yes, all of them are like that." As far as Ami knew, there were rumors that they were all members of a research group. The group was called the Golden Ancient Texts. At this moment, inside the lecture hall, the students had found stable seats for themselves. Sienna was holding a tea tray, offering it to a white-haired teacher. She was so surprised she stammered. Sienna could not believe it. "What wind brought you here, principal?" Anfias gave an elegant smile, shaking her hand. He said, "Please explain." "The students have worked hard to prepare for the presentation. Of course I had to come." Sienna immediately became respectful and flustered, inviting the principal to sit in the most honored seat. "Go right ahead, please sit," Miralfan said with a smile as he sat down beside the old teacher. After that gentle smile, Miralfan squinted his sharp eyes and calculated, I wonder what these kids will show me." In front of the lecture hall, the seating area was packed. A few people complained, "It is full, please stop pushing." Ami looked around, silently evaluating this presentation. Ami suddenly saw Slider Mark and Maria sitting next to each other. In the distance was Fermi's group. The front row was naturally reserved for Miralfan, Sienna, and the highly respected teachers. With the full presence of such influential people, Ami could not help but wonder, is there something I do not know? Soon after, the entire lecture hall went dark simultaneously, with only the ceiling lights shining on the center stage area. The host's voice rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen." At the center of the stage, dressed in a formal suit, the host solemnly announced that the presentation on psychic science was ready to begin. He raised his hand and declared, "Begin." Presentation by the Scientific Research Group. The ambitious psychic science presentation had officially started. 30 minutes later, contrary to all expectations, no applause of appreciation sounded. Instead, there was a rain of paper and harsh curses from below. "What the hell?" The students crumpled paper into balls and threw them straight onto the stage. They shouted in fury, "What the hell did I expect from the 5th years? Go study, what a waste of time. This is what you call a presentation? We have been tricked." Ami was stunned. Serial, sitting beside her, called out softly, "Ami." Up on the stage, the technical staff were adjusting the lights to focus the illumination towards this area. The presentation began down below. "Thank you all for being here today." He briefly introduced himself. "Today I will take on the role of MC for this presentation. I am the leader of the Psychic Science Research Group, Whitney." Speakers on the stage rang out with the confident voice of the young man. "Today our main topic is spirits." Slider Mark sat below the stage frowning and said gruffly, "Spirits, like souls or something?" On the other hand, Maria, sitting beside him, looked towards the stage with admiration. On the stage, he continued his presentation. "Some viewers might find it frightening, so please be careful while watching." As soon as he finished speaking, all the lights on the stage turned on at once, intertwining colors of yellow, blue, and red. The entire stage blazed bright, the scene was spectacular, and the whole hall echoed with a long drawn-out "oh." Principal Miralfan smiled cheerfully and praised, "The students really prepared well, did they not?" Miss Sienna replied helplessly, "Yes," while secretly evaluating in her mind. "Great idea, a projector setup." Suddenly, she changed her thought. "No, what are they trying to do?" On the stage, the image of a grand and imposing school, resembling an ancient castle, appeared on the projection screen. He held the microphone, his voice full of charisma. "Have any of you ever heard the story of before this school was built? That was 250 years ago," he said, then immediately snapped his fingers. Instantly, the screen on stage changed to a scene of an ancient village. He narrated, "This place was originally a small village of farmers." The scene on the stage changed. The peaceful village was momentarily plunged into chaos with clashing weapons. His voice was even and slow, however. The entire continent underwent the famous Conquest War. He continued speaking. "The people there went to take refuge by retreating deep into the mountains. The commoners, and naturally the soldiers who did not wish to join the battle, were no exception." At this point in the story, all the stage lights went out, shrouding the auditorium in gloomy darkness. The students in the audience were startled, looked up, and exclaimed, "Huh, where did the lights go?" Ned's voice rang out again, no longer calm but instead with a chilling, terrifying tone. Non-human entities had appeared, and at that moment a blood-curdling scream cut through the narration. A few faint-hearted students were scared pale, their hair standing on end. They tried to calm themselves down. Surely nothing scary would jump out over their right. On the stage, the blood-stained footsteps of an iron-armored knight suddenly appeared. The voice there dropped low. The iron-armored knight suddenly roared, clawing wildly with both hands, his body covered in blood, looking like a corpse. According to Ned's story, this knight was a person possessed by an evil spirit. The students who were just frightened out of their wits now burst into laughter. A guy pointed at the iron-armored knight and mocked. "Isn't that Iruki? What is he doing up there?" On stage, Iruki walked staggering with difficulty. He groaned as he walked, looking both scary and pitiful. However, the audience below was laughing hysterically. Serial laughed until she couldn't breathe, and she commented, "That's hilarious." Ami sitting beside her frowned. "Wait, is this a presentation or a play?" On stage, the story continued under Ned's guidance. Then, after a while, the stage lights shifted to a cold blue hue, the once beautiful village now immersed in a bleak, desolate atmosphere. Ned's voice rang out, carrying a mournful echo. "Come out, Olia, my love. Olia, where are you? Damn it. To avoid the war, I came here, but I lost you, the most precious person to me." Saying this, Ned froze his heart, his expression filled with extreme pain. Maria sat in the audience row, clenching her hands, deeply absorbed in the play. It seemed he had lost his lover while escaping. Not with her eyes, but Maria's mouth twisted as she remarked, "What the hell is this? Isn't this a presentation? And when is that person coming out?" At that moment, the person Slider Mark was thinking of finally appeared. Siren's voice rang out, making him almost choke on his saliva. "Noah, I'm here." Hearing Siren call out Noah, the audience simultaneously fixed their gazes on him in the dim stage light. Siren's figure appeared in a beautiful white dress, with his hand placed over his heart. His voice was gentle, carrying boundless love. "My love!" The entire auditorium almost exploded with the audience's shouts. "Senior Siren." The female students blushed, unable to believe their eyes. "Is that Siren?" Male students were holding their bellies, laughing uncontrollably. In the front VIP row, Sienna's mouth fell open, speechless with shock. Below the stage, Serial frowned and turned to call Amy. Siren is cross-dressing Amy. At that moment, Amy was already stunned speechless by the sweet scene on stage. Serial quickly shook her. "Amy, snap out of it." Meanwhile, under the stage lights, Siren rushed into Ned's arms. Ned affectionately held Siren's shoulders. He said passionately, "Alia, I missed you." Siren coordinated smoothly, replying, "Let us never be apart again, Noah." Saying this, they exchanged an affectionate gaze. Siren stood on tiptoe. Noah gently leaned down, as if the two were about to share a warm kiss. Slider Mark's face turned green, Maria's face was completely red, and she stammered, "Don't tell me." "No way." The male students strained their eyes to focus, determined not to miss any moment on stage from this second on. Siren and Ned were almost lip to lip. Serial exclaimed in shock, "Really?" Ami said tremblingly, "In the plays, they do it for real." Right at the crucial moment, Haruki suddenly appeared in his blood-reddened iron armor, standing right behind Ned. He opened his mouth wide, looking ready to devour Ned alive. Chomp! Haruki bit in Ned's shoulder. Ned let out a miserable scream. "Help me!" Witnessing the gory scene on stage, the audience below was collectively scared and making O's with their eyes and A's with their mouths. The entire auditorium instantly fell silent. The lights in the auditorium went dark simultaneously. Maria fearfully leaned against Slider Mark. That was a bit scary. Leaned on by Maria, Slider Mark's entire body stiffened. At that moment, the light at the center of the stage turned on. Ned held an ancient book in his hand, raising it high in front of his chest. The origin of this story is an old diary found while researching the Academy's history. Ned enthusiastically narrated. Our research team immediately began analyzing it and discovered a shocking truth. The spirits became evil because they were infected with evil energy by other evil spirits. Now they roam the mortal world looking for a host to possess. Hearing this, many students began to feel uneasy. His gaze today was sharper than ever. Suddenly, a giant bell appeared right behind the stage. The bell rang with a deep, resonant tone. The students below jumped and exclaimed, "Huh? Doesn't that bell only ring at midnight? It's not even 7 o'clock yet?" On stage, his voice took on an eerie tone as he said, "When midnight comes, and the light completely vanishes, the evil spirits will appear." Below, Maria was already frightened by Ned, while Slider Mark remained indifferent, his expression unable to hide his contempt. On stage, he bared his teeth in a sinister grin. "You've never seen an evil spirit at midnight, have you? Perhaps that's because they only appear to those they wish to see. But after this presentation, I'm sure you've grown a little more curious about those evil spirits. Or rather, you'll gradually get used to their frequency. Tonight, when the bell tolls midnight, please look around you. You might just see an evil spirit lurking somewhere." Hearing this, the audience below couldn't help but feel confused and anxious. "Oh my god, what is that? So scary." Some tried to act brave, declaring aggressively, "That's a lie. I'm going to stay in the library until midnight tonight to see for myself." Amidst the clamor of discussion, Ned suddenly announced, "Of course, that is if you are lucky. We will conclude our presentation here." The entire hall seemed frozen for a few seconds. Suddenly, the stage lights all blazed on, illuminating the entire auditorium. The students were bewildered. "Huh? The lights are back on!" Everyone was momentarily incredulous, asking in confusion, "That's it?" Immediately after, a shower of paper fluttered down all over the stage. This was followed by a torrent of curses. "Damn it! You call this a presentation?" Students erupted in fierce protest. There's no evidence or results at all. What did you even show us? We were fools to trust Siren and Haruki. I knew it. Forget about those spirits. Ami angrily flicked her coat and stormed off, shouting, "How embarrassing. I knew this would happen when I got near those weirdos." Serial hurried after her, calling, "Ami!" The group of students rumored to be in the alchemy club also silently stood up and left. Only Fermi remained behind. In the honor row, Sienna spoke apologetically to Miralfan. "I am sorry, headmaster." She bowed deeply, trembling as she said, "I will punish those students." Then she forced a smile. "They are the spiritual group. It is understandable." Miralfan, on the other hand, showed no reaction. He simply waved his hand as if nothing had happened. "Don't worry, why would they do that?" Sienna raised a hand to cover her face and sighed. She silently wondered to herself, was I wrong to trust them? Miralfan walked to the front of the stage, pondering. If they intended to end it like this, they wouldn't have started in the first place. "Isn't that right, Surin?" Miralfan offered a smile, his eyes full of trust. Backstage, he burst into delighted laughter, turning to ask Haruki, "Did you see their expressions?" Haruki nodded. "Yes, I am sure. Just look at their eyes and you understand." It was the look of stupefaction and confusion on the students' faces. Maria's anxiety, Slidermark's look of contempt, all these, according to Haruki, were seeds. The seeds had been sown. And the mysterious bell on the stage would also play a crucial part in this plan. Siren stepped forward from behind, speaking slowly to Ned and Haruki. "Stage 1 is a success," Siren said with great enthusiasm. "Let's show them what a true spirit really is." The hour of midnight was near, and the prestigious academy lay silent in the darkness. The violet sky made the atmosphere here even more mysterious and eerie. Wall clock ticked, signaling it was already past 11:30. He stood outside Siren's room, reminding him, "It's time, Siren. Have you completed your substance meditation?" Siren turned around and nodded slightly. After that, he walked outside with Ned. It turned out that a few days ago he had gone out in the rain. He had walked all around the academy to carry out a very important task, which was installing hundreds of holographic projectors all around the school. The projectors had energy conduits connected deep into the ground, and there were also those projector units as well. They would send the program predicting Arukiti's actions down a basement buried deep underground. "We should go step by step, tiptoeing carefully," Siren reminded, paying attention to our pace. Haruki looked at the watch, calculating there were 5 minutes and 15 seconds left until midnight. "Wait, 9 seconds? We can't be early or late. We have to let them see the ghost at the right time." Haruki raised his hand to signal and said, "Proceed as soon as I give the sign." While adjusting a few parameters on the control panel, he told Siren that it was his turn. "I'm counting on you." Siren stepped closer. He placed both hands on the white crystal ball. Haruki on the other side raised his hand to signal and said, "Ready." Ned nervously glanced towards Siren. He said loudly, "Now." Immediately, Siren poured abundant spiritual power into crystal ball. Instantly, light radiated brilliantly from the sphere. Ned covered his eyes with his hand and exclaimed that it was a truly wonderful power source. Haruki could not help but silently admire Siren. He had developed that much magical power in just 1 month. Ned added enthusiastically, "Just as expected of you, Siren." However, Siren showed no sign of joy. He furrowed his brow and muttered, "Strange, it feels like pouring water into an empty bowl." Hearing Siren's words, Ned startled and cried out, "What? Don't say that." Ned rushed to the control panel, shouting frantically, "Oh my god, what's wrong with this?" Haruki asked worriedly, "What is it? What happened?" Ned whined, "The input energy doesn't seem to be increasing." Indeed, the needle couldn't jump past 18%. Haruki immediately panicked. "How can that be? Can you fix it?" Ned said in a panic. "I don't know, my calculations were perfect. What the hell is going on?" The cause was that rats had gnawed through the transmission pipes, preventing Siren's spiritual power from reaching the projector. After a tense moment, Haruki said in disappointment, "It's over. We failed." The pendulum clock in Haruki's hand showed only a few seconds until midnight. Ned finally faced it. "It's all my fault." He blamed himself sadly. "I was so stupid, careless, and couldn't even build the spirit summoning device." Haruki called out softly, "Ned." Tears streamed down Ned's cheeks. "I'm sorry for getting you all involved. Sorry for making you look like fools." As he spoke, he wiped away his tears with his hand. "I will take full responsibility." So Ned turned to Siren and said, "Stop, let me take the blame." But Siren firmly replied, "No." He said slowly, "We all worked hard, sacrificed sleep, Ned and Haruki. Put all your strength into this now." Siren's eyes radiated fierce determination. "I can't let it end like this." As if sensing Siren was about to do something dangerous, Haruki quickly shouted, "Ned, stop." "Siren, are you still stunned?" After a few seconds to collect himself, Ned immediately realized. He stammered, "No, you can't." Ned said in horrified alarm, "He's going to use his immortality ability, isn't he?" Sure enough, Siren had begun activating the energy from within him. His eyes began to glow. Siren entered an infinite spiral space. Haruki and Ned vehemently objected. "Siren, stop. Don't continue." Haruki impatiently shook Siren hard. "Damn it. Why haven't you stopped?" Ned grabbed Siren's hand holding the sphere, pulling it away forcefully, crying and begging, "Please stop. You will vanish." Ned said through tears, "We can give up this research group. I don't want to lose you again." Siren softly called his name, Ned. His expression was calm to an unbelievable degree, making me no longer afraid. A flash of blue lightning flickered in the deepest part of Siren's subconscious. He felt a violent surge of power flooding his entire body. That power was so intense that Siron could not endure it. He gritted his teeth, groaning in pain. He suddenly recalled the words Lord Ami had once spoken. "I will not disappear." Siron screamed in agony. His body began to disintegrate into tiny particles of dust. He told himself he must remember. Each beautiful memory flashed before Siron's eyes like a fast-forwarded film reel. It was when he nestled in his parents' arms, the gentle smiles of Vina and Ryan. It was the moment he first met Ami and Serial, the days he spent as friends with Ned and Eruki, gaze full of trust from Principal Miralfan. The reunion with Emmy. So many times he had escaped the jaws of death. The relentless effort for the sake of the present moment. All of it reminded Siren of who he was when he realized his identity. The immortal energy within him suddenly awakened. The process of his fading also slowed down. In fact, Siren's body was even gradually restoring itself to its original state. Just as Emmy said, Siren did not disappear. He opened his eyes wide, silently vowing he would not run away again. Siren let out a very loud shout. Then asked in panic, "Siren, are you all right?" Siren suddenly yelled, "Get out!" Eruki quickly turned and shouted, "Then, the red machine over there," then hurriedly rushed to the control panel and exclaimed in astonishment, "Hey, hold on." He could not believe his eyes. "No, impossible. The needle is jumping. The current reading is 157%. Ned was startled and quickly signaled Eruki. "Eruki, right now." In Eruki's hand was a switch. Following Ned's order, Eruki decisively flipped the lever. At that moment in the girls' dormitory, Maria was surprised. "What the? Is it already midnight?" The 7th grade student closed her book and told herself, "How annoying, but I have to sleep. I have class tomorrow." Suddenly, Maria shuddered as she remembered something that sent a chill down her spine. "I forgot. That story about the spirit. Am I really going to see a ghost at midnight?" After saying that, she sighed. "Siren, there are no such things as spirits in this world." As soon as she finished speaking, Maria happened to look out the window. Outside, a ghastly ghost suddenly appeared, clinging tightly to the window pane. That ghost had a ferocious appearance, its gaunt face nothing but bone, dripping with saliva, pressed against the glass. Maria was terrified when she saw that sight. On the other side, Ami's desperate scream rang out, "Go away," accompanied by the sound of a glass vase shattering. In front of Ami stood a tall black shadow. Ami shouted tremblingly, "What are you? How did you get in here?" The shadow was a ghost wearing knight armor. It smirked at Ami. Ami stared at it with wide eyes, thinking to herself, "Did it just smile?" Suddenly, Ami turned and ran, screaming frantically as she fled. Serial rushed over from the next room, shouting, "Emmy, a ghost just appeared." Ami asked in astonishment, "Serial, you saw it too?" Serial said in a panic, "Then that means..." As she spoke, they both turned their heads to look behind them. Indeed, all the female students poured out of their rooms like a swarm of bees, their screams filling the air. "Look, run." Behind them was an entire army of ghost soldiers, all with bizarre and terrifying forms. In the school courtyard, the lights in every room turned on at once. The entire academy shook violently. Screams rang out everywhere. I saw it. Just as threatened during the presentation, when the clock struck midnight, the evil spirits all appeared in their most horrifying forms, with moans and howls that were utterly terrifying. Evil spirits appeared everywhere, from the school courtyard to the classrooms and dormitories of the students. Panicked screams rang out, "Help me!" were also present in the sky. The entire school was shaken overnight by the chaos from the evil spirits, everyone in a flurry. "Why do they keep chasing us? Do not come near." The school's glass tower had never been so disturbed in a long time. The students all ran out into the yard. They gathered together in a group. The female students hugged each other, sobbing, "Do something." The male students tried to use magic to fight back. A student with light brown hair stammered, "They are everywhere, let us attack." The footsteps of the evil spirits sounded noisily. Indeed, they were too many. Their appearances were also horrifying. The students had no heart to fight. They cried and shielded each other as they fled in disarray. Just then, the evil spirits suddenly vanished. The students asked in bewilderment, "Are they gone?" A male student, still crying, said doubtfully, "Light." The person next to him looked up. "Hey, someone is on the roof." On the roof, 3 people, Siren, Nen, and Eruki, stood tall looking down. Nen clapped a few times and said calmly, "Our presentation is late, yet everyone still came." Nen placed a hand on his chest and said solemnly, "Thank you." Suddenly, an angry voice shouted, "You there?" It was Sienna. She ran over while scolding in frustration, "Come down right now. It is midnight. Why are you causing such chaos?" In Sienna's hand was the projector Johnny had set up earlier, and she yelled indignantly, "I was taking a bath, and it scared me half to death." On the roof, the person saw this and made a salute gesture, winking teasingly. "The night is beautiful, Professor Sienna." Seeing the projector Sienna brought, the students finally understood. A 3D projector. So all those ghosts were fake. Someone laughed. Sienna turned around and saw Miralfan. She asked in surprise, "Principal, why are you here?" Miralfan said calmly, "I think the presentation is not over yet. Let us listen to the rest." On the roof, Ned enthusiastically addressed the entire student body. "Now everyone, According to our research team, souls exist. Do you believe in supernatural phenomena? The students below immediately protested vehemently. At the forefront was a male student with light brown hair. He shouted loudly, "That bunch of swindlers is still talking. What do you mean they exist? They are all fake, using such childish tricks even a 3-year-old could use." After saying the word childish, that male student felt something was off. The two female students behind him turned to discuss. But how did they do it? That male student spun around and said quickly, "What are you talking about? Of course they used 3D magic." The female students were still not satisfied with the answer. "It is strange. How could the 3D projections move differently?" Immediately, the entire school courtyard buzzed with noise. The students discussed enthusiastically among themselves. "Ever since I learned they were fake, I have been thinking about it, but I still do not know. I think they used projections from the machine, but could they do it throughout the whole school? They would need a huge amount of data and energy." Miralfin used his spiritual power to create a whimsical ghost, then asked Sienna with a smile, "So, what do you think?" Miralfin asked Sienna wittily, "Professor Sienna, can you explain the trick they used?" She smiled helplessly, pushed her glasses up slightly, and chose her words carefully. Their performance was quite high level. On the rooftop, standing behind them, Siren was grinning quietly. He pondered the thing a mage values most. That was intelligence, the very thing that makes them unable to suppress their curiosity. And being drawn in, that was the conclusion the most ancient texts had ever drawn. The male students who had mocked the group earlier were now furious. A light brown-haired boy trembled, veins bulging on his forehead. "We got tricked by underclassmen. It's so infuriating. But I don't know what mechanism they used." Performance was impressive, but it didn't convince Sienna. She frowned and turned to Miralfan. "This act was difficult to pull off, but it's not enough for us to approve the research group." Miralfan just smiled in response. The old man calmly told Sienna that the trick itself wasn't actually important. Miralfan's words left Sienna confused. On the other side, the students were still criticizing the group. "That was just a fake. There's no such thing as a soul." Light brown-haired male student was still the most agitated. He pointed toward the stage and shouted loudly, "What does a fake soul have to do with supernatural research?" The stage laughed. "Oh, hello, you still don't believe in supernatural research?" The students below answered in unison, "Of course not. That was just a performance trick." The stage asked calmly, "Then why are all of you here?" The students froze. The stage continued, "What are you trembling and running away from?" The students stammered. "We," even Amy and Serial could only remain silent. At that moment, Ned narrowed his eyes and said, "Your emotions right now are the core of the scientific research group on supernatural souls." Ned's voice was slow but struck the weak point in the hearts of the students, those who didn't believe in souls. The moment you see a ghost, you get scared, because the seed of doubt that souls might exist has always been within you. Ned used his rhetorical skills to gradually convince everyone. "We just showed you that tiny doubt within yourselves. We don't know if they exist or not, but we are researching that doubt, and that is the very meaning of research." While Ned was speaking, Siren and Iruki silently nodded at each other. Below, a chestnut-haired female student covered her mouth and whispered, "That's right. There was a time when the information we know now as correct was once considered a lie in the past." On stage, Ned's voice rang out powerfully. "Because all of you showed us that doubt, we have proven the value of this research group." The presentation of the scientific research group on the supernatural soul concluded. Saying this, all three of them, Siren, Ned, and Iruki, all bowed deeply at the same time. They faced all the students and teachers below. "Thank you very much." The students turned to look at each other and smiled. Light brown-haired male student curled the corners of his mouth. Immediately after, the entire schoolyard erupted in cheers. "Awesome, we approve. If it's a special act like this, I'd be willing to get tricked many times." Standing among the students were the teachers. Miralfin clasped his hands behind his back, his voice even but exuding authority. "Where do we come from and where are we heading into the future? Some people are exploring doubt and revealing what cannot be seen. What do you teachers think?" Sienna remained silent, her face grim. Miralfin commented with a bright smile, "I think this presentation was meaningful." Professor Seventh, standing beside him, respectfully said, "I have no objections, headmaster." Sienna sighed, "I understand, then." Sienna stood solemnly and announced seriously, "The professors have decided to recognize the presentation of the scientific research group on the supernatural soul." Hearing this, all three members of Ned's group couldn't hide their excitement. "So then," Sienna had a vein bulging on her forehead. She shouted angrily, "Instead, you lot are suspended for 3 days, you idiots." Despite the suspension order, Ned, Iruki, and Siren hugged each other, bursting with indescribable joy. "We did it. We succeeded. We did it." Below, the students also joined in the celebration. "Congratulations. Do your best." Sienna, feeling ignored, fumed and yelled, "Are you even listening to the professor? I said you're suspended." Maria turned to Slidermark and said, "Wow, Senior Siron is really..." Slidermark immediately concluded with one word, "Cool." Slidermark's eyes sparkled with reverence. The senior Siren truly was a genius. Cyril also looked toward Siren's group with admiring eyes. Goodness, they are so cool. Who would not want to be like that, at least once making the whole world marvel? Ami, standing beside her, only remained silent. She thought to herself, truly unexpected. When I need to bury myself in studying to graduate, he goes and wastes time on such useless things. Looking at Siren's radiant smile, Ami pouted, gave a cold snort. She looked up at the sparkling stars in the sky, silently thought, I am a little jealous, just a tiny bit. In a dark corner, a few figures in black, faces unclear, were feeling furious seeing Siren's group succeed perfectly. One of them clicked his tongue. Tisk, the skinny thing is bigger than a horse. Did those who already graduate leave the work to a bunch of insolent brats? Another crossed his arms, said irritably, forget about taking Rian's Insta as our own. Mayan language research group concedes. Another cut in, they are still just 5th graders. Do not tell me you are tucking tail and running. One from the Ant language research group flared up. What? But they will soon reach the graduating class. One with a girlish tone covered his mouth, jeered. If you do not want to face them next year, then you should graduate this year. The Ant language researcher trembled as he spoke. You from the dull collecting research group better shut up. Leading to chaos, the Ant language researcher started provoking the others. And you too, the hide-and-seek game research group. Feng Yi, who had been standing with arms crossed silently, suddenly spoke up to cut them off, his voice icy cold, showing the authority of a leader. Stop it now, and as enough. We will attract others' attention. Fermi curled the corner of his lips, his words containing an unfathomable malice. All of us gathering here like this only harms ourselves. Let us just wait for the right opportunity. In the distance, Sienna silently observed Fermi's group. She sighed, thinking about those brats from those shady research groups. Sienna wanted to cry, wanted to scream, grow up for my sake. Fies reached out his hand, using the magic siren once used to shape evil spirits. He chuckled in admiration. Truly beautiful. Miralfan stroked his beard, smiled appreciatively. Even I, an expert in light magic, have to be amazed. The way it was used surprised me. Looking up at the sky, admiring the illusory beauty of the bright stars, Miralfan commented with satisfaction. You completed a rather difficult task, Siren. I thought you could not do it back then. This child only had that much potential, but unexpectedly. Saying this, he looked down at the memento in his hand. Miralfan whispered, in the future, you may have enough ability to fulfill my Z's dream. Finishing, he tightly gripped the memento in his hand. At this moment, Siren was lying flat on the grass. He laughed joyfully, truly happy. Nen lay beside Siren, used his hand to pat him a few times, asked worriedly, but are you really okay? Are you feeling normal? Siren smiled brightly to reassure him, I am fine. Eruki sat up. You are truly crazy. Who would risk their life for something like this? Hearing Eruki tease him, Siren just chuckled. Eruki glanced at Siren, but you are still the best. Nen sat up abruptly, agreed with Eruki. You are right. If Siren had not used his innate ability, it could not have been done. But thinking about how he risked his life, he found it really... Eruki lay back down, smiled, saying it was all just luck getting through it. Thinking about how Siren could have been annihilated using his undying ability, Eruki reaffirmed, but you really are a madman. Siren heard his two friends praising him endlessly. His face turned with embarrassment. He stammered, why do you guys only praise me? You guys are geniuses too. Eruki, you predicting the behavior of all the academy students are also too good. Eruki, praised, looked embarrassed, turned his face away. Siren continued to turn and praise Nen, who could create a large number of machines. But that was just the beginning. Just like Eruki, Nen was also embarrassed, his face red as a tomato. All three felt their faces burn, embarrassed all over. Eruki said awkwardly, oh, to think that you would know how to be humble. Nen also stammered, you guys know, you are making me too embarrassed. Siren reached out his hand as if wanting to touch the distant twinkling stars in the high sky. He confided, to me, I want to reach even higher, just like those bright stars up there. Saying this, Siren's eyes sparkled with faith and hope. Eruki also cast his eyes up to the high sky, murmured, what? Starting to have ideas already. Since I have played quite a bit now, should I think about an advanced profession? Hearing this, Nen sat up, said excitedly, yeah, that is good. The three of us must graduate together. Once we step out into society, I am quite sure there will be loads of fun things waiting for us. Siren turned to look at Ned, muttered, society out there. Eruki heard Ned speak and also sat up straight, beamed a bright smile. Sounds good. Is it not time we started living comfortably and confidently? And enthusiastically raised his hand. Promise, he declared boldly, we will go all the way together. Siren placed his hand on Nen's hand, agreeing, yeah, we will become the strongest. Eruki was the last to place his hand on top. He asked in a low voice, but what do we use to cheer for this promise now? Nen answered carelessly, who knows, use whatever we see. Suddenly, Nen had a bright idea. All right. He pointed towards the brightest star in the sky, shouted, long live the science master. Eruki immediately followed suit. Do not give up, the three of us. Siren reached out his hand, enthusiastically showing his determination. Let us graduate together. Nen suddenly pointed at Eruki teasingly. What kind of cheer is that? Eruki laughed evenly. I just said we will try our best to be like 3 sheep. Siren sat between them laughing until tears came, silently wishing in his heart, together we will become the strongest mages. Tonight the sky was truly beautiful. The starlight shone down upon the academy grounds, promising such a wonderful future. The next day, in the male dormitory, a voice called out, Siren, Siren, wake up. He shook him, he said. Are you gonna waste this precious suspension time like this? Let's go out and have some fun. Eruki stood nearby, observing Siren's complexion and guessing that he was exhausted. Not giving up, he tried shaking him a few more times, but Siren still did not react, lying still with his eyes tightly shut. It was not that Siren did not want to get up, but he felt as if he were trapped in sleep paralysis, unable to move. He thought to himself, here we go again. I've fallen into a nightmare, and like the last time he was pulled into an endless, hazy void, accompanied by the movement of stars. The final destination was still a massive planet, with twisted light surrounding it, waiting for him. But this time something was different. Usually he would wake up at this point. There was something slightly off, a string of fantastical, shimmering golden beads merging together. There was something like a cracked mirror surface, and Siren did not understand what it was. He opened his eyes wide, and before him was a mystical scene indescribable in words. Suddenly, Siren's entire body dissolved. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he jolted awake and was astonished to realize the dream had changed. He murmured in a daze, what is this? Did the experience yesterday change everything? On the wall, the clock's hand was already pointing close to 1 p.m. Still not recovered, Siren lay still on the bed, eyes wide open, lips moving slightly, but above his head, a string of brilliant, heartbreakingly beautiful golden beads curled and spun continuously around him. Gripping the blanket tightly with both hands, he asked in confusion, what's going on with these things? Siren quickly got out of bed and picked up the note from Ned and Eruki. We're off to the casino. We've done the math, and we're still rich. You'll see. Below it were 2 grinning faces drawn with a tricky expression. Siren helplessly exclaimed, oh my god. He whispered, the casino. I have a feeling they'll come back broke. Anyway, a 3-day suspension? What should I do? An image of his parents back home surfaced in Siren's mind, and he weighed his options. Should I take this chance to go home? They would probably be shocked and ask all sorts of things. What? Suspended. Are you being punished? Thinking that, he dismissed the idea. Forget it, I have to keep it a secret. A while later, Siren, dressed neatly, stood before the mirror and smiled, carefully adjusting his cuffs. He smiled happily, his heart excited. I just remembered something I really want to do. For some reason, my heart is beating like crazy. After speaking, he turned and left, not noticing that those mysterious golden beads had followed his silhouette, forming an afterimage of himself standing still before the mirror. Before long, Siren stopped in front of a spacious bookstore. He reached out and grasped the doorknob, his heart pounding. I've been studying non-stop for the past few years. Now I want to buy a novel for myself and remember the old days. A painful memory surged back, and the arrogant, scolding voice of the bookstore owner rang in his ears as if it were yesterday. No, where do you think you are putting those filthy fingers? Back then, Siren was still a poor child in ragged clothes. Though things were different now, the trauma of being looked down upon was still deeply ingrained. He worriedly asked himself, what will I do if they tell me I can't touch anything again? After a few seconds of hesitation, Siren finally made up his mind and stepped into the bookstore. It was the same owner from years ago, with her curly orange hair and blue dress, but her condescending attitude had been replaced by a warm, welcoming smile. She greeted him eagerly. Oh my, welcome, handsome customer. It is an honor for you to visit this humble place. Have you come to look at some items? The owner's enthusiasm caught Siren off guard. Oh no, I just came to buy a book. The owner happily replied, is that so? Please, feel free to browse. Oh my, you are truly handsome. Siren was not used to this kind of friendly treatment and answered awkwardly, thank you. He did not expect her not to recognize him at all. It's only been 5 years. Looking at the owner's back, he thought, have I really changed that much? After picking out a book he liked, Siren walked over to pay. Looking at the gold coins he handed over, the owner flattered him. Oh my, you are so generous. Thank you very much, sir. Holding the book titled Raise a Dragon to Defeat the Demon Lord, a book he had longed for since childhood, Siren happily exclaimed, finally bought this, my favorite novel. This is my first book. Thinking this, holding the book, Siren twirled around happily a few times, causing passing pedestrians to shake their heads. Tisk, young people get so carried away. He hugged the book to his chest, smiling brightly. Good thing I saved up the allowance my family sent. Suddenly, someone called from behind. Arian, Siren? A girl suddenly hugged his arm tightly. She looked at him, smiling brightly, and asked, you're Siren, right? Caught off guard by the hug, Siren's face turned red, and he asked back in a panic, who are you? The girl did not answer, nor did she let go. She turned around and waved at someone. It's really him. Hey everyone, it's Siren. After observing for a while, Siren was astonished to realize that the girl in front of him was an acquaintance. Her sweet voice had not changed at all. She was that innocent little girl from back then who would often stare intently at Siren whenever he diligently read a book. And it was also that same girl who would always remind him, "You're reading again," every time she saw Siren pick up a book. When he was a child, whenever Siren sat under a tree reading a book, a group of children would always gather around him. Now upon meeting again, he could still recognize them, and they immediately recognized him as well. The muscular young man at the front called out loudly, "Siren, is it really you?" Siren's eyes went wide as he called out, "Anther?" Then he turned to the girl beside him and correctly named her. "Oh, you're Lumina, right? Right?" Lumina, seeing that Siren still remembered her, said happily, "That's right, right. Did you forget my face already?" Siren stammered in reply, "I didn't recognize you at all, you're so beautiful now." Hearing this, Siren suddenly remembered that Lumina's childhood nickname was Gianos. Lumina was a bit displeased. She raised her fist and said, "What? You said I was ugly when we were kids." Siren immediately backtracked. "Oh, no, not really." Those childhood friends then surrounded Siren, admiring him in awe. They turns asking him a barrage of questions, each one chiming in. "What happened to you? You're dressed like a noble, is it expensive? Your father has changed a lot." Suddenly surrounded, Siren couldn't help but feel flustered and replied awkwardly, "This is..." Just as Siren was at a loss for what to do, Anther, the leader of the village children, spoke up. "Long time no see, how have you been?" he said. Even when I asked Lord Vincent, he didn't say anything. Siren looked at Anther, not knowing how to explain, and thought to himself, what am I supposed to tell them? Siren hesitated for a moment. Yeah, that is. He weighed it carefully. After all, they would find out anyway. If he lied now, they would be hurt, especially. In the end, Siren chose to be straightforward and tell the truth. "During this time, I studied at the Magic Academy." Hearing his story, everyone exclaimed in unison, "Magic? The Magic Academy?" Anther's expression turned grim, a hint of discomfort in his heart. Siren recalled the past. Since childhood, Anther had a strong build and a bold personality, which made him the leader of the children. Once, when Anther was 10 years old and leading the village children into the forest, he suddenly looked into the distance. "Siren," he asked, "are you reading again?" Siren, hearing the familiar voice, turned around and replied, "Anther?" The words just existed in his thoughts like that, but perhaps his weakness lay in his pride. He noticed the thick book in Siren's hand and exclaimed, "So many words. Kalash Han is really smart. We can't even read those kinds of books." Hearing the whispers of admiration, Anther could only stand there silently watching. Then he quickly approached Siren, snatched the book away, and said loudly, "You don't even go to school, what's the point of reading this stuff?" Against the overwhelming strength, Siren could do nothing, only let out a few startled cries. Anther placed his small axe on his shoulder, looking fierce as he said, "You have to train your strength to be useful to society." In a small village nestled in the mountains, where danger was always lurking, there was an unwritten rule one had to know, which was, thinking of this, the small figure of Siren appeared. He smiled gently and replied, "That's right, I understand, Anther." The stream of memories seemed to pause, but continued on, as he obeyed the words of the leader. Turning to that scene, Anther, with a stiff expression, saw such a reaction and remained silent without answering. Then he let out a long breath, as if releasing a heavy burden that had been weighing on him. Next second, Anther returned the book to Siren and said, "It's fine as long as you understand. The leader protects the village, and everyone follows the leader." This was how the people here survived, and it was the principle Siren had gleaned day by day. Next, Anther smiled broadly, extended his hand towards him, and offered, "I'm going to play soccer, wanna come along?" Suddenly, from a distance an extremely loud shout rang out, "Anther!" Lumina held a mop in her hand, running over ferociously while she interrogated Anther. "I told you not to bully Siren." Anther was being hit relentlessly by Lumina and grumbled unsatisfied, "Who's bullying who, you idiot?" She ignored his excuse and continued loudly, "He just got better from being sick, and you still say this isn't bullying?" Scolded severely, Anther shouted angrily, "At this rate, no one will ever marry you." Ending his recollection, Siren chuckled to himself, thinking, well, that's all in the past now. At that moment, Anther spoke up awkwardly, "Hard to believe, you really went to school?" Lumina was equally surprised. "Do you know how to use magic?" And an enthusiastic boy said, "Can you show us?" Siren replied sheepishly, "Not really, I just started learning, so I'm not proficient, and using magic outside the academy is against the rules." Hearing this, the boy let out a disappointed sigh. Suddenly, Anther noticed the book he was clutching tightly in his hand and laughed. "You always have a book with you, just like before, huh?" Then he reached out to grab the book while saying, "Hey, let me see what the Magic Academy's books are about." Seeing Anther's sudden movement, Siren exclaimed in surprise, "Wait." In his heart, he was utterly panicked. "No, this is the novel I just bought for fun." Anther's grip strength was immense, and he successfully tore the book from Siren's hands. In his haste, he lost his grip and dropped it. Seeing this, Siren involuntarily cried out in his mind, "My precious book!" Then Siren reached out his hand forward, trying to catch the book. When Siren's hand was about to touch it, suddenly fragments of memories flashed rapidly through his mind, but fortunately he managed to catch that book. The fleeting memory felt too real, causing Siren pain as he hugged the book tightly and collapsed onto the ground. Everyone around was worriedly asking Siren, "What suddenly happened to you? Are you okay?" Lumina immediately turned to question Anther. "Why did you do that again? You're not a child, so why are you still bullying him?" He stammered, "I didn't do anything." Seeing this, Siren spoke up. "No, it was just an accident, don't worry." Lumina exclaimed in alarm, "You suddenly collapsed? How can I not worry? You're usually not like this." Anther stood watching the two of them talk, an indescribable feeling suddenly rising in his heart. Seeing that he was fine, Lumina happily said, "Let's not stand here anymore. Come with us, okay? Let's go eat something delicious." Anther chimed in from behind. "That's right, Siren." He added enthusiastically, "To celebrate the store's discount day, we're throwing a party at Lumina's place, and we've invited Kolash and Hanhuin too. What do you guys think?" Hearing this, the group of friends quickly agreed. "Awesome. Approved." Seeing their excitement, Siren smiled and replied, "Then let's go, shall we?" At the same time, he silently considered that he had nothing to do anyway, so it should be fine. A moment later, the chubby friend and another friend led a carriage over to them. Anther gently lifted Siren up and said cheerfully, "You sit in the front row." Because it was so sudden, he gasped in surprise. "You can lift me up." Hearing this, Anther laughed smugly and replied, "Someone as light as you is nothing." Witnessing the display just now, Siren thought to himself, "Anther, you bastard. In the time we haven't met, you've become a monster, huh? And now you're even doing business." He stared at his friend, guessing that there was a high chance Anther would become the new leader of the village. And so, Siren moved with them to Lumina's house. A moment later, the voice of Lumina's mother rang out. "Oh my, who is this? Is it you, Siren? You're getting more handsome every day." Lumina must be smitten. Hearing this, her face turned bright red, and she quickly yelled, "Mom, stop babbling." After the warm greeting from Lumina's mother, Siren's group continued their fun. They raised their glasses and said enthusiastically, "To our Siren, cheers." Looking at the lavish table of food before him, the brown-haired friend couldn't help but exclaim, "It looks so delicious." Lumina, holding her glass, said, "Eat plenty, Siren." Hearing this, he immediately replied, "Thank you, I'll enjoy it." At the same time, the brown-haired friend was very curious and asked, "But this drink, could it be—" Not letting him finish, the chubby friend quickly denied it. "No, it's just sparkling barley water." On this side, Anther slowly took big sips, silently observing everything that was happening. Then the brown-haired friend suddenly shouted, "Siren, tell us about school. You must be the best in your class, right?" Hearing this, Siren immediately choked and coughed, and the drink in Anther's mouth also spurted out because of that statement. He continued, "I'm so curious, did you become a mage?" The other friends also chimed in excitedly. "I heard only nobles go to that school. So you're studying with nobles, aren't you?" Hearing these questions, Siren was deeply troubled inside, silently wishing, "Please don't praise me in front of Anther." With a bit of a buzz from the barley drink, the friends kept talking nonstop. "I bet the noble class has a lot of beauties, right? Tell us, we're so curious." Faced with the onslaught, Siren waved his hand and reluctantly replied, "How would I know? Just studying is already busy enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Lumina let out a sigh as if she had just survived a calamity. Right after, Anther suddenly slammed his glass down on the table and spoke up, "Siren, studying is good, but have you thought about your next step?" Hearing this, he jerked his head up in surprise. "Next step?" Anther continued, "Right now, Lord Vincent is worried about the livelihood of the entire family. Next, it will be your turn to take responsibility, and you also have to get married. After you finish your studies, will you be strong enough to bear the burden?" Hearing these words, Siren suddenly became pensive. There was no guarantee that he would definitely graduate. Seeing his reaction, Anther picked up his barley glass, took a sip and said, "That's right, you need to be realistic too." As soon as he finished speaking, thoughts appeared in Siren's mind. Reality. Thinking about it now, I've spent too much time studying without ever thinking deeply about this. My friends have all helped their families with business, but my father still has to work hard. He silently asked himself, "When will I be able to help my father?" Seeing him like this, Lumina was a bit worried. At this moment, Anther began to speak. "I didn't mean to bring down the atmosphere." Then he issued a challenge. "Ah, Siren, want to try arm wrestling with me? You used to be really good at it." Siren was shocked to hear this. Arm wrestling? Seeing this, the chubby friend became excited. "That's right. Anther and Siren used to be evenly matched." The brown-haired friend also agreed. "Siren may not look it, but he's strong. That reminds me." Hearing this, Siren remembered the old days. It's true, we used to do that a lot as kids. The arm wrestling match back then made the brown-haired friend exclaim, "Ari and Siren, you're so good." Anther insisted on a rematch. "This match doesn't count. Let's go again." But today, saving face for Anther was the right choice. For the sake of this village, Thinking this, he immediately got into a ready position and replied, "Alright, how about we make a bet on this match today?" Hearing that, Anther laughed with amusement and answered, "The loser pays for this round." "Agreed," he replied. Facing the momentum of the two, the atmosphere heated up again. The friends around cheered enthusiastically. The battle between the mage and the warrior. Ready, Siron firmly grasped Anther's hand, thinking to himself, "To save face for Anther, I have to hold on for a long time before I let myself lose." Then a sudden shout rang out, and immediately both tightened their grips to brace themselves. A loud noise shook the entire mug of barley, startling Lumina and the group. In the end, Siren lay sprawled on the chair, smoke rising from his body. Everything happened too fast for him to understand. Just happened? The worried friends asked. "Siren, are you alright?" Lumina immediately raised her voice. "Anther, why did you use so much force?" He quickly replied. "I didn't expect it to come to this. He wasn't that weak back then." Lumina sighed helplessly. "Oh, Anther." Seeing him like this, Anther felt a bit of self-reproach. Then he spoke up. "Sorry, let me pay for today's meal." Hearing this, Siron refused. "No, I lost today." He gave an awkward smile. "You've gotten a lot stronger." After saying that, Siron pulled out gold coins from his pocket to pay. But an unexpected incident occurred that startled him. In his anxiety, he accidentally dropped his money pouch, revealing the gold coins. Seeing this, the group exclaimed, "Gold coins? You've got 5 of them?" Lumina was no exception. She held up a gold coin and asked, "Siren, why are you carrying so much money? 5 gold coins are a whole month of my trade." Then look at Anther's expression at this moment. He thought to himself, "What have I done? It's over." Lumina grasped the gold coin and asked, "Siren, where did you get this pile of money?" Siren stammered, I got sponsorship." As soon as he finished speaking, his brown-haired friend quickly chimed in. "What? So you'll never have to worry about money for the rest of your life." That remark made Siren panic and deny it, but he thought to himself that this wasn't good. This really agitated Anther. His face turned red, showing a look of unwillingness. But then Anther suddenly let out a long, deep breath. He stood up abruptly, yelling loudly like a bristled cat. "Why are you guys so upset over a few gold coins?" The fat friend flinched and stammered, "Sorry." Seeing this reaction, Lumina thought, I just thought of that idea regarding Anther." The group shrank back, suddenly recalling the past. They all thought unanimously, "That's right, since we were kids." Whenever he was near Siren, he tended to become sensitive. Instead, Anther gradually tried to restrain himself, and he clapped his hands lightly to break the atmosphere. "Oh right, have you guys heard about this?" The fat friend, catching on quickly, eagerly continued. "A man-eating beast has appeared in the mountains." The brown-haired friend also joined in. "I've heard that too, the wild animals nearby have been disappearing." Lumina was secretly relieved. What a timely rescue, that kid. Thanks to that, everyone gradually regained their initial atmosphere, eagerly discussing. "This thing sounds like a bear, is that right?" Siren quickly spoke up. "That's right, I heard my father talk about it too. But why would something from the north come here?" Lumina replied, "I know. It's the breeding season or something, right? Anyway, people say it hunts every day, so we need to be careful, but since it hides deep in the forest, it's not dangerous if we don't go in there." At this moment, Anther's gaze suddenly sharpened. He suggested, "How about we go hunt it?" Hearing the suggestion, everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Us?" He confirmed. "Yeah, we'll help the villagers. You guys know my skills." Anther confidently continued, "If it's just a bear, we adults don't need to get involved. Let's go take it down together." Seeing his overwhelming momentum, the brown-haired friend excitedly said, "Finally, you can go hunt a bear yourself, Anther. An ordinary bear should be easy." Siren couldn't believe it and stammered, "Really? A bear?" Observing the admiring reactions of his friends, Anther proudly decided, "Then let's set out tomorrow morning." He glanced at Siren. "You'll definitely join us, right, Siren?" Hearing this, Lumina's eyes sparkled. "Siren too?" Anther affirmed, "Of course, he used to come with us before, didn't he?" Siren didn't hesitate either. "If I can help, I'll join." Anther happily raised his glass. "Great. Meet in front of Lumina's house tomorrow morning." Lumina, sitting nearby, called out, "All right." Then everyone clinked their glasses and cheered. "This will be the bear hunt. Wow, we're going hunting with Anther." Siren took a sip of barley, secretly happy. "I can't wait. This wasn't in the plan, but it's so much fun." Time passed by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Lumina opened the door and announced, "Siren, did you sleep well? Let's go now." Siren secured the short knife on his thigh and replied, "Okay, I'm ready, let's go." Both stepped out of the house. Lumina excitedly waved her hand and shouted, "Everything is fine over here." The group responded cheerfully, and seeing this, Anther reminded them, "If you take too long and fall behind, we will leave you behind." Siren replied with a smile, "Don't worry." Then everyone together ventured deep into the forest shrouded in the early morning mist. After a while, they immediately got to work. "Lower it there, right there, okay, flip it over now." The chubby friend at that time was also very diligent, fixing the net to the tree branch. Finishing the task, he signaled to the two friends below, Seeing their coordination, Siren could not help but marvel. Setting up the nets and traps so fast, you guys are amazing. The blue-haired friend replied with a smile. We just set the traps. The hardest part is for Anther. The hardest part truly had to be left for Anther. At that moment, Anther was scouting the surroundings. He saw scratch marks on the tree trunks and guessed that the bear must be nearby. Anther said loudly, "From now on we will scout this area. If you spot it, do not act rashly, retreat and report to me immediately." The group answered in unison, "Roger." Seeing that, Siren silently admired. His father is truly an expert, so cool. At the same time, Anther turned back, stared intently at someone, and smiled. The image of Lumina happily humming a tune looked very adorable. Taking a few steps, Aryan Siren suddenly realized, right. If I use Spirit Domain, I might be able to help somehow. Closed his eyes tightly to gather his energy, thinking to himself, let me help Anther get that bear faster. In just a moment, Siren sank into a state of concentration. In his mind, it was not the image of a bear. Rather, it was a huge beast with a very large chunk of flesh bitten off. Siren started wondering, what is that? He turned back to look at his friends, a foreboding feeling washing over him. I have such a strange feeling. He utilized all of his senses. Then Siren involuntarily took steps forward one by one. He raised his hand to his eyes, his expression one of disbelief and shock. Siren pushed aside the leaves in front of him, a single thought repeating endlessly in his head. No way, no way. Just as he was about to reach the image that the spirit domain had shown him, a large hand slammed down onto his shoulder and a voice shouted, Siren. It was Anther. He yanked Siren's shoulder and demanded, what are you doing? Why did you disappear from our sight without saying anything? He continued, his voice full of annoyance. Because of we. But before he could finish, the sight before him made Anther fall silent. Beneath their feet lay the carcass of a giant assassin beast, and scattered all around were countless dead animal carcasses. Anther was startled and asked himself, what is all this? The friends behind them had just arrived. They saw carcasses not only on the ground, but also hanging from tree branches. Chubby friend immediately shouted, what is that? Anther. Anther turned around to answer, but Siren cut him off. Retreat. This is not something an ordinary bear could have done. Hearing this, Anther exclaimed in shock, what? Siren continued, we need to inform the adults and seal off the mountain. We also have to send a request to the city for the military to handle it. This is... Before he could finish, Anther quickly grabbed his shoulder, stuttering as he cut him off. Wait, what military? Anther then said, we still don't know what it is. What are you talking about? We can handle it ourselves, right? Siren turned his head and replied, didn't you just say it yourself earlier? This is not a bear that we can deal with. Seeing Siren's resolute expression, Anther shouted in anger, what do you know? I am the captain. Giving orders is my role. Seeing the two of them in conflict, Lumina nervously clenched her hands and spoke softly. Anther and Siren knew this was unusual, so they tried their best to stop him. No, listen to me, just listen. Anther ignored them and continued to shout, you are always like this. Never acknowledging me as captain, right? I told you not to treat me like the fool from before. Hearing this, Siren was a bit stunned and exclaimed, Anther. A rustling sound from behind made him freeze, a chill running down his spine. The group also felt it. The chubby friend then spoke in fear. Do you guys see that? It is coming. Anther reacted immediately, raising his bow forward. He tried to pull the bowstring taut to the max, entering a ready stance. The others, seeing this, aimed their arrows towards the source of the sound. The brown-haired friend was no exception, trembling as he pulled back his bowstring. But then, as the direction of his arrow slowly rose, the thing before him terrified him, making his whole body tremble as he stammered, Anther, what is that? What kind of monster is that? Before their eyes appeared a gigantic wolf, full of ferocity and bloodlust. Siren pursed his lips tightly, thinking to himself, a monster, a mystical entity defying the laws of evolution. His thoughts raced. I have seen it in that monster book I read. At that moment, Anther let out a shout. Then he shot an arrow towards it and yelled, die. The beast quickly tilted its head to the side. Witnessing this, the brown-haired friend panicked. It dodged the arrow. Siren's expression was no different. He had already recognized it as a werewolf. After its action, he silently affirmed this was an intelligent monster. From what Siren knew, monsters were generally stronger and faster than ordinary beasts. The truth was some of them even possessed quite high intelligence. The origin of monsters was still being researched, but currently there was a hypothesis suggesting they evolved in their own way due to a living environment completely different from other living entities. Everyone was scared, speaking in stammers. It dodged the arrow. The wolf snarled fiercely, looking at the people there with eyes full of craving. It used its sharp eyes to observe, then swiftly advanced. The young man, his face full of panic, only managed to say one word. The others knew the danger and retreated, the whole group hastening to run in the opposite direction to escape. But the hardest part now was that they did not know where to run. One person said, if we run down, the monster will. Then a shout came, run up the mountain. Amidst everyone scattering to find an escape route, Siren had not yet moved. With weapon in hand, he stood tall facing the beast. There was a difference in size, but Siren was still not intimidated. Seeing this, his teammates shouted his name, Siren. He thought, do not tell me he plans to be bait. On this end, Siren remained highly focused in battle, his arrow already fired. The beast, with its massive size and tough hide, was truly unaffected by the minor injury. It countered with its claws. Using his small frame and agility, Siren successfully dodged its attack. The beast, annoyed, growled audibly. Siren panted heavily, thinking, it moves too fast, its hide is also thick. For everyone to survive, there is only one way left, me. Must lure it away, face the massive beast head-on. Siren remained steadfast in his initial decision, even though this was full of risk. It lunged to Ek once more, but he managed to escape. Siren dodged, stepping back a short distance. His continuous successful evasions of the beast's attacks only made it lose more control. Its eyes turned red with rage. What Siren did not expect was that it suddenly lost interest in him, turned around and left. He suddenly realized a painful truth. No, that was unable to stop it. The beast had already charged swiftly toward the group from earlier. They still did not know what terrible thing was about to happen. The leader ordered everyone to drop heavy items and run faster up. The others only hoped to escape as quickly as possible, while Anther still hesitated. He told everyone to go ahead, and Lumina, hearing this, turned back to ask Anther what he was doing. Anther's eyes filled with tears, his whole body trembling, but he still suppressed his emotions to reply, I cannot leave Siren behind. Lumina heard the heartbreaking words, tears streaming down her face, unable to speak. She called out his name loudly, but the beast was already very close. The line between life and death was incredibly fragile at that moment. Anther turned his head and witnessed everything, but what concerned him now was impossible. Could Siren be dead? The more he thought, the more he lost his composure, blaming himself for asking him to come along. If only he had listened to Siren when he said to run down. A powerful beam of light from somewhere suddenly shot straight at the ferocious beast. Anther did not understand what was happening but could clearly see the beast suffering immense pain. Lumina ran over excitedly, saying it was dead, and everyone else wondered if it was magic. Siren ran over, drenched in sweat, only managing to say one word, run. Run quickly, it is not over yet, danger is still close. That was the only thing that made him so frantic. The monster, seemingly dead moments ago, slowly began to move again. It sat up, recovering its senses very quickly, its whole being radiating malice and malevolence. Lumina told herself it was probably just a flash of light. In a flash, that massive body charged swiftly toward them. At this moment, it was already too late to run. Anther noticed something unusual about his body. He tried to move his legs to be sure, but the result was the same. His body did not budge. Lumina tried her best to run as fast as she could, but under the beast's claws, she was no longer steady enough to keep running. In that life or death moment, she could have escaped, but suddenly tripped and fell. Under the sharp claws of the beast, her tears just flowed. Siren was determined not to let his teammates get hurt, so he used every means to hold the monster back. Anther called out his name worriedly, Siren. When Siren let his guard down, the beast twisted its claw back to attack him. His face was full of terror. Siren quickly used his instant movement skill. The monster, seeing this, looked up in confusion. A beam of light from before appeared again, along with a loud explosion. Lumina shouted loudly, Aryan Siren. That beam of light contained an incredibly powerful energy. It shot forward and plunged deep into the beast's body. The beast's power had weakened considerably. Siren was confused, not knowing what he should do next. He intended to push it back after emitting the light, but doing so would let it grab him. He also could not force it into his position. At this moment, both he and the monster were outside the lit area. Siren suddenly thought of a way to take down the beast and make it fall. The plans he thought of all required using the light, something that could create gravity, something that could disturb balance. Siren began to reach his hand forward. He gently touched his own hand from the other world. Siren felt that he had touched it. The two hands gripped each other, creating a blinding flash of light. That was the all-knowing, unnamed knowledge. The two-dimensional space vanished, leaving only Siren alone. He thought that thing was mass. The beast grew angry, staring at Siren in confusion. It could not yet understand what was happening, and it was sent flying a great distance by him. Without stopping, Siren pressed on with the attack. The beast let out a fierce roar. In the brief seconds when Siren acted on the wolf, a tiny spark flashed in his mind. Why did this world exist? A series of questions surfaced. What is existence? What is mass? And why does matter have mass? Before Siren's eyes, the golden light gradually expanded, revealing the void that had appeared in his Ziz dream. He said it was an unbalanced world, and within the space where the light reigned, water stains began to appear. The light streams moved ever more violently. Siren continued, saying the universe had existed before all things were born. The way for everything to exist was to break the universe's balance. He reached out and touched the small water stain in the space. The water stain spread rapidly, pieces of space shattering like glass. Behind them appeared a hazy void. Mass was what created that, and it could be attached to photons of light. Back to the moment he first acted on the wolf. A thunderous sound rang out, accompanied by aftershocks that shook the cliff wall. In the thick, blinding dust, a dazzling golden point of light suddenly appeared in midair. From that point, a stream of light flowed outward in reverse. Siren's silhouette, kneeling on the ground, appeared with a speed beyond the eye's ability to track. He quietly observed, the rumbling sound of the aftershock not yet fading. Siren waited tensely, his eyes wide with vigilance, his breath rapid as he dared not let his guard down. He cautiously looked at the last giant wolf lying motionless on the ground. Ha! No more movement. Siren's eyes widened in astonishment as if he suddenly realized something. I understand now. Balance can be broken by a type of spatial knowledge, also known as unnamed knowledge. There exists a mechanism that gives mass to matter. If that mechanism were used, light could be assigned mass. Joy was evident on Siren's face. Finally, I understand. Someone stared intently at the beast before them, a dangerous creature from this mountain region. Even though Siren was deep in thought, why did not I think of that? Suddenly, a terrified howl cut through his train of thought. It was a wolf pack. Siren quickly turned around. He looked suspiciously at the top of the cliff. But I am not alone, he thought. On the cliff, Anther and everyone had terrified faces. Some could not hold back their tears. Before them was a pack of werewolves approaching step by step. Leading them was an alpha wolf with malicious, blazing red eyes. Anther's group was cornered by the wolves to the very edge of the cliff. Everyone trembled, anxiously looking at Anther's back as their support. Martini shakily called Anther's name, while Lumina cried out loudly in fear. Anther's expression was not much better. He tried to suppress the terror in his eyes. He gritted his voice and said, I will run to the other side. You guys go down the cliff. The red-haired boy panicked. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? Anther snapped tensely. It is the only way now. He turned his head to look at his friends, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. You have to live so that my sacrifice in Sirens is not in vain. When the tension reached its peak, a glimmer of hope flashed above them. From the high blue sky, Siren descended, having used teleportation magic just in time, stunning the whole group. Are you alright? Everyone surrounded him with joy mixed with worry. I thought you were dead. Lumina beside him was emotionally crying non-stop. Siren silently looked at his friends for a moment before saying, I am sorry, everyone. Siren, Anther's voice rang out. He pursed his lips tightly, trying to stay calm, but his face betrayed him. Sorry for making you worry, Anther. Siren gently patted his shoulder. Now, leave them to me. Anther watched in shock as he walked step by step towards the wolf pack, yelling, You run too, Siren. Siren calmly replied, It is fine. This did not violate the rules. He resolutely advanced forward, his steps firm in the face of danger. On the opposite side, the bloodthirsty werewolves howled incessantly. They each dashed swiftly towards Siren and his group at an unbelievable speed. The distance between Siren and the alpha wolf gradually narrowed as it charged forward madly. Siren did not flinch. On the contrary, he was extremely calm. He gathered his energy into a glowing sphere in his palm. Strange light, Lumina exclaimed in surprise. The red-haired boy was confused. But it looks different from before. Before them, Siren let the flow of magical power surge forth. A magic circle appeared in his hands as he concentrated. With the mass of magical power being fed in, the glowing sphere in Siren's hand grew larger and larger. Feeling that enough powerful magic had been gathered, he stood like a man ready. In an instant, Siren swung his arm and threw the sphere forcefully forward. The sphere shot forward rapidly, leaving behind a long trail of light and a swirl of wind in the air. It aimed straight for the werewolf, giving it no time to react. The glowing sphere slammed into the wolf's neck. Immediately, the stream of light pierced through its body like an arrow, accompanied by a painful howl. This was his magic. He stared in shock, eyes wide, having been able to do it. Another werewolf saw its comrade blasted far away, flew into a rage, and let out a fierce roar. One by one, they became agitated, all targeting Siren and charging straight at him. They viciously bared their sharp claws, ready to tear him apart, but Siren did not let that happen. Quickly channeled his mana, dodged the sudden attack, then teleported high into the air, leaving the werewolves staring up in confusion. Once again, Aryan Siren created an orb of light. In an instant, a glint flashed in his eyes, and several familiar silhouettes appeared. Boom boom, a barrage of light beams pierced through the leading bodies of the werewolf pack. Like a meteor shower, it left them no chance to counterattack. Within the thick dust and smoke, agonized and helpless roars rang out incessantly. The sight left Anther and his group, still in shock, with one person unconsciously exclaiming what that was. Anther quickly finished the sentence. Before their eyes, Siren was using magic. He moved agilely through the battle, taking down each werewolf, but after all, it was magic. It also consumed a great deal of mental energy. Siren was panting but still forcing himself to endure. As he took a short break to catch his breath, a werewolf suddenly lunged out, attempting to ambush him from behind. Without a moment's delay, Siren channeled his magic power. He immediately blasted it far away with light. The werewolf's body trembled slightly, and it whimpered after the attack. However, it quickly realized the power seemed insufficient to inflict the heavy injury like before. A flash of panic flickered in Siren's eyes. His magical power had already weakened. On the other side, the ferocious werewolf wore a triumphant smile. It quickly regained its composure and let out a powerful roar to summon its comrades. The other werewolves, after recovering, were all as if injected with stimulants, simultaneously charging forward. The sudden change made Anther's group's mood deteriorate, and he shouted a warning to Siren that it was dangerous. Lumina yelled loudly, telling him to run. Siren watched the horde of werewolves ferociously charging at him amidst his friend's horrified scream. Fatigue had now taken over, making his breathing even heavier. There was only one way left. He frowned slightly, with no intention of giving up, gritted his teeth, concentrated his mental energy to prepare for battle, wondering if he could do it. Siren panted heavily, frowned, and thought to himself that he still had one way. His eyes glowed with an aquamarine color. Looking at the surging whirlpool before his eyes, he wondered, but can I do it? Maintaining the balance of such a raging whirlpool. In front of him, a large crowd of monsters madly rushing over. Anther and Lumina were terrified. Anther yelled loudly, Siren, it is very dangerous, and Lumina, crying, urged him to run. She called out his name loudly, but Siren seemed to ignore her. He stood still, heroically facing the horde of ferocious beasts surging toward him. His gaze turned sharp, though his expression could not hide the tension. With sweat beading on his forehead and lips tightly pressed, suddenly Siren's pupils radiated a cold blue light. Within the infinite subconscious, he connected with the immortal energy. That was the ultimate power, deep and vast like a limitless black hole. From the black hole, a terrifying source of power erupted. Even Siren was pushed back by the pressure, gritting his teeth, using both hands to shield his chest against the rampaging magical force. Siren's body began to crumble into dust because it could not withstand that power. Even so, he persisted in channeling his essence and magic to continue fighting the demonic beasts. In an instant, from both hands of Shiruna, a torrent of supernatural power was unleashed. The ferocious horde of vicious beasts continued charging forward. Immediately, they were all scattered by Siren's abundant spiritual power. Siren's power turned into beams of blue light, directly incinerating the pack of werewolves. Though numerous, the werewolves were blocked by Siren's power, unable to advance a single step further. Witnessing Siren's terrifying power, Lumina and the village children could not help but be stunned. Anther was also deeply shaken by what happened, wondering how this could be possible. He thought to himself, even though he witnessed it with his own eyes, he still found it incredibly hard to believe. Suddenly, a gray-black werewolf used its kin to leap up, extending its sharp claws toward Siren. Fortunately, he managed to use his magic to knock it away. However, Siren also gradually felt he could not hold on much longer, his energy unable to endure further if this continued. His spiritual power and mind would dissipate like the wind. He suddenly remembered something. That was right, just like the previous time. Siren recalled the time he channeled his undying energy into the crystal ball. That moment, his power slowly transferred through a pipe. Siren nearly dissipated, struggling to remember the actions he took before to escape the imminent danger. When he placed his hand on the glass ball, he thought he needed to release all the energy inside his body outward. Siren suddenly shouted loudly, using all his strength with unwavering will, determined to unleash all of his energy. Siren's hand reached out. He decisively released the strongest force he could muster. The strike hit the pack of werewolves directly. Siren's power was so great that the trees shook, and dust swirled up in a whirlwind. The werewolf pack that was ferociously charging forward was instantly completely incinerated by Siren's power. From Siren's direction, a brilliant beam of golden light shot straight forward, sweeping away everything in its path. After a moment, everything gradually became quiet, a single leaf gently falling to the ground, leaving the scene before him clear and open, the road wide ahead. Ahead were the weak demonic beasts, trembling, unable to stand firm after enduring the recent blow. One werewolf remained stubborn, glaring at him ferociously. Siren's figure gradually became clear through the haze of dust. He stood coldly staring at that stubborn werewolf. His voice carried a chilling tone. Get lost. Siren glared and warned it never to come back here. The werewolves were immediately frightened. It turned and fled, taking a few surviving ones with it, running for its life without daring to look back. Siren stood still for a moment, but soon after, he grew exhausted and staggered. Finally, Siren could no longer hold on and fell backward. Anther quickly ran over to support Siren. Seeing this, the village children also ran over and surrounded Siren, with Lumina's eyes red and tears streaming down her cheeks. She gently stroked Siren's forehead, and Anther sorrowfully told everyone to go back. Looked at Siren gasping for breath. He said in embarrassment that this foolish hunt was over. Night fell, and dim lights flickered within the simple thatched houses. On the grass, Siren looked up at the sky, gazing at the shimmering mysterious stars. Anther slowly walked over to him, slightly curved the corner of his mouth, and asked Siren when he had come out here. Siren looked at Anther and smiled, replying that after a deep sleep, he suddenly felt like stargazing. Anther sat down beside Siren, nodded, and said, Siren reminisced. It had been a long time since he slept so well. He could not remember the last time he slept peacefully without dreams. And as soon as he opened his eyes, the village children had gathered by his bedside, crying bitterly when they saw him awake. Siren asked in surprise where this was, and Lumina sobbed that they thought he would never wake up again. Siren was deeply moved. He had slept like the dead, and everyone had not left his bedside until he woke up. Thinking of this, he turned and asked Anther where the others were. Anther informed him they were busy in the kitchen. Anther recounted to Siren what what had happened after he lost consciousness, and anyway, it was truly a relief that except for Lumina falling, no one was hurt. Even so, we were quite shocked by your strength. Hearing this, Siron chuckled and said it was indeed a relief. Anther raised his head to look at the sky, then said that tomorrow he would go with the adults to handle everything. The monster's skin and teeth are valuable too. Anther held a cup and asked Siren what he said their name was. Siren answered, wood, and added that their fangs were expensive. Hearing this, Anther smiled and remarked with admiration, that is right. After a moment of silence, Anther awkwardly told Siren, I am sorry. Siren felt uneasy and confused upon hearing Anther say that and responded, I am also. Anther did not look at Siren, his gaze drifting into the distance as he said softly, actually, I was just jealous of you. Siren was stunned, Anther recalled one winter day the snow fell heavily. Siren sat alone focused on reading a book. Anther, Lumina, and a group of village children happened pass by. A boy with glasses remarked, sometimes Siren looks really cool. Why is that? Hearing the boy, Anther also glanced at Siren. Siren's contemplative expression indeed made others feel he was special, and even a little envious. Anther said awkwardly to Siren, your Ziz dream. Siren asked in surprise, my Ziz dream. Anther nodded, yeah, the Ziz dream you pursue. Saying this, Anther blushed in embarrassment, avoiding Siren's gaze, and said stiffly, hope you achieve it. Hearing Anther's sincere words, Siren smiled brightly. He said happily, yeah, thank you. The two of them sat side by side on the grass, the stars glittering, the scene so peaceful. The next morning, in the small village, Lumina said regretfully, Siren, you're leaving in such a hurry, why not stay another day? Siren shook hands with Anther. He said reluctantly, I wish I could, but there is still much unfinished research at the academy. Anther understood and did not insist. Then see you later, Siren. Anther stood in front of the village children and sincerely wished Siren become a great mage. Siren smiled and replied, I will come back to visit you all. See you later. Lumina suddenly ran toward Siren. She hugged him tightly and sobbed, you must come back. If you become a mage and purposely ignore me, you will be in trouble. Siren laughed, got it. He waved goodbye to everyone, take care. The village children stood waving goodbye to him. Anther placed his hand on Lumina's shoulder. He exclaimed, goodness, look at little sister crying with reddened eyes. Anther hasn't even teased her yet. If you miss him that much, do you need me to capture him for you? Lumina wiped her tears and whispered, what do you mean? It's not like he's leaving forever. She looked up, following Siren's retreating figure, her voice full of admiration. Siren is so cool. Whenever he chases his dreams, Lumina kept watching Siren's back until he disappeared behind the distant artificial trees. Leaving the village, Siren carried his bag and headed to a place. The place where Siren stopped was called Estes. He took out a book to examine it. He recalled the time he once asked, hey, this thing makes me curious. How do you know the research group room in building 89? So he explained, since you are a new member, I will show you how to find your way. So he pointed at the corner. Do you see the number on the ceiling? Siren answered 19. He continued guiding, then told him he needed to look at the door color. Remembering that, Siren turned his head to the right and saw a yellow door. As he noted down the distinctive features, he mused, room 19, yellow door, number 5. So that means. He took a few more steps, mumbling to himself, then I will encounter a fork. Siren looked left and right, remarking, so that means there are 3 other corridors connected this place, right? He quickly recorded it in his notebook, performed some calculations, substituted them as 10 y and z, then an equation, the answer being the master key of Esta. He still remembered the surprised expression when hearing Ned's guidance. Who came up with this? Ned recounted, I heard a founding member had savant syndrome. That person created the equation and memorized all of Esther into something. Ned squinted and said, the first time I showed this equation to Jiruki, he said. The recollection ended for now. Siren opened the purple door and cast his gaze inside. It was a hallway leading to a room with 2 passages on either side. Siren exclaimed, what a perfect equation. He walked to the room at the end of the hall. In front of the door hung a sign for the Supernatural Spiritual Science Research Group. Before entering the room, Siren heard someone questioning loudly, why did you reveal that now? Didn't I say there was a 57% chance of winning? The one being questioned retorted, nonsense, I wasted a ton of time listening to you. He objected, don't you understand that the larger the sample, the higher the accuracy? The other person angrily said, that's only true when you have unlimited money, you lunatic. Siren grasped the door handle and gently turned it. In his hand was the equation notebook. He told himself it was like piecing together clues to find the research group through Esther. The door slowly creaked open. He contemplated, I also learned that I need the root causes, those precious connections, and every moment beside me. Through that I can take steps forward. Behind the door, Ned and Eruki were engaged in a fierce argument. Siren greeted them. So you two have returned after losing everything, huh? Seeing Siren, Eruki quickly called out, Siren, then loudly claimed the right to speak. Siren, Listen to what I am about to say, you will understand. Siren smiled faintly. Seeing him say nothing but just smile, Eruki asked in confusion, why is he standing there smiling like that? Within Siren's heart surged boundless gratitude. Everyone, thank you for everything. Thinking this, he beamed, I have returned. At training ground number 48, Siren, using one hand, channeled spiritual energy and crystallized it into a magical sphere shimmering with golden light. Ned clasped his hands behind his head, curiously asking, is the thing you want to show us luminous particles? Did you increase the output power? Eruki, standing beside, shook his head. No, it is something else. Eruki pointed out the anomaly. Luminous particles should emit outward, but this one emits inward. That's why I noticed. Suddenly, Siren released a surge of force, shattering the slate rock in front of him. The astonishing power made Ned and Eruki's eyes pop wide. Both exclaimed in shock, damn. Ned ran over, touching the water stains on the rock, and yelled in astonishment, what is this? You used light to drill a hole. This truly is magic, real sorcery. Eruki asked about the chants I used. I forced a laugh and said it was just a joke. Siren stated that it was a chant I developed myself. He spoke slowly, calling it the luminescent blast. Eruki rubbed his chin, looking thoughtful about the photon. As I knew, it was a perfect fusion of two types of perception, and anything involving phons was extremely difficult. Siren offered to explain, but elsewhere, Siren said mysteriously, I also have something to tell you all. At some restaurant outside the academy, Eruki looked incredulous, stammering, asking if it was true. He asked in astonishment if Siren had added mass to the photon. It was absurd. Could he do the same with Earth? He lost his appetite, put down the plate, and asked Siren. It was astonishing to add mass to a massless particle. He wiped the sweat from his brow, still not believing what Siren said, his mind spinning like a top. Siren answered frankly, thanks to that, the uncomfortable feeling vanished, and I finally understood the meaning of those nightmares. Hearing him speak, he happily poured tea. It would be astonishing if organizing knowledge and executing it into reality became a world-shaking discovery in magic. Eruki was troubled. Understanding the theory did not mean using photon magic. He broke out in a sweat. This was bigger than we thought. Siren said slowly, so I wanted to ask you all. He smiled and shared his plan with Ned and Eruki, wanting to study deeper, but during the break he could not go to the library alone, so he asked them to take him to the noble library. He asked Siren worriedly, no problem, but why could he not enter? Was it related to what he wanted to say earlier? Hearing the question, Siren lowered his eyelids in silence. If he told the truth, would they still treat him well? But if he let things remain as they were, then they could not be his true friends. He raised his eyes to look at his two close friends. Finally, after consideration, he made up his mind to stop running away. Siren decided to tell the truth, that he was not a noble. I was just a commoner. Hearing that, he could not help being astonished. Every word Siren spoke was like a tear tearing across Eruki's hand. When they were young, I was abandoned at a stable. My current parents took me in and raised me. My father was just an ordinary hunter. After Siren recounted his past, all three fell into silence. No one spoke a word to each other. A moment later, Ned broke the strange atmosphere, wondering why his attitude had been gloomy lately. Eruki cut in darkly, so what if it was? Why not? He turned to look at Eruki. Eruki asked coldly, did he not understand what that bastard just said? Veins bulged on Eruki's forehead. He shouted angrily, whether it was magic or academics. Had not that guy only been studying for a year? In 3 months he climbed to the 5th year and defeated me in front of the whole school. Ned and Siren stared wide-eyed at Eruki's twisted mouth, even with his defect, not to mention dating a genius mage. Ned decisively covered Eruki's mouth, stopping him from causing trouble, smiled brightly, saying his background was no problem to them. His two hands formed a heart shape, winking at Siren. To me you are the one. I love you so much. Siren was silent for a moment, then he cried tears of joy. He said happily, thank you all. Eruki sneered mockingly. What is that? Love you so much? You are causing trouble. Wait, does Ami know about this too? He turned to Siren curiously. How long have you two known each other? Siren reluctantly answered, since childhood. At first the relationship was not very good. He eagerly suggested telling the story. I am too curious. Turning back the clock at the capital of the Tomia kingdom, in the town of Basuka. 5 years ago in the Radom slums, a child in torn, dirty clothes, holding a piece of moldy bread, was running for his life. Behind him, a gang of fierce men with knives and sticks chased the child. Shouts and curses rang out. You little brat, dare to rob us? Do you want to die, Canis? Canis ran while huffing and puffing. Soon, Canis dragged his exhausted steps into a damp, foul-smelling place, calling out for Arin. In dilapidated room, a weak little girl lay on old wooden boards. Canis softly called Arin. Arin's complexion was extremely bad. She breathed laboriously and heavily. Canis frantically asked about her. What is wrong? Does it hurt a lot? As he asked, he gave her the stolen piece of bread. Look, it is bread. You cannot die. Canis teared up and cried out desperately, please, is anyone there? As he turned around, the three men who had been chasing him stood right behind him, their faces cruel. "We caught you now." Right then, Canis received a thunderous slap. Canis's frail body was sent flying, and he screamed miserably amid the savage laughter of three inhuman men. He once thought this place was safe enough to avoid being found. Canis weakly endured the relentless kicks, getting stomped and cursed at, called a bastard who thought he could run. He helplessly realized that he had been discovered. The brutal man picked up the piece of bread Canis had stolen, tore off a bite, chewed vulgarly, and insulted him, calling him trash. Daring to steal a precious piece of meat for himself, the man sneered, while behind him, a burly thug carried Aaron on his shoulder. The man stomped straight onto Canis' face, calling him rotten filth. Canis roared in hatred, saying he would kill him if he touched Aaron. He cursed that he would kill them all. Faced with the threat from a mere boy, the crude men only treated it as a joke, laughing heartily as if hearing the funniest story. One man squat down to mock him, telling him to go ahead and try, maybe in his next life. With that, the man signaled to the blonde, asking what he was waiting for, to finish him off. The blonde raised a sharp knife, ready to stab down at Canis. He looked at the gleaming blade, bitterly wishing he had power. Seeing her brother about to die, Aaron cried in agony. At that moment, Canis only wished that he himself. He glanced at the three bastards, then suddenly all three froze as a strange black mist appeared. That black mist could actually claim the lives of all three burly men right before his eyes. They screamed in terror, asking what the hell this was. Canis lay still, staring wide-eyed at the bizarre scene. The blood of the three wretched men splattered onto his face. He was stunned, wondering what had happened. Bloodshot veins appeared in Canis's eyes, his pupils constricting in utter horror. After dealing with the three men, the dark shadow coiled around Aaron and lifted her up. Aaron lay still within that mysterious black mist, and the black mist slowly lowered her down, placing her in Canis's arms. The dark shadow gradually coalesced together. Soon, from within the darkness, a figure stepped out. Canis stared intently, and a strange, hoarse voice rang in his ears, asking what he thought. The figure had a horrifying face, with pale eyes and a pitch-black mouth that stretched to its ears. He asked Canis if the magic was fun. Fresh blood from the dark figure's mouth dripped onto Canis's face. He suddenly broke into a mad grin, taking it as a sign of acceptance. In the capital of the Tamiyabasuka kingdom, night fell and the city lights came on. On the rooftop of a building across from the museum, a dark shadow was quietly observing. It was Canis. Noted that the security forces here were truly numerous. Indeed, guards continuously took turns patrolling the museum. Aaron marveled, saying it was her first time seeing so many holy relics. Their archaeological value was immense. Canis knew that well. He asked Aaron about their target. Aaron replied that the target was the mana control system core, the Dragon Heart relic. She said it was in the central room on the 3rd floor, guarded by about 15 personnel. Aaron cautioned him strictly, telling him he could not use his spiritual energy inside the building before obtaining that holy relic. Canis calculated. Without magic, he would have to enter alone. Aaron reminded him to be careful, but Canis only sneered coldly. He darted forward like a flash, shooting towards the museum. In the darkness, Canis moved like a ghost. He directly released the mana of the night. Canis's mana was like enormous black serpents. It easily pierced the museum's glass panels. Canis rushed straight towards the museum's glass door. He broke through the glass door, charging in as the startled security guards shouted, "An intruder!" While the security guard was still stunned, Canis's eyes turned cold, radiating a thick killing intent. He said in a low voice, "Now." Immediately after, Canis used a cruel magic to take down every security guard in his path. Before Canis's power, the security guards were hurled forcefully against the wall. They cried out in horror, "How can he use magic?" In just a few moments, Canis had taken down nearly all the security guards, leaving only a few weakly resisting, shouting alarms and calling him a sorcerer. Aaron urged Canis to hurry, so he sped up. He easily pushed back everyone in his way without much effort. Soon, the door leading to the core of the mana control system was before Canis. He directly broke the door and charged in. Canis thought to himself, "Found it. The core of the mana control system." Canis quickly grabbed the core. Holding the core in his hand, he glanced around the room. Behind him, security guards had already rushed over, shouting and pointing. A security guard exclaimed in panic upon seeing that Canis had taken the core of the mana control system. Before he could finish his sentence, he was knocked unconscious by the mana force. Not just him, but the remaining guards also fell one by one. Slow footsteps approached Canis, with a fierce aura of demonic energy radiating from the person. Canis glanced over and said bluntly, "Perfect timing, Aaron." It turned out the newcomer was Aaron. She turned her head and looked around once. Then she looked at Canis and asked, "Canis, that wasn't satisfying enough. You didn't kill anyone, right?" Canis reassured her, "Don't worry." He pointed at the guards lying sprawled on the floor. "I only knocked them out." Suddenly, a terrifying explosion sounded. Outside the museum, the guard forces had surrounded it. The furious voice of a middle-aged man rang out. He did not know how they had avoided the mana control system to use magic, but all this ends here. A middle-aged man in mourning attire, his eyes blazing with anger, gathered fire attribute spiritual power in his hands and declared fiercely, "If you do not leave behind everything you have taken, do not dream of leaving here." Amidst the thick smoke and fire, two dark silhouettes representing Canis and Aaron stood still, coldly staring fixedly at the man in the suit. Canis gradually revealed his figure. Before long, the two siblings Canis and Aaron were completely present before him. The man in the suit could not help but be shocked, stuttering, a dark mage. Right after that, Canis unleashed an extremely intense surge of shadow power. That surge of power completely overwhelmed the man in the suit. He had to struggle to raise both hands to defend himself. Before long, as the suited man gradually regained his composure, Canis and Aaron had completely vanished. He asked in a daze, where had the two of them gone? Below, a soldier hastily reported to the man in the suit, "Commander, the core of the mana control system has been stolen." The man immediately ordered, "No trace of teleportation. They must still be nearby. Search quickly." The soldier shouted in acknowledgement. The man in the suit frowned in confusion. Those two are too young. How could they bypass the mana control system and take the core? He landed in front of the still-burning museum and pondered deeply. Not to mention, they are very clever. How could they use dark magic here? Suddenly the man recalled, there was only one person, a single mage, who could use this kind of magic. He reminisced, dark magic that could devour sunlight. That was an infamous sorcerer who once plunged the entire kingdom into chaos with a darkness that even light could not dispel. The Grand Sorcerer Victor Axel. Thinking of this, the man in the suit broke out in a cold sweat. But he should have died in an accident 40 years ago. Why would someone be using his magic now? The city museum had endured a night of turmoil. The mountain range near Basuka, two people in black cloaks walked side by side. They were Canis and Aaron, the two who had just stolen the core. They entered a strange room with a glass coffin in the middle. Holding the core in his hand, Canis said respectfully, "Master, we have obtained the final material." The person lying in the coffin was the Grand Sorcerer Victor Axel. Canis placed the core into a mechanism and whispered, "This material will help Master revive." Aaron swallowed softly. Canis said as he set the core in its proper place, "You will reclaim your prestige as a Grand Sorcerer." Immediately, a deafening explosion rang out. Canis and Aaron quickly raised their hands to cover their faces. After the dust gradually cleared, Canis's expression could not hide his utmost joy. A bony hand reached out from within the coffin, gripping the edge tightly. Right after, Axel's hoarse voice rang out, 40 years. Finally, I get to see the light again." Aaron trembled and knelt weakly in the corner. Axel roared, "That bastard who stole my power!" Canis lifted his head and said joyfully, "Finally." Axel looked up with tears, screaming in hatred, "Enfia Smith, you traitor! 40 years ago in a fire." Axel's resentful scream rang out amid the sea of flames. "No," he roared unwillingly. "This research does not belong to you alone. I poured my entire life's effort into it." Axel screamed madly, "Enfia, how could you do this to me?" Enfia turned his back on Axel. Miralfan slowly turned around and then asked calmly, "Why?" Amid the raging sea of flames, Miralfan turned back slowly, eyes full of tears, a crazed smile blooming on his face. Miralfan laughed wildly and declared coldly, "This research." Before finishing the sentence, Miralfan mercilessly turned and walked away, leaving Axel in the sea of flames. Axel screamed in despair, "Miralfan!" The flames gradually burned away Axel's clothes. Soon the ferocious sea of flames devoured him. He struggled madly but to no avail. Fate had ordained that he burn to death there. Now, upon being revived, Axel looked down at the burned scars covering his hand, the clearest evidence of his death in the flames all those years ago. Axel said hatefully, "It took 40 years for me to recover." As he spoke, he clenched his hand into a fist. His eyes blazed with a thick aura of death, and he ground his teeth as he said, "Miralfan Mirham, do you think you can live peacefully after what you have done?" At the highest seat, Axel sat imposingly. Below, Aaron and Canis knelt reverently before him. Aaron respectfully greeted him, "Master." Canis also said devoutly, "Thanks to you, we are alive today and have received great power. Please command these two worthless lives of ours." Axel looked at Canis and Aaron with tear-filled eyes. His voice was grave, "I will place my trust in you." Axel cast his gaze down at Aaron's fearful expression. Then he looked at Canis, his voice hoarse but authoritative, "My beloved disciples." Arson carefully instructed Canis and Aaron, however, "You must be cautious. There was once a time when Miralfan's eyes were blinded by greed. He is willing to kill to achieve his goals. He is a cold-blooded murderer." At that moment in Miralfan's office, outside, thunder boomed and lightning flashed. Rain fell in sheets, raindrops streaming down the glass window. Miralfan slowly stood up from behind his desk. He moved to the bookshelf, pausing hesitantly for a moment. Finally, Miralfan reached out and pulled a book. Immediately, the bookshelf split apart in two, revealing a secret passage. Miralfan picked up an oil lamp and slowly stepped into the secret passage. He set the oil lamp down beside a framed picture. Miralfan turned his head to look outside, muttering, "The sky is roaring with thunder and lightning." His voice carried a nostalgic tone from days past. As he spoke, Miralfan placed the pocket watch he always carried on the shelf. "Do not face the portrait of an old friend," Miralfan said somberly. "Never forgive me." At the same time in Bazooka, dark clouds covered the sky. Rain poured down on the city, casting the scenery in a gloomy hue. At the weekly academic meeting organized by the kingdom's professor union in the Grand Hall, renowned figures gathered in groups and engaged in heated discussions. While everyone was excitedly debating, Seventh sat still in one spot, gently scratching his hair. He thought to himself, "Now I understand why teachers all try to delay coming to this meeting. How can they argue and debate for 3 consecutive days?" Seventh's face was grim, with dark circles under his eyes. His inner self kept screaming, "I want to go home." Seventh was attending the meeting as a representative of the Amphis Magic Academy. Looking at the group of people huddled together, Seventh sighed in admiration. They are truly admirable. Even though the formal debate ended a while ago, they continued discussing afterwards. Holding a wine glass in his hand, Seventh's face was flushed red, not from intoxication, but from longing. He thought to himself, "But the only reason I'm still here is to get to talk to her." Seventh secretly observed Reina in the crowd, calling her name in his mind. Reina Ogin, was it? Seventh mentally went over Vena's notable traits. She was among the 99 most excellent painters, a royal piano counselor, and a student of the despicable rain dancer, Ocean's Eye. Seventh stole a glance at Vena, his mind growing hazy. He thought, I didn't expect her not to show any annoyance at being surrounded by people. I can't even find a chance to talk to her if Vena were half of her. While Seventh was still lost in thought, Vena unexpectedly turned to look at him. Their eyes accidentally met, and Seventh was momentarily stunned. He directly spat out the wine he was drinking, thinking in panic, "What the? She's looking my way. No way." Before Seventh could compose himself, Zaina took the initiative to speak. "Pleasure to meet you, Professor Seventh." "What a delightful surprise." Seventh stammered, "Huh? You? How do you know who I am?" Vena smiled and replied, "Of course you are the professor from the Amphia's Magic Academy, aren't you?" He even extended an invitation to Seventh to her home. The Ogin mansion is also in Greece. Hearing Vena's invitation, Seventh looked flustered, his words coming out somewhat naive. "Oh, is that so?" His inner self was bursting with joy. "Oh my god, I never thought I'd have a chance to talk to her. Don't tell me she also..." Thinking of this, Seventh's face turned as red as a tomato. He dreamily imagined the scene of him and Vena holding a happy wedding. Then, the two would have children. He would gently ask her, "What should we name our child?" And she would smilingly reply to him, "How has Siren been lately?" The unexpected answer left Seventh utterly stunned. Suddenly, it was as if a thunderbolt struck from a clear sky, hitting Seventh's ears directly. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, his mind immediately started racing. That name, Siren Arium. I've seen him. During the entrance exams, I paid special attention to that name because person resides at the Ozin household. Thinking this, Seventh couldn't help but break into a sweat. So this is a meeting with the parents. Out of habit, Seventh immediately flipped a switch and entered professor mode. He assumed the elegant posture of a gentleman. Using standard speech, "You have entrusted us with an exceptionally talented student. He is the pride of the school." Hearing Seventh's high praise of Siron, Vanna said happily, "Oh really? I'm glad to hear that. Does he have many friends?" That looked smug, nodding and saying he was popular with both men and women. Even seniors respected him, and he himself felt jealous. Oh right, that kid had a girlfriend and she was also quite popular among the students. Hearing this, Vanna's face fell. That added that he studied very hard, so she had nothing to worry about. Vena tried to keep a smile, but her voice clearly betrayed her dissatisfaction. "So he's doing very well. Huh, how nice." Only then did that realize he might have said things he should not have. He asked if she wanted to give him any message. If she said so, he would. Before he could finish, Vena cut in. "It's fine. Just hearing that he's still healthy makes me happy." Seeing Vena's complexion suddenly turn sour, that quickly comforted her. "You don't need to worry, it's not bragging. But the Alfie's Magic Academy is a wonderful school, officially recognized by the kingdom." That emphasized, "We will do our best. Please do not worry." Seeing that so enthusiastic and dedicated, Vena was briefly surprised. Oh, but immediately after, she smiled ethereally and said gently, "Thank you very much. Please take care of Siren." Vena's smile was as warm as the morning sun, almost making that lose his mind. He was completely immersed in her sweetness. After a few seconds of hesitation, that finally gathered the courage to say to Zaina, "Meeting like this is fate. Would you like to return to Chris with me tomorrow? I would also like to invite you to lunch." Zaina cheerfully replied, "Oh, that would be wonderful." She added, "But I also have to attend a performance in Basuka." That probed, "I wonder if I might be allowed to come and watch." Vena nodded, "I would be honored if you came." That's heart was cheering incessantly. After a moment, Vena said with a bit of worry, "To be honest, I was worried there would be few participants because of recent events in the capital." That eagerly asked, "What events?" Vena replied, well, the most recent one." Zaina's brows furrowed slightly. She hesitated. "The infernal prison was attacked, and a B-class prisoner escaped. The perpetrator is an unidentified dark mage. Because of that, the capital is under martial law." Hearing Vena's story, That's face darkened, his lips moving. "Did you just say it was by a..." Sweat beaded on That's forehead, his voice faltered. "Dark mage." That said to Dinah, "Could you tell me more about this?" Dinah recalled, I heard it was an old man with white hair, and from Vena's description that had guessed who the old man with white hair was. Before his eyes, the world seemed to go dark. That hurriedly bowed and spoke quickly to Vena. Forgive me, I have something to attend to and must leave. Vena did not understand what was happening. She said blankly, huh? Without a moment's delay, that turned and quickly left. Vena called after him from behind that, where are you suddenly going? Wind Mage, that, as he ran, that pondered the recent events. Dark Mage escaped prisoner. He gritted his teeth. No doubt about it, that was his plan. Damn it, why does it always happen when I'm away? The previous night at the infernal prison for criminals, a fire had broken out. Inside the prison, bodies lay scattered, one person being controlled by magical force, his throat tightly gripped. He struggled in vain, but soon the dark power tightened its hold on him. The dark magical power transformed into a sharp spear, piercing through the body of that poor man. The one who caused these horrific deaths was none other than Axon and his two loyal disciples. Dark magic had two characteristics, absorption and fusion. While pondering that teaching, Canis watched a small ant crawling on the ground. Darkness absorbs energy and fuses into a single attribute. Canis was lost in thought, his gaze gradually becoming distant. His finger reached out, blocking the ant's path. In his mind, Canis seriously considered that the dark energy received by his mental power could cause light damage. Thinking this, Canis's magical power suddenly surged, killing the ant. But he looked at the remaining ants trying to crawl away. They tried to crawl as far away from him as possible. The ant tried its best to crawl until it escaped the darkness of Canis's magical power. At that moment he realized darkness could not defeat light. A warm voice sounded from behind Canis. Well done, Canis. He turned with a start and saw Axon standing behind him. Canis called softly, Master. In Canis' perception, this was his benefactor, the one who saved him and Arin from hell, the great mage Axon. The old man looked at Canis and said in a deep voice, if you try a little harder. Saying this, Axon struck his staff on the ground, and instantly dark magical power radiated powerfully, spreading across the entire ground. No matter how far the ants fled, they were ultimately wiped out by that mighty army. In the blink of an eye, darkness completely enveloped everything. Canis heard Axel's hoarse yet authoritative voice in his ears. You will be able to extinguish the light. Hearing the teaching voice, Canis gave a sinister smile, his eyes emitting a thick, dense black aura. Those dark eyes and that eerie smile had accompanied Canis throughout his growing years. Even now, having become a youth, the darkness in his soul had never changed. Before Canis's eyes, human corpses lay scattered everywhere. Pitiful groan rang out, help me. The victim's desperate screams only further stimulated the demon within Canis. He grew increasingly brutal, killing without emotion. His demonic force pierced the victims' bodies like blades, leaving them dismembered. Witnessing her brother's cruel actions, Arin, standing behind, gently reminded him, Canis, this place has nothing to do with avenging Master. Is it necessary to go this far? Hearing Arin's question, Canis did not turn around, only replied coldly, Arin, all you need to do is trust Master. The corner of Canis's mouth curled up slightly. You know that. Turned to look at Arin, stating without hesitation, Master never does anything pointless. Hearing her brother's words, Arin lowered her eyelids and softly replied, I understand, Canis. In Arin's eyes, Canis had transformed into a demon with a cruel smile. The three of them, Axel, Canis, and Arin, stood still, coldly witnessing the bloody slaughter. After eliminating most of the prison guards, Axel and his two disciples slowly walked inside the prison. The prison was built extremely solidly and sturdily, but with just a wave of Axel's hand instantly, the strong iron bars were shattered into pieces. The prisoners inside the prison were immediately released. One of them exclaimed in astonishment, Your skill is amazing. He lifted his chin, speaking to Axel with an arrogant attitude. Thanks, are you a mage? Seeing Axel with Canis and Arin, the prisoner sneered. Why are you bringing kids along, going on a picnic? He reached out his hand and introduced himself. Pleased to meet you. I'm Kraken the Night Cat. You know who I am, right? Axel looked disdainfully at Kraken's dirty hand. The old man clicked his tongue. Teach. Axel's eyes gradually turned cold, killing intent radiating with every word. Finally, I personally enter the fray, yet I only meet a bunch of brats. The prisoners, angered by the insult, said, What? That old man just called us brats? They had no idea of their place. They recklessly charged at Axel. So what if you're a mage? We'll overwhelm you with numbers. Get him. Before they could get close to Axel, the surroundings suddenly went dark. The prisoners huddled back to back in panic. Why is it so dark? I can't see anything. It feels like the walls are closing in on us. Indeed, the walls on both sides were slowly pressing together, preparing to crush the prisoners in between. Soon, their desperate screams echoed miserably. What? Really? Do something! Damn it, get out of here! Stop pushing, we can't escape! Hell! The scene was truly too horrifying. Arin bit her lip tightly, lowering her head, not daring to look further. The prisoners' blood splattered everywhere. After a moment of silence, In the corner of the room, a man bound in iron chains spoke up. "It's all a scheme," he emphasized. "You concealed yourself very well." The man in chains frowned, staring intently at Axel, and clicked his tongue softly. Titch! Both of his hands were tightly shackled. On his shoulder was a tattoo of a South American parrot. That man was Lucas. Seeing that Axel had discovered him, he stopped hiding. Lucas slowly stepped out one step at a time. He sighed and complained, "Oh no, I've been caught, you lunatics. How can you treat people here like this?" Canis and Aaron stared at him with grim faces. Axel also quietly observed Lucas before speaking up to ask, "Are you planning to resist the kingdom?" Not hearing Axel's reply, he chuckled disdainfully. It seems that is indeed the case. Aaron and Canis's expressions suddenly turned tense. Lucas immediately launched himself forward, a glint of glee in his eyes, charging straight at Axel. He threw the iron mace at Axel, but the old man stood calmly in place. Lucas was briefly stunned, as if he could not reach him. The iron mace had been firmly held by Axel using magical power, but Lucas did not sense any magic. He only judged by seeing it as if his attack had been absorbed. He wondered to himself, who on earth is this old man? Just then, Axel slowly spoke, "You have passed." Lucas laughed and asked, "What is wrong with you?" He asked Axel in confusion, "I never applied for anything with you people." Axel said nothing more, simply turned and walked away. His magical power surged directly toward Lucas. He frantically raised his arms trying to defend, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, this is bad." Unexpectedly, Axel's magical power had no intention of taking his life. On the contrary, it helped Lucas break the iron chains on his body. Axel's eerie voice rang out, "Money is your weakness." Axel directly proposed, "I will give you a job that earns a lot of money." He asked Lucas, "Are you interested?" He smirked slyly, "Now you understand me." Canis looked at Lucas in silence. Unconsciously, his gaze revealed a hint of displeasure. Outside was raining cats and dogs. A horse-drawn carriage was struggling to rush through the blinding rain. That sat inside the carriage, urging the coachman impatiently, "Can't you go faster? Hurry up, I've already given you all the gold." The coachman turned back, explaining with difficulty, "No matter how hard we try, we won't reach Chris until tomorrow morning." Hearing this, that gritted his teeth in frustration, slammed his hand against the carriage wall, and cursed, "Damn it." The coachman outside was also helpless. Heavens, what the hell am I doing at this hour? Inside the carriage, that rubbed his forehead, his mind in chaos. Axel was released from the prison last night. He frowned, thinking, next he will appear to take revenge for what happened 40 years ago. I must quickly report to my master. At the Meralfan Magic Academy, the rainy night made the scene even more desolate and gloomy. Lucas had now changed into a different outfit. He shivered, "It's so cold." Standing on high, looking down at the academy, Lucas complained, "Do we really have to do it in this heavy rain?" Canis, standing beside him, said coldly, "Stop complaining." He told Lucas, "You just need to act according to the agreement." Lucas said to Canis with a smile, "You better reward me well." He grumbled, "If I had known you people would pull crazy stunts, like ambushing the Magic Academy." While Lucas was still grumbling, Axel had already flown high into the air, silently gazing at the panorama of Meralfan Academy. His eyes radiated intense hatred. Below, Lucas still hadn't stopped muttering, "Then I wouldn't have come along with you people." In the rainy night, Axel flew high in silence, observing Meralfan Magic Academy. His eyes exuded a dense, murderous aura. The night rain made the academy scenery even more eerie and cold. Lucas crossed his arms in annoyance, silently cursing, "Damn it. I had nothing to do and followed them, because they promised to pay a large sum, but this is no different from treason, right?" Lucas glanced at Aaron, trying to strike up a conversation. "Hey, you don't seem like someone who would easily take on this kind of job." He said to Aaron with a taunt, "You are too beautiful to work like some dirty criminal. Have you ever thought about coming with me and—" Hearing Lucas teasing his younger sister, Canis couldn't help but cut in, "Lucas, your mission is to watch the hostage." He coldly reminded Lucas, "Just do the job you were hired for." Lucas lifted his chin and asked Canis, "And who is that hostage?" Canis did not want to talk much with him, only replied briefly, "You will know by tomorrow morning." Canis's attitude made Lucas unbearable. He clicked his tongue in disgust. Canis also had no fondness for Lucas. He muttered in annoyance, "Why did the master bring someone like him along?" A strange voice suddenly echoed in Lucas's mind, scolding sternly, "Don't question anything. Everything is according to his will, the great mage Axon." The night was pitch black, rain pouring in torrents. Dark magic was silently taking hold throughout the Amphes Academy grounds. Meanwhile, at the Royal Library, ancient manuscripts recorded that everything had weight. It was that very thing that broke the symmetry in the universe. And due to countless circumstances resulting from those incidents, the world as we knew it became alive. From amidst the mountains of books, with dark circles under his eyes, he shrieked, "So in the end, the world we know wouldn't exist without weight, right?" A Western Class 5 student with hair as messy as a bird's nest. He jumped up, raising his voice. "No, more importantly, why was there weight in the first place? I suspect it suddenly appeared like boom. Maybe..." Across from Nail Eruki, Also, a class 5 student was sprawled over the desk, answering lazily, "Then it's wait," or something like that. Unwilling to give up, he growled, "Are you serious? Do you mean to assert that God created everything? Are you suffering from low blood pressure? Need to eat fewer cakes to sober up?" Iruki completely ignored him, boredly picking his nose. "I was just saying, I don't really know anything." Iruki looked up at the library ceiling, where the chandelier cast a shimmering yellow light. His voice was tired, helpless. "We've spent all the time we possibly could in this library, searching everything related to weight, but in the end, we still can't understand anything beyond human comprehension." Iruki sat up, offering his opinion. "I think we've approached it as closely as possible from an omniscient perspective." Having said that, Iruki looked at Siren, who was still lying motionless in the pile of books. He called softly, "Siren." Iruki asked Siren, "From your omniscient perspective, what is weight?" Siren said nothing. It was unclear what he was thinking. According to the books, a mage's omniscience ability helps them form an objective, unbiased viewpoint. However, omnipotent power belongs entirely to the individual. Siren was also a class 5 student. After hearing Iruki's question, he weakly pulled the book off his face, furrowed his brows, and said, "It's a bit hard to describe in words, but..." Siren paused for a moment, his mind vaguely thinking about his own experience when connecting with the immortal energy. At that time, he reached out his hand, and the mystical crystals fell into his palm. At that moment, Siren felt a sense of existence in his mind. Nen and Iruki asked in unison, "Existence?" Siren nodded. "Yeah, I could feel an existing will, a very strong desire as well." He described it as almost like trying its best for anyone, anywhere, who knew of its existence. Hearing Siren's sharing, Iruki rubbed his chin. "It sounds profound, the desire to prove one's existence." And suddenly shouted, "What about this?" Siren was a bit startled. "Huh?" Nan said excitedly, "Siren, your omnipotence." Nan gleefully suggested, "What if we call it the God particle?" Hearing that idea, Siren's eyes immediately lit up, sparkling. Iruki also sat up, nodding appreciatively. "Good name, it makes me ponder as well." Siren praised, "That name is perfect for what I was thinking." Great. Praised by both his friends, Nan was elated. "Really? Awesome. Then the omnipotence will become stronger." It also became clearer to imagine. Siren held the spiritual energy tight in his hand, murmuring the name Nan had given, "The God particle," he said happily. "Now I will research it even more." Next morning, the early morning rays of a new day shone upon the Amphi's Magic Academy. On the school grounds, the three of them, Nen, Siren, and Iruki, walked together. Nen, with his hands clasped behind his head, walked and complained dejectedly. I didn't expect our vacation would end like this." Iruki said helplessly, "Can being suspended even be called a vacation?" Siren asked suspiciously, "You guys haven't forgotten the promise from yesterday, have you?" Mentioning the grand promise from yesterday, Nen and Iruki's faces simultaneously darkened. Both looked scared and worried as they said, "So we can all graduate together. We have to try hard to pass into class 4 this term." Siren urged anxiously, "You guys only have 1 day left." Iruki and Nen were in tears, horrified at the thought of some scenario. They asked Siren, "What if I have to stay in class 5 alone?" Iruki continued, "Siren, it wouldn't be a problem for you to stay back another year, right?" Siren replied reluctantly, "But both your grades are higher than mine. I'm the one in the most dangerous situation." Nen spoke up, "Today is the last day. Do you guys want to drop by the research lab?" Siren waved his hand, "I have to go somewhere. You two go ahead." Iruki told Siren, "Come by once you're done." After parting ways with Nen and Iruki, Siren walked leisurely, looking up at the clear blue sky. He reminisced, "Last month I was still an unknown first-year student. Now I've learned about the God particle, and I've gained precious friends." The wind blew gently, tousling Siren's golden hair. He was moved with emotion. Remembered the moment of walking side by side with Emmy. She had told everyone about Siren, "He is my boyfriend." Beautiful memory played in Siren's mind like a slow-motion film. He remembered bringing a large basket of apples to give to Amy, smiling brightly and saying, "It's all because of you. I thought I should thank you properly." She was very surprised. "Huh, what's this?" "Apples." On the night when he, Nen, and Iruki pulled a prank scaring the whole school, Ami had secretly admired him. And that evening, she cried and said, "From now on, don't call me senior anymore." Thinking back, Siren was quietly grateful to Amy, who had helped him achieve what he had today. At that moment in the classroom, the advanced class was taking place. The students prepared to enter the study room. Amy and Serial were as usual. As they both arrived at the spirit class, Siren suddenly appeared before them, startling Amy and Serial. Siren beamed brightly and gently asked, "Did I frighten you?" "Sorry, I just wanted to surprise you." Feeling a bit embarrassed, he looked down at the toques of coffee and softly thanked Amy for her help. In response, Amy acted cold and distant. "Why are you speaking to me so familiarly?" Siren froze. Serial also sneered, "Do you know where you are?" She looked at him sharply, warning, "I have to admire your courage for daring to come to the graduate class. But haven't you overstepped your bounds? Focus on your studies." Serial said to Ami, let's go. I thought we'd have some peace for a while. With that, they decisively turned and left, leaving Siren awkwardly calling after them. Senior Serial, Ami! Siren ran after them in confusion, asking, are you angry with me because I didn't visit for so long? Serial directly shoved Siren. 2 cups of hot coffee spilled onto the ground. Serial shouted loudly, I tried to put that matter aside, but this is harassment. Get lost while I'm still being polite, unless you want to be disciplined. Every word from Serial pierced Siren's soul like a sharp knife, leaving him trembling and speechless. Siren didn't understand why they treated him this way. Ami felt pity and tugged Serial's sleeve, whispering, that's enough. Let's go. Lunch break is almost over. Siren couldn't believe it. He kept denying everything, thinking it was a lie. He struggled to sit up. He turned and ran, the word lie repeating endlessly in his mind. Serial watched Siren's retreating back, then said, he's really odd. He looks innocent but is very stubborn. Serial reassured Ami, don't worry too much. You already have a handsome man. After saying this, she herself felt something was off. Ami asked blankly, who is it? Meanwhile, Siren, heavily impacted, ran with his head down without watching where he was going, accidentally slamming into someone. That person pushed him away in annoyance. Ah, what are you doing? Siren recognized him and called out, Slider Mark. He saw that Siren wore a badge of an advanced class student. Immediately, Slider Mark bowed respectfully. My sincere apologies, senior. Siren exclaimed, Slider Mark, don't you know me? Siren quickly said, it's me, Siren. We took the instant teleportation test together. Hearing that, he replied, yes. He scratched his hand, his eyes shifting, stammering. I'm not sure either. Sorry for not recognizing you. Siren asked in shock, don't you know me? Just then, Sienna approached from a distance and spoke up, hey, what's going on here? Siren recognized Sienna's voice, turned around with pleading eyes. Professor, she exclaimed, oh my. She asked him, who are you? New student? I've never seen you before. Hearing this, Siren froze stiff. Sienna continued, what is your name? Seeing Siren was a stranger, someone cracked his knuckles, looking ready to fight. Who's this? Surrounding students began to surround Siren, muttering, I've never seen him. How suspicious. Is he a thief? Who is his sponsor? Siren suddenly screamed and turned to flee. Slider Mark called out loudly, stop. Catch him. He's very suspicious. Siren ran while crying, repeatedly denying, this isn't true. This is a lie. He kept running without stopping. He tried to convince himself. Siren ran to the group meeting room, threw the door open, and burst in. Everyone, Nen and Eruki, were sitting inside the room. Siren asked frantically, Ned, Eruki, you know me, right? Siren said tearfully, it was me, Siren here. Ned's face darkened. He asked Siren, how did you get in here? Both Ned and Eruki looked at Siren with cold eyes, then questioned him. Who are you? At that moment, Siren was completely despairing. He suddenly wondered, had he never appeared at this school from the very beginning, or was it just a dream? Ned sat behind the desk, staring at Siren, and asked coldly, how does an outsider know Esther's key? Ned's barrage of questions surrounded Siren like spears. Did another research team send you? Who are you really? Siren burst into sobs. He really didn't know what to do. Even his only friends didn't remember him. He himself began to doubt that his existence was just an illusion. Suddenly, Ned and Eruki wore strange smiles. Right after, both of them cackled. Eruki laughed while making funny faces, saying, I can't hold it anymore. Ned also laughed until tears streamed down, pointing at Siren. Look at that face. Nail turned to ask Eruki if he heard that, then tried to stay composed, saying, Nail, Eruki, you two know me, right? It's me, Siren. Eruki chimed in, laughing so hard he lost his composure. Stop it, my stomach hurts. Siren suddenly fell his knees. You too, Senior Zhao Kao. Do you still remember me? Seeing Siren slump, this time it was Ned and Eruki's turn to panic. Ned quickly stood up and asked, Siren, why are you crying? Eruki also walked over to Siren, worried what's wrong. Ned gently rubbed Siren's back, softening his voice, sorry for teasing you, okay? After hearing Siren recount the whole story, Ned roughly understood. He asked back, they don't remember you. What do you mean by that? Eruki sat next to Siren, also unable to understand. He said, strange, even Professor Sienna said the same thing. Siren buried his face in his hands and whimpered. When I looked into their eyes, they weren't lying. They really don't remember me. Ned stood up and suggested, how about we go outside and check? Siren quickly stopped him. If we go out, what if you two forget me too? Thinking of the scene where Ned and Eruki also forgot him, Siren buried his face and cried. If that happened, Eruki suddenly had an idea. How about we write it down? No sooner said than done. Eruki took a pen and wrote on Ned's hand. If you lose your memory, the person with the star shape is your friend. Clenching his fist, a star shape appeared on the back of Ned's hand. Ned smiled confidently. If we do it this way, even if we forget, it will be fine, right? Siren hesitated. Could this be a supernatural psychic phenomenon? Ned mused. I don't know, I can't think of a reason for the memory loss. Eruki spoke up, let's go out and check now. Not long after, the three of them, Ned, Siren and Eruki, returned to Merelfun Magic Academy. All three stepped cautiously. Looking from the outside, the academy was as usual, solemn and noble. As soon as they reached the school gate, all three, Ned, Siren, and Eruki, exclaimed in shock, What the hell is going on here? In the schoolyard, all the students had gathered. The students' faces were dark. Ned said in astonishment, This scene is even stranger than what Siren described. Eruki asked curiously, What are they doing? Ned suggested getting closer to take a look. Siren quickly stopped the two of them. What if we get close and end up like them? Eruki analyzed, Very low chance. Didn't you already have physical contact with them? Siren found Eruki's words reasonable and nodded, True, it should be fine. Then, Ned suddenly called out loudly, Hey Gabe, where do you think you're going? Gabe heard Ned call him and looked up, asking blankly, Huh? You know me? Ned stepped closer to Gabe, anxiously saying, Of course I know you. Tell me where you going? Gabe stared blankly, saying in confusion, Tell me? Suddenly, he grabbed Ned's shoulders tightly and pressed, Who am I? And what is that sound I've been hearing all this time? Gabe held his head, writhing and screaming, I can't hear anything. Ned asked him in alarm, What are you hearing? Hey! Eruki carefully observed Gabe's actions. He quickly pulled Siren's hand and said, I think by now he does not recognize that the sound he hears is his own voice. Gabe continued to scream wildly, Eruki guessed, and now he had even forgotten his language. Gabe screamed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Eruki concluded that he was losing his memory. Suddenly Gabe fell completely silent. Siren said in surprise, Oh, he stopped. He tearfully looked to the side. The remaining trainees were just like Gabe. With vacant eyes, they moved like puppets, walking in unison. The trainees just kept filing out of the academy one after another. Not only the trainees were controlled, but even the teachers could not escape that fate. It was as if an invisible hand was pulling the strings, controlling the trainees to step into the forest one by one. Deep in the forest, Erin, dressed in a black cloak, was already waiting. She turned back and said to Canis, I have gathered all of them, Canis. Erin signaled to Canis with her eyes, Let us go. Canis nodded thoughtfully at her. Lucas let out a breath, mocking how terrifying. He stood with arms crossed among the trainees, sneering. They are all corpses now, unable to think but still alive. So it would not matter what I do to them, right? Lucas walked up to Amy before he could tease her. I did not expect a pretty girl in such a desolate place. How about we? Canis coldly cut him off. Lucas. He stared at Lucas with a sharp glare, warning, If you ruin the master's great endeavor with these filthy things, I will kill you. Lucas shrugged, bored, saying, Too strict, can we not have a little fun? Canis coldly repeated the warning, If you dare continue to disregard my words, I will kill you immediately. Lucas' eyes also flared with anger. He thought to himself, This arrogant brat. He secretly harbored a grudge against Canis. I do not like him at all. I want to kill him now. But I am not stupid enough to fight a mage in their sole domain. I will kill you the moment you let your guard down. Lucas's hand lay lightly on Amy's shoulder. He clicked his tongue regretfully. Fine. Then Lucas turned around, showing concession to Canis. Fine. It is useless anyway since I am not getting paid. Seeing Lucas stop his harassment, Canis also turned away. The trainees proceeded deeper into the forest one after another under the orders of Arin and Canis. Behind a nearby tree, Ned whispered to Siren and Eruki, They are the ones behind this. Should we stop them? Eruki firmly refused. No. Ned was confused, turned back to ask Eruki why. Eruki slowly explained, Memory manipulation magic is extremely difficult, and they are using it on over 500 people. Saying this, Eruki's face darkened. He emphasized, Not to mention those 500 people are all extremely intelligent students. Eruki continued, pointing out the disadvantage of confronting Canis and Arin directly. They have spent their whole lives training their minds at the Magic Academy, along with professors like Sienna, a level 6 mage as well. Ned said in shock, So that means... Siren continued in amazement, They are mages stronger than us. Eruki agreed with Siren's reasoning. That is right, unimaginably strong. He thought we should now trail their tracks. It would be too late to interfere when things become more dangerous. Siren suddenly spoke up, Not here. Ned was confused, dumbfounded. Huh? Siren exclaimed, The headmaster and Professor Ithella are not here. At the same time, in a small house deep in the forest, Ithella was meditating. Sweat on her forehead kept flowing. Her brows furrowed. A sound came from the rooftop. A flock of crows flapped their wings and scattered. Ithella opened her eyes. She found herself gasping for breath, a feeling of panic rising in her heart. She wondered, thousands of demons, all in a single night? A pigeon glided past Ithella's porch. She adjusted her glasses, thinking to herself, not only that, but also class time had passed and no one had come looking for her. Could it be? Unable to rest easy, Ithella hurriedly left the house. She ran to the school and was stunned when she arrived. Not a single soul. Ithella looked around, utterly bewildered. How could the entire academy be so silent? Suddenly, Ithella froze. From a distance, that ran desperately towards her, speaking urgently. Professor Ithella, thank goodness you are safe. Recognizing the newcomer as That, Ithella quickly asked, Professor That, what is wrong with you? That immediately reported, the academy has been attacked. At that moment, Ithella understood. The sudden surge in crimes last night was the sign. That ran towards her, briefly explaining the situation. The gatekeeper's memory had been completely erased. That said, seriously, Miss Athella, the one behind all of this is Axel Veeder, a grand mage who once brought calamity to this world long ago. Hearing Thet's words, Athella was shocked. If they are those grand mages, then Thet confirmed that is correct. He continued, they are the top tier mages. A mage who achieves rank 3 or above is called a grand mage. Their ranking is based on achievements and fame. According to Thet, eliminating a monster den could grant up to 500 achievement points. Receiving an invitation from the Emperor would add 100 fame points, and to advance from rank 10 to rank 9 required 1000 points. The points needed to advance from rank 4 to rank 3 were even higher. While Amphius Smith was currently only at rank 4, Arsene Veeder was at rank 3. The gap between the two was a colossal number. 280 million points. Axel Veeder was a great monument. With powerful dark magic, he alone achieved rank 3 in the last century. Though she admired Axel's outstanding achievements, Athella asked that, in confusion. Why would someone like him set his sights on our academy? She was currently a rank 6 mage. That was also a rank 6 mage. Hearing Athella's question, he hesitated, wondering if he should tell her the truth. Seeing the bewildered expression on Athella's face, that truly did not know what to do for the best. He recalled a few years ago, when he reviewed Athella's file to decide whether to accept her as a lecturer. Miralfan had been extremely surprised, exclaiming, "Bought the position of bishop from the Cassis Society. A bishop is a crucial position, protecting the 12 achievements." Miralfan looked at Athella, asking in confusion, "You are the society's strongest bishop in the kingdom, a rank 6 abyss mage. Why would you want to be a teacher at this academy?" Athella sat upright across from Miralfan, sincerely sharing, "Because I want to follow the teachings of Bishop Zuncasis, to be like salt and light." She stood up, presenting her viewpoint. At other academies, they only focus on training the most powerful mages possible. But here, Principal Miralfan respects the students' autonomy and teaches them to take responsibility for their power. With a radiant smile, Athella frankly stated, "I truly respect and support your ideals, Principal. That is the reason I wanted to come to this academy." Athella's spirit and passion left a deep impression on Then. Now remembering this, that could not help but struggle intensely within his mind. Finally, he made up his mind and called to her, "Miss Athella." He carefully weighed every word. "I hope you will remain calm after hearing this. Axel Veeder is Principal Miralfan." Hearing Thet's words, Athella was stunned. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then slowly opened her eyes, calmly replying, "I understand." Athella strongly declared, "No matter who it was, anyone who harmed the students of this academy would be eliminated. We must protect them." Athella's entire body emitted a blue light. Seven called out to her in shock. Athella looked in one direction, describing the situation where the students were heading towards the mountain range. The scene in the deep forest appeared before Athella's eyes. She exclaimed, "Mountain range, they seem to be heading towards the bridge that cannot be crossed. I noticed 3 people who seem to be leading the crowd." Athella paused. Not done yet. There were 3 others chasing after them. Seven asked Ethel in surprise if she could see who they were. Athella hesitated for a moment, not very clear, but looking at the uniforms. She was startled. Athella recognized one of the 3 as Siren. On Siren's side, the 3 of them hid behind a tree in Iruki. Iruki asked in a low voice why they were brought here. He asked in confusion, "The bridge that cannot be crossed. Were they planning to push everyone down the abyss?" Iruki gritted his teeth in anger. "What is this? How could they do that?" He furrowed his brow, analyzing. "Usually there is no benefit for either side to push them down the abyss." Suddenly, Iruki lowered his voice. "But there is one reason for them to do that, when they are hostages. I will go call for reinforcements right now." Nen quickly stopped Iruki. "Calm down, look at those brainwashed people." Siren seemed calmer, he said. "Although the principal is not here, there are still Tier 7 and Miss Athella. I am sure someone has grasped the situation and requested help." However, Siren emphasized, "If they intend to harm the hostages before reinforcements arrive, we are forced to engage." Hearing Siren speak, both Nen and Iruki exchanged glances simultaneously, indicating agreement with what he just said. Iruki mused it would be a huge risk to fight with such an uneven force ratio. He spoke helplessly, "There is no other choice. We can only wait." Siren assessed, "It seems they also are not planning to push them down the abyss right now." Remarked, "They looked like they were waiting for someone." Down below, Lucas loudly called out to Canis, "Hey Brad." That man pointed at the students while cursing, "Why has your leader not arrived yet? Do you not know how important time is? Do you want all of us to die together from waiting too long?" Canis squinted at Lucas. He said slowly, "We cannot start until we have lured that Miralfan out. The only thing you need to care about is your contract." At this moment, Aaron used telepathy to send a message to Canis. "It has been too long since the leader contacted us. Why have they not returned yet?" Canis glanced at Aaron. He secretly transmitted, "I do not know. It is past the meeting time." Unease grew in his heart. "I am not doubting the leader, but the leader is the one who anticipated this moment more than anyone. Why would he not come? Not to mention..." Lucas's shout cut off Canis' train of thought. "Damn it, at least let us have some fun. Everything is still fine, right?" Canis gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger. Why did the leader choose that bastard for this mission? He could not hold back anymore. Canis turned and yelled at Lucas, "You piece of trash. Lucas immediately exploded with rage. He screamed, "Huh, you really are asking for a beating, you? Could it be?" Lucas yelled furiously, "You think I am joking with you?" His power was not to be underestimated. Even Aaron was startled. She thought to herself, the Death Eye is excessively strong, even enough to paralyze a person's central nervous system. From what Canis knew, that was a powerful skill found only in those who cause countless crimes. Thinking this, he despised Lucas even more. "In La Doom, where I grew up, I met countless pieces of trash who only saw others as cheap food items." Canis squinted. He insulted Lucas. "You are just like them. Piece of trash like you is very common in La Doom." Hearing Canis's harsh insults, Lucas laughed savagely. "Now I understand why I did not like you from the start." Lucas placed his hands on his hips, lifting his chin to ask Canis, "You think we are different?" "Yeah, I am trash, and you have a noble purpose." That man said contemptuously, "These living puppets. They may no longer have reason, but their body functions still work." Lucas glanced at a student lying on the ground, drooling. That man said calmly, "And when they can no longer eat, drink, or sleep, they will die a slow death, even without being thrown down the abyss." Suddenly, Lucas grabbed Sienna by the throat. That man said cruelly, "This is what I can feel." That man lifted Sienna up, watching her struggle while uttering vicious words. "Isn't that what you want, to kill all of them?" Canis retorted to Lucas, "We did not bring them here to kill, they are hostages." Lucas laughed even more cruelly, "And that is exactly the reason I want to reduce their numbers." Sienna's legs flailed in the air. Lucas said without mercy, "Because when this job is over," that man boldly declared, "everyone who participated in this job is a murderer." Aaron saw Lucas strangling Sienna. She could no longer bear either. Canis's gaze turned cold. He asked Lucas through gritted teeth if he intended to go against the very rules he had set himself. Lucas remembered him. Killing a girl was truly shameful. But humph. Suddenly a strange change occurred beneath Lucas's feet. Immediately after, a terrible explosion sounded. The force of the blast forced Arin to raise her hands in front of her face to protect herself, while Canis remained calmly standing still. Iruki raised his hand, which was channeling spiritual energy, and clicked his tongue, Tieska. Iruki contemptuously cursed at Lucas, saying he had thought it would at least blow off one or both of that man's legs. Lucas knelt on one knee, loudly demanding of Ned and Iruki what kind of monsters they were. Suddenly, a beam of light from behind that man shot up into the sky. It was Siron. He had successfully rescued Sienna from Lucas. Siron held victory firmly, so how about that? He angrily declared he would not let that man off. Canis cut in, asking who the hell he was to dare meddle here, and why he'd escaped the mind control. In another development, Sohun quietly concealed himself within the ancient forest. Before the entrance of a cave, a figure slowly walked out. It was Axel. He was a little surprised. Facing him was Ethella. Axel asked her in a deep voice, had she come here alone? Edrin told Ethel that they should hand over the hostages to the children. Because they were smart, it would buy them a little more time. After a few seconds of hesitation, Ethella finally agreed with Thad's opinion. She asked him what about them. Thad did not hesitate to reply that they had to go find the principal. He said seriously, they needed him to resolve this situation. Hearing that, a hint of tension flashed across Ethella's face, so her task had been decided then. Thad furrowed his brow, begging her, please. What Ethella needed to do was confront Axel directly. Using magic, she quickly found his hiding place, a cave deep in the ancient forest. Thad's suggestion echoed in her ears, go find Axon. When she saw Ethella arriving, Axon slowly walked out. He asked in a flat voice who she was. Ethella respectfully bowed before Axel, introducing herself as a bishop of Cassis, honored to meet a legend. Hearing her self-introduction, Axel was somewhat astonished. A bishop. He silently appraised Ethella by the fact she had broken through the black hole and stood here. She could be considered a true seeker, but a bishop? He could not believe his eyes, as all the bishops he had met were old men. He immediately understood the matter. Ethella was a genius. Had she surpassed the path of avoidance and reached the Saint Realm at such a young age? He burst out laughing. Just as expected, this world was truly interesting. Axon's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. He asked through gritted teeth, are you sure, Miralfen? Where's that man? Ethella got straight to the point, saying that if he wanted to buy time, it was useless. Axel asked in surprise, what? Ethella sharply analyzed that because he had used a powerful magic last night. He surely did not have much strength left. The only way he had was to wait for nightfall. Axel stared silently at Ethella. She frankly proposed to Axel. If he cancelled the magic placed on the students right now, she would allow him to meet the principal. Corners of Axon's mouth curled up. He laughed maniacally as if he had just heard the funniest story in the world. He mocked Ethella. Did she think he wanted to buy time? As soon as he finished speaking, Ethella startledly looked up. Countless trees suddenly began to rise out of the ground all at once. With the Ethella pit again. Axel's mocking voice rang in her ear, you idiot, killing you would be a waste. He cruelly lured her, but it seems he must die. Just then, the monstrous plant surged forward, intending to devour Ethella. On Siren's side, Lucas sneered at Canis. Quite the perfect plan, huh? He blamed Canis and Arin, his voice full of sarcasm. You ignored me, and now 3 witnesses have appeared. Glancing at Ned, seeing Siren and Aruki supporting Sienna, Lucas shouted, what a terrible plan. He seized the chance to demand more. If you pay extra, I will fight this battle. Canis clicked his tongue in disgust. Arin used mind communication to call Canis. He told Arin, I will handle them. Arin quickly insisted, let me. Canis said coldly, you handle the hostages. Canis's gaze turned sharp. He said, I alone am enough. Lucas sat down on a rock, acting as if waiting for a good show, nodding, cursing Canis and Arin in his heart. Fools. He thought that fighting so much would eventually cost them. Canis stepped forward to face Siren's group. He asked coldly, how did you avoid the mind control spell to get here? He burst into laughter. Avoid it. We broke that dark magic with our own power. Canis naturally did not believe him. He replied, ridiculous. If that were true, you would not be standing here in that state. Canis channeled his magic power as he spoke because there was not much time left. He suggested attack all at once. He tried to act tough, replying, that magic is useless. Aruki whispered to Siren, his aura is terrifying. Siren softly said to help Miss Sienna. Siren slowly channeled his spiritual energy, saying, if that is dark magic, based on mutual opposition, my magic has the advantage. Siren instructed, I will fight him, you all fight that swordsman. He asked worriedly, alone, wouldn't attacking together be safer? That swordsman does not seem to interfere. Lucas indeed wore an unconcerned expression. Siren cautiously reminded, no matter what he says, do not let your guard down. He pushed innocent people off a cliff. He emphasized, and he is very strong. Siren could sense the aura emanating from Lucas. He also noticed him, thinking to himself, that brat is troublesome because he catches on to the situation so quickly. Aruki silently evaluated Siren's words, finding them true. That guy is usually easy to fool, but in actual combat he is different. Looking at Siren's back, Aruki felt more confident. He is like a different person in actual combat. Siren stepped closer to Canis one step at a time. He also stepped closer to him. 2 streams of magic power from 2 opposite extremes, directly clashing. Siren halted. What is this? Before his eyes, Canis's gaze was so hollow it gave him goosebumps. He felt he could not read him. Wherever Canis's footsteps went, darkness spread along with them. He released powerful magic force toward Siren. He immediately swung his hand, releasing a stream of light. Light and darkness charged into battle with each other. Siren was startled, the light blocked by the curtain of stars. His illuminating skill was unexpectedly blocked by Canis's dark magic. Siren was pushed back. Not giving up, he raised his hand again and used illumination. A stream of Siren's spiritual power shot straight into Canis. But this time as well, all the light was swallowed by the darkness. Huang Qin shouted, not understanding what was happening. Why was the darkness still there even after being hit by light? Canis's expression remained calm. Siren gritted his teeth. Could the power gap between them be large enough to break the laws of nature? Canis spoke coldly. You intend to rely on that half-baked skill's supposed counter-element property. Siren was sweating, meaning, wait, something is wrong. Siren thought to himself, then let's try this. He focused on channeling his spiritual power. An immensely powerful force was unleashed from Siren. Canis reached out a hand, feeling a sense of panic that something was off. Canis thought to himself, what if it's even stronger? Suddenly he was sent flying. Canis shouted in horror, still not understanding what had just happened. Seeing Canis knocked back by a terrifying wave of power, Arin screamed in fear. Arin was shocked. The light had just pierced the barrier and he had been sent flying. Nen and Aruki also stood with their mouths agape. Lucas was also stunned stiff. He wondered to himself, what the hell is that kid? Scene shift by the ancient tree. The sky was gloomy, wind howled, birds flew in panic fleeing from something. A group of tree spirits surrounded a girl. She stared in fear at the branches swirling around, as if the tree was about to devour her. Inside, she tried to observe and find an escape. Suddenly a voice rang out, so foolish, it's useless. An aged figure appeared, pointing at her scornfully and saying, die. Then he reached his hand toward her. He shot out countless branches at extreme speed. After observing for a moment, she saw darkness all around, thinking fearfully, but if she used synesthesia, she saw the branches were still charging, about to pierce her. Suddenly, she glowed, a powerful light released from her body. At that moment, she felt no more fear. After releasing the power, she immediately rushed like a blur toward the cluster of trees. Branches continuously shot toward her. Thanks to her super speed, she gracefully dodged all the attacks. While dodging, the previous voice rang out again, impressive. He continued, but the darkness. Before he could finish his sentence, he conjured a mass of dark hands flying toward her. That voice echoed everywhere. This time, his attack seemed to be effective. Both of her legs were frozen solid by that hand. Even so, she calmly found a way to maneuver and spun around. The moment she finished spinning, her calm demeanor vanished instantly. She thought to herself, if she had used instantaneous teleportation back then, her legs would have been ruined. She closed her eyes and released something while thinking. As the hands continued to fly toward her, she continued to calculate. Since that was the case, she should only teleport her upper body, and immediately a mirror image flew out from her. Seeing this, Shun turned and kicked toward the cluster of incoming fists. She landed on the ground in a graceful posture, but the immense force caused the earth to sink into a deep pit, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. That aged voice rang out again. Indeed, it was Bishop Cassius. If she had not become a professor at this small school, she would have likely become a major figure. She seemed somewhat tired, with beads of sweat on her face. That voice continued regardless. Miralfin did not utter a single word. He had concealed her exceptional ability and talent. Before her astonished gaze, an old man with snow-white hair slowly materialized. But he no longer had his benevolent look from before. Instead, he carried an immense murderous aura and spoke to claim all the credit for himself. She shouted, just what did he want? Suddenly, a surge of darkness shot up from below straight toward her. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, she could not react in time, took the hit, and tumbled backward. It was him. He was sending thousands of punches hurtling toward the girl. In her eyes, the scene was terrifying, punches flying rapidly toward her. At the same time, inside a castle, a voice suddenly rang out, "Master!" In the principal's office, a golden-haired young man was panicking, searching and shouting, thinking that his master must be nearby. He suddenly remembered something. He had heard that his master had built a meditation chamber inside the principal's office. But where was it? He thought while fumbling around in search. Suddenly, a book appeared before him, entirely black with the title, Gazing into the Darkness. After that, he found the entrance to the secret chamber. Stepping into the room, he casually placed the lamp on the table. "Master," his voice echoed far into the silent space. As he spoke, he continued searching. Lifting his eyes to the bookshelf beside him, he looked surprised as if he had just discovered something special. Before him was a painting of a black-haired girl, with a beautiful purple flower pinned in her hair. He stared blankly at the painting, thinking this person might be. As he was pondering, a voice suddenly rang out. "Who is there?" He turned around. "Master, you are still safe and sound." An old man with white hair and a long beard stepped out. The old man scowled and asked, "Master, do I know you?" Golden-haired young man was stunned to the point of fear, thinking how could this be had he lost his memory. But strangely, his master had not completely lost all his memories yet. The old man placed his hand on his chin, stroking his beard as he thought. Lost memory? Did I not come to the future? The old man panicked, tearing at his hair. Oh my God, I never thought I would turn into an old man, losing my handsome 18-year-old face. Meanwhile, the young man standing beside him said awkwardly, 18 years old? He panicked, his face turning pale as he thought, had 40 years of his master's memory disappeared? Meaning the person before him was. The old man's voice had calmed down by now. "Hey you, the famously arrogant young Miralfin." He continued asking, "What happened to me?" Honestly, master was injured by a dark mage and lost his memory. Not only that, before he could even finish mentioning the safety of the students and professors, the old man interrupted him. "No, I'm not asking about that." He answered questioningly, "Yes," and with an extremely terrifying expression. The man propped his chin on his hand and asked, "What happened to my work?" He stammered. "Master is the principal of one of the 5 most prestigious academies in the kingdom, the Anfi's Magic Academy. You not only respect the students, but also the subordinates in the academy." Just after hearing that's answer, the old man let out a cold sneer, laughing as he asked, "I became a teacher, did I? Respect, too?" As if surprised by that, he immediately asked back, "Me?" He helplessly corrected, "Really, so?" Before he could finish his sentence, the old man suddenly grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. He brought his face close to him and asked with a cold gaze, "What rank am I now?" Seeing the terrifying face right in front of him, that could not help but be frightened and stammered in reply, 4. You are currently rank 4. Hearing that answer, angered that he was only rank 4, the old man flew into a rage, his face turning red and bulging with blue veins, his eyes wide open as he roared, "What, only rank 4? Rank 4, the greatest genius of the continent like me." As he cursed, he turned and punched hard at the bookshelves on the wall, sending books flying everywhere. He roared loudly, "Not ranked first?" Behind him, that looked terrified, witnessing the scene unfolding before his eyes. Hearing the old man's curses. Over 60 and only a measly principal. How pathetic. I even keep a picture of that difficult woman in my room. As soon as he finished speaking, he ripped the picture from the wall and threw it straight to the ground. He was terrified, rooted to the spot, his face ashen. The old man continued his rampage, turning to him and asking, "Hey you, if you are my student, you must know how to use the photonization spell, right? Give me back my memory right now. I need to know what this fool has been doing for the past 40 years. He was stunned, "Master, could you please not look back at the memories?" As he spoke, his eyes were moist, as if about to cry. The room was a complete mess. Standing before that, the old man threatened again, "If you are my student, then I will disown you. I don't need a weak disciple like you. Do you think I, the great Miralfin, would be afraid of my own past?" As he spoke, his fury continued. He trembled in fear and replied, "Yes." He thought to himself, would a person's personality change when they had to relive a memory twice? "I am afraid that the master of old will never return. Right now, I can only trust you, master." The young man placed his hand on the old man's head, his expression anxious as he said, "I will use photonization to remove the dark energy sealing your memories. After that, it's up to you, master. The man sat on the chair, closed his eyes, and calmly replied, "Someone like you is worried about me. Just do your job properly." The young man's train of thought continued. That was the most terrifying 40 years of his life. A voice kept ringing out, "Lord Miralfan, Lord Miralfan, Lord Miralfan." Before his eyes were beautiful girls flashing bright smiles. One of them spoke up, "How can you be so smart?" Another girl chimed in, "Lord Miralfan, tell us more." His hand holding a cup brought it to his lips to drink as he replied, "My ladies, do not worry. Tonight will last an eternity." A handsome young man with golden hair answered. In his field of vision, a desolate, ruined city appeared, a place where one could easily lose their life over a single small mistake, a battlefield. Two children were holding each other, comforting each other for a lifetime. Low flames were devouring the magnificent high-rise buildings. On the rooftops, people in cloaks stood looking down at the chaotic scene below. We had to live on the battlefield. To survive, we were forced to become swords. Contrary to the previous scene, the image now was of a majestic, splendid city, where children went to school to get good jobs. They cannot compare to us, that was what the master, a little girl with purple eyes standing frozen, her gaze vacant, said to us. A boy with golden hair and bright sea-blue eyes stood upright, his hand having just finished casting a spell. Under a large ancient tree, a boy was trembling, slumping down beneath it. It seemed he had just encountered something very terrifying. I deploy black skin, almost instinctively. The boy under the tree thought to himself, if I had been just 1 second slower, what would have happened? The voice suddenly rang out, "You're in quite a tough spot, aren't you, Canis?" The boy named Canis didn't seem too surprised when that voice spoke. He calmly asked, "What did I just run into?" The strange voice replied, "Wait. You were absorbed by a source of light that carried weight." Perhaps the golden-haired young man from before had shot a source of energy into Canis. Canis held his chest and asked with difficulty, "What the hell was that? How could light have weight?" The strange voice replied, "With an intermediary turning light energy into something with mass, it is entirely possible." Canis tilted his head. "Are you joking? I have never heard of such a thing." That voice pondered for a long time, and it suddenly spoke. "Hisk, he must have found it already." Canis looked grim as thunder. "Sorry for hurting your feelings, I was just telling the truth." The voice continued rambling. "That guy is quite strong and special. His way of casting magic is very unusual for an academy student." At this moment, Canis was wearing his hat and walking forward. However, this time, before the voice could finish its words, he cut in and asked, "I am the winner, right?" That voice smiled in satisfaction. "Of course. If we join forces..." Canis began to walk, with his surrounding area enveloped by dark power. A girl screamed in surprise, "Canis!" The gloomy-faced green-haired youth shouted, "You bastard!" Canis walked forward with a provoking expression. "You managed to withstand that magic spell? Tisk, you must be pretty disappointed." He calmly continued walking up the arena. "Is this all you have left now?" Canis continued, his expression gloomy. "I think this match will be quite interesting, Siren. Let me enjoy it a little more, will you?" Siren asked in confusion and joy. "You are holding a hostage and call this a match?" As he spoke, his hand conjured a sphere of light. On the other side, Canis was also gathering the dark aura around his body. Canis taunted, "Your charms don't work on me anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Siren flew straight toward Canis and spoke. "Then try this move." Canis slammed his palm straight down onto the ground, creating a large crater with many cracks. Canis's dark gloom was completely opposite to Siren's warm rays of light. The two magic streams clashed directly against each other, creating a loud noise. Siren was somewhat startled, muttering, "The same method of casting." He flew straight up into the sky. Then he condensed 3 powerful rays of light that shone down on Canis. Below, the onlookers were extremely surprised and frightened by the two people's spectacle. The two were like two fierce beasts fighting. An uncle with a tense expression trembled and thought, "Charms are divided into 2 types, those I can dodge and those that cannot be dodged. As for that flickering light, just as I thought, I must eliminate this guy first." Siren looked down from above at the result he had just created, countless holes on the ground. Suddenly he seemed to sense some from behind. That was right, it was Canis. When had he gotten behind him? Following the momentum, Canis unleashed dark rays towards Siren. This time he was hit and tumbled backward. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" Had suddenly appeared from behind. After the crash, it took him a while to compose himself. Siren used the extreme speed of light to dodge and counterattack Canis's strikes. The two kept appearing, now here, now there. Below, a blue-haired boy suddenly shouted that it was darkness. He was using darkness to teleport within an infinite and silent dimension. Canis was leisurely walking through that space. The audience was still in an uproar even as the two kept fighting. Some thought it was a trick because he moved freely. Others responded that there were still limits. He could only go to places connected to his dark entity. The blue-haired boy wondered, but it's hard to predict where he'll pop out from unless we analyze the darkness of the entire area in an instant. "Did you forget?" Master Trang had been answering the blue-haired boy named Siren. He was the one who could calculate the paths for powerful magic attacks. Above, the two were still engaged in fierce combat. After a bout of fighting, Siren thought to himself that he had finally caught him. Having thought that, he fired a powerful beam of light towards the forest. At That moment, Canis emerged from the darkness. Below, everyone shouted in unison that he did it. Just as everyone thought it was over, a cackling laugh suddenly rang out. An overwhelming wave of dark magic power protected Canis from behind. Everything turned gray. Not only the audience, but even Siren was very surprised. What? What is that? Canis put on a smile, but there was no hint of amusement in his eyes. His darkness had already engulfed Siren's light. A pair of legs were running in despair. It was Siren with a terrified face, clothes in tatters, running somewhere. Suddenly a voice rang out. Hey kid. A monster with sharp fangs and a long tongue was licking its chops. That shining thing, pretty tasty. Canis laughed mysteriously, then introduced the thing that had just stepped out from the darkness. This is the supreme dark magic. Terrifying magical beast after having swallowed Siren's energy blast whole. The magical beast and Canis stood tall, laughing arrogantly. Look at them, they really do look angry. On this side, Eruki, standing behind Siren, looked horrified upon seeing Canis's magical beast. It can talk. I've seen this beast in books, but I've never heard it had intelligence. Siren, in a rather tattered state, stood there sweating, suddenly exclaiming when he saw Canis summon an entire magical beast to assist him. Alchemists or mages can create many things from items to potions, but they cannot solve the puzzle of creating life. That field was biological magic. People often said its difficulty was beyond human imagination. Siren was even more surprised when he realized that magical beast could talk and was extremely intelligent. The magical beast standing opposite laughed heartily, finally retorting after hearing Siren's assessment. I'm only intelligent. I hope I'm also very handsome, but I won't let you see. Haruki and Nader stood rooted to the spot, mouths agape at the gigantic size of the beast. This bitch is really thick-skinned. That bastard Canis finally responded with a malicious smile. Of course it's intelligent. This is a magical beast possessing the intellect of a grand mage. Now do you understand? That bastard Canis had just finished his sentence. Siren sensed something coming. He looked up in panic immediately. I admit you possess very special magic. A pillar of dark magic struck straight down at Siren's position, but quite fortunately, he detected it in time and quickly jumped aside to dodge by a hair's breadth. You are only a student. Behind him, Siren saw another attack from Canis hurtling towards him. Siren dodged the relentless attacks, was sent flying far away, and lay struggling on the ground. He struggled to get up, trying to accumulate magical energy to strike back at that bastard Canis. Siren's magic counterattack was immediately blocked by the shadow magic of that man Canis. He irritably gathered shadow magic into his palm, then said, I told you your magic is nothing but this. After gathering enough power, he slammed his hand on the ground, a stream of black energy surging forward, knocking away Siren's light magic attack. It's useless, Canis said, the immense dark power rushing straight at Siren. His two friends, Eruki and Ned, saw the situation growing more critical. Seeing Siren in danger, Hector immediately rushed forward with Eruki to rescue him. The shadow magic attack closed in on Siren. It nearly devoured him. Siren was terrified by that power, wondering, what do I do? I'm afraid of dying. At this moment, he was like a small boy, trembling before imminent death under the pressure of Canis's shadow magic. Claws from the attack grazed his shoulder, drawing blood. But if he lost, everyone would die. Images of each person flashed through his mind one by one. His two female friends, Amy and Serial, with eyes full of worry. Miss Sienna lay unconscious on the ground. Old man Vincent, eyes bloodshot, gnashing his teeth in fury. And his two friends, Eruki and Ned, were panicked, trying to run to him. But what could he do now? The magic attack struck Siren, sending blood splattering. I have to use everything I have to keep up with his pace. The quantum light isn't working either. What am I supposed to do with this dark spirit? Dark spirit. Something just flashed in Siren's mind in this life or death moment. Suddenly, the quantum light energy within Siren erupted. His face contorted, teeth clenched as he screamed, veins bulging across his face. That rainbow-colored power blazed forth, aiding him. He broke free from the darkness's restraint. That man Canis, standing on the ground, was startled, unable to believe his eyes. He questioned loudly, what? He can bend light? Siren landed heavily, the aura of infinite magic surrounding him. His two friends, Eruki and Ned, ran up from behind, shouting, Arian Siron. Immediately, Siren raised his hand toward his two approaching friends, signaling them to stay back. He concentrated, channeling energy into his palm. He began to speak. Dark spirits cannot move without a source of demonic power. On Canis' side, the dark spirit, sensing his wavering after witnessing Siren escape the shadow magic, facing that man will erode your will. Yes, but we are one. Together we can defeat him. Siren retorted, think so. Just now the light dealt damage to you, meaning that shadow monster has its limits too. Canis laughed upon hearing this, mocking, you mean my willpower has limits? By now, Siren had accumulated enough light energy in his palm. I'll have to find out to know. Canis saw the light from Siren's energy, his eyes widening in surprise as he thought, that light source has grown bigger. Once he had gathered enough, Siren angrily gritted his teeth, mentally preparing to unleash the energy strike toward Canis' darkness and the dark spirit. Between you and me, I wonder who will fall first. Siren mustered all his strength to unleash a powerful blow. It headed straight for Canis' shadow dark spirit. The dark spirit blocked Siren's light energy technique, sensing a disadvantage, and advised advised Canis. Return to the forest, where there is more darkness. Canis was puzzled. What are you saying all of a sudden? We can handle him. Dark spirit mocked Canis. I thought you were smart, but you're just a fool. He intends to attack and drain your willpower. Unbelievable, is he trying to outwit me? Canis laughed scornfully at Siren's plan. That's a stupid tactic. There's no need to satisfy his intentions. Lure him into the forest. Ghost Beast acted as a shield against Siren's attack. It and Canis were using telepathy to link up and plan to lure Siren into a trap. Then after that we will kill him. He is in a hurry, so he will chase after us. You are right, I agree. If we go with Harvest, the beast carrying the Master's intelligence, then we will win. After finishing planning the trap to kill Siren together with the Ghost Beast, Canis quickly jumped into the shadows to escape, leaving Siren standing there. Instantly, Siren activated his speed, dashed forward very fast, and chased after Canis's shadow to fight him. Haruki, standing from a distance, shouted in panic, wanting to stop Siren because he knew the forest might be the enemy's trap. Siren, the forest is very dangerous. Siren did not listen and continued the pursuit. He gathered energy into his palm again, unleashed countless beams of quantum light energy forward. His strike lit up the entire forest. Haruki and Ned could only stand by helplessly, sighing. We can't do anything, just leave that guy to Siren. Before finishing the sentence, Haruki suddenly sensed something approaching and immediately turned his head. Now it's just me and the two of you, let's do what we need to do. A figure with a massive build, carrying two swords, was approaching Haruki and Ned, speaking as he walked. Now then, it's my turn to start. He walked while pointing his sword at the two friends, accompanied by a malicious smile and a greedy look in his eyes, a thick aura of killing intent radiating around him. The scene shifted to another place. Old Man Clump appeared. With an impolite smile, teeth perfectly straight and white, he said, "May I have this dance?" His expression, like a pervert, scared the blonde girl nearby, making her scream and run away. This scene was from 40 years ago, at a party hosted by the Bastard family. It was time for dancing in the middle of the party, but young Clump had no one to dance with. A blonde guy approached and teased, "I told you to find a partner, why did you scare them away?" Clump replied, "Yes." Lamb looked jealous and said, "It seems your hair is even nicer than mine. If you grew your hair and dressed nicely, it would be fine." Long hair was fashionable back then. That was the youth of Mr. Miralfen. His handsome looks made girls swoon. Trump seemed quite bitter. Young Alpheus, however, noticed a voice nearby, turned around and looked. Oh, a female voice. "Hello, I am Irina." Nearby, a girl in a turquoise evening gown was rejected by a young man for a dance. "Sorry, I'm a bit busy." Huh, why would he avoid her? She is pretty. Young Miralfen wondered. Young Clump, still bitter, explained. Well, she is the eldest daughter of today's party host, the Bastard family. It seems she has some issues. A noble lady. What kind of issues? You came here and don't know anything. Young Clump was exasperated with young Miralfen. Young Clump seriously stated the girl's problem. She is not very intelligent right now. When she was young, she had an accident, leaving her intellect stuck at the level of a 50-year-old. Usually, the head of the family would not let her out of her room, but today he did not stop her. Young Clump was trying to explain to young Miralfen when an old man nearby spoke up, laughing and mocking the girl, saying she was a disgrace to the family. Oh dear, Irina loves parties too much, so please hold back a bit. At that moment, young Miralfen thought to himself, just like the old men in his own family, remembering the nobles. Suddenly, young Miralfen stood up and ran off. I'll help her improve her reputation. His action startled young Clump, who tried to stop him. What? Wait. Young Clump spoke up worriedly to stop him. You're going too far. Pitying her will only make her look more pathetic. Don't worry. I have never been fake in front of a lady. Hey, you bastard, are you serious? Hey. Not letting young Clump stop him anymore, young Miralfen approached where Irina was sitting and started a conversation. He bowed politely. My beautiful lady. The night is beautiful just like you. The sudden appearance of young Miralfen startled Irina. Hello, I am Irina. Huh? That was not the reaction he had expected. Outside, a few people whispered when they saw young Miralfen trying to talk to Irina. What is that guy doing with that poor child? Don't tell me. Young Miralfen was trying to force a natural smile to talk to her. I wonder if I could invite a beautiful lady to be friends. Just as young Miralfen finished his sentence, Irina suddenly burst into tears and screamed, "Mommy," shocking him into a frozen standstill. Young Miralfen was in great danger after his reckless stunt. The scene shifted back to 3 years ago. Under the night sky, a synthetic rain was falling. In the dark forest, Haruki was now standing in the rain, talking to the figure before him. What are you doing, you bastard? Are you not going to make a move? The man standing in front of him did not speak, just stood there. In the sky, accompanying the rain, were thunderclaps that exploded loudly afterwards. Flashes of lightning illuminated the positions of both, Haruki warily staring ahead at the man before him. A man with green hair stood in the rain. and Iruki did not want him to strike first. He simply stood still, doing nothing, as if waiting. Iruki broke out in a cold sweat from anxiety. Iruki spoke first, but the other already understood him. The two seemed to understand each other perfectly. That man said what Iruki was about to say while maintaining a defensive stance. "You are telling me to be careful, aren't you?" Iruki did not answer, silently looking at his friend, acknowledging it. Before them, the man holding two sharp swords advanced, an evil grin on his face and murder in his eyes. "You damn brats." He moved, charging forward with teleportation-like speed. No matter how careful they were, it was useless. He was already above the two, dual swords in hand, ready to unleash a powerful slash. Iruki and Ned were caught off guard by his speed and had to channel magic into their legs. The moment he swung his sword, they managed to leap and dodge the streams of crimson sword energy. He grit his teeth, laughed, then cursed, his gaze full of death. A schematic can enhance the entire body's power, but it only randomly enhances one part, easily causing imbalance. Therefore, fake schematics usually follow efficient reinforcement paths called patterns. The mitochondrial pattern focuses on mitochondria, the cell's power plants, to boost strength. This is the most common and fastest pattern. He moved, the ground beneath his feet cracking into a large circle from the pressure. He charged, chasing on Iruki. Sensing danger, Ned realized that man was closing in on Iruki. Ned yelled, gathering lightning energy and striking toward Iruki. "Iruki, watch out." Lightning bolt shot past Iruki, blocking that man from approaching and forcing him to stop. Iruki took the opportunity to land a blow on him, causing an explosion. Their coordination created a massive explosion, pushing that man back. He thought to himself, would you look at that? He realized they were just rookies who had never fought a fake schematic user. Their seamless coordination annoyed him, and he grimaced. Ned surrounded himself with lightning magic and rushed in to assist Iruki, facing the mad fake schematic user together. He praised their coordination while retreating to dodge Ned's lightning attack. The two tensed up as he continuously dodged every single attack. Damn it, why is he so hard to hit? This was even harder than the speed test earlier. He somersaulted back to dodge an attack, thinking the mitochondrial pattern drains stamina too fast, must finish this quickly. He stimulated the mitochondrial pattern into his muscles, increasing his speed to end the battle. After the enhancement, his body became faster, doubling his metabolism produce energy. He moved extremely fast behind Iruki, catching him off guard. Iruki realized in panic, but it was too late. That man was right behind him. Behind me was it, and then a slash, blood spilled. At the same time, in a dark place, drops of blood fell on the floor. Nearby, a pair of glasses lay beside a pool of blood. Yahello was bound by chains of darkness, surrounded by pitch black. Her body was torn with wounds, barely breathing, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. A voice spoke, "I truly admire your tenacity." The man in black tightened the dark chains, lifting her up. An old dark mage floated in the air, chanting a massive dark magic curse. The old man spoke out until the moment of his death. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a stream of magic mixed with extremely potent poison toward Yahello. Fortunately, she was still alert enough to dodge and stay alive. She inwardly analyzed the spell strike just now. Was that poison? If hit, death would be the certain outcome. She braced herself and prepared for a counterattack aimed at that man. Yahello screamed, unleashing an extremely powerful sonic wave in retaliation. Her attack was quite strong, shattering the veil of darkness before her. The dark old man had to raise his hand to block Yahello's attack. He inwardly marveled, a shockwave strong enough to shake the spirit domain. This was a ghostly howl. By the time he realized it, Yahello's sonic wave had already shattered the curtain of darkness and blasted a large hole in the wall. After that attack, Yahello spotted an escape route. She quickly channeled her power, broke free from the shadowy chains, and flew rapidly toward the hole in the wall. Escaping from the dark spirit domain, she flew straight out to the outside. Though heavily injured, Yahello still managed to escape successfully. He was hovering in the air, looking back at the spirit domain while thinking, when it comes to spells, I cannot match him. I must. Yahello seemed to have a different plan to face the dark old man. She slowly retracted the magic enveloping her body, switching to using force diagram, shifting to the close combat style of a force diagram user. Her body was now wrapped in a stream of red energy. She assumed a defensive stance while still airborne. On the ground, at the spirit domain's location, there was a disturbance at the hole Yahello had flown out from. Indeed, a huge, pitch-black something had shattered the spirit domain from within right at the hole. A giant dark demonic creature emerged from inside, shattering the dark spirit domain, making it explode and scatter in all directions. Yahello was also surprised by the appearance of this giant demonic creature. The moment it appeared, the colossal creature swung its massive arm and punched toward Yahello's position, who was then in a defensive stance. The dark old man stood on the creature's shoulder, showing admiration toward Yahello after she broke free from his chains. "Oh, a force diagram user if you like using that method. Then I will do the same." He flew up into the air, commanding the demonic creature to prepare an attack on Yahello. After blocking the creature's unexpected punch, Yahello had to retreat a distance. She grew angry at the old man and readied her stance to charge into battle. Having amassed her internal energy, she charged forward just as the dark demonic creature threw a punch forward. On one side was the internal energy power of the force diagram user surging forward. The other side was the mighty punch of the dark, demonic creature. The two clashed in midair, creating a powerful shockwave. The scene shifts back 40 years ago, at the Bastard family gala. Rena's scream drew the attention of everyone at the party. They panicked, not knowing what was happening, and turned their heads toward the sound. Mother, mother! The young Mirelfen was startled by Miss Irina's attitude. Irina, why would you do that? She turned pale and explained in a panic. Mother said anyone who tries to talk to me is a bad person, so I will. At that reason, the young man was dumbfounded. Am I a bad person just for wanting to talk to you? Wait, look me in the eye and talk calmly. He was also at a loss for words at such an absurd reason. The people around immediately began to murmur and discuss. Is that fellow harassing the host's daughter? A long-haired man in a blue aristocratic robe named Serov turned pale and said, Is this madman bothering a proper young lady for fame? The murmurs grew louder. The young lady is scared. Someone stop him. Miss Irina was still in a state of panic, refusing to let the young Miralfan talk to her. I don't want to. I'll be scolded if I don't listen to mother. No, I mustn't make mother angry. I need to go back to my room quickly. She trembled, her eyes welling up with tears. Young Miralfan thought to himself she wasn't afraid of him, but afraid of being punished. On the other side of the crowd, the gossip continued. The butler was calling for guards to come protect and arrest the one disturbing the young lady. The young clump stood there, worried for his friend. You fool, why would you stick your nose into someone else's family affairs? Hurry up and apologize, then leave before this matter gets blown out of proportion. Order! The young Miralfan shouted loudly, turning the panicked young lady Irina to face him, which startled her as well. Irina, he said gently to the teary-eyed young lady. Now you look at me, Miss Irina. You are afraid of something. No one gets scolded for dancing at a party. You have done nothing wrong. The young Miralfan smiled kindly, explaining calmly and patiently for her to understand. Don't you want to dance a little? Miss Irina had calmed down, and in her eyes the image of a gentle young man with blonde hair appeared. You should try it. It is so freeing. What do you think? At the party, everyone was dancing together, all looking truly magnificent. The young man Miralfan smiled and gracefully extended his hand to Lady Irina, inviting her to dance. Shall we dance? At this moment, Lady Irina had calmed down, no longer panicked. She gently placed her hand in his. Her face flushed, her eyes sparkling with shyness, happy to be invited to dance for the first time. In the past, she always had to take the initiative, but no one ever accepted. Their hands held each other naturally, without any awkwardness. When the giant monster's fist collided with the stream of dark energy in Yahello, a deafening explosion resounded. The opposing forces compressed into blinding flashes of light, sending dust billowing everywhere. The giant shadow monster retreated in that very instant. Countless smaller monsters, shaped like black spiders, rose from the ground. As soon as Yahello hit the ground, she saw the swarm of spider monsters charging at her and thought to herself, is this truly dark magic? Without a moment's rest, she immediately pushed off the ground and lunged straight ahead. Rain of consecutive punches descended. The dark old man still hovered in the sky, with the giant monster standing still beside him. He looked down at the scene below, a smug smile spreading across his face. Yes, her punches do have some force, he commented while watching from the side. Yahello remained unfazed. Each punch took down a shadow spider instantly. At that moment, the giant shadow monster raised both arms high, preparing to attack. It slammed down with all its might. The ground immediately shattered into many pieces, with dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Yahello had managed to retreat, successfully dodging that attack. The dark old man raised a fist again, the smile on his lips turning grim. Following his motion, the giant monster also threw a tremendously powerful punch forward. But Yahello once again swiftly evaded it. She continuously dodged the enemy's attacks at top speed without much thought. Her goal was to destroy it. She used the chance to evade to close in on the shadow monster. Yahello counterattacked, striking its chest repeatedly. The punches carried yellow shockwaves. The dark old man felt the lightning energy transmitted to him, sneered, lightning force, is it? This attack can destroy a person's body from the inside. The constantly fluctuating lightning force would disrupt the circulation within the body and affect the shockwave strikes, increasing their power tenfold, even 100-fold. Wave after wave of shockwaves appeared consecutively. Feeling the lightning shockwaves hitting his body, the dark old man laughed loudly, his eyes gleaming like a monster's, truly insane. He thought about Hector. If only he had focused on training, he would have reached the pinnacle of the world. You squandered your talent just to go searching for the truth. The dark old man kept speaking out. Yahello lost her momentum and fell, with a writhing mass of shadow spiders below. The swarm of spiders began to crawl all over the giant shadow monster's body. It was all futile. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his massive hand, covered in shadow spiders, lunged forward. At this moment, Yahello was floating in midair. A single struggling coal bug against me is nothing compared to my plan for world domination, the dark old man said arrogantly. The 5 giant fists of the shadow creature shot toward Yahello like lightning. loud explosion rang out. The powerful punch slammed into the ground, sending dirt, rocks, and grass flying everywhere. The dark old man looked up in surprise, not knowing when she had moved. Yahello had appeared in the air, directly above the shadow creature. She thought that if he entered the academy, it would be disastrous not just for the city. I have to stop him, even if it costs me my life. Ethel dove from above, her hands already in a combat stance. She shot toward the enemy like an arrow brimming with immense energy. From the surrounding environment, lightning bolts began to appear. Following that, a continuous barrage of lightning strikes rained down without pause. The massive shadow creature let out a miserable roar. Yahello took the opportunity to quickly retreat backward. The dark old man, struck by the lightning, also screamed in pain. "So that is it," he said, seeing Yahello high above, frowning down at him. All the attacks until now were just a setup for the final move. He raised his hand high as if reaching for something, but his hand trembled violently. Terrible pain surged, then his hand suddenly clenched into a fist. His ferocious face twisted as he shouted, "Remember this. Time oppresses the geniuses of the same era." Following his movement, the shadow creature also thrust its fist forward, aiming directly at Yahello. She was surprised, furrowed her brow tightly, gritted her teeth, and clenched both fists to brace for the blow. Dark old man looked intrigued. The 5 giant fists targeted Yahello precisely. She immediately blocked the attack. Yahello felt the terrifying power from the fists and used all her strength to defend, wondering if the lightning strikes had done enough. "I thought you would be stronger than this, Master." The impact force from the attack was too great. A huge explosion sound, sending dirt, rocks, and plants flying in all directions. On the other side, blood-splattered screams rang out. Eruki had just gathered power with one hand, his other hand held tightly onto his own other arm. "Are you okay?" she asked. Eruki pressed his hand on the bleeding wound on his chest and quickly replied, "Just a minor scratch." He grinned through gritted teeth, then launched his glowing body forward. "Well done," he said as he watched the blue lightning bolts attack the man holding 2 swords. That man, electrocuted, opened his mouth wide, cursing inwardly, "Damn that green-haired brat," pretend to be attacking. But in reality, he had enveloped the entire area with an icy magnetic field. The scene of the earlier fight replayed in his mind. "Need my help." Ned's power was still suppressing him, and Eruki beside him quickly joined the battle. He gritted his teeth and charged straight at the enemy. A surge of power like blue fire came crashing down on that man's head. He widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, struggled to stand, and thought, "I can't lose to these brats." Before he could finish the thought, he suddenly felt a force tightly binding his legs. While attacking, he suddenly sensed something unusual. The power in his hand flashed once and then died out. He turned his head in shock. "Why is it her?" The black-haired girl was panting heavily. At that moment, she was raising her hand to control her power to stop him. Seeing the dangerous situation, Eruki immediately attacked straight toward the man wielding 2 swords. That man, having just broken free from the restraint, instantly leaped up to dodge the blow. Lightning-fast sword strike from him sliced toward Ned's neck. He roared that it was all his fault, while staring in horror at the sword pressed close. Eruki screamed in fright. A loud noise rang out, but it was not the sound of a blade cutting flesh. That man was stunned, his mouth hanging open in surprise. 2 blocks of ice suddenly appeared, blocked the sword that was about to hit Ned's neck. Eruki couldn't believe it and turned his head, thinking, "An ice mage, could it be?" The man holding the 2 swords also turned to look back with him. The sound of footsteps was drawing closer to the battlefield. A woman was walking against the wind. With each step she took, the ground froze over, and she smiled softly. Elsewhere, a series of sounds rang out. Junior Canis sprinted forward while calling out, "Junior, what is going on? Answer me." I sensed a huge tremor at the mountainside. I looked back and saw Axon using shadow slabs. That is the master's final move. Could Alphys have appeared? Canis did not turn his head and continued to sprint. Junior followed closely behind, looking around as he replied, "That seems reasonable. Axon will be here soon." Suddenly, an attack flew toward them. Junior raised his hand to block and said, "We need to clear this place, behind us." Siren was chasing them, moving as fast as a blur. Amidst the dense forest, 2 rays of light, one gold and one black, chased each other in parallel. Canny said that persistent bastard should have been trapped in the darkness and died. "He is blocking all our routes of movement," Junior replied. "We are like pieces on a chessboard. We need to create a change." Canis used his feet to break, and Junior immediately said, "Agreed. I'm coming." Junior enveloped Canis, simultaneously casting a shadow cascade spell to attack Siren. He also gathered energy, creating a blinding light in the palm of his hand, and advanced without flinching. Back on the other side, snow fell on the rocky cliff. "You have got to be kidding." Man wielding 2 swords stared at the scene before him, exclaiming in shock, "The old man's magic has been broken." Behind him, the black-haired girl thought to herself, "This is absurd. Only a high-ranking monk or mage could break the master's Apis Nova." Her eyes widened, and her face showed confusion as she looked. How could a teacher from a magic school possibly do that? Before her eyes was Sienna walking against the wind. With each step she took, the ground froze into patches of ice. Sienna, thank goodness you are awake. Ned was so happy he wanted to jump up while Iruki still watched stunned. Suddenly one of his arms became frozen, startling him. So cold. Ned quickly hugged his shivering arm. Iruki sullenly looked at the person in front and said that something felt a little strange. She still hadn't woken up. Many students stood frozen. Even as snow piled up on them, they only stood still shivering. Before she finished speaking, a sharp shard of ice shot straight out. It grazed the waist of the dual sword wielder, making him bleed. Stop, are you trying to kill all the kids? He slumped to his knees, one hand pressing firmly on the wound to stop the bleeding, the other hand propping his sword trying to stand. His other sword had already fallen to the ground. Seeing the figure before him, he showed a face full of terror. Occasionally there were wretched bastards like her. Those monsters, even when on the brink of death, could still kill people even in their sleep. Sienna slowly opened her eyes, a glint flashing in them. Sienna's face was expressionless. She coldly reached out a hand, causing a sharp pain in people's heads. Could that woman have cast a spell on her body? Damn it, seeing the situation was bad, that man immediately threw away the remaining sword, stood up, turned around, and ran. What's the use of using that billion-dollar asset? Ice blocks continuously appeared. That man turned and ran straight ahead. Only a red afterimage was left. Damn it, so unlucky. He gritted his teeth in resentment. Suddenly his eyes widened, leaving only one pupil. Time seemed to stop. His body froze in place. Sienna still calmly held one hand forward. She was about 20 years old, likely a level 6 mage. Her most prominent magic was Ice Magic Absolute Zero. She tilted her head back, raising her hand high. A large ice vortex spun around her palm, whipping small rocks and ice shards everywhere. Beneath the feet of the dual sword wielder, layers of ice quickly formed, anchoring him to the ground, preventing his escape. Gradually the ice crept up, and he fell to the ground. Ice on both legs had frozen up to his thighs. What a bizarre environment. From teachers to students, they were all equally despicable. In his eyes was reflected the massive ice block hurtling towards him. He lay on the ground, his legs already frozen. The huge ice block was right above him. There was no escape anymore. An ice bomb? From the sky, ice blocks fell like meteors from the heavens, aiming straight for the cliff. The black-haired girl tilted her head back, staring in horror at the falling ice blocks. In that critical moment, he ran over and hugged her, dodging to the side. Ah! She looked at him, pressing down on her, saying, "What are you doing?" He shouted, "Snap out of it. At this rate, everyone will die." As he spoke, tears rolled down his face, falling onto that girl's cheek. Seeing Ned cry, she said frantically, I don't have enough time. I'll handle it." Iruki suddenly spoke up, standing in front of the two of them. He immediately asked, "What are you planning to do?" Iruki raised an eyebrow, not answering, focusing his thoughts. "Ice. The weight of that ice block is about 15 to 20 tons. I need to shatter them into thousands of pieces." Thinking this, Iruki tilted his head back to look at the massive ice block. A surge of power flew up to confront the ice block. At the same time, he would calculate the vector of each piece. From one surge, it split into two surges of power. Not even a single mistake could be allowed. The two surges of power surrounded the ice block, then squeezed, shattering it into many pieces. Watching the small ice chunks fly towards them, Ned and that girl gaped in astonishment. How is that possible? Those large ice blocks shattered into many small pieces. Looked no different from fireworks made of ice. Could a magic academy really have students who reached this level? After witnessing that scene, the two suddenly froze, realizing their current posture was somewhat awkward. The girl pushed him away and asked, "What were you doing just now?" The boy, still in tears, shouted that he only wanted to save her, not to do anything to her. She retorted loudly, "We are enemies. Who needs you to save me?" He said, "Stop complaining, calm down. Do you want to kill all of them?" Her answer, "I don't know," left Ned stunned, his face turning pale. The girl lowered her head and said it was all for Canis. In her mind, a scene from childhood appeared. Two skinny children lying under the curtain of rain, the older brother trying to shield his sibling. Then she lifted her head, smiling but with tears streaming down. "I don't need to care what happens to them." Frowning, she hesitated and asked, "What the hell is that?" Suddenly a loud explosion rang out from behind the girl. Ned's mouth hung open in shock, and the girl turned her head to look. A foot stepped forward, blood dripping with each step onto the ground. Girl's eyes widened, tears falling nonstop as she looked at the person before her. Canis, his body covered in wounds, walked close, one hand still clutching his stomach. The girl let out a loud scream. Siren was engrossed in reading, seemingly unable to tear his eyes away from the book for even a second. Siren called Ned and Iruki over. "Hey you guys, look at this." Both dragged themselves close to him and asked, "What is it?" All three intently stared at the book in Siren's hand. He wondered, "The principle of mass energy equivalence." Siren replied, "That is right, mass can be converted into energy." Iruki continued, "So energy can also be converted into mass." He went on, "With this idea, we can improve the photon cannon." Siren suddenly cried out, "Wait a moment!" Accidentally, his eyes caught a rather bold black line of text, and he said that this formula was the professor's name. Hearing this, the other two both exclaimed in shock. "Really?" Scene change, a stream of yellow magic suddenly attacked from somewhere. The low-ranked one shouted fiercely. That bastard increased the weight behind his attack. Nitsuki was surprised. Zika, don't tell me he gets stronger during a fight. Siren flew over as fast as the speed of light, golden orbs floating in mid-air. He took an orb nearby. His eyes emitted extremely intense blue electrical arcs, shooting straight down towards that low-ranked one. The low-ranked one showed no fear, laughing out loud. Impressive, but you are still too green. Siren replied bluntly and decisively no. Then he flew towards the golden orbs that were emitting blue rays. He confidently said it was just training. Hearing this, the low-ranked one was extremely shocked, frozen for a few seconds. It slowly transformed into a goalpost, and then said to Canis, I cannot stop that thing, run. Canis replied, no, if we run now, we will lose everything. Canis shouted loudly, absorb my willpower. Hurry, the low-ranked one calmly replied, damn it, you are really in a rush. A fierce battle had taken place. The two sources of power from both sides clashed violently against each other. That battle caused an extremely massive explosion. That explosion left the black-haired girl stunned for a long time. She slowly turned her head, and at that moment, the scene of the explosion left her utterly terrified. Seeing that, she gasped in shock. What is that? Is that a photon cannon? Eruki was equally stunned, then added, Siren, you bastard. A beam of light shot straight into the sky, mingling with the chatter of Ned and Eruki about Siren, who seemed to have just applied the formula he had learned yesterday. Siren slowly descended to the ground. Both of his friends quickly ran over, calling his name with concern. Siren. Seeing the wound on his hand, his face changed, his eyes full of worry. He asked him with concern if he was okay, and Siren spoke with difficulty, apologizing to everyone. Siren looked up, his face clearly marked with wounds, his eyes dazed. He said he didn't think they could win. Seeing him like that, Ned felt quite pained and comforted him. Why are you suddenly so weak? He weakly replied that man was extremely strong. Eruki added, saying this matter would be very difficult. He then looked at Siren and said that even after improving the photon cannon to be so powerful, they still couldn't win. Both of them stared at Siren, seeming to understand the emotions he was carrying in his heart. They thought Siren must be under a lot of pressure. There were two bodies lying on the ground, and thoughts of Siren kept flashing through their minds. The only reason he spoke up was that they needed to settle things here. They encouraged him. Well done, Siren, while he was sitting and breathing heavily because the previous match had gradually drained his strength and spirit. Now we are together. Eruki stepped forward, stood up straight, and said strongly to Canis, what are you planning to do? On this side, Canis had fallen into an extremely exhausted and fatigued state. Eruki's questions kept ringing in his ears. Do you think you can fight against everyone alone? Admit defeat and let the trainees go. He shouted angrily, no one has died yet. It's not too late to surrender. Canis spoke up, the battle is not over yet. My master will punish you. After hearing what he said, they looked at him with great displeasure. He spoke first, punish us. Eruki continued the sentence. Do you know what you have caused? Canis replied, you can ask Amphis when you meet him in hell. Hearing him say that, all three were shocked. The dean? Canis continued with an angry expression. He committed an unforgivable mistake. This shabby academy was created after he stole it from my master. Everything you have here was taken from my master. Siren was extremely astonished when he heard him utter these words, his whole body feeling frozen. He did not believe the words he said. He yelled, what the hell are you talking about? Eruki, standing in front, also reminded the other two, don't be fooled. Even if what he says is true, what have the people here done wrong? Canis's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning sharp. He said, those things don't matter. An incredibly powerful dark energy surrounded him. He spoke, I am my master's representative. I act according to what I believe is right. Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted in his anger. Talking endlessly won't change his mind. Eruki yelled, so you mean we have to end this here, right? Suddenly, Syrian stepped forward to the astonishment and shock of Ned and Eruki. Created a sphere of light. He raised it to the eye level of Canis. Canis, seeing that he intended to use force to attack him, showed no fear. He said bluntly, do you think force will be more effective than words? He looked at him with a proud, contemptuous expression. Even so, everything will still be the same. The hand of the lower-rank beast gradually surrounded Canis. Canis looked down at the lower-rank beast in confusion. He asked it, lower rank, what's wrong? Don't be scared. The lower-rank beast replied, it's very dangerous. That attack is not ordinary at all. Don't tell me he... Before the lower-rank beast could finish, Canis interrupted. What are you talking about? If you absorb enough of my power, we can block it. As soon as he finished his sentence, he showed a look of fear at Syrian's power. The golden sphere in Syrian's hand grew larger and larger, the light from it becoming more and more dazzling. He brought the sphere out in front of them, his eyes full of anger, and said coldly, this is your last chance. Release the trainees. Nen and Eruki looked at each other in shock. The black-haired girl was just as panicked as the other two. Canis shouted with angry eyes, I am the Grand Sorcerer's representative. Even if I die, his will not dissipate. Syrian cried out, I do not want to kill you. However, if people die just because of your faith, his eyes showed determination to reclaim the lives of everyone. He continued the unfinished sentence from before, then I must take you down. Somewhere a voice rang out, Light, it's beautiful. A beautiful girl appeared. She had her brown hair tied up neatly, her blue eyes making her face look gentle and extremely beautiful. A man with blonde hair was instantly captivated the moment he saw her, without even realizing it. The two sat in a beautiful garden, gazing at the palace before them. Stars and fireflies all shimmered brightly, yet the words he spoke were not gentle at all. The blonde-haired man seemed anxious and nervous. He hesitated and replied, I understand. Why do you think the light is so beautiful? She looked up at the starry sky and told him, the light helps us see in the dark. He turned to look at her, and she cheerfully continued gazing at the sky, adding, we see the night because of the light, right? A voice echoed, I see darkness, huh? A flash of blue electricity sparked in the young man's eyes as it coursed into him. Two currents of energy intertwined. That was not an opposition. I get it. Now I get it, the man exclaimed. How beautiful, simply beautiful, Irina. So that beautiful girl was named Irina. Confused, she turned back to look at him, and he spoke to her with a loving voice, Irina. He knelt on the beautiful flower lawn and confessed, will you be the light of my life? The scene at that moment was breathtaking, eerily serene, with pink petals flying brilliantly into the sky. Thoughts surfaced in his mind. How could I ever forget that day? The atmosphere of that evening, the stillness of the wind, the scent of grass, and Irina's beauty lingered. Impossible to forget that pure beauty. No matter how the world changed, that was a memory that never faded. Those beautiful memories belonged to the dean. Back to reality, that man was drenched in sweat on his face and clothes. He struggled with all his might, using magic to pull the dean out of that delusional illusion of memories. Seeing him seemingly exhausted but not giving up, he thought to himself, the power of radiant light magic is too strong. He clenched his eyes tightly shut. Victor Axel, there is no way he can cast magic like this. Dean, please wake up. On Syrian's side, footsteps were slowly approaching him. He instinctively turned around and wondered, what is going on? Syrian and Canis were utterly astonished at the scene before them. Exhausted, Canis cried out, Master, a man with wrinkled skin and a long white beard, with a source of dark energy radiating around him. A white-haired man stood up high, and Canis shouted, Master. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, his expression cold, along with his long white beard. Master Talit looked down below. Below lay a lifeless male body on the ground, with ice rocks at his feet. Canis lowered his head sadly at that moment. I am sorry, Master. He stared at him for a long while, then thought, that stupid bastard, of course. After that, Canis's master looked down at Siren, who was casting magic, and thought to himself, so is all that brat's doing? Siren shouted with an angry gaze. Are you the one who planned this incident? Nen and Uruki stared intently at his face, their eyes full of surprise. He gave a sinister smile. His expression turned more cunning. You are quite stubborn, aren't you? Then he asked, what is your name? Siren shouted, I won't tell my name to a murderer. On the other side, Canis and the black-haired girl both turned their gazes toward him. He ordered him, stop the mind control immediately and get out of here. The man laughed contemptuously and continued, sorry, but I cannot do that. He stroked his long white beard and said to everyone present, all students of Miralfan must be punished, of course. His eyes turned red, his face revealing a sinister look along with words full of rage. And that includes you. All three were terrified after hearing that, especially Siren. He did not hesitate and threw a straight punch toward the man. That punch caused a massive explosion. Siren was completely caught off guard and panicked at that moment. Smoke from his attack billowed everywhere. But strangely, that dark master remained unharmed, standing on a nearby rock and analyzing his strike, saying the spiritual power was remarkably strong for his age. All three were amazed, wondering how he could have dodged it. Siren refused to give up and was about to launch another attack when a shout rang out, Stop it, Siren. Everyone searched for the source of the sound and saw a woman holding her wounded arm as she stepped out. Siren was astonished to see that woman. They exclaimed in unison, Miss Ethel. The Dark Master looked at them and said that the loser dared to show up, and if she was lucky to survive, she should be ashamed. Miss Ethel, covered in injuries, said sincerely, I don't care about winning or losing. I just want to protect my students. Siren asked her who he was and why he was doing this. Her face grew tense, and sweat poured out continuously. She replied with difficulty, His name is Axel Veter. She continued by saying he was a third-tier Grand Mage. Everyone was shocked to hear that, and it seemed he harbored intense hatred for the principal. Arsene Veter spoke from above, How pathetic, going to whine to your little students. Ethela's gaze grew vacant. She said to him with difficulty, You're not in a comfortable position either. The number appeared 10%. Canis seemed to notice something. He thought to himself that the master's mental energy was now only at 10%. The subordinate said to Canis, But that 10% from a Grand Mage is enough to wipe them all out. Canis continued, But we still haven't caught Miralfan. Just as I thought, I should. Before Canis could finish, the black-haired girl beside him spoke up. Canis, what are you saying? The The subordinate called out his name, Canis. He stepped forward with a rhythmic gait. He called out master and then confidently said, "Leave this to me." Axel Vader slowly turned his head. He looked at him with a sinister gaze. "Leave it to you?" The black-haired girl gritted her teeth and thought, "Canis, why are you trying so hard?" Axel Vader's eyes flickered. A cunning smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Is that so, brat?" He asked Siren. "You're Muralfan's disciple, aren't you?" He replied fiercely, "Don't say the principal's name with that tone." His eyes showed the utmost fury. He began to recall fond memories from his childhood with the principal. The principal had treated him very well. Siren angrily shouted that he was unworthy to be a mage. Hearing this, Axel Vader laughed maniacally. "Muralfan, just how fake have you been for the past 40 years? And Eruki were stunned by what they heard and stared at him. Axel Vader replied to Canis with a single word, "Fine." He told Canis to fight that guy himself. Canis bowed to show his gratitude. "Thank you, master." Miss Athela shouted from the side, "Stop it, Siron!" The two faced each other. Both prepared their minds for battle. The subordinate reminded Canis to reconsider and to leave it to Axel. Ignoring the advice, he still tried to uphold his loyalty to his master, thinking he had disappointed him once and must win this time at all costs. The two stared at each other with terrifying eyes. "We will fight, Harvey." Canis frowned. "Harvey, answer me, Harvey." He sank into the pitch-black night with no escape. Then Canis rushed forward like a gust of wind, silently vowing to continue the fight. Siren was also ready to fight, a radiant golden energy emanating around him. As Canis flew toward him, Siren unleashed a yellow-colored attack aimed straight at him. He thought, "What is this? Jumping out from the cliff. Want to play a fight, huh?" Canis grinned maliciously, thinking this fool believed darkness was useless in midair. But the night sky was nothing but a giant shadow. Siren shot high into the sky. The light radiating from his body caught Canis slightly off guard. Those below were equally stunned. The black-haired girl in the distance looked up with anxious eyes. As for Siren, he was now hovering in midair. He thought to himself, if he could not keep up with that man's movements, then it was enough to target his entire spiritual domain. Thousands of golden orbs surged forward simultaneously. They struck directly at Canis, leaving him no time to react. He immediately conjured white leaves to defend himself. The light from the orbs grew increasingly blinding and brilliant. Against the night sky, countless streams of power in varied colors shone down upon the patch of darkness. Those rays of light pierced through the gloomy night. One by one, the powerful rays of light broke through. Canis tried to dodge, gritting his teeth in anger as he called his opponent, "This lightning guy." He furrowed his brow in calculation, realizing not a single attack was fake. Before him, Siren radiated brightly, surrounded by countless rays of light. He was astonished, wondering, is he really casting hundreds of spells at once? And every single one is real? Siren's face was covered in bleeding wounds, his cold eyes glowing blue, making Canis ponder, how can an ordinary amateur do this? Thousands of powerful rays of light from Siren shot straight toward Canis. Lady Athela below exclaimed in shock. Since when did Siren have that kind of power? Both Nen and Eruki had their mouths wide open, saying, "No way he has stepped into the infinite realm." Suddenly a voice from behind startled the two. "What did you say?" Lady Athela spoke up, making the two break out in cold sweat. Did Siren already cross the threshold of immortality? Then she looked up to the sky to watch the battle, and only then did the two breathe a sigh of relief. In the sky, countless rays of light sparkled, and she thought, this is the end now. The dark current quickly weaved through the powerful rays of light, and Canis shouted loudly. He questioned with a ferocious expression, "Answer me. At this rate, we are going to die." After a moment of carelessness, he was hit and cried out in panic, "Learn." He touched the wound but felt nothing, wondering, "I am not injured. What just happened?" He looked up at the sky, realizing that man was not aiming directly at him. Siren held an energy sphere in his hand, preparing to strike. He was ready to throw it straight at the spot where he was standing. The sphere flew towards him, his mind filled with thoughts. Darkness, that man was completely eliminating any place he could use to teleport. He looked up anxiously, his skin crawling. That madman's mental energy seemed endless, and Sang being hit by him made him feel both embarrassed and wronged. He did not want to die in front of his master. His eyes gradually glazed over, losing all emotion, and he thought he was about to leave this life. A surge of dark power flooded into him, through which Axel, in his mind, questioned Harvest. A huge explosion burst forth, shattering the ground. Canis' energy suddenly increased. He screamed in pain, asking Harvey in his heart why this was happening. Canis' body emanated Harvey's dark power. "My mental energy," the darkness shouted loudly. "Stay awake and focus." From below, the phantom attacked Siren, forcing him to dodge immediately. Siren was surprised and composed himself. Why so suddenly? Two Ryans with different abilities were fighting fiercely. Harvey struck repeatedly. Siren dodged continuously. He calculated that the situation was in his favor. Suddenly he took a hit on his arm, cried out in pain as he saw blood spurt out. The situation had been reversed. He landed on the ground, the phantom still watching him. That man also descended to the ground with immense force. Rock fragments flew toward him, hand covering his wound. He gritted his teeth in fury. Continuing to use the freezing immortal would be very dangerous. Siren's subconscious wondered, was it not very strange physique could withstand the light cannon itself? As he struck, he pondered, high intelligence, strong close combat, speed due to agility. He noticed something abnormal, discovered an opening. Why did that man not do that from the start? Could it be? He raised his hand, channeling magic power into that phantom beast. The image of the haunting monster also appeared. Harvey's sharp gaze flashed through his mind. It was draining that man's mental energy. A piece of information shot through his head. Yes, we are a combined entity. Yahello turned her head to look up, gritting her teeth in disgust. Axel, you are truly cruel. Axel shot her a furious purple-tinted glare. She judged him. To you disciples are merely... Right then Canis was in such pain that Arin beside him could not help but worry, calling his name before she could finish. Arin approached Canis shouting his name, but he kept vomiting. A train of thought ran through his head. The container was only meant to help the phantom beast move. Canis felt dizzy, whispered Harvey. The battle between the monster and Siren was extremely intense, neither willing to yield to the other. The monster roared. Siren hastily leaped away. His mind analyzed nonstop, understood if the opponent had already changed. His gaze grew tense. There was no need to continue using physical attack magic like the light cannon anymore. The answer? He absorbed the magic power on his head that had the barrier, gritting his teeth in furious calculation. It was the light emitter. A massive stream of power flew straight into the monster. That man was struck, screaming, "Damn it!" The monster lurking in the rock crevice escaped outside. Then it released energy, forcing Siren to shield his face with his hand. He tensely anticipated this, just as he thought. It was not easy, even with infinite mental energy. He could not surpass his own limits. Suddenly the man shattered, and he also realized what he had to do. Omniscience. If so, there was no other choice but to raise his omniscience. The core within his eyes cracked open. Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. He gathered all his strength into the strike. This time he would convert all his mass into energy. The force struck the monster, leaving him unable to understand what was happening. By the time he reacted, it was too late. His body gradually disintegrated. Could he be immortal? Everyone below was horrified. Arin was stunned, speechless. As for old Axel, he frowned, looking surprised. They exclaimed, "What was that thing?" Haruki and Yahello were equally panicked. A laser beam rang out. Above, Siren was still struggling to maintain the attack. A stream of power created a large hole in the monster's body. The monster's body exploded. "My body is being burned away." Canis held his head and screamed. Arin next to him kept calling his name. She thought Harvest had transferred all the pain to Canis. Harvest had reached his limit. Siren maintained the attack, terrifying the monster. "If this continues, we will be destroyed." The monster's body seethed. Small explosions erupted continuously inside him. Yahello watched the battle nervously. Erkin stood watching proudly and leisurely. Yahello sensed something wrong and quickly stopped him. "Siren, stop now." Siren turned to look at her. Cells in the monster were swelling. It was too late. A massive explosion occurred, completely destroying everything around. "My name is Harvest." Back at Canis's location, he stood before Arin, touched the glass and said, "Harvest, become my subordinate." The monster trapped in the water tank looked at the two children and asked, "Why?" Axel spoke up, "Do you not want Canissa?" Harvest denied it. "That is not what I meant, but merging with Arin would be more effective." He thought of Arin, a trace of sadness on his face. Arin lived in La Doom for 10 years, but besides Canis, no one had ever met her. Through that resistance, she achieved high-level psychic perception, seeing things ordinary people could not. Axel explained with a sinister look. "He speaks of the primal record, a unique brain program that allows one to comprehend an object upon first contact. Through it, a person can see the true essence of things." Harvest stared straight at him. By sensing Arin's overload, "You found and brought her here, along with Canis." Axel quickly replied, "No." His face was full of severity. "Arin is too gentle. Merge with Canis instead." Deep down, Harvest understood something from the floating bubbles. "So that was it, Axel, the reason you handed Canis to me? You had been planning this from the start." 1 minute before the explosion at the mountain peak, explosion reached the people below. Shocking everyone, Irene shouted, "It's flying!" The monster Harvest whispered in Canis's mind, "I am about to explode." Canis weakly called Harvest's name. Harvest said with regret, "I will dissolve our contract." The green stream of power inside Canis seeped out, causing him great pain. The golden village monster appeared in the sky. Only Canis kept howling, but why was Harvey standing alone? Recalling that day, he answered Harvest's question, "You ask why I want power?" At that moment his face became firm along with his resolute words. "Because Arin is my only light." His eyes exuded certainty. "I must protect her from this world." Harvest swelled up and chuckled lightly. "Hey hey, an interesting one." Then Harvest urged him, "Keep living," causing him extreme anguish. Harvest. At this moment Old Man Axon turned his head, unwilling to watch. Harvest exploded, the soil and rocks on the ground scattering into pieces. The explosion passed, and the space fell into silence. Siren observed the black back and spoke, "You." He was too furious. "What have you done, huh?" His teammates were stunned. He continued, "Answer me." Arin, worried for Canis, looked up in panic. "Are you going to kill everyone here?" Axel's face was vicious and pleased as he spoke. "Oh, that expression. No wonder you seemed familiar to me." The old man taunted, "You are the mirror image of Amphi's from 40 years ago." He cursed in anger, "Shut up." The old man laughed excitedly. "I know why that cunning Miralfin took you in." He kept ridiculing, "You even have the appearance of possessing the omnipotent light. He is planning some sinister scheme against you." He angrily said, "What do you know?" At this moment, the old man's face darkened as he replied, I do know. The Miralfan you revere was originally my student. Just as he finished, he froze. What? Axel stood on the cliff looking down at everyone, praising Miralfan for being very smart, saying it made him happy to teach him. He extended a handful of burn scars, but that man was blinded by greed. The old man looked at his hand with hatred. He threw me into a hellfire and burned down my life's work, while I did everything to help him. His wife also died meaninglessly. Everyone was shocked and surprised. The headmaster did what? Ithella blocked in front. Let's hear it. Axel looked up at the sky. The matter of 40 years ago. His eyes slowly became thoughtful. 40 years ago. Siren listened attentively. This is a recording. He, still young, was sitting on a chair while Miralfan was trying to cast magic overhead during the most brilliant period. He closed his eyes to relax. In Miralfan's life a voice rang out, this year's Golden Magic Circle award, Miralfan. At that moment he was joyful. Excitedly he raised the trophy high with the applause of his friends. Miro van Fias, the award is given to the mage who achieved the most outstanding accomplishments of the year. The gleaming medal, the Golden Magic Circle. Colleagues surrounded him praising, amazing, you are a genius. Who would have thought light possesses both particles and waves? Now that you've made it big, you won't forget us. You are the light of the Mirov family. A close friend hugged and kissed him overjoyed. Miralfan, my dear friend, I thought you were a fraud. Who knew you would accomplish something so great? You know we have to celebrate, right? Of course, but let me go home first. On the town road a luxurious carriage passed by. Miralfan, holding his prize, hurriedly opened the door and breathlessly called out Irina's name. The girl peered out from the kitchen, holding a ladle, her face cheerful as she spoke loudly. Are you back already, husband? Hearing that, he approached and put the badge on his wife, saying excitedly, this is for you, the golden magic ring. Look, it has the Empire's seal. Irina smiled brightly, wiping away her tears with pride. This means the whole world has recognized your thoughts. Congratulations, husband. He lifted her up, saying there was a party so they needed to go, surprising her into asking what he meant. He carried her upstairs, ignoring her protests. Husband, the bread will burn. He told her to let it burn, because it was also burning with desire. At 23 years old, Miralfan became the most famous mage on the continent, receiving countless offers from everywhere. Nobles sent invitation letters, but Miralfan did not seek personal gain. He carefully selected based on ability, and his value continued to rise. However, the two families still opposed their marriage. Every morning, Irina stood in front of the house to see him off to work. Miralfan sat in the carriage lost in thought, trying to wait a little longer. Irina, I will quickly become the greatest. Miralfan stood before the two families, speaking with a gentle smile. When that day comes, both House Miralf and House Bastard, his cheerful face appeared, will be forced to acknowledge us. When he went to work, there were footsteps standing in front of the house. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? That is why Serov and his two friends were confused. If only he had made peace earlier, how wonderful it would have been. Serov scratched his head and replied, who would have guessed things would turn out this way, that Miralfan would have such influence? His friend wondered, but does Miralfan really live here, in such an ordinary house? Serov regretted, I should have brought a gift. That man knocked on the door and said, it is fine, it is not like giving a gift will make everything from the past disappear. The door opened, surprising the group. Are you back already, husband? Irina cowered in fear when she saw the men in front of her. They said, you gentlemen seem unfamiliar. They thought to themselves, 3 slaps for Irina. The 3 men forced a smile, thinking that this was indeed Miralfan's house. Serov raised his hand to his chest and introduced himself. We are friends of Miralfan. Is he home? Irina replied softly, no, he is out. That man asked further, then do you know when he will be back? The girl answered, I do not know. He hesitated then. Men chuckled awkwardly. May we come inside and wait for him? Waiting outside like this is a bit too much. Irina thought about her husband's friends and replied, yes, please come in. Night fell, and the house lit up. Miralfan's voice rang out, I am home. Irina apologized, I am sorry, it is too late. He arrived at the pitch-dark door, calling out Irina's name. He slowly walked to the room with light when he heard a voice. That bastard ate well, he is so damn lucky. He was stunned by the sight before him. On the table, wine bottles were scattered among piles of food. The group of Serov was completely drunk, chatting happily while his wife stood with her hands clasped, singing in a corner. That man is just a guy who only knows how to chase women and date. What thesis did he write anyway? He just got lucky, hooking a tasty girl from a noble family and rising in the world. Hey, he is drunk again. Louder echoed throughout the house. Serov turned his head. Am I wrong? What do you think, miss? Irina timidly replied, I do not know. That man still did not realize what was happening, speaking calmly. Of course you do not know. Finished singing. His friend noticed the danger and panicked. A powerful punch landed straight on that man's face. It drove his head into the food tray. Miralfan cursed angrily, you bastard. Everyone exchanged panicked looks. Someone called out Serov. Girl witnessing this scene felt frightened. How can an educated man use his fists like this? Sarov wiped the blood and admitted fault. No, it was my fault, I was not sober. Then his friend helped him leave. I will never let you lose face again. Miralfan lost control and scolded his wife. Why did you let them into the house? His wife said resentfully, they said they were your friends. He shouted, what kind of friends would insult their friend's wife like that? Miralfan sobbed, his eyes brimming with tears. Do you not know what my friends look like? He kept uttering painful words. Are you really that stupid? As soon as he finished speaking, Miralfan covered his mouth. He held his face, leaning against the wall as he cried. His wife, Irina, stood still, her face saddened by the guilt of what her carelessness had caused. Miralfan had calmed down by then, but he still turned his back to his wife to apologize for his untimely words. He said, I am sorry. Please forget everything I just said. Yet in his mind he still pondered. Just because her intellect was low, it did not mean her thinking was stuck at age 50. Irina lowered her head, eyes brimming with tears as she replied, I am sorry, my love, I will never do that again. Miralfan was still very angry, but the one who loves more often has to yield. He left his wife standing amidst the wreckage in the house, then went outside to vent the anger burning in his heart. I am sorry, I am going out to get some air. Leaving his wife alone in the house, her face buried, head lowered, sadder than anyone else. He went to the tavern near his home to unwind. He took a gulp, then slammed the glass on the table, roaring in frustration, That trash! I am such trash! Cannot believe I said that to the one who only looks at and follows me. Young Mr. Clump sat opposite him, speaking up to comfort his friend. Fighting now and then is normal. Suddenly, Mr. Clump enthusiastically proposed an idea. That is right, why not take this chance to have a baby? Surely your relationship will improve. He replied, It is not that I have never thought of it. Then just have a child. By any means, you need to have a child to stabilize things. Mr. Clump showed off a drawing of his family. I know, but the doctor told me. He does not know if someone with the intellect of a 10-year-old child can endure the pain of childbirth. I should not be saying this, but you already know. From the moment you decided to marry, I knew I had no regrets. It is just, how could someone as smart as you keep handling things this way? Do you have any other choice? Hearing Clump say this, Miralfan suddenly thought of something, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. The scene shifted to a dark area, where the arm of an old man was writing lines of text. The ground and rocks around him trembled, and the old man spoke, Not bad. About 48 hours after an intruder entered the dungeon of Archmage Axel, that old man returned and offered praise. You managed to set foot here successfully. Slowly the dungeon door was opened, the footsteps of the intruder echoing with each step. The intruder gradually revealed himself. It was Anphes. He was dragging his weary body, wounds still bleeding, as he stepped inside. He asked with a tired breath, Are you Axel Veter? Oh ho, I never expected you to come alone. The Archmage walked forward to greet the intruder, surprised. You passed through all those traps and monsters all by yourself? Who are you? He was exhausted, slowly pulling something from his coat pocket and introducing himself. My name is Anphes Smith. He raised his bloodstained paper high toward the Archmage. Seeing that paper, the Archmage was quite surprised. It was his research thesis on memory restoration. The Archmage smiled. How interesting. The genius behind the quantum theory of light, so devoted to light, now takes an interest in dark magic. I want to transfer my memories. At this point, Miralfan was nearly exhausted, standing unsteadily and about to faint, but he still forced the words out, to my wife. Having only managed to say that, Miralfan collapsed from exhaustion. He fainted in front of the Archmage. The papers also scattered everywhere as a result. After a period of unconsciousness, Miralfan suddenly woke up in a large water tank, causing him to choke on the water upon regaining consciousness. He did not know what had happened, why he was lying in here, and the wounds on his body had vanished, completely healed. Axel was now sitting, studying the stack of papers Miralfan had brought. He sat on a reclining chair, reading and saying, I have read the notes you wrote in here. Interesting. You want to use the absorption ability of dark magic to store memories. On the other hand, you also want to use light magic to create a virtual nervous system, then use it to assimilate and transfer the stored memories. That is using dark power to externally affect, and light power to internally assist the brain, a bilateral combination of both light and dark. You want to use the ability of light to transmit information? Miralfan only listened in silence. Archmage closed the document, took off his glasses, and praised Miralfan's idea. Truly a novel and brilliant concept. However, this is a matter of transferring an entire life from one person to another. It will not be easy, not to mention the ethical issues. The elder wanted Miralfan to reconsider, but he did not hesitate and responded resolutely. Take me as your disciple. He stood up, firm in his decision. I will definitely make that a reality. I want to protect my wife from this world. Axel wanted to ask further to be certain. Before you make your decision, I have a question. He asked with a serious face. Has your wife agreed to this experiment? Miralfan stood there, not answering, only looking at the Archmage with a resolute gaze. Going back to earlier, young Mr. Clump was desperately trying to stop his friend's crazy idea. No, that man is a criminal. Why are you going to him? At the Miralfan couple's house, Clump slammed the table hard and said you were surely possessed. You wanted to transfer the memory tree into another person's brain? That was impossible. Miralfan turned away to avoid his friend Clump's angry gaze and said Axel was the greatest scholar of dark magic on the continent. Even if you didn't know that, yes, I am indeed a fool, though not as smart as you. At least I still realize that right now, you are trying to ignore all the blessings you have. If this news reaches that man, your position in the royal family will be stripped. The clan will expel you. Miralfan lowered his head in thought and then said, I do not need those things as long as Irina is happy if it succeeds. I will be happier than I am now. In Miralfan's eyes, there was unwavering determination for his choice. His wife, Irina, upon hearing that, looked at her husband in great surprise. Her husband's happiness, she slowly closed her eyes. I will do it, my love. Seeing Irina did not object to Miralfan's insane idea, Glump was puzzled and surprised why she did not oppose it. Irina, wait, this. Not letting Clump finish his sentence, Irina spoke up. I trust my husband. She smiled and nestled into her husband's arms. Miralfan will make me happy. Of course you are the wizard who received that golden ring. He will immediately cure your weakness. Then you will no longer have to endure those contemptuous looks. Clump was stunned by the optimism of this couple. Afterward, the Miralfan household sold all their property to move into Axon's dungeon. The dungeon had a fully equipped laboratory. Irina could live comfortably. Every week, Lin would stop by to bring food for them both. From then on, Miralfan would spend every night with Axon researching a way to treat his wife, while young Mr. Clump was always on standby to watch over Irina on her sickbed. Images of everyone in the dungeon appeared one after another. Miralfan's haggard face from researching alongside the great mage Axel. His wife Irina with eyes full of trust always fixed on her husband. Young Mr. Clump with a face full of worry for both his friends, the couple. So 2 years passed. That day was the last day of the memory support research project for Irina, which was nearing completion. Glump stood anxiously by her bed but still tried to encourage her. After today, you will have Miralfan's memories. Even his bedwetting memory from when he was little, you might even know when he was eyeing girls. He laughed amidst his worry. Lena lay on the bed, lost in a smile. Miralfan came to his wife's side, gently stroking her cheek to encourage her. You have suffered, Irina. Now we will begin. Thank you, my love. What do you mean? I should be the grateful one. Let's live happily together and have children. Axon approached to call him away. Eat spell X this way. He now lay in his position, ready for the final step of the experiment. He thought to himself, magic techniques, biological magic, alchemy, light magic, dark magic. We have used all the most advanced technology. The preliminary clinical tests had no issues. The success rate will be 100%. He and his wife were now in position, with countless wires attached to their heads and connected to each other through a giant machine. Begin execution. Axon pulled the switch to activate the machine. Immediately, the machine extracted Miralfan's memories, causing him immense pain and making him scream out. After extracting Miralfan's memories, the machine accumulated them at one point and then moved over to his wife's side. It began transmitting into her brain all of Miralfan's memories and his feelings for her. Those emotions flooded into her, completely pure when Miralfan smiled gently at her, his index finger softly wiping the corner of her eye. No deceit when he happily awarded her the medal. The prejudiced ring was placed on Irina's ring finger. Danced together, he held her in his arms, or calculated something very pure. All the images from the moment they met until now appeared one by one in her mind. When he smiled gently at her, the image slowly blurred and then vanished. That is love. Thank you, Miralfan. You sincerely gave me all your love. I am so fortunate to have met you. Warning sound from the machinery rang out, signaling something was wrong. Miralfan jolted up in panic and rushed to Axon. Master, how is the experiment? Our experiment was a great success. Everything was perfect. But Miralfan ran to his wife's side and saw her pale face. He wept in worry. Irina, why are you like this? She held his hand and whispered in reply. The physical transfer was perfect, but the nerves in my body are starting to resist. Her tears fell unusually, as if something beyond human understanding still existed. Clump, standing nearby, trembled in fear, unable to believe the scene before him. Miralfan did not understand where he went wrong. But I achieved a wonderful result, just a little more. She interrupted him. Don't say any more, my love. You will do it all over again. The pain was tearing Irina's body apart from within, forcing her to scream. Miralfan sobbed as he saw his wife in agony. I am sorry, my love, she replied. Why are you sorry? Axon was devastated, turning away to cover his face. Blood flowed from her lips, her eyes slowly closing. Because I am too foolish. Foolish? You are the fool. You were a fool from the very beginning, he wailed in heart-wrenching pain. It is my fault, my love. Happy tears rolled down her cheeks. Thank you, though it was brief. You showed me the world you live in. A wonderful world full of reason. Thank you for letting me see it before I leave. His cries pierced the dark dungeons of Amphi's, an unbearable pain from losing the one he loved most. He would have done anything for her, yet now he had lost the true love of his life, Irina. The failed experiment had taken Irina from this world. Irina's funeral was attended by members of the family. Miralfan was not permitted by the family to attend. He could only kneel from afar, bidding his wife a painful farewell. Because they had not registered their marriage or had children, their love was not recognized by the family. They were torn apart like two strangers. He knelt in the heavy rain, soaked through, his eyes vacant. On the day Irina died from the experiment, Miralfan repeatedly slammed his head against the wall. Despite the attempts of Clamp and Axel to stop him, he was like a madman with no will to live, charging his head into the wall. Clamp's face was covered in tears as he held Miralfan's bloodied head. The words, "How is this possible?" echoed endlessly in his mind. Where there is light, there is shadow. Irina taught me how to perceive life. So why'd I try to change her and lose her forever? What is wrong with me? As the light of Mir, I am just an arrogant Miralfan. We dared to touch forbidden things. Miralfan, you are back. I am sorry about Irina. At that moment, Axon opened the research room door and stepped out. He walked while encouraging Miralfan. Pull yourself together and recover your health. We can. Before he could finish, Miralfan's action startled Axon. In his hand was an empty oil can. Remaining drops of oil were still dripping onto the floor. Oh heavens, you. Axel did not understand what he was doing, with everything around. Oil and countless papers and documents scattered everywhere. Axel shouted in anger. What are you doing? Miralfan tossed the oil can aside and only replied, Master, we should never have carried out this research. After losing his love, he had completely lost his mind. Axel shouted loudly, trying to stop him. Calm down. I know you are heartbroken, but it is only temporary. The experiment was a success. For those with unexplained psychological issues like Irina, we can completely cure them. Do you want her sacrifice to be in vain? He only smiled maniacally. Sacrifice. Miralfan created a fireball from fire magic in his palm. He dropped that fireball, creating a massive blaze that engulfed everything. Miralfan stood watching all his and his master's hard work burn, and only flashed a crazed smile. Everything happened too fast. Axel could do nothing, only screaming in vain. No, this research was not just yours alone. It was also the life's work of me. At that moment, all the documents had caught fire and were rapidly burning to ash. He reached out a hand wanting to save them, but was powerless. Miralfan left everything burning, turned his back and walked away, ignoring even his own master. You. How could you do this to me? Everything was devoured by the flames. The fire spread, plunging the entire dungeon into a sea of flames. Back to the present, all his efforts were gone. He spoke, Miralfan, that bastard left me, the one who helped him both mentally and physically, in a sea of fire to escape. Old man Axon stood on a mountain peak, recalling the memory with fury. Not only that, he also caused his wife to sacrifice in vain and abandon tens of thousands who could have benefited from that research. Lo, Iruki, Nen, Siren, and Yahello were all shocked by what he said about Miralfan. They could not believe it. Siren spoke up. Headmaster, did he really do that? He continued. Of course I understand he was very heartbroken. However, his actions were unworthy of the title of mage. He slowly cast a murderous gaze down at those below. The reason I came here today is not simply for revenge. Also to prevent any mage with thoughts like his from existing. Do you believe he was a good teacher? He said loudly. Iruki looked alert and on guard, but could not hide his fear in front of the great dark mage. He is a cunning, arrogant, and reckless man. Yahello was stunned by his words. Old man Axon roared in rage. He destroyed the great cause of saving people. He narrated like that. Before he finished the sentence, Siren from below spoke up and cut him off. Surprising everyone, he said, yes, my master's actions were indeed unworthy of the title of mage. Then he bravely stepped forward. Seeing that, Ned wanted to run and stop him, but a hand held him back. It was Chiro. It was Athela. She held Ned's shoulder to prevent him from stopping Siren. From the perspective of someone who has been betrayed, I can understand you, Siren said as he walked forward. However, your choice is also not right. He immediately glared. What? A grand archmage, and this is all you can do? He bared his white teeth and laughed. Because I have power, that is why I am allowed to do this. The pressure from old man Axon caused the wind to blow fiercely, affecting everyone, forcing them to raise their hands to shield themselves. He erupted with power, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter and fly up, and said, my word is the verdict. He fired a stream of energy that grazed past Siren's face, creating a bleeding wound. Yet a man as powerful as you could do nothing more than be trapped in the past for 40 years. Siren's words stung him, making him even angrier. He shouted loudly, making a fierce commotion, but in the end, he got nothing. He simply regretted that time. Was that not it? Old Man Axon looked at Siren with a sharp gaze. He sank into memories, recalling the first time he met his wife, Miralfen. She gently bowed her head and said politely, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Irina. My husband is in your care. Please make yourself at home." Irina turned back to smile at her husband and asked, "Does Master Fayu live alone in this vast place?" At his wife's question, Miralfen was flustered. "Dear, this person is..." She paid no attention to her husband and continued smiling as she asked Kolash Han and Old Man Axel, "You must feel very lonely, right?" He was stunned by Irina's question because when he looked into her eyes, he felt a sense of terror. In those eyes, he saw ultimate purity, a gaze that could face the deepest darkness. He sensed a light that could cover all the darkness in the world. That gaze came from this young man. He saw the image of a little girl in the brave eyes of the one standing before him. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly burst into loud laughter. Laughter made everyone below filled with worry and fear. Understanding and empathy were emotions everyone had, but when those emotions were pushed to the extreme, a person was no longer human. He rested his hand on his forehead, his laughter growing more and more manic. His insight reached a transcendent level, surpassing both good and evil. Siren stood proudly before the great Archmage, like a radiant light in the night sky. "Siren, you can predict cause and effect, can you not?" Old Man Axon remained in that posture and said, "It seems we cannot get along peacefully with each other." He slowly lowered his hand, his cruel eyes glaring. "You are one who should not exist in this world." Suddenly, pillars of shadow surged up from the ground, surrounding everyone, causing panic. What is that?" I thought he had exhausted his power and could no longer cast magic. The shadow pillars rose up and gathered into a sphere in the air. Siren asked worriedly, "How can you disregard the laws of fair exchange?" He replied, surprised, and raised his hand high, clenching it into a fist. Old Man Axon laughed confidently. "That was magic for you, utterly mysterious." Haruki looked up from below and said worriedly, "Damn, if that thing falls on our heads, we will all be dead meat." The dark sphere sucked in earth and stone, as huge as a meteor hovering overhead. The man named Canis remained unconscious, his head resting on his younger sister's lap. His younger sister also trembled with fear at the sight of the Archmage's dark sphere. The sphere continuously absorbed more dark energy in earth, becoming even more massive. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from an infinite distance, dispersing the dark energy. That light shone straight down near where Old Man Axon stood. It dispelled the shroud of darkness, illuminating the entire area. Everyone did not understand what had happened as the light had also dispelled the dark sphere. From within the pillar of light behind the great Archmage, someone stepped out. The seventh and Anfis. Everyone shouted in unison, "Principal!" The dark Archmage turned his back to look at the light pillar with a cunning smile. The principal stepped out from the light with a stern expression on his face. Old Man Axon stood with his arms crossed. The sky was pitch black, and dark magic billowed forth profusely. He said contemptuously, "You have come out, Miralfen. I did not expect you to break the memory seal spell so easily." Miralfen calmly replied to his former teacher, "It was good to be able to recall the past." The image of the past gradually appeared. In the painting was the beautiful Irina, and he felt extremely grateful. Back on the battlefield, everyone had reached the old man and spoke up. The principal turned to look at his injured students and apologized. "Thank you all very much for protecting everyone." Miralfen placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head slightly towards everyone. He said he was glad that Professor Athela had accompanied them, and thanked her. She also stepped forward, her body bearing many wounds, saying that the sir should not worry. She also felt sorry for not being able to protect the students. Siren ran up to the principal, intending to ask something, but then he saw him. Miralfen asked with concern about his condition. "Your mental power has fully recovered, right?" Siren was surprised that the principal knew his situation. "You already knew. The strongest magic created by Wizard Axon is the magic abyss, a thing that controls memories." He smiled kindly, explaining bit by bit. When Axon erased the memory of using his own memory, he also temporarily recovered his mental power, so that method really exists. "Remember my words, Siren?" The principal patted his shoulder. "If you do not have a trump card to overturn the entire game board in any combat situation," he sternly reminded, "then you cannot call yourself a battle mage." Miralfen began to make a serious request. "Let old men like us handle this ourselves, do not act rudely, and let the children go." "Alright, if my former student says so, then I agree," the old man said mockingly. "Releasing them is simple, but what will you do now? You can no longer be their principal." Miralfen frowned in annoyance at the words of that old man Axon. "The hundreds of students here have heard all of your terrible past." Haruki spoke with extreme anger upon hearing the dark old man speak. "The one who revealed the principal's past was you. Everything was calculated by you from the start." The old man Axon continued to taunt, digging up unpleasant matters from the past. "What do you think about burning this place down like before?" Miralfen frowned in annoyance at him. This was not a matter for jokes. He raised his hand and shouted loudly at the crowd, Siren, who was standing behind the principal, was being beckoned. Do you want to follow me? We will perfect the memory implantation research. I have successfully implanted my own memory. Look at this magical creature. This is Harvest. That dark monster from before used its own body to protect Canis. Now it is just a pile of sludge. As for Canis, he was severely injured, unconscious, and being cared for by his little sister. This matter succeeded thanks to Irina's sacrifice. His words about Irina struck a deep pain, causing Meralfan's long-suppressed anger to explode. Sacrifice. He glared at the man who was once his teacher. Back to the scene of Meralfan facing old man Axon amidst a sea of fire. Master, this research was all your plan. Before lighting the fire, Meralfan found a stack of dangerous documents. What were you trying to create by taking the memories of Irina and me? That man was surprised. He smiled in pain upon learning the secret behind the betrayal of the one he considered his teacher. He held the stack of documents and raised them forward. Why did you create these hundreds of magical creatures? Did you want to conquer the world? Facing his exposed secret, that man stammered in panic. That matter, he no longer hid it, revealing a cruel face and laughing loudly. How terrible. Upon learning the truth behind the story of that year, everyone was quite shocked. So, the reason you burned the research? I think that magical creature had the memories of Irina and me. Am I correct? Hearing these words, Arin was stunned, sitting motionless. That old man Axon was bitter, unable to speak when his deeds were exposed. He had not successfully implanted his own memory into the monster. In reality, it was the memories of Meralfan and Irina. Meralfan's voice rang out. The fact that it came all the way here and exploded means it disobeyed your orders because it was like me. From afar, Canis's younger sister also heard everything. Do not tell me it was you. She was furious, unleashing her power, draining the magical power source of the nearby students. The dark power of the younger sister exploded violently, causing Iruki and Ned to turn around in surprise. Was it you who ordered Harvest to self-destruct? Do you intend to kill all of us, even Canis? She shouted, and furious tears streamed down her drenched face. Old man Axon showed no concern whatsoever, merely leaning down to shield himself and laughing with utter contempt. He slowly raised his prosthetic arm, pointing his finger at everyone present. He completely had no idea what listening meant. He conjured a massive surge of dark magic in the pitch-black sky. That thing had finally arrived. It was another massive meteor brimming with dark magic hurtling down. Nen and Iruki looked up, their legs spread wide as they prepared their combat stance. The pressure from that thing was terrifying, blasting everything around. It was heading straight for the spot where the unconscious students lay. On this side were Siren, Nail, and Iruki. Hey, you there, everyone shouted in unison. Principal, he asked loudly, how about that? Does it hurt? Then he laughed loudly amid the chaos. Meralfan grew worried, seeing him abandon everything to flee by himself. Scene shifted to 10 years after Irina's accident. Clump appeared. Would he die here? He looked haggard, his face gaunt and lifeless, with stubbly beard, sitting and eating a meal. I've gone through a lot over the past 10 years looking for you. I traveled many places, spent a lot of money. One day, I got news you were somewhere. Clump recounted his journey, but Meralfan interrupted. Why did you come here? To see the troublemaker that is me? Clump sighed and pulled something from his coat pocket. I have something to give you. The thing he pulled out made Meralfan's eyes widen in surprise. You should have disappeared the very next day. He was too moved to speak, opening his wife's letter and holding it up to read. The letter began, to my dearest Meralfan, followed by her heartfelt words. Reading the letter, he could not contain his emotions. His tears silently fell onto the paper. It was me who wanted to conduct this experiment. He sobbed, his emotions bursting forth. If only I had one last wish. Irina had written this letter for her husband, at a time when he was pouring all his efforts into researching a cure for her. I wish you would not be sad. Please continue the research you love. You are my eternal light. Show that light to the world. Meralfan choked up as he told his friend, give me some money. He said tremblingly, I will build a school so that there will be no more fools like me. I will entrust my entire life to this school. Clump also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, because his friend was no longer as pessimistic as before. A hand reached out as if to grasp that dazzling sunlight. The life Irina had allowed him to live, he had now regained his spirit. That brilliant source of light came from the light magic of Principal Meralfan. That light illuminated the surrounding space amid the dark night of dark magic from the old man Axon. That light shone upon everything, from the leaves fluttering in the wind, to where the students still lay unconscious on the ground, and even to the dragonflies skimming low over the blades of grass. Siren was utterly amazed by the miracle that light brought in that moment. The magical light in the principal's hand slowly floated, enveloped by an endless halo. The sphere of energy gradually rose into the sky, creating a majestic scene that dispelled all the darkness shrouding the area. Siren stood still, watching that stream of light fly straight into the air. Iruki also stepped forward and looked up. Canis's sister, who was tending to her brother, also stopped her hands and raised her head to follow it. Master Meralfan's magic soared into the sky and blazed brilliantly. After shining and dispersing the veil of darkness, the full moon was no longer obscured and cast its light down upon the ground. Old Man Axon looked up in confusion. Not knowing what had broken his dark power, he exclaimed, "What is this?" "A spell called Big Bang." Master Miralfan gasped tiredly after gathering too much power for that last spell, slowly explaining, "Reporting to the Mage Association about a spell that only erupts with harmless light is a bit embarrassing. But I believe this farewell gift is more than enough." Old Man Axon turned to look and said, "I never expected things to turn out this way. You prepared your magic to oppose me, didn't you, you old fox?" Suddenly, Old Man Axon could no longer stand and knelt to the ground, propped his hands on the ground and began to cough up blood continuously. He had likely reached the limit of his body's endurance. Even if he manipulated memories to recover his mental strength, that was merely an illusion of the mind. If he continued doing so, his brain would not hold out and his life would be in danger. He had failed, so that was it. "So you haven't rested at all for the past 40 years. After the violent coughing fit, he panted from exhaustion. Old Man Axon still forced himself to speak. "You have defeated the Grand Mage Axon. Your fame will spread even further." "Yes, this is what I didn't expect." "Do you still not understand?" Master Amphes stood before him and said, "You are no longer a Grand Mage. It was so 40 years ago, but enough time has passed for a level 10 mage to drop to level 2. The world has changed. We have all grown old. How much longer will you chase your childish ambitions?" The young generation of mages standing behind the principal were Siron Eruki, and that fire user. Even though he was coughing up blood, he seemed unwilling to give up. You bastard. An empty vessel makes the most noise. You can't even become a Grand Mage. Not a genius by any means. You just know how to lecture." Old Man Axon slowly struggled to stand up in pain. He continued using dark magic to manipulate memories and laughed arrogantly. Arrogant brat. The magical energy within him exploded even more violently than before. Master Amphes shouted in alarm, "Are you insane? Using that method to restore your mental strength? Do you truly want to seek death?" In the principal's eyes was clear horror at the scene before him. Tendrils of darkness coiled around the unconscious students, lifting them into the air. Old Man Axon was now frantically using dark magic out of control. "I will do anything," he said as he slowly rose into the air to defeat him. Master Miralfan, fearing for his students, begged Old Man Axon. Ethella and the others are also watching anxiously towards the students. "Please spare the innocent. Is winning and losing that important? Stop being so childish with that thinking. Listen carefully, this is the last lesson I will teach you. A mage is forever a child." He was now insane, having lost his humanity, laughing in glee. Old Man Axon pulled all the floating unconscious students toward himself. Seeing the situation growing worse by the minute, the principal told everyone to scatter and move as quickly as possible. He also stepped forward and shouted, "Quickly, save them." Everyone quickly split up, flying after the students. Thatch was flying at full speed to catch up and rescue them. The students were falling freely toward the bottom of the cliff. Gaeta used all his strength to create a zone of blue light. He could catch the ones who were falling. The others were still falling, so Siren and Eruki should try their best to fly down and rescue them. Our professors, even in class, are always grumbling and scolding. This is a test for the literature subject, not math. When blood vessels dilate, the face becomes flushed. Conversely, when they constrict, the face turns pale. Our friends occasionally have conflicts. They envy and resent each other, but they are all in freefall, falling toward the cold ground below. Siren was struggling with all his might. He stretched his arm forward while still plummeting straight down, trying his best to save everyone. He shouted out loud. Emi, the woman of his dreams, was also falling. The final destination was the coldness of the soul. When she heard her name called Tokuteto, she slowly woke up, opening her eyes while still in freefall into the abyss. "Who called me just now? That voice is so familiar. Is it me again?" She was still in a floating, drifting state. "It is me, Siren." The image of someone rushing toward her was him. Siren rushed over and pulled her out of that situation. Escaping the nightmare, he helped her wake up. Had just managed to grab Ami's hand. Siren, she saw only Siren in front of her. "It was you, Siren. Are you crying?" She saw the image of Siren weeping with joy for having saved Ami in time. "When we meet again, let us compete fairly." An image of both of them appeared. "From now on, do not call me senior anymore, because I have caught up with you. I think I cannot keep my promise. I am sorry." "What are you saying?" Ami did not understand and did not know what Siren intended to do. "Wait, Siren, what are you going to do? What do you want to do?" "Thank you, Ami." "No, do not go." He slowly closed his eyes, tears still falling, making her panic even more as she held onto him tightly. Arian, Siren, goodbye everyone. He seemed to be about to do something extremely foolish as he looked up toward the sky above. Suddenly, Siren's entire body began to glow in the dark abyss. The light from his body gradually radiated powerfully, illuminating the entire area. The light was so blinding that everyone had to raise their hands to shield their faces. Old Man Axon, after unleashing his last burst of dark magical energy with all his strength, had collapsed to the ground. He struggled with all his might to turn his eyes toward the light that was emanating. The emitted light came with an infinite radiance, shining straight straight up into the sky. That infinite radiance pierced through all the way to the high heavens. Lying weakly, he whispered, "Is that what they call sacrificing oneself? Truly an interesting world, so much so that even if I spent my whole life wandering, I would not bear to leave it. Right, Meralfen?" After saying his last words, he breathed his final breath and died in his own pool of blood. A shadow fell over him as someone approached, accompanied by a shocked voice. "Master, do you think dying is the end of it? How could you bear to abandon us like this?" Canis looked at him with a haggard, anguished expression, speaking as tears streamed endlessly down his cheeks. He was like a madman shouting in pain, "I do not care if you see me as a tool. I just do not want you to abandon me." Aaron watched him anxiously. Canis was consumed by intense emotions, continuing on, "But I was wrong, it is all my fault." The dark magical energy enveloped him once again. "Please, come back." Aaron, standing beside him, was extremely worried and tried to speak up to calm him. "Canis, it is not your fault, you..." But Canis's agonized cries cut her off. "It is all my fault. Everything is my fault." A sharp, cold voice suddenly rang out. "Yes, it is all your fault." The two of them instinctively looked in unison toward the source of that sound on the ground. Covered in the slimy liquid, Harvest coldly spoke, "If you had not messed things up, Axon would be alive and protecting us." He continued, "But now the old man is dead, and we will all follow him." Canis's face hardened, a flash of coldness appearing in his eyes as he glanced at it. "So what?" Harvest taunted. "If I said it was all your fault, would it change anything?" The gloomy voice echoed in Canis and Arin's ears as both focused their gazes on their master. Axel simply lived out his life. He had fulfilled his wish. Both stared intently at the old man's aged, wrinkled face. Harvest said he passed away contentedly. "Now that he is gone, what do you want to do?" he asked. Canis's eyes wavered slightly. "That is my wish." Ganis slowly stood up. "I have said it. I still have enough strength to protect Aaron. So if you die here, it will be troublesome." He stood upright on his feet with pride. "I accept the contract." Aaron's eyes brimmed with tears, panickedly trying to stop him. "You will not be able to withstand it with so little mental energy left." "Let me," Harvest coldly interrupted. "Sorry, but no. My master is Canis." The firm assertion in his tone made Aaron flinch involuntarily. The slimy liquid layer gradually appeared on Canis' face. "If you dare betray me again," he warned in a raised tone, "I will not forgive you." With that said, a stream of darkness powerfully merged into Canis's body. Harvest replied mockingly, "I remember, my master. I like your arrogance." He thought at the same time Canis's body had completely absorbed Harvest within. As he gradually lost strength and fell back unconsciously, gentle hands reached out to catch him. Arin carefully held Canis in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Let's create our life together." Principal Meralfen silently observed the two from a certain distance. It was a long time before he spoke. "Professor Ithella, I am a sinner." Miss Ithella beside him replied, "The first step to atonement is to acknowledge your sin," she slowly continued. Meralfen turned his head to look at her, but Ithella said seriously, "You are no longer arrogant, sir." A gentle smile appeared on his face. "Haha, I will accept my punishment." Meralfen looked at the two young professors before him. "More importantly, where is our hero?" He was visibly delighted. "I did not expect the kid could teleport over 400 people at once." Meralfen turned back and said, "Truly impressive." His words were suddenly cut off by a frantic scream. "Help!" The sound from a girl holding the young man quickly drew everyone's gaze. Everyone rushed over to the two in panic. Ami shouted in a fluster, "Siren!" He has stopped breathing. Horror and fear filled her tear-filled eyes. After handling Axon's body, it took a full 8 hours to get all the students back to the dormitory. Sealed memories will gradually return, but until then the school will be closed. At the infirmary, Ami, Nen, and Eruki were all with Siren. He lay motionless on the bed. Ami sobbed incessantly, clutching his hand tightly while sitting beside him with a pale face. Further away, Eruki silently leaned against the wall watching. Tears streamed down Ami's face. She gritted her teeth, silently blaming herself. "I am truly an idiot. That day I did not recognize him when he came looking for me." And yet, Ami recalled from the moment the two first met in the dark alley, the meetings and arguments at the academy, the time she was scared by a non-existent supernatural spirit, and the letter too. "I have not even said sorry yet." Ami's small body trembled uncontrollably. She sobbed softly, lowering her head on Siren's still motionless body. Seeing Ami in an unstable state, Eruki could not help worrying. "Ami, you need to rest. Going on like this you will get sick." "But magic cannot kill the caster," she cried loudly, holding Siren's hand tightly without letting go. "Why did he die after using wide-area teleportation?" "There must be something strange going on with Siren," Ami said. Though she could not hold back her tears, she tried to calmly respond. "You are right, Siren will surely wake up if not." Eruki's emotionless voice rang out, cutting off the conversation, meaning there is still a possibility that magic can kill the caster. So when he turned his gaze toward him, Eruki continued, "Axon also died after using magic." Ami stubbornly spoke up to refute. Axon died because the energy in his brain had been depleted, but Siren, being like like this is because he had fully unlocked the immortal node. She said those two things are completely different. Iruki did not care about Ami's emotions and coldly replied, whether he used up the energy in his brain or unlocked the immortal node changed nothing. The important thing was that Siren was dead, he said, his sharp eyes looking towards both of them. So you reacted immediately, Iruki. The guy Ami beside him had stood up at some point. You really are an irritating person. She faced Iruki, her terrifying expression and the dangerous aura she emitted making the atmosphere grow heavy and tense. So you believe Siren is truly dead then? I do not, Iruki said indifferently, but he is dead. Without a word, Ami immediately grabbed him by the collar. With astonishing strength, she easily lifted Iruki off the ground. Siren ended up like this because he saved us. And yet you, Ami said in a low, grating voice. She tightened her fist, preparing to swing it hard at Iruki. Ami's hand on his collar tightened even more as she swung her fist heavily towards Iruki's face. Contrary to Ami's impulsiveness driven by emotion, he looked completely calmly at the fist about to rush towards his face. Suddenly, Ami's clenching hand stopped, hovering in front of Iruki's face just a few centimeters from the tip of his nose. Iruki's expression was as if nothing had happened. He indifferently tilted his head to the side and said, "Phew, that is a relief." Ami looked at Iruki's provoking demeanor and grew even angrier. "You knew I would stop my hand, did you, you annoying bastard? Do you know why I stopped my hand?" She glared, tears welling up and streaming down her face again. "Because a person like you does not deserve to have friends." At one end, Nen was both getting ready and worriedly watching the two of them. Iruki immediately yelled back, not backing down at all, "Then use your own brain." His heart has stopped beating, and he has stopped breathing. He is no different from a cornered wild beast right now. He retorted fiercely at Ami, "Find a way to bring him back from the dead. You are just being pathetic and talking nonsense." Ami could not help but widen her eyes, her whole body freezing at Iruki's harsh words, so she fell into silence behind him. "Magic cannot resurrect the dead, Iruki." These words only made the cold look in Iruki's eyes more ferocious. His brows tightly furrowed on his forehead. He mercilessly flung Ami's hand away from his body. "That is the limb of humans." After a tense period in the room that only left Nen and Ami, "You could have punched him," Nen spoke up. Ami sniffled and wiped her tears. "How could I do that?" She weakly hung her head. "He is Siren's friend." In the dark hallway where only the faint moonlight from the window seeped in, Iruki left in anger. "They are so pathetic." "You are right, they are pathetic. Are they not?" A mysterious voice suddenly rang out in the hallway. Iruki coldly swept his gaze towards where the sound came from. "How dare you here?" He stared at Ken and Arin, who were leisurely standing by the window. "We just came to offer our condolences. He did not die fighting us," the being responded. "And it is a pity he sacrificed himself after saving you all, however." "I have lost interest." His words immediately darkened Iruki's expression. "Huh? Just as you said, they are pathetic," Canis repeated. "They are making a big deal out of whether a person is truly dead or not. Do you think so?" His words only added fuel to the fire inside Iruki. "You just pray that Siren is still alive." The sudden change in his tone made the expressions on Canis and Arin's faces somewhat confused and hard to read. In Iruki's eyes gleamed a blue light as he channeled his magical power. "Because the only person in this world who can stop me is Siren alone." A powerful surge of magical energy enveloped Canis from head to toe. Harvest's deep voice rang out as a warning. "Canis, you have been locked onto." He broke out in a cold sweat. "Yeah." But Harvest continued, "It is very dangerous. His calculation speed is abnormally fast. If he uses that magic, he said the entire place will be wiped clean." The beginning scene was a speck of light flashing before Canis. Then it started to explode from a corner of the hallway where Famvi was, spreading across an entire building on the school grounds. Dead silence enveloped the dark hallway. As both sides stood silently, eyes locked on each other. Harvest, how could he possibly calculate fast enough to say this place would be wiped out? Canis asked curiously, and he slowly explained in a simple manner. "It is fast enough to analyze everything in the city within 3 seconds, Harvest explained. Canis did not take his eyes off the opposite side. "Even if he has savant syndrome, how could it be like this?" he asked doubtfully. "I do not know," Harvest replied, looking at Iruki standing motionless in front of him. "But what I am sure of is, his brain cells cannot hold out much longer." As soon as the words were finished, Iruki entered attack mode, the demonic energy constantly fluctuating in his eyes. "If Siren has to die like this," a firm light flashed in Iruki's eyes, "I will definitely kill you all." On the other side, Canis's body remained stiff in the stream of magical energy. "Fall back," Harvest hurriedly warned. "He will blow himself up the moment you step into the spirit domain." While he did not know what to do next, another voice immediately cut in. "But that means..." Canis glanced at Arin behind him, her voice trembling slightly. "You also think Siren is not dead, right?" Iruki slowly raised his hand. "It would be best if you should choose your words carefully." He extended his hand forward, ready to cast magic at any moment. Canis panicked and hurriedly stopped Arin, but she ignored him and kept moving forward. "I cannot see the condition of objects," face, but instead, "I can see inside a person," she said. Iruki roared in fury. "So what?" The tension was so high that Canis could not help but shout. Arin still ignored the warning and continued, "If you truly believe he is dead." Iruki's face darkened further, a trace of death flashing across his eyes, a burning sensation like thousands of knives piercing through the opponent. Arin instinctively covered her face, her eyes full of fear and confusion as tears involuntarily streamed down. "There is no way you would..." Crying with such a frightened expression, Arin stared in shock at Iruki standing still. Around him were streaks of blood red mixed with darkness. For a moment, Iruki unconsciously looked behind him, where the room with Surin lying was located. He then withdrew his magical energy and stopped the motion in his hand. In the silent night covering the academy, only the full moon glittered amidst the darkness. Back at the infirmary, while keeping watch over Siren out of exhaustion, Ned had fallen asleep while leaning against the wall, and Ami was dozing off on a chair. "The school will fall into chaos in a few days," Iruki said. He approached the bed where Siren lay. "If it is a funeral, it will be too late." Iruki looked up at Siren's sleeping face, then shifted his gaze to the cold blade. "If you do not stop me, I will not be able to move forward." An old image from memory surfaced, Siren holding Iruki's hand and saying firmly, "If that happens, I will stop you." Raising the knife in his hand, Iruki continued speaking. "So Siren, I will save you." He lowered the blade toward the man's arm. Iruki paused slightly as he felt the tip of the knife touch Siren's skin. Without any hesitation, he pressed the knife tip with force onto the man's flesh. At Amphis Magic Academy, students must live in the dormitory. Because this is the place that nurtures the children of high-ranking nobles in the kingdom, the academy's security is the most important thing. But the academy was infiltrated by 4 unidentified attackers, a male professor said slowly. In the end, those attackers were dealt with, and the boy saved the students and professors. The remaining professors in the council fell into deep thought as the male professor continued narrating the story, but unfortunately, the light source of our school, Aryan Siren, has passed away. Headmaster Miralfan maintained a calm expression while listening. "If the outside world learns of this, the academy will inevitably bear responsibility for this serious issue." A male professor wearing glasses immediately stood up to intervene. "We must hold a funeral for Siren as soon as possible." He continued, "We must notify the parents." Another male professor on the opposite side immediately reacted. "Do you think we do not know that? Siren's friends are adamantly requesting to postpone his funeral." That professor continued, saying that his body was still in the infirmary, not the morgue. "I could not understand their reasoning at all." A silver-haired professor spoke up, saying that while he put it that way, he was really just trying to buy time to protect the school's reputation from being tarnished. The professors from the opposing faction immediately voiced their objections. "How can you say that? I only wanted us to have more time to think things through thoroughly." Bespectacled and silver-haired professors continued their debate. "Dragging this out will only worsen public opinion, ruin the school's reputation completely, and possibly lead to its closure. We need to act quickly, as we still do not even know the whereabouts of Axel's students." The debate between the two sides went nowhere, causing the bespectacled and silver-haired professors to look anxiously toward old Miralfan. She said, "Headmaster, please make a decision. The student council has been convened today, and this is no ordinary student council. If the children of the most prestigious noble families band together to accuse the school, there will be nothing we can do." Headmaster Miralfan calmly replied, "Ah, you were the one who said we should wait." He looked down at the council sternly. Miralfan's words made the professors exclaim, "Headmaster." In the meeting room, he silently observed the two sides caught in endless conflict. As the professors have said, if we continue to wait, our side will face greater disadvantage. But there is still a question more important than the future of this school. Someone has already cast a spell to save everyone in the academy. And the image of him lying motionless in Ami's arms appeared. Could Siren really be dead? He placed a hand on his chest, where his heart was beating, wondering if he was thinking rationally, or if he simply thought Siren was someone special. Both Professor Seventh and Sienna bowed their heads in agreement. Silence fell over the council's argument. Miralfan thought to himself, "There are times I wonder about this, but that vague feeling still refuses to disappear." A glint of gold flashed in his eyes as he thought of that thing, the undying function, a realm we have never known. Ithella spoke clearly. In this battle, Siren made an extreme decision to unleash his undying function. The room quickly fell silent as the professors listened to her. By common understanding, this phenomenon is defined as nirvana. Ithella explained, "Nirvana is a state different from life. Therefore, his reaching nirvana does not mean he has died." Some professors in red robes looked bewildered. "I do not understand." Someone scratched their head. "This is a magic academy, after all." Silver-haired female professor stood up and looked ahead. "It is not common understanding. I understand what the headmaster is saying." She said, "There is a possibility that Siron, the unlocker, is still alive. I understand that completely, but there is no guarantee that the boy will wake up." Headmaster Miralfan immediately interjected. "While waiting for Siron without knowing when he will wake, we may face the worst-case scenario. So what is that?" Professors in red robes looked at him with horrified expressions. Miralfan quickly denied it. "Of course it is the case of the school being closed, but no, not that. His expression turned deeply grave. The worst-case scenario is all students and professors being annihilated. The entire hall fell dead silent at Miralfan's words. He continued, "Without Siren, no one would have survived, including you all." Alpheus's voice was calm, neither fast nor slow. "Is there any possibility, even if less than 1%? He lowered his head, his expression unreadable. "The child traded his life for ours. As professors of this magic academy, should we not make an effort?" Each of Miralfan's words made the faction of Red Road professors bow their heads in silence. "If I take responsibility and am punished, the school will not be closed." "So what?" he said. "For that child, should we not also make such a sacrifice?" That morning the school campus was still bustling with people as usual. In a corner of the school infirmary, Siren still lay motionless on the bed. Ami and Ned were vigilant day and night in England. Ami gently pressed her hand to his forehead. "Siren," she whispered, "no matter how long it takes, be it years or decades, I will wait for the day you return." Her face could not hide her worry and pain. Ami continued murmuring, "So just say that you will come back." She broke down in the suffocating silence, tears streaming down her face. "Say something, please," Ami begged. Siren remained still, his eyes closed. Not long after, his eyelids lifted slightly, revealing blue pupils. Siren slowly sat up, but strangely, there was not a single piece of cloth left on his body. Siren opened his eyes, his gaze dark as he looked around to determine where he was. His feet unconsciously slid forward, and then he suddenly realized he had remembered everything. Memories flooded back. He had hugged a girl and leaped into an abyss to save everyone. At that time, he had fully unleashed his immortal ability. Raising his hand to examine it, he wondered which life this was. It seemed the memories from when he was alive had not yet faded. Something caught his attention, but he did not understand why. Siren stood alone in an endless void. Wherever he went, the scenery did not change, as if all 5 of his senses were paralyzed. As he walked forward, he kept thinking, could it be? He stepped onto an object. It was an invisible step that Siren had just placed his foot on. Suddenly realizing he was stunned. As expected, Siren was still lost, no different from the beginning. His expression was dazed, as if distance did not exist here. He imagined waving at a distant clone. In reality, distance could only be calculated when there were 2 reference points. When the clone disappeared, he frantically searched for it. If one of the 2 reference points did not exist, then the concept of distance vanished, and space could not form. Siren glanced around, thinking that no matter where he went in this place, it was the same as standing still. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Excellent. I did not expect you to understand the meaning of space. I knew you were worthy of coming here." Siren looked up in confusion. "Who are you? Am I dead?" His eyes widened as he saw a ring of light above, surrounded by countless colorful rays. The source of power was so immense that he had to cover his eyes, because it was too dazzling. That power enveloped the space, causing him to exclaim in astonishment, "Wow!" From within that surge of magical energy, a pair of legs gradually emerged. After that, a beautiful girl with green hair stepped out. She approached Siren and spoke, "I have been waiting for you." "Hello, Siren." Siren asked in confusion, "Who are you?" The green-haired girl smiled gently. She placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself as God. On the 5th day after Siren's death, the area outside the school campus was still quiet. Sunlight shone down on the school's roof tiles. After the tragedy that had just occurred, the professors had recklessly delayed the entire remediation plan. However, the students did not agree with that decision. In the student council meeting room, everyone was sitting and watching. Behind the student council, a blackboard recorded the survey opinions on the professors' remediation measures. The students felt that the principal they trusted had betrayed them. A male student with black hair slammed the table and stood up, arguing that everything stemmed from the principal's mistake 40 years ago. He stood on the floor, facing the student council, stating that the accusations against the principal had to be dealt with another day, and Siren's funeral had also been postponed. He simply did not want to take responsibility. The student council president Amira, a second-year student, clasped her hands in irritation. The student council must get involved in this matter. The entire auditorium shouted in unison, "That is right. The principal must be held responsible for this incident. Let him be punished." Suddenly a hand was raised in protest. "Everyone is misunderstanding." Serial, a 5th-year student, stood up. "I am Serial. Everyone is assuming that Siren is dead, but that is not the truth." She explained Siren's heart has stopped beating, but his body has not decomposed yet. Hearing this, everyone began to murmur in discussion. Serial continued, "The professors made their decision based on this suspicion." Amira quickly asked, "Is that true?" Council member Serial, "If he is not dead, then why did his heart stop beating?" Serial closed her eyes in thought. Amira urged again, "Please tell us the details. What is the reason?" Serial's face was panicked as she waved her hand in front of her chest, reporting the results of unlocking the immortality ability. Her eyes widened in analysis. The immortality ability was a concept that did not directly affect life, and everyone was still discussing it. The room grew silent at that moment. Her voice was timid. It was a mysterious topic, so it should be. Before she finished her sentence, the students below whispered, "What is the immortality ability? I heard it is the highest realm of a mage, but knowledge creates magic, so what of it?" She was shocked and terrified by the whispered words, sweat streaming down continuously as her face turned pale. She thought, wait, why are they reacting like this? At this moment, Amira also thought, that is a mysterious topic. Isn't the second talent of a wise mage to think carefully before deciding? Cyriel's eyes darted in panic. She understood now. She connected it to the children. We are still students, not yet mages. The lower grade children only believe in what they see and feel. She kept imagining the Shukun students were not friendly toward the headmaster, while the upper grade students were biased out of hatred for him. They have no capacity for distant rationality. What does that have to do with those accusations? Cyriel envisioned the scene of the headmaster being arrested, and Saran lying in a coffin full of flowers, then being taken away for burial. At this rate, she hugged her head and wailed, "They will take Siren away to be buried. What should I do?" Suddenly a hand was raised. "I am Slider Mark from Class 7. His angry eyes. "The honor of the school is brought by the students. If people hear that the school has an untrustworthy teacher, they will also lose faith in us." Slider Mark placed a hand over his heart, his voice softening. "However, we know that person helped us realize what a true mage is." The students below gradually came to their senses. He continued, a big hand holding a small arm leading the way. "He gave us love." The image of the headmaster playing with the children from when we were young appeared. People below changed their thoughts. "That is right, they raised us to be who we are." Voices rang out endlessly, even if the headmaster had made mistakes in the past. Slider Mark spoke loudly and forcefully. "I do not think we need to oppose the teachers we deeply respect." Cyriel's eyes sparkled with admiration. "That is right, Slider Mark. If logic does not work, we will appeal to their emotions." Girl sitting next to Amira saw her tapping on the desk. Amira's vacant eyes revealed calculation. "If we vote right now, the outcome will be 50-50. The blackboard was full of writing. The students below were in an uproar, some crying, some laughing. "What accusation? Please forgive the teacher. I hope the kindergarten kids oppose it, but expectations are too high, so we need to separate them." Amira was extremely troubled. "At this rate, they will not force a judgment on the accusations. What should I do?" A hand was raised high, a voice rang out. "I am from Class 1. A guy stood up, all eyes on him. Why is Fermi standing up?" He stood up and bowed. "Everyone, I forgot to mention something important. We owe Siren our lives. Is there anyone here not saddened by his sacrifice?" The expressions of the students below fell, making Cyriel worry as she turned around. Fermi said, "Cyriel is anxious up front, so we should not continue oppose." Fermi called out with a cruel face, "For our savior, fight to honor Siren's soul." Cyriel tensely objected. "Hector, wait. Honor his soul? Siren is not dead yet." Feng Yi calmly replied, "Is that so? From what I know." He gave a cold smile. "They are using chemicals to preserve Siren's body. If he were still alive, why would they do that?" The entire room was stunned. Amira asked, "Is that true, Council Member Feng Mian?" Then Amira turned to Cyriel with reproach. "Council Member Cyriel, did you know about that?" She tried to stay calm under the question. "Please tell us, Council Member Cyriel." She trembled, tears streaming down. "I refuse to provide self-incriminating information." She thought, "I am sorry, Ami." Amira raised her hand to signal and announced that we would now begin the vote. But the votes seemed to have already leaned heavily to one side. Cyriel silently blamed that bastard Fum Mai for causing all this. A group of students were protesting right in the schoolyard. Miralfan submit to interrogation from the start. Ami led the way, loudly demanding that a funeral be held for Siren, and that the preservation of the deceased's body be stopped. Ami and a man in the observation room suddenly flinched, exclaiming, "This is bad." Miralfan used magic on Siren's grieving body. It seemed they had discovered we used magic to slow things down. A trace of sadness flickered across his face. "No longer have much time." The Lord spoke, asking Siren, who stood before him, "Do you not believe in me? Just as the things humans create carry human thoughts and forms, so too do all the things I create bear my characteristics. Therefore you're the one most like me, Siren." He was stunned with surprise. The Lord was composed, gently raising a hand and calling Siren's name. With a beautiful face, sparkling eyes, and gentle long hair, he asked, "Would you like to create a world with me?" Siren stepped back in confusion and asked, "What, sir?" He showed clear bewilderment, stammering, With me?" At that moment, Siren suddenly realized he was naked. Embarrassed, he quickly covered himself with his hands and explained, "I am sorry. This is too sudden. I am not that type of person." He was so embarrassed that his speech became jumbled, and sweat broke out on his back. Seeing this, the Lord merely waved a hand and smiled at that endearing shyness. While conjuring a set of clothes to cover his body with magic, the Lord said, "Do not be shy. This is not your world. His eyes narrowed, and he smiled, saying that his body still existed in his own world. Siren remained silent, lifting his eyes to look at him. He timidly asked the girl who called herself the Lord, "I knew it. This is another world, right?" The Lord raised one hand to chest level, tilting his head slightly, and replied, "No, this is a place different from where you live." She held her index finger in front of her eyes. On the tip of the finger was a small, round black dot. She said each dot was a dimension of space without sound or surface. Amidst the white void was a round black dot. The deeper he looked, the more he saw that this dot was not as small as it seemed. Inside, there appeared to be no space. But when magnified and looked into, it became clear that inside that dot was a vast space. Siren was standing and conversing with the Lord, but in reality, everything was condensed. He looked down at his own two hands, thinking about a small dot. He clearly saw the distance between his two hands. In other words, his body existed in a three-dimensional form. Siren looked at his hands as he spoke. There is an entire three-dimensional world inside a tiny little dot. The Lord quietly smiled, remarking that his perspective was very unique. Though her expression was not clearly visible, she confidently affirmed, "That is right, that is the nature of time and space. Every world, seen from afar, is just like a dot." The Lord brought the black dot on her fingertip close to her eye and stared straight into it. "But if you go closer, it is an infinite world." The Lord asked Siren, "What do you think? You and I are the creators of that world." He was silent for a moment before asking, "I cannot go back?" The Lord looked at Siren blankly, replied that it was impossible, and asked if he regretted it, if he was not yet ready to let go. He immediately cut the Lord off and denied it, saying, "That is not it. I understand very well." Hesitantly, Siren spoke up, "May I ask one more question?" The Lord smiled, "Of course." His pupils contracted, and he asked, "Why do you lie?" Siren's question seemed to hit a sore spot, astonishing the Lord greatly. The water surface where she stood rippled slightly. After a long silence, she finally spoke, "The Lord does not lie. No, there is no need to lie." His eyes drooped, his lips still holding a constant smile. Because he deemed it did not exist, then it would not exist. Siren lowered his face, his eyes darkening, and exclaimed, "Lying again." Just that one sentence was enough to darken the Lord's expression, his eyes no longer as bright as before. He asked in confusion, "Could you be the Lord?" The Lord remained silent, not yet answering. After a moment, the Lord's eyes lifted sharply. She said, "It seems there is a misunderstanding because our definitions of a lord are different. I will show you what a lord truly is." Siren stood quietly waiting. The scene shifted to a small village nestled among countless layers of rolling hills. Beneath the clear blue sky, gentle sunlight fell upon the villagers holding sickles to harvest the ripe rice. By the corner of a house in the cool shade, two women stood chatting with each other. Then there were children running down to the field, wanting to catch dragonflies. Everything around Siren looked real, making him stare in a daze. "As you are seeing, this world is merely a replica." He turned his head to look at the Lord. She was holding a sphere in her arms. "However, I can move that farmer." With one hand lifting the sphere, she placed the other hand on top of it. The Lord pointed her finger at the farmer in that small village. The Lord's two fingers gradually pierced through the shell of the sphere, which was also the sky of this replica world. At the same time, where Siren stood, a large light suddenly appeared, enveloping his entire body. From his perspective looking up at the sky, he could see how immensely magnified the Lord's two fair fingers had become. Those two fingers grabbed the collar of the farmer's shirt and lifted him high into the air. Finally, they dropped him in front of a horse eating hay in the distance. The Lord stood a distance away from Siren, saying that space had changed, meaning time had also shifted. The Lord cradled the sphere in her palm, because time and space are one. He uttered the two words, space-time, and immediately received agreement from the Lord. "That is correct." Certain hand is lifting a chess piece. The same thing exists in your world, does it not? If you move a knight in your world, the chess piece that was just lifted has now been placed in a different position. A turn of time has passed on the chessboard. This means you are manipulating space-time within the dimension called the chessboard. Siren fixed his gaze on the Lord's back as she said, "The Lord is not the invincible or transcendent being as your faith dictates." On the golden ripe rice field, dragonflies flitted through the blue sky. They are merely designers capable of creating a lower spatial dimension than the one they inhabit. At some point, the Lord's footsteps had drawn close to that farmer, yet those creations think the Lord is an absolute entity. The Lord stood behind the farmer, looking at his back as she spoke, because they possess a power that creations cannot have, and the Lord can manipulate them without their knowledge. The farmer's face was magnified. It was merely a piece of wood with two holes carved out for eyes. This farmer does not know how he was moved, just as he does not know this world is a replica. He revealed a look of terror upon hearing these words from the Lord. The Lord was still smiling, her blue eyes looking towards Siren. There is only one way to let him know. His pupils constricted, his brows furrowed together. A single bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. Siren said in horror, the ability of immortality. The Lord placed one hand on the farmer's shoulder. That is correct. Immediately, a magic spell was triggered. The Lord tilted her head, looking at him while the farmer began to dissolve into sparkling particles. That is the ability of immortality. Siren and the Lord tilted their heads back, watching the sparkling particles float up into the sky. The Lord spoke again. The ability of immortality is a sensation that shapes the entire world. Those sparkling particles continuously followed one another, pulling each other up into the deep blue sky. Those sparkling particles scattered to every corner of the high sky, but in the end, they were still blocked by the glass of the sphere. The Lord grasped the sphere completely within her palm. Her beautiful face in that moment suddenly turned eerie. Even so, the farmer's world was still contained within that glass sphere. He could not perceive entities from higher dimensions. Siren looked at the glass sphere in horror. Do you understand now, Siren? The Lord moved the glass sphere aside. I brought you here. A man who had just unlocked the power of immortality and was nearly torn apart was brought to this special area. He was silent for a moment, then asked warily, "What do you want from me?" While casting magic on the glass sphere, the Lord replied this. The glass sphere, under the influence of the magic from the Lord, immediately transformed into a tiny black dot. Siren did not look away. A bead of sweat rolled down the corner of his eye. Come into the space-time I have created, Siren. And upon creating another space-time, the space-time within the dot gradually transformed an even smaller dot, and inside that, yet another space-time. Then another one if we keep repeating this process. The Lord looked up at the infinite space filled with bright stars and said with a bright smile that it would become a perfect universe, known as the space-time matrix. Meanwhile, Siren's face darkened. He said nothing, only stood silently listening. Suddenly Siren spoke. I cannot. The Lord immediately questioned why. I am certain you have no reason to refuse. The Lord asked again, do you not like my proposal? He lowered his head slightly and replied, it is not bad. I find it acceptable to become a lord and create a new world. Your plan to create a perfect universe sounds fine too. Siren's gaze turned sharp, but if I step into your space-time, another person like me will have to be sacrificed. The Lord's azure eyes darkened slightly, glinting in the shadowed corner of his face. The Lord raised a finger, his voice commanding, I am not giving you a choice. If you refuse, I will have to tear you apart. The expression on Siren's face remained firm. I will not do it. The Lord said, we will soon see, and simultaneously launched an attacking magic, causing the surrounding water to churn violently. The Lord maintained the same posture as when casting the magic, his expression calm as if he had done nothing wrong. But that calm quickly faded, replaced by surprise. Now I understand. On the other side was water. Siren's entire body stood there intact, without a single wound or scratch. Siren's hair fluttered, his eyes gleamed with blue light. A dot, the space-time matrix you spoke of, it is like a spirit domain. Siren raised one hand forward, and this is... He raised one hand high, activating his own magic, her spirit domain. Siren directed the red magic stream toward the woman who called herself the Lord at the same time. His gaze was now more determined than ever. He confidently asserted that she was a mage. Siren maintained the red magic stream, standing opposite Ada. She slowly stepped back and added, Siren, do not do something you will regret. He stood there, pondering what her intentions were. The goddess slowly began to activate magic around her. You think you can defeat me? Siren was quite worried about his current situation as he contemplated. I certainly cannot win. She is someone who has reached the level of proclaiming herself a lord. Accent? No, perhaps even stronger than a lord. But regardless, he was certain of his choice and spoke out, asserting that this was not the place he should be. Siren recalled the earlier scene of that goddess with the man. He realized that when the farmer unlocked the power of immortality, his body had vanished without a trace. But she has my body existing in another world, so I can return, right? The goddess answered his question, yes, you can return. However, there is no way you will succeed. You will only die one more time. Ada was trying to press Siren to reconsider, but even so, I will still try. He remained resolute, facing her and deciding not to turn back. On second thought, capturing it is no big deal. The real problem is its maximum energy source. The goddess looked anxiously at the red energy sphere in Siren's palm. If so, this space will vanish in just a moment. She began to channel her power. Siren was quite worried, not knowing what she was about to do. The goddess raised her arm, creating a black hole. It sucked Siren's red energy sphere inside. The ground suddenly flooded with water from nowhere. As she cast the spell, she said, this place is a space-time intersection. When you step in, you will relive the journey you have taken in reverse order. Siren found it hard to believe when the goddess agreed to let him return. Will she really let me go? But before he left, she made a condition. Promise me one thing. If returning to the original world fails, come back and do as I say. Siren remained doubtful and anxious, unsure if he would truly be allowed to return. I will say it again. You will not succeed. He looked at the gate leading into the deep darkness. He turned his head to thank the goddess. Thank you for letting me return. It is too early to thank me. It is not easy for a pure, sacred being to return to a complex physical body, let alone a human body full of impurities. The goddess kindly reminded Siren before he left. If you overcome this, you will become a strange being, no longer human. If you want to give up, return through this path. She still wanted Siren to reconsider and stay, but he affirmed, I will not give up. Goodbye. He stepped into the gate one step at a time to return to his body. Safe travels, the goddess sent her final blessing to Siren as he departed. He moved step by step deeper into the gate. Inside was pitch black. He fumbled each step. If I go through this path, I can return. Siren kept moving forward, despite the darkness all around. He kept walking without seeing anything. Everything remained the same. Darkness enveloped everything, making him walk in despair. Now he panicked, looking around in alarm. This place was identical to the white room from before. Looking back, he was bewildered to see the gate still there, the goddess still standing watching him. Siren fell into silent thought. Thinking back, there are many strange things. Why did she give up on me so easily? He remembered the goddess's earlier words, you will not succeed. Siren panicked when he realized he had fallen for the goddess's scheme. I have been trapped in a space-time prison. I have recalled a memory. It was a moment at Uncle Amy's place 2 months ago. That is right, Siren is the stopping spell. Uncle Amy's figure appeared to speak to him. Siren was in the classroom, his classmates frozen still. The stopping spell is the highest level of magic, when a time mage moves faster than light. Are we moving at the speed of light? Smart kid. Yes, that is why space-time seems to freeze. He looked up to the sky, continuing, Brother Sang is quite strange. In the sky, stars flew past. Light can help a mage become faster. Beyond a certain threshold, the faster the star flies, the color of infinity appears behind it. It can even catch up with time. That infinite star orbited the Earth. That is the foundation of the stopping spell. Back in the present, after absorbing the knowledge from Uncle Emmy's words, Siren sank into thought. If this is a space-time trapped within the speed of light, I can escape from here. Once he understood, he opened his eyes. I need to be faster than the speed of light, but how? Superluminal speed, a concept that exists only in theory, was entirely fabricated. The goddess's words had hinted to Siren that upon entering, he would experience the reverse process of what he had done to get there. He slowly stood up and said, understood. He used signal magic, the immortality ability. Siren got into a starting position for a race. The speed of the immortality ability spreading across the universe was instantaneous. Currently, he was just a soul without a body, unsure if it was faster than light. In his gaze of destruction, determination, and confidence were evident. Even knowing he might fail, he still had to try. I will not give up. He began his race against the light. Siren moved extremely fast, creating a long trail of purple light behind him. It was a success. His soul ran so fast that only streaks of purple light were seen darting by. He had already seen his own body lying motionless on that bed. His soul moved swiftly, tracing a long line of purple light toward the body, back to the place he once resided, back to his friends. His body lay on the bed where someone's hand was. They were concentrating healing magic on him. One healing him was Principal Miralfan. Scene shift to the real world. 8 days after Siren's death, the principal sat by the bed watching over his body. Behind her were Miss Sienna and Miss Ethel, along with a young man. The young man Urki sat on a chair watching anxiously, while Ami stood leaning against the doorframe. Suddenly, the girl Serial spoke up, catching the attention of Ami, who stood nearby. Look over there. Outside, someone was holding a petition high, making noise as the representative of the Miralfan Magic Academy students. We submit a petition to the professors. A noisy crowd, led by the white-haired student council president Amira, demands that Principal Miralfan turn herself in. They demanded to be interrogated by the Magic Association. The students not participating in the protest worriedly said, Senior, please calm down. Miss Sienna, furious, pushed the door open forcefully, questioning why the student council was inciting everyone and causing chaos in the school. The white-haired girl stepped forward, raised the paper high and shouted, No one is inciting us. We do not want to go this far, but Siren has been dead for 8 days. Why is there still no announcement? Siren fell into a coma, but that is only counted as a coma if his heart is still beating. You cannot fool us by saying his body has not decomposed. Is that not enough to charge the principal with a crime? We have Siren's death as evidence. But you apologize for deceiving us. This is the teacher's best decision, and we will take responsibility. Can the teachers truly bear the responsibility for their actions? The white-haired girl thought tensely. What reason does she have to say that? Is there something we have missed? What the hell is going on? I have read the entire report. It seems this girl is hesitating. The young man Fermi standing nearby stared sternly at Amira, thinking silently. She will join the march. It will be troublesome if she turns back. More precisely, it will complicate my plan. In his eyes were full of calculation. He did not want to be dragged into it. He smiled amiably and offered a suggestion. Let us do it this way. Let us see Siren's condition. We will decide after seeing him with our own eyes. Hearing that suggestion, Miss Sienna said angrily, We cannot allow it. Wait until everything is settled. Miss Sienna's words seemed to further agitate the crowd. No way. How can we believe you? Go inside. We have the right to know and to fight for our school. The girl Maria and a few others tried to stop them but were pushed down by the crowd. You cannot. Fortunately, the young man Slider Mark caught Maria and yelled, You people have gone too far. Another student's life was in danger, but the crowd still moved forward without hesitation. Suddenly, a dark figure figure burst out violently from Surin's treatment room, shattering the window glass and causing those below to look up in shock. He landed right in front of the building's entrance, blocking the crowd trying to storm in and make trouble. He stood blocking the doorway, his body surrounded by a source of lightning magic energy as he spoke. "Alright, come in if you want, but if you do, you will die." His eyes radiated a deadly aura, promising to ruthlessly deal with anyone who dared to enter. At this moment, the schoolyard was divided into two groups of people. One group protested in opposition, and the other stood to block them. Amira spoke up in confusion. "What?" He looked somewhat surprised, his face stiff as he asked back. "So you all treated me well only because I could get things done? And is this how you speak to your seniors?" The people around also showed similar anger. He straightened up, his body radiating power like tiny bolts of lightning as he said sternly, "Should I repeat myself?" The power around him swelled increasingly, a massive source of energy spreading to the surroundings. Seeing the scene before them, the people opposite began to tremble in fear, their faces full of disbelief as they cried out, "Wait, impossible, that is..." Amira also paled. "Impossible." Before the massive surge of magical power released along with the surrounding electrical arcs, the classmates exclaimed in shock, "That is plasma magic." They wondered, isn't he just a 5th grade student? Even at our school, only Ocean Zai Ken, a 1st grade student, can use it. His teammates watched from a higher vantage point, their expressions also full of alarm. Ami exclaimed, "That is true destruction magic." Serial added, "He kept this magic hidden." Only Iruki, as if knowing this would happen, stood with his arms crossed leaning against the wall in a corner, thinking, "That bastard, he's using that magic." Seeing Ned grit his teeth and endure, he hesitated, even though he knew what would happen if he did that. Siren was not dead yet. That man's face gradually lost control, filled with fury and menace. "I will kill all the trash who dare to touch Siren." As for Siron, he was lying on a bed with a stream of purple power approaching him. Deep in his mind, he felt he was returning, going back to where everyone was. Suddenly, small flickering flames appeared like will-o'-the-wisps. From within the purple source of power, a hand reached out as if wanting to touch those flames. Then, a transparent image of Siren's body appeared. He was trying to run away, knowing something was clinging to him. Many voices rang out in his head, causing him immense pain. He clutched his head and fell to his knees, a voice echoing in his mind. "What is this?" As Siren held his face, the voice continued, "Rebirth, the lowest existence." Hearing these words, his eyes widened. Not stopping there, the voice rang out again. "Humans always have a strong will to survive." Siren seemed to realize everything, so that was it. He recalled the words the Lord once spoke. "It is not easy to merge something pure with a spirit entity to return to a complex physical body." Moreover, that was a human body filled with despicable elements. He remembered those words, and now they existed in his mind, just as she had said. He refused to accept it, roaring, "No, I will go back." That voice echoed beside him again. "Go back where? There is no place waiting for you." And that voice uttered the next sentence. "The only thing waiting for you is death." This successfully enraged Siren. He angrily cursed. "Shut up." He tried to run towards his physical body, avoiding the streams of red light. "I will return to my world." He reached his hand forward and shouted, "Get away from me." Right then, at the school, Amira was mocking Ned. "Why don't you accept that your friend is dead already? Foolish junior." Saying this, her eyes lit up, both hands clenched tightly to cast magic, creating thick black smoke that blanketed the entire space. This is weather magic that can absorb. The people behind her were also preparing to cast spells, their eyes also lighting up. "You really think..." Many layered bubbles appeared in the sky. He looked up, and at that moment Amira's voice rang out again. "Can you defeat all of us?" Suddenly, footsteps and a voice sounded. "Tisk, Tieska. Unbelievable that you got caught up in a fight you can't even control." Eruki casually walked over to him, asking blandly, "Need my help?" Ned flinched, calling Eruki's name. Ned glanced over and then questioned, "Do you think Siren is dead?" Then he shouted loudly, "Aren't you on their side?" Everyone hearing this was stunned, whispering, "What is he saying?" Ryan Eruki remained calm and replied, "Of course not. His expression suddenly turned resolute, looking towards the crowd ahead and continuing, "Don't want them to have their way and take Siren away." Amira grew increasingly frenzied, screaming and gnashing her teeth in fury as she cursed, "Bastards." Currently Siren was still unconscious on the bed, and a voice sounded beside him. Miralfin spoke mournfully. It seemed this was the end. Ami was startled and turned to ask, "What are you saying? What end? Are you planning to bury Siren?" She asked in disbelief, "Is that what you mean?" Beside them were Sienna and Ethella with sad faces. Miralfin spoke again, "Ami, look outside." He looked through the window and saw the students preparing for battle, saying sorrowfully, "The brats have unlocked death magic and are trying to kill each other." He stammered, if this continues, it will lead to another tragedy. Hearing this, Emmy burst into tears and grabbed Merelfin's hand to stop him. No, Siren is not dead. She sobbed, you know that, right? He only closed his eyes and gave up, not responding with a single word. Ami lowered her head, shedding painful tears and calling Siren's name. Elsewhere, Fermi smiled maliciously, thinking smugly, fight and be afraid. He looked at Ned and Aruki, calculating, I will become your hunter. On this side, Amira also thought worriedly, is this real? The cadets are preparing death magic to face each other. Thinking of this, she suddenly spoke up, you are Aruki, the one with the genius syndrome. Aruki's expression did not change upon hearing those words. Ah, she continued, you were always colder than anyone, and now you are acting based on emotions? Amira straightened her body and yelled, do you really believe Siren is still alive? Aruki replied emotionlessly, I only have one answer. He said in an extremely determined voice, Siren is not dead. Hearing these words, everyone was extremely surprised. Amira's face darkened, and she sneered, is that so? You think you are right, I assume you have prepared a logical explanation to convince us. He answered frankly, of course. This answer made everyone widen their eyes in confusion. What? Aruki continued, I have evidence. Hearing that, Amira quickly replied, show us then, what reason makes you think Siren is still alive? He began to explain the first reason. He raised his hand to the sky, it is now 4 o'clock. Well, I will let you all see for yourselves. Everyone simultaneously looked up at the sky with curious expressions, thinking the bell? It was like a spiritual explanation. What is happening? Even Rin was bewildered, he is counting, but while everyone was wondering what was going on, Amira spoke up. I understand now. She went crazy and shouted loudly, we will confirm Siren's condition ourselves, no matter what. Uruki held a stack of documents and raised it high. Amira's voice kept shouting, how long do you think you can stall before the graduating class? At the same time, Canis appeared and said, this is quite fun. Can I join? Amira cursed fiercely, you, how dare you come here without any fear? In front of her was Canis standing arrogantly, with Arin beside him. Ah, annoying. This time I will catch you, remember my words. Canis replied indifferently, go ahead if you can. Iruki was still rummaging through the documents. You are 27 seconds late. Canis crossed his arms and said coquettishly, whatever, now I will repay my debt to Siren. Rin stood watching her friend flip through the pages, confused, and asked, Iruki, what is that? Iruki calmly replied, a notebook from Thunder Dragon. Rin exclaimed in shock, what? Iruki replied calmly, I diagnosed Siren's illness and sent the collected samples. Remembered the scene of himself using the knife. Mentioning the matter of cutting Siren's hand, Rin asked in panic, since when? Did you do this in 5 days from the capital? Iruki replied, it doesn't matter. Canis just stood there watching, confusing Arin beside him. And Amira spoke up, Thunder Dragon. What kind of scam is that? Do you think the name Makoden will change everything? Iruki replied calmly, don't worry. I used an alias. If I used my real name, my father would be bothered. Moreover, don't you think what is written in this document is more important? She said loudly, so what? Does it contain magic that can raise the dead? Iruki did not deny it. It is called an analysis of immortal function and coma state. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned by the suddenness of it. Everyone turned to look at their friend. Iruki explained based on the analysis of cell structure. The subject was in a state of suspended activity. Everyone in the room leaned down to observe the specimen collected 24 hours after the subject's death. The organ function remained unchanged from the initial data. He examined the document and noticed that the subject might be suspending its system activity, but he could not yet conclude that the body's functions had completely ceased. The murmuring crowd made Amira anxious. Is there a difference? You mean he is not dead yet? Iruki continued his analysis. Luolong had categorized 3 types of circulatory arrest. The heart stops completely, 2, the heart temporarily stops, and 3, the heart is inactive, but in a state as if it has stopped. It made Amira's face turn pale. She was shocked and could not believe it. Wait, the third one is truly absurd. His hands flipped through the pages rapidly. This is the important part. Listen carefully. An image of a heart appeared. He explained that while it is possible to observe a creature with a stopped heart, based on the immortal dead body, it is possible that 2 new scenarios will emerge. For everyone, he calmly stated that the first case was the autonomous ability being stagnated due to a special reason. Until the brain reaches a conclusion, the body can temporarily halt its functions. The second case is even when the subject's autonomous ability has run out. Iruki held a watch in his hand, suggesting that the observer's perception of time might differ, especially when the body's functions were normal. Hearing that, Ami relaxed into Serial's arms. He analyzed that an outsider cannot observe this activity due to a space-time barrier. He continued flipping through the document and spoke. Based on magical logic, the subject slipped through, but never mind. Ami was frightened by the words he convinced while lying in the Aryan Siren recovery room. Her eyes were full of worry. The document ended with a red stamp. Iruki concluded his final sentence. It cannot be considered dead. Tears had been falling for some time. Iruki asked, how is it? I have found it. Iruki's face was full of strange excitement. Brimming with hope, he smiled brightly and said, the way to revive the dead. Amira's face was pale, her hands trembling as she held the stack of paper. Longshan asked himself, so the student council was wrong. Her fingers clutched the off-white stack of paper. The nation's largest magical organization once said the Science Council's choice was correct. The crowd behind also began to panic and murmur. So what are we supposed to do? Us? Suddenly, a loud call made her jolt. Amira! She exclaimed in panic. Headmaster, when she saw him slowly approaching her. Amira collapsed on the spot. Her face bowed to the floor. She said fearfully, "We did not mean to cause you trouble, Headmaster." The crowd of students also fell silent, lowering their heads, not daring to look up at him. While trying to justify this mistake, she said that covering everything up was not right. Amira's eyes were teary. Her voice choked. "We thought the school would just..." Miralfen gently stroked her head to comfort her, then exclaimed, "I am sorry. I am sorry for making you all do this." Miralfen smiled softly. "Even so, can you trust me one more time?" Amira was stunned, lifting her head to look at him with eyes full of tears. Seeing no one spoke, he continued, "Once Siren's condition is determined, I will take full responsibility for everything." Amira's every word came out with hesitation. "Really? Can I truly believe that you are still the headmaster I have always respected?" He gently replied, "I swear on my life." Then, without another word, she burst into tears streaming down. Amira's sharpness seemed to vanish completely, leaving only a little crybaby student in the arms of her beloved teacher. After all the students had dispersed from the schoolyard, a person walked over to where Miralfen was standing. He cheerfully said, "Gosh, it is cheating for the headmaster to step in." The old man laughed loudly and replied, "Seems like I just got in your way, did I not?" Then, the teacher also teased his former student. "Fermi, you have already graduated. You are 22 years old this year." The man replied naturally, "I have not found a job with better pay than here yet." So then, after saying that, he turned and walked away in a huff, leaving Miralfen to only shake his head and sigh in frustration. The scene shifted to a long corridor where two people were trudging along heavily. It turned out to be Ned and Iruki. Their strangely silent way of moving suggested some conflict between them. Suddenly, one person spun around and barked, "Why didn't you tell me? You did that on purpose to show off, didn't you?" Iruki didn't even bother to look at him, even raising a hand to pick his nose as he replied flippantly, "Come on, how could I plan with someone still wallowing in misery? What if it got out, and everything went to waste? You idiot." This attitude made his friend's pride flare up. "Fine, I am an idiot. Good then." Seeing Lincoln sulking, Iruki couldn't care less and even said, "Hey, it's true though." Not only did he not say anything kind, but he also taunted further. "Remember the face you made earlier?" The other man flinched, quickly trying to erase that embarrassing memory, and shouted, "I don't even have time to care about that. How are we supposed to manage tomorrow?" In contrast to his friend's sulking demeanor, Iruki remained calm, even a bit narcissistic. "Forget it, I'm so awesome they probably won't even notice you." After hearing that, the other guy was stunned. Hello?" Then, he lunged forward, elbowing Iruki and asking, Wait, do you still believe in that stuff?" Iruki swayed nonchalantly and said, "If you want to hit me, go ahead." Walking and talking as they neared the infirmary door, they both spotted Ami standing alone in front of it. The two of them approached. She softly called Iruki's name. He paused briefly before hastily replying, "Well, that's how it is. We managed to protect Siren." Ami suddenly burst into tears and spoke words of thanks amidst sobs full of emotion. Calming down a little, she looked up and spoke more clearly, "Thank you so much." Seeing a girl cry, Iruki was scared stiff, and goosebumps rose all over him. He hurriedly yelled, whatever, just open the door quickly to avoid this." But as soon as the door opened, another trial awaited Iruki. Serial rushed out from inside, her eyes wet, screaming his name. Iruki used his supreme girl-dodging skill, immediately swerving to avoid being hugged by her. The three of them, Ami and Serial, comforted each other, hugging and crying joyfully. "We did it. We saved Siren." Meanwhile, Iruki stood silently to the side, inwardly judging. "This is exactly why I can't stand this bunch." He turned to look at Siren with great worry in his heart, but even though we had proven he wasn't dead, it wasn't due to any miracle. Iruki gazed deeply at his friend and silently called out, "Come back." He silently affirmed to Siren that they were ready to wait for him, no matter how long it took. At the same time, within Siren's mind, there was now chaos among doctrines and his own consciousness. As the evil was gradually overwhelming all his nerves, he wondered what would happen if he went insane while losing his mind. And when the good also began to rise and struggle, would he become lucid again, or would he turn into something else? While he was still lost, the evil began attacking with extremely harsh words. "You are just trash picked up from the street. Your parents only needed a child, and that child didn't have to be you." Even as the good screamed that it wasn't true, those venomous words echoed. "You are not their biological son." It grew heavier. "You could have been adopted by anyone. They are not your parents." The good screamed in pain and helplessness. He could no longer hold back his tears. Every word spat out by the evil was as sharp as a blade. "Your nature is that of a despicable predator. You look down on those inferior to you with your superior abilities. Your victory directly leads to the failure of others. And then it concluded with a painful affirmation. No one in this world needs you. His benevolent self was gradually being devoured by the demon. Siren fearfully told himself, at this rate, I'm done for. In that dark space, his soul felt as if it were being torn into countless fragments. Siren asked himself, is it already over? However, within that space, a small point was emitting a powerful light on its own. As his sense of self was shattering from countless contradictions, he found a remaining fragment. That point of light was called the origin. Others called it the point. Still others called it yin and yang. Mages called it infinity. That point of light just radiated its aura, growing stronger and stronger, then shot out countless rays of light, illuminating everywhere in this deep, dark space. At this moment, Siren only realized that it was only when he lost everything that he could see it was all his own doing. Those terrible sounds that tore at his heart, those refusals of everything, were all his own. Those contradictions had shaped the person he was, and now, the soul that seemed to have turned to dust was reborn. It did not stop there. A protective membrane was gradually forming around his body. Both his soul and the protective membrane blazed with light as Siren understood and accepted all the chaos within himself. He confidently plunged straight down into that dark abyss, and at the very end of the darkest place was the light of heaven. Siren walked forth powerfully. Finally, after everything, he had reached the safe zone. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the dark shadow behind Siren was now only a fading mist, slowly disappearing. Before him now was the image of his own unconscious self lying on the bed. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. So you are determined to leave this place, Aryan Siren? He turned around to see a spatial door opening and mirror of time and space standing there. She spoke, a divine entity returning to human form, an irrational existence called the Secret Sutra Varayana. Simply put, it was one of the 3 paths to enlightenment. Miro gently continued, I did not expect you to cross the event horizon, so you are completely worthy. Siren lifted his head to look up and asked, do you feel lonely? Miro heard the question and suddenly paused for a few seconds. Then she smiled and said, you are very kind. However, a god cannot feel lonely. Her words suddenly broke off. Actually, I am a little sad that you are leaving. Just a little. He chuckled softly and replied, thank you for giving me the chance to return. He emphasized, I truly want to say that. Miro instructed, remember, there will be no second time. She said that since Siren had set foot in the Secret Sutra, he could no longer accept invitations from her. Hearing this, he turned his head to look at Miro with slightly sad eyes, then bowed his head bid farewell. Siren did not hesitate any longer and simply walked quickly forward. Mystical white smoke blended with a radiant blue hue, forming a wave that enveloped him. Siren closed his eyes to enjoy the sensation and felt his body sink deep into that pleasant space. Suddenly, a sentence from Miro made him jolt his eyes wide open. Send my regards to Principal Miralfan. Siren showed a clear look of confusion. Huh? What is this about? He turned back toward Miro to find an answer. But that was the last moment Siren remained in that place. He left with a question. How does she know? It was the 11th day since Siren's death at the Academy Infirmary, and a new day had arrived. His friends were still on standby, adamantly waiting for the day Siren would wake up. Ami had her head down on the hospital bed when the first ray of the new day shone on her face. She woke up and blankly wondered why she had fallen asleep here. As if by habit, Ami stood up and went to the bathroom for personal hygiene. Afterwards, she returned to the room and began talking to herself. Siren, did you sleep well? A large window was open to welcome the brilliant sunlight. Ami asked, how are you feeling today? Then, while adjusting the vase of flowers, she said, I am truly very glad that you will open your eyes today. Ami was too focused on the tasks that had become her habit for nearly half a month, so she did not notice that Siren had already opened his eyes wide at some point. She trimmed each wilted flower branch and continued to confide, do you still remember that day? When I fell from the cliff, you were the first person to come looking for me. Ami's voice choked up, tears streaming down her cheeks. It has been a very long time since then. I said goodbye and left on my own. But she recalled how she had cried like rain when reading the lines Siren had written in the document. And now Ami blamed herself. I did not even say I am sorry. I did not manage to say anything. She raised her hand to wipe away the ceaseless flow of tears, her voice carrying a hint of reproach. Do you know how many things have happened since then? I truly have so much to tell you. Saying this, Ami turned around, so please come back. And the sight of Siren lying still on the bed with his eyes wide open made her freeze for 5 seconds. Those lifeless eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. Though his eyes were open, no one could be sure if he had come back to life. After a few seconds of awkwardness, Ami's whole body trembled, her face darkened, and her mouth opened wide, but she could not scream. She covered her mouth with her hand, trying to steady her breathing to calm down. Ami's small, trembling hands reached out to her 2 friends as if begging for help, but no sound could escape her throat. Ami's entire body shook violently, the breath in her lungs already agitated and impossible to suppress, as if she were about to suffocate. And then that morning, the entire academy was awakened by Ami's earth-shattering scream. The The principal hurried over to check. Mr. Dam Chiu said it seemed Siren had had his eyes open all night, looking at his body that resembled a soulless corpse. Sienna sighed and said yes, because he was hit by a slow spell. He quickly asked, is he still alive, and was immediately hit on the head by Me. Miralfan gently placed his glowing hand on Siren's forehead, then let us dispel the slow spell. After about a minute and a half, Siren still showed no reaction. Both Nen and Eruki stared at him with anticipation. Suddenly, Siren's pupils began to react. After several contractions, he woke up in a state of extreme panic. When he came to his senses, Siren met the stunned gazes of everyone. He asked dazedly between heavy breaths, what happened? I just saw a strange whirlwind of light. Even the principal is here. At this moment, Emmy's tears were streaming. She looked at him with a mixture of affection and grievance. That look made Siren shrink back a little. He thought a bright smile was needed at that moment, so he suppressed his awkwardness and waved, but Ami angrily pounced on him, pinching his cheek and scolding. You jerk, what kind of greeting is that? Just moments ago she was crying like a child seeing Siren wake up. Now she had flown into a rage and attacked him, causing him to scream in pain. Wait. Ami slumped down in front of Siren, tears falling again. She choked him between sobs. Do you know how worried I was, you bastard? Ami's words were gradually overwhelmed by emotion. Unable to form sentences, Siren could only apologize to comfort his little friend. He finally understood that he had gone to another dimension. Crossing the event horizon, for him it felt like only half a day had passed. While he was there, many things had happened to everyone. Siren didn't know what to say, his voice hesitant, sorry. Before he could finish, his two dumbass friends howled, Siren is back. Nen and Eruki were so happy they didn't even notice Emmy sitting on the bed, they just rushed over to hug him tightly. Even though she yelled wait, she was still pressed tightly against Siren, making her face turn red with shyness. Teacher Miralfan and Miss Sienna stood watching the strange and tender friendship of the kids, feeling a light warmth in their hearts. The tearful reunion turned into an interrogation session, shouting, do you know you were dead for 10 days? Siren asked in surprise, what, 10 days I was dead? Eruki couldn't stand it and rushed over to put him in a headlock. Your heart wasn't beating, so you were considered dead. Explain yourself. Siren gave in. Then what happened to Axon? What about the others? At the same time, Ethella and that hurriedly arrived. As soon as they entered, they saw the 4 young people lying in a pile on the floor. She said affectionately, if you hadn't woken up I would have. This scene made Sienna think. Miss Ethella was very worried. She was the one who bestowed the immortality function. She cried a lot when you were unconscious. Now she cries for joy because you're awake. However, her affection was a bit too strong, making it hard for him to breathe, causing him to cry out in pain. Ethella was startled and let go. Siren's face was green from lack of oxygen. She panicked and shook him. I'm sorry, are you okay? He gasped for air with a bitter smile, thinking he had never been so grateful for air as at this moment. At this moment, Siren was truly happy. Those feelings he thought were lost had now returned. He said to everyone with a bright smile, finally, it feels like I have truly returned. Thinking everyone would be happy after that sentence, but Siren received fiery glares from his teammates. He quickly defended himself. Really, that's not what I meant. The children rushed into a chaotic brawl again. Ami was furious. Was that not the case? Did he not make her feel anything? Eruki and Ned swung their fists and cheered at the same time. That was right. Hit him more, knock him out. Miralfan saw that his children were safe, and he smiled happily. He did not linger any longer, silently turned around, thinking to himself, truly, what a relief, what a relief. He stepped away from there one pace at a time in the long corridor. He had also made his calculations for his Ryan, and now it was his turn. Suddenly, Siren's call made Miralfan stop. Headmaster. He asked his young student with curiosity. Many things had happened, so the academy was temporarily closed. He should take the time to settle down. He replied, thank you for your concern, but he had something to ask. He asked what it was. Siren said the thing was he had gone to another dimension thanks to the undying function. Enfys straightened up. He said another dimension. He nodded in reply, yes, and in that place. And then Siren told him everything he had encountered. While listening, Miralfan thoughtfully stroked his white beard. But when he mentioned the woman in that space, he appeared very startled. Miralfan asked again, so that woman knew who he was. Siren affirmed, yes, even though his memory was a bit fuzzy. But he was sure he had not misheard those last words. He was certain she wanted him to send her regards to the headmaster. The headmaster said nothing. He fell into deep thought. After that, he decided to tell Siren. He understood. He thought he knew that person. He asked in surprise, you know her, how is that possible? Miralfan sighed as if letting something out, thinking to himself he did not believe in fate, but Siren meeting that person could be destiny. However, when he looked into his eyes, he changed his mind. No, perhaps it was inevitable. Miralfan's eyes full of nostalgia uttered a name, Arias Miro. He added she was now known by another name, Miro of Spacetime. He recounted that child was his disciple, one who specialized in scale magic. Hearing this, Siren was startled in amazement. A disciple. He asked curiously, headmaster, just what is scale magic? Miralfan patiently explained, Siren, have you ever heard of the term unlocker? He replied, yes, that is how magical society refers to those who have unlocked the undying function. He nodded to confirm that it would accelerate everything. Miro was also an unlocker. Siren was so shocked he could not speak. Scale magic is a type of magic that can only be controlled by those who have realized the infinite nature of space and time. He sifted through each fragment of scattered memory in his mind, his encounters with it, the shock clear on his face. That power was all existence magic. Miralfan added Miro did not care about reality and there were many things that could not be explained. Siren sat by the window basking in the sun as usual, cheerfully saying, it seemed like this was his last day in the hospital room. Looking toward his friends, his voice full of emotion. Thank you for visiting me, Emmy. Thank you as well, Serial. She laughed heartily. It was nothing. Since the academy was closed, she could only play with the kids. Next, Serial began to complain. Honestly, as a graduating student, those research projects were suffocating her. Hearing that, Eruki immediately advised, if you are tired, why not take a break? She laughed and said if she rested, her rivals would not rest either. Seeing Eruki's attitude, Ami angrily mocked, you bastard, you speak politely to Serial, but to me you do not. He ignored her and did not reply. In his mind, he thought his attitude toward Ami was just like Siren's attitude toward her. Suddenly he turned to ask Serial, by the way, is the Chancellor still okay? She said that he said he would gladly accept any punishment. While Serial was speaking, Headmaster Miralfan was also in a closed carriage like a cabin heading into the city. However, according to her, this time he might only be investigated by the district. Finally, the carriage stopped, and the door was opened. Stepping out from inside were people from the district, followed by Miralfan. Not only that, there were also the two siblings Canis and Arin. Precisely, the place they were about to enter was the headquarters of the Magic Association in the capital to cooperate with the investigation. Ami said that it seemed in the third investigation at the Magic Association, he had been summoned by the Special Prosecution Team. They said they would ignore all relationships and act according to the law. She was quite worried. Even Headmaster Miralfan seemed unable to avoid being disciplined. Siren gazed thoughtfully out the window, saying nothing, recalling in his heart the conversation between master and disciple. A few days ago he had found the answer to his doubts, but the headmaster had one more thing to ask. He said, that person, Miro, she said she is waiting for you. Siren's voice grew increasingly tense. Even though she was the founder of the Superhuman Spirit Research Society from decades ago, how could she know a stranger like him? Master Miralfan was startled, his face full of worry as he asked, Siren, is it possible that you know the total number of students at our academy? He was extremely surprised and immediately replied, no, Master. Miralfan began to explain. Of course, the total number constantly changes. Some have graduated, some have been expelled. However, his voice suddenly hesitated. However, no matter how many students there are, there is always one person missing. Upon hearing this, Siren's demeanor was no longer normal. His face darkened with fear. Miralfan looked into the distance and continued, Miro has not graduated yet. That child is permanently enrolled in our institute. Astonishment was even more evident in his eyes. Impossible, a large-scale spell? The headmaster frowned and affirmed, that is correct, Miro is in Istas. Miralfan explained further, in a high-dimensional space created by a large-scale spell, that place is called the high floor of Istas. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed over and gripped his student, who was as dazed as a wooden statue, instructing him, this truth is a secret. Even the long-time employees of the academy do not know. Seeing that he had not answered, Miralfan continued, promise me that you will not tell anyone. He emphasized, no one at all. Matters concerning the high floor not only put you in danger but also threaten the entire continent. Do you promise? Siren had still been unable to digest all the information he had just heard. After a moment, he had stabilized and promised the headmaster, I will keep it to myself. Siren forced a smile, trying to reassure himself. Anyway, that matter is a bit frightening. I can't believe she is in Istas. However, one statement from him made Miralfan startled. I don't think I can sleep in the research society anymore. Very quickly after that, the headmaster changed his attitude, a faint smile appearing on his face. He reassured him, don't worry, as long as you don't activate the immortality function, Miro won't find you. His voice hesitated again, this time accompanied by a trace of sadness. Miro will never leave the place she created herself. Surprised, Siren asked, why is that? Master Miralfan looked out at the blue sky beyond the window, his voice deepening. For Miro, this world is a place too full of sorrow. And as Siren recalled the story, he too was looking at that sunlit sky. Siren turned to look at his friends laughing and chatting carefreely, his heart exclaiming, such a warm and pleasant atmosphere. Even though his mind held more dark images, they did not frighten him about the ugly truths that had appeared before his eyes at the boundary. The echoing voices tried to crush his heart, and the opposing voices were all his own, along with the terrible truth lying in Istas. However, when he was with his close friends, those thoughts disappeared. Yet the curiosity about the dark things of the large-scale spell, the liberator of the high floor of Istas, made Surin unable to stop thinking about them. Why did they summon him? It was as if that was the path Surin had to take. Turning back to the group of youths, who had been arguing loudly moments before, they had become excited and cheerful again the next moment. While everyone was laughing and talking happily, only Ami noticed Siren's dazed and thoughtful state. Still that distant gaze, it seemed he was completely unaware of her gaze. The scene shifted to the headquarters building of the Magic Association. In the interrogation room, the inspector said, "The content of your testimony can be used at you in court. With this, the investigation is concluded." Afterward, Master Miralfen was escorted out by 2 police officers. Walking down the long corridor, a sudden remark from ahead caught his attention. "Canis Aaron, over here." Ahead, the 2 of them were being led by 2 police officers, in the opposite direction from Anfield. When the groups met, he spoke up. "May I have a word with these 2 children?" The police officer agreed. "Yes, but we cannot allow you to talk for too long." However, the attitude of the police irritated Canis. Even though they were all subjects of the investigation, they were polite to him, but impolite to them. Many have become rotten from the inside. The police moved back to give them space. Miralfen said, "There is nothing to worry about. I just have a few questions that need answers." Canis replied irritably, "I don't care. Don't treat me like your disciple." Master Miralfen replied, "That is the reason I want to say this to you." His words caused him to be somewhat stunned. He looked straight into Canis's eyes and said, once this matter was over, he would have to go to the Magic Academy. That affirmation drove him mad. He shouted, "What? Do you mean I have to kneel before you? Do not misunderstand, you have not won yet." Canis spoke more harshly, saying that if it were a fair fight, someone like him would have been defeated by his teacher in an instant. As if by Miralfen's affirmation, Canis was choked. That was true. However, if it were not so, the principal looked at him with a firm but gentle gaze and said, if it were not so, he would be the one kneeling. Both Canis and Aaron were silent. Only Miralfan's words remained. That was the demon. No matter what excuse he gave, he would still be hated. And as he left, the principal's words still lingered in the hearts of the 2 of them. He would be able to get through this, because they all had the same teacher. He was willing to give them a future outside the darkness. Canis and Aaron, both lost in thought, their faces slightly sad. Then the 2 were led to the interrogation room, and in Canis's heart at that moment began to blame the future. For what? He affirmed to himself, "The only thing I learned was how to fight." As he stepped into the room on the police's orders, he believed the only destiny waiting for him was the battlefield. Inside the room, an inspector was already seated and waiting. The police officer reported, "Inspector, I have brought Canis and Aaron." At the same time, the 2 of them also pulled chairs and sat down. He introduced himself. "Please sit here. I am Inspector Sakari from the 3rd Investigation Division. You 2 are Canis and Aaron, correct?" Canis replied contemptuously, "That is correct." Aaron appeared extremely frightened. Noticing his younger sister was uneasy, he asked, "Aaron, what is wrong?" She replied with a trembling voice, "I cannot read him." Aaron repeated once more, "I cannot see through him." Canis turned to look at the inspector before him, wondering what she saw that made her so scared. At this moment, Sakari also spoke. "Oh my. It seems the little girl is a bit surprised. You call it the first sucha, right?" In Aaron's eyes, he was a form of something extremely cold, like a suit of armor. Sakari coldly said, "Using magic is restricted in the association, but it cannot suppress innate traits." He slowly transformed his arm for Aaron to see and continued, "So this is my only choice to not be read." She turned pale and thought fearfully, "This is absurd." Sakari continued speaking very politely. "However, I would be happy if you 2 did not cause trouble over the matters at hand." Aaron could not help but wonder how he could so perfectly conceal his thoughts. Seeing the little girl before him lost in thought, his attention immediately focused on her. A mystical liquid from Sakari's body formed a massive scythe, aimed directly at the center of Aaron's forehead with a threat. "Focus if you dare. We are in the middle of an investigation." This action frightened her even more, so when he asked, "You are Aaron, right?" she nodded frantically. Aaron whispered to Canis, "I guess that man was right." He replied, "About what?" She affirmed that they would not be able to cause trouble. The worry on Canis' face was evident. "That is right, he is extremely strong." As for Sakari, a confident, smug expression was evident as he looked at the 2 children before him and let out a slight smile. And so, 30 minutes later, a file bag was handed to Canis. Seeing it, he was very surprised. "The teacher's will?" The other man nodded. "That is correct," then said, "Check it yourself." Sakari smiled and added, "It seems Axon prepared it, so it is probably for you. It has been notarized by other lawyers." Canis seemed not to care much about those words. He only focused on the file. "The teacher left this for me." "No way." And then the content inside made Canis freeze. On the paper was written, "I leave all my possessions to." He thought he had misread, carefully reading the numbers on the will over and over. Canis's voice began to stammer, over 4 billion gold?" Not daring to believe his eyes, he held the will, trembling as he spoke. "All of this is mine?" Sakari clasped his hands together, a deep smile on his face as he replied, "That is correct. It is all yours." He still did not truly believe it, his eyes glued to the paper as he wondered, what were you thinking when you wrote this? The image of Axon dying flashed in his mind, and Canis could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. "I can no longer ask you. What were you really thinking?" Specifically, the will stated, "All my possessions go to my student Canis, totaling over 4 billion gold." Each word and sentence only made him more confused. "You never cared about my life, yet now you call me your student." As he was in the midst of intense emotion, Sakari, sitting across from him, interrupted. "However, there is one thing I want to clarify." He maintained his professional smile and continued, "It seems Axon considered you his student and wanted to leave you his estate. But Axon was a dark mage, someone who controlled others, right? Were you not brainwashed since you were children?" Hearing this, both Canis and Arin were startled. Canis angrily snapped back, What are you talking about?" While he was so angry he had to clench his fists, Sakari still casually wore a fake smile and explained that brainwashing children did not require magic. If a child was saved from death by someone, that person would usually become a god in their eyes. That god would often say he needed something, and the child would believe their whole life must be spent pursuing that thing. Before he could finish, Canis lost his composure and shouted back, saying that his master had never forced them, and everything he did was voluntary. He was extremely dissatisfied, while Arin, sitting beside him, wondered if admitting they were brainwashed would change anything. Sakari smiled, his eyes bright with mockery, saying that then he would be considered innocent. Hearing this, the two siblings were stunned and stammered back, asking if they could truly be innocent. Canis grew suspicious again, wondering if he was only leading them on. Sakari continued to explain that it was the association's stance. They had prioritized investigating the possibility of Axon brainwashing children, because otherwise it would be difficult for Canis and Arin to have committed such horrific crimes. He paused for a moment to heighten the drama, then continued, saying that however, if the truth were indeed like that, not letting Sakari finish, Canis suddenly understood and asked if he would then no longer be Axon's student. The corner of Sakari's mouth curled into a cunning smirk, showing that he had gotten what he wanted. Sakari said that if Canis admitted to being brainwashed, it would mean he was no longer Axon's student. Already prepared, he pushed a piece of paper onto the table and said that if that happened, this asset would be considered illegal and confiscated by the association. Canis's gaze was fixed on the paper on the table, without saying a word. That paper was a renunciation of inheritance, and Sakari's voice rang out, telling him to sign here to be considered innocent. At this moment, his emotional state was extremely poor. It seemed the young man could no longer believe in this world. Canis recalled the suffering days of the past and realized this place was no different from that place. His hands clenched tightly, trembling as he affirmed that they were skillfully hiding the truth, and it stank worse than the sewers of Ladu. His eyes widened. Perhaps this world was just a vast society full of the stench of blood, and seeing no reply from the other party, Sakari stood up and said he would give him about 1 more hour. Before he finished speaking, Canis bluntly said he would sign. He smiled and gently praised that he had made the right choice. Without any hesitation, Canis picked up the pen and signed his name on the paper on the table. He lifted his head and asked what they needed to do now. Sakari put the paper into his pocket, replying that he could leave, cause that was his freedom. Having said that, he turned and walked away. Arin quickly called after him about the release procedure, but Sakari did not even look back, casually saying there was no need for such a thing. They could leave immediately. Knowing he had been tricked, Canis gritted his teeth in fury, thinking that these bastards had been after his master's assets from the start. His hands were still clenched, and he continued to think that they considered releasing people like them posed no threat. In Canis's mind, Axon's words echoed, and he suddenly realized that his master was someone the entire continent could do nothing against, an extraordinary existence. Canis slammed his hand on the table, startling Arin beside him. He looked toward Sakari and asked what rank mage he was. Hearing this, he stopped. Then he smiled charmingly and answered that he was a 5th rank mage. Canis was furious, gritting his teeth and declaring that he might be backing down now, but later he would surely make him bow his head. Facing that anger, Sakari did not care at all. He pretended to lament that he had only just come here to work. Turning his head, he looked straight into Canis's eyes, the corner of his mouth curving in contempt, and said that then, "Please do look out for me." With that, the door slammed shut and Canis slumped down in despair. Arin comforted him, saying he did the right thing, and Canis sighed, saying giving up was better than rotting in prison for life. Suddenly he called Arin's name. With a determined gaze, he softly reminded the two of them to grow stronger together. Arin quickly nodded and said yes. Switching to investigation Team 3's room, Sakari's voice rang out, thanking the heavens that Axon was dead so the cleanup work was easy to handle. Sarov slowly asked him to put the documents on the table. Sakari did not reply, only silently obeyed. He curiously wondered about the Miralfen incident, whether it would spread. Sarov asked back if he was afraid of that. Looking at the large back before him, Sakari explained that he was just wondering if the 6-month suspension of status was too light. Even though it was an incident 40 years ago, he had still participated in an illegal experiment, and even as a victim in the academy attack, he should probably bear some responsibility. He seemed worried that if we transferred 4,800,000,000 gold as bail for him, it could be considered acceptable. But when it came to this, Sakari hesitated, causing Sarov to ask again, "But what?" He held the cigar in his hand, then spoke amid a puff of smoke. "You are thinking about me." Sarov's gaze sharpened as he stared straight at the other person, emphasizing each word. "Would I hand down an unjust ruling?" Sakari quickly bowed down and shouted, "I am sorry. That was just a slip of the tongue." He turned his back and replied, "You may leave." He quickly closed the door and left, leaving Sarov in his own private space. The old man looked through the stack of documents, then reached up to touch his chin, clicking his tongue bitterly. The spot where he was hit back then still aches so much. Recalling his younger days, he was once punched by Axon, flat on the floor, accompanied by a string of curses. At that time, Sarov's face was bruised and swollen, coughing and spitting out blood. Breaking free from the old memory, Sarov picked up his pen and muttered, "Back then I should have brought a gift." He smiled, "This is a belated congratulatory gift for your Golden Hoop prize." Inspector Adiano Sarov's signature lay neatly on the paper. Turning back to the Mage Academy, 3 people were urgently running for their lives forward. It turned out to be Siren, Eruki, and Ned. Just seeing the straw hat ahead, the group happily called out in unison, "Good morning, Principal!" Neralfin was drenched in sweat in his simple clothes, holding a scythe for cutting grass. He smiled back and said, "I told you not to call me Principal anymore. Now I am just an old man." The group scratched their heads and continued, "No way, once a principal, always a principal." Siren rolled up his sleeves and asked if he should help, but Miralfan quickly refused. "Oh no, if you help I will have nothing left to do." He smiled and asked how school life was. Hearing the news that the school was closing, their faces froze in fear. Siren covered his face and yelled, "I feel like I am dying. This kind of thing drives me crazy." Beside him he cried out, "How can I raise each subject by at least 50 points in the remaining time?" Hearing this, Miralfan tilted his head in confusion. "I see you are all trying to improve in the next term, right?" Going back about a month ago, every one of them looked like lost souls. They had enthusiastically told each other not to be frogs at the bottom of a well. After completing their research presentation to graduate together, they promised to move up to Class 4 together next term. But after that, Grand Mage Axon attacked the academy, leaving them unable to study at all. Looking at their terrible low scores, they wailed, "This is a big problem. How can we double the points? It is over, I am finished." Eruki standing nearby heard that and said, "I am only good at math, so you must have an advantage, right?" Hearing this, he clutched his head and wept even more. For him, it was only literature. That is the most disadvantageous for me. Ned's face trembled. More importantly, Siren was not much better off either. He spoke lazily in response, "There is no motivation to study because right after the big incident, the school atmosphere is chaotic." Suddenly, Ned turned his head and yelled, "Actually, studying in this situation is the abnormal thing. Let's just play today. We will start studying tomorrow." Hearing this, Eruki and Siren looked at him as if enlightened and agreed. Convincing. Suddenly, Siren noticed something, so he pointed ahead and said, "Guys, look." Ned and Eruki turned their heads to look, mouths agape. "Huh? Why are those people here?" In the distance, Canis and Arin were leisurely walking toward them. He suddenly spoke up and asked first, "Hey, finished studying already? You guys must be done with class 2, right?" Siren stepped forward warily and questioned back, "What is the matter? Do you still have unfinished business at the academy?" Canis raised his hand and shrugged in reply. "From now on, this is where we live, so we are just sightseeing." Hearing this, their faces turned pale. They asked in disbelief, What does that mean?" Canis looked at them with contempt and said, "Personally, I do not like it, but to succeed, joining a magic academy is faster." Ned spoke up in dissatisfaction and asked, "Do you think the Magic Academy is a joke? Why would they accept someone like you?" He raised his hand and replied, "Senior." Ned grunted in confusion. Canis raised his thumb to confirm, "You guys are in Class 5, right?" Canis smiled cunningly at them and said, "And I am in Class 4, so call me Senior." Aaron behind him awkwardly smiled. Unable to believe their ears, Siren and the group shouted in unison, "Liar!" They all wore the same stunned expression, wondering if those strict teachers would really allow them into the 4th year, right after being admitted. Canis seemed to have anticipated the reaction. He turned his back and explained, "Isn't it obvious? We were disciples of a great mage for 10 years. We've long since completed our foundation." Ned glared with disdain, muttering, "And yet we still lost to Siren." Suddenly, Canis brought up the group's concern, "By the way, your scores look pretty pathetic, don't they?" He scoffed with contempt, "Honestly, I'm quite disappointed. For one, every subject is weak except math." Hearing that, Eruki froze, realizing it, and grew angry. Canis continued to taunt. As for the other, even the writing score is barely passable. Then he turned to Siron, his tone filled with mockery. I can't believe I lost to these clowns. He raised one hand, speaking with a sarcastic voice. Do your best. I'm ready to treat my lovely juniors well. Arin, standing beside him, also bowed to them. Kenneth walked away with a loud, contemptuous laugh, leaving the whole group standing there dumbfounded. Having been spoken to like that by their opponent, Siron frowned and declared, let's cancel our break. Ned clenched his fist and replied, yeah, I'll give it all up rather than call those two seniors. Iruki chimed in, why give up? Siron lifted his emerald eyes and spoke, those two will start next semester. No matter what, we have to move forward. All three looked ahead with fervent anger. Ned, in the middle, said gravely, next semester then. So, in the remaining time, can we double their scores? The first method is to manage time well. They divided each hour into 10-minute segments to manage time. Doing so would somewhat prevent the feeling of time passing too quickly. This method helped maintain peak concentration. The second method was forming a study group. Fortunately, it did not conflict with their strong subjects. They could support each other in their weaker ones. But there was one new thing they learned. Iruki suddenly yelled, I'm done solving it. He leaned back in his chair, panting. Siren picked up the assignment and asked in surprise, already done. Let me take a look. After reading it, Siren exclaimed in shock, what the hell is this? The assignment had the question, create a sentence with Z's and the following phrase. Iruki's answer was, you eat spaghetti, I will eat spaghetti. He flinched and shouted accusingly, how is this sentence logical? I taught you how to use particles. Iruki argued discontentedly, why is it not logical? You eat spaghetti, I will eat spaghetti is a perfect sentence. It emphasizes that each person is an independent subject. No special expression needed. Siren, bewildered, raised his hand to his forehead and wondered, is that right? The reason they were weak in some subjects was not laziness, but a genuine mismatch. Siren angrily scolded, you're wrong. Language is not math, it is not a tool for proof. After hearing that, Iruki sulked, I don't know anything about that. Math is supreme. Suddenly he became serious, frowned, and asked, what? So you don't plan to advance? Hearing that, Iruki's mouth hung open and beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks. He did his homework while crying, muttering under his breath, damn it. The next reason, third, they ignored results, studying only enough to pass, because they did not want to be Canis juniors. While working, Ned paused and looked up, thinking secretly, the problem is the practical assessment tomorrow. Those practicals are my whole world. Then he saw his friends diligently working on their assignments, so he turned his head away, thinking, oh well, I'm sure just making the top 10 is enough. When the results were announced school-wide, the screen kept jumping with numbers. The students below saw the results and were in shock, their mouths agape in admiration. Ned stood before the whole school as if unleashing his power. The students whispered, what happened? Is that really Ned? Ned's power radiated amid the constant murmurs. Did interacting with Iruki and Siren improve his skills? With those scores, he must be one of the highest, right? He gritted his teeth and endured, listening to the gossip. Do you know Iruki hasn't been coming to class lately? What? Just then, the final results appeared on the screen, and Ned's ranking shot up to first place. Ned breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I've survived so many times. Ethel below was extremely pleased and praised, well done. Hey, it was Iruki's turn and he nervously watched, waiting for the result. Standing with his hands in his pockets, Iruki's entire body exuded a powerful aura that impressed the students below. The screen quickly displayed the result. Iruki achieved the highest rank. Everyone cheered wildly. It was insane. Seeing him step down triumphantly, a dissatisfied student pointed and blamed him, claiming Iruki had used some equation again. The person next to him also said with disgust that he must have cheated. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making the whole group turn around, asking if he was making a fuss over such a low score. Canis and Arin walked over. He raised an eyebrow and spoke. It seemed Class 5 was truly lacking in all aspects. The group of students quickly recognized them and murmured. Seeing that, Ethella reminded the two to please continue their school tour in silence. Canis leaned forward in his seat, saying disdainfully that this was a heartbeat training exercise. They were sick of doing this. Arin agreed. Yeah, Master said we must enhance it at all costs. Her eyes lit up as she explained the need to keep the soul region flexible and change its shape quickly. Canis looked at his sister and asked, 210. What do you think? Can you beat it? Arin looked up irritably and asked back, do you call that a question? The crowd below looked at them with disgust. One person sneered and muttered, they think they're the best, we have Rian's secret weapon here too. At that moment, one person steadfastly stepped onto the testing platform. It was Siren, his two hands clenched with determination. Cheers rang out from below. Go for it, Siren, break the record again. Ari and Siren took a deep breath before starting the test. Seeing this, Canis and Arin focused their attention, extremely curious about his result. As soon as the yellow light signaled the imminent start, Siren opened his jade-green eyes wide. When the green light lit up, signaling the official start of the test, he opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. Then, his entire body suddenly released a terrifying wave of energy, illuminating the whole space. The students below were stunned, their mouths wide open as they exclaimed, "What is this?" They all could not believe their eyes as they looked up. Seeing the number on the screen, they shouted, 120 beats in 10 seconds, meaning a heart rate rate of 12 beats per second. Siren still stood there, releasing a powerful wave of energy, shocking all the students below. Both siblings, Canis and Arin, sitting above, were also so surprised their mouths hung open. Arin was stunned, thinking in disbelief, no way. Doing that would make your head explode. Yahello stood to the side observing him, silently evaluating. Siren's endurance was already very strong. Now it has become even more powerful. He quickly recognized a state of Virasana, the diamond body. It was probably a trait he acquired after returning from outside, the ability of immortality. That was a form of convergence, helping Siren develop strongly as a defensive mage. That was what all the professors believed at the time. However, the advantage of endurance had turned into a sturdy vessel, merely for withstanding the ability of immortality. Yahello did not take her eyes off Siren, curiously wondering where this child's potential would end. Right after, the green light turned red, signaling the end of the test. Yet the people below continued to be amazed. Siren's absolute number displayed on the big screen was 410. He far surpassed everyone below. Siren stepped down to everyone's astonishment. It was unbelievable that Siren had reached this level. He cast his gaze up at the two siblings, Canis and Arin, sitting on the high platform. He immediately saw Canis's face look displeased, unable to utter a word. Arin, sitting there, also had to admire. That child is truly impressive. That man stood up and continued, at least he has to be this good to be worthy of being my opponent. Let's go, Arin, we have seen enough. Suddenly, a student said loudly with contempt, a disciple of the great mage, and that's all he's got. He pointed his finger and mocked. How dare he look down on the students of Class 5 from the Magic Academy? They should not joke around like that. Canis ignored the crowd, turned his back, and thought to himself, last time, I thought I lost because of the elemental disadvantage. Put on a serious face but had already thought wrong. Now even if they fought purely with brute strength, he was not sure he would win. Canis left with a secret determination. To become the strongest, he first had to defeat him. Canis asked curiously, do you guys know Siren? A student turned back and answered irritably, why are you acting like that? A Class 4 student dares to address a senior teacher this way. Seeing the brothers Canis and Arin, the students were startled, their mouths agape, recognizing it was Canis. He put his hands in his pockets, his face stern as he repeated, answer me. Canis raised an eyebrow and asked impatiently, what kind of person is Siren? Remembering the three of them, he thought to himself that the first thing he investigated when entering the school was their grades and personal relationships. Once he decided to do it, that night Canis snuck in to steal the documents. Just after reading the information, he gritted his teeth, realizing their grades were disappointing. No, they were terribly bad. Remembering when he had previously mocked them, saying your grades are pretty bad, aren't they? Canis thought to himself, having defeated me, he assumed they must be top of the class, but they were only slightly above average. However, when he checked their personal relationships, he was extremely surprised. No one dared to look down on those three. They were considered rivals who could surpass anyone at any time. Key unlocker, the radiant power, the enduring stamina. Thinking of this, Canis said aloud, surely if I stick close to him, I will find out the truth, that Siren guy. Beneath their feet, the darkness was spreading, but Canis's heart still echoed his vow. Next time I will not lose, I will defeat him and become as strong as the master. Arin, sitting beside him, agreed and added, that's right, Canis. She brought the rice ball to her mouth, eating as she emphasized, let's become even stronger. He patted her shoulder and reminded her, eat slowly. Meanwhile, the darkness beneath their feet was spreading wider and wider. On the central tower of the academy, black crows flapped their wings and flew away. Soon it became dark, and the surrounding scenery fell into an unusually quiet stillness. In the classroom, many students were sitting upright, eagerly discussing their lessons. Everyone was very focused on their own work. They were not only studying but also diligently teaching each other. Bit by bit, people said that placing cherry cakes before the cat statue would help one pass exams. So that night, several cakes were laid out before the owl statue. Square blocks were stacked upon each other against the high sky, with twinkling mystical stars. Siren's group was studying diligently, gathered around a study table. Haruki seemed to be going crazy, holding his head, drooling as he muttered literature, verbs, intent of expression. Both Siren and Ned on this side were also burying themselves in their work. And so, a month passed before their eyes, and the exam had finally arrived. While walking, a voice suddenly called out Siren. Siren politely bowed to greet the seniors. The guy in the middle said cheerfully, what do you mean by calling us seniors? You guys will be in class 4 next year too, right? He reached out and continued, stop pretending you don't know. I heard you three have been really hardworking lately. The girl beside him happily said, I have high expectations for you guys. The others constantly encouraged them, we are always grateful that you fought for us. It would be wonderful if we could study together now. Hearing this, both of them felt embarrassed, and Siren hesitantly replied, thank you very much. After the seniors left, Nader behind them yelled out, what do? I can feel the pressure building up. Siren was no different, holding his head and exclaiming, If I fail even one subject, my life is over. Contrary to them, Iruki was very calm as he spoke to reassure them. Even if you walk into a tiger's den, you just need to stay calm. In other words, if you get anxious, it only makes things more tangled. He pointed at the room behind and said, "Turns out all three of us are in different exam rooms. The exam questions will definitely be different too. Anyway, we made a vow together under the stars, so we will stick together to the very end." After hearing that, Saren wondered in surprise why Iruki was acting so strange today, then wondered if he had eaten something weird yesterday. Just at that moment, the warning bell rang, and both of them jumped and yelled, "Damn it, the exam has started." He clenched his fist and made a promise with them. "All right, we will meet again in 12 hours. He cheerfully raised his hand high and said loudly, "We will definitely pass the exam." Iruki waved his hand to say goodbye. "Good luck, gentlemen." An affirmative grunt from someone echoed in response. The exam quietly proceeded like that. The blue sky by then had been tinged with gold. Time flew by as fast as a dog running down the street, and soon the sky was dusky. Iruki sat on his chair, concentrating and muttering something, thanks to the fact that he had memorized all the questions in the exam. On this side, he diligently recorded the questions Iruki was reading, while Siren prepared an answer sheet from the textbook. Another day passed by very quickly. We had reconstructed the questions and answers for all subjects. Now everyone was grading themselves. Needon spoke up in disappointment. "This is no good. I think I messed up a few subjects." Siren was no better off. He muttered, "How pathetic. If I get below 80 in any subject, I'm done for." But Iruki showed no emotion. He just kept murmuring the answers. "Crying is useless because the milk has been spilled. It can't be undone, so let's finish grading first." Seeing this, Ned and Siren both thought they could never get used to this. Suddenly a scream rang out everywhere, so loud it would frighten even crows. "All right, I did it." He held up the test paper, cheerfully showing off. "An average of 82. I passed 80 points in all subjects." He jumped up in delight. Grade 4 was confirmed. Suddenly he noticed Iruki's dark expression and nervously asked, "Iruki, what's wrong? Don't tell me." But Iruki stood up abruptly, crying out in joy, "A7 points in all subjects." Yes, Iruki was so happy his eyes shot lasers, imitating the literature teacher's voice. "My literature score has soared." He looked like he was about to fly. "If I had missed one question, I would be done for, but I did it." Ned hesitated. "Congratulations, are you serious?" He turned to him puzzled. "What about Siren?" Seeing Siren's face like a man on his deathbed, he asked fearfully, "Siren, don't tell me. What score did you get?" He muttered back, "My overall average is 86. Hearing this, Ned and Iruki were both impressed. He thought to himself, amazing. Even as a commoner, he passed 80 points in just one semester. Then Iruki spoke up, "Isn't that great? Is something wrong?" Siren was drenched in sweat. "I don't know." The other two found it puzzling and clicked their tongues. The hand holding his pen trembled. "This math problem was a multiple choice question, right?" Iruki replied, "That question. It was really difficult. The solution was very long too." Sweat poured from Siren's forehead like rain. "The final answer I chose, I can't remember anymore." He was stunned. "Think carefully." The answer was 1/2. "I know I was wrong, but," Iruki asked anxiously, "if you got that one wrong, what would your math score be?" Siren replied, 79 points. They both turned to stone. He turned pale with worry. "I feel like I chose answer 3, but I can't remember if 1/2 was 3 or 2. At this point, both Ned and Iruki were worried, sweating as they thought. Because of this single question, he might be stuck in grade 5 for another half year. The question was still written clearly on the paper. "Find the result of the formula," they both said in unison, "and it's a 2-point question too." Suddenly Ned grimaced and shouted, "I can't take this anymore." He dragged them both along, announcing loudly, "Let's go ask the teachers." Siren agreed. "That's right, listen to him." They went to see a teacher with purple hair. As soon as they saw her, they called out, "Teacher," he asked curiously, "why are you kids here? The grade 5 exams ended yesterday." Siren quickly asked, "The last multiple choice question in the math exam. What is the answer?" She was surprised. "What's this all of a sudden?" He urged impatiently, "Please hurry, we're in a big rush." The teacher raised her hand thoughtfully. "If it's that question, then it's probably answer number 2. I think so." Hearing this, Siren was so shocked he felt like his color drained away. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe his ears. Siren held his head and wailed. Ned was startled and quickly held him. "Siren, are you okay? Snap out of it." Iruki also worried. "You have a diamond body, right?" He cried in despair, frothing at the mouth. "Why is it number 2? Seeing this, Ned quickly bid the teacher farewell. "We're going now, teacher." She smiled awkwardly. "All right." Siren was dragged away weakly, murmuring, "Why? Just why?" Iruki comforted him. "Let's go first, then we'll..." The teacher watched them leave and sighed. "Oh my, they are always so energetic." Over on this side at the teacher's office, the teacher had just sat down when she heard a complaint. The number of exams to grade hasn't decreased at all. She glanced through the pile of documents and suddenly remembered. That's right, they were asking about exam A and specifically its last multiple choice question. After that, she submitted an exam paper for review. The teacher checked the answer key and joyfully exclaimed. It turned out the correct answer was option 3 all along. So in the end, Aryan Siren was confirmed to advance to grade 4. Meanwhile, at the capital of the Tamiya Basucha kingdom, this place was the Kaizen Sword Academy. A woman with neatly tied, lustrous blonde hair spoke softly, her movements resembling street fighting. Tess walked amid the admiration of the students behind her, raising her hand to continue. Must say, teacher, you have never spoken the entire semester, but your practical demonstrations were excellent. She turned to Rian and asked, so, do you think you did well, Rian? He propped his chin, his voice cold. If you want to sit, then sit, or the teacher will come and you are dead. Tess smiled brightly. Even the great Rian fears being trained? Rian closed his eyes and replied, being punished right before the exam is a scary thing. But why did you switch seats to here? She sat down saying vaguely, who knows, maybe to help my friend relax. He suddenly asked, have you ever seen me nervous? Tess beamed a radiant smile. Right, there is no lower place on the ranking to worry about. Being dead last truly is carefree. Hearing that taunt, Ryan flinched slightly. He pouted sulkily because freshman Ryan Ocean knew, well, he was ranked 30th out of 30 at the Kaizen Sword Academy. Rian said irritably, I unlocked the pattern last month too. Tess looked at him and inwardly laughed. Others would have lost their temper at this provocation, but this guy was truly different. A person who never worries in any situation, the one who endured the harshest training course for freshmen. So why did someone like him always rank last on the leaderboard? Tess tilted her head, her gaze curious as she looked at Ryan. Are you holding back? She continued, you entered as the top freshman student. He was still puffing his cheeks sulkily. Tess thought to herself, Ryan entered the Kaizen Sword Academy as the top incoming student. Last month, in winter, the Kaizen Sword Academy, in its 200-year history, had produced 10 certified first-class knights. Among them, one even achieved the title of Grand Swordmaster, a symbol of unyielding will and courage. It was the most prestigious among the prestigious academies. Hundreds of people with knightly ambitions, wanting to leave their mark on history, gathered here every semester, but except for the 30 who passed, most failed the 1-month trial and gave up. A young man, too exhausted to speak, had someone sitting on his back. That person was Richard Figure from Group 1. He shouted loudly, urging, hurry up, is this all you can do? The other trainees clamored in encouragement, crawl faster, Dawson. I placed my bet on you. Do not mess around. Suddenly, the leader of Group 1 shouted a reminder, anyone who has not placed their bet, hurry up. The other trainees hurriedly placed money on the tray. I bet 10 silver. I follow. This was Group 2, those who had not yet learned the pattern, but had excellent physiques. Tess leaned against the wall, hearing a dissatisfied voice say, we have trained so much, why do we have to do this? The group leader reminded his friend, if you do not want to be prey, shut up. El Gentes, a member of Group 1, observed calmly, thinking to himself, it is unfortunate, but that is how this world is. Those who cannot trust each other to cover their backs on the battlefield will not be comrades, but merely prey. Just as Dawson, exhausted, was about to reach the finish line, Figure shouted excitedly, I came first again. Suddenly, a shadow shot towards him at lightning speed. Rian lunged and kicked Figure off Dawson's back. With quick reflexes, Figure managed to raise his hands to protect his head. The whole crowd watching was extremely shocked, their mouths agape, speechless. Rian stepped forward and warned Figure, cut it out. Rian was from Group 2. He growled, do you think this is your garden? Figure stood up, his voice full of rage, you mad dog. He glared at Ryan, veins bulging, and asked through gritted teeth, what do you want? The short-haired female trainee standing next to Tess spoke up. That Ryan guy finally caused trouble. She asked in surprise, do you know his name? Is he strong? The short-haired female student quickly replied, not backing down at all. She began to recount, on Figure's birthday, Group 2 went to collect money, and only he refused to pay the protection fee. Tess understood everything and said, so Group 1 had marked him on the blacklist. That female student nodded and replied, that is right, but I did not expect Rian to step forward to stop this. He turned out to be hot-tempered and straightforward. Rian was not only unafraid of Figure, but also told him, follow me outside. Continued to explain, if the teacher finds out, it will affect your academic evaluation. Figure sneered and continued, all right, fine. He turned to the group of underlings and ordered, you all follow me. The people from Group 3 heard Figure's order and looked at each other worriedly. Figure's voice echoed even outside, clearly heard, let me show you what happens when you dare to mess with me. After gathering enough underlings outside, Figure arrogantly yelled, hey, you lackeys over there? He raised his voice, yelling, causing the people from Group 3 behind him to startle in fear. I will give you all a chance. If you do not want to get beaten, run away. Figure turned to Rian and taunted, now no one is on your side, what are you going to do? He was not afraid. Instead he said, what am I going to do? Your question is too confusing. Do you only fight when you have the advantage? Ryan's provocative words made Figure straighten his face and mutter, what was that? He clenched his fists and continued, I fight because I have to. That is the meaning of being a knight. Ryan looked at the opponent before him with contempt and said, scum like you are not worthy of being a knight. Figure sneered and replied, fine. Fine, he flexed his arm muscles, almost roaring. I will fight you one-on-one like a knight, come at me. Figure raised his hand in provocation, sneering contemptuously. Because the gap in skill between us is too great, I will let you strike first. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan appeared before him and launched an attack. Figure smiled as if pleased, his eyes turning red as he dodged Ryan's punch. Then he delivered a punch to his stomach, still taunting, you idiot, did you think I would let you hit me? Hit by his attack, Ryan let out a cry, his face contorting as he endured the pain. He stepped back, his footsteps gradually becoming unsteady. Ryan held his stomach in pain, gritting his teeth in anger, thinking this is the power of a blueprint awakener. Figure glared down with sharp eyes, throwing a punch while wondering, why have not you fallen yet? It seems I was too gentle with you. With that, he punched towards Ryan, but he quickly raised both arms to block him. Figure's blows had terrifying power. Ryan's eyes widened as he tried to resist it. Suddenly, he charged straight forward and grabbed hold of his body. Figure struggled, gritting his teeth as he looked at Ryan, wondering, what kind of power is this? Damn it, are you playing me? He continued thinking while the group of underlings was very confused. A guy who does not even have a blueprint is making me work hard to deal with, and now it even looks like we are evenly matched. Thinking this, Figure threw up his muscular, powerful hand. He delivered a painful elbow strike to Ryan's ribs and shouted, you, how dare you? The blow just now caused him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Not giving Ryan time to recover, Figure threw a fierce kick at his face and yelled, die. Then he continuously attacked Ryan's face, leaving him unable to defend himself as he took the hits. The cry of die rang out, and at the same time Ryan's blood splattered across the ground. Realizing things had gone too far, the group of underlings quickly ran over to stop him. Figure stopped, come here and stop him. They were stunned, all of them with their mouths agape. Are you really trying to kill him? Ryan roared in anger, let me go, I have to kill him. Immediately after, Ryan was hung upside down, blood dripping from his head. He was tied upside down to a tree, his entire body bruised, wearing only a pair of shorts. The students below excitedly mocked him. Look at him like a fish hooked on a line. Tess crossed her arms and looked at him, the students around her laughing and joking, having no skills but still trying to show off, trying to act cool. Who do you think you are? In response to them, Ryan only glared back with a scowl. Tess folded her arms below, thinking that no matter what, this was going too far. Humiliating someone who had lost to her in a duel could leave a deep, indelible scar. On this side, Ryan looked at her with a vacant gaze and spoke, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Tess froze, surprised to look at him, especially for a lady like herself. The crowd below raised their eyebrows and sneered. What is he saying? Is he putting on airs in this situation? The crowd jeered at Ryan, thinking he was something special, but he turned out to be just a lunatic. They said he was weak yet pretended to be cool, and in the end, he was the one bearing the shame. In contrast, Ryan only replied coldly, it's fine. Even if I bear shame for my defeat, everyone will soon forget it. Hearing this, the trainees below froze, their smiles slowly fading. Ryan stared sharply at them, and continued, I feel no shame for fighting my best for what I believe is right. As time passes, today's disgrace will no longer linger in my memory. But what about you all? The trainees below stood rooted to the spot, listening. Ryan continued, you who set your goal to become knights and join this academy, ran away without even trying to fight. That fear will haunt you for years. That time in the academy, when you were too scared to even speak, that is the most cowardly version of yourselves. His words struck Dawson, who clenched his trembling fists and listened on. But time had passed, and it would never return. Ryan opened his mouth wide and shouted, you can lose 100 times, but because you fought for your beliefs. But the shame of losing your faith and effort while young will hold you back for life. The other trainees also gritted their teeth, trembling as they pondered Ryan's words. He continued, one day in the future, even if you become knights and receive honor, ignoring the injustice right before your eyes will never disappear. After hearing those words, all the trainees shared one expression, resentment. A swordsman, faith is everything. He swayed, his resonance reaching near and wide, so let it end here if you wish to be proud in the future. Though Ryan was hanging upside down, his spirit was undiminished. He glared with blazing eyes and shouted, then fight, you fools. Everyone here, whoever they were, shared one feeling, all wishing that one day their fame would spread far with the title of Phantom the Battlefield, the greatest swordsman and Iron Knight. They craved it so much that everyone's eyes burned red with resentment as they gritted their teeth. Figure turned his back, observing his men behind him, and sneered. He shouted in confusion, what's with those eyes? You want to fight? If you want the same outcome, then come on in. Suddenly Tess leaped over Figure's head, startling him. She swiftly drew a sharp dagger and swung her hand. She slashed the rope that was hanging Ryan upside down. He was surprised as his body plummeted straight to the ground. Ryan's head hit the ground hard. Tess landed, sheathed her dagger, and said cheerfully, I've decided. His mouth bleeding, he looked up at her outstretched hand and asked, your name is Ryan, right? She smiled and proposed, I am Elgentis. Let's fight together. Ryan was startled upon hearing this, but his face did not reply. He thought, how could he shake hands with his hands tied? Some trainees quickly recognized her and exclaimed, El Gentis, she is the champion warrior. Suddenly, a loud voice of dissatisfaction rang out. If you call yourselves men, don't just sit there. He looked at Figure with dissatisfaction. I'm not running anymore. You think we'll let the Duke bully us? Seeing the crowd getting agitated, Figure and his men hesitated. He raised a hand to calm them. Everyone, please calm down. Figure forced a smile. I get it. Since you're all going that far, then. Saying this, his expression did a complete 180. He swung his arm and struck one of his men behind him. You think I'll back down, you fools? Figure spread his arms wide and shouted, Come at me, you bastards. All the trainees quickly rushed to gang up on him. It's war. You think having a plan lets you do whatever you want? Horrified screams rang out. Someone help. Instructor. Dawson quickly ran to call for help. Tess stood to one side watching, then spoke. Sorry, in the end, I ruined your good deed. Rian calmly replied, It's fine. Anyway, I never wanted to be a hero, so I brought him to a place without an instructor. Hearing this, she asked in confusion, Wait, do you really not understand anything? Ryan wondered, understand what? She smiled wryly and answered, There's no situation without an instructor for us to do whatever we want. Tess confessed, I'm really worried here. What exactly is your motivation? Ryan closed his eyes and replied, For me, there are things more important than graduation and fame. My goal is to become stronger. She couldn't believe her ears, her eyes widening in surprise as she said, For my liege, that's it, my liege. Don't tell me. Recalling earlier, Tess had run after Rian, pressing him with questions. You can only do that once in a lifetime, and you've already done it? They must be very famous, right? Rian put his hands in his pockets, walking as he asked back, What makes you so curious that you're being nosy? She replied, Of course I'm curious. You already had a job but still went to school. Tess asked curiously, So who is that person? The one you entrusted your life to? Rian stopped in his tracks and uttered a name, Siren. She was a bit confused and spoke up. Siren, what does this person do? He quickly replied, Is my friend. Siren is currently studying magic at a school in our hometown. Hearing this, Tess's face went blank, full of bewilderment. She thought in confusion, Did I mishear? Not a mage, but a student? No way! An image appeared in Tess's imagination, only one possibility. That was when a person made a vow with someone not for fame, future, or romance. Thinking this, she was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. Tess still insisted on asking further, Wait, that friend of yours, Siren. Before she could finish, the instructor's scolding voice rang out. The test has started. Get over here quickly. You blockheads want to fail, all of you. Hearing this, both of them quickly walked to the training line. Tess swayed as she thought to herself, Damn it, I definitely have to ask him later. Very soon after, both of them arrived at the CQB training hall. The instructor stood sternly in front of all the trainees who were gathered fully below. He walked while announcing, Today's practical test will focus on movement, especially, this person was the instructor of Class 6, Baka Kwan. He cast a stern glance downward and said, I will grade based on how you all shift your center of gravity. Baka Kwan pointed at a person standing nearby and asked, You there, tell me where a swordsman should place his center of gravity? He quickly answered, At the navel. Baka Kwan replied in disappointment, brain like mush, completely wrong. He continued to point at another person. You tell me, he shouted back, is the soles of both feet. Baka Kwan again scolded in frustration. Wrong, no one is as stupid as you. After that, he pointed at another trainee. When he hesitated and answered, is the navel. Before he could finish, Baka Kwan cursed. You've learned nothing. Get down and do 200 push-ups. He obediently followed the instructor's order, cursing in his heart. Damn it. Baka Kwan continued his lecture from the podium. Answer is outside the body. In the terminology of weight shift, we call it external gravity. He emphasized, repeat after me, external gravity. All the trainees shouted in unison, external gravity. Yet in their minds, they understood nothing, hearing it for the first time. Seeing their bewildered expressions, he immediately realized. Hand on his sword hilt, he spoke up, It's only natural that you don't know, because I haven't explained it before. He raised the sharp sword and said, So watch carefully, I will test you all. The group of trainees below were extremely dissatisfied upon hearing this. They cursed inwardly. Wait, no teaching at all, but you're giving a test. You teach only during the test. I'll kill you, you instructor. Baka Kwan focused on his lecture, demonstrating for them, stepping forward. After that, he swung his sword down and spoke one word, slash. But the slash was so powerful the wind surged up. Baka Kwan continued demonstrating, stepping back and slashing. When the slash passed over the trainees' heads, its demonic power made the whole group pale in fear. One wondered, just now he only swung his sword, but what is this energy? Baka Kwan spoke to explain. This is a basic swordsmanship technique. He said sternly, You all lean your body forward to shift the center of gravity and use its momentum. You increase the attacking power of the sword strike if you apply apply weight shift, then the attacking power will multiply. Looking at your expressions, I know you think that's obvious. That's why you'll die within 3 seconds in a real fight. Hearing this, the group began to feel apprehensive. The red-haired one thought, you're just unlucky if you die. Baka-kwan placed one foot on a high point and emphasized, remember this in real combat. Movement is more important than strength. Depending on the situation, a swordsman shifts his center of gravity outside the body. For example, as he said this, his foot stomped hard on the ground. Baka-kwan changed his demonstration movement, continuing to explain, currently the center of gravity of my body. The trainees below listened attentively, each with a restless expression. He continued, is behind me. This is what people call external gravity. Baka-kwan used his legs to gain momentum and leap high into the air. He spun his body gracefully mid-air, causing the trainees to look up in astonishment. Baka-kwan raised his head to look at his amazed students and told them to use this. As soon as he finished speaking, he bent down again, his feet touching the ground, and the trainees could only stare wide-eyed. They all gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, what is that? The teacher was up there in a flash. Baka-kwan calmly walked upside down on the iron bar attached to the ceiling. The group became even more excited, and now he's walking on the ceiling. Right after Baka-kwan lifted his feet from the ceiling, he pushed off to jump down, spinning several times in the air with his sword cutting through the wind. A small whirlwind appeared on the podium, his figure transforming like a vortex, leaving the students below in shock. They could only open their mouths in awe, unable to do anything else. Seeing Baka-kwan's eyes blazing like a sword spinning in the wind, the trainees wondered if anyone could truly spin that fast. His eyes, burning red and full of killing intent, looked down below. Then he stopped, pointed his sword to one side, and the whirlwind quickly dissipated as well. The trainees praised, this is insane. Tess blocked the wind with her hand, secretly worried that she couldn't block that attack. She smiled, realizing the teacher wasn't using power to attack but relied on inertia. This is the swordsmanship of the one once known as the Death Mage. Kua quickly sheathed his sword, his voice stern. This is an application of external gravity. Of course, I am not actually controlling gravity. He stepped forward to explain. I simply increase my strength with force alignment to achieve maximum inertia, then amplify it to illustrate it for you. Kua emphasized, today I will test you on this. Do you understand? The group chorused, yes, teacher. He grunted in acknowledgement, then asked if the students down there were ready and waiting for his command. Kwang sternly ordered, anyone still shouting while I am demonstrating, drop and do 200 push-ups immediately. Hearing this, the entire crowd broke into a sweat, tiredly doing push-ups and replying, yes, teacher. External gravity is the technique of shifting the body's center of gravity using force alignment to increase strength, allowing for stronger inertia which permits maintaining balance and performing extraordinary movements. When someone shifts their center of gravity extremely strongly, they appear to defy gravity, hence the name external gravity. To achieve it, one must perform basic movements like muscle contraction to create oscillation in the initial phase. A student was gritting his teeth doing push-ups when a voice suddenly rang out. Listen up! It turned out Baka-kwan announced that the test for the center of gravity movement subject would be crossing horizontal obstacles. The rules were very simple. When encountering an obstacle, dodge it quickly. You must overcome obstacles of various shapes. The final step, it seemed there was no space left to pass through. He revealed a small tip. If you do not use external gravity, you will not be able to overcome it. Baka-kwan cleared his throat to remind them that the entire obstacle course was made from real blades. He continued, while the trainees strained to do push-ups, remember that in a serious situation, you could lose your life. Baka-kwan encouraged them. I believe no one will be too afraid to try. In the rare case a body part is cut off, instructor kinda can reattach it, so don't worry. The students told themselves, terrible, this is even more frightening. He initiated the test. When you have finished your push-ups, come up in number order. Number 1. Aiden was terrified but still shouted, yes. A few other guys yelled, heavens, let us rest first. Tess sat next to Rian, lowering her head and chuckling sarcastically. Number 1 David Aiden has already completed his assessment. Even though we have learned the diagram, he turned and questioned, but aren't 200 push-ups too many? She didn't answer, just urged him. Go over there, or you'll get punished again. Some classmates complained. They're doing the assessment. What's going on? Why is the goddess of class 1 always sticking to him? One day I'll kill you, you blue-haired punk. Tess glared at Rian and whispered, but you know, that person named Siren, is he a girl or not? Hearing this, he froze, his head full of question marks. A moment later, Rian suddenly reacted violently. Are you crazy? Even if I were mentally disabled, I would never insult a knight like that. She raised an eyebrow, looking unconvinced. Oh really? Are you sure? Siren will definitely become the best. Rian squeezed his eyes shut, adding persuasively, that's why I am betting my own life on him. Tess found it a bit confusing, muttering to herself. When he talks about his friend, does he completely change? He coughed a few times and advised, either way, don't be too hasty to judge. She was suspicious. So he is the friend that makes Ryan talk so much. I am so jealous. Tess smiled with confidence, a sudden idea flashing through her mind. She pointed a finger at her own face and suggested, Siren, can I meet him? Ryan's mouth fell open, his eyes wide as he blurted out, me. He was sweating profusely and asked loudly, what do you want with my friend? Tess held her cheeks and honestly said, you talk about him so much, I got curious. She chuckled and added that she felt jealous thinking about him having a master. Ryan sighed, saying it was too sudden, because Hung and Siren were still far away in Greece, while Aiden was crying over exam review. Tess didn't care about those warming up and making excuses, so can I visit Chris? Break is coming soon. She smiled brightly and gave another reason. Oh right, there's a small island in the south, isn't there? I heard it's a famous tourist spot. Great, we can go play there together. His eyes widened completely when he heard this, his heart flustered, play with Siren. The past flooded back into Ryan's mind as he realized the friendship had started. Half a year had passed since he said goodbye to him. He looked up, tears streaming down his face as he whined, I want to go play. Suddenly Ryan coughed dryly, stuttered and said, but is it okay for 3 people to go? He felt a bit awkward. Tess seemed to realize what she had anticipated and inwardly rejoiced. Good reaction. She enthusiastically suggested, then tell him to bring another girl along, since he knows someone from the Magic Academy. A double date, huh? What do you think? He was shocked and couldn't speak. Double? Ryan's face turned bright red. He turned his palm toward Tess and said, let me think about it. She stood up excitedly and exclaimed, great. Tess casually cracked her knuckles and suggested, before the break, shouldn't we finish this practical evaluation with a bang? Right at that moment, Bakakwan Hodo number 12 Elgentis. She warmed up fully and shouted loudly, ready for evaluation. He heard the reply and made a note in his book. As the 2 words started to sound, Teslao shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Not far ahead, a huge barrel was floating in midair. Tess was not phased. She charged straight ahead at a dizzying speed. She stomped hard for momentum, leaped high into the air, performed a few graceful somersaults, spectacularly clearing the obstacle. Even Tess herself had to doubt reality. Her agility was this good. She stared intently at the next machine and judged it to be a giant obstacle. Everything was blocked. Only a small gap remained below. If she didn't use external gravity, she would be chopped up like this morning's salad. Tess landed on the ground with great skill. She muttered, first, affect the head part. Immediately after, she leaned back, deftly adjusting her center of gravity. In an instant, Tess's entire body hugged the ground, sliding beneath the strange object. In her mind at that moment, she only thought of getting outside. Everything happened unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, Tess had cleared the obstacle. Finishing the section, she sprang up straight like a victorious warrior, accompanied by the announcement, number 12 Elgentis pass. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Tess spread her arms as if celebrating victory. She confidently thought to herself, this is the first time, but I did it perfectly. Was all that previous training just basic exercises? Tess glanced at Bakakwan in admiration. Even though the teacher has a strange personality, he is still a true instructor. He was still busy taking notes when the call rang out again. Number 28 Rhinocean, prepare for evaluation. Bakakwan's gaze shifted slightly as if he was hiding some thought. Cool watched Ryan get into his starting stance, along with his words, try it. Right at the start, Ryan's toes stomped hard on the ground as if gathering momentum to launch. Without any hesitation, he ignored the teacher's taught plan, charging forward like a rocket, piercing through the first 2 obstacles in an instant. Crowd was stunned, eyes wide and round. Someone exclaimed, that fast. On the other side, Ryan had just used his strength to jump onto the large barrel. In the blink of an eye, he had run to the edge of the obstacle. What Ryan faced was the giant barrel and several sharp saw blades. He thought to himself to use force projection to push his center of gravity outward. Bakakwan was extremely worried when he saw Ryan's expression at that moment. You bastard, are you crazy? Ryan stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing the stone floor to shatter into tiny pieces. He quickly lay flat on the ground, mimicking Tess's movements from earlier. At that moment, Bakakwan's face turned pale. He frowned and opened his eyes wide in horror at the scene before him. Ryan had not even managed to press himself to the ground before he was stopped. The people around were bewildered and murmured, why would he shove his neck into the blade like that? Now the blades were only inches away from him. Ryan screamed in panic, where is my blueprint? Fortunately, Bakakwan managed to throw a staff into the obstacle, rescuing him at the last moment. In an instant, the system exploded into pieces, and Ryan was sent flying like a ball, rolling all over the place. He cried out in grievance, what? I used it, that blueprint. Old man Hung Ho came over and scolded him, what nonsense are you talking? Don't you know what a blueprint is? Bakakwan pointed directly at him and shouted, I told you, those who don't know how to use a blueprint will be disqualified from the practical exam. Ryan still tried to argue, no, I know how to use it. He put his hands on his hips and declared, a month ago, you received the muscle enhancement test and you definitely passed it. He looked incredulous and asked back, what? That is clearly a lie. Rian suggested he pick that thing up. If it was a test of lifting twice one's body weight, then this level was definitely feasible, even if it was only a barely passing mark. Afterward, he pointed at the huge rock beside them. Rian used all his strength to lift it, panting heavily while thinking to himself, what does the teacher think now? Baka-kwan saw the veins starting to bulge all over his body and stammered, how can this be? In just a few minutes, Rian had lifted the rock high. He yelled out in grievance, so, what's the matter? Baka-kwan still could not believe what was happening. He touched Rian's muscle mass and said, Rian, I'm sorry, but suddenly, Baka-kwan's face turned pale again, and sweat poured down without stopping. He had to remind him, you still haven't activated the blueprint. He was still dazed and stammered. Just now the instructor, Baka-kwan immediately continued, said he was sorry, right? A group of students with Rian were frozen in place. One of them was stunned. What, teacher? Are you saying? Ryan dejectedly blamed himself, am I not lifting this rock? That's because I am stupidly strong with muscles bigger than my brain. But he then concluded, Ryan Ocean, Class 1, Semester 1, confirmed for the last position. Hearing this, Rian's eyes widened immediately. Sword Art and Blueprint Academy. Blueprints are the most basic quality of a swordsman. The crowd also fell into thought for a moment. Soon after, Rian put the rock down, causing it to land with a thud, because all swordsman techniques use blueprints as their foundation. Ryan would be disqualified from all practical exams and could not receive any points from those tests. The scene shifted to the next day. Outside the academy, the sunlight was blazing, yet he cursed. Damn it. Ryan clenched his ranking paper, 30 out of 30 in gloomy colors. Just because I'm not proficient in blueprints doesn't mean I have to be outcast by society here, he cried, thinking of his father's stern face, and told himself, if this report card gets out and my father finds out, he will be furious. Outside, Tess was waving and calling out, Ryan, you haven't forgotten, right? For the holiday, we really have to bring a friend along. Rian shouldered his bundle of belongings and stammered back. Of course, he thought to himself, Siren, what are you doing now? The scene shifted to a nearby suburb. Siren stood alone in the quiet arena, with leaves falling gently around him. Suddenly his eyes lit up, shining with a sapphire-like blue light. In an instant, Siren's body moved at lightning speed, vanishing from sight. He used the instant movement technique, causing his entire body to fly forward, trailing a streak of golden light. He unleashed his next move, Patrol, moving swiftly horizontally, allowing Siren to shift into a lightning-fast zigzag pattern. His figure darted through the wind, both gentle and sharp. Instantly, Siren's body disappeared into midair. It turned out he had leaped up and used the rainbow rain dance technique, creating a winding trail bearing the 7 colors of the rainbow. Wherever Siren moved, that light followed. After that, he twisted his body, using his leg as the pivot, while extending his palm forward. Siren quickly condensed several light energy spheres, then fired them straight at the enormous rock in front of him. Soon after, dust and smoke billowed up, enveloping his body. Next, Siren continued to gather his strength, condensing a source of blazing red energy in his hand and in an instant, he shot a blood-red beam forward, an aurora ray. A thunderous explosion rang out as the aurora ray struck the center of the rock. Siren thought, no matter how hard the material, it would be affected by the wave. As he controlled his power, he was convinced that this formidable magic would eventually destroy it. But then Siren let out a breath and compared. The photon cannon had greater destructive force in that moment. He examined the crack glowing with red spiritual energy around the rock, believing the aurora ray's damage could sustain almost indefinitely. His specialized magic had grown much stronger in a short time. However, Siren raised his palm forward, summoning a wind blade that created a green circle charging ahead. It flew up into the branch, causing a bright red apple to fall immediately after. He watched the apple roll on the ground, telling himself he had learned that knowing only powerful spells was not enough. Siren walked over, picked it up, and told himself he still had a long and difficult road ahead. He recalled when, during battles, his magic was not widely known. He could still catch others off guard. And Siren used his short-term immortality ability to compensate for the lack of precision in his techniques. However, when facing those who were truly strong, even though everyone fought and protected each other with all their might, but Siren was powerless. He looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with sorrow and torment. Siren thought of that horrific scene. Even as many close friends had fallen before his eyes, he was powerless to save them. He imagined a day when the most important people to Siren were in danger. He clenched the apple in his hand, determined in his heart, I do not want to be a weak mage who cannot save them. Siren encouraged himself, so he had to try harder. Suddenly a voice called out, Hey Siren, making him turn his head to look. 2 young men around Siren's age were waving and greeting him cheerfully. He immediately recognized his friends, Eruki and Ned. Suddenly Siren froze, his pupils shimmering with a bright blue light. At this moment Siren was standing quite far from the two. They stood opposite, seeing his entire body emitting a faint energy, stammered, Aryan Siren. Instantly, Siren teleported right next to his friend, startling them both into a shout. Ned's eyes widened in disbelief. What was that teleportation? Iruki also admired. That's amazing, you mastered it. He rubbed his head and grinned. I moved at nearly light speed, cool, right? But it made me very dizzy. Siren hesitated, saying it was useless because he could only move a few short steps. But the other a bead of sweat and interrupted. Useless how? Even the graduating class struggles with space teleportation. At least, you surprised Ned. He placed his hand on his chest and boasted proudly. I also have something to surprise you. You've never seen fire magic before, right? Let me show you. Iruki slowly replied, whatever. Turned to scrutinize Siren. You've been wallowing in pride here in this quiet training ground, haven't you? Startled by this, he retorted, that's not true. Siren looked down at the ground and stammered, I still have a long and difficult road ahead. Iruki placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. It's okay. He advised, your light magic that exploits monochrome light is truly astonishing. Normally, that requires 10 years of pure mental training to achieve. Siren only bit his lip, moved by the encouragement. However, you managed it immediately by applying the principle of the photon cannon, so you can be proud. He praised without end. You are the most improved student this past semester. Ned, standing behind, also smiled brightly. He felt more relieved hearing that. Siren nodded slightly in response, yeah. The scene shifted to the academy grounds, with birds flying around the towering building. Inside, the teachers suddenly heard a familiar voice. Thank you, teachers, for teaching us this past semester. The teachers burst into laughter and said, who would have thought the biggest troublemakers in the school would greet us like this? Don't forget your lessons during the break and have fun. Ned eagerly laughed, I'm good at that. One instructor ruffled Iruki's hair and praised loudly. The best part is a student with many zeros. Iruki has made progress. That man called out to Miss Yahello, and she turned around to ask back, teacher that? He flipped his hair to one side looking cool and suggested, it's the holiday season now. If you have time, why not have a meal together? The teachers and students standing there were almost petrified, shouting in unison, what? Yahello quickly rubbed her hands and stammered, I'm sorry, but I have to maintain order. That man clasped his hands with interest and hinted, you're really strong. I wish I could join the training. He sighed and brushed it off. Air means nothing to love. Of course you wouldn't know since you've never been in love, Miss Sienna. That man threw out a remark. You've never dated anyone, right? Causing everyone to exclaim in shock. Really? One person whispered, no way. She looked displeased, pushed up her glasses, and prepared to retort, I'm sorry, but... Sienna stood before that man and declared clearly, I'm currently dating someone, you know. The instructors standing there felt tense, thinking to themselves, is it okay to keep listening to this? Siren peeped in, worried inside. No way. What about Ami then? That man was startled and provoked. You're pretty good at joking. And why don't you say their name? Hearing that, she just closed her eyes, pushing up her glasses again with a dangerous look. Sienna slowly emphasized each word. I'm currently dating Magic. Iruki and Yahello were both stunned by this news. Siren and his two apprentices also widened their eyes in shock, while that man's face turned pale. Everyone gathered around her, and Seventh was still trying to find an excuse. I understand now. Before that man could finish, Miralfin pushed the door open, walked in to greet everyone, and asked what they were doing there. Everyone shouted in unison, Principal, you are still alive. He smiled broadly and said cryptically, am I still the principal? A temporary principal will arrive next semester. Treat him as well as you have treated me. After hearing this, everyone turned away to change the subject. It's time to go home. What a shock. No, we can only scream. We don't want another principal, Miralfin suggested. Siren, before you leave, can you spare a moment? He was a little surprised but still agreed. Of course. Iruki and Ned whispered, we will wait outside. Head to the main entrance. Siren nodded and replied, all right, understood. Soon only two people remained in the classroom. He turned his head back and spoke. You intend to investigate, don't you? Miralfin's gaze sharpened, his tone slow as he mentioned Nero. He did not say anything, only remained silent for a moment. Siren was not afraid to admit it but predicted, you have already realized. He stroked his long beard and explained, I have taken care of children for 40 years. I could tell just from your eyes. He lowered his head, hesitating. I am sorry, but Miralfin interrupted, suggesting he try investigating the Jigo ruins. Surprised Siren more than ever. He continued, if you look into it, you will gain a rough understanding of the world Miro lives in. His eyes widened to their utmost. Siren vaguely realized, Jigo, that ruin is. Scene changed to Ryan's academy. Tess was in the carriage, asking loudly, Ryan, do you remember where we are going? He opened the door, tilted his chin, and answered, of course, I remember. Who do you think I am? She thought, Ryan is an idiot, then questioned, so where is it? Just then, both Ryan and Siren exclaimed together, Gallon Island. The system explained, light cannon magic is a light attribute. Photon system active, mental concentration type spell. It amplifies and concentrates energy within a single photon, then fires it as a beam of light. Ordinary light consists of multiple wavelengths, but light cannon magic compresses them into a single thin ray. The system also recorded, spatial movement is a light attribute. Photon system, high-level passive magic, capable of warping space. Travel time over long distances without obstacles depends on the accuracy between the start and destination points, as the range is limited to the user's mental region. Spatial movement requires multiple consecutive uses to go far, and carries risks if the surrounding space is not well understood. Therefore, it is practically unusable in combat. When activated, the user feels as if they are teleporting from the start point to the end point. Siren's information was also summarized. Aryan Siren passive magic, photon output, photon cannon, light cannon magic, wind blade, passive magic, teleportation, spatial movement, flight. Scene change to Siren's location. Miralfan continued explaining at length that allowing him to investigate the Jigo ruins meant he trusted his judgment. He reminded, so never let your guard down. Understood. He nodded firmly. Thank you. I promise not to cause trouble. Miralfan posed a question. Can you tell me why you want to explore the labyrinth? He lowered his face slightly, waiting for Siren's answer. He honestly confessed. I heard a voice when I returned through the dimensions. Miralfan was startled, repeating the two words. A voice? Siren confirmed instantly. Yes, it was my own voice. In the past, that sinister tone kept ringing in his ears. For parents, anyone will do. Except you. You are the illegitimate child, and they are no longer your parents. You belong to yourself. You are not necessary to this world. Siren continued uncomfortably. It was so deep and hoarse that even I forgot it was my own voice, an eliminated existence. He furrowed his brow, a sorrowful light in his eyes, and thought, I have heard all about Siren Queglum's story. He presented his argument, accepting that everything can change outside my own principles is itself a form of enlightenment. But that is still far off, so I want to become stronger. Siren declared generously. To do that, I need to learn more about myself. Miralfan immediately looked up, listening attentively. You think you need to find out more about the contradictions within yourself. He curled his palm, speaking hesitantly, and then these thoughts occurred to me, fleeting as they were, but when studying the one who created countless dimensions and chose solitude for himself, Siren asserted he could find the answers he needed that way. With that, he left. The sunlight outside streamed through the window, casting a gentle golden hue into the room. He walked toward it, each step heavy yet silent as a shadow. Miralfan watched the figure walking below, reflecting, children at that age will stray from the path at least once. His eyes were half-lidded as if harboring secrets he could not yet reveal. Miralfan looked up at the birds soaring high, silently accepting the harsh truth that everyone was ultimately just a lonely traveler. He watched Siren's retreating figure, sighed, and let himself sink onto the vast land. Miralfan leaned against the window frame, silently praying that he would find his way back to himself and learn how to protect those he loved. Miralfan opened the locket, revealing the image of a young couple inside, and murmured, lovely isn't it? He said it was looking at the years of his own youth. He squinted, filled with worry if that child was like him. Would he stray onto the dark path he himself had once walked? Miralfan recalled the past, when he was still in school, listening to wave theory proven through experiments and making many other friends. Now, Siren was strongly punishing the evildoer, who was being grabbed by the neck and screaming loudly. He told himself he was not arrogant about his own talent. Having finished, he threw that man straight to the ground and shouted one word, bastard. Miralfan remembered the scene of his three friends embracing each other, murmuring, it's good to make good friends. The young Miralfan was facing a tall back with shimmering golden hair, and then that hair transformed into Siren's hair as it was now. His face was full of scars, but they could not hide his youthful passion. Miralfan's face became more serious than ever. He sighed, find out the truth instead of getting angry. Just like that, that child was doing what Miralfan could not. Could Siren do that for him? He held the memento in his hand, trembling as he thought that he could not protect everything he cherished. But if it was that child, perhaps... He pressed it tightly to his chest, saying in pain, I'm sorry, I have no right to ask about this, but just one more time. He stared at the radiant smile of the one he loved, asking himself, can I be a little selfish? From outside the academy, a question rang out. Have you told the headmaster yet? Eruki cut straight to the main point, the story about that maze. Siren scratched his head as he recounted. Back then, I was told to explore the Sigo ruins. I never expected such goodwill. He held his head and asked back, then gestured wildly with excitement. That's a famous resort, right? Are you planning to go there? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, I plan to go during the break. After that, the two of them said their goodbyes. Eruki sighed with longing. If only we could go together. He held his head and complained that his father would not leave him alone, then turned to look at the carriage in front of him and exclaimed in awe, I have never seen a carriage like that. Siren thought grimly, forgetting that this guy's family was anything but ordinary. He sighed in lament. My family is the same, they are also a problem. Eruki could only pat his shoulder to encourage him. Hang in there. Turning back, he whispered, but then thought it was surprising. Siren actually got to meet the founding chairman of the Psychic Association. He thought of the shadows and said quietly, I heard Mikia Guru, the head of the Magic Association, is also a founding member. He touched his pants pocket in agreement. The one who created the Estat equation is also a founding member. Truly an heir of all those remarkable people. Then, Ned cleared his throat and suggested, Siren, remember to tell us about it after your exploration. He stood there nodding in agreement. Of course. The carriage slowly began to move. He sat inside the carriage, wiped his tears with a cloth, and waved goodbye. Siren, Eruki, take care. Remember to write. Eruki, sitting in another carriage, also gave a thumbs up in agreement. Siren turned his head and shouted, Take care! See you next month. At the capital of Baskar, Ozent, the Russia mansion. That mansion became more chaotic than ever. Clothes were strewn all over the stairs, and at the top sat a person at the piano. Ocean Trina gritted his teeth, trying his best to play a truly beautiful piece of music. Ryan poked his head out the door, sweating profusely as he complained, It was too noisy, here we go again. He looked at the aura emanating from the piano in terror. That wicked witch was evolving into a more advanced version. Rian felt an unprecedented chill down his spine. One look at her and he knew she was having another episode. How many days had she been like this? If he caught her attention now, he would not just be yelled at. He suddenly thought of a plan. He had to sneak away. Before he could run, a pair of high heels flew straight toward Rian. The strap on the back of the shoe hit him right on the forehead, making Rian scream in panic. She stood up gracefully, lifting her puffy white dress, and said she saw a sneaky cat lurking around here. Vina walked over with a stern face and asked him, Oh, it was you. She held out her hand demanding, Give it here. The grade report, Rian unwillingly shouted a flat refusal. Do you think I am a child? I can keep it myself. A second later, he was subdued by Vina with several lumps on his head. She held up the grade report and reminded him, When I tell you something, you need to listen. Vina coldly read it word for word. Her face turned pale, her demeanor becoming more panicked than ever. Vina's hands trembled as she held the report. She furiously screamed, You came in last. How do you even study? Rian shoved things into his bag while yelling in denial. What is a false conception diagram? Is it like a pretend pregnancy? I do not know. What are they talking about? Vina furiously scolded, You madman, is it that hard to unlock a complex pattern? He tied his bag shut and retorted, If it does not work, what am I supposed to do? Vina grabbed her things to leave. Fine, I am going now. She quickly grabbed his shirt and pulled him close, saying, Where do you think you are going? Stop right there. Once I finish here, we are going down to see grandfather together. Rian panicked, his face turning green. No way. I already have my own plans. I am leaving. Vina crossed her arms, taking him down again, her tone filled with killing intent. Going where? With who? She growled in accusation. You do not have any friends? Ryan looked at her foot pressing on his cheek and told himself he had to choose his words carefully. He imagined his sister as a monster and felt a chill down his spine, silently affirming that if he said he was going out with Siren, he was dead for sure. She looked terrifying. Ryan made up his mind that bastard Siren had to see his sister's face. Then he spoke tremblingly. You know the Elgin family, right? There is someone named Tess, their only daughter. Vina did not even bother to listen, cutting him off irritably. Nonsense. How could a noble daughter like Elgin go out to play with you? Rian saw her lift her foot and immediately swung his hand to shove it away, taunting, opening. He bolted away before she could catch him. She shouted from behind, Hey, stop right there. Rian did not want to stay in that mansion anymore. He shot off like an arrow. Vina just sighed and muttered, Rian, when will you realize? She looked at the grade report and told herself, No matter how hard you try, you are still right in the palm of my hand. Vina smirked wickedly and whispered, Take a carriage and see who gets to Chris first. Scene shifted to a deep forest. A carriage was moving with a voice saying, So young Master Ocean's Eye has been granted his title. Yes, the man sitting opposite Siren confirmed. Yes, the master just reached level 10 and is busy with state affairs at the front lines. Young Lady Zaina has also just been promoted to conductor of the 7th Royal Orchestra. The family head is still busy. He was Temuran, the vice butler of the Ocean family, conveying that the Grand Elder planned to abdicate soon and return to Greece. He suddenly remembered his friend and asked, I heard Rayan is there too. How is he doing now? The old man hesitated and said, I am not very sure. I just know he is a certified swordsman at level 6. Then Temuran added, It is best not to mention the eldest young master. Even within the family, Siren nodded in agreement, wondering to himself, was he exiled back then? No, the family head loved his children. His eyes widened in doubt. It must be for political reasons. The old man sighed and asked how Rayan was doing. I think I will be seeing him soon, but Temuran complained that he had not received a single letter from that day for half a year. Siren smiled wryly and said, That is Ryan for you. Before long he arrived home. Siren was stunned by the scene before him. letting out a huh in shock. Vincent, his face red, rushed to hug Siren tightly and exclaimed, "Oh my god, son, are you hurt?" Siren flinched in disgust and yelled the smell of alcohol. Just as his lips were about to touch Siren's cheek, he paused for a few seconds. Wait, what is going on here? Siren imagined himself running into the loving arms of his parents. He had been looking forward to a dramatic reunion after half a year apart, yet he was bewildered when he saw a familiar face in the back. How could this be? Why was Ryan in our house? Vincent turned his head excitedly to explain, "He has been waiting for you here for 2 days." Ryan eagerly thumped his chest, suggesting they go hunting together and added, "A man must know how to engage in hunting, right?" Suddenly, Siren's mother ran in from the kitchen calling him, "Siren." He immediately pushed his father's hand away and shouted, "Mom." Siren snuggled into his mother's arms like a spoiled child. Mom. She hugged him tightly, her voice sweet. "Come here, my darling." He buried his face against her, whispering that she must have gone through many hardships while he was away. Siren's mother stroked her son's head to comfort him. "The Ajun family has helped us a lot." In his heart he was moved. That was right. This was the reunion he had been waiting for. But Siren did not know his mother's sharp eyes were fixed on Vincent with a murderous tone. The child comes home and there is someone who only knows how to drink. The reunion scene over, he turned to ask his friend, "Ryan, I heard you haven't been in contact with your family all this time. Did you visit the clan?" Ryan put his hands behind his head and whistled in protest. "Why would I go there? I have many things to do." Siren immediately guessed. That was truly ridiculous. You must have caused some trouble again, right? It left him with a dazed face and drenched in sweat. It was then he held his head and complained, "Good grief." It was not that he did not want to go home, but that he could not. Ryan turned around and cleared his throat to change the subject. "Dad, this is not the time for these matters. Let us go hunting." Vincent showed off his massive muscles and agreed immediately. "Let us go, we men spend some time together." Siren's mother was confused and worried as she said, "You just finished drinking. What else are you going to do?" She scolded, "Go upstairs and sleep it off." This scene only made him scratch his head and sigh, his face twisting as he thought to himself, "No choice, it has been a long time." Siren took off his vest to reassure her, "It is fine, Mom, we will be right back." But his mother was still scared and stopped them. Going up the mountain after drinking is very dangerous. Siren tightened his belt and coaxed his mother, "Do not worry." His face lit up as he added a sentence to put her at ease, "I am here." She was slightly stunned by his statement. That was just like an adult's. Siren's mother looked at the three of them walking together harmoniously and happily, pondered, "It is fine, because he is here." Her gaze at Siren was as if she were looking at her child who had matured in just half a year since they last met. His mother was extremely moved because he seemed to have become a completely different person. At that time, Rian was carrying an axe on his shoulder and provoking, "Siren, want to make a bet? The loser has to obey the winner's orders. Whoever fells the tree with fewer strikes wins," which surprised Siren a bit, while Vincent struggled to carry the axe and follow. This statement made him suspicious. "I feel like I made a similar bet with my father when I was a child." Not long after, a loud noise rang out, scattering the birds to avoid the impact. He and his father looked at the thing in front of them and stammered, "What?" Siren questioned his life. Was that a schema? Rian, after cutting halfway through the tree trunk, turned back and laughed, denying it. "No way, why would I need a schema to chop down a tree?" He patted the axe in his hand and muttered, "But you know." Rian swung it high, then mischievously winked and snickered, saying, "I'm only..." He used all his strength to prepare for another swing and shouted excitedly, "Let us begin." The other two were still frozen in place, not knowing what Rian intended to do. A few seconds later, Siren finally realized and shouted, "Lightning strike." At that moment, the axe blade touched the tree trunk and shot out several brilliant sparks of lightning. In an instant, that ancient tree was cut down, with bolts of lightning radiating in a circle around the weapon in Rian's hand. He felt his horizons broadened and immediately exclaimed. Siren excitedly asked, "Have you learned swordsmanship?" He stepped onto the tree trunk, carrying the axe on his back with a cool expression and confirmed, "Yeah, I am not the person I used to be anymore." Right after that, Rian flashed a forced smile and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "I did it great." He recalled his sparring match with Siren, how he had been anxious wondering what would happen if he failed, and yet he had landed a strike that shattered Ryan's wooden sword. He mused Siren had never used lightning strike against him. "No swordsmanship, I have learned my father's secret technique." Then Vincent would say, "That is why I asked, Siren, how can you execute lightning strike?" And you see, Rian is very excited now, just nodding along. Back in the present, he laughed heartily, secretly pleased. This special training for an entire day was not in vain. The man behind him stroked his beard and rubbed his chin in assessment. He is truly someone who understands. Even though he is a noble, he is not stubborn, and he politely asked for my instruction. Not only that, but he also has strong willpower, not giving up until he succeeds. Vincent crossed his arms, turned to his son and whispered, "See, Siren, I told you it would not be easy. Do you still think you can beat him now?" He closed his eyes and replied, "I wonder to win. I would probably have to take him down with just a single strike." Rian held out the kite with good intentions, saying, "Here, use my kite." But Siren just smiled dismissively, replying that it was fine. He directly placed his hand on a massive tree trunk, causing the other two to freeze in surprise once again. Siren closed his eyes tightly, as if sensing the air around him. After a short while, he opened his eyes, his pupils blazing brightly just like when he used to execute those moves. At the same time, winds continuously surged in, causing both the old man and him to exclaim, "What the hell?" Siren was gathering spiritual energy in his palm, then channeled it into the tree trunk. When the power peaked, a sharp cracking sound echoed from the trunk. A ring of sharp wind swirled around and carved out an exquisite and beautiful circle. Vincent watched his son slowly pull his hand away, then shouted loudly, "What just happened?" The moment he withdrew his hand, the upper half of the trunk immediately toppled over. Hearing a loud crash, the ancient tree lay sprawling on the ground. Siren raised his fist high, turned around, and celebrated, "I won." Ryan couldn't believe it and yelled with his mouth agape, What kind of magic is that?" He held up 2 fingers and chuckled as he introduced it. "It's called the Wind Blade." Amazed, the old man ran over to look at the tree trunk and hesitantly asked, "My God, is this magic?" Father thought it was going to be some kind of entertaining stunt. Vincent happily looked at his son and said, "I guess there's no need to worry about relying on firewood anymore." Siren nodded in agreement. "Of course, leave it all to me." Ryan watched the two chatting and thought to himself, "I can't believe it, it's only been half a year." But, forced a smile, his eyes full of determination. Not long after, dusk began to fall. Ryan was still standing there in a daze, muttering, "I knew it, I was right from the start." He smugly ordered, "Now my command is for Rian to move the pile of wood." He held back his tears and had to obey, but after all, he would have done it anyway. A silent night enveloped Siren's house. The whole family gathered around the dining table by the flickering firelight. Siren talked endlessly about everyday things at the academy. His parents were also overjoyed, laughing and talking nonstop. Rian silently ate his meal while listening to their cheerful conversation. After a while, the lights went out. A shout echoed from inside the house. "Are you planning to go to Galleon Island too?" Siren lounged on the bed and said calmly, "Yeah, I want to investigate a place called the Seago Ruins." Ryan turned towards him curious. "What? Is it for your studies?" Siren made an excuse. "A little time to relax is fine too. It's a famous tourist spot after all." He laughed, sat up, and replied, "Really? Well then, fine." Ryan broke out in a cold sweat and asked worriedly, "But will my condition be okay there?" "A meaningful trip," he muttered, placing his hand behind his head. "Who would have thought you'd come back with a girlfriend from the Swordsmanship Academy?" Siren shot back in a flurry. "How well have you been studying anyway? It's really suspicious that you came here without going home." He was startled and scratched his head and hands to distract attention. "What? That's not important. Let's skip it. And she's not my girlfriend." He leaned forward and continued, "So all I need to know is whether you're bringing anyone along." Ryan lamented inwardly. Here it is, the biggest obstacle in this plan. He recalled how Siren would just blush and lower his head, then complained, "Siren is such an idiot. He can't even look his own witch of a sister in the eye. So shy like this. He'll never find a girlfriend. To be honest, there's no way he knows any girl. If he doesn't have one, I'll just have to tell Tess the truth." Finished with that, he spoke up. "If you don't have one, then..." Before Rian could finish, he cut him off. "I know." Siren stared at the ceiling and resolutely declared, "I'm bringing someone along, a female friend to accompany me." He stood with his mouth agape, his face turning pale upon hearing those words. His parents, eavesdropping outside, were also shocked. Rian looked out at the night, swallowed once, and asked quietly, "Are you sure you have a lot of girls after you, huh?" He sighed in complaint, sure that his own witch of a sister would be very upset. Hearing this, Siren looked confused. Rian just let it go, nothing. Right then, he asked, "Is Vena doing well? Having such a good older sister must be nice, right?" Ryan trembled and stammered, well." In his heart, he thought, good? Ryan quickly changed the subject to avoid awkwardness. "Hey, your friend, is she pretty?" Siren froze for a second, then praised, "She's beautiful." He was startled and exclaimed, "Really?" He reminded her not to expect too much, she might not come. Rian immediately sat up and commanded, "You must make her agree, understood?" Next morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the window frame. A few days later, Rian had to return home to prepare for the trip and persuade Siren's superior friend. They set off for Chris, standing before the door. He softly called, "We're back." His mother handed him a green string with a 4-leaf clover charm, instructing, "Siren, take this with you." Siren asked in surprise, "What is that?" She placed it in his hand, explaining, "I made that 4-leaf clover charm, remember?" Siren's mother continued, "When I fainted from a high fever, you took hold of that charm." The image of her with a high fever flashed in his mind, until Siren's fever broke and she woke up. She found her son slumped asleep by her bedside. At that moment, her pupils suddenly dilated fully. Siren's mother held his hand, turned to look at Ryan with a smile on her lips. "I will trust you." He handed over another charm, softly instructing, "Entrust Siren to you, young master." The scene shifted to the Kamis family, head of the noble families of the Tomiya kingdom. Their descendants inherited a special memory ability, called the Red Eyes. It granted them a talent to learn everything 10 times faster than ordinary people, but they did not pursue power. Instead, they chose more lovable aspirations because family tradition valued individuality, each person making their own mark in their field. People called the Camas family the Star of Hexagram. Siren stood at the doorstep carrying a net bag, thinking, I didn't have an appointment, so I came straight here. He looked up and pondered for a while, but what if she wasn't home? What should he do? While Siren was lost in thought about having to wait until she returned, two people nearby were staring at him. Siren intended to leave but turned his head to look around, his eyes accidentally meeting theirs. Bodyguard cleared his throat and asked, May I ask, who are you? He quickly introduced himself. I am Siren. Is Ami here? I am her friend from the Magic Academy. He smiled and said, I see, but inwardly sneered, friend? Elise assessed Siren's appearance, thinking to himself, the holiday just started, and flies like this are already buzzing around her. He must be very confident, but even the royal family can't do anything here. Do you know that? He smiled and said, let me check, wait a moment. But behind his back, he secretly ordered Hoken, hey, go check it out. Seeing he did not react, Delisa's eyes turned as sharp as a knife. He yelled, what are you doing? I told you to go check. Hoken reluctantly obeyed, holding his sword, yes. A second later, he mounted his horse and went to announce. Delis turned his face away and muttered to himself, what's wrong with him? He stared intently at Siren, feeling vague and uncertain, sensing that boy was somewhat different. Could he be a student from some famous family? Having said that, Delis spoke, may I know which family you come from? Before Siren could answer, Hoken returned, shouting loudly, Commander! He jumped in surprise, exclaiming, you're back. In his mind, he resolved to find a credible excuse to avoid a bad reputation. Delis asked urgently, how is it? She said she was busy today, right? But he denied it. She said to invite him in. He thought things would go his way and refused. I knew it, I'm sorry, young master, she is quite busy so. Then he replayed what he just heard. Delis turned his head and shouted, what? Hoken dismounted and confirmed, it's true. From afar, a carriage rolled up. A voice rang out, the young lady herself appeared with two white horses. The person sitting on the carriage cleared his throat and yelled, ordered to escort him. His eyes turned white, sweat soaking his back, he blurted, what is going on? Butler slowly stepped down from the carriage to everyone's astonishment. Delis and Hoken simultaneously saluted with a military command and shouted, welcome to the Camas territory. He stepped forward from behind and said, welcome. Adele smiled warmly and introduced herself. I am the head butler, Adele. He replied happily, I am Siren, so she is home, what a relief. The two behind could not help but wonder, asking what was happening that they did not know about. Delis was full of doubt. The head butler came to greet him, placing a hand on his chest and said, it may be a bit rude, but before I lead you inside, I wish to confirm one thing. Siren immediately asked what it was. Adele answered bluntly, I want to verify your identity, to make sure you are truly Mr. Siren. This surprised him quite a bit. He exclaimed, what? He coughed once, then relayed the message. The young lady said this, if it is Siren, bring him here, so I interpreted her words that way. Adele concluded that he only allows entry if it is Siren, making Siren silently worry, what, that is definitely Ami's way of speaking. At the same time, he imagined the scene of Ami saying, Siren, if it really is Siren, then bring him here. Siren started to sweat, complaining that his interpretation was too strict, then asked, how will you verify my identity? He smiled brightly and replied, then it seems I cannot. I have the task of confirming the identities of those who intend to enter. His eyes narrowed, his tone full of authority, and I have the authority to do so. He still hesitated and said, why, but before he could finish, Siren was transported to another place, surrounded only by seawater. He tilted his head back, pressed his lips tight and held his breath, his hand grabbing his neck in panic. What is this? Siren thrashed in the water, complaining that he could not breathe, feeling like his internal organs were overturned. He thought of Odell's stern face, silently denying impossible. At this moment the man was like a giant with murderous eyes silently watching, making Siren vaguely realize, is this the real power of the perception system deception? In real space, the two were still facing each other as if nothing had happened. Delis and Hoken suddenly realized, eye technique, suppression, a dreadful technique that transmits compressed emotions directly into a person. The two were confused. He was applying the same thing he used to punish them onto the child. They felt something was wrong, whispering that it was a bit too harsh, while Odell remained sternly observing meticulously. Siren at this moment pressed his lips tight, beads of sweat rolling down his cheek. He looked at that face and wondered he is still holding on. Odell sighed and thought to himself, I did not want to use this much force. But moments later, a wave of water rushed in and wrapped around Siren's body. He just floated alone in the deep water surface, bubbles gurgling up from where he was. He gripped his collar tightly, trying to stay calm, telling himself they were only emotions, I can control them. Siren slightly curled his fingers. He looked up, using his own strength to counter it. Odell realized in astonishment, what? This is my strongest suppression strike. He narrowed his eyes and looked Siren over, muttering, yet you can withstand it. His eyes squinted, sweat began to pour, affirming he could not endure it through willpower alone. If not, then he is a fool. His figure gradually shrank, his heart somewhat anxious, a cultivator who has reached a rank, or a madman. Odell imagined a blazing red soul, comparing silently, what exactly is hidden inside that child? Not long after the test ended, the two got on onto the carriage and left. He sat hunched over in the carriage crying, his voice trembling. I truly apologize. Please punish this old man for his rudeness. Odell spoke through tears for the sin of not recognizing a noble guest. I am willing to accept any punishment. Siren sat across from him embarrassed and asked, didn't your household suspect me? Only then did he confess honestly. No, it was all my own decision. The head of the household did not set any conditions. He widened his eyes and asked in surprise why. Odell whispered in remorse, because this is the first time Miss Emmy has brought a man home, so I wanted to see for myself. Siren could only sigh, telling himself so that was it. He imagined the scene of the man carrying Emmy to play, exclaiming that he doted on his granddaughter like that. Even the guards and butlers were like this. She must be very loved by her family. Siren's face suddenly darkened. He said softly that he suddenly felt very nervous. Odell chuckled hesitantly and said, no need to be so nervous. It is just, he said, half implying that it might far exceed his expectations. Inside the room, Emmy's glossy red hair gently swayed in the air. She was in her pajamas, looking out the window, whispering in surprise, he's here, really? Outside the Camus family estate, the carriage rolled in, passing by a beautiful fountain full of fresh flowers. Siren exclaimed excitedly, so beautiful, this garden is truly stunning. The butler Odell smiled and added, that fountain was personally designed by Lady Amy. He added that each person also had their own Rian area to decorate as they pleased. Hearing that, he remarked with admiration, is that so? It's truly impressive. Siren further analyzed that the fountain was designed with a light refraction effect, which was indeed Amy's style. Odell was not surprised. He calmly stated that everyone in the Camus family possessed the power of the blood eye. Adele cheerfully shared that thanks to that ability, they dominated various fields and rarely interfered in each other's affairs. He continued, even if the academy was attacked, the family head would only confirm Lady Amy's safety and then let the academy handle it. Siren was astonished. He thought that was a life-threatening situation for his daughter. Yet, Butler explained it wasn't that they lacked familial bonds, but that it was their family rule. Adele added that because of this, the young lady had gone through many hardships as a child, causing him to turn away and smile bitterly. The butler continued that recently the young lady had changed, and now she enjoyed her work. He said, like the other members, I believe it's all thanks to you. Master Siren, I sincerely thank you. Upon hearing this, he was stunned, not thinking Emmy's change had anything to do with him. Siren laughed it off. Me? No way. But Adele insisted firmly, I'm certain. After a moment, the butler led Siren inside the Camus mansion. He looked around with the fruit basket in his hand, thinking to himself, I'm feeling nervous. I hope I don't get rejected at the door. Odell announced, family head, a friend of Lady Amy has arrived. A woman in a green noble dress, holding her skirt with both hands, came running out. She looked very agitated, startling Siren and the butler. It was Camus Isis, the lady of the family, Emmy's mother. She leaned close to his face and remarked, what a man, a real man. Siren easily recognized she looked exactly like Lady Amy. He raised his hand in greeting. Hello, I'm... Isis immediately pulled him inside and cut him off. Forget the introductions. She dragged him along while shouting loudly, Sweetie! Alexis sat him down on a chair and announced loudly, Lady Amy's boyfriend has arrived. Siren stammered, trying to explain, but suddenly a man's voice rang out asking, what? Making him stop and worry. On the other side, a man was reading a newspaper, wearing the powerful ring of the Camus family on his hand. He was Camus Sakura, the head of the Camus family. He looked at Siren and asked, the boyfriend of my daughter? He hurriedly and anxiously explained, it's not like that, sir. Just then, two more people walked over and interrupted him. Boyfriend. Should we take a look? Camus Varian, the eldest son, said coldly. Look at the man who stole our little sister's heart. Following behind was Camus Ayres, the second son but older, who also smiled enthusiastically. Me too, me too. Siren was completely frightened, nearly paralyzed, sweating profusely. Looking at the three powerful men of the family before him, Siren couldn't help but worry about this situation. He immediately spoke up to greet them, his heart filled with pressure, feeling this was even harder than fighting. That attitude, expression, and gaze showed that everyone was engraving Siren's image into their memories. He began to introduce himself softly. My name is Siren. Isis sat down beside him, admiring him and praising how handsome he was, and asked, are you in the same class as Lady Amy? She asked rapidly, so are you also in the graduating class? Siren quickly replied, no ma'am, I'm in the 5th grade. The answer made everyone in the room exclaim, what? The whole family's surprise made him even more anxious. Could it be that they were looking at him with judgment and suspicion? He continued to fall into a state of anxiety, losing control of his actions, becoming dazed and stammering incoherently. Afterwards, Siren stammered an explanation. No, from next semester, I'll be in the 4th grade. Emmy's father and two brothers clenched their lips tightly, seemingly unable to hold back any longer upon seeing his expression. The whole family burst into amused laughter at Siren's blank and dazed expression. Varian asked his younger brother about 5th and 4th grade, to which Urs replied they were part of the magic school system, then wondered when Lady Ami had transferred to the graduation class, all while laughing cheerfully. Ars taunted his older brother, of course he would not know. He had only returned home yesterday, while Siren, frozen like stone, wondered what was happening. A loud voice rang out in the room. "What are you all doing?" Ami appeared. She looked down and asked sharply, "Why are you all teasing my guest?" Siren was stunned once again, realizing they had been joking with him all along. They tried to explain it was just that they found him too rigid, which they thought was funny. The scene shifted to a bookshelf stacked full of books on magic and many other fields. So this was Lady Ami's room, everything decorated so cutely with many plush toys neatly arranged on the bed. The two brothers continued chatting, with the way she handled things so firmly. Was it not too big a difference? But no matter what, she would always be our adorable little sister. Over here, Ami was gently sipping tea, a tray of pastries already set on the table, and she exuded the demeanor of a noble lady. Varian wondered, "Hey friend, how did you win her heart?" Ars chimed in, "You must have charmed her like a true man, right?" Isis, while pouring tea, said, "No way, he looks very thoughtful. You must have conquered her heart with sweet words, right? Come on, don't be shy, you two are dating, right?" He shouted loudly while flinging all three of them out. "We are dating, okay?" Though kicked out to sit in the hallway, all three of them looked extremely amused. Head of the Sakura family tried to stay calm, holding a cup of tea, and asked, "Really, is that alright?" Back at the tea party, Siren wondered, "We are only pretending to date at school. I think we don't need to lie to your family anymore." Ami brushed it off, "It is fine. They would not care anyway." She added calmly, "I had to do it, otherwise they would be more bothersome." He then interjected, "I feel like I have caused trouble for you, sorry. I should have told you beforehand." Ami's voice continued questioning, much to Siren's dismay. "It is fine, you just came to visit a friend. So why did you come all the way here? I do not think you came just to play." She tried to stay calm drinking tea but was very agitated inside. "Why did you come honestly? I want to know so badly, I am almost going crazy." Siren then spoke up, "Actually I have a request." Ami asked back, "A request?" He then extended an invitation, "Would you like to go out to Galian Island?" This statement from Siren made Ami, who was drinking tea, pause. She spoke up to ask, "You and I go to an island?" He did not hide the truth and said, "I have a close friend named Ryan. He was the one who suggested this." Siren swirled his teacup and continued, "But Ryan said he would bring a friend along, so I also need a friend to go with." Ami continued to ask, "The friend Ryan is bringing, is it a girl?" This surprised him, so he exclaimed, "How did you know? I haven't even said anything yet." She kept the teacup raised to cover her face, thinking to herself, his friend is clever, this is clearly a double date, is it not? Thinking of the word date made Ami so flustered she broke out in a sweat. Behind the teacup was a face full of agitation. Ami silently wondered why he would drag her into something like that. While Siren lowered his head in embarrassment, she continued thinking, he did not even care about us pretend to date before, so why now? Ami asked directly, "Why me? You have friends in the advanced class, you know I am in the graduation class, right?" Siren was honest, everyone else is extremely busy with special training. Emi's hand trembled slightly along with the teacup. She asked further, "I don't have time to fool around, so why?" He was flustered and a little shy, gently lowering his head and calling Emi's name. Then he looked towards her with a very sincere expression, "You are the only one left." After hearing the answer, Ami immediately choked on her tea. She spat out everything in her mouth straight at Siren. He took the full force of it directly. Siren smiled, and the refracted light accidentally created a beautiful rainbow. Ami jumped up in embarrassment and exclaimed, "What are you saying? You idiot, you fool." She threw the handkerchief towards Siren and told him to wipe it quickly. It was too dirty. Really, while he remained calm, he was the one who spat on me. Ami parted her lips slightly, thinking to herself, seriously, it bothered me the whole time. She recalled the scene from that day, when the two of them fell together. Ami still vividly remembered his tear-streaked face, a question always haunting her mind. Why did Siren have such an expression? She wondered if it was because he had come to me first. Returning to the present, Ami sat down on the chair, pondering whether it was because someone couldn't keep their promise. Then she looked over at Siren, wondering if that wasn't the case, then that brat, does he like me, but since when? After wiping his face, he spoke up, "Don't you remember what I said before about the person named Miro?" Ami was astonished. Miro, the chairman of the Supernatural Soul Association. You said she was trapped in another dimension. Siren placed his hand on the table, his gaze full of seriousness. That's right, I have a hypothesis that the immortality function is linked to superluminal speed. That's why I want to find out more about her. Ami looked surprised. Oh, I see. Meanwhile, he added, the principal said he wouldn't object if I investigated the Google ruins. Siren said, seriously, since Rian invited me anyway, I thought I'd do that on the way. After hearing the explanation about the invitation to go out, Ami simply made a sound, her expression somewhat disappointed, not what she had expected. Then, Ami spoke up, I see, the Google ruins are not part of the Tomiya kingdom, because they belong to the Galian autonomous government. She added, if you need someone to deal with unknown dangers, I am the most suitable. Siren tried to explain, no, that's not what I meant. He raised his hand to rub his face, admitting, well, you're not wrong either. Meanwhile, Ami still wondered, what is the real reason he chose me? Although they didn't get along at first when they met in the academy, academy, Emmy had once yelled, "Where did you learn magic? How can a commoner carry things like that?" But that very thing made them understand each other, until she introduced Siren as her boyfriend and told him not to call her senior anymore. After that, Emmy sincerely supported him. Images from the graduation ceremony kept flashing back. They had protected each other with all their hearts. Countless fragments of the past had built their trust. Those pieces were the foundation that created the complete picture at today's tea party, creating a flustered Siren when he invited Ami on a couple's trip, mixing work with pleasure. She stood up to think if that was necessary, then this investigation was not merely out of curiosity. Ami stepped out onto the balcony, looking into the distance thoughtfully. Perhaps that was the answer they were looking for. She remembered when Siren woke up after dying, and crossing other dimensions, he had gained many more things to worry about and investigate. Ami subtly glanced behind her, telling herself, what kind of worry is he holding in his heart in the end? At this point, I can no longer pretend not to know. Watching him sit there looking flustered, she thought to herself, if not me, then who would care this much? He had refused so many in the teleportation test. Ami spoke up, all right, let's go. Hearing that, Siren's eyes widened in surprise. She stood there smiling warmly, excitedly telling him about arriving at Gallianthau Island. Scene changed the next morning at the Ocean family mansion. Tess stood there, clearly introducing herself. Hello, I'm EOD and Tess. Right after, a man from the clan walked towards her and Ryan. He is Eugene Bichok, the head of the Eugene family. As he approached, he answered with a smile, I have heard of Eugene. Isn't that the famous diplomatic family? Bischoff continued to ask her, is your father well? Ryan stood behind with a calculating expression, thinking to himself, just as planned. Ryan smiled smugly. After hanging around Siren's house and using Tess as a shield, the strategy to get permission for this trip worked in one go. I knew it would be effective. Tess immediately replied, my father is in occupied territory, but he practices swordsmanship every day. To be honest, even Tess didn't know what her father was doing or where he was. At this moment, she could only smile awkwardly, thinking to herself, I don't know, I'm off. Bischoff continued, I understand, a man who built his reputation with a sword is truly different. If the Ocean family uses the rigid sword, then Elgin's swordsmanship is the pinnacle of sharpness. He turned to his son and added, this young lady is a genius from the Swordsmanship Academy, unlike you. You've found a good girl. Rian was startled and explained, we're not dating, we're just friends. He asked eagerly, while Tess beside him was slightly irritated. So father agrees to this trip? The Swordsmanship Academy is very harsh. I need time to recover. As he flipped through the paper in his hand to look, his voice hesitated slightly. That's true, you have worked very hard. In his hand was Rian's score sheet. You have unlocked the schema. This is the certification for power enhancement from the Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy. He stood there with a scheming smile, holding a certification proving he had passed the power enhancement. Ryan's expression was now very smug as he chuckled to himself. Now that it was confirmed as a fantasy schema, it was just a useless piece of paper. But if it were in a small game then, thinking about this, Beat Chop's expression made him freeze. He pursed his lips, pondering deeply. Then he sighed in admiration. You did very well, truly. Ryan broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, could father actually be very happy? Really? I've never seen him like this before. Bischoff remembered something and asked, by the way, where is the report card? Ryan replied awkwardly, my sister is holding it. She said she'll show it to grandfather. While he was still confused, he immediately spoke up, so can I take it now? Ryan looked seriously at his father and stated his request. You promised to give it to me if I unlocked the schema, grandfather's sword. So he walked towards the family vault, with Bischoff's voice following, right, since you've unlocked the schema, you also need to practice the family's great swordsmanship. At this moment, Ryan was standing before a large door. He pulled the door, slowly opening it as the light inside flashed blindingly. As he still looked confused, but didn't you say you were going on a trip? Why bring the sword? Ryan stood there staring intently at the greatsword on the wall. He looked at it for a long time, feeling nostalgic. This is the greatsword, the sword I've always wanted since childhood. This was the greatsword, symbolizing the steadfastness and pride of Ocean, like the small path from the gate to the mansion, designed in the shape of a large sword. Right at this moment, the greatsword was taken off its stand and was slowly falling. Ryan caught it with one hand and said to himself, of course, without being able to use the schema, you can't wield it properly. A sword ridiculously heavy. He then quickly used all his strength to swing the sword. Ryan thrust the sword straight forward with his muscular arm. He looked confident, but it wasn't impossible to use. Ryan strapped the sword to his back and walked outside. The scene shifted back a few days prior. Late at night, Siren turned and said, after the break, I'll investigate the ruins alone. Ryan looked at him in confusion. Huh? Why alone? You said it could be very dangerous, so... He immediately cut him off. Then that's even more reason to go together. How can a knight not protect his master? Don't think about leaving me behind. I'll protect you. In other words, this trip was his first mission as Siren's knight. Just then, the butler announced, Sir, young Master Siren has arrived. Upon hearing the news, the three of them, including Tess and Bischoff, were startled and looked out. Familiar footsteps entered, but not just one, there were two people. It was Ami following behind and Siren leading ahead, greeting them briskly. "Hello, are you well, sir?" He replied, "I heard you did very well." He placed his hand on his chest and said with a smile, "This time I advanced to the 4th level, all thanks to you, sir." Bischoff answered somewhat surprised, "I didn't do anything, it was your own effort." He thought to himself, this kid hasn't been enrolled long and is already in 4th level. I knew he had talent, but how great can his talent be? Bischoff looked at the girl beside him and asked, "And is this young lady your companion?" She also politely bowed and replied, "A pleasure to meet you." Then, she beamed a bright smile and introduced herself, "I am Kamis Ami." The name just spoken made Temuran and the head butler jolt in astonishment. Tess covered her mouth with her hand, thinking in astonishment, my god, no wonder the name sounded familiar. Jock's expression was equally surprised. He stood dazed, wondering, wasn't that one of the most prestigious and ancient noble families? His gaze focused on the girl before him, Siren's companion. Honestly, when his son took the knight's oath, Bischoff had thought he was ruining one of his children. But now he worried that his son might become a burden to Siren. Looking at the 3 friends of his son before him, Bischoff thought to himself that Rian had finally opened his schema. Both children were connected to prestigious families, so as a father, he could not hide his joy. At that moment, Rian shouted a bit hastily, "We're going now. It will take about 10 days. He immediately tossed him a large money pouch. Then he instructed him to use that money for travel expenses. Ryan opened it and saw it was full of gleaming gold coins. He was so nervous he started sweating, telling himself, "Hurry up, we need to leave the house and run away now." Ryan rushed outside, grabbed Siren's hand to pull him along, and shouted to everyone, "We have to go now. Temuran, quickly prepare the carriage for the harbor." He immediately responded, "I understand. Have a pleasant journey." Temuran slowly reached his hand inside his coat and thought to himself, "Burn out, Ryan, I can endure about 10 minutes. In his hand was the result of the boy's position in the class. He told himself, "Please, I wish you luck." Scene shift to outside, beside the carriage. Ryan complained, "I told you, we don't need maintenance." But the driver insisted, "No, at least let me check the wheels, or we might lose our lives." While he was urging them on, Tess looked to the side and marveled that everything was completely different from what she had imagined. She looked at Siren Ami standing there, realizing she had once thought Rian's master would be a passionate, hot-tempered person, but he was more like a noble, and he was even with Camis, the star of the continent, which was absolutely incredible. She took the initiative to step forward and shake Emi's hand. "Let's introduce ourselves. I am Elgentis." She replied cheerfully, "Ami Camis, nice to meet you." Next, the young man smiled and introduced himself, "I am Arian Siren." His surname surprised her, and she stammered, "Arian?" In her head, Tess thought she had never heard of this surname. She asked further, "So Arian is the main clan from Grisha?" Siren answered frankly, "I have no main clan. I am just a commoner." The answer made Tess pause for a moment in confusion. Ami immediately took notice. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked over. Tess also turned around to look at Ryan, who was checking the carriage wheels. Then she turned back to look at the 2 people before her. The 3 of them looked at each other with a bit of awkwardness. Siren spoke up, "If that makes you uncomfortable," but then Tess immediately extended a fist. She punched herself on the head and exclaimed, "Look at me, how foolish. Why am I acting so dreamy in front of Rian's master? So embarrassing." After that, Tess shook hands vigorously and continued, "I'm sorry, I'm such a loss, aren't I? I don't care about status or anything." Just then, Ryan turned back and announced, "All right, get on the carriage quickly." At the same time, Moku stomped down extremely hard, accompanied by the curses of Patriarch Bischoff echoing from afar. "Ryan, you bastard." The whole group looked up in astonishment, seeing a blazing red light emanate along with the father's scolding. "How dare you?" A familiar figure of Bischoff appeared right behind the cloud of dust. He stood there shouting angrily, "Is this how you show disrespect to adults? How dare you be at the bottom of the ranking?" Hearing the head of the Ocean Clan yell like that, Siren turned back and asked, "Beth, Rian, you're at the Beth rank?" But he had disappeared already. Ryan was already running for his life, not forgetting to shout and call everyone, "Run." The whole group lunged after him. He still looked confused. "What's going on? Why are you running?" Ryan replied, "I actually ranked last in school and I lied about unlocking my schema." This once again shocked Siren, his eyes wide and mouth agape, and he shouted, "What? Let's be honest, what kind of journey starts like this?" Ryan warned, "If you're confident enough, just try it." Then he turned back with a proud smile. "My father is a certified rank 4 prosecutor." Hearing this, the whole group grew even more anxious, only able to lower their heads and run after him. Right at this moment, behind them was a blazing red tornado containing Bishop's anger. Siren shouted, "So what do we do now?" Tornado swept away everything in its path, from trees to stone horse statues. Tess was startled and turned around when she saw Amy suddenly darting forward. She grabbed Tess's hand, pulling her along, and shouted at the same time, "Siren, teleport away." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "All right." Siren quickly grabbed Ring by the collar, startling him. A ring of fluctuating magical power appeared right beneath his feet. The entire group was immediately enveloped by a golden energy and shot forward like lightning. The eyes of Amy and Siren now showed intense focus. The whole group moved in a zigzag pattern, like a bolt of lightning striking down. That golden electric bolt weaved through each tree trunk and shot straight ahead. In the middle of the forest now, two parallel beams of golden light glided along, tearing through everything in their path. Rian could only watch in awe, silently praising in his heart. This was the vision of a mage. In his eyes at this moment, space seemed to distort and warp. That meant everything Rian saw also became deformed and crooked. Even Tess was affected by this. She was extremely worried and scared. The tornado was still closing in from behind. Tess panicked and yelled, "Hey, we are about to be caught." Siren immediately looked over and called out, "Amy, come closer to me." She heard him and turned to look at him. Amy asked, "What are you planning to do?" Siren replied, "I am going to teleport our whole group." He added, "To escape, we need to get out of here really fast." Tess wondered to herself, he knows teleportation too. The three of them stopped and touched Siren's hand. He focused intensely. "I never thought I would use this in a real battle." In the middle of the ancient forest, with the tornado chasing behind them, everyone was extremely nervous. Just as the tornado struck, a brightly glowing cross-shaped wave of magical power appeared. Beams of aurora shone down from above. Siren and Amy remained calm, while Rian and Tess were a bit panicked. They disappeared just in time as the tornado touched them. A massive tremor shook the entire forest, smoke, dust, and sound spreading everywhere. Dust gradually cleared, revealing destroyed tree trunks and Bischoff's arm. He stood there, clutching the report card tightly in his hand, muttering regretfully, "So close, I almost had it." Bischoff exclaimed inwardly, "Siren can already use teleportation magic now." Looking at the report in his hand, he hesitated, about to speak, but immediately changed his mind. "No, I should not think that way." Throwing the paper away, Bischoff sighed. "If he is only to be judged by his power, then I think I need to acknowledge his effort. And this massive long gash, the remnant of the chase, it could become a good memory someday not too far off." Sometime later, Rian sat there, his two hands parallel in front of him, speaking puzzling words, "The sky and the earth. How should I describe them? Should I say they are compressed?" At this moment, the group was safely inside a carriage. He was still wondering, "Anyway, that was amazing. What kind of magic was that?" Siron explained that it was teleportation, and this was the first time he used it in a real battle, so it was a bit worrisome. Ami turned and said, "To be honest, that is not an easy spell to use in reality, because it requires intense concentration." Tess looked at them and thought to herself, "Am I the only one who does not understand anything?" She was a bit worried, frowning slightly as she muttered to herself. First, he avoids all obstacles with teleportation. Now he uses space magic too. Tess evaluated silently a student. If he were a Cambridge student, that would make sense. But what about Surin? Didn't you just say you were only a commoner? Ami was still surprised, asking when did he learn teleportation magic? Right at that moment, Tess spoke up, interrupting to ask him, "Siren, how did you learn magic like that? I thought you could not enter a magic school without unlocking your domain." The question made Ami unhappy, but Siren still replied gently, "It was thanks to Rian and the Ocean family's help that I was able to enroll." Tess said, "I see, so you've had to struggle with the nobility since childhood." Ami tried to calm herself, casting a glance but still not speaking. At this point, Rian interjected, "No, Tess, Siren only enrolled half a year ago." Upon hearing this, she exclaimed in shock, "What, only half a year?" Tess understood why Rian had sworn a knight's oath to him, her eyes wide and speechless. She looked at the two young mages and blurted out, "He's truly a genius, isn't he?" Tess bowed her head with clasped hands and said, "I am truly sorry. I must have said something rude just now." He turned to Amy, "And I apologize to you too. If my boyfriend were being looked down on, I would be furious as well." Amy was surprised, "Huh? I didn't say anything. We're not dating." Rian laughed heartily, "Sorry, Tess doesn't know anything about Siren." As for Tess, she sat there sweating profusely. He added, "She's straightforward but harmless. If you have any problems, just come to us." Ami replied, "Yes, of course." Tess was still anxious. To tell the truth, who could have imagined it? She exclaimed, "A doll-like face with such incredible magic. It's hard to believe." The two of them just laughed awkwardly out of embarrassment. Siren thought to himself, "Oh God, how can she say something that embarrassing so naturally?" Tess continued, "Ami, you caught up to me using the magic schematic, right? Being skilled in magic and also having mana schematics. You're truly all around." Both young mages thought, "Our mental energy is in terrible decline." Inside the carriage, they shared their stories together. Being the same age with similar academic lives, they all deeply sympathized with one another. Siren had gained a new friend, someone with whom he could share secrets. The scene shifted to Grisport, where seagulls filled the sky. Outside the dock, large ships came and went in a bustle. Inside stood sturdy buildings of a familiar architecture. Siren stood on the ship's side, side, facing the sea breeze, and exclaimed, "Oh wow, this is my first time on a boat." The ship sailed out to sea. They said it would take about 5 hours, with seagulls flying right overhead. Ami said she had researched it thoroughly, and Tess immediately praised her. "You are so thoughtful." She took out a guidebook and read, "Galleon Island has an area of about 1,500 square kilometers. It is shaped like a crescent moon with the north covered in chasms, gradually exposing more to the south. The west side has residential houses and tourist areas. As for the ruins Siren wanted to investigate, they were located in the east." Ami continued, "Tantic is a temple from the Kogo dynasty that vanished 2,000 years ago." Ryan asked, "Tantic, that's the same one Siren is researching, right?" He immediately replied, "Yes, the ruins of a lost dynasty." Siren asked, "Why did that dynasty collapse?" Ami frantically searched for her book. Tess looked at the three of them and thought, "Exploring ruins?" She smiled, "It's good for relaxing, but this sort of thing is fun too." With mages accompanying, the trip felt like a real adventure. Tess silently assessed, "Mages can be hard to deal with due to their sensitivity, but if everyone is this easygoing, it's fine." However, 5 hours later, Ami was inexplicably looking at Siren with an annoyed expression. It was then that Tess shivered as she realized, mages are truly terrifying. Right at that moment, 5 gold coins fell to the ground in front of everyone. Rian grabbed Ami's wrist. Tess wondered, no one gave an order, so why is Siren acting like this? Rian looked over. "That's not like him at all," she said. "I understand." Tess bent down slightly, her voice hesitant and full of implication. The words slipped out of her mouth. "It's precisely because they love each other so much that they bite each other so hard. To understand the current situation, we need to turn back time to 1 hour ago." The scene shifted to the past 1 hour earlier, on the cruise ship heading toward Galil Island. Seeing the drawing in the guidebook, Ami asked in surprise if he had drawn it. Everyone murmured in admiration, praising his thorough preparation and beautiful drawing, which caught the attention of other passengers. Ami blushed shyly, telling everyone not to overdo it. She added that she had only looked up the collapse of the Geo civilization, while Tess teased Siren for finding Ami's blush cute. He did not mind, focusing only on the drawing. According to Ami, the Jigo people considered the Lut tree sacred because it was used in rituals. Ami continued, but the Lut tree seemed more like a stimulant. When absorbed, people fell into a trance-like state. However, they believed that was when they met the gods. She said the most popular theory about the collapse was religious conflict, but recently some scholars argued the main cause was Lup abuse. After hearing this, Siren rested his chin and thought, impressed that a single stimulant could destroy an entire civilization. Ami looked at her notes and continued, "The descendants of the Jigo people lived in the center of the island in the Jigo Autonomous Zone." Tess excitedly asked if they could go there. Ami replied she thought so too, but she closed the book and said outsiders were not allowed in. She had asked her brother for precautions, but he strongly opposed it. What a jerk. Siren remembered and said, "Oh right, you mentioned Ayers was an explorer." Ami opened her notebook again, saying, "What did he say again?" He listened attentively. Even though the collapse of this civilization had nothing to do with the scholarly world, she continued reading, "If you want to learn more, you have to give them something more important than the entrance fee." Siren pondered what could be more important than the entrance fee. He asked Ami what she thought it was. She closed the notebook, said she had no idea, then complained that he always spoke cryptically to seem cool. Why not just say it straight, that bastard? Ian looked at Tess curiously. "What are you thinking?" "Solving a puzzle." She replied softly, "Yeah, it really is a mystery." While Ami remained naive and unaware, Tess focused on observing and assessing her. Ami said she only glanced at it, but she investigated very thoroughly, even coming here to help Siren. She even postponed her advanced class for him and asked her brother's opinion, even though she hated it. Tess thought to herself, her intuition told her that Ami was definitely in love. Just then, a shout drew the group's attention. Land was in sight. Passengers excitedly looked at the water, praising its beauty and wanting to jump in for a swim. They looked at the island with lush green trees and a small pier, wondering if this was Galleon Island. Tess turned and whispered to Ryan, "Let's push the boat together for Ami and Siren." Ryan heard this and laughed with delight, saying it was a good plan. Two looked excited. Tess thought that when she acted as captain pushing the boat for them, she and Ryan would grow closer. People said love waits for no one. The scene shifted to the pier. The boat had docked and dropped anchor. Someone shouted inviting people to the Dolphin Inn. A local advertised it as the cheapest place on the island, with incredibly delicious food. Another person called out the southern seafood was the tastiest and best. A cheerful young man quickly offered to carry luggage because he was strong at porter work. Another person offered sightseeing services, promising food and accommodation. The chaotic scene left Tess only able to sigh at heaven. Siren tried to decline, apologizing that they would discuss it later. Emmy reminded him to be careful since everyone wanted business. She thought to herself, this must be Siren's first time seeing such a scene. She had to be on guard against trouble. In another corner, a few children were looking at them and whispering, "Look over there." Fatty, a chubby boy in the group, realized they were wearing expensive clothes and were still very young, so he looked worried. saying it looked really scary because someone was holding a sword. Fadi quickly turned back to remind them, don't keep picking anymore. What if others take our share? Then asked the boy in front what they should do now. The boy named Ziz seemed to be the leader of these kids, and there was something that made him blush. The whole group stood frozen, looking at the four young people. Ziz's gaze was fixed on Ami's overwhelming aura. Fadi's voice urged, telling Ziz not to talk nonsense anymore. It seemed this wasn't the first time he was captivated by someone. The boy thought to himself, growing up in this stinking and salty port, who hadn't once dreamed. In Ziz's imagination, under the twilight, that was the most beautiful scene in the city. He stood with Ami, telling her about what he had, which was his precious treasure. Then, the beautiful Ami would exclaim in surprise and ask Ziz how someone like him could live in a place like this. The boy dreamed of his confession being rejected, then imagined that one day sunlight would shine on his life. Back to reality, Ziz excitedly licked his lips, untied his bow tie, and told his two friends he would follow them. Fatih yelled that he was daydreaming again. Ban asked worriedly, what if they were mercenaries? Ziz confidently replied not to be so scared, they were definitely still students. He stepped forward confidently, introducing himself as Lord Ziz, master of this port. The two friends behind him immediately showed a helpless expression. While Siren's group was confused, a voice sounded, making them turn around. Welcome to Galleon. The boy waved, introducing himself as a local guide named Ziz, asking if everyone was a student. The other two had just caught up. Siren did not hide it, directly replying yes. Ziz's sharp eyes looked at them, asking next, you must be traveling. What school are you from? The boy was completely focused on Ami, thinking to himself she looked even prettier up close. He stepped forward to introduce, we are from the Amphia's Magic Academy. Ziz thought to himself they were from a better school than he thought. The boy looked at Ryan and Tess, asking next, what about you two? You look rather muscular compared to mages. Tess shouted back, excuse me, we are from the Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy. How dare you call me muscular? I am a lady. Ziz chuckled an apology, saying it was just a compliment. Meanwhile, Ami's expression was not happy. She threw a suspicious, probing look at the kids. Ziz glanced at the two friends behind him, his voice hesitant as he said, now then. Then the boy quickly grabbed the two suitcases in front of him, saying next, let us carry them for you. Siren worriedly stopped him, asking first, what is the price? Ziz smiled and replied a total of 5 gold coins. This price made him slightly stunned. Siren exclaimed 5 gold coins. Ziz explained, of course we will guide, carry luggage, book rides, prepare food, and even accommodation. I am not a businessman, I am a local. My service is on a different level. Tess stepped in and whispered, 5 gold coins is a ripoff. He agreed that it was still too expensive. The boy shouted, oh god, so tired. You made me wait forever so other customers are all gone. Take responsibility. Just then, Ami silently stepped forward from behind, startling Siren. She directly spoke up, saying we do not need a guide. This made Ziz freeze, a look of collapse in his eyes. The images he imagined of her gentleness were slowly shattering. Ami coldly took out money and handed it to Ziz, her voice icy as she said, here is 5 gold coins, take it and get lost. Anne and Fadi immediately rushed over, their eyes lighting up at the gold coins in her hand, asking do we really get it, thank you so much. But Ziz was different, the boy was so angry he wanted to cry, biting his lip tightly, his eyes red, veins bulging. He stepped forward, pushing his two friends' hands away, annoyed, saying you think we are beggars. Ban panicked and yelled wait. Ziz continued speaking out of pride, asking her who does she think she is to ignore me? You think you are so noble. Emmy calmly smiled and waved her hand, replying, oh, I remember now. It's been a long time since I did that, so I just remembered. She clenched her hands into fists and scolded, you scum deserve a punch from the start. The three rushed to intervene. Ami, stop, calm down. Tess tried to persuade. You cannot cause trouble, they know our school. Ami angrily shouted, that's why these pests dared to harass us. She continued to vent Ziz's anger. They will take our kindness as a guide fee, then grab the suitcase and run off, definitely backed by some organization. Ami did not stop. She cursed nonstop and insisted they had gathered homeless orphans to lead them. Siren was stunned at this moment, quite surprised by her extreme reaction. The image of evil in Siren's heart appeared again, flickering among the children that only he could see. That evil existed in his eyes, and Siren felt as if he saw himself in some moment. It was laughing, a sneering smile. It flickered among the children, constantly looking toward Siren. Just as he looked at it, he immediately reached out and firmly grabbed Amy's wrist to stop her. She was surprised, looked at him, then turned around. Tess and Ryan also shared the same shocked expression. Everything seemed to calm down. Siren spoke to stop her. Amy, stop and let's go. She turned back, eyes full of surprise. Why are you stopping me? You know exactly what kind of people they are. You know it too well. Siren paused after a moment of thought. He replied, you are right. He became serious, his voice hesitant. But I do not want you to act like this. While the two disagreed, in the distance Ziz trembled, his face flushed red. The boy turned back and shouted at his two friends. Give it here, Betty asked. Again, Ziz snatched the gold coins from his friend's hand and growled. Do you want people to look down on us that much? He rushed in front of the two people and yelled. Arrogant nobles, do you know the feeling of having 5 gold coins thrown at you? You must be very happy, right? Ziz dropped the gold coins right in front of Ami. She didn't care at all. What she cared about at the moment was Saren's reaction. The gold coins clattered to the ground between them. The boy turned and left, throwing a sharp glance and a dissatisfied voice. What a weird person. Brats from the island left, leaving the two standing there, holding hands but not happy. Ami turned around. All right, let's take a carriage back. Ryan picked up the gold coins and wondered, why did Siren act like that? It's not like him at all. Tess clapped her hands together and thought, it's not Ami's fault. She looked at the backs of the two and concluded, she is completely entitled to be angry at Siren for not siding with her. Tess clenched her fists excitedly. Is this feeling sharing weal and woe? Brienne looked at her with a confused expression. She suppressed her excitement and affirmed, this is definitely a one-sided love, for sure. The scene shifted to an alley in the port district. Someone's voice echoed in a curse. You idiot. Fatih stood there blaming. Why did you give the money back to them? 5 gold coins can last several days. Ziz retorted, don't you have any self-respect? He added, do you even want charity money? Ban naively said. So what? Money is money. Ziz was furious. That's why they call us beggars. Ban answered casually, but we are beggars, seriously. You like that red-haired girl, don't you? Ziz snapped. No, I don't like her at all. Are you crazy? Do you think I would like someone like her? Ban taunted. You have a habit of acting tough in front of someone you like. Fatih sighed. Forget it. If they are rich enough to throw away 5 gold coins, they must have status. A roadside weed can never reach you. Ziz closed his eyes to dismiss it. So what? My destiny is to become the owner of this port. Those nobles are nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, a low, hoarse voice startled the group. What are you brats doing here? A tall, imposing figure stepped forward to stand in front of the children, blocking their path. A man with a mix of yellow and white teeth, missing several in the front, a cigarette dangling from his lips, let out a cold laugh. He cracked his knuckles, his voice icy as he asked, you kids think money grows on trees, do you? Terrified children looked up, wondering in their hearts how Panko had appeared here. At the same time, at Bazooka, the headquarters of the Magic Association, a towering skyscraper stood tall in the heart of the city. Inside, in the investigation room of Unit 3, painful screams of feminine rang out, then suddenly stopped. In an interrogation room, tables and chairs were overturned, blood was scattered, and a deep, hoarse voice spoke up. Don't hit me anymore, please. At least tell me why you're doing this to me. Iron pipe swung up along with a cold reply. Fine. Sakari, the inspector of investigation unit 3, stood there holding the pipe and continued. I don't think I made myself clear to you. The prisoner lying on the floor, his legs already broken, shouted out to interrupt. Are you insane? He screamed in pain. You can't say you're investigating and then just beat me for no reason. He was Lucas, a suspect in the Magic Academy incident, a Class B criminal who had escaped from prison. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakari struck Lucas directly on the chin with the pipe. He tossed the pipe aside, sighed, put his hands on his hips and said, that's enough exercise for today. Then Sakari grabbed Lucas by the hair and dragged him backwards. He threw Lucas hard toward a table, and the man rolled and screamed in agony. Looking at the tattoo on Lucas's shoulder, Sakari said slowly, Lucas, the second in command of the Parrot Bandit gang. He narrowed his sharp eyes and gave a slight sneer. Why don't you start by telling me who your boss is? Lucas trembled, looked up, and replied, you finally asked me that. Our boss is Pankoa. Sakari paused, his gaze darkened, and his pupils flickered with many thoughts. The scene shifted to the alley next to the port, where a large hand with a parrot tattoo rested, surrounded by gold, silver, and jewels. He was grabbing Ziz by the head, and the boy stared up at him in fear. Panko bent his knees, his voice low and hoarse as he asked, so you were supposed to take that money and leave, weren't you? He slapped the boy hard across the face and continued, that pathetic pride of yours cost me 5 gold coins. Do you realize that? Meanwhile, Zip thought to himself, this bastard, does he already know everything? The gang leader sat up, squinting down as he asked, do you know how much effort I've invested in this gang? Ban and Patty knelt trembling, not daring to raise their heads, only hearing Ziz's cries of pain. Ziz lay sprawled on the ground, tears streaming down his face unconsciously. He laughed coldly and threatened, you must owe me now. That red-haired girl you guys were talking about, bring her to me. I'll teach her a lesson. Ziz lay motionless, thinking to himself, he's truly insane, wanting to harm an innocent person, and a noble at that. Damn bastard. The scene shifted to Siren's group. The sunset light cast a glow on Ami's delicate face, as Tess's voice rang out. Ami, look at this. Tess stood on the balcony as dusk fell, arms wide open in admiration. So beautiful, isn't it? So amazing, isn't it? Absolutely the best. Tess asked excitedly. What do you think of the place I found? Ami replied calmly. Yeah, it's beautiful. How did you find this place? She answered immediately. I have relatives working in a related field, so... Rian sat in one spot, quietly observing every move Siren made. As for that guy, he kept looking around left and right as if searching for something. In his hand, he held a meticulously knitted four-leaf clover made of wool, and he stared at it intently. Looking at those patterns, memories of the past before the trip flooded back into Ryan's mind. At that time, Siren's foster mother had told Master Ryan that she felt something was troubling Siren, but he simply refused to speak about it. She added further that since Siren was no longer a child, perhaps it was time for him to need a companion. Ian looked at the item in his hand, which was the woolen four-leaf clover she had given him back then. Right at that moment, Rian decided to act, and he called out loudly, startling the other three who turned their heads. He shouted that he was hungry, leaving others puzzled as to what Ryan was plotting. Siren replied that it was probably almost dinner time, while Tess suggested going out to eat, saying this area had many good restaurants, but Ami remained silent. Ryan raised his hand and offered a suggestion, smiling excitedly as he spoke, asking why don't we cook for ourselves instead. Hearing this, the three of them exclaimed in unison, asking if he wanted to cook. Tess replied confidently, saying she liked the idea and that she knew how to cook. Ami looked a bit shy, twisting a strand of her hair, hesitantly asking whether she should join in the cooking as well. Upon hearing this, Siren exclaimed in surprise, really, acting astonished as he asked if Ami knew how to cook. Her face darkened as she replied that of course she did, asking what he took her for, saying that every noble woman had to learn how to cook. Ryan continued to offer his idea, running over to put his arm around Tess's shoulders and suggesting a cooking contest. Team Tess and Ryan versus Team Ami and Siren. The two young mages hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, offering no further objection. Contest rules were that the cooks would write down the ingredients, those being the two women, while their partners would go buy them, a task for the two men. Tess thought to herself with amusement, good idea, Ryan is helping Siren and Ami make up, isn't he? She then added a penalty suggestion, the losing team would have to wash the dishes. Siren rubbed his head and smiled, replying that it sounded fun, and Ami coldly agreed, saying fine. Afterwards, the two groups began the process of writing down ingredients, and seeing the dishes Ami wrote down, Siren asked with doubt whether he really planned to cook those. Then the two young men stood at the door, each with a basket and a sheet listing the ingredients, and Rian smiled, saying they would be back in an hour. The two girls who stayed behind also waved goodbye to them. The scene shifted to the inn's kitchen, where Ami quickly tied up her hair to prepare for cooking. Tess also stood beside her right at the sink. She smiled slyly, thinking to herself that now it was time for the board meeting. On this side, Rian looked at Siren with a dangerous smile, telling himself it was time for a man-to-man talk. At a nearby elevated spot, a pair of feet silently appeared, casting a gaze down upon the brightly lit Nightport district. Aziz staggered along the coastal road, holding his painful arm, his gaze vacant and dazed. Meanwhile, Tess was full of scheming, thinking that win or lose, the effort would be worth it. She was truly a genius. On the road into town to buy ingredients, Rian spoke up to ask Siren if this must be his first time. He added to clarify his meaning, referring to the argument with Lady Ami, which left Siren somewhat confused. Ryan continued, asking if he had been hurt by her words. A memory image surfaced of when Ami had harshly said, especially the matter of gathering orphaned and homeless children all in one place, and also when his parents brought him before the council. At that time his foster father had even bowed his head and pleaded, begging the Lord to adopt Siren as his righteous son, saying Siren was not of his bloodline. Back in the present, these things made him silently reassess his friend Ryan, who could be surprisingly perceptive at times. Afterwards, Siren answered honestly, saying that indeed, his heart had been troubled by this recently, but not because he was hurt by Ami. He closed his eyes, his voice lowering with a hint of hesitation, saying there was no real dispute, it was just... Siren sounded a little sad in his words, saying he simply wished she would stop behaving like that. At this moment, Rian took on the role of a relationship advisor, speaking up to counsel that when there is a disagreement between two people, bridging the gap is completely possible. That is called having an argument, you idiot. This made him glower, dumbfounded, and thought, idiot, why do I feel so insecure now? Standing at the entrance to the town, he added that since he was going out to buy some meat anyway, they should part ways here, letting him wait for each other. Before leaving, Rian turned his face back, smiling and winking at Siren, then instructed him, I will leave you and Lady Ami to wash the dishes together peacefully. You absolutely must make up with her. He only replied to her with a forced smile. Truly, when it came to emotions, Siren was still a novice. On the side of the two girls, Ami was trying to explain that what he said was not a quarrel, much less a lover's debate, but her voice was quite sharp. Tess immediately cut in, oh dear, what is it they say? A strong denial is a firm affirmation, is it not? That remark left Ami flustered, along with a hint of annoyance, but unable to retort. Tess added, honestly, you are feeling hurt because Siren did not side with you in front of those thugs, right? Seeing Ami remain silent, she continued that if it were her, she would have gotten angry and demanded an answer. At this, Emmy finally replied with a somber, thoughtful tone, "Siren, sometimes he appears like a faint illusion." Tess wondered, an illusion. What fancy words are using now? Emmy continued her reasoning. It is not just faint. Hearing this made Tess start with curiosity and look over. She smiled bitterly and added, as if at any moment he could vanish right before my eyes. Scene shift to outside the house. Tess's voice echoed through the forest. Is that so? He asked excitedly for details. A stranger broke into the Magic Academy, almost causing all the students to die. Ami quickly covered her mouth. She raised her finger to her lips, signaling to lower her voice. This is top secret information, understand? Tess was still in shock, but this is truly too horrifying. She added, moreover, Siren is an unlocker and the one who sacrificed himself. Tess's voice continued, the image of Siren saving everyone, how an unlocker releasing the immortal function is akin to trading with one's life. What do they call it? I am not too sure either. Siren's return was no different from a dead person suddenly opening their tomb and stepping out, like a spark of light flashing in the night. Ami exclaimed, it truly is a miracle, while Tess still wore a terrified expression. Ami continued to ask, Tess, you have a lot of friends at school, right? She turned to reply, I suppose so. She added, among them, there must be those who are your soulmates, those who envy and dislike you, and countless people you have never faced. The two girls continued their chat. Ami slowly asked, Tess, could you do it? Not just saving a close friend, but saving everyone. Tess's eyes instantly widened, sweat began to trickle down. Ami slowly sighed, throwing oneself into an endless void with no return. Scene shift to the market area. Siren carried a basket of vegetables, paid the vendor, and did not forget to say thank you. He picked up the paper with the shopping list, looked at it, and muttered to himself. Suddenly catching a strange smell, Siren covered his nose and silently asked, what is that? What kind of smell is this? Seeing his expression, the vegetable vendor warned, oh dear, young student over there, quickly cover your nose. He turned back and continued, it is that time. Siren wondered, that time meaning that stuff. His reply was, exactly. Seeing people directly chewing that stuff, the vendor continued, once addicted, there is no going back. He thought to himself, why bring that stuff to such a crowded place? He kept telling the story. Just 3 years ago, this island was still peaceful, but recently many bad elements have appeared. The vegetable vendor sadly lamented. Before, both the sea and the air were clean and fresh. Back then, 2 or 3 times a year, Azure Dragon would visit these waters. Now on the streets, people openly use that stuff without hesitation. I do not know when everything became like this. Siren walked on the street, seeing miserable beggar children in the small alleys. Those hungry, ragged kids even had to share leftover, moldy pieces of bread. He could only stand there, closing his eyes tightly, feeling everything around him. Over on the girl's side, Emmy continued her heartfelt talk. There are 3 different perspectives in this world, that is what they say. Tess opened her mouth in astonishment and asked again, 3 perspectives. Emmy nodded. The first is the perspective of a child. Everyone, when young, only sees the world as centered on themselves. Some people never surpass that perspective their whole lives, but most will grow up to understand the viewpoints of others. At the same time in the alley, a freshly baked loaf of bread was given to the kids. Those who fully achieve that kind of maturity, we call them people with character, like the noble couple sharing with the poor children. Tess repeated doubtfully, can that be called the perspective of an adult? Ami replied, that is right, and there is a third perspective above that. She asked immediately, above that? Ami nodded slightly. That perspective allowed her to see invisible things. She spoke the truth simultaneously with Siren's image on the street. Concepts like justice, love, good and evil, notions of deities, and consequences passed down through generations. Because he understood the value of invisible things, his image in the battle with Axon appeared alongside his firm words. Was it not because he had always yearned for that? He even placed his own life on the scale of value when Siren sacrificed himself, protect everyone from Ami's pain. His gaze focused on perceiving everything around him on this island. From Siren's perspective, perhaps the value of all life in the world appeared fairly. Perhaps that was why he had stopped Ami's actions in front of those kids back then. She smiled and wondered to herself if she was merely a tiny speck being looked down upon from a great height. Tess frowned after listening, her innocent face showing confusion. At that moment in the market, a shout from behind made Siren startled. As he turned his head, someone help me. Over there, a girl was being restrained by a group of men, screaming continuously. One man spoke up. What is this? Why make such a big deal? If you have no money, then others are just being polite by giving way. Others saw the scene but dared not intervene. His voice continued, it's just paying with your body. When someone shows you kindness, you should know to say thank you. Right then, Siren interjected, stop it, causing the group to look at him with puzzled eyes. He stood there with 2 baskets of goods, continuing his request in a humble tone. Please let go, everyone around is watching. I will call security. These words had no effect, only made the gang look at each other and laugh mockingly. The leader stepped forward and laughed out loud. Security, huh? Fine, go ahead and call. Do you think security will arrest us or her? At the same time, the girl quickly ran out of the group of thugs. She immediately hid behind Siren with a terrified face, and he asked back, "What did you just say?" The leader laughed and said, "I am a merchant trading in this area. That girl was just caught stealing a ceramic pot worth 50 silver coins, and she even broke it in the end." He continued speaking amid the silence of the two. "I generously said just compensate the pot's value and I'll let it go, but she said she had no money. So instead of reporting to the authorities, I merely gave her a chance to pay off the debt." These words directly made the girl panic. The merchant asked Siren, "Understand now. Seeing you must be some young master traveling here. Why not mind your own business and continue on your way without getting involved in things that don't concern you?" He turned and said to the girl, "Maybe it's better for you to confess." Irina tremblingly replied, "You can't, he is a powerful man in this area." Her voice was urgent, reporting him as useless. "Please believe me." These words made Siren pause and thought for a moment. After that, he reached his hand into his pocket. Siren took out the money, extended it toward the merchant, and firmly stated, "I will compensate, so please let her go." He and his gang of followers laughed loudly, their voices full of mockery. "Now I understand." The merchant continued, "You have your eye on her, don't you? It makes sense. How often do you get a chance to flirt with a girl for just 50 silver coins?" These words made the surrounding crowd laugh loudly. Siren sighed and replied, "It is not like that." He tried to explain under the surprised gaze of the crowd, "I only want to stop things before the wrongdoing becomes more serious." Siren explained that this woman committed a crime worth 50 silver coins, and you said you would only accept that amount. Therefore, he was willing to pay 50 silver coins to prevent a greater wrong from happening. Siren's words caught the attention of a mysterious girl in a black hood. The merchant's group now completely wiped the smiles off their faces after hearing those words. He handed the money to them, his eyes firm as he continued, "If you truly have no other intentions with her, then end this matter with that money." He looked at Siren with furious eyes, feeling irritated in his heart. That brat, still wet behind the ears, dare to touch my prey. Meanwhile, his expression at this moment was completely serious and determined. Back at the isolated house on the mountain, Tessa's voice came from inside. "Impossible. Just a speck of dust." She was hugging Amy and saying words of encouragement. "Ami, you are a very special person. That is the reason, even though this is a couple's trip, Siren still brought you along." These words from Tess made her feel somewhat relieved. As for Siren, he was still being mocked by the merchant's group standing there. "Helping a petty thief, how great do you think you are?" He cursed him harshly. "Do you think you are a living saint? You are not even willing to take responsibility for her. You are just pretending to be a good person." These words made Siren a bit flustered. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. "Whether kind or fake, I am still better than you." The merchant went mad, his eyes bulging and teeth grinding, veins bulging all over his face. He roared, "How dare you?" He pointed at Siren, ordering his underlings, "What are you waiting for? Deal with that brat now." They immediately drew their sharp swords. The crowd watching also became frightened and chaotic. That group of people quickly moved to surround him. The girl who was being bullied then hurriedly abandoned Siren, turned around, and ran away. He pursed his lips, realizing this, and thought to himself, "So that is how it is." The memory of Uriki's reminder surfaced. "Do not preach useless morals when you lack the strength to fight." Along with Axel's intense affirmation, "That is the reason I can do it." The judgment. At that moment, the underlings pointed their swords at Siren. He clenched his hands into fists, ready to teach them a lesson. Siren fixed his sharp blue eyes on them. Right then, a bomb of fiery smoke hung in the air. An explosion occurred, separating them from Siren, and dust began to spread. He inhaled it and yelled, "What? A smoke bomb?" While he was stunned, a dark figure and a voice sounded from behind. "Hey, come here quickly." Siren was surprised, glanced at the dark figure rushing over, and silently asked, "Who is that?" Before he could answer, the mysterious person grabbed his wrist. Girl turned back and shouted at Siren, "Run, hurry up!" That merchant was annoyed, waving his arms wildly to dispel the smoke. In the middle of the street, only his shouts were heard. "Do not let them escape!" The underlings rushed quickly down the street, asking each other, "Where did they hide? Find them!" From inside the quiet tavern, the underlings still yelled, "Find that golden-haired bastard." The tavern owner said, "Those men belong to the nameless criminal organization in this area, but it is safe here." As he finished, a silver coin was thrown to him. The mysterious girl hidden behind instructed, "Let me know when they leave, okay?" Gragas calmly replied, "Fine." Girl took off her glasses, removed her hood, and smiled in praise. "You seem not too dumb, and quite handsome." Siren sat in deep thought, hearing her continue, "But you like playing the hero." The girl named Claymaza warned, "The girl you just saved is also from another organization, hired to lure prey out of their dens. Consider yourself unlucky, you must be shocked, being a spoiled prince." Siren still sat thoughtfully, looking at his reflection in the teacup. Then he retorted, "I am not playing the hero." She was surprised. "Oh, so you do talk." Siren was silent, his voice hesitant. "I just want to pursue what is right." Memories of the times he was beaten and bullied resurfaced, including the times he had to kneel before a noble family in ceremony. After hearing this, Claymaza straightened up, her sharp eyes appraising him. "Pursue what is right? You sound like a sage." Quite a calm way of thinking. Siren closed his eyes in contemplation. "Not exactly. That is my goal." She stared at him intently and concluded, noted. It seems the arrogant young master of the past has changed. These words startled Suron. He turned and asked, "Excuse me?" Masad set the glass of wine down hard on the table and continued, "That is how you hide your weakness." She continued her commentary on Siren, saying he tried to appear strong by hiding his true feelings. She added, "I have grown far too accustomed to that." Silhouettes of two people appeared in the wine glass. He hesitated and asked, "How do you know?" She smiled lightly, "But why hide it? I am a very good judge of character." She opened her eyes and gently raised an eyebrow. The reflection of Clay Maza appeared in her eyes, along with the affirmation that he had also been abandoned. Siren was completely stunned. In Clay Maza's eyes, behind him stood his own past. He was somewhat anxious and curious. "Who are you exactly?" It was then that she formally introduced herself. "My name is Clay Maza, and I am just like you." Those words echoed in Siren's eyes. Behind her also appeared a reflection of him from the past, a more ruthless version. Beneath the spinning fan in the bar, Clay Maza continued, "You know, a newborn baby will die within hours if abandoned on the street, but many people still choose to do it, knowing the consequences. They should not have given birth only to abandon them." She took a sip of wine and asked, "Isn't that right, Siren? In my opinion, you were very lucky to have been adopted." He replied without hesitation, "Yes, my adoptive parents are very good." Siren turned to ask, "What about your parents?" She replied coldly, "My adoptive father is a former mercenary." Clay Maza turned and smiled. "He would hit me every time he got drunk." She appeared calm. "He said I was the reason he got fired. He was truly a despicable man." Clay Maza remembered the abuse from her past. She said, "But I never thought I would fight back. Once he beat me nearly to death. You know what I said?" She let out a cold laugh, recalling her words from years ago. "Why don't you just kill me then?" Siren was genuinely shocked by the story. A past worth forgetting, yet she recounted it so lightly. The bartender, who was wiping a glass, also froze upon hearing this. Clay Maza continued her story as he remained pensive. After that, he walked away with a disgusted look. "I kept using that method. Every time I recited that incantation, he would stop hitting me." Siren began to grow curious. "And then, what happened next?" Not answering right away, she asked instead, "How old are you this year?" He immediately replied, "I am 17. Clay Maza swirled the wine glass in her hand and asked further, "What would you do if 2 years ago?" Her gaze turned somber as she continued, "When you were just 15, you discovered your father was not just a bad man, but a beast in human skin." After speaking, she tightened her grip on the wine glass. Siren looked into the swirl in his glass, his expression shocked by her question. "What would you do?" He stood frozen, his eyes fixed only on the reflection of the glass on the table. The swirl in the glass became blurred and hazy. It led back to images of the past. A young girl holding a sharp knife, and the body of a man lying there, blood pooling on the floor. Everything was frozen, only the knife in the girl's hand was released, falling to the ground. Then, the girl left everything behind the door and quickly ran outside. Turning to the present, Siren looked at his reflection in the tea glass and wondered, if he had been raised by someone like that, would he still be as innocent as he was now? He mused, "I cannot judge anyone's life based solely on what I see." Clay Maza smiled at her wine glass. "I know that was a difficult question. That is the law of this world." The earlier scene on the street appeared alongside her advice. "You want to pursue your own sense of justice, but that is not someone else's sense of justice." The image of a 15-year-old girl being bullied, then fighting back to the point of ending her father's life, surfaced. She said, "Everyone has their own worldview. Right or wrong is just an illusion." Clay Maza added, "For example, using magic in the middle of the street is against the law." Siren suddenly realized, "I forgot about that. So what should I do now?" She immediately asked, "Do you want to know?" He continued to listen attentively. Clay Maza smiled, looking toward a way for him to change the world. On this side, Rian was frantic with worry. Siren still isn't back? He complained of hunger, so Tess patted Ryan on the shoulder and reminded him, "Shut up." Meanwhile, Ami waited blankly. She stood by the sink with her arms crossed, looking puzzled when Rian's voice rang out, "Don't hit me." Just as the doorbell rang, Tess jumped and shouted, "He's back." Ami immediately turned toward the door. She lifted her skirt and ran quickly to the front door. Her hand swiftly rested on the doorknob. As she opened the door, Ami excitedly exclaimed, "You really?" She froze when she saw the person standing outside. It was Ziz. The boy stood there, his voice hesitant as he greeted her. Going back to earlier, Ziz knelt and asked, "Do you want me to bring the red-haired girl here?" Panko sneered. "Look at this brat." He furrowed his brow, his eyes groggy without speaking, hand digging into his pocket to pull out something. On his hand, full of gold rings and jewels and tattooed with the parrot gang symbol, Panko held a magnifying glass. One hand gripping her hair, the other held out that stimulant and ordered, "Chew it." The boy screamed in refusal, "No. Kill. Tremble. Vaccine." Panko continued scolding, "You idiot, this stuff shows you the god. Anyway, choose." He aimed a gun and smiled threateningly. "Are you going to bring your red-haired girlfriend, or your little sister?" Ziz's eyes welled up with tears as he stared at the gang leader, the boy afraid when he mentioned his sister. Ziz's eyes widened, his pupils constricted, thinking only, "My little sister." The image of the tiny girl appeared, one who only lived to look at Ziz, the only family left. Ziz's face was full of worry. His sister was the only relative he had left in the world. Ziz stood before the door of the Siren Group's hilltop villa. His hand trembled in waves as he reached toward the doorbell button. But for his little sister, Ziz mustered all his courage and pressed it. Then the boy stood dazed with a worried face. A voice rang from inside. "Hey, what the hell is that?" The door slowly opened. Light shone on Ziz's face, sweat trickling down in beads. The one who opened the door was Amy. She was briefly surprised. Looking at her in an apron, he silently marveled. "Damn, she is really beautiful." Ryan behind her pointed in shock. "You that guy." Tess followed up with a scold. "Isn't that the scammer from this morning? How did he find this place?" Ryan stepped forward and asked, "Should we just kick him out?" Ziz quickly raised his hand, stuttering and unable to form words. Then the boy bent over deeply. "I am truly sorry about earlier. I really want to apologize." Ziz spoke loudly in proposal. "To apologize. I will take you all to see an incredibly beautiful night view, but you have to go alone, so." Before hearing the full sentence, the three immediately huddled behind the door in caution. Tess yelled, "Forget it. Close the door." Amy added, "Hear that? Get lost." This made him jump and try to recover. "Wait." When Amy was about to close the door, the boy stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. After that action, he himself also screamed, while Amy glared fiercely at that hand. Rian and Tess immediately rushed out. She shouted loudly, "Where do you think you are putting your hand, huh?" Amy was also a bit uneasy. She winced and stepped back, trying to break free. But then she froze, her eyes widening as she looked at the strange expression of the boy in front of her. Ziz was biting his lip, and Amy saw the bruises on his body. Ziz's whole body trembled as he said, "Please, I beg you, let me take you on a tour." Amy silently assessed. So there really is an organization pulling strings from the shadows. Her gaze sharpened. "I think I am starting to understand what Siron foresaw earlier." Looking at the terrified boy, Amy also silently understood the hardships he had endured. Scene shifting to the tavern, Siron frowned and asked, "The way to change this world?" Maza replied with a calm expression. What he needed to change this cold world was a family. He hesitated. "A family," she continued. "I understand what you mean. My point is, just change your perspective a little." Maza continued, "Bloodline is not everything. The concept of a family can be expanded as much as you want." She recalled her past self. It was a place anyone could return to no matter how long they had wandered. A place where someone believed in you, repeated over and over. That was exactly what Maza's organization was building. In the past, she had to go out and scrounge for food packs to bring back for everyone. Ever since Maza left home, she had met many children like herself, who banded together to form a group of orphaned street kids. Returning to the present, Maza looked up and continued the conversation. "Perhaps because of the psychological trauma, from almost being harmed by her foster father, I gradually noticed those children. When a person is born, they begin their life in the arms of their parents. Maza once thought, if someone could embrace an entire life that had been abandoned, that would be when life truly began. That is why she appeared beside the orphans, gathering and saving their lives." Maza propped her hand and continued, "If I kept clinging to past misfortunes, this world would only become colder, and since it is cold, we just need to create a warm family." Her words seemed to enlighten Siren. He thought to himself, "So that is it, me." Siren closed his eyes and reflected on the past. All this time, he had received far more affection than he deserved from his foster parents. Siren looked over resolutely and said, "Me too. I want to become a person like that." He remembered his friends at the academy. "To the people I care about, I want to spread warmth just like you, Miss Maza." She smiled and asked back, "Really? Hearing that makes me very happy." Then Maza directly made a proposal. "In that case, let us become a family." This made Siren choke on his water. She immediately explained, "What are you thinking?" "I meant like a foster brother." Siren blushed and replied, "I think so too." He continued a bit awkwardly, "Actually, a close friend of mine has an older sister, and I've always been envious of that." Maza hesitated. I mean, when Mr. Gragas announced that the alert had been lifted, he added that the merchant had abandoned the chase to rescue another woman." Siren stood up to say goodbye. "I'll get going. My friend must have been waiting for a while." Saj pretended to scold, "Oh my, you're leaving me behind. How sad." He walked to the door, his face dazed as he turned back and said, "Thanks to you, I realized something important." "Will we meet again?" The question made her pause, her gaze fixed intently. Maza smiled, raising her glass and replied, "I'll be around here for a while. Feel free to come find me anytime." Siren nodded, slightly pleased with what had just been shared. After he left, the shop owner leaned back, staring intently at Massage. He asked directly, "Are you really Maza?" At that moment, a few men in the bar jeered. "Hey lady, I thought I was about to die." They approached Maza, laughing. "Forget that naive kid. Why don't you come with us tonight?" Gragas warned cautiously. "You're not here to cause trouble, are you?" She immediately cut him off. "Don't worry." Maza took a sip of her wine and continued, "I'll leave after finding my family." At the same time, a pistol was cocked. Strange men appeared with guns in their hands, wearing wide-brimmed hats. They subdued the two drunk men who were kneeling nearby. Clay Maza turned to the shop owner, her voice threatening. "I heard you ran away and started causing trouble." Bragas trembled in fear when a woman's figure stepped out from inside. A girl who looked somewhat familiar stood before Clay Maza and said, "I'm sorry, boss." Turned out to be the bullied girl Irina. She explained about the boy, saying if he hadn't interfered. Another person approached and scolded. "Oh, so you really did ruin things." It was one of the group looking down at her and asking, "Where's that kid?" Clay Maza interrupted, looking puzzled. "What's with that expression? Are you jealous?" She sighed. "I thought he was one of us, but I was completely wrong." Clay Maza used her pipe, continuing. "Looks like he was lucky to be adopted by a noble family. He probably studies at a magic school, so it's understandable he doesn't get anything." He listened in silence as she said that family is something built from those who share the same circumstances. He struck a match, listening to Massage say, "Tomorrow, he'll still not know his place and try to play the hero." Her eyes flashed with a cold glint, and she declared, "I guess I'll have to teach you a lesson about life." Meanwhile, Saren was rushing back to the house. He ran at full speed, thinking to himself, it's too late to go buy food. Upon arriving, Siren hurriedly rang the doorbell. Tess Varian opened the door and exclaimed in panic, "Siren, why are you back only now?" He tried to explain, "Sorry, I got caught up in some trouble." Tess shouted, "It's not that. Ami got into the carriage of that vagrant we met this morning and left." At that moment, on a coastal road, a red carriage was moving. Inside the carriage, Ami sat with her chin propped up, looking out at the night sea scenery. Her heart was filled with many thoughts, a moment of silence as she tried to understand Siren's feeling. Meanwhile, Siren was extremely surprised to receive the news that Ami had left. He quickly asked Ryan what she had said before leaving. The guy rubbed his chin and replied that Tess and I had tried to stop Ami. We were sure it was a trap. At that time, Amy said, "Don't worry if anything happens. I just need to defeat them and retreat on my own. I'll be back soon." She also added that, she would do the exact same thing anyway. Ryan recounted those words exactly. Those were the last words she left behind. Siren rubbed his chin and thought, even I would do the same, huh? Tess worriedly clung to his arm and said hurriedly, Amy looked truly heartbroken. How lonely she must have felt when he wasn't there. Siren calmly replied, "It's not like that, Tess," causing her to startle and ask again, "What?" He frowned slightly, pondering the things Clay Maza had said earlier. Statements that the girl he once tried to save was also a member of some organization. From each person's perspective, right and wrong were merely illusions. Siren also recalled Ami's disappointed face in her words when he tried to stop her from dealing with those brats. You know that, don't you? What kind of people are they really? Clay Maza and even Ami, they knew the darkness of this island well, yet she still went with them. And moreover, Ami directly asserted that even Siren would do the same. He quickly ran off while shouting back, "I'll go find Ami." Tess stood at the door and yelled in confusion, What's going on?" Seeing that, Rian quickly chased after. "Alright, I'm coming too." Seeing that, she hurriedly ran after the two young men and shouted, "I want to come along too." Scene shift to the coastal road. The carriage continued moving towards an area bustling with bright lights. These excitedly introduced this was Galleon's largest park. It was wonderful to see during the day, while Ami showed little interest. The boy happily continued, "That vendor guy at the park. Believe it or not, for Ziz everything was coming up roses, being able to run along the coast and talk with Grad like this." The boy looked at Ami, thinking to himself that cold attitude of hers, even her disdainful look was gone now. "I think it's even prettier than before now." Suddenly, Ami looked at the boy and asked, "When will we get there?" This startled Ziz. He quickly answered, "We're almost there, a bit far, huh? But this is the best place in Galleon Theo." She asserted thoughtfully, "It must be the residence of a very important person, the leader who had beaten that man." Ziz was dumbfounded. The boy's face became foolish, feeling read like a book made him flustered. His voice faltered. "How did you?" Emmy immediately cut him off. "You'd have to be an idiot not to notice. Showing up looking like someone who just drowned." She added, "This time I'll let you off, so you better stop while you can. This kind of life doesn't suit you." Ziz's face darkened, unable to speak. The boy stared wide-eyed in thought. Bygrat catching his weakness and giving advice also made Ziz a bit uncomfortable. The boy's whole body trembled as he asked back, "Let me off, because I'm pathetic?" Ami calmly replied, "That's not the only reason." She was still looking out at the sea, then asked Ziz if he was the one who threw a gold coin onto the pepper earlier. Ami laughed a little mockingly, tossing gold in front of nobles. "I have to admit I like your nerve." Hearing this, the boy frowned and stared at her wide-eyed. Ami continued, "That's the reason you should leave this world. You're too straight-laced to be a middleman." Her words made Ziz think of his little sister, who always smiled at him. "Daddy, daddy. Today Zuna ironed your clothes for you again. Work hard today too." Back then, Ziz complained she really was always going through the trouble of ironing for him, but Zuna only replied with a smile, "It's nothing." Her innocent smile along with her care for her brother. "I have to make you look cooler than anyone else, because you're going to become the greatest person in the world." Ziz's heart was being torn apart. He apologized to Zuna. While while blaming himself for being the most useless person, and that a person like Ziz, with no parents, always being told he was too stupid to live decently. Ziz looked at Ami and silently asked in his heart, why did she suddenly say these words? Why is she trying to understand me? Does she know who I'm taking her to meet? The boy lowered his head, gritting his teeth, telling himself, Boss A, that bastard isn't just some local thug. He's a former special forces soldier who survived countless battles. Ziz became lifeless, even this island, that man took only 3 years to conquer. The boy was conflicted, asking himself if he should advise her to run while she still could. But Ziz was caught between two choices. If he protected Ami, then what about his little sister? Right at that moment, Ami spoke up, cutting off Ziz's train of thought. I think I understand why Siren tried to stop me. She wondered if that Sir Siren was living with such tangled thoughts. The boy recalled that moment, then asked again, Siren, are you talking about that blonde guy? Ziz smiled and remarked that she was completely flustered in front of him. Emi replied, maybe he belongs to a big family, but actually he is just a commoner. The answer made the boy exclaim in shock. What, no way, he looks no different from your boyfriend. Ami interrupted, are you worried about that right now? She smiled reproachfully. He left his right hand on a remote island and disappeared. Questioning herself, she just didn't know what to do next. The scene shifted to Galil Port, where the space was brightly lit with lights. Everyone still bustling as night fell. In a diner, 2 kids from Ziz's group were worried. Ben asked, I wonder if Ziz is okay. Fatih replied, I doubt he would dare to go too far. The boy sighed. He threw gold coins in their faces. It's hard not to get beaten. Suddenly, someone spoke up asking, what did you just say? That person was Rayan and his group. He asked again, can you tell me more details? The 2 kids immediately stood up, frightened, and ran away. Ban shouted, run fast. Both said in unison in confusion, what is this? At this moment, the kids' feet were not touching the ground. Ryan lifted both of them up and asked, all right, gentlemen, do you want to talk here or outside? Behind him there was a call, young sir. The old coachman startled and turned around. He smiled and asked Siren's group, you guys are back. Where do you want to go now? 3 said in unison, please take us to the main hall. The old man immediately urged the horses and advised, all right, hold on tight, young folks. The carriage sped towards the destination. The night in Galil had only just begun. Tess glanced over and thought to herself, the members of his group are at the port, just like Siren said. She was a little worried, muttering to herself, wait a bit longer, Emmy, we are on our way to pick you up. The scene shifted to a place, a luxurious sign with 2 big characters, palace. This was Pankoa's base palace. Outside people were bustling about. Inside he was laughing loudly, his yellow and white teeth intertwined, looking hideous. Ban sat drinking wine with 2 beautiful girls on each side, sighing to himself, this is great. Amy's absolutely beautiful familiar eyes he silently assessed. She must be a high-ranking noble, at least tier 2. She opened her eyes and looked at him asking, do I just have to sit here? He laughed loudly and replied, of course. Do you think I would do anything to a lady? Ami picked up her wine glass slowly without saying anything, continuing to listen to his pleasantries. I just want to apologize for the rudeness of my men. Please make yourself at home. She appeared relaxed but was highly focused inside, unclear what he was trying to do. Ami looked around at the nobles constantly raising their glasses, the seductive dancers performing. She thought to herself, did he bring me here just for this? What a waste of time. Ami swirled the glass in her hand, feigning boredom, wondering if this would help understand Siren better. She slowly brought the fruit juice glass to her lips, ready to enjoy it. Ziz saw from a distance, as if wanting to yell that she couldn't drink that. Ziz gritted his teeth in discomfort. The boy realized Panko had drugged the glass. His gaze at Ami was full of anticipation and delight, along with a somewhat perverse expression. Zip clenched his fists and told himself, I need to. Meanwhile, the glass had been brought to her lips. Panko's wide mouth grinned viciously, his cold, emotionless eyes glanced over. Outside the palace door, 2 guards on duty were peeking at something. They raised their hands to block the way and shouted, hey, you there, this place isn't for kids. But before they could finish, Tess Varian threw a punch that took each one down. The old coachman outside boasted proudly, back in the day, I was just as impressive as them. Let's go back to when Ziz brought Ami to the palace. Panko laughed with amusement. I didn't think he would actually bring her here. Just a little motivation was all it took. He told the boy, go to your sister. That moment, the question surfaced in Ziz's mind. Should I really do this? Meanwhile, Ami was already seated at the feast of the parrot bandit leader. By chance, the boy saw the waiter tampering with the fruit juice glass. Ziz saw him put some kind of powder in and stir it. He wondered to himself, isn't that poison? The boy watched the waiter and worried. I've heard of this before. Panko has controlled many noble families in the kingdom. His eyes wide with horror, he speculated, don't tell me he did it with that stuff. Back to the present, Panko's sly, twisted smile appeared again. And Ami was about to drink the spiked glass. He turned them into puppets, making them dependent on that drug. Outside the door, 2 thugs stopped Siren's group. Hey, you, this isn't a place for kids. Rian and Tess quickly took them down with extremely powerful punches. Seeing his comrades taken down so fast, the remaining thug looked stunned. They shouted a warning. Intruders, can anyone see them? Meanwhile, Siren's group had already gone straight inside the nightclub, where the music pounded and colorful lights flashed. On stage, the singer was performing to entertain the crowd. Tess said awkwardly, "This place is huge. Ami isn't a place like this?" Siren replied, "I don't know what they plan to do with her." He covered his mouth with his hand, his voice urgent. "We need to find her quickly. Focus. No one here is going to protect us." They both immediately became serious. Rian suggested, "Let's search the upper floor first." With that, all three darted like the wind through the palace corridors to search. Reaching the third-floor casino, Siren observed reported, "Doesn't seem to be here." Next, they went to the fourth-floor VIP rooms. The three opened the door and called for Ami in unison, but there was no answer. Only the curses of guests inside came. "Who are you people?" He stood there, realizing searching room by room was too time-consuming. Siren decided, "Instead, we need to do something to evacuate everyone from the building. It'll be easier to find her." Just then, the guards spotted them and pointed, shouting, "Those bastards are over here." Instantly, a huge foot stomped down with a thud. A man with a burly build, cracking his knuckles, looked down on the three. "What's this? Caught a bunch of snot-nosed brats?" He looked Tess up and down. "The girl doesn't look bad, but what kind of outfit is that? You should dress better, kid. Are you a chef or something?" The big thug reached out his massive hand toward her, saying, "Let me take you to have some fun." Instantly, Tess grabbed his finger and bent it with a crack. She twisted it back, making him cry out in pain, her voice full of disdain. "Instead of judging other people's fashion, why don't you practice your fighting skills more?" The big thug got furious, pulling his hand back into a fist, ready to strike. But Tess quickly leaned aside to dodge, simultaneously moving in close to counterattack. She gave him a literal mouth-breaking punch, teeth and lips all mixed up, bloodied and messy. With just one blow, Tess knocked out the big thug, leaving his companion's face filled with terror. Siren and Rian saw Tess's performance and felt awkward, while she stepped forward and sneered, "People are really weak." He stood there, marveling and praising Tess for being truly awesome. She smiled, "I knew you'd get me, Siren. Not like someone who just stands silently in the back." Rian grimaced and muttered, "She's both strong and an idiot." He quickly stepped forward. The guard panicked and retreated, shouting, "Stay back. My men are all over this building. You hear me?" Ryan ignored him, grabbing him by the collar as he kept threatening. "It won't be long now, you people will." He immediately interrupted. "Forget about it, Amadou." That man replied, "I don't know who it is." Siren approached and said, "I think asking him about what he doesn't know is useless." Ryan asked back, "So what should we do then?" He looked at him calmly. "We just need to ask him what he does know." Understanding the problem, the henchman showed clear tension and fear on his face. Siren's eyes lit up as he looked at him, his voice low as he asked, "Tell me where Pankoa is." Fear overwhelmed his mind, causing him to stammer, "Probably in the first basement of the temple." Moving down a certain corridor, a group of people blocked their path and asked, "Who are you?" Seeing the three people charging forward, the staff shouted to each other, "Don't let them get to the boss, stop them." Another man yelled, "Can't let them get here." At that moment, a fist flew toward him. The immense force broke his nose, mixing teeth and lips, his face deformed. Ryan fought left and right, continuously throwing destructive punches, taking them down. Beside him, Tess was no less impressive, delivering fast strikes with extremely powerful sweeping kicks. Witnessing their fierce attacks, the guards at the door could only scream in terror. A punch and a kick from Ryan and Tess were flying toward them. They were blasted away from the door and hurled straight into Pankoa's pleasure room. He startled and looked out, asking, "What's this?" The servants and nobles inside looked out in astonishment. Pankoa frowned, angrily demanding, "You dare to trespass into my sacred temple?" Ziz raised his hand to shield himself from the dust, wondering, "What's going on?" The boy quickly recognized the three of them, standing tall right in the broken doorway. Could they... Ziz looked at Siren and his two friends, then wondered, how did they get here? His gaze hardened, an expression full of shock looking in that direction. Over there, the fruit wine glass had been completely drunk. Enami was the one who drank it. She sat there with a blank, barely conscious expression. Beth shouted angrily, "What have you done to Ami?" Panko bowed his head and chuckled, replying, "So you came here for your friend?" He was smug, a glint in his eye, continuing, "Sorry, but I don't think your friends will recognize you now." Siren remained calm, his eyes scanning the room, an aura fluctuating in his gaze. Anger began to surge, Siren's focus sharpened intensely. He looked over there, calling out Ami's name, her sitting on a chair with two henchmen on either side. Siren still tried to wake her, his voice sincere, "Let's go home." But Ami's expression didn't change, her eyes blank and lifeless. Miss A bit her lip as she ordered her minions. "She doesn't want to leave. I didn't kidnap her either." "Get rid of these intruders," the knave henchman asked back. "Go where, sir?" He laughed evilly, his eyes rolling back as he shouted excitedly, "Where do you think? Hell." Receiving the order, the minions immediately acted, footsteps beginning to sound. Their faces showed anger, along with a deadly red glint in their eyes. Their target was the three of them. Tess quickly assumed a defensive stance and warned, "Siren, be careful, it's mental overwhelm." The moment she finished speaking, a series of deadly red mana streams burst forth, wrapping around the three of them. Ian exclaimed in confusion, "Mental overwhelm?" Tess replied worriedly, "All of those guys are mental projectionists." They lined up in large numbers and simultaneously unleashed mental suppression on everyone. Siren wondered in his heart whether all the monsters on this small island were mental strategists. His gaze was now directed toward the Panko sitting calmly at the back. Siren looked at his smug smile and asked himself who exactly was that man. He was extremely worried for her, thinking about Ami who was in danger. Tess yelled a reminder for Siren to calm down and not let his emotions overwhelm him. Ami still showed no signs of waking, while the mental pressure continued to spread throughout the room. Siren looked toward her with deep concern, but a shadow suddenly appeared before him. It was the shadow of a great surging wave, like a tsunami ready to sweep everything away. Siren had not yet moved. He stood there with a mindset ready to confront it. The great wave crashed into the three of them, sending white foam everywhere. Within the water, Siren's arm reached out, yearning to become stronger. He wanted to protect himself and his loved ones, trying to reach out as his body slowly sank. In this dangerous situation, he did not want to be a useless mage, especially when Ami, the one he cherished, was in peril. In Siren's eyes at that moment was the image of Miro. That was the reason he wanted to find it. Siren wanted to understand the source of his own power, his own origin. And above all, he wanted to erase the doubts that made him weak and hesitant. Right then, the evil within him appeared, coldly stepping forward. It mocked him. You know it best, don't you? You are an entity without an origin. The evil laughed loudly, likening him to a tree without roots, destined to wither and die slowly. Siren closed his eyes, ignoring the words he had just heard. He slowly regained his balance and set his feet down, facing his own evil. It suddenly paused upon hearing the thought from the good that his roots did not lie in the past. Siren and Rian stood nearby. He was startled into realization after Clay Maz's words that there were people supporting him. Beside Siren now were Ryan Latz and his other friends from the academy. Placed their hands on his shoulders as if to lend him strength. His loved ones always stood behind him in support, ready to become his roots and his strength. Siren's eyes flashed, breaking through the blurred veil of his evil. He ignored everything, staring straight ahead at Ami sitting in the distance. Her image appeared in his mind. He declared resolutely, "Therefore I will hesitate no longer." The evil within him was now gradually fading away. It even smiled at Siren's thought. "I believe in myself, the one whom everyone has trusted." The three of them pushed back the mental suppression together. Tsunami from earlier was also now dissipating. From the very center of the doorway where Siren stood, a brilliant golden light like the sun appeared, spreading throughout the dark room. Ryan Vertex stood nearby, forcing Long to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Panko and his henchmen were also blinded and successive panicked screams rang out. He squinted toward the doorway and asked what is happening. In Siren's hand now was a small sphere radiating a golden magic. He held it in his hand, staring intently at Pankoa. The man exclaimed starlight. Behind him, Rian and Tess were also extremely surprised by this surge of power. Ami's eyes widened from over there. She looked over, more alert than ever. Siren raised the orb high, declaring loudly, "Now I will not hesitate." Sensing that power was hard to control, Ami quickly shouted to stop him. "Okay, wait." But it seemed too late. He raised his arm high, ready to strike down, his eyes flashing with bright mana. A strike that shook and cracked the ground, golden light enveloping the entire room. The scene shifted to 30 minutes earlier. Ami held a glass of wine in her hand, thinking, that man drugged this glass. She silently assessed, using such an outdated trick. Ami looked towards Pankoa, wondering, it's too obvious, he is not even trying to hide it. If I showed my hand, that Ziz kid might get into trouble. Worried for the boy, she decided to drink the wine, thinking, I will strengthen my mind with the red eye. When he sees me drink this, he might reveal his true intentions. At the same time, Siren, along with Rian and Tess, had already knocked away the lackeys and burst through the door. Ami wondered, what is this? She was extremely surprised to see her friends appear. She looked at the three of them, silently questioning, how did they get here? What should I do? Back to the present. Ami sat there thinking, I missed the moment to signal to them that I am still lucid. Siren's strike nearly completely destroyed the floor. Pankoa fell backward with eyes full of fear. Both Rian and Tess were also stunned by the power of this move. The others in the dark room also stood with their mouths agape in horror. Ice Witch raised her brow, veins bulging on her ugly face. She gritted out, you bastard, who are you? Which sect are you from? A sect was a vast network connecting mages across the continent. He stood there, replying coldly, my name is Siren, from the Amphia's Magic Academy. Rian and Tess were quite surprised and worried that he directly revealed the name of their school. Ziz over there worriedly thought, what is he doing? Why is he revealing his identity? Ice Witch heard this, laughed loudly in triumph, her words full of threat. A student. You are not even a mage yet and you dare to act. You will be expelled if the school finds out about this, you know? Siren remained completely calm. He just sighed and replied, whatever. This made him exclaim in shock. What? Siren continued. To me, Ami is a friend more precious than the school or anything in the world. Hearing these words, Ami's cheeks flushed red. He looked straight at him with sharp eyes, issuing a warning. If you dare bring my friend to a place like this again, I will destroy this place. Rian drew the greatsword from his back from behind with an excited expression. He pointed the blade at Pankoa, adding, "That is right. You thought we would not save our friend out of fear of being expelled?" Ryan declared firmly, "That is not the way Ryan the bedfellow, live." Standing beside him, Tess also raised her wooden staff, affirming, Elgin Tess, feel the same. Remember this, we will make you regret it if you dare touch Team Siren. Ian turned around, puzzled. What the hell is Team Siren? And where did you get that staff? Tess replied irritably, "Shut up." Meanwhile, Pankoa began to grow angry, veins bulging on his face. "I think you kids are misunderstanding something." He gestured towards Amy and continued, "But she came here on her own, and I do not think you have the right to tell a noble where to be. Why do you not ask her to return with you?" Tess immediately retorted, "Ami is in a state where she cannot." Siren called out loudly, interrupting, "Ami." He stepped closer to her, gently reaching out his hand and saying, "Let's go home." Ami raised her hand in front of Tess's astonished eyes. The moment their hands touched, Pankoa nearly fell backward, confused and bewildered. Ami's face now exuded an elegant charm in her evening gown. She slowly stood up before Siren, letting out a soft hum of acknowledgement. Hester's expression shifted from shock to one of amusement. Pankoa gritted out in confusion, "How is this possible?" But she already drank the potion. His eyes widened, pupils constricting, his voice stammering, "Do not tell me you are a child." Ami turned to look at Pankoa, her gaze blazing red with murderous intent. She said in a low voice, "You have heard of my family, so this makes things much simpler." She asked directly, "The people here are all drug addicts, are they not? That must be your main source of income." He just sat there and listened. Amir warned with a serious expression, "If you dare send anything to the academy, I guarantee you will regret what you have done." After speaking, she turned and walked away, leaving Pankoa to lament his bad luck. He thought dejectedly, "She is not exaggerating. With the power of a high-ranking noble, I will certainly lose revenue and be in danger, and then I will not be able to buy any more drugs. Damn it." The scene shifted outside the palace, where the lights were still bright and the festivities continued. Tess looked ahead, thinking to herself, Siren must have known Amy was not affected by the drug. She began to connect the dots and recalled, the first time Siren called, Amy did not move, not because of the drug. It was because she was still angry about what happened before. The image of Amy sulking and pouting appeared in Tess's mind. Her face unconsciously flushed with delight, confusing Hein beside her. Watching Siren hold Amy's hand and leave, she thought, a troublesome speck of dust. What kind of dust is this adorable? Tess blurted out in admiration. It must be so much fun. Ryan asked curiously, are you jealous? She ignored his words, walking away as she replied, whatever. Seen from above, the palace was truly vast. Siren's group looked small compared to this magnificent building. He walked with a proud and imposing demeanor. Meanwhile, the people around were buzzing with discussion about the recent disturbance. What was that? An earthquake? Suddenly, a voice called from behind, wait. It made the whole group turn around in surprise. Aziz stood there, breathing heavily. Rian easily recognized the boy and muttered, is that not that guy? While Siren remained silent, Ami sighed and smiled. You are safe now. I will ensure they do not do anything bad to you and your sister. As soon as she finished speaking, Ziz shouted with a determined face, I will quit. The boy was a little agitated and continued loudly, I will quit this job as you said. So I just want to thank you for your help. Hearing this, Ami smiled with satisfaction, while Siren looked confused and glanced at her. Suddenly, Ziz pointed straight at his face and yelled. Pausing for a moment, the boy warned the young mage, do not make her cry, I will not forgive you if you do. Be careful. After hearing this, Siren asked worriedly, did I ever make Ami cry? Meanwhile, Ami was clutching her stomach and laughing with delight. Did you hear that, Siren? Be careful. She turned to ask the boy Ziz, is that right? Ami left a word of encouragement and turned away. Whether you become a pirate or the king of the harbor, I believe you will achieve what you want. Good luck. Those sincere words seeped deep into Ziz's being. The boy blushed, staring blankly at her retreating back. His hands clenched tightly, trembling in waves. Ziz said to himself, just you wait. Setting Siren as the goal to surpass, he thought to himself, I will become cooler than that guy. In the middle of the night at the harbor, Rian asked, we are going to eat now, right? I am hungry. Tess replied, find something near the lodging. Ami agreed. Right, I do not think I can cook today. Siren just smiled silently. Ryan continued, Tess, how long are you planning to carry that stick? Hearing that, she angrily threw the wooden stick away. Back in the basement, Panko was still sitting there, laughing madly before shouting to himself, the great Panko has fallen like this? Annoyed, he reached into his coat to take something out. He muttered, a man who was once the ghost of the battlefield loses to a bunch of kids. But the pouch was empty of drugs, only an empty bag remained, making Panko freeze. He threw the pouch straight at the subordinate, whose face had turned pale, while cursing. "Are you not ashamed? You lost to those brats because all you do is take drugs." The subordinate explained, "But I have never seen magic like that." The one beside him added, "If we got hit by that, we would not have any fun, and there was no place to dodge." Hearing these words, Pankoa could only cover his face and roar with rage. The subordinate asked, "Are you going to let them off?" He replied helplessly, "What can I do? She is a high-ranking noble, second only to the royal family. If we touch them, we will lose everything. Do you know how hard it was to get where we are today?" However, that subordinate reminded him that he had forgotten something more terrifying than losing money. His voice still rang out as if trying to awaken the beast inside the gift box. He said, "We're the Parrot Gang, hunted by the Magic Association. What if they find us here?" After hearing this, he replied, "I understand, give me a few potions, this headache is killing me." Cracking sounds echoed from the ceiling as if breaking apart, along with a loud call, "Boss." The next morning, the weather was beautiful. The beach was bustling with tourists swimming. Surin's group also had their own private area. His father was also swimming and splashing water at each other. The one splashing water was none other than Ryan, and the two girls were on the receiving end. But immediately after, Tess retaliated, a memorable vacation with Surin and Ami. After everything settled, he was quite happy and enjoying himself. After swimming, the group went to eat. Ryan again had his mouth full of food, chewing noisily. Sitting in a fancy restaurant overlooking the sea, his relaxed demeanor made the other three slightly embarrassed. Soon night fell, the moon rose high and shone brightly. The group continued exploring the harbor night market. Emmy walked ahead, while Siren could not take his eyes off her. Behind them, Tess and Ryan with their foodie souls, each holding a grilled squid, eating deliciously. Ami had also waited long enough. She gently smiled and handed him a fragrant grilled squid. Siren happily accepted, thinking to himself, "So this is what a vacation really is." The group headed toward the sea, their faces glowing with surprise and excitement. Before them was a dazzling fireworks display. Siren said to himself, "I should bring my parents here sometime." The next morning the scene shifted. A carriage rattled along a forest trail. Rian and Siren sat right behind the driver's seat. Rian's expression did not look happy at all. Tess was applying lipstick while wondering, really, how long are they going to stay mad? We weren't even that late. Arguing sounds came from inside the carriage. Rian shouted, "Why did you take so long to change?" Tess replied, "What? It was for your safety." She even criticized your fashion. "What's wrong with your outfit? Do you really think a sword goes with that getup?" "Country bumpkin." Siren looked at the two and could only smile awkwardly. He had only planned to take Ami alone to explore the ruins. But now they were too close to be separated. Emmy smiled and apologized. "Sorry, Rian, Tess finished before I did." Hearing this, he exclaimed, "Now that's Ami putting her heart into preparing." Tess snapped irritably. "What? Are you saying I'm not pretty?" At this moment, Rian looked seriously at his female friend, pondering for a moment. Then his voice faltered, "You are pretty." Tess blushed slightly and was waiting expectantly. Then he shyly pressed his two index fingers together in front of him, muttering, "Am I pretty?" Ami silently praised, alike for Rian. She looked at his expression, silently evaluating. It seemed he liked Tess but did not know how to express it. Then Amy looked over her shy friend. She was right, it was really hard to show feelings for a woman stronger than oneself. As for Siron, he was still the same, a blockhead with an innocently clueless face, completely ignorant of worldly affairs. Ami glanced away, then cleared her throat to signal, but he still did not understand at all. She mused to herself, "Is that a problem? But I think the distance has narrowed a bit." As for Tess, she whispered a guess with a smile. Ami must be thinking something weird again, so cute. Looking at the map, the coordinates of the Gigo ruins were about 2 hours by carriage from the tourist area. Mount Toa, the center of Galian Island, was a dormant volcano. It had erupted 500 years ago, burying Gigo. As a result, it was believed that only a small portion of the Golden Age inhabitants survived. At the ticket booth before entering the Gigo ruins of Galian Island, Ami read the information. The Galian Island government had once proposed restoring the ruins. The plan was cancelled due to opposition from local residents. Tess fanned herself while wondering, isn't restoring the ruins good for the locals? Ami replied, "That's right, they could increase tourism profits." But the young men on the street were attracted by the two girls' beauty. Ryan had a guess, "I think there is some secret." Siren responded, "But to me, it looks like an ordinary tourist spot, although quite large." While everyone was lining up together, Tess suddenly pointed ahead and said loudly, "Look." Siren looked at the tall man standing in front, and combined with Tess's voice, he guessed that man was from Kogo. Finally, it was their turn. Standing before that man, the group looked so small. Siren silently affirmed in his heart, "This man is definitely very strong." That man had red tattoos all over his body, and on his forehead was a mysterious swirling symbol. The scene shifted to the Kogo Temple on Galian Island. Ryan marveled that he could not believe these buildings were constructed thousands of years ago. Tess added. From what the tourists say, it used to be larger than this, but most of it has been buried. Nearby, a few children with their parents looked down and exclaimed, "Look, it is so deep. It must be 100 meters deep." The woman quickly reminded them, "Do not stand there. It is very dangerous." Seeing Siren pause, Ami wondered, "What is the matter? Are you not going to the central temple?" He sat down, placed his hand on the grass, and called Amy over. Siren smiled in recognition and announced to everyone that it was a spirit domain. She sat down and asked, "Did you use Synesthesia spirit domain to find something?" Ryan also asked, "What do you see?" He immediately replied, "They said the ruins were buried in the ashes, right?" Siren added, "I used my spirit domain to probe underground to be careful, but strangely..." After a brief hesitation, he continued, "I found nothing within a range of over 50 meters. This surprised the group quite a bit." Amy exclaimed, "Nothing? Not even dirt?" Tess looked confused. "What is up? What does that mean?" Siren replied, "Not exactly nothing, but something is off." Ryan pondered for a moment and then suggested, "Should we go to Lee Island?" This time was Emmy's turn. She placed her hand on the ground. "I will try. I can scan up to 500 meters with my aim mode." Tess was astonished. 500 meters? Siren immediately agreed. "Okay, do it." Immediately, Amy began using her aim mode to scan. Seeing the expression on her face, everyone looked confused. Ryan was bewildered. "I suddenly feel so strange." Siren asked worriedly, "What is it?" Ami replied, "Impossible." This made Siren even more confused. Shock and worry were clear on Ami's face. She repeated, "Impossible." Siren asked urgently, "What is it? What is wrong?" Tess also wondered, 500 meters is enough, right? Ami replied, "It is not that. It is true that I saw something within 500 meters. She recalled when she used her aim mode, slowly sending a stream of mana light deep into the earth. Afterward, it touched a faint, mysterious veil. Ami added, "The moment I felt myself touching something, the spirit domain shattered like thin strands of silk drifting in water." Siren immediately thought, "Like thin silk, Ami's spirit is not that weak." He affirmed, "There is definitely something down there." She rested her chin and thought, if only Jonas were here, she could go to the very end. Siren was surprised. "As skilled as Professor Ethan Law and Amadab?" She replied, "Yes, even my brother, who commands conquests, always highly values Jonas." Ryan reminded them, "If we need someone's help and have to go far to find them, should we not stop the investigation?" He added, "Wasn't it the principal who suggested coming here in the first place? It has surpassed our capabilities, so perhaps we should give up." These words made Siren think, when pursuing efficiency or truth, one sometimes forgets the basics. Before, the principal had told him, "Do not lower your guard and make a mistake. You should also remember, some situations are dangerous enough to consider retreating. Never forget that." Ami added, "Ryan is right, but it is humiliating. To retreat when it is right before our eyes does not feel right." At this moment, he continued to reiterate his initial suggestion. "There is one way. We will dig down 500 meters. A moment later, before the massive architectural structure of Google, the visitors looked like tiny black dots. Stepping inside the temple, the architectural block bore water stains colored by time. Emmy exclaimed, "It is so peaceful." "Siren, why did we come here again?" He turned back to reply, "I have already felt inferior about this. I do not understand." Clearly, the principal said we would soon understand when we got here. But right now, there is nothing special here except for the tourists. These ruins have existed for thousands of years, so do they have any connection to the person named Miro? Ryan spoke up, "Perhaps if we dig down or go around there we will find Miro." Ami suggested, "We still have to use the spirit domain anyway." Siren proposed, "Then how about trying to find a way to talk to the locals?" Hearing that, she immediately made an excuse. "You won't find anything from the locals living near the tourist spot." Rian, standing beside him, shouted in frustration, "Why are you ignoring me?" Tess raised her hand to speak. "I have a good idea, do you want to hear it?" Siren asked back, "Really, what is it?" Rian still hadn't given up on his idea. "I am already prepared to dig the ground." Tess ignored those words, smiled, and continued, "While you were checking the ruins, I went to look for something else." Her gaze at this moment turned serious. It was human. After that, Tess told the whole group to look carefully. Everyone immediately turned their eyes towards the crowd behind them. Amidst the flow of tourists, everyone was enjoying the atmosphere of the historic site. But there were some people who paid no attention to the ruins or the scenery at all. They were mercenaries, blending into the crowd with weapons on their backs. At a tavern in the outer area of the temple, the rough-looking mercenaries walked in. The waiter quickly pointed out their seats. Siren's group was also there. He watched them enter and concluded it was true as Tess said. The mercenaries were gathering at the tavern. He immediately praised, "Great job, Tess. The Elgin family truly has excellent foresight." She smiled and replied, "I am still inexperienced." While Rian was eating, behind Siren, a mocking voice rang out, "What a wonderful world, even brats carry weapons." Rian felt a bit annoyed and turned to ask, "The table next to us, I think they are talking about us." Tess immediately stopped him. "Leave it be, they are drunk." That side continued to provoke, "Look at that sword, he can't even swing it properly." Another one chimed in, "You don't know? He wears it to show off to the girl beside him." Absolutely. Sitting next to a beauty like that, anyone would be nervous, which annoyed both Ryan and Tess. He continued to challenge, if I attack, what can you do to me? That man was the captain. He laughed loudly and taunted, I am getting lost here. Should I taste some blood? Scarlet brushed it off and asked, does bullying kids make you that happy? They aimed at Siren again. Look at that blondie in the corner pretending to eat. Hey, are you listening to me? Turn your head this way. Rian, holding his fork with pasta, thought angrily, those bastards, cursing me I can ignore, but my friends. Thinking that, the veins on his face bulged as he glared over. Meanwhile, Siren seemed very calm. He ignored those words and continued eating. As if understanding his friend's mood, Siren turned and signaled. Rian was a bit surprised by his expression, but then he immediately closed his eyes to regain calm. By this time, Rian had returned to normal. He had learned composure from his friend. That group of people stood up. The captain kept rambling. Boring, I just wanted to stir things up a bit. The whole group stepped outside. He didn't forget to leave behind a taunt. Are you shy in front of the girls? Today is your unlucky day. A month later, they left, restoring the quiet atmosphere to the tavern. The old waiter ran over and asked, oh my, are you kids okay? Those people would bully kids, wouldn't they? You all stayed quiet until they left. Siren immediately asked, do you know them? The old man answered, they have been coming here often lately. They don't have any background. You kids endured it very well. He wondered, they often come here? Tess spoke up to praise. Well done, Ryan. Actually, I was worried you would act. He pretended to reply, actually, I was about to, but suddenly Ryan's expression turned serious. He affirmed, we will meet them again, won't we? The unexpected question startled him a bit, leaving him frozen for a moment. Siren smiled back, that's right, let's go outside. Observing the group of mercenaries below, Siren's group noted, even in the tourist area, they still moved in formation. They seemed very experienced. Tess remarked that archers were usually very sharp, and if they tailed them, they would definitely be discovered immediately. She added that that man seemed to be the team leader, as he used a sword from a very famous brand. Tess added based on experience, but it was not a limited edition. Ami supplemented, especially that woman. That woman was wearing a red cloak. She carried no weapon and showed no signs of having trained in martial arts. Siren agreed that was correct. That person was a mage, for a while now, from a very long distance. The group had observed and evaluated the entire team that had provoked them in the tavern. Siren asserted that if a mage was also part of the assault team, then this ruin must have something very special. At this moment, the Avenger mercenary group had arrived before a ruined monument, where two tall natives were standing guard. The group's archer Hawkeye stepped forward and said something to the doorkeeper. After that, he turned to look at the other person, and he nodded as a signal. The other understood and nodded back. Next, he pulled the lever down. The monument door immediately opened. The inside was pitch dark, but still had faint points of light. Looking down, a long staircase descended into the underground, so deep the bottom was unseen. The Avenger group stood there, all excited, their eyes bright with anticipation. Right then, a shout of "Wait!" came from behind, startling the entire group into turning around. Siren led the way, smiling and waving to them, saying, let us go in with you. Falcon pointed and yelled. Those were the guys from the tavern earlier. The others were also extremely shocked. Hawkeye wondered how long they had been following. Siren stepped in front of the Avenger group, panting as he said, hello sir, let us come along. Captain drew his sword, pointing it at Siren threateningly. Do you want to die? Get lost. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise in his eyes, and thought, what the hell? Seeing Siren's calm expression, Captain silently wondered, a moment ago you were quiet. As for Siren, he had no intention of fighting at this moment, only looking with a determined gaze. Hawkeye spoke up to intervene. Captain, I think we should stop. He looked toward the two guards behind and continued, they said if we fight here, they won't let us in. This made Captain even angrier. He was annoyed and silently cursed those bastards. Siren, as if understanding the issue, had successfully provoked the team leader into anger without him being able to do anything. Captain sheathed his sword reluctantly, at the same time clicking his tongue. You're lucky. He stepped inside, not forgetting to turn back and say in a condescending tone, you've gotten lucky twice now. The whole group stood listening to the cargo guard speak in a deep local language. If you've been checked, then go on in. Crossed his arms over his chest and reminded, the eyes of the angel will watch you. Tess did not understand their language at all and looked confused. What did he say? Rian smiled and answered, no idea. Maybe he wants us to have fun inside. Siren carefully observed again with a probing gaze. After that, the entire group stepped down the stairs together, entering the underground. There were lamps on the walls, helping to illuminate the pitch-dark cellar. The whole group silently followed the Avenger mercenary team. Tess exclaimed, so deep. The stairs were arranged close to the wall in a square shape, with a deep hollow space in the middle. At this moment, Ami spoke up to ask, do you think this is the way to the ruined basement? Siren replied, probably, recalling he had been unable to check it with his field. Even Ami had been helpless when using her field in scouting mode. The whole group descended together, sharing the common thought that no one knew what dangers awaited them below. The captain looked annoyed, turned back and yelled, we spent a lot of money to get information about this place. Hawkeye turned back and questioned, are you guys crazy? Aren't you too young to explore this place? Siren replied with a question, and what brought you here? Hawkeye was quite surprised to hear that. Don't tell me you don't know where this is. He calmly smiled and said, of course not. Since we're already here, why don't you tell us what's down there? These words stunned Hawkeye. He gritted his teeth, flushed with anger, and cursed inwardly. This bastard. Does he think this is a joke? We spent so much effort learning about this secret path. Remembering back then, the informant had demanded a large sum of money. Sorry, but I need another 20 gold for the cipher, not mandatory though. That amount was up to 50 Avenger gold, yet Siren's group got here without spending a thing, which made them visibly furious. They thought to themselves, now they want to tag along with us and reap the benefits. Thinking that, Hawkeye raised his hand and said, 5 gold. He made an offer, losing 5 gold for each question, while normally you would have to pay up to 100 gold. Siren calmly replied, then don't worry, we'll find out everything once we get down there anyway. Hawkeye was furious, cursing that bastard under his breath. The captain behind him smiled and proposed, how about this, pay up if you want to go deeper. Don't tell me you came here to freeload. Hearing the sarcastic but accurate words, Siren turned to look at Amy, both nodding in understanding. The whole group sat down on the stairs and said, then we'll stay here, you guys go ahead. The captain angrily cursed, you bastard. He was so furious his face turned red, his eyes bulging as if he wanted to devour them, while thinking, how dare you, you brats. Remembering the time at the tavern, perhaps Siren was trying to get back at the Avengers for what happened there. He suddenly stood up and proposed, if it's 1 coin per question, then we're ready to pay. Hawkeye exclaimed in surprise, what, 1 coin? At the same time, Siren held a gold coin in his hand, looking at him. The captain immediately snatched it, thinking something was better than nothing. Then he said loudly, now let's get down to business, pay up first. Tess turned and questioned, you said we'd find out when we go down, so why give them money? Ryan whispered, maybe they're hiding something. Amy added, and there might be a trap waiting for us down there. Siren thought to himself, he needed to extract as much information from them as possible, then asked his first question, why did you come to this place? The captain replied, we came to meet the natives. Satisfied? He looked serious and unsatisfied. That's a half-hearted answer. It explains nothing. If you keep this up, I won't ask any more. Scarlet from behind shouted up, but that's the truth. We really came here to meet the natives. Siren was a bit thoughtful. They were still dodging the question. He took out more money and asked, so why do you want to meet them? 1 gold here. After receiving the money, Hawkeye hesitated and replied, that, to buy medicine. His eyes sharply looked at them. He continued, you guys could buy medicine on the black market, but it would be cheaper to buy from the source. We plan to sell them to fund our trip. Satisfied? The answer stunned Siren. He asked himself, drug trafficking? Was the secret of the ancient ruins really just a drug trafficking route? Both he and Amy focused their gaze. He thought to himself, no, there has to be something more. These guys definitely don't know the whole story. Siren began to piece together the facts. The Avenger group said they came to meet the natives and buy medicine from them. As for him, when he saw the note in Emmy's book, he realized the Kigo natives considered medicine sacred because they used it for rituals. Tess had once wondered if restoring the ruins would be good for the natives. As for Amy, she learned from the guidebook that the natives lived in the independent Kigo territory. She had asked her brother to be sure, but he still wouldn't tell her how to enter that place. Back to the present, Siren continued asking, so you mean this is the secret path to the independent Kigo territory, right? Hawkeye blurted out, what? How did you? Realizing he had let it slip, he quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth. He was very quick-witted, took out money and said, sorry for asking without paying. 1 gold here. Hawkeye raised his hand to refuse. It's fine, I won't take money for that question. Siren was surprised. What? But we don't have any agreement. So you mean you accidentally leaked information so you don't need to be paid? He happily smiled and put the money back in his pocket, not forgetting to say thank you. Hawkeye questioned, how did you find out? That information is top secret. Siren turned to the back. You told me, didn't you, Amy? That the natives use medicine for their rituals. And this place is the origin of the medicine sold throughout the kingdom. He added, I'm sure only privileged natives are allowed to keep such an item in large quantities. These words left the entire Avenger group utterly astounded. Ryan assumed the man standing before them was the leader of the natives, and Tess cheerfully added that they might be on an independent territory called Google. Hawkeye thought to himself how much effort and money their group had spent on this information, then praised, you're really smart. Any more questions? Siren calmly replied, no. Let's go down and learn more now. He felt annoyed inside, thinking that you had no more questions because that was all they knew. Then both groups went down together and arrived at a circular door inside that emitted a strange, reflected light. 2 groups, each with 4 people, originally disliked each other, but now had to journey together. Before them was a large door, its entrance guarded by 2 natives. Those 2 pulled hard to open the door, revealing a dazzling light inside. The 2 groups thus entered the room together. Siren looked around, his expression full of surprise and admiration. Rian also hesitated as he looked around, about to say something when Ami immediately added, this is the secret vault. Before their eyes was something like a large altar, with a golden light shining up from below like sunlight. The Avengers group was also quite surprised, as this was their first time knowing such a place existed. Hawkeye pointed forward, his voice stammering, "There, that's the gate to Google." Both groups were excited and amazed, realizing the information was true. They approached and discovered a mysterious black sphere floating before them. Siron exclaimed in astonishment, "What is that?" Hawkeye, seeing that expression, asked, "What's wrong? Do you know that thing?" He suddenly remembered, when he met Miro, that black mass had also appeared. Siren stared intently, sweat unconsciously dripping down, and replied softly, "It belongs to Miro." The black sphere floated directly above some stacked square blocks below. Captain questioned, "How do you guys know? Does it look like your ball or something?" Just then, a deep, husky voice sounded. Miro, the man in native garb with white hair, who was the elder of the Kogo people, looked at Siren and asked in the local language, "Did you just say Miro?" Captain stood there in silence, observing. Hawkeye quickly translated, "He's asking if you know Miro." Siren immediately replied, "Yes, I have met her." Hawkeye continued his translation duty. After hearing the answer, the elder exclaimed in astonishment, "Impossible." He looked at Siren with confusion, not knowing what impossible meant. Meanwhile, Siren tried to explain that he had truly met Miro. The elder tapped his staff on the ground and replied, "I am not qualified to judge you." He declared, "You will be judged by the 8 eyes of the angel here." On the altar at that moment, 8 black spheres floated, evenly arranged around an octagon. The elder's voice was hoarse. "He who wishes to enter Google must pass Miro's test." Siren exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, Miro again!" Only understanding the word Miro, he immediately turned and asked, "What did he just say?" Hawkeye snapped, "Do you think I'm your translator?" Captain added, "How long do you plan on leeching off us? We have things to do. Why don't we just split up from here?" At that moment, the elder requested that it be translated for everyone. The door behind them was closed and he added, "Once you enter this room, you all become one." Hawkeye exclaimed in shock. "What?" He yelled in explanation. "Wait, they are not our teammates." Scarlet beside him looked confused. "What? What's going on?" The elder ignored his words and continued to declare, "You will be accepted, or you will be sacrificed. Prove your worth to the eyes of the angel." He gestured toward the sphere and added, "If just one of you passes the test, all will be allowed into Google." He also offered another trade-off. If you fail, one person must be sacrificed for one person to enter. Only Hawkeye understood those words. He clutched his head and yelled, "Damn it! We're doomed! We've been trapped!" Siren and his group maintained their high level of focus. The atmosphere in the ruins became more silent than ever before. Hawkeye then translated all the content the elder had just conveyed. Tan grumbled, so they were on the same side as these brats again. Scarlet pulled down her hood and said, "Such inspection and proof often happened when first contacting another civilization. The Gogo clan was a warrior tribe, so they were probably testing compatibility. But pairing us with these kids for the evaluation, they should have separated us from the start." Ami heard that and glared angrily, frowning as she complained, "Hey, you keep calling us a bunch of kids, but how do you know if we are strong or weak?" She immediately retorted, "You guys probably only played with swords and magic at school. Real combat is completely different." You know what? Ami's face darkened. She sneered with certainty. "Don't worry, we don't intend to cooperate with you people either." The two girls looked at each other with fiery, hostile gazes. Meanwhile, Siren listened intently as the elder continued speaking about the 2 conditions for passing through the gate. He coldly announced, "Prove your ability or sacrifice one person for another to enter." He immediately questioned, "What does proving ability mean? What do we need to do?" Hawkeye looked annoyed. "Don't interrupt, I won't translate for you anymore." Siren replied, "We're on the same path anyway. Just ask." He clicked his tongue in displeasure. The situation forced him to relay the information to the elder. He answered, "One by one you will step onto the judgment altar and prove yourself through one of the 8 spheres. The language of the gods will respond. If it appears red, they have failed. If it appears white, that means they have passed." Siren wondered, "Is there a limit to the number of tries? Is there any penalty for failure?" The elder replied there was no limit or penalty. You can try as many times as you like until you are exhausted, but if no one passes, everyone must go back. The answer made Falcon smug, "So this isn't a group task, huh?" Scarlet all sneered mockingly, "What a relief." Siren did not care much, directly asking the elder, "You mentioned achievement and sacrifice. What does sacrifice mean? Does it mean one person must die for another to enter?" He nodded and replied, "That is correct, that is Miro's will." Hawkeye continued translating, "Are there any restrictions on the sacrifice? Can we bring an outsider, like a corpse?" Elder pondered, "There are no restrictions, but remember one thing." He reminded, "You can freely bring people in, but when you leave, all of you will be a fixed group. That is the rule." The door behind the group had already closed a while ago. After grasping the information, Siren mused, "Strange. Why would there be a cruel rule forcing one to kill teammates just to get medicine?" Falcon appeared confident, as if it was no big deal. Scarlet wondered who Miro was, some drug dealer. Siren quietly asked himself if this was a place to trade medicine, and the merger rule sounded craftier than its name. This rule was like the way ancient people ruled, because controlling the majority was easier. He silently assessed that unifying the opinions of the majority was too difficult. Siren concluded that perhaps it was a more dangerous rule than they thought. Meanwhile, Captain confidently said, "What is it? This is easier than I thought." He stepped forward with a confident smile. "We just need to kill the 4 kids here and 4 of us get in. What do you think?" Siren could only sigh after hearing that, thinking to himself, the captain letting emotions take over was also a problem, but at least his teammates seemed focused on the goal. Scarlet stepped forward and replied, "Whatever, just start. We cannot stay here forever, right?" Ket turned around and retreated, her voice annoyed. "I really cannot stand that brat." While she discussed with Siren, "We should decide the order first, right?" He proposed, "How about the swordsman goes before the powerful mages?" Scarlet smiled, "Sounds good. You think the test involves attacking the sphere, right?" Siren nodded, "That is right, because Gigo is a warrior tribe, and if that sphere is what I think it is." He added, "It can absorb energy almost infinitely." The temple shape was also designed to make contact with the sphere. She replied, "I agree, so my side swordsman will." After seeing Captain's fuming expression, he stood there complaining, "What does she know, hey?" Scarlet forced a wry smile and looked at Siren, "Do you want to go?" He looked towards Ryan and replied, "My side swordsman is." He placed his hand on Tessa's shoulder with an extremely serious expression. Ryan stepped forward confidently, ready to accept the challenge. "Let me." With that, he quietly advanced towards the sphere. As he was moving, from behind, Tess shouted to remind Vu and Rian to be careful. The loudmouth captain yelled, "Scared today, are you? Try and show us that fear." Rian stood thoughtfully and said, "In war, we need to lead the charge and gather as much information as possible. Right, Siren?" At this moment, Siren fully trusted him. "We are counting on you, Rian." He stepped up, clenched his fist, and punched the sphere once, muttering that they said there was no limit the second time. Ryan paused, looked at the number appearing on the sphere, and wondered, what does the number 1 mean? Siren shouted that the language of gods would respond. "That must be the number." Ryan stepped back quickly. Following his advice, he quickly stepped back a distance. The sphere turned red, signaling that the challenge had failed. Rian smiled, drew the greatsword from his back, and said, "I understand." He pointed the sword at the sphere, exclaiming with excitement, "If you attack, a number will appear on the sphere. If it shows white, it means you have passed." Ketan exclaimed in panic, "What? Is he really swinging that thing?" Falcon still did not believe it, expressing doubt. "Impossible, it must be an alloy. If it were iron, no amount of strength could lift it." Meanwhile, his friends kept cheering. Siren yelled for Rian to crush it, and the bolder Tess shouted for him to smash it to pieces. He quickly lunged forward, a long streak of light appearing in his eyes, expression determined as he told himself, "The sword passed down from my grandfather. I actually learned how to wield it." Rian stamped his foot on the ground as a pivot to gain momentum. Then he lunged and swung the sword down with immense force, his eyes flashing with light, his heart excited. There could be no better opening than this. The sword struck the sphere, creating a dazzling spark at the point of contact. The energy from the strike radiated in sound waves throughout the cellar, forcing everyone to raise their hands to shield themselves. Ryan now looked puzzled. "Strange, I slashed it, but it felt like I never did, as if it was absorbing my strength." His gaze was dazed as he stared at the sphere. Only a trace of dust flew up, while the sphere remained completely unchanged. On the sphere, the number 241 appeared in red, signaling that the challenge had failed. Ryan exclaimed, 241, it is 241 times the power of a full power punch. Siren, can I try again? Tess loudly reminded him that his leg was shaking. After that last strike, it seemed he could no longer stand steady. Siren asked him how he was feeling, if he was okay. Ryan calmly replied, I think it really absorbed all the energy, but resting for a bit will be fine. Hearing this, Siren sighed with relief. That is a relief. So that is it. It uses the number to show the level of impact. Ryan stepped down regretfully. If I had used the pattern, I would have passed. Falcon sneered mockingly. What, you cannot even use the pattern? He stepped up eagerly. Knew it. That greatsword is just an alloy. I will go up and shatter it. Watch closely. Standing below, he felt a bit unwilling. I just want to try one more time. Falcon gripped the flail in his hand, sneering confidently as he prepared to strike. If that brat got 241, then I can do about 2,000. Ami observed and turned to ask Tess that guy. She immediately replied, that is right. He is a user of the strength pattern. He seems to be aiming for raw impact rather than using the blade, using a blunt weapon. Falcon spun the flail in his hand powerfully through the air, his eyes flashing as he lunged forward, ready to strike the sphere. He smiled smugly and confidently. The immensely powerful blow created a loud sound, along with a strong shockwave and intense dust and energy radiating outward. Falcon smiled triumphantly. Absolutely correct. It had to be this way. But the result made him freeze in shock. The sphere still showed red for failure. 248. What the hell is this? The remaining members of the group were also extremely astonished. Falcon turned and complained to his teammates. What the hell is this? Is this thing broken or something? There is no way. I am only 7 points higher than that brat. At this moment, Tess stepped up and retorted, do you think this is some cheap toy from store A? If you are done, step aside. Scarlet encouraged him. Maybe it does not show objective impact. it seems to use a different formula. Falcon reluctantly continued, logical, right, if it were not the case. He turned to look at Ryan and thought to himself, if not, then why? Then Falcon shouted, you lied about not being able to use the pattern, didn't you? Hearing that, he replied with some irritation, as this guy kept adding fuel to the fire. Then Ryan reminded, if you fail, just sit still and watch my friend. At the same time, Tess was also ready to take the challenge with her sword in hand. She thought to herself that she had always wondered how useful her swordsmanship truly was. Then Tess focused her gaze ahead, flashed a delighted smile, and muttered, this is going to be fun. Tess stood straight with her sword in hand, her eyes fixed on the black magic sphere opposite her. Her eyes narrowed with a sharp glint, and her hand gripped the sword hilt tightly. Immediately after, her eyes transformed as a dark focal point appeared in her pupils. The corner of Tess's mouth curved into a smirk, then she suddenly let out a certain shout. She placed her foot back to gain momentum, and she vanished in an instant with incredible speed. The group of Siren, Ami, and Ryan were left gaping speechless. The Avenger mercenaries were equally astonished, eagerly anticipating what was about to happen. Tessa's sword swiftly slashed toward the black magic sphere. Her slash even generated a streak of light that pierced through the sphere, wind bursting up and blowing her hair. The tip of the sword struck the magic sphere, causing it to tremble. Siren on this side still had his mouth agape, thinking to himself, speed. He watched Tess retract her sword, waiting for the result, and continued thinking. That sudden acceleration at the tip of her sword created the illusion of a streak of light. Then the magic sphere gave Tess a score of 442 points. Seeing that, the red-faced bandit, unable to believe his eyes, shouted, no way, she stabbed with a sword and got a higher score than me? Tess leaned on her hand and replied bluntly, we both failed, so what does it matter? Pure strength is different from using skills to leverage power. Falcon asked discontentedly, what? You look down on pure strength? You don't have any, do you? Ignoring him, she cheerfully walked toward Ami, thinking, this is quite fun. I want to try again. Ami smiled brightly at Tess and praised, you're really cool. Hawkeye, standing nearby fiddling with his arrow, spoke up, guess it's my turn. The swordsmen are all done. As soon as he finished speaking, he removed the arrowhead from the tip of the arrow. He opened his pouch and took out a blue vial of some sort. Ami, seeing his curious expression, said, Siren, that's mana stone ammunition. Siren watched Hawkeye attach the projectile to the arrowhead and asked back in confusion, mana stone ammunition. She then explained in detail, mana stone ammunition is a special type of projectile imprinted with attack enchantments, its core material being mana stone. This is a rare material that can only be found under special natural conditions, and its composition depends on the environment it is discovered in. Furthermore, mana stone is not only hard to find but also hard to use. It requires high-grade materials and machinery to produce. Ami continued to explain, 1 round of mana stone ammunition costs 1 gold. They don't even use 10 grams of mana stone to make 1 round. Hearing that, he asked in surprise, 1 gold? It's that expensive and still usable? How do you know so much about them? Ami answered frankly, my older brother is the captain of the Royal Archery Squad. Before preparing to fire the arrow, Hawkeye kindly warned those nearby, I will use lightning arrow, so step back. With that, he stepped back to observe the target, drawing the bowstring taut. After taking aim, Hawkeye released his hand. Instantly, a streak of light shot out, piercing straight toward the magic sphere. The moment the arrowhead touched the sphere, electrical currents burst forth, illuminating it and causing the black sphere to change color. It transformed into a white sphere emitting lightning bolts up to a meter long. Those around gasped in admiration at the sight. In an instant, the power disappeared, and the black magic sphere returned to its original form. That strike was very powerful. The sphere still has traces of electricity inside. At this moment, the number 1020 points appeared as the answer for Hawkeye. Looking at the result, he smirked with satisfaction. That's the highest score. But very quickly after, the lightning vanished, leaving the number 1020 in red. Seeing this, Hawkeye gritted his teeth in fury. Ami turned to him curiously and asked, but unlike the swordsman, you did not use any strength, right? Hawkeye raised his hand and replied, that is right. She asked again, do you want to try again? He raised a hand to hold it, shyly refusing, no, it would just be a waste of money. I think using a different type of arrow would not change anything. Falcon, standing beside him, spoke up, you must need a very high score to pass. How much have you already raised your points? Ami glanced at Siren and wondered, next should be the mage. Do you want to go first or should I? Suddenly a voice rang out, why don't you go first? Scarlet looked at her and said in a very sarcastic tone, because I am next. I think this is a good way to see who is stronger. Ami got angry upon hearing this, crossed her arms, narrowed her eyes, and retorted, you want to see who is stronger? Without hesitation, Ami immediately stepped forward to prepare for the test. Siren shouted loudly from behind to cheer her on, Show them. Tess's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Finally get to see Ami's magic. On this side, Siren suddenly remembered Ami specializes in fire magic. Looking at her figure, he thought to himself, her characteristic is the ability to target accurately with powerful firepower after just one shot. Unlike other types of magic that often have clear limits regarding absolute space, fire magic has no limit on temperature, and because of its infinite potential for development, many mages have chosen this path. But even veteran mages have difficulty surpassing the threshold of 1000 degrees. Even so, that is the reason fire magic is considered the strongest, because most things on this planet cannot withstand a temperature of 1000 degrees. Of course, fire magic also has a weakness: fire is light, so it cannot travel far. Ami looked coldly forward, calculating inwardly. Therefore, combined magic with incendiary strike was created. Fast and accurate attacks are its strength, but when used up close, its power diminishes. She rolled her eyes, brought both hands forward, and continued thinking. That means I should do the opposite. I will use a fireball. As soon as she finished thinking, Ami immediately summoned an enormous fireball in front of her. Damn, Lin, the Avenger mercenary, also paused to look at it. Falcon spoke up with concern, that is large. On Siren's side, all three were equally stunned and exclaimed in admiration. Amazing. The fireball in Ami's hand burned fiercely, carrying a power that made others feel wary. She clenched her fist, her cold eyes staring fixedly at the target ahead. After that, Ami extended her hand forward and commanded the fireball to launch. It shot forward in a blaze of fire towards the black magic sphere in front of her. The moment they collided, Ami's flame erupted violently, scorching that black object. Tess and Ryan gaped in shock, anticipating what was about to happen. The magic sphere burned within Ami's blazing flame, strongly billowing upwards. The Avenger mercenaries were all sweating and gaping. Hawkeye stammered in disbelief. Impossible. The black magic sphere still floated arrogantly, after being surrounded by Ami's blazing red flame. When the remaining embers dissipated, the number 32270 appeared on the sphere's surface. Hawkeye could not believe his eyes and shouted, "It is 3 times stronger than my lightning arrow." Very quickly, a red dot appeared on the sphere again. Seeing this, Ami cried out in dissatisfaction. What, this threshold is still not enough? How much stronger does it need to be? Falcon behind her could not close his mouth, exclaiming, "How high is that score scale?" Yet, Scarlet sneered contemptuously. What a little girl. She sighed, stepping forward while taunting, "Watch and learn, kid." Ami went crazy from being provoked and shouted loudly, "I want to try again. This time I will use sniper mode." Siren quickly grabbed Ami's hand to calm her down. Getting angry will not increase your score. Calm down. Scarlet smiled brightly and turned to say, "Coincidentally, I am also a fire mage. I will also use a fireball to match your level." Hearing this, Ami thought angrily to herself, "Do not make me laugh. You are just copying my tactic." Very quickly, Scarlet raised her slender hand. Instantly, she summoned 3 large, blazing fireballs above her head. Scarlet channeled all her strength, her face grimacing and a few drops of sweat falling. After that, she launched the 3 fireballs towards the black magic sphere. They shot forward, twisting and turning like fish. The Avenger mercenaries' faces darkened, unable to believe their eyes. Even Scarlet was stunned at this moment, her face blank with unexpected shock. After the fireballs disappeared, the black magic sphere displayed the number 1330. Seeing this, Ami let out a scornful laugh, looking at her with smug satisfaction. Old memories flooded back as Scarlet walked past other mercenaries. They all whispered in awe. She must be the mage from the rumors, famous in the circle, a rising star. The murmurs made Scarlet swell with pride. Someone asked, "Should we invite her to the team?" Another replied, "She is very picky. She will reject any group she dislikes even slightly." Scarlet was an experienced professional mage from a young age. She prided herself on being second to none in skill and experience. Yet now she was sweating, forcing a stiff smile, stammering, "This is..." Scarlet could not accept it, so she shouted, "Impossible, that is right. It is because the firepower was not concentrated." She hurried to justify herself. "I can easily exceed 2000. Hawkeye observed Scarlet, thinking to himself, "It is over." He looked at her score of 1330, suddenly recalling the red-haired girl's score was 3270. Now the gap between Scarlet and Ami was too vast. On this side, Ami was smug to the point of arrogance. Hawkeye continued to think, "This is no longer a matter of skill, but of talent. I am sure she is the most talented of her peers. No one here is stronger than her, because even if she cannot surpass this, we can only dream." The Avenger mercenaries shared the same dread as him, glancing towards Scarlet. Suddenly Ami called out, "Siren." She looked at him firmly, reminding, "I think we are about to pass. Do not hold back." One man, not believing his own hands, asked, "What?" The man behind shouted in irritation, "Just pull out, why waste time on this nonsense?" After saying that, he paused, realizing, "What, they have not gone all out yet." On this side, answering Ami, Siren said firmly, I will do my best. Captain shouted in disgust. What use is doing your best? You will not pass anyway. It is over, understand. Hearing this, Siren and his friends looked at him, thinking, we have not even tried yet, and he already wants to give up. Suddenly, he realized something, his eyes widening. Do not be absurd. Siren looked at the Avenger group, thinking to himself, the unique rules of this room. Perhaps we have misunderstood the goal from the start. He suddenly understood the reason Miro created this place. Lost in thought, an urging voice called out, snapping him back, Aryan Siren. He quickly stepped forward, thinking, anyway, for now. Siren stood before the black magic orb, determined to focus on the test. He gently raised his slender hand. Then, he summoned a small photon in his hand, which flared up and shone everywhere. Seeing this, Scarlet wondered, fawn emission, how does he deal damage with that? Hockey's jaw dropped, sweat rolling down his forehead, realizing, the photons are oscillating. In Siren's hand, the photons were gathering, forming a larger photon. Ryan watched warily, silently assessing. Siren's magic a few days ago, when we went to rescue Ami. Recalling old memories, Ryan remembered blinding the enemy with light and smashing them to the ground with something. He looked towards Siren, thinking, everything happened so fast that no one could see clearly, and no one asked at the time. Ryan silently affirmed, I am sure the magic he is about to use is his special skill. As Ryan's thought ended, Siren raised his hand, bringing the photon forward, his bright jade eyes observing the target. Suddenly, the photon in his hand blazed up, blinding light. Without a command, without action, the photon shot fiercely toward the black magic orb. Ryan, Tess, and Ami gaped in astonishment, waiting for the number to appear. When the result came, the Avenger mercenaries could only twist their mouths and widen their eyes. Magic orb gave the highest number among everyone, 4,783. None of them dared to believe their eyes, stammering as they read the number 4,783 on the black orb. Scarlet could not believe it, exclaiming, is it not just photon emission? How can light deal physical damage? Hawkeye beside her thought in surprise. Not only that, but the spell was too fast. He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. If that spell was aimed at me, could I dodge it? It is 20 times stronger than a swordsman using a pattern. Falcon on this side also gritted his teeth and thought, what if he got hit? Too bad, they are stronger than us. On Siren's side, after seeing the result, he muttered in surprise, impossible, a score of only 5,000. The red communication sphere signaled failure. Siren thought to himself that he could not believe he could have achieved a higher score with the photon cannon. He turned around irritably and said, I want to try again. Emmy behind him held her stomach and giggled. Now you know how I feel. Siren approached his teammate and wondered, what if I used the laser? She rested her hands on her hips and replied, good idea. Since laser damage accumulates over time, let's walk around the room once and find out the next step. Emmy's face changed color. She turned towards the Avenger group with murderous intent and called out loudly, hey, still not planning to leave? Captain was startled by this and looked at her with dissatisfaction. That man turned around irritably and walked away, muttering under his breath, useless, so boring, I'm going back. Suddenly Hawkeye spoke up and called out, Captain. He said we cannot leave until everyone has been tested. Captain heard this and darkened his face, gritting his teeth. Having no other choice, he stepped onto platform. Holding his sword, he observed the target in front of him, but his face was full of dissatisfaction. Ami turned to him apologetically and whispered, Siren, let's leave when they are done. Hearing this, Siren cast a glance at his teammate, thinking that by now everyone must understand the purpose of the strange rules in this room. It was a test of trust between teammates, a very peculiar method if one thought about it carefully. Double Frequency finally managed to raise the sword high in his hand. He pushed his leg back, gaining momentum to prepare to charge forward and attack. Numbers appeared in Siren's mind along with a train of thought. In terms of pure firepower, mages are stronger than swordsmen, but not always. Swordsmen can do many things mages cannot. They are suited for different roles. Even the way the test was conducted was problematic. If the space were larger, Emmy's sniping mode would be stronger. Even though it is unfair, if only the amount of damage dealt is measured, it creates a feeling of fairness. Therefore, if you score lower than your teammate, you will worry and look down on those who score lower than you. In the end, what awaits behind it all is for one person to sacrifice themselves so the whole team can pass. Double Frequency charged heavily to attack the black magic sphere. He swung his hand to slash but missed because he didn't aim correctly at the target. Captain jerked his head around in shock, his forehead drenched in sweat, as he waited for the result. The black magic sphere immediately displayed an extremely low number, 32. While the others all achieved hundreds, thousands, Captain only got 32. The faces of the Avenger mercenaries instantly darkened, filled with murderous intent. Captain quickly said, are we done? Isn't there nothing left to do? Let's leave this place. Siren watched him, thinking that group would disband upon leaving this place. Looking at their backs, he mused, I think nothing can be done with a group about to fall apart. The best course is to retreat immediately. Thinking this, Siren immediately walked towards the mercenaries. He proposed to Hawkeye, "Can you translate for me one more time?" He quickly agreed, "Yeah, what do you want to ask?" Siren wondered, "Has anyone ever passed this test before?" The elder thought for a moment, then replied, "I'm not sure. Based on what I have seen, some go in groups, some go alone. Only 1 in 10 managed to pass." Hearing this, Siren froze, his pupils contracted in disbelief. He stammered back, "What?" The elder continued, "Going alone has a higher chance of passing." Siren's emerald eyes widened in disbelief, thinking to himself that he thought this test was impossible to pass. But someone had done it and the rate was as high as 10%. He clenched his fists and recounted, "I was set up by the principal." Ami asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "He once told me, then you will understand the world Miro lives in." Recalling that moment, Siren realized, "Now I understand. If I couldn't overcome something like this, I wouldn't understand who Miro is." He clenched his fists and thought, "But I'm sorry, principal." He smiled with eyes full of determination. She did not think she could give up. Not seeing him reply, Siren's expression made her even more curious. The person outside banged on the door, urging incessantly. The elder of the church turned to ask, "Does everyone agree?" Hawkeye hesitated, turning back to ask, "What are you guys doing? Let us go." Suddenly a voice rang out, startling the entire mercenary group. "We cannot do that." So the one who just spoke was Ami. She crossed her arms, looking at them. Then she smiled gently and said, "Today we really need to search Google." Everyone was stunned by Ami's words. Scarlet asked back in panic, "What did you say? Do you mean you want to go to church?" She evaded in fear, "I just want to get out of here. There is no other way." She crossed her arms and answered confidently, "Who says there is no way? There is still one way." Scarlet raised an eyebrow and growled, her face showing clear worry. Suddenly the elder of the church stepped forward from behind and spoke, "This is the room of sacrifice, an achievement to prove skill. Pass through the time-space maze." Ignoring their fear, he coldly explained that if choosing sacrifice, 4 people sacrifice, so that 4 people can enter. Ryan asked blankly, "What did he say?" Hawkeye angrily, "He means if there is nothing to do, then go away." At this moment, Ami laughed slyly and asked back, "Strange, but I heard differently. We can enter by sacrificing 4 people." They gaped in shock. He stammered, asking, "You know the native language?" She scornfully replied, "What do you mean? From the very start of coming here, we have understood the language. If you do not remember, then are you stupid?" Hawkeye cursed inwardly. Damn it. He widened his eyes in fear. Impossible. How can you remember words you have never heard before? Suddenly, Texgal grabbed the hem of his clothes and called out softly, "Cern." She whispered fearfully, "Ami is so scary. Are we about to fight?" He tilted his head to reassure, "It is okay." Tess was so worried that tears fell. At that moment, Ami leaned forward provocatively. "Hey, come at me if you dare." She raised her hand with a sinister grin. They do not seem willing to sacrifice peacefully. Ignoring the surprise of the mercenary group, Ami continued waving provocatively, "You guys should try your best too, right?" Everyone's face was fearful, drenched in sweat, their minds constantly thinking a fight. He thought of the battle between Rian and Falcon, silently remarking, 2 equally matched male swordsmen. The image of Tess dominating Captain in attack appeared. Hawkeye lamented, "The female swordsman is stronger than the leader." He then thought of how Ami cast magic, unable to help feeling he was at a disadvantage. The opponent's magic ability was too overwhelming. Hawkeye gritted his teeth, drawing his bow and pulling the string, his mind constantly thinking about his arrows. Suddenly, behind him appeared a mysterious glow. It was Siren calmly extending her hand forward, casting magic to attack them. He quickly ran away, inwardly terrified. His arrow was slower than the light. His eyes lit up dangerously. His cold expression made him hard to approach. Hawkeye was frightened by his own imagination. "We cannot win. We will be wiped out here." He realized in time, quickly bowed his head and said, "I apologize. I underestimated you and made a mistake." Then reminded the whole Avenger group, everyone apologized. Hawkeye's 3 teammates scowled, gritting their teeth and saying nothing. Thinking they would stay silent, unexpectedly Captain spoke up first, "Sorry." Scarlet quickly expressed gratitude, "I have learned my lesson." Falcon bowed his head in guilt, "I was too arrogant. Please forgive me." Ami coldly looked at the people bowing their heads with guilty expressions, asked irritably, "That is all your apology is?" Captain raised his head, gritting his teeth in anger at her arrogance. He tried to suppress it, his eyes bloodshot, hesitatingly spoke at the tavern. Ami crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over him, her whole body radiating power as she stepped forward menacingly. They hurriedly bowed their heads. The one who had charged forward spoke, "For insulting you guys at the tavern. I truly apologize. Please forgive me." Tess gaped in shock. So that is what it was. She suddenly recalled the past memory, unable to help but be surprised as she reminisced about that special tavern where she and Ryan were severely humiliated. It turned out she did that just to force them to apologize to us. Tess's eyes widened, sparkling with gratitude as she looked at the girl before her, silently admiring Ami's thoughtfulness. It seemed this apology was not sincere at all. She smirked wickedly and repeated, "The tavern, huh?" Ami's eyes lit up and she asked loudly, "Wait, don't tell me you were in the same tavern as us during lunch. How come I don't remember anything?" She let out a loud, contemptuous laugh. "I'm curious, what are you people talking about?" Tan gritted his teeth, fuming inwardly. "You told us to apologize, and now you're going back on your word?" His eyes widened in surprise, stinging so much he was nearly in tears as he silently recalled, "Wait, so that girl girl. At that very moment, the captain recalled the moment he saw the four of them in the tavern, feeling nothing but suspicion. She didn't even bother to look back when she left the tavern. He cursed angrily under his breath. Brutal. She's truly heartless. Tess and Rian behind him were already trembling in fear. Ami crossed her arms and sneered contemptuously at Keptan. The group of mercenaries gritted their teeth in fear as they heard her speak. Let me make a proposal. Ami dropped her intimidating demeanor and spoke gently in negotiation. If you agree to it, we will leave together. He looked up in surprise and asked, what is it? She crossed her arms and replied with a bright smile. The password needed to enter this place. Siren pursed his lips, astonished by Emi's words. Keptan gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. These guys, they still want to try their luck? Tess trembled in fear and quickly scolded. So you went that far just to get the password? You surprised me. She turned around and laughed awkwardly. Sorry. Ami tilted her head playfully and winked at him. Siren smiled warmly and sincerely, whispering, thank you. He silently appraised her, a mage born with a drive for efficiency. Some call her stubborn, but she exploits every advantage to 200%. Suddenly an irritable voice rang out. Damn it, do you even know how valuable the password is? The four mercenaries timidly spoke up and recited the password. As they pronounced it, it was Kitia no hoima ecclesia with mia benzin, which meant knock on my door and it will open. The door immediately opened, a blinding stream of light gradually appearing inside. He stepped through the door to go outside. Outside the ruins there were only rocky hills. Tess laughed freely and said loudly, it feels like being reborn. Siren was the last to leave, but he glanced to the side and saw the four mercenaries were still there. The two parties split into different directions. Siren asked excitedly, should we consider today an exploration day? We got unexpected results after all. Ami put her hands on her hips and laughed with relief, replying, right, we can come back anytime. We should make new plans, Rian suggested excitedly. How about another serving of that pasta from before? Tess rolled her eyes in annoyance and retorted, pasta again? There are plenty of good things to eat. Suddenly someone spoke from behind. It turned out the mercenary group had followed them. Scarlet hesitated and stammered, hey, maybe you guys want to join our mercenary group? Siren asked in surprise, mercenary? She immediately replied, that's right, becoming a mercenary is a good thing. Scarlet fumbled with her hands and feet, forcing a flattering smile. With your skills, you'll become a star in no time. Fame and money will skyrocket. As you saw, our leader just left the group. Tess, Ami, and Ryan exchanged confused glances, but she kept inviting. If you're okay with it, you could be our leader. Just give the orders, and we'll do everything. I promise we'll treat your friends well too. They pursed their lips, waiting for his answer. Siren smiled amiably and said, no, thank you. After refusing, they leisurely walked forward. Ryan asked curiously, so, you don't like pasta? How about curry instead of pasta? Tess interrupted indifferently, let's get to the inn first. We'll figure it out later. They left, leaving the mercenary group utterly bewildered. Scarlet's mouth hung open in shock. The road ahead was full of hardships, danger always lurking behind charming scenery. She couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Her fate was truly pitiful. The scene shifted to the evening at Wind Inn in the western tourist area. They were heading back to their lodging when Ryan excitedly praised, you're really strong, Aryan Siron. The two girls walked behind. Ami slowly spoke up. That's right, I'm surprised too. It feels like just yesterday you failed 100 times trying to learn teleportation. But, she asked curiously, mass into light? Honestly, I don't understand what that means, but I can say it's amazing. He replied gently with a smile. Actually, I haven't fully understood it either. Siren smiled mysteriously and explained, when I attend the graduation class, you were already that strong. Tess seemed to remember something and asked, wait, Siren won't be entering the graduation class until next year at the earliest, right? She asked worriedly, if you graduate this year, what about Siren? What will you do? Ami asked back indifferently, why bring that up all of a sudden? Tess replied seriously, because it's important. She blushed with embarrassment and asked, you said you'd become a warrior after graduation, right? So you'll go to the capital to register, and Siren will be alone for a year. Ami was very surprised to hear her speak, as if she had just realized how important their separation was, and a look of worry immediately appeared on her face. Tess was afraid of misspeaking, so she quickly reassured her. Of course, with Siren's skills, he would easily graduate, but because they had to be apart for a whole year, she bit her lip in confusion, thinking. Ami recalled the time they had fought together, and standing before the large window, she shouted an order, come with me quickly, or I will make you call me senior forever. She suddenly realized she had just told him to come quickly. The two slowly moved forward, and Ami calmly replied, I have never thought that through. I only chose to be a warrior because I am good at aiming and just kept moving forward. Tess laughed delightedly, poked her cheek and teased, "Then how about being an intelligence agent? You can go see your boyfriend if you need. With that look you will have an advantage." Ami pouted in embarrassment and retorted, "How could that be reasonable?" She honestly admitted, "I am not good at intelligence, I do not have senses as sharp as yours." Tess could not help being amused by Ami's cute reaction and confidently suggested, "It is fine, I will teach you, just do as I say." Suddenly Tess wrapped her arm around Ami's waist and mysteriously spoke, "First open your senses." She was startled and asked shyly, "What are you doing?" Tess gestured for silence, leaving Ami looking at her in confusion. Her expression was as if she had just seen something frightening, and she hesitantly said, "In front of our dormitory, there is someone." Tess's gaze turned toward the dormitory, where she saw a dark figure appear. She seriously deduced, based on lung capacity, that it was a man. The four of them gradually gathered together and silently moved toward the dormitory. All four approached in surprise, bending down to look at the person lying on the ground. Ami stared in shock, about to call that person's name. On the ground was a young boy beaten all over with injuries, a red liquid spreading across his face, and she called out in horror. They fearfully surrounded the severely injured young boy, anxiously calling, "Wake up." Siren worriedly placed his hand on the boy's chest, stammering in shock, "Impossible. Has he stopped breathing?" Suddenly the young boy used his injured arm to grasp Siren's hand. Siren's mouth hung open in surprise as the boy gasped, You should thank me." Ziz's face was covered in bruises everywhere, and the boy bared his teeth, trying to finish his sentence. "Your friend, I protected him for you, was it not you?" Ziz's arm went limp and fell down in front of Siren's stunned face. He opened his eyes wide and anxiously called Ziz's name, tears suddenly streaming down Siren's cheeks. Suddenly the sky poured down heavy rain, as if mourning the boy's fate. Fortunately, Ziz received timely first aid and was now resting in bed. The four of them gathered around the bed, watching worriedly. Ryan crossed his arms in doubt. "Is what Ziz said true?" He frowned and repeated, "That man's gang is tailing us again. To understand better, we need to go back a few hours." Evening at Penko's secret fortress. He clenched the small tube in his hand, laughing viciously and muttering, "Those brats ruined my business and ran away. I have thought it over, I cannot let this slide." He was Pankoa, the leader of the Parrot Bandit gang. That man stood in front of the experiment site, laughing to himself. "If they travel across the continent and reveal information about me, it will be very troublesome. I do not want to have to run and hide again." His hand touched the Erlenmeyer flask containing the mysterious red liquid as he calmly continued, "It would be a waste to abandon the production line here. I still have many mouths to feed." Panko held the flask of solution in his hand, grinning sinisterly, and announced loudly, "So I have prepared this. Super concentrated drug, red-eyed camis. This will take them down in a single breath." He narrowed his eyes dangerously and ordered, "You will have to take on this mission." That man brought the flask forward and demanded, "Ziz, mix this into the redhead's drink." The boy stared in fear, hesitantly asking, "If she drinks it, what will happen?" He grinned fiercely and replied, "Do you not know yet? She will die instantly." In Panko's mind, the image of Ami immediately collapsing backward after drinking the super concentrated drug appeared. He put on a dangerous air and ordered, "Just force her to drink it. We will handle the rest." The boy trembled as he held the Erlenmeyer flask, unable to suppress his fear, and silently cursed, "You have lost your mind." The boy looked at the man laughing like a demon before him, hesitated a little, and silently commented, "You are insane. Pankoa has completely lost his mind." He asked irritably, "What are you doing?" For him was the image of the boy having dropped the Erlenmeyer flask containing the super-concentrated drug onto the floor, the red liquid spilling everywhere. Bankoe angrily shouted, "Are you going to defy orders?" Kill trembled as he looked at his own hands, which had caused such a monumental event, still shaking uncontrollably. He pretended to be gentle and said, "Speak up, I can't hear you." The terrified boy almost lost his soul, stammering, Bill mustered all his courage and yelled, "I said I quit, you piece of trash," just as Panko's massive fist came hurtling toward him. The chaotic scene was interrupted. Panko's two henchmen licked their lips contemptuously. "Damn it, I just ate. This is disgusting." He seemed to go crazy, roaring furiously, "What the hell are you doing? Bring that bastard's brother here right now." On the floor, Ziz was beaten black and blue by Pankoa, blood red streaming from his forehead and nose, his entire body covered in scars. Back to the present, in the room, Ami bitterly scolded, "You fool, both you and your little sister will be killed." He recalled Ziz's courageous act of quitting his job with the words, "I'm not doing this anymore." Ami looked worriedly at the boy lying on the bed and murmured, "It's good you kept your promise, but taking such a risk makes my job of protecting you two feel pointless." Rian stood at the foot of the bed, arms crossed, puzzled. "There's a murder plot and kidnapping. Shouldn't we report it to the authorities?" Tess quickly replied, "If Ziz is telling the truth and they are special forces, we would have already been locked down." She judged seriously, "When they settled on the island, they must have planned for this." He asked worriedly, "So we're stuck here?" Ami explained calmly, "Even if we report it to the authorities, his sister won't be saved. No one is kind enough to go rescue a blind child." While the other three were busy looking for a way, Siren pursed his lips, lost in his own thoughts. He suddenly spoke up and asked, Ami, how strong do you think Panko's team is? Tess widened her eyes in surprise. Were you planning to fight them? She answered seriously. Most of the grunts are just a bunch of muscleheads, but about 10 of them are proficient with patterns. Ami recalled the scene of Panko holding a glass of wine calmly talking with them. Her gaze lingered on the parrot tattoo on his arm. She slowly continued, I think they all belong to the parrot gang. Siren widened his eyes in surprise, whispered, the parrot gang? Tess asked in shock. What's wrong, do you know them? He answered coldly, yeah, when our school was attacked, the one using patterns was hired by Archmage Axon. In Siren's mind, the memory of the moment he spotted Lucas became vivid. On that guy's arm there was a parrot tattoo. He slowly continued, he's rumored to be from the parrot gang. Ami recalled the time she was bullied by Lucas, and spoke up, that man, I heard he is now imprisoned by the Magic Alliance. Brief return to past memories, the evening at the Magic Alliance's prison. In the hallway of a detention cell, under heavy guard, there was an area. Inside the cell, Sakari, with a vicious expression, tightly gripped Lucas's head. That man rolled his eyes in agony, in the depths of utter despair. Siren asked coldly, Lucas is a Class B criminal, right? Ami pondered and judged, from what I can sense, that Panko is stronger than him. He rubbed his chin and thought, stronger than Lucas. On the other side, Tess suddenly felt wronged, showing a confused expression. She murmured in surprise, Panko the parrot, so strange. Siren asked in surprise, Tess, do you have some kind of premonition? She replied in horror, that's not a gang of bandits, it's something else. I'm sure I remember the name Pankoha, and he used to be a special forces member. Suddenly, from behind Siren, a mysterious hand appeared. Ziz sprang up, grabbed his shoulder, and yelled, run, we have to run. Everyone called out in surprise, Ziz. The boy gasped out, run, and as soon as he finished, he coughed painfully. Siren nervously reassured him, it's okay, you're in our dorm room. Tess announced fearfully, all his ribs are broken. Ryan inquired, can you think of any place where your sister might be held? Ziz asked with half-closed eyes, you mean we're gonna rescue her? Ami judged, we have a general idea of their strength. Most of them are a bunch of addicts. Tess stammered, they are chasing Ami. The boy suddenly yelled out, interrupting, no. Ziz worriedly explained loudly, they are not chasing Ami. Boy trembled and pointed forward. She looked in surprise in the direction of Ziz's hand. The boy's arm pointed straight at Siren and he affirmed, it's you. He widened his eyes in shock and asked back, Panko is after me? Ziz panicked and retorted loudly, not that bastard. Siren asked back in surprise, telling them to bring him here. The scene from years ago replayed in his mind, a cold gun barrel aimed straight ahead. Panko stared blankly at the weapon that could finish him in a single shot, pressed right against his head. Ziz stood right there, coldly aiming the gun barrel at him. Ziz could not help but be stunned when he saw that all of Panko's underlings had been subdued. The kid was still somewhat conscious, listening to the conversation between the two. Ziz coldly pressed the weapon against the head of the man before him, praising, you really have become a thug leader now. Huh, Pankoa. His eyes bulged in terror. Pankoa turned to look toward the window, where a woman was perched imposingly, stammering, leader. She flicked her finger against the iron bar, used the momentum to jump down, and spoke, found you. Clay Maza wore a tight-fitting suit, revealing a large parrot tattoo on her back, jumped down to Panko's spot, and said coldly, I was looking for whoever caught my attention, and then boom, a sound from a building. So I checked and guess what? You had already left. His eyes bulged in terror, his eyebrows nearly knitting together. Clay Maza gently touched Panko's shoulder, praising, I didn't expect you to be this good at hiding. Quite cold, running away from your own family. She smiled sinisterly, put her arm around his shoulder, and asked calmly, are you living well now, son? Recalling a bit, a little girl was running fast through the forest. It turned out that back then, a young woman hurriedly grabbed a bag in her hand, opened the door, and showed off. In front of her, a little girl happily ran over, her teeth gaping between her lips. A whole line of people stared intently at the two. Among them was even the teenage Lucas. Panko seemed to remember everything, shouting in fear, old hag. Returning to the present, Jit trembled with anxiety and spoke up, that person, she is looking for you. Siren widened his eyes in shock and asked back, Clay Maza, you said Clay Maza? As soon as he finished speaking, the wall beside him was blown apart. Ami widened her eyes in shock as she looked over, full of worry. Ryan's mouth hung open in surprise, and he quickly caught Tess with concern. Jeet, sitting on the hospital bed, could not help but feel terrified or shocked. All 5 people seemed frozen before the sudden and violent explosion. Everything around exploded, debris from the house flying everywhere in the air, before Siren's wide eyes and his face of disbelief as he heard, you mean the parrot bandit and Clay Maza? Thick black smoke mixed with flames rose up, the house engulfed in a sea of fire. From within echoed Siren's doubtful thoughts, why is that name appearing here? Meanwhile, in the capital Basta, at the main headquarters of the Magic Association, the silent night descended, shrouding the city with its skyscraper. Inside the headquarters, a man with a bloodied face and reddened eyes, his whole body trembling, was subdued by a hand on his head, unable to move. It was Lucas, the escaped B-class criminal. He gasped, the leader of the parrot bandit is Pankoa. Lucas's arrogance angered the white-haired man behind him. He yanked Lucas's hair back, but the man still wore an arrogant expression and burst out laughing. Panko has full control over the trading circuit. No one can catch him unless you have my help. The white-haired man was Sakari, an inspector from Investigation Team 3. His eyes darkened, his voice turning a few degrees colder. Panko is the parrot bandit leader. Lucas smirked, gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. I'll confess everything. So reduce my sentence. How about that?" The blood-stained hand gripping a sharp knife suddenly swung over. Immediately, Lucas was yanked back by his hair. Sakari punched Lucas hard in the back while slashing a large gash with the knife, tearing the back of his shirt wide open, making the man cry out in pain. Sweat poured down his face along with dried blood. Lucas bared his teeth, trembling, his eyes full of caution darting behind him. Sakari stood towering, his blood-stained shirt, eyes gleaming in the darkness, still holding the knife ready to strike. "It is not the fake parrot bandit you created. I am talking about the real leader of the parrot bandit." He pressed his hard-soled boot onto Lucas's back, pinning him to the floor. The torn fabric of Lucas' shirt revealed a large bird tattoo with English text beneath it. Sakari looked at it and read softly, "The Parrot Mercenary Corpse." Memories flooded back, the red parrot flag fluttering in the midst of a brutal battlefield. He spoke slowly. 7 years ago they had trampled the Iron Kingdom, nearly tearing that kingdom apart. Legendary mercenary band, those cold faces were etched clearly into Sakari's mind. His face in the dim light grew even more terrifying, his voice dropping low. The ambitious attack had failed, and the survivors were being hunted across the continent. Lucas, exhausted with his hands tied above his head, lay in his own pool of blood listening to Sakari. The living chieftain was trying to revive the parrot thieves, also known as King Sangya. Upon hearing that, Lucas trembled violently. He held the tablet he was carrying in front of Lucas' face. It was a classic criminal, a political criminal, named Clay Maza. Fear slowly crept onto Lucas's face while Sakari continued to speak about that woman, saying she was everywhere yet could not be found. His gaze was sharp and dangerous. She could not be tracked. Each witness reported a different type of magic, leaving them to wonder if she was truly a mage. "That woman's power, what are we to it?" Sakari said, then strode forward closer to Clay Maza. Her hair trembled slightly in the wind. Elsewhere, she stood with her arms crossed. The moonlight cast a glow, making the large parrot tattoo on her bare back even clearer, her eyes blazing with red light. Before Clay Maza was the boss of the parrot bandits, his head bowed. She called softly, "Pankoa." With bloodshot eyes, she spoke as if giving an order, "Break out of the loop." Suddenly, he slammed his head hard onto the table. The action startled Ziz, who stood nearby. Panko struggled to rise, his forehead covered in blood, and asked slowly, "Why?" His eyes were cold as he stared straight at Clay Maza. "Why did you show up?" Ziz broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "That person, is that the Panko I know?" Blood still flowed from his forehead, and Panko said, "He threw us into that damned Iron Kingdom. Wasn't that bad enough?" Panko's hands clenched in resentment. He roared in anger, "And now he wants to act like family?" Emotions bursting forth, he shouted bitterly, "Boss is the one who killed them. My family, my brothers, my men, all of them. Because Boss was tricked like a fool." Clay Maza remained silent, just staring fixedly at him. He glanced around, recalling a few images from the past. Back then, Clay Maza had returned with a small bag of bread, a wide grin on her face. From inside the cozy house, a cute little girl with pigtails happily ran out. She opened the bag of bread and shared it among the children, each one joyfully receiving their treat. Pigtailed girl happily ate her bread. It seemed like a happy memory, but the scene gradually shifted. The innocent girl from back then now had blood on her face, her eyes determined as she looked forward, whispering hoarsely, "Boss, boss, run." Behind the girl was chaos, royal guards with swords chasing them. She lay in a pool of blood, arrows stuck in her back, weakly saying, "Run, big sister." Returning to the present, her lone silhouette stood in the moonlit room. Panko's voice still echoed, "Boss can't, but I can." Sweat poured down Panko's fierce face, his eyes full of disappointment. He shouted, "I earned money so my brothers wouldn't take risks, so they could eat well and live in peace." The underlings behind him called him brother. He was about to continue, but a hand gently rested on his shoulder, accompanied by a calm voice. "Do you really hate me that much? Is that why you fled the battlefield?" His pupils contracted and Panko stood frozen, speechless. Clay Maza placed her hand on his shoulder, her eyes downcast. "I couldn't raise you in a better environment. I've always felt guilty, but we are a mercenary team." The two faced each other, a halberd lying on the ground beside the pool of blood. Clay Maza's voice was flat. "Because you deserted that day, more family members died." Her eyes gleamed in the darkness, her voice growing louder. "Do you understand? The one who endangered your family was you." That remark struck straight at Panko's pride, his eyes bulging and face frozen in disbelief at what he had just heard. She continued, "Whether on the battlefield or in real life, you are still a coward, Pankoa." Ziz gritted his teeth, stunned as the boy sensed something was wrong. As expected, Clay Maza was staring at the boy and asking who this kid was. Pankoa looked at Ziz lying on the ground and replied that he was called because there was something to fix. It had nothing to do with anything. Clay Maza smirked and said it was not unrelated. but because of the kid siren. Was that right? Ziz's eyes went wide and his mouth hung open. His face darkened with fear after that remark. Pankoa was no less surprised. He gritted his teeth and asked how he knew. Maza confidently cut him off. You think I did not know the kid who wrecked your office? She set her hands on her hips. A mocking smile hid at the corner of her mouth, her voice soft but heavy. That is right, it is Siren. But to be fair, my brother is too generous. He even saved someone like this, you understand. He's gritted his teeth and panted. The boy used his last bit of strength to shuffle backward, sensing something bad was about to happen. Massage spoke in a low voice and ordered, Pankoa, I will give you one final task. Massage's gaze was sharp and dangerous, his smirk sending chills down anyone's spine. Bring Siren to me, the rest you can handle as you see fit. Just then, a noise came from outside. Both Massage and the subordinate Ziz turned around in surprise. That man walked to the window, casting a cold gaze downward, while a not too surprised admiring remark rang out behind him. Below the building, there seemed to be a puddle of water spreading unevenly, as if something had touched it. Maza said, You are quite bold, aren't you? She casually lit a cigarette and ordered them to give chase. The wind howled, rain lashed against the expressionless faces of Ziz and Maza's minion. He held his gun, smoking shell casings falling after each shot. Back in the present, those men in black and white stood on the rock outcropping, gazing toward the blazing fire in the distance. The gaze of that man Ziz as he looked down was icy. He stared intently at the raging flames. Right after that, Ziz and his men quietly turned and left. On the house side, black smoke billowed thickly. The fire raged, the foundation collapsed. Elsewhere, there was a person standing watching the burning house with scattered embers on his clothes. That was Cern's group. They stood watching the relentless blaze intensify. The rain was still falling, but they had no intention of leaving. Ryan carried a limp person on his back. Tess stood nearby, her face still in shock. Emi stood looking at Siren from behind, his blue eyes nearly closed. A name emerged in his mind, Maza. The heavy raindrops soaked Siren's shirt. He just stood in the rain looking up and asked himself, why me? In the distance, the house had burned to ash. The wind howled without cease. In another region, the town was submerged in a quiet night. Inside a small inn, Ziz was fast asleep. Something appeared in the dream that denied the boy a peaceful rest. A tear rolled down his cheek. The nightmare was tormenting Z's Zuna. It fell, shattering the still surface of the lake. Boy jolted out of the lake with a pained expression. Ziz ran with his feet soaked in blood. Those people, they were real. The image of malicious, Massage laughing was indelible. We are truly real. The boy flung the door open and yelled, Zuna. Disappointment flooded him when only an empty room remained. He could not hold back his tears as they fell. The footprints on the floor were the only traces left of chaos. The boy wept and ran outside in despair. He ran and screamed. The unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger. In the deserted streets, the rain fell heavier and heavier, but his desperate calls for Zuna received no response. So the boy still had not woken from that nightmare Zuna. The morning sky was clear, a wisp of white smoke rising from the house that had burned the night before. The scene of utter ruin left everyone stunned. What could have happened in just one night? Looking out toward the sea, a gentle voice spoke up, Massage. Tess adjusted the sword at her hip, holding a ready combat stance. 7 years ago, she had single-handedly attacked the Iron Kingdom. It was said she had nearly overturned that entire kingdom. She was the leader of a legendary mercenary band. Hearing this, Ryan clenched his fists, showing no agreement. But that raid on the kingdom failed, did it not? And what is so fearsome about that? Her voice echoed. The royal army arrived just before the golden hour ended. Tess adjusted her gear, seriously pointing out the anomaly, but that timing was far too perfect. Emmy's coat fluttered in the wind, creating a beautiful scene. She could not help but murmur softly, Time, huh? Siren, while putting his coat back on, explained leisurely, That is right, I think the parrot mercenary band had been used in the Civil War. Tess summarized the situation. The moment the parrot band attacked the lower district of the Iron Kingdom, the senator deployed his troops, as if he had been waiting for that very moment. Emmy could not help recalling either. According to what my father told me, the parrot mercenary band was actually hired by that same senator. So they were disposable pawns? Ryan questioned, Did the senator orchestrate this entire plan? Tess answered with an uncertain tone. Perhaps he wanted to solidify his political position. But he remained doubtful. Yourself, I do not understand any of this. She could not give him a definite answer either, but I am not sure that is true either. Siren's hand holding the reins tightened. Let us go stop them. And he turned to look at his companions, giving them a trusting gaze. Is everyone ready? All three said in unison, their spirits fully prepared. The sound of hooves thundered, dust flying thick and fast. They all charged forward together. Siren blazed with fierce determination, wanting only to reach the place as quickly as possible. He told himself, Wait for me, I will come find you myself. Elsewhere, a hand gently touched a glass pane. Massage felt a hint of anticipation. These kids are truly bold. He was slightly surprised, sighing in admiration, heading straight for us. Let us see what these fellows are made of. Pankoa sweated, his thoughts unclear. Back with Cern's group, they continued straight ahead without pause. Tess's voice was not very loud, blending with the wind. Ryan, have you ever killed anyone? He could not hear clearly. What? She repeated the question. A person. Rian did not answer, counter-questioning. What about you? She opened up. I once with my father and wiped out a band of bandits. After speaking, Tess made a judgment. But you have not, have you? He hesitated for a moment before speaking. The sword. Rian stared straight ahead, his eyes unable to hide his resolve. I do not think about it. The atmosphere grew heavier. Seeing this, she wanted to end the matter. Alright, that is enough. Suddenly, Tess's ears caught a strange sound. She immediately called out loudly to her teammates. Here they come. A group of men in black burst out from the forest, charging straight at them. Yahello showed no fear at all. Seeing the small scale, she sneered contemptuously, just 4 brats? But before she could finish her words, something happened that made her jaw drop in shock. One of them barely managed to utter a single word, magic. The burning campfires began to rapidly spread toward them. Seeing Amy control the flames so skillfully, the assassins exclaimed in fear that they had a mage. After realizing the situation, Ryo immediately ordered them to switch to a defensive target. That man did not know that a terrifying surge of power was quietly approaching from behind him. Siren immediately activated his magic, causing them to explode. A subordinate who witnessed that scene choked out a loud yell. Die. The leader. He hurriedly drew the sword at his waist, wanting to avenge the fallen leader. But Tessa's speed was even faster. One sword stroke sent that man away. He fell bewildered, not understanding why he died like that. She looked over to this side, saw her friend being overwhelmed by the battle, and worriedly assessed in her mind, Ryan, this is bad. Ryan could not use a diagram, so he was at a disadvantage in a battle of speed. Ziz seized the opening, choosing his moment to assassinate while cursing under his breath, idiot. Why would anyone bring a greatsword into a forest? Ryan swung his sword towards the opponent, but because it was too long, it chopped straight into a tree in front of him. That caused him to taunt Ryan relentlessly. What is it? Are you chopping wood? Seeing that, Tess immediately rushed over, running and shouting loudly. Hearing that, his face flushed with anger. Chopping wood? Do not underestimate it. At that moment, on the spot where the tree trunk had just been split in two, a bolt of lightning appeared. That thing gradually flared up with immense power. Ian, holding the greatsword in his hand, swung it straight at Ziz. He was still dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. Swordmaster. Tess was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Ryan repeated his earlier words in a low voice. I have never killed anyone before, but in my imagination, I have killed it hundreds, thousands of times because of my own weakness. He suddenly recalled the moment he expressed his resolve to Siren. Make sure you become a mage. I will be the strongest swordsman to protect you. Ian stated clearly, I have never, not even once, held a sword half-heartedly. Tess smiled softly, happy to see the passion in his heart. Rio was observing through binoculars with an expression of disbelief. No way. Losing to those brats? The subordinate hurriedly explained, they have 2 mages over there, master. They are stronger than I thought. That man felt he had underestimated the enemy, lowering his guard because he thought they were just children. It seems they know what they are doing. Should we show them something more interesting? A rumbling explosion echoed across the sky, dust and rocks flying everywhere. The clashing sounds of swords and blades rang out. Tess split her sword into multiple blades, charging straight at the opponent. Her eyes blazed with intense determination. One sword thrust shot forward, leaving him no time to react. Suddenly, Tess heard a strange sound. She immediately turned towards Ryan and shouted loudly, Ryan, duck! Arrows, appearing from nowhere, shot straight towards him. Luckily for Ryan, he managed to sit down to dodge, and those arrows embedded themselves into the stone above his head. He breathed a sigh of relief. He almost got his face pierced by the arrows. The battle was becoming increasingly fierce. Yahello watched the enemy closely, his hand still gripping the sword without letting go. Suddenly something alarmed him, and he quickly shouted an order for them to scatter. From all around, a volley of magic simultaneously attacked them. Siren, at some point, had already stood on the high dais. He charged straight down, holding a source of powerful energy in his hand. Siren's descent caused the panicked enemies to retreat, the ground beneath their feet seeming ready to explode as they scrambled for cover. Seeing him with his immense power destroying their comrades, a slow voice rang out from afar. That's right. That man stood not far away, his bow and arrow aimed directly at Siren, telling him to come a little closer. Suddenly, a fire whirlwind shot him from somewhere, startling him. Huh? The fire whirlwind forced him to hurriedly drop the bow and arrow to dodge. Yahello watched the scene with his mouth agape, unable to speak a word. It was Amy's hand that easily controlled the flames. Her control caused chaos among them, including the mercenaries. That thing has been bothering me for a while now. Seeing this, Yahello couldn't help but curse under his breath. Who the hell were these guys? What in the world were they doing? He could only immediately order his subordinates to retreat. They hurriedly escaped into Bamboo Grove. On this side, seeing that, the group of 4 gave chase immediately. Ami, controlling her power while furious, said, You think we'll let you run away? As soon as she finished speaking, the flames in her hand shot forward. It was right behind Yahello, but for some reason the flames only touched the air, and a flash of blue light burst forth. managed to disappear just before the flames reached them. The four of them couldn't believe their eyes. What? Teleportation? Tess couldn't understand there wasn't a mage on their side. Emmy quickly said, I'll check, I recorded it. But in reviewing it, she was extremely astonished. What is this? Rewinding the scene from before, Emmy discovered that they all had something glowing in their hands. Yahello still smirked while escaping. That was a magical artifact. On this side atop a tall castle, Ryo laughed triumphantly as he looked at the item in his hand. No wonder Commander Clay Maza was interested in this skill. But, just because you are talented doesn't mean you will win the battle. He couldn't help but recall the battle just now. In actual combat, there were tactics that you have never imagined. No matter how powerful magic was, they still managed to escape just like that. Go ahead and attack as you wish. Looking at the rubble-strewn land before them, they used teleportation again. As they tried to flee, unlike normal mana bullets that could be placed in a single spot, they needed a spiritual user, did they not? Ami ran while thinking about a flaw in this matter. There had to be something controlling the coordination, Siren wondered. For example, she could only offer a guess. I think it must be around here. Tess, who was running ahead, suddenly called out. Everyone. There was an extremely unnatural smell. Rayan teased. Are you a bloodhound? She shot him an angry glare. Amy's voice cut in. I enhanced my senses with that batch of stuff, you idiot. Just as I thought, looking at the magic circle before Maxurin, it dawned on him. Now I understand. They linked a bracelet-shaped artifact to a magic circle. Rian could not believe his eyes and exclaimed in shock. It is huge. Do not tell me it is inside this entire mountain. Emmy agreed. I think you are right. Tess was both stunned and angry upon realizing these things must have been on the surface of the northern forest. Did that not cost a fortune? How much did they plunder to afford this? Xeron pondered their tactics. The enemy fights with a predetermined supply line. Their numbers remain whole while we exhaust ourselves. We need to force a direct and swift battle. Hearing that, Rian impatiently suggested they keep moving while destroying those magic circles. Can we just slash our way through them with our swords? Ami did not entirely agree. Good idea, but they are not easy to break. The magic circles are engraved into the items. They can be harder than what the human mind imagined. Furthermore, this thing was not created randomly, it was made with intent. Even if a few circuits are cut, they will still function normally. Siren, who had been silent, slid forward and proposed a plan. Let us flip it over. Rian thought happily. Finally, you agree with me. Let us try destroying those magic circles. But Ami was not convinced. Magic is not engraved on these signs. It exists within that space. We need to erase them completely, at least a meter underground. Tess slid forward and retorted. That consumes too much energy and time. So you mean fighting like this forever is better than breaking the magic circles? Firen also chimed in. Exactly. So then, what is the time limit to destroy it effectively at this moment? Me pondered and then gave an answer. About 10 moon minutes, any longer and it would be a waste of time. Siren seemed resolute and instructed. Everyone stand back. Perhaps that is the way. I can destroy it in under 2 minutes. Hearing that, Ami was shocked. What? He walked into the center of the magic circle and warned. This could be dangerous, so step back. Siren knelt down inside the magic circle and began to focus on channeling his power. He lowered his head, his gaze growing heavy as his magical power continued to surge. Everyone behind looked on in doubt. Tess called out in confusion. Ami. She immediately cut him off. Everyone, we do not have time to. I think we should step back. Tess asked worriedly. What are you planning to do? At that moment, Ami realized he had already begun. Siren's spiritual domain was fluctuating, and she thought to herself, that was fast. I know his body is as tough as indestructible diamond, but how can a human spirit be like this? Ocean's Eye moves 20 times per second. Siren gritted his teeth, forcing his will just a little more. The energy vortex swirled deep and unceasingly, just a little more. The magic circle flared brightly, every engraved line trembled violently, and mana flooded the space, obscuring their vision. Tess was startled as an unusual sensation swept through her body. She widened her eyes, staring straight at the trembling center, and felt she could see it. Gold radiance burst forth, shattering the blue. Aryan Siren stood in the midst of the raging energy, and Tess exclaimed, that is the light. Done. The shockwave swept outward, sending dirt and rocks flying toward Ami. Ryan and Tess immediately raised their hands to shield themselves from the wave and the debris. The entire forest shook violently as the ground split open and rocks were flung into the air. Massive boulders flew through the blinding glare of light. Rubble and residual energy spread throughout the forest after the explosion. Ami and the others looked around in astonishment after the explosion that had just occurred. Siren gasped for breath and looked up as if checking the result. Was this enough? The ground where the magic circle was set caved in, forcing the three to brace themselves. She looked at the scene with disbelief. Crazy, I don't even need to use my spirit domain to check anymore. Tess quickly stepped closer to Siren, checking on him worriedly. Are you okay, Siren? Are you hurt? He waved his hand to indicate he was fine, then smiled. I'm fine because this is defensive magic. It won't harm the caster. Ryan asked softly. Is that defensive magic? Siren calmly and slowly explained. I don't have one yet. I had theorized it beforehand and luckily it worked just as I thought. He paused for a moment, then added, perhaps it could also be called defense. Ami thoughtfully analyzed what had just happened. The form of magic depends on the user, shaped by imagination. But such a violent silent spell like that. He smiled faintly after what had just occurred around the magic circle. Time rewound a few hours. Emmy called Siren over and asked, Siren, you said a few days ago you met someone named Claymaza, right? What was she like? Even with your intuition, you didn't find anything unusual? He tilted his head, hesitating before answering the probing question. No. She was a little surprised. You didn't notice. Ami stood opposite, her eyes fixed intently on Siren. He calmly reassured her, but don't worry. No matter what happens, I will stop her. The two stood facing each other. Siren raised an eyebrow, a thought passing through his mind. What is making you so worried? Emmy was lost in thought, as if convincing herself. Don't think about it anymore. Now I need to trust Siren. Pushing aside her doubts, she looked up with a refreshed expression. Alright, let's think of a different tactic. From now on, we will avoid combat and focus on destroying the magic circles first. Back to the present, the ground shook violently after the explosion from the magic circle Siren had destroyed. Waves of light exploded continuously and rained down fiercely. He quickly assessed the situation. I think they're trying to prolong the battle to wear down our strength. But if we destroy the magic circles, that tactic will be useless. In fact, it'll be better. They attacked before we could make a move. Looking through the lens, the explosions were incredibly intense. On the other side, looking down through binoculars from above, she screamed in rage, You damn devils! You dare destroy our Red Earth magic circle. Attack now! Rio beside her roared in anger. Calm down. They have two mages. We should avoid a direct confrontation. He lowered his voice and asked quietly, So what do we do now? Our plan is about to fall apart. He laughed loudly, his expression full of confidence. If they want to charge in so badly, then we'll just encourage them. Clear the path for them. We'll take advantage of that. Serene forest scenery slid past a streak of light. A golden beam tore through the treetops, shooting straight ahead with immense pressure. A host of dark figures plunged down from above like a meteor shower, diving toward the battlefield. Emmy and Tess charged forward amidst the burst of light. From behind, Tess spoke up. Don't you find anything strange? She replied softly, Yeah, I sense they're close, but they're not blocking our way at all. The angle from below showed them heading toward the beam of light. No matter which direction Emmy's group went, they followed, making her suspicious. Are they clearing the path for us? Ian rushed behind Siren within the golden light, realizing the situation. This is a trap. What should we do, Siren? He was silent for a brief moment, then his gaze became resolute. No matter what, we keep going. Rio smiled coldly and ordered from above, Support everyone who's out there now. The kids have arrived. She began to prepare to carry out the order. A signal flare arrow was launched, tracing an arc across the sky, signaling all forces to take their positions. Massive machines began to move as their mechanisms were activated. A guard standing before the array of magical tools smirked. Don't hate us too much, kids. From above, Ryo confidently looked down at the dense formation below. If you hadn't tried so hard, we wouldn't have needed these. Just activating a small part of it would be enough to crush an entire army. That man looked into the distance with a sneer, saying they were originally meant to protect the island. But anyway, Captain Claymaza ordered them to be taken alive, so this was an emergency. Someone reported, They're here, 1 kilometer ahead of us. Rio looked through the binoculars and laughed loudly. All right, let's crush them. Over there. Pressed his eye against the observation scope, his eye suddenly twitching as he noticed something unusual. Through the lens, there was only a single streak of light charging straight through the narrow gorge. Siren shot upward within a blazing golden halo, tearing through the wind, making Ryo exclaim, It's just him alone? Cole shouted, not understanding what was going on. How could he go alone? Where were the others? That man replied irritably, You idiot, that's a psychological trick. He thinks that if it's just him alone, we won't activate the trap because it would be too wasteful. Cole asked naively. So, what do we do now? Ryo roared again. Why are you asking that, huh? We have to make him regret ever daring to play psychological games with us. Crush him! A series of archers drew their bowstrings simultaneously, creating a dense sound of wind being torn. A thick rain of arrows from above aimed straight at the charging Siren. Suddenly widened his eyes, realizing something unusual in the torrent of attacks. Mana arrows. The mana arrows descended from above, carrying terrifying destructive power. The ground shook violently from the continuous explosions. The other three panicked as the layer of earth in front of them suddenly collapsed. Ami panicked and dashed forward, screaming in worry. His figure faded within the thick cloud of rising dust that blocked the view. Don't come here! Massive boulders fell from above, surrounding Siren. The pressure of the impact blasted the ground apart, shattering chunks of rock. Chain of successive impacts crushed the path in the narrow gorge, leaving no escape route. The entire entrance was blocked tightly by collapsed rocks, leaving a heavy, silent scene. Having witnessed Siren being buried alive, Ami, Rian, and Tess could not hide their terror. In contrast to them, Cole and Ryo were wearing gloating smiles like victors. But that smile did not last long. His pupils shrank abruptly. What the? Rio stared at the streak of light emitting from beneath the rocks. What is that? Then, little by little, it became clearer and more brilliant. The energy from it grew increasingly powerful, blasting away the heavy boulders pressing down on top. Ami sensed the fluctuation of mystical particles and anxiously stepped forward. The boulders The things that had covered Siren were now beginning to crack, being destroyed. No matter how large the boulders, they gradually shattered under the impact of the storm of light. Seen from afar, a magic circle centered on him was spreading, crushing every obstacle around. When the aftershocks passed, the entire space was left with nothing but swirling dust and flying rocks. Siren stood still amidst the ruins, staring straight at the city wall with a murderous glare, while Tess widened her eyes in surprise. Impossible? Ami had already realized Siren's plan, so this was your intention. Streams of thought flashed through her mind. Back then, when the enemy played chase with us, he started accelerating alone, leaving Ryan behind. He had intended to break the trap himself. In contrast to Ami's group's feeling of relief, Ryo's side was in chaos. What just happened? I only saw light, then the rocks shattered. Later, what was that barrier? Her frightened scream suddenly rang out, cutting through the chaos. What the hell is that? Seeing the glowing red light from Siren's position, a bandit exclaimed, "A red light." That remark jogged Ryo's memory. A red light. I have heard of a spell called laser. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy raised his hand and fired a laser forward, but that brat did not know how to use it. Seeing that, the bandits quickly covered their heads and dropped to their knees. It is coming, brace yourselves. But a few seconds passed with nothing happening, leaving Ryo confused. What is this? There is nothing. No sooner had he spoken than the fortress suddenly shook violently. Bandit muttered in shock, an earthquake, which made Ryo yell in frustration. Shoot him, you idiot. He hurriedly crawled up to check the situation and was shocked by what he discovered. Gate was being destroyed. Under the heat of the laser, rough bubbles rose on the iron gate. Soon it was pierced through, sending glowing metal fragments flying. Siren's strength made the bandits turn pale. Cole gritted his teeth and drew his bow. I do not care about the chief's toys. Ryo also ordered, just kill him. Thousands of mana arrows shot rapidly toward him. Facing the rain of arrows, Siren quickly lowered his body. As the arrows exploded, he immediately launched himself toward the city wall. Ryo stared up at the beam of light above with his mouth agape. What is that? That beam of light landed in front of the bandits, revealing a blurry figure. He could only tremble and wonder. He should not be able to teleport. How? Watching from afar, Amy could not help but think ridiculous. Normally, teleporting in the middle of a battle is nearly impossible because there are too many variables. He began to analyze Siren's actions. First, he fired a laser. Then he used the information transmission properties of light magic to calculate the teleportation while gathering topological geometry data. Ami continued to assert in a battlefield full of variables instantly. She silently speculated in her heart. Honestly, he must be pretty angry. As predicted, Siren gritted out a warning to Ryo. This is your final warning. He coldly demanded of that man, release Zuna and retreat. Ryo clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. You brat. He sneered, thinking he had the upper hand. You really think we will let you go after causing trouble for us? As he finished speaking, Ryo ordered his men to capture him. Faced with this situation, Siren only calmly repeated, I have already said it. He issued an ultimatum. If you dare to capture my friend again, I will destroy you. Looking into Siren's furious eyes, he suddenly realized, wait, that spell destroyed those rocks earlier. What would happen if he used it right now? Remembering the hole in the city wall, Ryo wondered, this arena will not be destroyed, will it? Not giving him time to react, Siren clenched his fist and activated the magic. Compressed magical light suddenly erupted violently. The stone and earth beside him began to crack. The invisible pressure from the epicenter flung the bandits away, drowning out their screams. Ryo drew his bow while cursing loudly. Stop. Do you know how much this place is worth? He aimed at Siren and released the string, bastard. However, the mana arrow was easily blocked by the defensive layer he had created. It quickly exploded, bringing the entire fortress down with it. Ryo watched, jaw clenched. A den for my bugs. Tess, far away, still could not believe her eyes. It was destroyed. The once impenetrable fortress was now nothing but a pile of rubble. Watching the entire event from a nearby mountain, Massage softly praised, my little brother is truly impressive. I think that must be the magic of a pioneer, even more terrifying than I imagined. Wonderful. Ambition was clear on her face, radiant, and I wanted it. Clay Maza was unaware that Panko was standing below, looking up at her. He knew the battle on the other side had ended, so his subordinates must all have been defeated. Panko's face slowly darkened. Many years had passed, but those memories were still vivid in his mind. Panko told himself, I knew this would happen one day. He remembered the appearance of Koleshan. He also remembered the hateful gaze and his calls in the name of the Iron Kingdom. Destroy the enemy leader. Facing a powerful army, the state of Pankoa and his comrades back then was miserable. This was a stain on his life, for the one once called the ghost of the battlefield had fled from the fight. Returning to the present, Pankoa decided to pick up his blade. I have avoided it ever since. Seems the time has finally come for me to return, he affirmed with certainty, so this is my final journey. At the same time, Surin's group was crossing a small stream in the forest. They moved forward with an extremely determined attitude. Suddenly, some magical ocean's eye creatures appeared, putting Siren on guard. From above, 3 mana bullets aimed straight at where his group stood. Their explosion in midair caused a significant commotion. A strange voice appeared, putting the group on high alert. Quite impressive. So it wasn't by chance that you bastards made it this far. Hearing this, Emmy immediately questioned loudly, attacking sneakily like a coward. Show yourself. As if answering her wish, that man introduced himself. I am the vice leader of the Parrot Mercenary Band. He stepped out with a silver gun in hand, Agato Freeman. While Siren's group was held back by Freeman, someone had found where his comrade was being held. She must be Zuna. Being imprisoned for so long had left her physically and mentally exhausted. With her whole body trembling, Zuna tried to question her, "Where is my brother?" But the only reply was a mocking sentence, "How sad, your brother is safer than you now." The newcomer gently patted her head and comforted her, "Don't worry, when everything is over, I will take you home." Zuna's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? You will really let me go home?" She continued to promise. "It is dangerous out there, so I will let you go when everything is settled." The little girl gradually let down her guard and drifted off under the other's soothing. Only after Zuna fell into a deep sleep did she slowly approach. "Why do not you?" Massage gently smiled as she grabbed the string around the little girl's neck. "Sleep for a while." As soon as she finished speaking, she yanked it off with force. Back to Siren's group, their location was now nothing but a vast sea of smoke and fire. Seeing their opponent had revealed themselves, everyone stepped out from behind the trees one by one. Their expressions were all grave, as if facing a mortal enemy, this guy. They assessed Freeman as very strong, as he was the deputy leader of the mercenary band, second only to one person. Siren also realized present truth. There were currently about a dozen men lurking around, and they were stronger than the ones they had just faced. A series of questions rose in her mind. Why did they not attack all at once? Were they divided into 2 units? But before she could find the answer, Emmy's decisive voice rang out. "From now on, I will handle this." This statement made everyone widen their eyes in surprise. She issued orders firmly. "You all go rescue the hostages." Ignoring Tessa's panicked attempts to stop her, Siren disagreed. "But there are still many of them." Amy calmly interrupted. "That is right, there are many lurking. But look." Under the light, the weapon in Freeman's hand flashed with a cold gleam. It was a gun. Amy explained her choice. "I am sure the others also use guns, but they are not as strong as him. If all of us stay here, the hostages will be in danger, and..." She paused for a few seconds and then stated firmly to Siren, "You have something important to take care of, do you not?" Siren's objection died in his throat when he saw the look in Amy's eyes. He chose to support her. "All right, I will let you handle things here." This met with opposition from Ryan and Tess. "Really? You are actually going to leave Ami behind?" As if waiting for these words from Siren, Ami immediately stepped resolutely towards Freeman. "I will give you the signal, do not move." She ignored his warning. Clay Maza's order still echoed in Freeman's ears. "Bring Siren to me." He continued to threaten. "That is not a decision for you to make." In response to Freeman, Ami quickly unleashed a fire spell. Summoned flames began to appear. Then they erupted powerfully, forming a wall of fire separating him. Freeman voiced his praise as he saw the wall before him. Impressive. Immediately after, his tone turned serious. To be able to create a fire wall over 5 meters high in just over 3 seconds. Sacrificing yourself so your teammates can move on. I respect that courageous decision. The fire wall dissipated, leaving only Amy, who was prepared for the fierce battle ahead. Her 3 teammates had hurried ahead, even though they were still very worried. Tess tried her best to persuade. "Do you not think I should have stayed with her? I know Amy is strong, but she is facing a veteran." Siren soothed her. "Tess, do not worry, I guarantee she will be fine." Tess hesitated, but, understanding his teammates' feelings, he asserted, "Ami is not sacrificing herself. She stayed because she is confident she can do it." Siren had absolute trust. "When it comes to long-range combat, Ami is 10 times stronger than me." On the other side, she found it ridiculous to hear Freeman talk about sacrifice. Ami raised her hand to taunt him. "Do you want to learn how to aim? I will teach you a thing or two." On the other side, Tess was gradually calmed down by Siren. "I understand." The next second, she realized something. "No way. What?" From her memory, she recalled the actions they had for each other, along with Ami's words. Siren would have done the same. It all reminded Tess that they were not just classmates or 2 people with feelings for each other. Now she could assert, it was absolute trust that was the reason they could do such things. Thinking this, she could not help but glance at Ryan and then wondered to herself, "Can I do the same?" The 3's destination was an ancient warble castle perched on a large hill. They arrived there very quickly. All 3 slowly advanced towards the castle entrance. Their faces all showed extreme caution. Panko, gripping his greatsword, had been waiting for them from the start. He said he had been waiting a long time. He spoke with an arrogant tone, saying he was sure they were looking for Clay Maza. However, Panko appeared very relaxed, saying, "You may pass." He moved to one side, revealing the entrance behind him, and said, "You can go through." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Siren's group stood still, unmoving. Faced with this situation, Tess gently lowered her head as if making an important decision. She calmly drew her sword while urging Siren to go on. Seeing Ryan also to stay, Tess became even more resolute, saying, "We will handle things here." Their actions made him hesitate for a moment, but only a second later, Siren's gaze became firm. "All right, I will come back." Tess and Ryan nodded in unison with trust. He began activating his magic, and on the ground, rings of blue light appeared one after another. In an instant, Siren darted past Pankoa and charged straight into the arena. Kalash Han suddenly burst into laughter, mocking, "Hey, hey, hey, a sacrifice, I like it." Tess immediately denied it. "It is not a sacrifice." She and Ryan shifted into a combat-ready stance. "The two of us are enough to defeat someone like you." The more cautious they were, the more delighted Pankoa became. He said he thought they were misunderstanding something. The one he considers at fault is the one who just ran past him. Tess and Ryan could not believe their ears. Meanwhile, he continued speaking incessantly, saying he himself is confronting Clay Maza and does not know why he is the leader's target. Pankoa's tone was full of anticipation, "But your friend will die in the most painful way." Siren had left, completely unaware of that. Thinking of this, Tess and Ryan became even more determined to deal with that insane man laughing excitedly. At the same time, he had already advanced deep into the castle. Siren was walking when he suddenly stopped in front of a wooden door, observed it carefully and concluded, "This is not the one." Taking a few more steps, Siren's gaze was drawn to something. Lying on the ground in the distance was a small house, bathed in sunlight. He stepped closer to it, step by step. Very soon, Siren stood before the blue-painted door of the house. He pulled the door open without any hesitation. As soon as Siren stepped inside, he heard a voice ring out. "Finally here, then." She gently rocked the creaking chair. "My little brother." Clay Maza smiled and turned her head to look at him. "Let us continue our earlier conversation, shall we?" As soon as Siren entered, the door behind him clicked and slammed shut. The medals and the gleaming blade on the wall were the first things to catch his eye. Next, Siren looked down to assess the mess scattered on the floor. Clay Maza had now risen from the rocking chair. "Your sister's place is quite shabby, is it not?" But her voice was full of sarcasm. "Why are you making such a scary face?" However, Siren, completely unfazed, immediately asked, "Where is Zuna?" Maza smiled faintly, her hand delving deep into her robe as she began to search. "That girl. Here is her keepsake." She held up the necklace in her hand, looked him straight in the eye, and enunciated each word. "What should I do, Siren?" Just then, Siren suddenly froze, his sharp gaze darting toward the right side of the room. He stared intently at the legs revealed from the crack in the door, ignoring the chatter next to him. The tone of justice arriving this late was truly not good. Even though he was not sure, he stubbornly argued back, accusing her of lying. Hearing that, the woman laughed, wondering what to do with such a naive youth, and then asked if he was disappointed. Siren's face darkened and he coldly questioned, "Why did you do this?" Clay Maza maintained his attitude, not answering directly but asking in return why you were doing what you were doing. "I had already told you beforehand. If you stubbornly cling to the misfortune that has befallen you, the world will only grow colder and colder. Humans, when misfortune strikes, no matter how small it may be, cannot bear it. They always look for someone to blame, believing that some culprit has ruined their lives." The golden necklace for the floor, along with Clay Maza's mocking voice, "Mages are no different. Do you think everything you experience lies outside cause and effect? Do you think the principles of the world all operate according to logic? But that is only the surface of the world. The cause and effect and the culprit that breaks it do not even exist." A strange smile spread across the face, eyes wide open staring at the opposite side. "The world is made of paradoxes and irrationalities. Depending on each person's perspective, the meaning of events will change if you do not look at it." Light shining in from the next room fell on him, like a question already prepared for Siren. With one hand on the hip, the voice lowered like a demon's seduction, then it would become meaningless, as if it had never happened. Nothing could change that. Unconsciously, old memories came flooding back into his head. The bright smile in memory was a far cry from Clay Maza's current harsh demeanor, like an arrogant one unwilling to accept the truth. "You were born with the same misfortune as me. But for you, someone who lives to enjoy the good, misfortune is like an unbearable virus." Siren still stood firm, but both hands were clenched. "The impatience you mistake for justice is what killed your friend." At the same time in the forest, Emmy's cloak was now full of stains. Freeman slightly bowed his head, his hat shading one eye. "Are you trying to teach me something?" As soon as he spoke, the hand that had been clenched just moments ago silently loosened. Very quickly, a similar gun appeared on the other side. Freeman raised two guns, his narrow eyes glinting. "Then I will gladly accept that lesson." Ami silently calculated. Close combat guns had 6 mana bullets per magazine, meaning he could fire shots at once. There were over 10 soldiers hiding here, so that was at least 132 shots per round. It was already too late to tell the kids to turn back. Was it too late now? At the city gate, Pankoa laughed wildly in mockery, asking if they believed in their comrades. "What are you doing here? Do you owe that blonde-haired guy something?" "I once had comrades like that, bound together by absolute trust." Sunlight shone down from above, seeming to melt into the clear blue sky. A child lay writhing on the ground, surrounded by people of unknown identity. Pankoa at this time had no strength left, staring blankly ahead. Through the branches, he saw a person lying motionless in the distance. Suddenly, a stream of cold water was poured directly onto Pankoa. Immediately after, an icy voice said, "You are an orphan, aren't you?" Maza squatted down, the empty bucket in his hand still dripping water, saying, "Come with us or you will die." Panko looked up in astonishment, feeling as if he saw a light in his life. Thinking this, he heavily set the blade tip into the water and continued, "Clay Maz is my savior, a family bound by life and faith. That is the creed of the Parrot Bandit Gang. Do you know it?" Panko narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word, "including me." The feeling of fear surged again, the red veins in his eyes growing more distinct. Panko once again saw the fierce soldiers charging aggressively toward him. The red flag lay crumpled underfoot, but he lacked the courage to turn his head back. The cowardly Panko fled, abandoning his comrades to face danger as death approached. "I only know how to run, caring not whether they are my saviors or not." After hearing a tragic tale, Sangrian and Tess did not let down their guard. Even so, just a second later he was thrown backward. Rian had to strain to grip his blade tightly, barely managing to block one of Panko's blows. His strength was too great, and he quickly exhausted himself. Then he was gently kicked far away by Pankoa. Seeing him slam hard into the wall, Tess cried out in panic, "Rian!" His entire body was covered in blood, and only by looking closely could one see his chest rising and falling. Tess was so furious her eyes shot flames, and she immediately charged straight forward. She unleashed a technique toward Pankoa, but he dodged nimbly. The corner of Pankoa's lips curled into a malicious smile. "Now, with death right before your eyes, will you act any differently than I did?" That question only made Tess angrier, her veins bulging. In the small house, Clay Maza still stared at the necklace, coldly declaring, "This is a lesson for the people of Siren. It's too late to play the apostle of justice, and now your friends are in danger too. Do you still think you can change all the misfortune in the world?" Clay Maza lifted her head, observing every subtle expression on Siren's face. "What can you do now?" He still kept his head down, only his feet slowly moving forward. The sound of his shoes hitting the floor grew heavier with each step. "You want to know what I can do? You think I can?" Clay Maza was angry but forced a twisted smile. "You are truly troublesome." As soon as she spoke, Siren's blue eyes widened in surprise. A series of rings of light shot straight toward him at Clay Maza's command. "Sound cannon." Siren gritted his teeth, raising a hand to shield his eyes dazzled by the light. "A sound cannon. So she is a sound mage." He realized in panic. "So that's why she lured me into such a confined space, while in crisis." Maza still had time to sneer. "My poor little brother." She tilted her head slightly, her eyes as cold as a predator toying with its prey. "If you remain trapped in that arrogant belief in justice, you will never defeat me." Siren had no time to reply as his whole body tensed to withstand the waves of impact. Each vortex of the sound cannon spun fiercely as if to pierce his eardrums. "What would a knave boy like you know? Behind every action lies a purpose, justice. You are just a fool sacrificing your friends to show off." Despite the immense pain, Siren gritted his teeth and swallowed his cries. "It's too dangerous here. I have to get out." His red-rimmed eyes stared intently at the window behind him. Seeing Siren suddenly still charging forward, she instantly guessed his intention, trying to break through the back window. Clay Maza flicked her hand expressionlessly. "In the end, you are just a rookie." She mocked inwardly. "You shouldn't let a mage read your movements so easily. Space and time. Abandoning space means abandoning your future." Clay Maza fired a cannon to block the window, but when the dust cleared, there was no sign of Siren, already vanished. While the opponent was stunned, he quickly closed in from behind. A sphere of yellow energy blazed in the palm of Siren's hand. Right after that, he charged straight at Clay Maza without any hesitation, thinking she had victory in her grasp. But what happened next nearly stunned Siren. Did she dodge all the attacks? Clay Maza's voice rang out steadily. "To be honest, I am also quite surprised. I thought you would run away, but instead you aimed for my back. However, it seems you lack close combat experience." Siren's eyes widened in shock, then he quickly realized Sona. Everything gradually became clear to him. She determined the direction of the blast through sound. She tilted her body, letting her hair cover her entire face. "I do not like the sound of cannons." The corner of her lips curled to a cold smile. "But this Sona is quite useful." Siren's brows furrowed tightly, a sense of unease rising in his heart. That prompted him to immediately push off the ground, darting forward in a flash. Siren constantly changed positions, trying to confuse Clay Maza's sight and hearing, but her face showed no fear, her tone full of mockery. "You are struggling." As soon as she finished speaking, his pupils widened in terror. She casually raised her hand, and without even looking, accurately thrust the sonic cannon into Siren. His face twisted from taking the full brunt of the attack. Watching Siren fall hard to the ground, she said excitedly, "That expression was really worth seeing." "You are wondering why that woman could use high-grade magic, aren't you?" That was right. The Parrot Thief Gang was formed from orphan children. Sound mages needed to dedicate a lifetime to studying sound and mastering its use. Siren gritted his teeth, struggling to support his aching body as he got up. Did they have time to learn such high-grade magic? And just a moment before, Clay Maza's words seemed to echo. I do not like the sound of cannons, he affirmed resolutely in his mind. You say you dislike the magic you studied? A true mage would never say that. Corner of her mouth curled up again, but her voice grew colder. That is quite annoying. Why was even more irritating now? I can also use magic chains. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her mouth wide, slowly uttering the 4 words from Benji's scream. Siren frantically covered his ears with both hands, but it was useless. He could not see anything. His face was utterly shocked. Not only his sight and hearing but also his sense of touch were gone. Right then, Clay Maza's steady voice rang out. All your senses are paralyzed, aren't they? She looked down at Siren from above arrogantly, appraising him like prey when she heard Benji's scream. Clay Maza finished speaking and let out a soft sigh. Can you hear me? If I fire a sonic cannon at this close range, your brain functions will stop, won't they? Siren furrowed his brows tightly, silently making a decision. He could not feel anything. The only way left was... Clay Maza slowly approached him. Then she leaned in and whispered softly, Farewell, Siren. As if startled by something, he instinctively turned his head to look. This feeling, the soul realm? The light emanating from Siren made Clay Maza's eyes wide in shock. The next second, she was thrown backward by the wave of his rage. One of her hands grabbed the edge of a table to steady herself, her expression full of astonishment. All his senses should be paralyzed, shouldn't they? Did he use it instinctively? A surge of red energy quickly gathered in Siren's palm. Without any hesitation, he hurled it toward Clay Maza. Watching the red beam streak past her, she could not help but be surprised. A laser? She grabbed a corner of the table, decisively flipping it over to use as a shield. While hiding behind it, she cursed inwardly. That bastard, he is using laser magic, like a radar, to find my position. But Benji's scream was still active. Surely his senses were still paralyzed. Clay Maza had just poked his head out to observe when he froze upon catching Siren's gaze. Her eyebrows immediately furrowed just a moment ago. Massage suddenly snapped awake as the laser swept past, realizing the problem. He had cut off Benji's scream. He had just figured it out when Siren on the other side fired a shot that pierced through the roof. On the other side, Ami used her acceleration skill while cursing under her breath. Those bastards probably did not know the true value of mana bullets. Her petite body weaved through the rain of gunfire. A series of powerful attacks rained down, ravaging the ground. Ami ducked into a corner, covering her face with her cloak to avoid the thick smoke. She told herself once more, they definitely could not keep firing 300 mana bullets per minute like this forever. The gun barrel that had just fired was still emitting smoke. A group of unfamiliar faces simultaneously retreated behind the nearby tree trunks. They looked around warily, ears pricked to catch even the slightest sound. Ami gently waved her hand, levitating a stone into the air. She pursed her lips and breathed softly to focus her mind, tracking the trajectory of the mana bullets. The images of the hat-wearing men were clear in Ami's eyes through the semi-snipe mode. Immediately after, a lotus-shaped beam swept through like a radar, capturing all their positions. She quickly identified the first target. Got it. Flames instantly engulfed the floating stone beside Ami. She gently exhaled, activating the concealed flame skill. The stone shot through the forest at a dizzying speed, piercing through the layers of leaves, charging straight forward with immense force. At this moment, the man hiding behind the tree trunk still did not realize the approaching danger. Before he could react, he was hit and perished instantly. Very quickly, someone pinpointed the location and ordered to open fire, southwest 5 degrees. A loud explosion shook the entire forest, smoke and dust choking the air. At that moment, from another direction, another firestone came flying in. The exposed hat-wearing man became an unlucky target. Seeing their comrade fall, the rest panicked. The sniper's position had changed. One man shouted in panic, the enemy has memorized every position we fired from. The entire forest was submerged in a sea of fire. Survival instinct made even the toughest tremble with fear. Where the hell were they? Ignoring the shouts, Ami calmly raised her hand. Fire barrages rained down from all sides, incinerating the mercenary squad. The space was quickly swallowed by flames. They could only scream in despair from the intense heat. From the midst of the blazing inferno, Ami stepped out with a calm expression. She stared straight at Freeman with a murderous gaze. Your subordinates were just wiped out, and you do not care. You are truly cold-blooded. Or are you afraid, vice leader of the Parrot Bandit gang, Agato Freeman? On the other side of the fire sea, he only silently raised his eyes, carefully observing his opponent again. Then he spoke leisurely. Because I hate battles, so you can say I'm afraid if you like. Ami was stunned by that statement. What the hell was he talking about? Though bewildered, she remained on guard, watching her opponent. Was he playing psychological games? At that moment, a fragment of memory flashed through Freeman's mind. The harsh words of cruel children echoed. Coward, coward. Freeman is a coward. If you make him cry, Clay Maza will come to save him. Back then, he was just a scrawny 12-year-old boy who could do nothing but cry and beg, stop it. Freeman also ran home amidst the taunts behind him. Hurry, go tell your sister about us. Then she'll come play with us. Crying, he tried to climb the window frame but slipped. He fell flat on the ground. Suddenly, a playful voice came from above. Did you get beaten up again? It was, with a gentle face, laughing and teasing. Coward Freeman. The brief memory faded, pulling him back to reality. I need to move on. Ami did not expect Freeman to be the one to propose a truce. What? His flat voice continued. I worry about the leader. Why don't we stop here? Startled by his words, she blurted back, you say that when your subordinates are all dead. In her heart, she still could not understand her opponent's thoughts. Why worry about the leader but not the subordinates? Ami continued her assessment. I guess your leader isn't that strong either, right? Freeman replied with a sharp gaze, as if stating a firm truth. That brat will die by the leader's hand. However, Claymaza could surely not be defeated. Even hearing that confident claim, Ami did not see it as a serious matter. Has he gone mad? He continued to persuade. Aren't you worried about your boyfriend? Hearing that, she immediately shifted to a defensive stance. You should worry about yourself first. Ami's eyes were now full of confidence, the corner of her mouth curling into a taunt. I'm much stronger than him. He doesn't even dare to ask me out. Seeing his opponent had no intention of stopping, Freeman also entered a combat state. So you are in the same boat. I understand. Soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished before Emi's eyes. Wait, what did you just say? At that very moment, instinct urged her to turn her head. This allowed her to barely dodge Freeman's unexpected kick. Before his opponent could regain her composure, he immediately launched a second strike. Emi dodged quickly but was still astonished. What? Close combat? I thought he would fight from a distance. Amidst the relentless attacks, she also seized a chance to unleash her technique. Do you really think that move will succeed? Freeman did not bother to say more. Directly pulling the trigger, the air around Emi was instantly blasted apart, neutralizing her magic. He was forced to leap back to create distance. He detonated the segments of air beside me to interrupt the spell. He's very experienced. But the very next second, Freeman closed in and delivered a straight kick toward Ami. The attack was so swift that she had to focus all her energy to dodge it by a hair's breadth. Not stopping there, he seemed to be exhausting every effort to end the battle in the shortest time possible. Successive techniques kept coming, forcing Ami to struggle to defend. At this point, she could not help but be amazed by her opponent's strength. Damn it, he should be a shooter, Ami quietly assessed, but he does have real close combat skills. Now she began planning a counterattack. If that's the case, the very next second, Ami built momentum and swung a flame forward, causing Freeman to show a hint of surprise. He erected a defense while keeping his gun raised. Is she trying to keep her distance? In the blink of an eye, Freeman immediately counterattacked with a fierce shot that engulfed the entire space. Just then, something fell from above, catching his attention. Directly above Freeman, dozens of fireballs descended simultaneously. Ami was now attacking continuously from above. How about this, huh? Facing that fierce scene, he showed no sign of panic. Freeman's gaze shifted slightly, and his body immediately moved nimbly to execute a dodge technique. The fireballs fell like endless rain, but Freeman's evasion speed was equally impressive. He dodged left and right so quickly that it left behind faint afterimages. Ami did not expect the enemy to be this strong. Eye of truth. Damn it. Having just dodged the final blow, Freeman immediately reloaded to prepare for a counterattack. However, when he looked back, the enemy was no longer in their original spot. Freeman carefully observed his surroundings. She was hiding. Ami had now withdrawn from the danger zone and calmly analyzed the situation. Damn it, he really was strong. If neither close combat nor ranged combat worked, then she just needed to hit him, even if it stung her pride a bit. She began to shift her stance, drawing in a breath of air. She needed to make it so fast that even the Eye of Truth could not see it. Right after, Ami loaded a small stone as a bullet inside, and the firepower erupted. The technique carried immense power, forcing her to focus all her concentration on creating an explosion with firepower, and using that to propel the bullet. Streams of calculations continuously flowed through her mind, but sound would be the problem. A false support based on sensation could react to attacks relying on sound. Energy bands were still radiating from the forming technique so that the bullet could reach its target before making a sound. It had to be faster than the speed of sound. After adequate preparation, Emi seized the opportunity. An attack faster than sound was unleashed with all her might. The bullet shot forward from behind, catching Freeman completely off guard. A violent explosion rang out, shaking the ground. Emi could not contain her surging joy. It was a success. He could not react in time. But in the very next moment, she was stunned by the scene before her eyes. What? As it turned out, Freeman was unharmed from that attack. He was now casting a cold glare towards the opponent. So that was where the person was. Emi was shocked. Had she missed? Without wasting a single second, Freeman immediately shifted his position. Emi was startled and became alert. He had already vanished. Gunshot suddenly exploded right before her eyes. Damn it. In her mind, Ami replayed everything that had just happened. She did not make a mistake. It should have hit. Every moment of the fight was carefully recalled by her. The image of the enemy's gun became clear in her mind. Magic resistance. She was sure his gun had a magic resistance enchantment on it. Magic resistance, a spell that blocks the magic area of an opponent. On the present battlefield, Ami continuously dodged the hail of bullets from the enemy while still trying to launch counterattacks. The two sides continued their fierce stalemate as she constantly instantly analyzed the situation. It was not very effective. It could only reach about 3%. However, even one minor error would make it vastly different. Freeman continuously pressed his opponent. A bullet grazed past him, but he paid it no mind. Ami fought while retreating deep into the forest to widen the distance. If she kept her distance, she could shoot him, but if she got close, there would be no hope of winning. The constant casting of spells and dodging had exhausted her nearly to the limit. What should she do? Her spiritual power was almost depleted. Just then, Freeman decided to use the ocean cutter. Alright, the sharpshooter mode will not be effective against me. He exuded a cold, killing intent and then rushed straight forward. The person should have stopped when he gave that hint. In that very moment, Ami immediately unleashed her final technique. A bullet suddenly shot out from behind, catching him completely unprepared. The time Freeman realized it, it was already too late. The bullet struck him directly, causing him to fall. What? How could this be? Ami's arrogant voice echoed across the battlefield. It is not the sharpshooter mode. Have you ever heard of the separation type? As things gradually settled down, Ami was able to calm her mind and recall what had just happened. Her remaining spiritual power was nearly zero. She had mustered the last bit of her strength to fire the flame sound. With a region of spiritual energy, remembering that final technique, she could not help but sigh in admiration. If until now she had been throwing stones, this time it was like holding a rock and directly using it to attack. Doing it this way, magic resistance with less than 3% error could not avoid it. Her body was completely exhausted, causing Ami to lose her footing and slump to the ground. In front of her lay Freeman, completely shot down. The life and death moment from earlier kept replaying in her mind. Of course, it was not even 100 meters away at the time, but that man should have given up while he had the chance, because he charged in to finish her, and she was able to counter-attack. The real battle ended. Freeman lay defeated, barely breathing on the cold ground. Ami tried to steady her trembling body. She felt as if she could collapse at any moment. Despite this, she recalled his words that the kid would die at the hands of the boss. But Clay Maza definitely could not lose. Thinking of her teammate, Ami's heart suddenly filled with unease. His words truly made her worried. That thought, she decided to go provide backup. She should go to Siren's location. Ami left without knowing that Freeman behind her was still barely alive. Now old fragments of memory about Clay Maza gradually surfaced in his mind. Freeman seemed to see again the image of her gently sharing a plump bunch of grapes, asking if he wanted some. Back then he was only 12 years old, his face full of shock as he asked her where she got the fruit. Did she steal it again? She only calmly answered with a teary look that of course she stole it. Would her father buy it for her? The two of them happily enjoyed the fruit together. As long as she did not get beaten, that was good enough. Hearing this, Freeman could not help but feel pained, because there was nothing at all since her foster father did not give her anything. The image of the empty and poor room continuously appeared in his mind. That was the reason she often stole food. The scene of Clay Maza being abused also appeared clearly in his memory. But even those things could be taken away by her foster father, and she would be severely beaten. Often saved money to buy gifts for Clay Maza, even knowing they would also be taken away. An exquisite compact mirror was cherished in Clay Maza's hands. She asked again, "Did you buy this thing?" She accepted the gift happily, but still did not forget to tease. "For a poor kid like you, what do you need a hand mirror for?" Freeman quickly retorted, "Why not need one? A girl needs to have one." Hearing that, Clay Maza only curled her lips in self-mockery. "Do I look like a girl to you? Hey, do you like me?" The response was only a long silence. She turned away abruptly as if unable to believe what she had just said. On the opposite side, Freeman's face was now as red as a tomato. "Is it really true?" "No other way. Masai had to speak bluntly that, but I do not like you." Hearing that, he cried his heart out in pain. It really hurt. The intertwined streams of thought and memory surged endlessly. Why did that man hit someone as beautiful as Clay Maza? For the kids in our place, getting hit was normal, and I thought it was the same. But the stream of memory gradually faded. The last image remaining was Clay Maza's naive face. That is not a normal way of discipline. By the time I realized that, it was already too late. Returning to reality, Freeman breathed his last with eyes full of regret. Far from me, I should have protected her. Meanwhile, in a cold castle, Emil walked heavily from afar step by step. When she stepped inside, contrary to the chaos of the battlefield, what awaited her was only an infuriating silence. Not only that, the scene before her made Ami freeze even more. In the distance, someone was lying in a pool of blood, pitiful to the utmost. Before Ami's eyes was a heartbreaking scene. Tess was sobbing uncontrollably, crying loudly. On the cold ground, she fell to her knees in pain, tightly holding Ryan. Going back 30 minutes before Ami appeared, Tessa's group's battle had entered a tense phase. She continuously unleashed attacks aimed at Pankoa, but he nimbly dodged them. At the same time, he swung his greatsword forcefully to counterattack. The sharp blade tore through the air, flying through the sky as if wanting to directly finish off the opponent. Tess immediately sprang backward to evade. Pankoa did not give her even a moment's rest, continuously pressuring her with heavy techniques, forcing Tess to struggle to defend. She quickly retreated deeper to widen died in the distance, her mind constantly calculating. He is not only strong, his skills are also very precise and extremely polished. On the opposite side, Pankoa, filled with killing intent, stepped forward like a demon of doom, seemingly confirming Tess's thought. So this is the skill of a parrot mercenary. It is on an entirely different level. The perilous situation made her heart as tense as a bowstring. What should we do? At that very moment, a sound from behind made them both turn around. Ryan propped himself up from the rubble. Exactly. He slowly entered the battle. It turned out that was their true strength. Tess was overjoyed to see her comrade still standing, while Pankoa could not hide his surprise at that recovery speed. How could that be? His face showed clear shock. Someone who took a full attack to a vital spot could still get up. Tess raised her sword into a defensive stance but still did not forget to ask Hendrian, "Are you okay?" He seemed choked up looking at the opponent, then replied, "I can endure it." More importantly, Tess. At that moment, Rian's eyes blazed with fierce determination. He said, "You attack, I will hold him back." Hearing the plan, Tess immediately vehemently objected. "No way, that man is too strong for you." Ryan calmly replied, "If I cannot do it, then I will just die." She did not expect her comrade to choose the path of sacrifice. "What?" Rian advised in a deep voice, his tone completely firm. "Tess, we are not fighting to survive, but to win." Tess listened to every word as if weighed heavily on her heart. "If you defend, who will attack? That method cannot win, and we will both die." As soon as he finished speaking, Rian immediately entered a combat state. The image of the instructor briefly flashed in his mind, giving him extra motivation. "Have you forgotten the instructor's lesson? To win, sometimes you must sacrifice an arm." Those words completely shook Tess. Memories of comrades and past battles flooded back into her mind, filled with faith. At that moment, Tess seemed to have made up her mind, her hand tightening on the sword. Understood. She pointed her powerful sword at the enemy, while urging Rian, "Do not die, Rian." On the other side, Pankoa did not wait another second, pulling his greatsword with impatience. "Do not make me laugh." He raised his weapon and slashed straight down. "When you die, the rest will be easy to deal with." But at that very moment, Pankoa suddenly noticed something unusual. What the hell? Facing the fierce slash, Tess stood firm, not dodging at all. "You are not going to dodge?" Suddenly, Rian rushed out from the side, deflecting Pankoa's greatsword. He did not hesitate, immediately unleashing the next attack. "Fine, then I will kill this one first." Speed was too fast for Rian to defend. 5 of Pankoa's punches landed consecutively on his body. Right at that moment, a sharp sword came from the side. Pankoa, busy pressuring Rian, was cut off by this blade. Tess immediately seized the opportunity, continuing the relentless pursuit. From behind, Rian also managed to close in, holding the opponent tight to block any counterattack. "You bastards." Pankoa struggled but could not move. "What kind of strength is this?" At that moment, Rian shouted loudly towards Tess. As if receiving an order, Tess poured all her spirit into the finishing blow while his voice still echoed in her ear, "Stab him." The next second, she carried a fierce rage, charging straight forward. Rian crashed into Pankoa from behind, his hands gripping the man's shoulders tightly. Pankoa spitefully stomped hard on Rian's foot in retaliation. "Bastard." He struggled to break free from the pincer hold. "Let me go." Rian gritted his teeth, breathing heavily, straining with all his might to maintain the position. This is... Ryan's arm strength suddenly surged in an instant. Ryan's eyes rolled back from the exertion, a twisted smile spreading across his face. Something called imaginary strength. Pankoa screamed in pain, looking at Ryan with frantic eyes when suddenly Rian shouted, "Tess." Ryan signaled for her to stab. Tess frowned, her face intensely focused. 2 streams of cold air escaped from the corners of Tess's mouth. She had assumed a combat stance. Her sword pointed straight at the target. Tess spread her legs to gain momentum as she lunged forward, thinking to herself that if she stabbed too shallow, he might not fall. Tess's eyes widened, her gaze sharp and cold, but if she stabbed too deep, she might hit Ryan. Tess's hand slightly loosened its grip on the sword for a moment, but then she quickly tightened it again, power seeming to spiral into the weapon in her hand. Tess sprang forward, the stone floor beneath her feet shattering into pieces. She thought she would lose the opportunity Ryan had created. The distance between Tess's sword and Pankoa grew shorter and shorter. Tess stared intently at the target, the sharp tip of the sword flashing right before Pankoa's eyes. The sword tip unintentionally aimed between Pankoa's gaping front teeth, sweat streaming down his face. At this moment, Pankoa could only see the image of the weapon aimed straight at him. Tess had delivered a fatal thrust into Pankoa's epigastric region. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth. Tess's gaze was strained, her forehead etched with fierce lines. Then she swung her sword back forcefully, finishing Pankoa with a long slash, blood pouring from the wound. She told herself to believe in herself, the person Ryan also trusted. Blood kept spurting from Pankoa's mouth, his expression numb and desperate. He tried to deny it, unwilling to be defeated by ordinary brats. Pankoa's memories surfaced, the air red as burning fire, rows of dense soldiers, a purple flag with a coat of arms fluttering. Kalash Han held a sword, loudly threatening in the name of the Iron Kingdom to destroy the leaders of the foreign nations. Pankoa affirmed he had found that brat suspicious from the start. He was the traitor. Kalash Han's blue gem earring swayed. He shouted, asking to be accepted into the family. In the tavern, Kalash Han stood on on the table, raising a glass of beer and shouting loudly, "I, a senator of the Iron Kingdom, declare myself family with the Parrot Mercenary Company." The self-introduction rang out, "I am Han, a senator of the Iron Kingdom." He continued, "This raid gathering will be the foundation for the Iron Kingdom's development." The people below cheered in response. One day before the raid, at the base of the Parrot Mercenary Company, one person reminded about tomorrow's mission. Another laughed and said not to drink too much. During the farewell feast, Ryo sat at the same table as Pankoa, sighing and asking if what that nobleman said was true. Pankoa glanced upstairs, where Han was gathered talking with two other people. Ryo continued questioning the great significance of the battle. Upstairs, Han chatted with Maza. He smiled, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Pankoa slowly replied, saying, "Your stupid mind cannot understand. It is just another bloody battle." Han gently reached out and touched Maza's hand resting on the railing. Ryo asked further, "But you are smart, surely you understand better, right?" Pankoa did not answer, got up and left. Ryo sat stunned and called after him, but Pankoa ignored him. He was lost in thought, wondering if these new money bastards were worthy of being family with a nobleman. Pankoa was irritated, unwilling to sell himself to someone like Han, who at that moment was gently holding Maza's hand. Returning to reality, the bricks soaked in Pankoa's blood, he lay sprawled on the cold floor. What was left now? Pankoa breathed heavily, holding on to the last bit of life. He regretted running away. He should have died that day. Suddenly, Pankoa's eyes bulged. He gritted his teeth, silently uttering the name Maza. Pankoa could almost see Maza appearing, the smell of knees wrapped right beside him. Ryan was also in deep shock, lying collapsed in a pool of blood. Tess dropped her sword, rushing towards him. Tess held Ryan in her arms, sobbing, apologizing and saying if only she had better technique. Tess's bloodstain gently tightened on Ryan's chest. Suddenly, from a distance, Emmy ran like the wind towards the two of them. Ami was horrified at Ryan's condition, asked what happened. Tess tensely bandaged Ryan. They could not beat that man. Ryan told her to stab him. Hearing that, Ami quickly turned around as if looking for something, and then she saw Ami's bandages lying beside her. Tess choked up, "It is all my fault." Tess cried until she gritted her teeth. In extreme pain, Ryan ended up like this because of me. Ryan suddenly spoke. "Hey everyone." He opened his eyes, smiled at Tess. "I am so glad you are safe." Tess was startled, unable to hold back. She called out loudly, "Ryan." Ryan raised his hand to wipe the tears from Tess's face. "Do not cry. If you had stabbed a little shallower, we would have lost to him." His voice trembled. He tried to force a smile. "You did well. You truly are the strongest swordsman." As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan coughed dryly, his hand clutching his chest tightly. Ami and Tess worked together to help Ryan up. Seeing his unstable complexion, Ami worriedly told him to rest. Tess looked concerned. "I heard something explode nearby." Brienne suddenly spoke up. "I am worried about Siren." Amalix looked at Ryan, nodding slightly in agreement. The building in front of them suddenly exploded, dust and rocks flying everywhere. The building on the other side continued to be detonated. Siren swooped down from the sky, his landing trajectory forming a dazzling yellow lightning bolt. Ami quickly ran towards him. "Siren!" Siren immediately shouted to stop her. "Do not come, that is sound magic." Ami stopped immediately. From atop a high cliff, a person silently observed everything. "Damn it, so all of that person's real friends have arrived." Maza stood amidst the rubble of the just exploded building, smoke billowing thickly. "Do not tell me they have already lost, you idiots." Suddenly, Masava's eyes stopped on something that made her widen them in shock. She saw in the distance the light of Pankoa lying alone on the ground. Her expression turned cold. Utterly unmoved, she stepped over it. "You finally died on the battlefield, so I will take back the title of traitor for you." Ami noticed someone missing and asked, "Siren, where is Zuna?" She was horrified, not believing the thought that had just flashed through her mind. "Do not tell me." Siren did not answer, tacitly confirming it. He questioned Maza. "Do you know what you have done? Killing an innocent civilian unrelated to the battle. You have crossed the line, you know that? You say I abandoned my friends and was lost in a twisted sense of justice. Do you still think that? I believed my friends would win and return, and they fought because they trusted me." Maza interrupted. "You were wrong." Siren replied, "Perhaps, but..." Someone was running urgently, the sound of footsteps echoing throughout the corridor. It was Zuna, the girl holding her chest as she ran forward. Maza's voice rang out. "What if..." At that moment, Zuna reached out and opened the window, directly facing Siren's shocked face below. Ami and Siren were dumbfounded to see the girl appear. Siren could not believe his eyes. "Zuna?" He was extremely bewildered, still alive. Zuna stood on the windowsill, shielding her eyes from the outside light. Siren was still in shock, his face darkening. Maza suddenly called out softly, "So then, Siren." She raised her hand to her face, her expression filled with excitement. "If you are truly so righteous, you would forgive your own sister, would you not?" A memory fragment surfaced, Masava holding a ring with a sparkling blue diamond in her hand. Freeman spoke up, his voice uncertain. This job, I have a bad feeling about it. Are we really okay with this? Seeing Claymaza mesmerized by the ring, Freeman called out again, Claymaza. Asava snapped her fingers, the ring spinning behind her back. It could be a trap. The ring landed on the wooden floor. Claymaza's words continued. The problem is there is no escape route. Kalashhan is a customer so regular he is like our lifeline. If we break the contract, he will not leave us alone. If there is any problem, retreat immediately. We will also abandon this base. Secretly inform the vice leader. Tell them absolutely not to leak any information outside, understand? Claymaza noticed something unusual. The sudden remark made Freeman look up slightly. That girl was so hard to read. Panko had left the tavern at some point, his hands stuffed in his pockets, his cheeks flushed red from the alcohol. Zuna called out from inside the building, her voice stammering, Big Brother Siren. Tess and Ryan were both stunned, tensely looking towards Zuna. Her voice echoed more clearly. My brother, my big brother. Siren frowned deeply, his bright pupils still fixed on Zuna. Zuna screamed in extreme panic, where are you? Ami spoke softly, breaking the silent atmosphere. I already checked with my senses, she is a real human. Siren gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like a shower. He struggled to rummage through his memories. The image of that woman's scheming smile appeared. Beside him was an ajar door. On the bed the faint outline of a girl's legs could be seen. In the recollection, Siren warily looked at those legs, silently blaming himself for not checking more thoroughly. Siren clenched his fist, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Fearing Zuna's body would be caught in the magic, he didn't even dare to approach where she lay. A silent doubtly surrounded Siren's mind. So why did that person pretend that Zuna was dead? Seeing the opponent had no reaction, Claymaza asked, What is it? She sneered, spreading her arms wide to catch the wind. Just as you wished. I did not harm the hostage, yet you still cannot forgive me? Siren still stood looking at Claymaza, his face full of guilt making her gradually lose patience. If you truly want it that way. The woman lightly raised her hand, gently opening her palm forward. Then she flipped her hand over. You can kill me as well. Siren was shaken, pursed his lips tightly, his expression full of shock. His gaze was cold and empty, fine wrinkles visible around his eyes from stress. His mind was in turmoil. Who in the world was she? From above, the woman lowered her gaze, still wearing that dangerous half-smile. The memory passed briefly, the ceiling fan with an integrated light illuminating the room. Siren's voice rang out. What about Claymaza's parents? Claymaza immediately replied. They were mercenaries, the scum of humanity. When they drank, they would beat me within an inch of my life. She sipped the wine in her hand. I never even dared to think of resisting. One day, thinking I was about to die, I said this. After speaking, the woman tightly shut her eyes, the lipstick stain on the rim of her glass after she finished drinking. Just kill me as well. Returning to the present, Siren was confused. The spell was uttered to end the foster father's abuse. So why did she use that same terrible spell on him? Was she trying to say that he himself was torturing her? Trio of Tess, Ami, and Rian stood silently, their eyes full of vigilance. Two of them were already in a stance ready to counterattack. Claymaza stood submerged in the night, her arms spreading wider and wider into grotesque posture. Siren was still lost in thought. His Ryan, Claymaza, the one who had given him the answer a few days ago, had she disappeared, or had she never existed? Siren suddenly grew angry, but his gaze did not leave Claymaza. Pleading for my forgiveness is useless. Beg for forgiveness from the hostage and their family, then I will stop as well. The woman let out a faint laugh. How ridiculous. She suddenly reached her hand forward. A surge of power was released. Why is it that this arrogance of yours wasn't in my predictions? Not even a little bit. Claymaza's power quickly pushed Siren backward. Just as I thought, if she wants to fight to the end, then, at that moment, a harsh force struck. The initial surge of power gradually shifted into the form of jagged lightning bolts. The energy source seemed to be mockingly amplified. Siren was literally blown away. Siren slid across the ground, screaming miserably in pain. Tesla shouted in worry, Siren. Then Tess suddenly realized Siren's movement just now was strange. Ami too, she gaped. It is not just strange. Ami's red eyes opened wide. Siren had intended to use instantaneous teleport. The image of the close combat earlier replayed. Siren's magic formed a shimmering blue streak. It was all pulled back toward Claymaza. Ami continued. But at that exact moment, Siren's magic was absorbed by that woman. Siren propped his hand on the ground, his other hand resting on his knee for support. He was nearly exhausted, continuously gasping for breath. Siren was in a state of extreme panic, hot breath spreading across his face. Something was wrong. Ami stammered as she spoke, as if she herself could not believe the thought that just flashed through her mind. A trembling voice rose. Could it be Siren, the instantaneous teleportation? The shock made Ami blurt out, cannot be used anymore. Siren stared blankly into his own palm. Why? Siren bitterly questioned himself. Why can it not be used? Surge of rage rising, Siren stopped, letting out a heavy breath. Facing him, Claymaza still stood there, continuing to maintain her destructive power stream. Siren clenched his fist and then punched hard into the ground. Cracks immediately appeared, the magic from his punch flowing down into the stone floor, causing the fissures to spread at a terrifying speed. In a blink, the surrounding stone floor shook and then exploded into fragments. Taking advantage of the moment Claymaza's power paused, Siren dashed forward like a blade, trying to get close to her. He told himself, alright, at least he could still use other magic. Siren endured the spell, gritting his teeth as he prepared to charge forward to attack. Her face showed no flinch, tilting her head with a smile still on her lips. Oh my, how am I supposed to thank you? Siren unleashed all his power straight at him. Suddenly, an illusion of Claymaza appeared, stepping lightly through the fine dust, kicking stones beneath her feet. Her illusion smiled, standing behind Siren while he still held his posture with his hand reaching forward. The illusion approached, gently spreading her hand. You have had far too much anyway. She, somehow already in front of Siren, sucked his magic stream into her orb. Losing a little bit of this should be fine, right? Siren was startled by the current situation. Siren's magic still shot forward toward Claymaza. She made no move to resist, just stood there waiting for it to get close. Then suddenly the magic stream dissolved when it was just a small distance from his face. Falling weakly to the ground, fear surged across Tess and Amy's faces. Tess cried out in horror, "What is that? The deputy headmaster's magic has vanished." Siren stood frozen like a statue in place. He spoke, having good foster parents, being raised in a good environment, and then entering a prestigious environment to learn such outstanding magic. Claymaza placed her hand on her hip. The world must always be so beautiful, and you must have seen yourself as the main character. She opened her hand again, an innocent rich kid like you wanting to change the entire world. He made the specks of light revolve around him when stripped of everything. Can you still think that way? Ami reacted quickly. She screamed in terror, "Siren, get down." Claymaza's specks of light tore through the wind as they shot forward, like meteors falling at the speed of light. Tess and Ryan ran away in shock, dodging the explosions from the impacts. He laughed loudly with delight. She seemed insane, her eyes flashing with a sharp blue light. "Truly wonderful, your magic." Explosions rang out in succession. Emmy took cover under a large rock for shelter. She held her head tightly, avoiding the tremors hitting right next to where she lay. Emmy looked over at Siren. He was sprawled out on the stone floor. She shouted in panic, "Siren." Siren still lay motionless, letting the impacts get closer and closer to him. Claymaza shouted into the distance, "You must be very curious why I was able to learn high-level magic." Siren was not unconscious. He heard every confession from Claymaza. "I stole it." She raised her hand to support the magic orb, "because since childhood I could never have anything." He sneered with mockery. "But don't be too heartbroken, Siren. It's only a few types of magic." Siren could not believe his ears. She had stolen his magic. He clung tightly to the ground, unable to use it anymore. Instant teleport, savage, deputy headmaster's magic. Everything could no longer combine into a whole, into omnipotence. He stood calmly amidst the long trails of movement left by the small magic orb. "You are smart." He directed the magic streams to attack directly at the spot where Siren was hiding. She screamed in fury, "Just start learning from beginning." Siren held his head tightly, trying to protect himself from the aftershocks. He added a few more devastating remarks, crushing all of Siren's efforts. Of course, the magic that was stolen could never be used again. He still lay there clutching his hair, his teeth clenched in unwillingness. Emmy clenched her fist. A few tears fell to the floor. Just a few types of magic. Emmy's face was filled with indignation. The magic Siren had learned was his entire life. Piece by piece, the memories of training fell away. All of Siren's hardships resurfaced in the minds of Emmy and Siren. The moment Siren poured all his strength into fighting came flooding back. His expression grew heavier, and Amy's tears kept streaming down without stop. Siren's eyes were empty, staring upward, and his voice still echoed in Amy's mind. Siren told himself that his magic was the crystallization of much thought, an insight at the boundary of life and death. Tess Varian tried to hold on behind the rock, but it seemed she had reached her limit and could not last any longer. Siren thought bitterly the magic he had just conceived in despair had been taken so easily. Could he not use it again? Suddenly water appeared, enveloping his fingers. He mocked himself for being so naive. In an instant, Siren's entire body began to sink into the water. His train of thought continued. Had he always been so arrogant? Suddenly, a loud call cut through, startling Siren awake, and his eyes flew open. Emmy stood not far away, gripping a rock crevice, and reminded him, "Wake up, do not give up." She shouted as if pouring out her life, tears welling in her eyes. "This is the external rule. Remember the lesson." Siren seemed to snap awake. The external rule. Siren rolled his eyes back, the water level rising past half his face. What was the external rule? But Siren let his whole body drift in the water, his attitude one of surrender, to remember it only now. "I have already." His hands groped forward, trying to hold on to the last bit of clarity. No focus, remember. Siren sank completely into the cool water when suddenly a uniform coat appeared behind him, pulling his thoughts back to that day's lesson. Siren remembered the past. At this moment he was sitting upright before his desk. In the lesson, Sina wrote the title, the scratching sound of chalk echoing. This lesson was truly special. She stopped writing and turned to the class. "Today we will learn about what is called the external rule." Sina cheerfully prompted, "Try to think, what if I were not a teacher? How would that be?" Words mixed with the prolonged laughter of the students. "What do you think?" A rather difficult question. Siren looked around dazedly, saw Ned still half asleep, creating a three-dimensional spiritual ring, and also saw himself anxiously reminding, "Class has started, Ned. Past and present interwove. Memories thought forgotten now were vividly alive. He suddenly realized he had heard this lecture before. Sina began explaining from the simplest point. People often do not perceive negation. The more you are told not to think of it, the more it appears in your mind. This is especially true when I am your teacher. That fact becomes a belief, and denying it seems impossible. Magic, you see, the omniscience you perceive is the truth, and omnipotence has manifested. When the two combine, it is activated. She paused for a moment, then suddenly erased the image representing omniscience. But what if? Siren listened intently, something lighting up in his mind. Sina led the class toward the hypothesis of inverted perception. What of a person who believes a lie 100%? And if that mage combines false omniscience with omnipotence, what would happen? She came before the students, emphasizing seriously and giving an example. From now on, whoever considers me a teacher will be doomed. The class immediately buzzed. Really, teacher? Voices of discontented protest rose. Impossible, not convincing enough to serve as omniscience. Sina smiled contentedly. Of course it is not logical. Even if destroyed, it is still magic. To eliminate someone, you must pay a heavy price, because you cannot violate the law of equivalent exchange. She added, not only the user, but also the opponent must completely believe in the false omniscience for it to succeed. The class breathed a sigh of relief. Then it is impossible to trap a mage, right? That reassurance did not last long as Sina lowered her voice. That is why anomalies create control techniques and rules to disrupt your perception defenses, and you would not even realize you had been trapped. Seeing the confused looks of her students, she kindly explained further. Let me show you an example. The first rule. The students here could not regard her as not being a teacher. That was correct, was it not? She was indeed a teacher. He asked AK to patiently wait for the entire class to memorize this information before calmly continuing. The second rule. Anyone who thinks she is a teacher will fall in love with her. The third rule. Those who have fallen in love with her must obey her commands. The atmosphere gradually became tense, her face stern, her gentle voice turning icy. The fourth rule. Those who obey her commands will end themselves before her eyes. Silence blanketed the entire room. No one dared to breathe heavily. Sina smiled and turned back to the lecture. So does this example sound a bit excessive? But if you start with small, clear rules, it becomes easier to accept larger ones. Moreover, a deviant could erase even a shred of doubt. With omnipotence, they probe their opponents and sow confusion. They are precisely entities that use omniscience and omnipotence freely. She shrugged calmly. Of course, not everyone becomes a deviant. Sometimes, a person driven mad by a crisis ends up like this. The example she just introduced was the ruled transformation of a real person. She could not reveal the details, but that person was infamous and had claimed countless lives. Siren was stunned by what he just heard. Impossible? What about the law of equivalent exchange? He himself in the past had also wondered, teacher, how do you eliminate a person while bypassing the law of equivalent exchange? Sina nodded with interest and answered in detail. As expected, student Siren. A very sharp question. Normally mages use mental energy as the price, but a deviant cannot do that. To balance the scales of the law of equivalent exchange, a deviant places a price on the other side. She wrote the main points on the board for the class to visualize easily. This deviant will set a price to eliminate a person. A self-destructive price so severe it could be equivalent to taking a life. Siren was dumbfounded, sweat pouring down his face as he heard Sina emphasize the self-destructive price. The scattered clues gradually connected with each other. The surrounding scenery faded, all sounds seemed to muffle, leaving only two words, the price. Siren suddenly woke up from his daze. Now I understand. He left the classroom space to sink into another realm of memory. If Clay Maza was a deviant, then from the very beginning, I was already within her rules. Siren arranged each puzzle piece, the full picture gradually revealing itself, perhaps starting from this moment. He reached out his hand, wanting to use what Sina said to shed light on every dark corner. Rule 1. Anyone who hears my story cannot hate me. Siren felt he was very close to the truth. Rule 2. A person who does not hate me cannot eliminate me, even if they hear the words, come here and take my life. Rule 3. I can steal the magic of a person who cannot finish me. I can take it. He summarized everything and came to a conclusion. The price is, before an opponent, place yourself in an undefended state. Recalling Clay Maza's leisurely tone as she spread her arms in invitation, Siren had no doubt that if he had attacked then, Clay Maza might have died right there. So that was the reason she showed him Zuna was still alive, to make the attacker hesitate when striking an undefended person. That was the reason. Returning to reality, the ground was now thoroughly trampled. Tommy collapsed from exhaustion on one side, unmoving. Both Tess and Ryan could no longer move either. Massage ruthlessly swung her hand, intending to deliver a finishing blow, but a cold voice stopped her. Now I understand. Clay Maza halted all actions, glancing around warily. That voice rang out steadily. What kind of person are you? Tommy recognized the familiar sound and called out worriedly, Siren. Rian and Tess also strained with all their might to look toward Siren. A figure slowly stood up from amidst the rubble. Siren locked onto the target with his star-bright eyes, declaring with full confidence he would have to destroy that thought of his. Massage unceremoniously sneered, "Just knowing the secrets of a deviant gives you no power." She watched him miserably coughing up blood, barely able to stand, then showed contempt. "You have lost all your power, haven't you?" Ami interjected indignantly, "You cannot steal magic that easily. If it could be stolen so easily, then it can be retrieved even more easily. That is the law of equivalent value." She shouted as if to reassure herself there must be some limitation. But Claymaza just laughed bluntly. "Should I tell you? If you want to get your magic back, then you have to catch me." Emmy thought she heard wrong, incredulously blurted out, "What?" Claymaza laughed at her pain. "I think this little sister's test is a bit too hard. It is no longer fun." Emmy felt uncomfortable but could not deny it. "That is true. The link is a limit many deviants use. But is it really the truth?" Massage rolled her eyes in thought, then pretended to ponder. "Ah yes. Hope is something that makes this world more beautiful." She dragged out her sarcastic tone, even though it might just be a false hope. As soon as she finished speaking, Claymaza directed a magic sphere straight at Siren, but she suddenly froze because she sensed danger from another direction. Claymaza immediately sidestepped, just barely dodging the lethal blow. It was a powerful strike from Ami. Tess and Ryan also seized the moment to charge in, making Claymaza even more excited. "Truly, shouldn't we resist more?" She concentrated energy with both hands. Each side unleashed a blow, blasting away anyone who dared approach. Tess and Ryan were covered in injuries, but still tried to hold on to clear a path for Siren. Masej realized that intention and quickly changed targets. Siren also began to act, instantly springing forward. Claymaza was astonished by his stubborn attitude. "Most others would have already run away. Why do you keep chasing us?" Siren continued his swift dash. Within his strong shout seemed to hide a complex emotion. "Because I have found it. What you used as the price for this magic." Tears streamed down his face as he earnestly continued. "How great must the pain contained within it be?" Massage curled her lips, her whole body trembling with excitement. "You truly are an interesting boy." At the same time, in another corner of the forest, Freeman vaguely opened his eyes after a long period of unconsciousness. He tried to suppress the pain, muttering incessantly, "Massage, massage cannot be defeated, never." Old memories came flooding back, under a vast blue sky filled with cheers. Massage. Many children gathered around praising a little girl. "The Claymaza faction has won again today. Claymaza is the best." Freeman dreamily let himself drift along the stream of memories. "Our village had a place where people who lost their homes in the war gathered. For us, education was a luxury, and many of our friends did not even have parents. We had no way to learn about the world, so we did not know that a friend being beaten by his father every day was wrong. We did not know. Till it happened one winter when we were 15 years old." Freeman, as usual, excitedly ran to find his friend Claymaza. "Let's go play." But for some reason, the closer he got to the house, the more ominous his premonition became. "The door is still open." Freeman timidly poked his head in to look, only to see Claymaza curled up in a corner, coughing hoarsely. He was immediately startled, hurriedly rushing over to ask, "Claymaza, did your father hit you again today? You are bleeding so much." Massage struggled to suppress her cough, answering with difficulty, "No, Freeman, today." Her eyes suddenly hardened, and her voice suddenly took on a sinister tone. "I stabbed my father." Freeman's face turned pale from the fright. He glanced fearfully at the large figure lying sprawled before him. Fear spreading through his body, Freeman decided to ask what had happened. Massage calmly recounted, "Today I said a sentence. It's not that a father can take a son's life, but that a son wouldn't mind if his father hugs him. And then this happened." Freeman couldn't listen any further, his eyes widening in horror. No way. The presence of the stinking corpse became disgustingly different. Just thinking about what had happened made Freeman feel sick. He grabbed Massage's hand and urged hastily, "Let's run. His friends might show up here." Two children left the decrepit house under Freeman's unending torment. How did I not know what that monster was thinking? Why didn't I notice him? How did I not know Claymaza was suffering? Why didn't I pay attention? That day's self swore under the setting sun, "From now on I'll protect you." But Claymaza didn't want to move forward with Freeman. She clearly drew the line, "I'm going alone from now on." Her firm attitude left him stunned. "Huh?" For the sake of their friendship, Claymaza softened her tone and advised, "You should go back to your parents." Freeman couldn't fathom this line of thought. "What are you saying? Do you think I'd leave you alone?" He tried to express his resolve, "I need to protect you." But the other person coldly replied, "To be honest, if you come with me, you'll just be a burden. You're weak and easily scared." Claymaza averted her eyes and stated coldly, "I don't like you." This old memory smoldered like an ember in Freeman's heart, burning him. But because of that persistence, Freeman never forgot the guiding principle of his life. He gained renewed strength. Back at the area where the Siren group fought, Tess kept using anti-gravity to bounce high. She tried to twist her body, barely managing to avoid the powerful attacks. In Claymaza's eyes, that effort was just like a child hopping around like a minnow. She shot out a stream of magical energy with terrifying pressure. This time Tess couldn't dodge in time. The wound quickly split open. forcing her to clench her teeth from the pain in her leg. Luckily, Rian was a step faster and escaped the severe injury. He took Tess's place and continued the assault, his sharp sword cutting through the air. Massage pretended to be generous and praised, "Your dodging is quite good," but his tone was full of mockery. "You're using your head more now." Ami saw that both her and Rian's attacks were useless and said helplessly, "Damn it." He collapsed onto the cold ground. Massage showed no mercy, decisively swinging his arm to create a massive explosion. Suddenly, a flash of green light pressed close to Sakura. Claymaza glanced upward with a look of great interest. Siren was already right in front of her without warning, catching her off guard as if he still had magic reserves. The distance between them kept shrinking. Siren's pupils blazed with sparks of electricity, a symbol of his burning will. But Massage simply took what he had, flight magic and wind blades. They were the last spells of an elite. She gazed contentedly at the spoils she had just harvested. "What will you do when you run out of mana? You did try your best after all." Only desolation remained all around, Massage brimming with smugness. "Is this truly the end?" But Siren's stubbornness made her laugh. "You're standing up again? Don't you remember?" With the mindset of someone certain of victory, Claymaza calmly reminded him, "An arrogant brat who doesn't know his place will never defeat me. Even at a disadvantage." Siren shook his head calmly. "You're the one who doesn't remember me." Light shimmered in his blue eyes as he confidently declared, "I will never give up." Massage fell silent in a moment of astonishment. Something had just flashed in her mind. The image of Freeman with a bloody head surfaced. Massage snapped back to reality, instinctively touching her forehead. "What is this?" Her hand instantly became wet. The sticky liquid, which should not have appeared, made her panic and wonder. Sweat. Finally, Claymaza became aware that her mental energy was draining. Could it be because of that brat's magic? She quickly realized the plan the opponent had meticulously prepared along the way here. He had been unleashing this magic freely, and she had been careless. In an instant, the situation reversed, and Claymaza hurriedly tried to retreat. "Damn it, I need to get out of here first." But Siren had anticipated this move too. He and his teammates charged forward, ignoring whether she would use teleportation. Sure enough, Claymaza's intention to escape vanished. There were so many obstacles in the deep forest. Only then did she realize in shock, that bastard used the wind blades from earlier to create obstacles for this moment? Siren achieved his goal, growing even more certain. Even if you can use the magic you stole, you still need experience to know all its uses. After all, you just received the teleportation spell. You will never be able to get past those dense obstacles. Now you only have one choice left. Just as he predicted, Massage was backed into a corner and frantically used chaos to create an escape route. Arian, Siren, and Rian were thrown far away by the shockwaves. But Massage herself also suffered severe backlash. She asked in bewilderment, "What is this?" Massage's entire body suddenly shook violently, her domain fluctuating wildly. She could no longer control her own actions. She could only angrily complain. "What magic are you using?" Answering Claymaza's doubt was the cold sound of a weapon cutting into flesh. She lowered her head, stunned to see that her thigh had been pierced through. It was an attack filled with determination from Tess. Then Tess decisively pulled out her sword, causing her opponent to collapse in panic. She wondered how a person's mind could be so shaken. Impossible, a mere 17-year-old girl like that. But her mind was that vast? In that moment, the opponent bitterly realized that useless young master was what she thought. That was something she truly could not snatch away. Bone-deep pain made her drag herself back in fear. Claymaza saw that nothing could stop her advance. Really? These kids intended to risk everything to rush toward me. Watching the opponent trudge forward, she screamed in the silence. "Do not come any closer. Do not look at me." The bracelet on Claymaza's hand suddenly flashed with a red light. Immediately, from the seam, specks of light shot violently down to the ground. Ami was horrified when she recognized those guys. I had already defeated him, but the hunters appeared densely before them. Freeman appeared, coldly declaring he would kill anyone who came near Claymaza. In shock, she suddenly remembered someone from years ago. That was right. This had happened before. Someone had truly once approached her. In the twilight that day, 12-year-old Claymaza coldly refused. "I do not like you." He was stunned in extreme pain. Tears streamed down Freeman's face. In the windy meadow, she indifferently told him that he did not understand her. Everyone has that instinct. Even parents and children living together their whole lives cannot understand each other. "I want to be understood just once, but no one has ever done it." The opponent turned and walked away, coldly saying farewell. "Take care, free boy." From behind came strange noises, creaking. She panicked and turned around, stunned to see Freeman repeatedly clawing at his own face. "What are you doing?" He held out a stone stained with fresh blood before her, his gaze dazed. "Look weak just because of this eyebrow." Freeman laughed and cried hysterically. "So, am I not weak anymore now? I will be stronger than anyone, so come with me." She shouted helplessly, "Are you deaf? I told you I do not like you. I will marry someone else and have children." He cried and begged, "I do not care. You do as you wish. I will follow you because I want to. I will never give up." The opponent stood frozen, helpless before that strange stubbornness. The urgent calls pulled her back to reality. Captain, Run, hurry up. In a fit of rage, Tess and Amy simultaneously declared the battle over, the loser clear. Returning the magic to Siren, Freeman immediately rushed forward to block in front, raising his sword in defense while thinking, then I will make a proposal. If you spare the message and leave here, I will spare you. Ami was stunned by the ridiculous proposal, unable to believe her ears. What did you say? While Siren quietly took off his outer coat, he stepped forward to the astonishment of everyone. Serrano called out softly, Rian, from now on, anyone who stands in my way will be cut down. No one understood Siren's action. Emmy exclaimed in shock, what? Wait, those people, even without guns, are all schema experts. Tess worried for the two. Let me do it. Rian is not ready to fight. But Siren proudly raised his head and refused. No, this is a mission only my knight can handle. Hearing this, Rian was also resolute. Understood. Tess called out worriedly, Rian. Despite Tess's worry, he strode forward powerfully to stand shoulder to shoulder with Siren on the front line. If that is the young master's order, I will obey to the very depths of hell. The two calmly advanced, confronting the enemy's encirclement head-on. Someone shouted nervously, you bastards, until the end. This is the fate you chose. A life and death battle erupted as everyone lunged at each other. Though worried, Tess and Amy chose to place their trust, believing that Siren would not let Ryan die. Amid the enemy's encirclement, even though his wounds were bleeding, he still roared with power and swung his sword forward. Suddenly, Rian was stunned to realize that everything from the blades of grass to the enemies had slowed down bizarrely. At that moment, Kalashhan's movement slowed, each step gradually decelerating. That was when Siren silently activated the photonization theory, the sublight speed domain. In the frozen space, all enemy movements became slow and useless. Do not stand aside. Tess and Emmy had not yet understood what was happening. Masage's eyes widened in shock. Amid brilliant streams of light, Siren coldly walked across the battlefield like a god, advancing towards her. Siren coldly declared, now I will come for you. Ryan, take them all down. The hunters could only gnash their teeth helplessly in extreme panic as their bodies no longer obeyed. Immediately after, Siren coldly ordered Rian to take them all down. He quickly swung the huge and sharp sword toward his opponents. Am I just supposed to chop them like this? It felt terrible, like cutting down a bound enemy. Though dissatisfied, Ryan obeyed absolutely because it was the young master's order. The sword was merely a tool to carry that out. The moment the blade struck its target, the opponent's figure suddenly faded. The opponent unexpectedly shot upward and vanished. All the mercenaries in front also vanished into nothingness simultaneously. Freeman spun around sharply, looking behind him. Massage was still curled up, painfully enduring her wound. She tremblingly pressed the button on her wrist, muttered something to herself, then fell silent. Scenes of the past appeared before her eyes, mercenaries being stabbed in battle. She had once risked her life to save them but failed. A radiant golden light suddenly flared up behind her, and she smiled sincerely. For me, don't die. Tess and Ami were stunned by this sudden change. For everyone's eyes were brilliant golden rays of light enveloping everything. A fantastical scene covered the entire space. Siren coldly threw a direct punch at her. The strong impact on her face sent her body flying backward before she collapsed. She collapsed to the ground after the powerful blow. Witnessing that, Freeman screamed in pain and despair. Tess immediately stepped on his back, pressing the tip of her sword close to his face to subdue him. Don't move. If you resist, I will cut you. Ami hurriedly ran forward, calling out, Siren! But he stood still, murmuring regretfully, still not enough. My magic hasn't recovered in time. She exclaimed in panic, doubting. Impossible. Isn't the condition to touch? Tess also agreed. No, I think contact is correct. Beneath Tess' foot, Freeman clenched his fists tremblingly, uttering in despair, it's over, it's truly over. Amid the tense atmosphere, Siren's cold voice suddenly rang out. There's one more thing, isn't there? The price you set for this magic. Clay Maza struggled to sit up, admitting, that's right. If the one who cast the magic is touched by the opponent, I must say this, you must embrace me. Everyone was stunned upon hearing that sentence. She laughed challengingly. You could guess that, couldn't you? Clay Maza reminisced about the past with the image of a blood-stained sword. A tall, dark figure was reaching out toward her, but it was a scene where she had once smiled brightly, hiding a weapon behind her back as she welcomed it. What does this sentence mean? Freeman, hearing that, collapsed to his knees, wailing and sobbing in extreme pain. Siren paused, slowly pondering. This is beyond my standard rules. At the same time, an invisible hand suddenly appeared, tightening around her neck, the final price to pay. The end of this story. Tess sensed something was wrong, panicking as she asked, Ami, what do you mean by that? It's not what I think, is it? If not, Siren won't be able to get the magic. Even Ryan was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Ami angrily grabbed Clay Maza by the collar, pressuring her. Stop talking nonsense, where is Siren's magic? If this were a lie, the extraordinary rule would have had no effect from the start. He bitterly apologized to Siren. I'm sorry, Siren. You traveled all the way here to save me, one who has fallen into the abyss of the past. You can't do anything anymore. The rope that my past self had cast has already begun to tighten around my neck. At the same time, that invisible hand tightened further. In the throes of suffocation, Clay Maza tremblingly asked, if I shamelessly ask this one thing of you, would you kill me? Ami was stunned, standing still as if dead. Freeman screamed in utter despair. No, Clay Maza, no. But she still spoke softly. If you do that, the magic will turn back on you. and I think I will find rest. Amid the tense atmosphere, Siren remained eerily silent. Suddenly, he knelt before Clay Maza and shouted, "Do you want to be killed?" She was stunned, her eyes wide open, and Siren reached over her shoulder and gently embraced her. Freeman crawled forward frantically, ignoring Tess's restraint. Tess looked at Amy and saw she was fighting back tears ready to spill. Amy could not stay calm, tears streaming down her confused face. She frowned and thought, "So you still won't give me a peaceful death? That was right. I insulted and scorned you like that. I don't deserve forgiveness." Siren cast aside all rules and moved to hold her head. She was stunned, letting everything go. This was not the standard I once set. Now he had pulled her entire body into his arms, and Siren gently affirmed, "I have embraced you." Clay Maza suddenly erupted in fury, clenching her teeth and shouting, "Bastard, are you insulting me now? You understand nothing. Just kill me already." "I said kill me," Siren asked in a low voice. "Clay Maza, do you really want me to kill you? You are the one who taught me how to change the world, and now you want to run away from that world? The ones you call family, the ones you saved, and those who risked their lives to save you." He held her tighter, affirming, "I understand. Many people have started new lives thanks to you. You saved countless people, but now, because of your own misfortune, you want to die in despair?" Siren shouted in anger, "And what about you? The one who said I could live well in this world was you." "Live on." She was stunned, tears streaming down. Siren held her even tighter. Clay Maza's past gradually revealed itself. On the floor, a newborn baby cried as its parents held it in their arms. The father was the complete opposite. He lifted the baby upside down and shouted, "Damn, another useless girl." But even God did not give Clay Maza that. Things others had since birth she had never touched. She sat curled up in a corner of a dark room, growing up amidst countless beatings. That dark past had always clung to her even until now. Then one day, the image of a blood-smeared child lying on the floor foretold a future without light. Yes, this world had no God. It was simply a place of inexplicable randomness, nothing but coldness. On a crowded street, Clay Maza hesitated. "Now we are," Freeman affirmed, "family." Those words made her freeze. Looking at this fool, she suddenly realized something. His words left Clay Maza dazed. Family? Deep down, she had once held a notion. "I never had this, but I could protect children who suffered the same fate as me." The seed of kindness was planted. They could start a new life. Clay Maza once dreamed of a hopeful life, that the world would give someone like her a happy ending. The truth was always more cruel. Fire and smoke cracked the brilliant flag. Her faith was crumbling, with no salvation in sight. Bodies were piled high, the scene shrouded in deep darkness. She realized the harsh truth. The only salvation granted to her was death. Her mind was a black hole devoid of any light, but suddenly something made her eyes widen in astonishment. Many vibrant colors appeared out of nowhere. A hand carrying hope slowly reached out. The hand gently touched Clay Maza's face like a caress, and it was done. A small lamp was gradually lit within her heart. There was someone in this world who could embrace her soul. It was an embrace of understanding, as gentle as a mother's loving arms. Back to reality, Ryan and Tess both looked at the scene before them in shock. Witnessing this, tears flowed freely down Freeman's face. The kind soul within Clay Maza had returned. The girl sobbed uncontrollably in Siren's arms. Leaves fell sporadically from withered branches, and Masawa wept as if her heart was breaking. Elsewhere, the Silver Swan Arena was now a chaotic mess. Ami stood with arms crossed, gazing at the sky, her heart full of confusion. Freeman's voice rang out beside her. "To heal Clay Maza's crisis, I tried everything for the past 10 years, but the crisis of an aberrant could only be healed in special circumstances." He folded his arms, softly affirming the purification. Aberrants who underwent purification had a survival rate of less than 1%, and even they didn't understand how it happened. They only said that, looking at the peaceful scene of Siren and Clay Maza outside the window, it was like a miracle. Amy silently affirmed, even she hadn't expected everything to end like this. He looked towards everyone recovering from their injuries. The person who just yesterday had wanted to kill them. Tess was getting bandaged, and Rian, who had beaten Ziz into a drunken stupor, now regarded them as saviors. Ami had countless thoughts in her heart. The image of Siren shouting, "The one who said it was okay to live in this world," was him. The image of Siren holding that woman. He felt himself gradually becoming fragile. Ami closed her eyes and prayed, "Don't go anywhere, Siren." At the same time, outside, the honest soul admitted, "My aberrant traits have disappeared. I probably can't use them anymore, because even the rules had vanished. The magic I took from that person has returned without any conditions." She sincerely expressed, "Thank you." The soul paused for a beat before continuing, "For not giving up on me." Suddenly, Siren spoke, startling her. "If a world like this demands your death, then it should also deserve its fitting end." She heard this and smiled softly. "I understand now. It turns out I am the same. A thought creates a warm world. I once thought that was impossible." She looked at Siren beside her and continued her train of thought. Yet the thing she constantly wished for was sitting right next to her. Even though he possessed immense and unique power, willing to sacrifice for others. He was still a child with a deep soul. Image of him holding her tightly flashed back. Even though you were wounded, you still held me to the end, my savior. It seemed the light had returned to her eyes once more. The waves crashed against the calm rock because someone like you told me I had to live. She let out a long breath, so I have no choice but to live. Hearing this, Siren could not help but ask curiously, so are you planning to learn another type of magic now? Claymaza explained that I am anomaly, so I cannot learn normal magic. Perhaps another anomalous ability was about to appear. Hearing this, he said decisively, promise me, never create anomalous ability that can destroy yourself again. Hearing that, she waved her hand with a dismissive laugh. Alright, stop making me feel guilty. But then she became serious in consideration. Well then, perhaps I will create a spell to attract blonde boys. But suddenly a voice rang out from behind. What about a spell to attract people without eyebrows? Claymaza shouted in surprise. Freeman, you scared me. Can't you watch some other time? One of them was heard asking. Seeing this, Emmy called out to the three, come eat. In the kitchen, the cooking scene was quite lively. Everyone happily ate to replenish their energy. Sitting in the middle of the lavish feast, she spoke up. I feel guilty for dragging you all into this when you just came to visit, so I will help whenever I can. If you need any essentials, I will provide them. While Tess and Ryan kept eating, she continued, this tourist spot still belongs to Fankoa. If it belongs to Fankoa, then it simply belongs to me. Siren quickly replied, and Ami beside her nodded in agreement. We plan to go to the Koguo ruins. Koguo, that place is not fun at all. The fan blades on the ceiling kept spinning, time slowly passing by. Everyone still happily ate in the room, amidst stories of achievements and sacrifices. Claymaza could not help but ask, I didn't think there would be any secrets hidden there. What exactly is it for? Honestly, I don't know much about this island either. What about you? Freeman leisurely sipped his soup. I know a little. Her attitude gradually grew irritated. Would it kill you to speak before I ask? Saron sitting beside her looked hesitant, but the difficulty is too high. I'm not sure we can get through it. Claymaza propped her chin on her hand, thinking, why are you all going there? I plan to find someone named Miro and ask about something. He continued, sounding uncertain, about who I am. Tess and Ryan, who were eating, could not help but be curious and turned their eyes to look. Claymaza remained calm. Existence. That is important. It is also the reason you and I fight so fiercely with each other. So do you have any plan? Xylon quickly made a suggestion. There is only one, a method worth trying. Everyone upon hearing this fell into thought. You mean that thing called a laser? Claymaza asked curiously. So is there any way I can help? Freeman immediately replied. There is. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished, their mouths hanging open. She also fell into thought. There is? Reo then pulled something from inside his coat. Fanko once had a path to retrieve an item. He held it up in front of everyone, and this thing is... Rio pushed it in front of everyone. Take it to Google. An anomalous ability is a type of abnormal magic born from a specific trauma, applying distorted rules to reality within certain limits and release conditions. It imposes beliefs twisted by trauma onto others as absolute rules. Without knowing this rule, it is very difficult to resist, which is why magic academies teach inexperienced students to avoid encountering them. Purification is an anomalous ability manifested from a specific trauma when that trauma is healed. Whether one wants it or not, the current anomalous ability will disappear and be replaced by another based on the new trauma. This phenomenon is called purification, and the process of the trauma being resolved is described as purification. The whole group was dumbfounded, extremely shocked. What the heck? Looking at the small ticket with great value before him, this was something he had only ever heard of in rumors, an illegal trade route. Ami remained cautious of the tempting bait. Was no one finding it strange? What exactly was the test they needed to pass? Siren also considered it carefully. The mercenaries they met earlier revealed it was a trade route that could be used, but it could also be fabricated information. She could not help asking, if they passed the trial of the Glory and Sacrifice room, would there be any difference? Tess also offered her perspective. Perhaps they were overthinking it, because they were reluctant to bribe the locals, so they chose to take the test. Or it was a custom of the natives. He agreed that was possible, but if that place was worthless, the principal would not have asked them to investigate. Right then, Freeman suddenly made a suggestion. They could just try both methods, since it was not necessary to choose one. He would prepare the permits for everyone, and they needed someone proficient in the local language. At this point, Claymaza finally spoke. Sorry, but it seemed there was no time to find an interpreter, as they had to leave before the dispelling magic vanished at any moment. Suddenly, someone's hand went up. It turned out to be Zuna, who offered. If it was the local language, my brother knows a little. Everyone cheered upon hearing that. Great, that was wonderful. Finally, Siren turned to call everyone. Then all of you. He raised a hand to signal and then continued, let us try both paths. As gradually fell, the sky was a calm rosy hue. Claymaza's voice instructed carefully, this magical tool will take you to the entrance of the mountain. When you return, you must receive treatment from the healer. Xin softly said thank you. She crossed her arms as if it was nothing. I only helped a little. With that, Massage fell into thought. She had incurred a debt she might never repay in her lifetime. The figures of the four people gradually moved away. Suddenly, he saw Siren, her head back. A trace of hesitation flickered in her. Will we meet again? But it quickly changed into a confident smile. Do not worry, Claymaza can find you anytime, anywhere. He smiled softly as a farewell. Then 4 streaks of light vanished into the vast sky. Claymaza quietly asked Freeman beside her. He laughed. Will they be all right? That man only replied softly that this trip would be very dangerous. Then she clenched her fist and scolded. Hey, you should have said things like that earlier, Freeman just said calmly. But what is there to worry about? That man thought about something, then whispered softly, they are quite strong. Massage looked up at the boundless sky, letting his mood drift along. Truk propped her hands on her hips and laughed happily. That is right. In an ancient town, night had now fallen. The sound of footsteps hurriedly running closer. Zuna burst through the door and called out urgently, Big brother. Ziz, his entire body bandaged, was lying on the bed, eyes brimming with tears. Zuna. The boy immediately rushed off the bed. Holding her in his arms, deeply moved, Zuna, little sister, she also burst into tears. Big brother, how did you end up like this? Are you okay? The boy quickly comforted his sister. I am fine. What about you? Zuna quickly wiped her tears. I am fine. The brothers and sisters saved me. Took down all those people. Looking at the 4 people before him, Ziz exclaimed in admiration. Really, they had defeated those terrifying individuals. Suddenly the boy knelt down in gratitude. Thank you, I will never forget this kindness. Tess did not care much and replied frankly, oh, it's nothing. Instead, we also have a favor to ask. Hearing this, Ziz immediately became suspicious. A favor for me? As soon as he finished speaking, 5 expectant gazes fell upon the boy. Hey! Ziz felt a bit flustered mixed with some embarrassment. Is that something I can do? Is that really the case? A moment later, when Zuna had fallen asleep, the boy once again confirmed the matter of the group needing an interpreter to enter the mechanical smuggling route. Ziz hugged his arms over his shoulders, looking somewhat frightened. I only communicate at a basic level. That is the mechanical autonomous zone. Will everyone be alright? It is a place that even the Gillian government cannot interfere with. No matter what happens, you cannot receive any support from the outside. Siren did not pressure him at all. You don't need to force yourself. We can find another interpreter. The boy quickly clarified. No, of course I have to do it. What is it that needs me for? Ami, seeing this, could not help but chuckle softly. Wow, you are really reliable. Siren then arranged the schedule. Rest today, we will set out tomorrow. Everyone will receive recovery treatment tomorrow morning. Ziz still could not contain himself. That recovery magic is expensive. Ami immediately teased him. Probably cheaper than the guide fee you quoted. The boy was extremely embarrassed. Can you just forget about what happened before? Tess looked as if she had recovered and confirmed. I am fine. She tore off the bandage on her face without hesitation. The wounds have all healed. Ami stared at the wound in amazement. How did you do that? Tess simply replied calmly. I chose a schema skill. Even if it is a second primary magic, it can heal minor scratches, but it preserves the energy-producing cells. He could not help but wonder. That person named Primer said he heals wounds using a schema skill, activating cells. Did you use that skill? Tess explained clearly. Activating cells is a very costly feature, so it is usually not used for this basic application. Ami crossed her arms and recalled that figure. But did that old man say something wrong? The image of Freeman appeared. If I die, who will protect Claymaza? Just then, Siren raised a question. I have been wondering from before, what are that cellular healing magic, enlightenment page, and that mechanism construction? Tess immediately asked a different question in return. You know that a schema skill is a form of simulated human body model, right? Each one of those schemas is called an enlightenment page. One enlightenment page can enhance a specific trait in the human body. And deciding the order in which to stack those enlightenment pages is called formation construction. Hearing this, he could not help but marvel. The body is enhanced in that order? She answered. In actual combat, it operates a bit more complexly. Because schema skills enhance the artificial traits of the body into abilities, one must simultaneously use schema skills that support each other. Skills are combined, such as control vision, neural reflexes, and the nervous system. Flexible legs and strength, circulatory system improving blood flow, mitochondria reducing reaction time. If you only increase reflexes without muscular power, or vice versa, the body will be destroyed. Even with the same traits, the combination method will be completely different depending on the build design. Siren heard this and then sighed in admiration. If you add swordsmanship or martial arts into that, it truly is limitless. He could not help but recall his previous sparring match with Ryan, where he once felt the infinity of sword aura. It was not without reason that schema skills and spirit gems were called the two pillars of unparalleled power. Jerome immediately turned to look at Tess. It is truly very helpful. Thank you, Tess. She laughed it off. It is no big promise, just this bit of knowledge. I still have a lot to learn. Tess was suddenly startled as if remembering something. So, regarding healing magic, aside from me, looking at Ryan before her, she finally managed to collect her thoughts. I got too carried away. In front of Ryan, who hasn't been able to awaken a schema skill, I was just rambling nonsense. He placed his hand over the wound on his abdomen. Things like recovery magic. It is fine if I don't accept it. Without a schema skill, I am still perfectly healthy. Seeing Ryan's forced composure before her, Tess affirmed in her heart, he is lying, it must be very painful. But I have also witnessed it with my own eyes. Ryan's resilience and determination when fighting Fanko were stronger than any schema skill. Persuading him to accept recovery magic might touch upon Ryan's pride. To break the oppressive atmosphere, Siren advised, Ryan, you should go for treatment tomorrow too. He was not too concerned, telling me it was fine, the wound was not life-threatening. Just this much, he interrupted, it was not about that. In the Gigo Autonomous Region, we cannot foresee the lurking dangers. If he falls, all of us will be in danger. Tess pursed her lips to stop her. Siren, Ryan has already frankly accepted that. I understand. She glanced at the expression of the other person, which could not hide worry. Ryan was gloomy but quickly made it clear. Being wounded is nothing to brag about. It is just that I was shallow in my thinking. All three people in the room looked at him with loving eyes. Ryan clenched his fists, encouraging himself to rely on his maximum speed and strength. I will protect everyone. Schema Focus Skill Branch. The entire process of placing the focus of schema skills on top of the first deployed basic skill is called cyclic power building. The stronger the basic skill, the less the effect on higher ones. The order can be temporarily changed, but since they are not inherent attributes, it will burden the body. The next day, a healing mage restored energy for Surin's group early in the morning. After Ami finished healing, she stood aside whispering and murmuring assessments of the mage's ability with him. It seemed this mage's recovery skill was not particularly outstanding. The weather was sunny and cool today, so Siren's group set off. The destination was the Gigo Ruins area, a place resembling a prayer altar for mages. His group arrived at a nearby location called the Gigo Ruins checkpoint. Ziz eagerly took on the role of interpreter, pointing forward and saying loudly, "It is right over there." That was the conveyor cart used to enter Gigo, a type of rail vehicle that usually transported ore or stone from mines. Observing the scene, Siren thought everything perfectly matched the records Freeman sent. At this moment, Josh was standing with crossed arms, looking solemnly at the newcomers. The timid boy stepped forward to introduce himself. "We are members from the Panko organization." He remained silent, focusing on examining the paper in front of him. Ziz forced a friendly smile to hide his inner fear. "When will the cart depart?" George turned his head to look behind, giving a signal with his eyes, and he nodded. He understood and raised his index finger. The boy performed his duty, quickly conveying the other party's meaning back. They said to wait another hour. Tess immediately consulted with everyone. "What now? Are we going to stand and wait right here?" Siren already had a plan in mind. He did not hesitate to suggest, "Let's go to the trial altar." She could not help but question, right now. But what if the cart leaves? Siren knew Tess misunderstood his intention, so he explained, "Not to take the trial now, but I want to confirm something." Ziz did not want to take the risk, so he reluctantly declined. "Then I will stay and wait. If I go along, wouldn't I have to take part in the trial too?" Ami thought that was the most reasonable approach. They should not get the boy involved in trouble. "That is right. Then I'll leave it to you." At the trial altar, the ancient ruins exuded an indescribable mystical air. After climbing countless steps, his group finally arrived. Someone spoke up to ask, "Siren, do you still remember the password?" With his excellent learning ability, this was no challenge for Siren. "Yeah, let me recite it." The two guards had expressionless faces, and his group advanced, stopping before the entrance gate. Suddenly, one of the guards turned back and grabbed the door bolt. He pushed the bolt down with force. The heavy gate slowly swung open. Everyone was wide-eyed with shock. Tess was full of question marks. "Huh?" The door opened before we could even say the password. Ami seemed to see something. "Isn't that a group of people walking out?" Before them, a figure clad entirely in black appeared. Siren and Ami reacted even more strongly than before. It seemed that person was an acquaintance, and they had not expected him to be here. She blurted out, "What?" Ami could not maintain her composure, shouting and pointing at that man. "Oh no! Why are they here?" Anis and Arin walked side by side, slowly stepping outside. Ami's excessive agitation made Tess curious. "Who are they?" "Friends of yours." She immediately retorted, "Not at all." Sworn enemies, both sides seemed to have noticed each other's presence. He was not surprised at all, as if encountering Surin's group here had been calculated by Canis and everything was going as predicted. "So you've come to this place too?" He caught the key point in his words. "As predicted." "What does that mean?" Canis quickly changed his expression, looking dangerous. What does that mean? What do you think? Ignoring the tense atmosphere, Aaron casually interrupted. Ah, hello, is that Siren? Siren held no ill will toward her, so the conversation was quite pleasant. Hello, is everything all right? Aaron politely replied, yes, and you? Probably. Mid-sentence, she suddenly felt a chill. His face darkened, his gaze turning sharp as he warned her. Ami seized the chance to taunt, eliminated instantly, huh? Always acting so arrogant, serves you right. Canis did not back down, immediately retorting with provocative words. Aren't you all in the same situation? The 5 great families, the top graduating class, all empty reputations. She began to get angry, visibly irritated. A junior so brash dares to speak so insolently? Emmy's expression pleased him. Canis laughed gleefully, his face even more smug. Ah, I understand you now. My presence here is an insult to Miss Trang, because it will automatically bring back memories of her near-death experience once again, correct? Hearing this, she completely lost control. Ami let anger consume her, her eyes reddening with killing intent. She charged forward, ready to smash the opponent to pieces. You bastard. 2 guards saw the fight brewing and reminded them. Wait, throwing punches here will... Canis summoned Harvest ready to join the fray. He followed his master's lead, adding fuel to the fire. Pretty sis, that hot temper of yours hasn't changed at all, has it? Why are you in such a hurry to strike first? Seeing a terrifying monster like Harvest for the first time, someone gasped in fear. What in the world is that? A hand reached out, gripping the handle of a blade tightly. Rien sensed the danger, worried for his teammates' safety, and rushed to stand in front of Ami. Siren did not stand idly by either. He began casting magic, threatening Canis, apologized to Ami. Bringing back painful memories of the past is a terrible thing to do. Harvest was not intimidated by Siren's words. His attitude grew even more arrogant and domineering. My own painful memories are flooding back too. Can you apologize to me? Everything was going according to Canis's wishes. He grew increasingly frenzied. Good, very good. While we're at it, do you want to test yourselves against me once more? At this point, stopping was useless. Arin reluctantly joined the fight, silently blaming herself. I have no choice. Sorry, Siren, but A dark shadow moved silently across the ground, suddenly lunging to attack Siren. Shadow hadn't touched its target before someone's foot stepped on it, pinning it down. Ami appeared from nowhere, protecting him from danger. At the same time, she did not forget to glare a warning at Arin. She couldn't help but find it strange. His mind control magic has no effect. It keeps reverting to the state before the spell was cast. Seeing Arin's ambush fail, Canis clicked his tongue in annoyance. Neither side gave ground, Siren's gaze growing even colder. The atmosphere was extremely tense, both sides locked in a standoff for a while. No one explained to Tess what was happening. She looked around bewildered. Wait, everyone stop. In the quiet space, a sound out of place with the situation reached Tess's ears. It turned out to be coming from Arin's stomach. All eyes were on her. Ami and Siren stood frozen. As for Canis, his face was scrunched up like he had been constipated for days, unable to believe his eyes as he looked at his teammate. Arin held her stomach, so embarrassed she wished she could crawl into a hole. The scene shifted to another place. Someone was devouring noodles ravenously. Arin ate as if she had been starved for days. Tess was curious because the two of them had been mortal enemies just moments ago. She repeated, so both of us are subordinates of the Archmage. Ryan, afraid of running into someone he should not, quickly confirmed that they were the undead of Area A. Ami understood what he was thinking and spoke to reassure him. Do not worry too much. They have been completely defeated by Siren. Hearing something to be proud of, Rian said cheerfully, I see. Siren was stunned. This reunion made him think a lot. Speaking of which, I heard that all of Axon's inheritance was stolen by him. Is that right? On the opposite side, ignoring the chatter about them, the two continued to eat with their heads down. After eating their fill, someone spoke contentedly. Now I feel alive again. Canis temporarily set aside their mutual grudge and sincerely thanked Siren. Thanks to you, I got to eat my fill. Seeing that he seemed easy to talk to, he got straight to the point. Since things have come to this, how about we be honest with each other for a bit? What is your purpose for coming here? It seemed too close, so Aaron stepped in to explain on his behalf. Because Canis dreams of becoming an archaeologist, so he is exploring this ruin. He was a bit dissatisfied and lightly reproached her. What a waste of words. This sounded strange, making Tess switch into gossip mode. Oh, archaeology. I am very interested in that too. On the other hand, Emmy had no interest in the enemy. No one asked you. Canis showed nothing on his face, but in his heart he was scheming and nursing a plot. Half truth, half lie. Arin and I need to pass the test at the altar by any means necessary. The test difficulty was so high that I almost gave up, but luckily I happened upon an opportunity at just the right time. Siren, I need your help. Time rewound to when Arin was so hungry she was about to faint but still held on. I am fine, I am just fasting at this level. Canis completely changed, turning back to beg Siren's group. Hey, do you have anything to eat? I am fine, please just help Arin. With no other choice, he reluctantly bought food for both of them. Canis outwardly pretended nothing was wrong, but inwardly he was calculating a dark scheme. The test difficulty was too high, and I almost gave up, but I happened to find the right opportunity. Siren, I need him. Took the chance to probe the other side. This time we were right. What are you people doing here? Since the grudge between the two sides had not been resolved, Ami spoke half truthfully, half jokingly, naturally, to enter the Kigo autonomous zone, just like you two. Canis knew she would not easily reveal her real purpose, so he did not bother to argue. Do you people know what is there? Ami continued speaking without changing her expression. We probably know about as much as you do. He was too lazy to guess her meaning, so he turned to confirm with Aaron. Really, she was like a truth analysis machine. It was a complete lie. Aaron did not hesitate and directly exposed him. He is curious about what we know. His heart is pounding. Caught red-handed. Ami could not maintain her composure. She was embarrassed and stammered. What the hell is pounding? Siren looked at the scene before him and thought to himself, it seems lying in front of someone with a spirit system is useless. He decided to lay his cards on the table and show goodwill. Canis, I will tell the truth. We do not have much information. Ami hurriedly tried to stop him. Siren knew she was worried, so he reassured her. It is fine, telling the truth costs us nothing. Feeling he was in the dominant position, Canis wore a smug smile. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. He tilted his chin up arrogantly. I will tell you a little. Consider it payment for that bowl of noodles. Seeing that slap-worthy expression on Canis' face, Ami gritted her teeth in anger and silently cursed. What does that guy know anyway? He spoke seriously about business. Canis, do you know about the labyrinth of time and space? Everyone tacitly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. He put on a solemn air and spoke evasively. I know half, and the other half I do not. Ami could tell Canis was looking down on her and just giving a perfunctory answer, so she got hot-headed. Knowing is knowing. What is this half and half nonsense? He started to put on an act, looking mysterious. I do not know. Harvest might know. Hearing himself mentioned, that man stirred, ready to rush out. Truly, Siren had not thought of that. Reminded by Canis, he suddenly realized. Siren thought to himself, Harvest is a magic creature, having inherited the knowledge of Archmage Axon. Having found a lead, he wanted to know more. Does Axel know about the labyrinth? Ami could not hide her curiosity either, holding her breath as she waited for him to continue speaking. Canis was not generous enough to give away information for free. He said bluntly that he saw no reason to tell her that much. Seeing that he was uncooperative and even showed attitude, Ami scolded, That's enough from you. What's the harm in telling? Feeling she misunderstood, he reminded, You think buying a meal is enough to pay off a debt? Ami understood clearly that Canis wanted an equal exchange, which of course included the meal, but was not limited to that. She paused, her voice dropping with certainty. You need us. If you did not, you would not be sitting here. He fell silent, tacitly admitting she was right. Not expecting his plan to be seen by Ami, Canis clicked his tongue inwardly, thinking she was indeed sharp. He had intended to make them dependent on his information. But if it became a deal, the relationship would be fair, and he would have to disclose information to some extent. His mind ceaselessly calculated, his expression gradually turning grave, unsure how much he should reveal. There, you will face a difficulty that seems impossible to overcome, and there is a secret you might never know in your entire lives. Siren suggested the other party state their request first, asking, Try saying it, do you want to pass? Canis pointed towards Aaron while denying it. He said that thing was not a problem, because Aaron's spiritual magic system could even control the field of language. It turned out that something as trivial as a pass, just presenting a blank paper, was enough. The answer came by chance. Only then did Siren understand, thinking to himself, so that's it. That was the reason he could enter the altar without an interpreter. Ami immediately caught on. You mean the goal is not the smuggling route, right? Canis rejoiced inwardly at being spared explanation, replying, That is correct. Next, Canis no longer needed to hide anything. He stated frankly, What I want is to pass the altar's trial. As you know, Aaron and I have failed, so I want to borrow your strength. He frowned, seemingly thinking about something very important. A mischievous idea popped into Ami's head. Wanting to provoke Canis to knock him down a peg, she asked, Hey, what's your score? Canis's face darkened, looking as unpleasant as if he had just eaten something extremely bitter. He stammered, appearing guilty. So sudden. Ami insisted. What? Just curious, spill it. This matter seemed very hard to talk about. Both Canis and Aaron turned their faces away. Canis said awkwardly, I do not want to say. Seeing that, she became even more relentless. What's the matter? You are disciples of the great Archmage, so what is your score? Neither side would yield. One said a sentence, the other retorted. Why should I tell you? Say first. If you say, I will say too. Huh. The rule is to state your score first before asking. Siren warily cut off the meaningless quarrel. Let us continue with the main topic. If we help you pass the altar's trial, what will you help us with in return? After the mental torment, both parties needed time to regain their composure. Canis's face still looked tired, unwilling to talk. She gently persuaded, Canis, let us just tell them a little. If we want to trade, we need to build trust with each other. Besides, they already treated us to a meal. Canis let out a sigh, reluctantly agreeing. Alright. Canis asked again to confirm. You are definitely going in there? No matter what awaits? Long had decided long ago. Siren emphasized, yes, I want to know about Mekong. He still seemed uncertain, repeating once more, are you sure you will go? The answer remained the same, we will go. Canis's expression sank, as if about to reveal something earth-shattering. Then I will tell you one clear thing. If you go there without my help, your chance of death is nearly 100%. This time he completely angered Amy. She shot up, her eyes reddening. This guy, I have had enough. Not stopping. Despite everyone trying to stop her, Amy lunged forward, wanting to beat Canis up. Are you threatening me now? That is a place the Pankoa organization frequents. Why would anyone die there? Everything you said you know is all lies, is it not? Seeing her ready to fight, he broke out in a cold sweat, his face changing color, and hurriedly explained, no, hear me out first. Going inside is not the issue. The issue is what happens after going in. I cannot tell you all the details, but it is not a lie. Even know how to get past the altar, Siren, don't you know it too? After hearing this, Amy looked very surprised. She paused her movement and asked, what? Siren was silent for a moment, then admitted, that is correct. Both of them suddenly said in unison, the immortality function. Canis questioned loudly, pressing for an answer. You were planning to activate it at the altar, weren't you? Ryan wondered, immortality? What is that? Tess also looked confused. What is it? Without any hesitation, Siren said directly, yes, that is right. Looking closely, the structure there is very unique. There was no need for the 8 gems just to test its power, so I thought of this matter. Successfully diverting Amy's attention to other matters, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly regained his composure to discuss the main issue. The thing that the angel's eyes judged might not be strength. I also thought so when I saw the altar. At this moment, her anger had subsided, and she calmly sat down to talk properly. But activating the immortality function is very dangerous. Is that information certain? After calculating, Canis concluded, the probability is 50-50, but I think it is related to the immortality function. The decision is yours. It sounded quite dangerous, so Amy could not help but worry. To make it easier for everyone to understand, he summarized simply, in short, we are borrowing Surin's immortality function. And if you pass the altar's trial, I will increase your chances of survival. That is the condition I am offering. I cannot tell you everything right now, but I have a sure way for all of us to return alive. Do you believe that? Siren was stunned, looked down, and fell into silent thought. Images from the past continuously flashed through his mind, countless warnings along with the immortality function. Perhaps they were even more dangerous than he thought. He looked up at his teammates, his thoughts still racing, even as he thought about the decisive battle with the mercenary parrot. Because he had magic blockage, everyone had faced mortal danger. Carrying so many unspoken feelings with him, Siren hid all his emotions behind his resolute eyes and replied, all right, I will trust you. In return, I also have a condition. Everyone focused on listening to him speak. First, I want us to split into 2 groups. One group will take the smuggling route, and one group will go to the altar's trial. Siren paused, his demeanor full of confidence, his gaze unshakably firm. He emphasized, and at the altar's trial, I will go alone. The next morning at the ruins area, someone's worried voice asked Siren, are you sure you will be okay? Ami truly did not want to let him go alone, but she managed to instruct him. Absolutely do not force the activation of the immortality function. Remember? To ease her worry, Siren promised. Yeah, I will try, and if it does not work, I will give up immediately. At the same time, he also reminded everyone, you all need to be careful too. Even with the pass, the smuggling route is still illegal. Unexpected incidents can easily happen. Ami turned back to look her group. As for us, it seems there will be no problems. Siren cheerfully bid farewell. All right, see you all later. The 2 sides parted ways, heading in opposite directions. Seeing Erin still refusing to leave, Canis quickly said, what's wrong? Hurry up. She stood still, watching Siren's retreating back and called out, hey Canis. Siren with the blonde hair, right? It was an obvious fact everyone knew, so he reflexively answered, yes, blonde hair. As if discovering something very significant, Canis was startled. Erin, did you see Sirona? This matter bothered him a bit, making him think about the way Erin perceived the world, which was completely different from ordinary people. She does not see the things we see, and conversely, we do not see what she sees. The fact that she perceives Surin's hair as actually being yellow really was an extremely strange thing. Canis suddenly became curious about what Erin had just seen. Is something wrong? What did it look like? This matter was still a secret. She did not want to say, so she cleverly changed the subject. It is nothing. Let's keep moving. Erin thought to herself as she walked, so that is how it is. That child was exactly him. She saw Siren enveloped in golden light, surrounded by animals that could not touch that source of light. Someone was reciting a string of incomprehensible symbols. Kentia lohoima agriser, widmia benzin. Knock and the door will open. Footsteps echoed in the silent space. voice. Siren stood in what was called the Chamber of Glory and Sacrifice, the Altar of Trials. A voice announced that this was indeed that chamber. Ziz, like a programmed machine, began to explain the rules. The 8 eyes of the angels will deliver their judgment upon you. To enter, one must overcome this maze space. Siren stared intently at a black hole, feeling uneasy, and thought to himself that Emmy's warning about the extremely dangerous immortality function was correct. Siren remembered Miro once said, "A person who has reached the Mahayana realm like you is no longer an entity who receives invitations from me." Since then, the immortality function has never been activated once. If his mind became distracted one more time, he feared he would never be able to return. After all, the number of attempts was unlimited. Siren reached out his hand to begin casting a spell. He had already silently calculated his attack plan. A ray of light shot from his palm straight into the black hole, starting with a laser beam. The power of energy showed rare strength, stunning Ziz. The cold black hole continuously sucked in the light ray. The numbers kept increasing over time. 200. Please subscribe to the channel to receive the latest information. Siren was extremely tense, concentrating to the point of not blinking. The number continued to rise, 6822. It seemed something Siren had not expected had occurred. He widened his eyes in surprise, abruptly stopping his attack motion. Was the displayed number reset to 0? A warning bell rang in Siren's heart. This is bad. It turned out that after a certain period of time, the numbers were refreshed. This mechanism was used to counter the type of magic that accumulates energy. Seeing him stop, Ziz spoke to confirm. Do you wish to leave or stay? If you want to prove your skill, conquer this space maze. From the very beginning, Siren's goal was to pass the altar's trial, so he would not give up easily. He said he would try again, while convincing himself that he could not give up halfway after coming this far. His teammates had already entered through the smuggler's route, so now he had no choice but to make it work. The immortality function activated a transparent barrier that enveloped Siren, separating him from the outside space. Siren closed his eyes to regain his composure, took a light breath and said, "Okay." When he opened his eyes, a stream of blue light radiated from them, his gaze filled with determination to overcome the trial at any cost. Let's move forward. In the space, a source of light flashed brilliantly. The source of light spread wider and wider. It developed into a blinding stream of light advancing toward the black hole. The black holes began competing with each other to absorb that energy source. Siren began to feel something was wrong, exclaiming in panic, "What is that?" He used all his knowledge to silently assess the situation, unable to believe it. The spiritual power from the other side of the infinite realm was being completely absorbed by those 8 gems. Unable to do anything, Siren cried out in helpless pain. "I have lost control. I feel as if I myself have become the gateway linking the 2 sides of space." The mysterious energy source continued to ravage his body, as if trying to tear him into tiny pieces. Siren used his last bit of strength to plead, "Please, don't just disappear like this." At the same time, in another place, near the smuggler's route at that moment, a handshake signifying mutual cooperation, accompanied by a man's voice, "Please help me." Ziz, trembling, reached out a hand as he asked the other party, "I am Ziz, the new liaison in charge this time." Josh smiled amiably and asked the boy killer, "You don't really look the type for this sort of thing." "Where is Panko, eh? He always came in person before," breaking out in a cold sweat. The man hesitated before replying, "He has passed away, sir." The man couldn't believe it and raised his voice, "Went to sell salt, did he?" The bodies of Josh and Ziz radiated killing intent. He ordered, "Give me your travel pass for inspection." The paper was immediately snatched roughly from the boy's hand. "Here is my pass." Josh focused on examining the paper. Everyone held their breath waiting. The cart began to race swiftly along the track. Tess, pale-faced, held on tightly, scared out of her wits. Her horrified scream echoed through the air. "Is this thing really safe?" Ryan's expression was no better, feeling like he would be flung out any moment, so he had to hold on tightly. On the other hand, Ami seemed much calmer, sitting silently as if deep in thought. Then a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Is it true that Panko is dead?" Jueba mentioned a piece of information. "The travel pass is real. But there are too many suspicious things here." George began to raise his guard, handing such an important task to those weaklings. "Don't you find it fishy? It seems something has already happened outside." He shared the same thought, his eyes showing a dangerous glint. "We will find out soon enough. Once we set foot in Seago, everything will become clear." Not hard to guess, Emmy quickly realized who was behind this. She tried sending a thought from her heart. "Arin, are you translating the natives' words for everyone?" Arin quickly replied, "Yes, I have established a mental communication channel with everyone." Emmy expressed her concern. "Can you read my thoughts as well now?" To avoid misunderstandings, Arin explained, "Don't worry, this only connects the surface mind at the 11th level, like a tunnel." Ami did not understand and asked again, "What is the surface mind?" There are a total of 12 mental layers. The lowest is the 12th layer of reason. The 11th layer is the outer mind. From the 10th layer upward is the deep inner mind, are shared without hesitation. Because it only transmits thoughts that have passed through a filter, it cannot delve into the inner mind. Anyway, if you resist strongly, the connection will be severed. If you do not like it, I will actively disconnect. Ami seemed satisfied with the answer. No, if it can only rid surface thoughts, then it really is an extremely convenient ability. Please keep this state as is. Seeing Ziz looking pale as a ghost, sitting slumped in the chair like a lost soul, Aaron added, I have removed Ziz from the communication channel. It would be troublesome for outsiders to know my ability. Besides, his facial control is poor and he is easy to read. And his translation skills seem to be nothing special either. But on the flip side, you must not be obvious about it. Ami then asked, what about the others? Two voices began to chime in. Overwhelming Ami slightly, Tess was ecstatic like a child getting a gift. This is so great. Can you hear me? Ryan was no different, excitedly joining her. Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. It is truly miraculous. Like a radio finding the right station. Tess let it all out without restraint. I have been itching to talk for a while now. He enthusiastically offered praise, being able to use thoughts to chat with many people like this. Isn't that amazing? Ami, also caught up in the joyful atmosphere, lost control of her words a bit. This is so cool. This is really going to be useful. Forgetting she was sharing her mind, Ami was startled. Oh no, she silently scolded herself. I accidentally revealed my true thoughts. Discovering that Ami had a cuter personality beneath her strong exterior, Aaron could not help but smile. Seeing Aaron's sincere smile, Ami felt that maybe the girl had a better personality than she had thought. Tess, restless with worry, said, more importantly guys, those men are suspicious of us. What do we do now? Rian had no mind for anything else at the moment. He was so hungry his head was spinning. Will there be any food there to fill my stomach? Tess angrily scolded him lightly. Hey, in this situation, you are still. Ennis could not take it anymore. He irritably told Aaron, turn the volume down or turn this thing off. Do you people think this is a chat room? Tess refused to accept this and strongly objected. Why should it be turned down? Turning it up is the whole point of Aaron's ability. What right do you have to demand turning it on or off? Ami did not spare any praise as for her. This ability is truly convenient. Canis outwardly showed nothing, just let out a sigh. But inside he seemed proudly pleased. Just consider it a reward for forming the alliance. Because later on Aaron's ability would be something extremely necessary. But that is a matter for after Siren passes the altar trial and forms a team. Ami looked for a topic to pass the time. Canis, those native men do look quite dangerous indeed. Canis did not refute her, they truly are. Do you know what the consequences are if you get caught smuggling? Tess quickly spoke up. Exactly, it is execution. This matter is far more serious than Rian thought, so he could not help but exclaim really. He did not hesitate to voice his thoughts. Yeah, they are a bunch of lunatics who treat that crime like an everyday thing. They are definitely not right in the head. He showed clear disgust, realizing the bad guys were not just limited to the Pankoa. Me suddenly understood. No wonder you all avoided that smuggling route. Canis added that was not all. It seemed the trial altar still concealed something. She was very concerned and asked what it was, so he recounted it. That place was a special sanctuary for the cyborgs, meant to receive a certain figure. Ami took the chance to pry information from Canis. Who were they receiving? His expression turned serious as if it was a major event. Could it be an angel? After hearing that, she was stunned. An angel. Back in the trial room at the altar, Siren was like a lost soul, sinking into another world. Ziz and another person. Both were stunned with their mouths agape, as if they had just seen something unbelievable. His whole body radiated a brilliant light floating in midair. He seemed to be expressing reverence as he chanted Era Yankee Yankira. 100 years ago, the Galliant government proposed signing a tourism agreement with the cyborg residents. Thinking they could not resist the tide of the times, the natives agreed to sit at the negotiating table. Soon, tourists flooded into the land of the cyborgs. The tourism industry boomed, bringing in massive profits. However, the Galliant government began to cross forbidden boundaries, a type of tourism where people came to gawk at the residents and their lives. Initially, they only sat in carriages to observe the natives, but later kidnappings of children began to occur, used as entertainment for the nobility. The angry people rose up to resist, but they were met with only silence and indifference. The cyborgs were strong in physical force but politically very weak. In the end, they had to surrender their relics, seal the gates to the autonomous zone, and cut off all trade with the outside world. That gate has never been opened since. The footsteps of Surin's group quietly approached. Ami stared in disbelief at the scene before her, so this was... A magnificent structure appeared, overwhelming everyone, the cyborg autonomous zone. She carefully examined every nook and cranny, her mouth constantly murmuring in awe. Place thought to have vanished under volcanic ash was the legendary cyborg civilization. The group continued deeper inside. Suddenly, Ami discovered something, her expression growing even more peculiar. It turned out to be images of residents moving about within their territory. Each person was doing different tasks, looking incredibly lively. Most of them were injured somewhere, carrying large amounts of goods on their backs. Everyone shifted their gaze to a mother holding an emaciated child in her arms. This was the place that held the golden altar relics. Was this truly the autonomous zone of the cyborgs? Canis and Arin had pale faces from the sight of misery beyond their imagination. Arin panicked and pressed close to Canis. He wrapped his arm gently around her shoulder. That is right. Memories of several terrible scenes from the past slums began to vividly flood back into Canis's mind. His gaze turned extremely serious, looking exactly like Rutland. The group continued deeper into the autonomous zone. Following Ziz and George's directions, they entered a tunnel area lit by faint oil lamps. The deeper they went, the darker the surroundings became, pitch black. At the end of the path stood a formidable man who seemed to be the leader of the place. That was Manhattan, with his knife-sharp eyes and characteristic braided hair. Ziz immediately stepped forward to introduce him to everyone, saying that this man was named Manhattan, rumored to specialize in raising and supplying hallucinogens to the temple. As Ami listened, she inwardly sighed, wishing Erin could use magic to translate. Her eyes gradually emitted a pale green light, full of caution and threat. This man was very strong, so strong that he could instantly detect if anyone touched magic. Finally, Manhattan deigned to speak his first sentence. Is Panko dead? At this moment, Ami suddenly realized something and looked toward Arin. True to form as Arin, she was eavesdropping from behind Giz. She really had guts. Giz was still trying to suppress her fear as she stated, the Panko organization will no longer be purchasing the hallucinogens. Because we are about to leave this island. Manhattan maintained his wary attitude. So you all will no longer trade the hallucinogens? If you are not here to trade the hallucinogens, then outsiders are forbidden from entering this place. Giz was about to argue further, but they were suddenly and mercilessly shoved aside by the opponent. Giz's small body was struck decisively by Manhattan, causing her to fall sprawling on the ground. His eagle-sharp eyes precisely identified the key position of the group of strangers. It seems you are the one in charge here. What is your relationship with Pankoa? He was in severe pain but still forced himself to get up. Seeing this, Ami secretly praised him in her heart. This kid Ziz was actually useful. In such a dire situation, he still fulfilled his role as interpreter, although he was probably scared out of his wits. Afterward, she turned to face Manhattan directly, asking what my relationship is with Pankoa. You could call it a life and death relationship, because I have staked my own life on it. His expression was even more frightening than before. Is that so? Then you can also settle the debt that Pankoa left behind, can you? Ami was silent for a moment thinking. Then she asked the man before her if there was a debt and how much it was. Manhattan immediately recited the memorized number, 8 kilograms in total. What was important was the following statement that almost made everyone jump in fright. The remaining deposit is 10,000 gold coins. Tess couldn't bear it and blurted out, what, 10,000? Ami also lost her composure. Are the hallucinogens that expensive? She suddenly remembered the miserable people she had seen earlier. Then what about those poor people over there? With that huge sum of money, they could feed a whole group for an entire year and still have leftovers. They had sold an extremely large amount of hallucinogens over the past 5 years. Then why do they look so wretched and impoverished? Despite cold sweat streaming down his face, Ziz still stood blocking in front of Ami. I will report this matter back to the organization. Whether it is paying the remainder or returning the hallucinogens, they will handle it themselves. For now, please allow us to take shelter here. But Manhattan had by then lost all patience. I don't understand. If you are not here to trade the hallucinogens, then what is the purpose of your visit here? Ami regained her composure and explained, I am waiting for a friend. He has entered the room of glory and made the sacrifice. Upon hearing her complete answer that he would soon be here, Manhattan gave a sinister smile. He burst into louder laughter, so that's it. Now I understand. Emmy was a bit confused. What? Manhattan roared in a fit of rage. You think that just by bringing a friend to the altar, and then insisting on coming here, you will be allowed inside? Suddenly yelled it directly. She also grew irritated. What are you saying? Manhattan still sneered. How many ordinary fools have used every trick in the book to sneak into the core, to buy hallucinogens and make some gold before losing their lives? The killing intent emanating from Manhattan made the air suffocating. While I am still speaking politely, you better confess your true purpose for coming here. Ami was extremely annoyed at being falsely accused. Hey, I already said my friend is taking a test and will be back. Ariel, standing behind, hurriedly reminded her, that man's spirit is highly focused. Be careful. On the other side, Ziz and George were already mentally prepared for a fight. Look at them. It seems there are also a few nobles mixed in among them. Aren't they here to kidnap children? Search them for me. They might be hiding some dangerous weapons. Ziz awkwardly tried to salvage the situation. Wait. Ian, his hand already on the hilt of his sword, stood blocking the front. Stop. You know full well we are trusted members of the Pankoa organization, yet you still dare to act like this? Before he could finish his sentence, Manhattan interrupted. If this is a challenge, I am ready to fight to teach teach you all some manners. Everyone on this side had already stirred their fighting spirit. Only Ziz stood to one side while Jun was isolated. The weapons were all prepared and ready. A strange sound began to. They headed straight toward the Manhattan group. Josh flusteredly turned to ask the leader with a panicked look, as if trying to explain the situation. But his mood was not much better. He had no idea why the horn had sounded. They hurriedly turned back to run. Damn it. Could war have already broken out? Candace and Aaron also curiously followed. Should we go check out the situation too? Alright. All of them ran quickly toward the end of the tunnel. The closer they got, the more dazzling the light became. When Ami's group arrived, they were extremely shocked by the scene before them. There, Ziz was calling on the residents to kneel down and show their reverence. At his urging, the god's messenger sent to save them had descended. The residents all knelt together in thanksgiving. Everyone shouted loudly in unison along with the god's messenger. Siren was still standing dazedly on the high platform. He saw his comrades and shouted loudly, "Ami, help me, what's wrong with these people? I don't understand a word they're saying." More than anyone, Manhattan felt panicked as if the sky was falling. Meanwhile, Ami could only stand to the side with a forced smile. "I don't know anything either. Right now I'm scared to death." At that moment, Manhattan began to ramble on endlessly based on Google legend, the one present at the Office of Glory and Sacrifice, who had awakened all 8 eyes of the angel. Legend had it that he was the descendant of the angel. They must never offend the descendant of the angel, and must completely obey their commands, because the Sego were once destroyed for daring to insult the angel. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly fell to his knees, pleading earnestly, "Please take my life. Oh, messenger of the god." The people around also knelt down with Manhattan to apologize. "I did not know you were the messenger of the god and have been rude." This action left Siren stunned. He could not help but marvel to himself. "Is it auto-translating?" Ami behind him quickly replied, "That's Aaron's ability." Hearing this, Siren immediately cast his gaze towards the 2 people opposite. So that was it. From a distance, a person suddenly approached, accompanied by a solemn voice. "Greetings, messenger of the gods." Siren's group was quite surprised by Kadung's appearance. That man spoke up to question without any courtesy. "Did you see Lady Miro's family's secret before coming here?" Siren froze upon hearing this, his brows instantly knitting tightly. He immediately began to dreamily recall Miro's secret. In his memory, Siren's eyes shone brightly as if he had just witnessed a miracle. Countless blurry images began to interweave with each other. From the high sky to a tower, that structure became increasingly clear within the haze of memory. Turning to reality, Siren thought to himself, "They mean that thing I saw back then." Then he quickly probed the other party. "You are..." Without keeping Siren waiting long, that man immediately bowed low in salute and introduced himself. "I am the leader of Sego, named Kadung. From now on I pledge to serve you." Hearing that, Siren and Ami immediately became alert and signaled each other. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifted to before the tunnel entrance. Siren carefully instructed Ziz, "From now on, we will go in alone. This place is very dangerous, you stay here." Ziz nodded understandingly. "I understand, take care everyone." As if still troubled, the boy added, "This place is a world apart from the Kogol I once knew. When you are done, drop by my house. I will prepare some delicious food to welcome you." Siren replied gratefully, "Thank you for translating for me." After a chivalrous farewell, hurried footsteps followed one another deep into the tunnel. Cheers resounded everywhere. Finally, the messenger of the gods had manifested in Kogol. The deeper they went, the more clearly they heard a series of pleading voices. "O messenger, please heal the sickness of our children. My family is starving to death. Please bestow food upon us. Please grant us immortality." Hearing those words, Arin's head throbbed like a hammer. She could only shout, "Canis, the voices in their minds are too loud." Canis was also startled and immediately gripped her shoulder to remind her, "Close the mind link now, before their emotions consume you." Seeing this, Siren gazed into the void, silently pondering, "If we follow that person, perhaps we will find everything we have been searching for all this time." The mysteries of Kogol regarding the messenger of the gods and about the matter of Miro, her image at this moment also flashed through Siren's thoughts. At this moment, the group had gradually moved deeper into the cave. They quietly followed one another, advancing toward the palace of Kogol. Amidst the forested mountain space, the palace stood towering, majestic, and magnificent. When they saw the strangers passing by, the local people could not help but watch with curiosity. Before long, the group finally sat down together in the banquet hall. On Kadum's lips was a cordial smile, his voice full of respect. "Greetings, messenger of the gods." Along with his voice, a group of servants slowly placed a large chest down in the middle of the hall. "These are small gifts that the people of Kogol wish to present to you." Seeing the luxury before him, Tess was immediately astonished. "How much is all this worth?" In contrast, Siren's face showed no ripple, his eyes eerily calm. Noticing this, Kadum's smile stiffened. He quickly clapped his hands to signal. It seemed this amount was still not enough to satisfy him. Immediately, from the main entrance, graceful figures glided out. Before those enchanting, flowing steps, Kadum regained his confidence. These are the most exquisite holy maidens in Kogol. I hope you will be pleased. At this moment, Rian's face was flushed red, while Tess wiped the corner of his mouth and said skeptically, "Hey everyone. Look at the eyes of those girls, could it be?" Immediately, Emmy spoke decisively. Were they forced to take some kind of drug? The aura from Siren at this moment could no longer be hidden. His face darkened, his eyes so cold they made Kadum jump in fright. He quickly clasped his hands together, still trying to be polite. "It seems I have miscalculated. I thought you would gladly accept this. To be honest, this is also the first time I have hosted a representative of the gods. I was merely following the old traditions." Hearing this, Siren's heart surged with utter disappointment. How misguided were the previous seal breakers in their indulgence that this became a tradition? Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. The ability of immortality is a realm aiming for nirvana, but that is not absolute enlightenment, only a path leading to it. Even so, seal breakers of the same realm as me endured the hardships of the altar only in exchange for wealth and beautiful women. And the native people of Kogol, with enough wealth to sustain their entire tribe and offering up the women who hold the future of the entire tribe. What exactly are they hoping for? After thinking, he broke the silence with a question. If I accept these things, then what am I supposed to do? Hearing this, Kadum was overjoyed as if he had found gold. He immediately answered cheerfully, "The people of Kogol are children of the great gods. Furthermore, a descendant of angels like you is the only one capable of connecting the Kogol tribe with the gods." Having said that, Kadum piously clasped his hands before his chest. "Our faith, please convey it to the gods." Tess could not help but immediately object. "No, how can we do that?" Meanwhile, Siren remained calm and continued asking. Since he had mentioned the gods, is he talking about Alkana? That man confirmed at once, adding precisely that it was Ankara, meaning eternal immortality, the god who had existed since the dawn of creation and who created them. With unparalleled power, he always watched over and protected them. Hearing this, Siren's heart stirred, secretly amazed. The creator? At that moment, a loud noise rang out as Ziz stomped in from the yard, exclaiming, "How pitiful!" He shouted, his hoarse voice echoing through the space. "What kind of monkey business is this anyway?" The reply to that roar was an uncomfortable silence, and the music abruptly stopped. Dancers suddenly seemed drained of all strength. They all collapsed onto the cold stone floor, like puppets with their strings cut. Amidst that scene, Canis and Arin were extremely tense and alert. Kadung was also in a difficult spot and snapped. "What nonsense is father up to? How dare you sabotage this sacred feast?" Though his hands and feet were trembling violently, Ziz maintained a dissatisfied attitude. "What about this is sacred at all? Outside, the people of the tribe are dying of hunger and thirst. Yet here you are wasting money on such absurdity. Are you trying to drown the entire tribe?" Ada also lost his composure, only managing to say stiffly, a former esteemed tribal elder daring to utter such rude words. "The villagers are brimming with hope thanks to the appearance of the divine messenger. Are you going to trample on that hope?" Ziz snapped back, "Please, wake up." And he turned his back, leaving behind a heart-wrenching line before departing. "What the villagers need is happiness, not the god's messenger." Kadung was helpless, only able to silently watch his father's retreating back. Sharp, piercing glint flashed in that man's eyes as sharp as a thorn, and all that cruelty was now caught in Siren's line of sight. Under the starry sky, the towering statue stood majestically, as if silently gazing upon the vast universe. Kadung led Siren's group out into the middle of the large square. Everyone who stepped out instinctively looked up at the statue placed there. That man raised his hand and pointed at the sky, asking, "Do you see those stars in the north? If you connect them into a figure 8, at the intersection of the two circles, a most brilliant star will appear. Try to find it." Tess frowned slightly, whispering to those beside her, "Why is he suddenly lecturing about astronomy?" Ryan rested his chin on his hand, saying boredly, "Come on, just try to find it." Ami nodded in agreement, "Yeah." Siren looked up at the twinkling stars, his heart filled with caution. He needed to figure out what that man's true scheme was. Suddenly his gaze paused. Could it be? He pointed up at the sky and asked, "Is it that one?" He saw a brilliant light in the night sky, that very star. Kadung smiled a meaningful smile. "That is the homeland of the Kogo people." Siren turned to look at him and asked, "Homeland?" Kadung looked up at that star and said slowly, "That is right. That is the dwelling place of the god who created us. We are born and return to dust on this land, but our souls fly towards the sky and reside on that star. Precisely a kingdom in the high heavens." In his heart, a burning faith blazed. "That is our heavenly homeland." Kadung looked at Siren and asked directly, "Seems like you don't believe much in divine matters, do you?" Siren calmly replied, I don't believe it, but neither do I deny it, because a mage will not draw conclusions about things they cannot explain. That man placed his hand on the statue, his voice full of reverence. The gods created humanity. In the primordial age, he created the giants. And from the bones and flesh of those giants, humans were born. The first man was named Kamer, and legend says he lived to be 782 years old. Though human lifespans have grown shorter, generation after generation, the lineage has continuing all the way to the prophet Hans. Kadung looked at the statue and sincerely exclaimed that it was on this very land that the ancestors had built the Kigo civilization. In that era, our ancestors seemed able to freely travel to and from paradise. Silent Anami remained silent, listening attentively. He continued to tell, the base deep beneath the ruins was the clearest evidence of that. He was startled to hear mention of that place beneath the ground of the ruins. Kadung continued relating what he knew. Did you know? The initial scale of this relic was many times larger. It said all of it was buried under volcanic ash. Siren felt a chill down his spine. It was a place that even his senses could not detect. He looked straight at Kadung and asked, in that base, what is down there? He clenched his fist and replied, deep beneath the remnants, there exists a gateway leading to paradise. Tess was startled upon hearing this and immediately shouted, not enough. Ami was also extremely shocked and immediately asked again about the so-called paradise he had been mentioning. Siren was stunned and immediately raised his eyes to look at the sky. He slowly uttered with a doubtful tone, could it be? Siren's gaze shot straight upward, trying to see through the sky. He then asked in an uncertain voice, are you referring to a celestial star, in the literal sense? Rian squinted in confusion. Don't tell me what's needed to activate that door is. Kadung interrupted him with a nod. Exactly. It is a gate operating on an immortal mechanism. Only someone bearing the blood of an angel can open it. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Siren remained silent, pondering something. Canis and Aaron still kept quiet without saying a word. He took a light breath and calculated inwardly. This doesn't seem to be a bluff, because back then it was thanks to the immortal function. I crossed time and space to return to this place. However, another planet and a place where gods reside. In the tense atmosphere, Siron slowly raised his head to look at Kadung, then spoke. If you send us there, what benefit will you receive? He narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice dropping. Since ancient times, angels were the intermediaries connecting gods and humanity. The one who breaks the seal is the heir to the angel's power. Then Kadung suddenly clasped his hands and bowed down to plead. I beg you, please go meet the gods and restore the glorious light for the Kigo tribe. He was slightly stunned, as if not believing the proposal. You want me to go meet a god? His voice pleaded earnestly. I implore you to save the Kigo tribe from the brink of extinction. That deed, the descendant of an angel, Siren, you can fully accomplish. Ami stepped forward strongly, her eyes full of anger and resentment. Hey old man, you'd be better off selling traps to buy food. Why would you stake the fate of an entire tribe on a person of unknown origin? Kadung clenched his fists, his voice harsh and full of despair. Even if we sold traps to survive, the Kigo tribe would still meet its end. Volcanic tremors have shaken the very roots of Kigo, along with the endless civil wars between the tribes. Added to that is the invasion and assimilation of culture and lifestyle by the Galian government. He looked straight at Siron, his eyes blazing. Kigo is declining day by day. Soon, our tribe will be swallowed by outsiders. I cannot let that happen. I want Kigo to be reborn completely. For that purpose, the tribe is willing to accept any sacrifice. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning cold and serious. Let me ask one thing. Has anyone ever broken the seal, reached paradise, and returned? Kadung slowly nodded in recollection. Of course there has. 200 years ago, the god's messenger gathered teammates to journey to paradise and returned safely after receiving the god's great will. According to historical records, that messenger demanded a fee of 100 million in gold. Ami asked suspiciously, tell me, how did those people return? He paused for a moment as if unwilling to answer. About that, Siren glanced at Kadung, his voice cold as if he had already guessed the answer. You don't know, do you? His gaze evaded, as if he were trying to hide something. Yes, he only knew it was that envoy. That was no trivial mission if they had left such a message for us. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, and he did not utter another word of inquiry. Siren silently thought that the journey was so dangerous that 100 million gold coins were not worth the effort. He suddenly remembered Canis's words, that if he went without him, the chance of death was nearly 100%, and realized Canis knew this well. Kadum bowed his head sincerely, his voice firm like a pledge. He said he had told the whole truth, fully aware of the mission's danger, and would give him anything he wanted. Siren hesitated slightly, then spoke up. Wait. He lowered his head to think, trying to organize all the information he had just heard. The more he thought, the more dangerous Siren found it, so he said to let him consider for a moment. At this moment, Siren's group had already left, leaving only Kadum standing in the square. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Letter. Are you really planning to send those children on their way? Kadum narrowed his eyes and glanced backward, but did not speak. Ziz appeared, gripping the staff in his hand tightly, his voice almost trembling with rage. If they go, they will surely die. He spun around sharply, insisting it was was all for the sake of Google. He looked straight at Kadum, his voice mocking and pained. For Google, is it? The thing you achieved by sending God's envoy there 200 years ago, was it not extending your own lifespan by another 300 years? His gaze turned cold after Z's words. He shook his head and spoke with grievance. Afterward, no matter how many people broke the seal to heaven, not one returned. If one sought eternity too hastily, they would lose their humanity. Lord Miro once warned. Kadum roared angrily, his eyes blazing like wild flames, his lips pressed tight. A destroyer of the legacy like you has the right to say such things. Only I am strong enough to revive the legacy, because I am the embodiment of Google's power. Ziz closed his eyes, helpless. Meanwhile, a thatched wooden hut lay quietly still, on the clearing in the forest, beneath a starry night sky and a hanging bridge. Inside, Siren's group was discussing. Ami looked at Canis, her urging tone unable to hide her impatience. Tell us everything you know. He remembered you, his eyes clearly showing annoyance. What is this, you people? Siren sat opposite Canis, his voice carrying an undeniable pressure. Thanks to me, you passed the trial altar, so now it's your turn to speak. Even so, he remained silent and did not speak. He suddenly turned his head to look at Arin standing in a corner. Siren silently stared at her. Arin paused while eating, speaking softly. This bread was given to me by Siren. Canis sighed, finally opening his mouth under everyone's gaze. I will tell you what I know about paradise. Outside, a person suddenly appeared. Manhattan quietly looked toward the thatched wooden hut, still lit. His eyes seemed to be calculating something. The secret Sauron had deliberately hidden was gradually revealed to his companions. What I witnessed at the trial altar was... Siren spoke while recalling the fragmented images when the dazzling white light shone down from the altar. It was in that moment that a massive arena, as if covering the entire sky, suddenly appeared in his sight. The completely unfamiliar space forced Siren to describe it only with a vague concept of some location, but Canis firmly asserted a solid sentence. Indeed, that place is definitely paradise. He showed no reaction, but cautiously probed. Before making my final decision, I have something to ask you. How much information have you grasped? This question left Canis speechless for a moment. After a silence as still as death, he reluctantly recounted. My master seemed to have set foot in paradise and then returned. Upon hearing this, Siren immediately stood up, full of shock. He verified the incredible truth from Canis's mouth. Axel also used the mechanical ruins to get there, right? He gave a definite negative answer. It seemed that heaven had connections with many different ruins scattered across the world. While Amy and Canis were noisily replying back and forth, what existed in that place called heaven? That I do not know. Why? Harvest swiftly slithered in from the yard and squeezed through the door crack. Hearing her mention his name with a displeased tone, didn't you say Harvest possesses Axon's memories? He took the initiative to resolve it, unfortunately. But we don't know. Axon erased the memories related to Heaven himself. This news shook Ami. He erased his own memories. Harvest confirmed once again that's right. He understood their shock, so he considerately added an explanation. Perhaps he did not want the stories about Heaven to be spread to the outside world. Siren's mind was deeply troubled by the unanswered question. What secret could a Grand Level 3 recognized by the whole world had he had to erase his own memories to hide? But outwardly, he calmly sought information. Canis, tell me this. Does Heaven truly have gods? He wanted to take the opportunity to push forward the verification process. We cannot know until we confirm it with our own eyes, so take me there. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Siren, then they heard the other's resolute decision. After hearing what you said, I am even more determined. Siren looked straight at Canis and spoke in a tone that allowed no interference. I will not go. He let out a frustrated breath but remained firm in his intention. Your opinion doesn't matter. Stick to the agreement. Take me and Aaron there. Siren tried to change Canis's mind. To be honest, I don't want either of you to go either. Wasn't it clearly stated? Once you enter, you cannot return the same way, don't you understand me? He deliberately emphasized their safety. Just as you said, this matter is too dangerous. It's not a place one can visit out of mere curiosity. Hearing Siren's words of anxious concern, Canis kept his mouth tightly shut but his expression gradually darkened. He tried to hold back but couldn't bear it, so he gritted his teeth and cursed loudly, you coward. Harvard tried to salvage a bit of Siren's goodwill. To put it mildly, that is called having good judgment. He acts based on the information gathered. Anyway, if Siren doesn't go, we can't get to Heaven, we'll have to trick him. Canis was silent for a moment before deciding to turn the tables on him. Have you forgotten the terms of my deal? I promised to increase your survival rate, didn't I? What if I have a way to come back? He put on an air of pouring out his heart to gradually remove the defensive barriers in Siren's group's hearts. As you know, we had our master's legacy stolen by the Mage Association. So while racking our brains for a solution, Harvest awakened an old memory. Through Canis's narration, their past story was evoked with realism. We took that as a clue and set out. In the end, we found it. It was the secret place hidden by Grand Mage Axel. Because he erased his own memories, the Mage Association could not discover that place. Siren was curious, unaware that he was gradually falling into a preset trap. Do you mean that place has a way to return here? Canis nodded while signaling to Aaron, it doesn't stop there, let me show you. She hooked her fingers into her inner coat pocket and revealed a cubic metal block that looked like a Rubik's Cube. Tess reacted first extremely violently. There, that thing is. The strange color created a diffusion effect. The mysterious metal material, the pattern that couldn't be replicated. This thing, every clue pointed to a single answer, an artifact. This made Siren and Ami's expression serious too. An artifact? That thing? Canis proudly declared, that's right, and moreover, it has been completely unsealed and can be used immediately. This statement made Tess seem like she was going crazy. This is insane. The artifact that just being unsealed was enough to cause a war is now right before my eyes. This attitude was in stark contrast to Siren's dazed expression. But what is this thing used for? He curiously touched the central block of the artifact, which immediately sunk down, and the surrounding blocks also stirred and changed direction. In just 1 second, the glowing object at the center of the cube's structure was completely revealed to the utter astonishment of Siren's group. Seeing their inexperienced smiles, Canis sighed and said, let me see it. Aaron will demonstrate for you. Tess could not help but move closer to Ami and whisper, how does she know how to use the artifact? She explained to her friend, Aaron has a neural system. You could say it is the ability to see through the essence of artifacts. Tess had just whispered an exclamation when Aaron completed the action. Doing this records the coordinates of this place. Now I will try to move the position. Seeing this, Ami flinched in fright. Why right in front of me like this? According to her, do it like this. The cube-shaped artifact resting on the ground began to emit strange humming sounds. Bright gem at the center suddenly burst into intense light, illuminating the entire room. Immediately after, a pitch-black vortex appeared above the treasure. Siren's group immediately gaped in shock. He looked at it for a few seconds and then understood. I see. This is a teleportation gate. A teleportation gate across space and time. Canis confirmed his guess. That is right. Its name is Metagate. Harvest will demonstrate. At this moment, Harvest's bony hand slowly touched the dense black shadow of the teleportation gate. Then he appeared right the gate a few steps away. Doing this is always so fun. Airy whispered a warning. Harvest, it is dangerous. Stop, because the teleportation gate only lasts for a minute. As soon as the words ended, the artifact hissed hot smoke and returned to its original state. Canis bent down to pick it up from the ground and explained in detail. After using Metagate to record this location, we will go to heaven and then activate it. That way we can return anytime. This will be our secret trump card, how about it? Joy was deeply imprinted in Tessa's bright eyes and admiring expression. This thing is truly terrifying. Money addict Ami chose the right moment to chime in, but how much money would this sell for? This remark earned strange looks from her friends, making her blush with embarrassment. What is it? Just curious. Only Tess seriously considered it. Probably cannot sell it. Canis generously helped Ami understand the complications involved. Price is another matter. But because this is a thing that can connect worlds, only a supranational organization at the ivory tower level is capable of accepting it. She silently thought to herself, that makes sense. Despite the assurance, Siren was still skeptical. I still have a question. Why do you want to go to heaven? Just because Axon once went there is not convincing enough. What motive makes you disregard the danger to go? Canis already had an answer. Before going to heaven, Axel was not yet an archmage. After returning from heaven, his level suddenly changed. Do you understand what that means? Siren immediately guessed in shock. Could it be? He did not let him figure it out alone, but took over the answer. It was the enlightenment from heaven that changed him from an ordinary mage to an archmage. Now even Ami could not stay calm. Is that true? Canis decided to seal the deal. Now you understand, every mage dreams of becoming an archmage. Knowing this truth and not going to heaven would truly be unreasonable. He saw the time was ripe and did not mind adding more fuel to the fire. It is not over yet. All of the master's records were encoded, but only one sentence was written clearly for everyone to read. Siren immediately latched onto this sentence. What is that sentence? He slowly opened the lightbox. The content was as such, that place is the origin point of all things. It is the source of schema, and this name successfully shattered Rian's calm. Schema? Canis began to feel helpless at the shouts of the people opposite him, but ancient magic had been forgotten. But Ami did not disappoint him, directly shouting once more. Canis continued his story alongside the sleeping ancient weapons. This time, Tess took the spot of being petrified on the spot about ancient weapons. After being cut off several times, Canis ended the once revealed secret, left everything at Metagate, and departed. But at this moment, the group in front only swarmed around Siren like flies. Let's go, Siren, let's go. I really want to go. I can turn back anytime. Not going would be foolish. Seeing that 99% of the target was inside, Canis smirked with satisfaction, all lured in. Looking at Siren's stone-stiff expression, he joyously screamed inwardly, let's go to heaven. Just then, 2 knocks on the door rang out in succession. This drove Canis mad, who would come at this hour. The ordinary sound at such an abnormal time immediately pushed him into a state of alert. They instinctively gathered together. Their gazes converged on the source of the noise. Siren cautiously approached the door. His movements were very slow to guard against all contingencies. But Manhattan, who was in a hurry, did not notice, speaking immediately as he entered, "Messenger of the Supreme Being, Herald of the God, please abandon your intention to reach the realm of heaven." As soon as the words finished, very different reactions appeared on the faces of Surin's group. He did not wait for the other party to reply, continuing regardless. "Allow me to be a little rude." Manhattan tensed all his muscles, beginning to emit a tremendous amount of power. Siren and Canis, standing the closest, were the first to bear the aftershocks. They struggled to dig their feet into the ground to stay steady against each wave of gale force wind. But ultimately they failed, and everyone was blown backward. Only then did Siren's group recover their minds from the illusion, realizing the overwhelming force compelling them to obey. His power was truly terrifying. He stepped forward to represent the group and pressed, "What are you implying, sir?" Manhattan placed his hand over his left chest and bowed respectfully. "Setting foot in heaven is impossible for me, because I failed to prove my ability in the Hall of Glory and the Altar of Sacrifice." A look of understanding appeared on Siren's face. "So you were expressing concern for us?" His voice could not hide his sadness. Once someone is not strong enough to pass the Hall of Glory and the altar, that person had better stop here. Ever since the entrance to heaven was restored, many people have ventured there, but no one has returned. Manhattan took a deep breath and mustered the courage to shout, "That is no land worth trading your lives for vain benefits." But immediately after, Siren's gentle yet firm voice followed, "My purpose in coming here is not for the benefits promised by the patriarch." His blue eyes stared intently at the man before him. Then he said each word clearly, "I have come to seek information about a person named Miro." Upon hearing this, he immediately lifted his head. "Just as I guessed, when you refused money and status, I already partly sensed that. Lord Miro is the savior who changed the destiny of the Google tribe." Every word Manhattan spoke was extremely clear, with boundless reverence. When the entrance to heaven was found, the anger within the tribe became even more severe when the purge by the Galliani nobles took place. The Google tribe seemed to stand on the brink of annihilation. Saying this, Manhattan raised his voice following the story. "It was at that critical moment that Lord Miro appeared and established the Hall of Glory and the Altar of Sacrifice. The result was that, thanks to that action, the fratricidal war ended, and the entire tribe escaped the calamity of extinction. Later, Lord Miro entered and vanished behind the Guffin Gate leading to heaven, leaving only the message, 'I go to meet the Supreme Being Guffin to help your tribe members.'" Ami could not help her curiosity. "Who exactly is Guffin?" Manhattan replied without any concealment, "Guffin is the one who opened the path leading to heaven. For that reason, we call that place the Guffin Gate." Ami's gaze suddenly became sharp. She quickly stepped forward and interrupted, "Wait a moment." She placed her hands on her hips and let out a series of questions. "Those who set foot in heaven 2 centuries ago. Could Guffin belong to an era even more ancient than that? If so, how does one meet him?" Manhattan's tall figure instinctively shrank back a little. This question, he froze for a moment, then sadly admitted that even he had no answer. Siren unconsciously raised his hand to stroke his chin. If that were true, as he reasoned in his mind, the character Guffin must also be the one who broke the seal. Perhaps he was a spatial magic master, capable of controlling time like Ami. And to meet such a person, the one who disappeared through the Guffin door, was none other than the one who shattered Miro's seal. Having spoken his heart, Manhattan once again bowed respectfully in farewell. He truly admired Lord Siren's will, unbeguiled by material things. "Surely you came here for a noble ideal, not for common ambition. Whatever your choice, he had no right to interfere. But please consider everything thoroughly before acting." Siren pursed his lips tightly, all kinds of doubts flooding in. The descendant of an angel, the seal breaker Milo, the one who entered the heavenly gate to meet Guffin. He could not help but recall Miralfin's serious face. Why would the principal entrust a seal breaker like him to this location? Soon sunlight once again covered the ancient land. Everyone gathered at the deepest part of the Sego ruins, the Guffin door. In the solemn and reverent atmosphere, Siren's group slowly stepped inside. The people around were agitated, waving their hands continuously but restraining themselves from making a sound. The Kodong stepped forward, spreading his arms wide to express goodwill. The iron door behind him timely flashed with a small streak of light. That man knelt before Siren, carefully offering the scroll in his hand. "O messenger of the gods, please carry the will of the Sego people. Go to the heavens and deliver it to the one in power there." He did not reply, only accepted the scroll with reverence. In that instant, Aryan Siren instinctively glanced toward his companions. Last night's speculations involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Could it be that the principal predicted he would choose another path? Ami was the first to nod in support. Perhaps he trusted that he would not choose the path to heaven. Canis casually tossed the cube in his hand as he stated his view. "Honestly, if I were in your shoes, I would think the same. After all, I am the unexpected factor." Seeing everyone so calm, Siren shouted anxiously, "Hey, is it really okay for you to follow this way? We are heading toward the star we just saw, even with the metagate. But if something happens..." Before he could finish, his chin was flicked painfully. Ouch. Ami leaned in close, his sharp eyes boring into Siren's heart. "Then why did you drag me all the way here? Didn't you say you felt safe only when I was with you? Did you invite me here just for a date? If there is danger, we must all face it together." Tess raised his hand and lightly punched his own chest, declaring confidently, "I share the same view. Even if you are the one who opens the heavenly gate, whether to continue or stop is my own will." Rian stepped forward with folded arms, his face full of youthful passion. "I have already affirmed that. Anywhere you set foot." Rian's firm pat on the shoulder at that moment seemed to reaffirm last night's words. "Then even if it is hell, I am willing to walk with you." Siren closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then exhaled leisurely. Why did his steps feel so heavy? However, once he was determined to step this far, he trusted that they would surely return no matter the difficulty. Instantly, the left pupil of his eye flashed with a signal light. At the same time, his right hand decisively placed itself on the red stone. Energy began to seep through every crack in the stone, then quickly erupted, smashing the heavy door. Kadung watched this scene, immediately clenching his fists excitedly. "The Guffin door has opened. Praise the angel." As soon as the words ended, everyone present shouted in unison. The white light under Siren's hand grew brighter and brighter. It had begun to envelop Ami and the others behind him. Then that beam of light suddenly flashed, and in the blink of an eye, it swept away the entire group. The door then closed again as if nothing had happened. Siren and the others were quickly sucked into a spatial rift. Strong winds slammed into his face, making it nearly impossible for him to open his eyes. But then Siren seemed to see something, his blue pupils instantly widening. The feeling between his fingers was no longer just unpredictable swirling winds. Right before their eyes, the group passed through the end of the wormhole, hurtling toward a breathtakingly beautiful world. But the serenity lasted no more than 3 seconds before everyone screamed in terror. What kind of damned place is this? Midair? Magic is completely useless. Siren strained to take in the entire scene below. This place was... Ami on the opposite side was also so stunned her throat seemed to freeze. Meanwhile, Rian and the other person were still in a panic from the sensation of freefall. They could not remain as calm as Canis and Arin. Pale golden light from above pierced through the thick clouds and shone directly toward them. At the same time, it inadvertently revealed a corner of a giant glass tower in the distance. Siren's group was now falling toward a nearby forest, about to land, when someone shouted, "We are going to hit the ground." Siren widened his eyes. He seemed to see something below. Below was a clearing, with a depression in the middle of the ground. The lower they fell, the clearer they could see the dry, cracked earth. After landing, the first person to sit up holding his head was Rian, who said, "I thought my head was going to split open." Ami also glanced around the forest and asked, "We are still alive, right? It is not like we died and went to heaven, is it? All around here are just trees." Suddenly a piercing scream rang out from the forest. The scream echoed through the forest, and someone spoke up. "Maybe we did not actually fall from the sky." That was Siren. He was explaining to the group that it was a form of spatial teleportation magic, and the scene they saw was likely due to space being folded. Tess stepped forward, observing the area where the group was standing, and said, "But this place, compared to the old world, this place was completely different." Surrounding them were giant ancient trees and boulders larger than a person, on which were carved swirling water patterns. Someone reached out and touched the pattern on a boulder, then said, "These rocks do not even have any signs of weathering." That was Canis. He looked at everyone and made a judgment. "Perhaps the material is different from where we live. For example, it might have durability that withstands the ages." Ami then raised her hand to signal, saying, "The mental realm is still functioning well. I thought if the laws of physics were different, omnipotence would be off." Tess suddenly shouted excitedly, "Heaven is truly amazing. Enough sightseeing, let us go home now." Hearing her say that, the whole group fell silent and stared at her. Tess, feeling all eyes on her, faltered slightly, "What is it?" Immediately followed by a piercing scream, "Let us go back." Tess, who was reluctantly being dragged into the forest by Ryan, shouted loudly, "I have seen enough. Let's go home." Siren and the others were moving forward when he spoke up. "During the spatial teleportation, I saw a city radiating golden light. Where there's a city, there's civilization," Ami said calmly, pointing in a different direction she had noticed. "That direction, I've already memorized it with my red eye." "Isn't anyone listening to what I'm saying?" Tess interrupted with a pained expression. "How are you all so calm? Aren't you angry at that man?" Canis, walking ahead, only found her noisy and didn't reply, merely sighing helplessly. Rian, walking beside her, heard this and replied, "Hearing you say that is starting to scare me too." Tess's eyes welled up again. "I've been hearing bird songs and insect chirps for a while, but I haven't seen hide nor hair of any of them." She lazily followed the group, frowning. "This isn't an ecosystem. It's more like..." Before she could finish her sentence, Tess's footsteps suddenly faltered. A chilling sensation came from behind her. The leaves in the forest rustled, falling with the wind. Tess turned around, drawing her sword cautiously. Seeing this, Rian asked, "Tess, what's wrong?" Tess's expression was extremely worried, her voice fearful. "It's here." Everyone immediately became alert and turned around. Ryan asked, "What is?" Tess looked up. "There's someone there." Ami, sensing no movement but hearing Tess's words, asked, "Someone? Are you sure?" At that moment, a piercing shriek echoed from the forest. The gloomy forest in front of the group continuously emitted strange sounds. Tess, worried, shouted a warning. "Ryan, you better fall back." Ryan's hand, about to draw his sword from his back, also froze. Siren also stood frozen when this thing appeared before them. A massive hand gripped a tree trunk, the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. In front of the group stood a giant with sharp fangs and bloodshot eyes. Someone shouted, "What the hell is this?" Emmy and Tess couldn't hide their fear. She shouted, "It's a living creature, right?" The giant monster had just opened its mouth, drool dripping, as he said, "You who come to the purgatory, you who deny the gods." Siren's whole group stood rooted to the spot. Ami shouted loudly, "Erin!" Siren quickly added, "What is that giant saying?" Arin looked stunned, as if she could not believe her eyes, and blurted out two words, "I don't know." Hearing her say that, Canis panicked. "What?" At this moment, another person spoke up. "I cannot rid its emotions." It was Erin. She was using her eye technique and frowning. Is it angry? Or is it laughing? Or is it even sad? Everything was a complete mess now. In her eyes, she could not determine what state the giant monster was in. Canis was also using his own skill, with a figure appearing behind him that spoke up, "Impossible. Against a spiritual type person, all states should be equal." Arin's face turned pale, and she turned to ask him, "Canis, does that giant seem to have any aura color?" Canis only replied with one word after hearing this, "Huh?" He looked at the angry expression of the giant and answered, "It seems like it does." Hearing this, Arin immediately turned around and ran into the forest, shouting loudly as she ran, "Then what are you standing there for? Run!" Seeing this, everyone looked on with some confusion. Meanwhile, the giant monster reached out and grabbed a tree trunk. As he pulled the tree out of the ground with his massive hand, he said, "So it is. Lion." Siren's whole group immediately ran after Arian. Ami screamed as she ran, "You should have said that sooner." At that moment, the massive tree trunk fell from above right where Ami was, terrifying her immensely. The giant monster, holding the massive tree trunk, chased after Siren's group. Meanwhile, Arin, running ahead, also spoke up, "Sorry, I didn't know this would happen either." Tess, who was running parallel to Siren, turned and asked him, "Siren, how about using instant teleportation to run away?" He immediately replied, "No, we don't know this place well. It's very easy to encounter an even greater danger." Everyone still strained to run forward. Behind them, the giant monster still pursued, the ground shaking wherever he ran, with rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Ami shouted loudly, "What difference does it make now? We're completely in the dark about what's around us anyway. We can't just keep running forever." Siren, hearing her words, calmly spoke up, "Then let's fight here. Priority is to take down the giant monster first." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant monster used the tree trunk. The staff in his hand slammed heavily against the ground, blocking the path of Siren's group. At this moment, Rian turned and ran toward the giant, drawing the sword from his back as he moved. With a single decisive slash, Ryan wounded the giant's ankle, causing blood to spurt out immediately. But the giant reacted very quickly as well, swinging his staff back in retaliation toward him. He struck with a powerful blow. Rian raised his sword to block, and the result was both of them being knocked back far from the impact. Rian's entire body was sent flying, but he used the momentum to flip a full rotation in midair. His body slammed against a boulder, but that minimized the injury. Rian now spoke, too fast. Appearing from seemingly nowhere, Tess leaped onto the giant's arm and said loudly, "So big yet, how could it be so?" Right after that, she took off, leaping to in front of the giant. Seizing the opportunity, Tess swung her sword, slashing across his face. A cry of pain rang out along with blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Tess signaled her teammates with her eyes and then said loudly, "Right now." Seeing this, Siren, who was currently standing below, he then gathered his power, forming a sphere of light. After that, he dashed forward rapidly and threw the sphere of light toward the giant. The sphere struck the giant directly in the body, causing him to fall down. A loud explosion rang out. The giant staggered, unable to stand steady. Seeing this, Ami cheered, "Hit." Tess landed on the ground, saying joyfully, "Fantastic." Ami continued, "The light cannon seems stronger than before." Canis recalled being hit by that attack last time, and his face darkened immediately. But suddenly Ami froze, her eyes wide open in astonishment. Giant was bringing his hand to hold the bleeding wound on his stomach. He slowly took his hand away, and the indentation caused by the light cannon also gradually dried up and stopped bleeding. Siren saw this and gaped, staring intently at the giant. At this moment, Tess shouted excitedly, "Could it be regenerating?" Giant opened his mouth. He only uttered one word wrong. Before the group's eyes, the giant's wound was slowly healing, countless muscle fibers reconnecting. His mouth kept making some sound. One person in the group shouted, "That is a schema." It seemed the giant had truly become enraged, his eyes bloodshot. He let out a loud, furious roar. He immediately tightened his grip on the branch in his hand and swung it as he charged forward. Seeing him rushing toward him, Siren could only stand rooted to the spot. The giant's branch came down with immense force, smashing rocks and earth everywhere, and a beam of light was also knocked far away. That was Siren. His entire body was sent flying backward. At this moment, Siren could not say a word. Seeing the giant's fist hurtling toward him, only one thought crossed his mind too fast. Suddenly a flame flew in from nowhere, scorching the giant's head, causing him to cry out from the heat. It was Ami who had acted to help Siren. As soon as he saw her, he cast his gaze toward her and called out her name loudly. Hearing this, she also shouted a warning to Siren, "Be careful, the giant's movements are breaking the laws of physics." After being hit by Ami's firepower, the giant raised his hands to clutch his burning head and kept screaming. On the other side, Arin used her power to strike the ground, and cracks immediately appeared on the surface. Arin glared, her entire body enveloped in a layer of power. She shouted, "Mental strike." This move of hers seemed to make the giant even angrier. He roared and bulged his eyes wide. Canis saw Arin's technique and thought to himself, "Mental strike. That is one of the 3 legendary techniques of dark magic: telepathy, mental strike, and mind control. A spell that directly attacks the target's spirit. But the true power of mental strike is a mental shock, mind manipulation. It can connect with a body control spell by linking to the domination of thoughts. To dominate a body solely through mind manipulation, you need mental power 20 times greater than the target. But if you link the mental shock with mind manipulation, no matter how strong the opponent is, you can still subdue them if they can control that giant. At this moment, Arin's gaze was locked on the giant. She used her eye technique to try and control him within the thoughts of someone still lost in thought. At least in this forest, there was no need to fear anything anymore. But finally, the last barrier began to show cracks. Immediately after, it shattered. Seeing this, the giant roared incessantly. Arin was sitting on the ground, looked up and shouted, "Why is it ineffective? He is just a big brute, right?" Seeing the control fail, Canis rushed to stand in front of her and shouted loudly, "Arin, danger!" Meanwhile, the giant's enormous foot was already about to stomp down on where the two of them were. When the giant foot stomped down, Canis managed to create a shield, blocking the stomp. That was the black wall. The very next second, from that shield, a surge of power coiled around the giant's leg and climbed upward. Wherever the surge of power went, the giant's body was slashed and torn, blood spurting out instantly. Canis, while letting the power climb up the giant's body, grinned. As expected, if the blueprint works, it means its body structure is similar to a human's. Aim for the tendons or blood vessels. Hearing this, Tess and Ryan immediately grabbed their swords and charged forward. Meanwhile, Canis also surged up, slamming his hand hard against the ground. Multiple surges of power were released instantly. This was the skilled dark power. The 3 of them, Canis, Tess, and Ryan, coordinated perfectly, countless slashes landing simultaneously, leaving the giant no time to react. At this moment, from above, a fireball was flying straight toward the giant. A massive flame instantly engulfed him and burned fiercely. The giant screamed continuously within the sea of fire. Ami was now hovering in midair after completing her attack. After some burning, the giant's body remained intact. He braced himself with one hand, kneeling on one knee. Immediately after, he tried to spring back amidst the flames, roaring without pause. Everyone was enduring the violent impact of the fire. Each person found a place to shelter from the horrific heat. The giant stood in the middle of the flames, tilting his head back and roaring to the sky. "Howl, spirit!" A piercing shriek made even Ami raise her hands to shield herself. She covered her ears with both hands, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, a spirit domain! I never thought it could use a skill like this howl." Just then, Ami seemed to see something, her eyes widening in shock. Before her eyes, the giant's muscle fibers were regenerating beneath its charred skin. She couldn't believe it. Impossible. Ami observed the new muscle fibers and skin forming, continuing to think. Even though they injured or burned the cells, it still regenerates. The mind technique seems ineffective too. How can such a creature exist? The giant turned his head back, growling and making noises continuously. Right at that moment, Canis once again used his power to create strands that clung tightly to the giant's arm. Seeing this, the giant struggled violently to break free from the binding strands. Canis tried to hold on tight, but his strength was too great. He opened his mouth and cursed. "Damn it!" Arin was still sitting on the ground, speaking fearfully. "I am useless. Truly useless." Canis was still trying to hold on, shouting, "Someone do something. I can barely hold on anymore." At that moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared before Canis and Arin. It was Siren. He was exerting all his strength to form a sphere of power. Seeing Siren taking his time and not succeeding, Canis got angry and yelled, "What the hell are you doing? You idiot. Can't you focus?" "That is not it, Canis. Look." Arin saw this and spoke up to remind him. The shape of the photon was changing. It seemed he was trying to shake it off. Siren used both hands to create photons that flattened into the shape of a flying saucer. Canis saw this and blurted out, "Crazy." That was the only thought in his mind at that moment. Even if photons had mass, how could that change the nature of light? Siren ignored the outside words, still pouring all his strength into completing the photon, gritting his teeth, and thinking this would be very difficult. But just controlling the movement of the photons consumed a great deal of mental strength. Siren was trying to focus all his power into it. He still had thought thoughts going through his mind, but right now this was the only way. After finishing it, he immediately threw the photon in his hand forward. Canis saw the incoming photon and immediately dodged, leaving only the rope tightly binding the giant, preventing him from moving. The photon flew like a blade spinning at tremendous speed, slashing across the giant's body. Crossing his rib area, it was immediately injured, blood splattering everywhere. The giant hurriedly looked down. Before he could react, his entire body stumbled and fell to the ground. After finishing the job, the group ran over to observe the giant. Someone spoke up and asked, "I cannot take it anymore. It is dead, right?" Looking at the bleeding body with no movement, Tess finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Stop it. It feels like barehanded dragon butchering. It is not going to revive, is it?" Me, standing to the side, also spoke up. "I tried slashing it with my shadow power, but it had no effect." Canis then used his power to create a slash, testing it across the giant's body, then said, "How about we carve it up bit by bit?" Ami saw that and glanced at him, then said, "No, stop it. It is not regenerating anymore." Tess happily turned to look at Siren. "That was awesome. Is it another new spell?" Siren put his hands on his hips and casually replied, "Just lucky. If the giant had dodged, there would not have been a second chance." Canis stood on the giant's body, looking down and saying, "We were lucky to win. What were you planning to do if that gamble failed?" "If it failed, things would not just end with you having to retire." Siren scratched his head and replied, "I know the effect was worse than I thought, so I am surprised too." Siren then turned back to defend him, saying, "But it was still a gamble with high odds of winning. Thanks to that we survived." Siren just laughed awkwardly upon hearing this. Canis said nothing more. Tess beside him praised again. "That move was really strong, so if we meet another giant, we can still take it down, right?" But Siren just remained silent and did not answer. Seeing his expression, Tess asked, "What is it? What happened?" Emmy heard this and immediately spoke up. "Maybe Siren will not use that spell again, right?" Siren nodded in agreement and then said to everyone, "It takes too much time and most importantly it heavily affects the mind. I think I will not use it again, except in urgent situations." Tess then asked upon hearing this, "So what should we do?" Just then the giant let out a soft groan. The whole group, who had been talking, immediately became alert and turned to look. Immediately after, they all ran into the forest before the giant woke up. A thought of someone flashed through paradise. Tess ran while crying, shouting loudly, "Only things like that live here." At that moment, deep in the forest, a strangely shaped monster suddenly appeared. It looked like a giant bug with sharp spikes on its back, legs like a spider, and a single eye on its head. Now, facing a girl holding a sword, its mouth kept making screeching sounds. The girl immediately charged at the monster in front of her. Her sword blade was very special, assembled from many triangular blades to form a single sword. In just a few slashes, the girl severed the monster's legs. The girl walking alone with sharp eyes and golden eyes was Kenya. With just a few slashes, she wounded the monster, green slime oozing from its body. The monster roared in pain. At that moment, another girl with white hair appeared in the scene. She pointed her sword tip straight at the monster eye and thrust forward. The blade stabbed straight into the monster eye, blood welling up from the eye. After pulling out the sword, ooze from the wound also gushed out. The monster let out a roar. Kanya stood there looking at the girl sitting on the monster head, green slime continuously dripping to the ground. At last, the sword was drawn from its sheath. Kanya just stood there, hands on her hips, her face cold and expressionless. Then she suddenly smiled at the white-haired girl. "Well done, Lena." That girl was Kanya, a member of the celestial mechanoid tribe. Scene change. In the forest, someone looked up at the sky, saw the swirling clouds and said, "The sky is churning." That was Siren's group. They had stopped to rest after venturing deep into the woods. Aaron spoke up. "It feels like something has changed." Rayan, holding a piece of bread, turned and asked, "Is it going to rain?" Aaron shook his head and replied, "Not sure, it feels like something else." At that moment, Tess suddenly stopped. She seemed to have detected something. With her very keen hearing, Tess immediately caught a voice. "Well done, Lena." She raised her hand and shouted, "I just heard a girl's voice." Ami immediately asked, "A girl? Are you sure?" Canis, standing on the other side with his arms crossed, said, "Isn't that a trap?" Meanwhile, Siren brought his hand to his chin, deep in thought. After a moment of consideration, he spoke, "Right now, we need clues. Let's go." Scene change. On Kanya's side, she also noticed the change in the sky. Kanya looked up, thinking to herself, "The sky." At the same time, Lena was digging her hand into the monster's head, searching for something. The little girl pulled out a red pill and happily exclaimed, "Great, it's a crimson pill." After finding the item, Lena also reached up and took off the goggles from her face. The little girl happily held the crimson pill in her hand and said, "Thank you, Oxford Unicorn." She was Lena of the mechanoid tribe. Seeing that the girl had gotten the item, Kanya turned and said, "We're in luck, but let's hurry. The Oxford Unicorn appearing outside its habitat makes me suspicious." Kanya warily looked around, then said seriously to Lena, "I have a bad feeling." At that moment, Lena looked ahead, her voice slightly trembling as she pointed a finger. Lena's face immediately turned pale. She cried out, "Sister." Hearing this, Kanya glanced behind them. In front of them, an oxer unicorn was approaching. Not just one, but many were surrounding the two of them. Lena hid fearfully behind her sister. Kanya stood in front of the girl and said, "Lena, come here." The frightened girl could only manage a single, shaky call. "Sister." Kanya silently scolded herself, so stupid. I should have checked the drone. And such numbers. She had never heard of oxer unicorns moving in a herd. Looking at the herd of oxer unicorns before her, Kanya had a conclusion in her mind, leaving no doubt. The forest's rules had changed. One oxer unicorn suddenly opened its mouth and roared, revealing rows of sharp teeth and a long, forked tongue. Lena suddenly rushed forward, placing herself in front of Kanya and saying, "Sister." As the oxer lunged, luckily the girl had already activated her protective shield to block the attack. Kanya now extended her hand. On it, she wore an object that looked like an energy gun. The laser beam immediately locked onto the head of the oxer unicorn. It then fired, and the oxer immediately let out a terrible shriek. Finally, its body exploded. Seeing this, two oxer unicorns charged at the two of them. This time, Lena again stood in front of her sister. The little girl quickly created a shield from the device on her wrist to defend against the attack. The entire herd of oxer unicorns behind them also rushed forward simultaneously to attack the two. The shield Lena created, after taking many hits, finally couldn't hold up. Cracks appeared, and a piece shattered. Seeing this, the oxers combined their efforts to attack the shield. Just as Lena's shield could no longer withstand the assault, it shattered completely. The two of them held each other tightly in fear. At the critical moment, a stream of purple power struck down from above, causing the herd of oxers to dare not advance. The Kanya sisters held each other tightly, opening their eyes to look around. While Lena was so scared her eyes welled up with tears. The entire 2,000 people who had just landed were all Siren's men. He raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on the herd of horned oxers, and uttered two words, "Unite in fury." As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down and punched straight into the ground. An explosion immediately occurred, the ground caving in with cracks. Jerome, after finishing off the herd of horned oxers, turned back to look at the Kanya sisters. Seeing that the two were still gaping in astonishment, Axiron asked, "Are you two all right?" Ryan had also used his sword to finish off a horned oxer, and he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, that was a close one. He had thought only brutal things like the giant lived here. On the other side, Tess was pointing her sword at a horned oxer. She quickly swung her sword to take it down, thinking to herself that these creatures resembled the monsters from their world. Canis also used his dark power to help deal with the herd of horned oxers. Arian used his ability to strike straight at the ground, while Ami was using fire to burn them. Arin used her power to manipulate the minds of these horned oxers. Instantly, those horned oxers were easily controlled by her. Two horned oxers charged at each other, crazily attacking their own kind. Witnessing this scene, Kanya couldn't help but gape in shock and exclaim, "Horned oxers, they are breaking the law and fighting among themselves." The entire herd of horned oxers had now been taken care of by Siren's group. Only two remained, controlled by Arin obediently listening to her. Canis crossed his arms over his chest and said, "Good thing Arin's ability worked. That giant must not be normal." Hearing this, Tess asked, "So now, will we bring them along?" He looked at Arin, who was petting a horned oxer, and replied, "No, we can't waste Arin's mental strength on these monsters." Tess asked, "So what should we do?" Canis merely answered calmly, "Arin will handle it." At that moment, Arin still had her hand touching the horned oxer in front of her. She did something that immediately showed clear anger and bloodshot veins in the horned oxer's eyes. After Arin stepped back, these two horned oxers turned and started attacking each other wildly. Very quickly, both were injured. Ami looked at the two horned oxers and Arin, thinking to herself, Arin too. The path she walked was paved with roses. At this moment, Arin didn't dare watch the two horned oxers face off. She turned away and closed her eyes. Siren then spoke up, "By the way, they are humans, right?" Someone in the group replied, "That's right, humans." The Kanya sisters were still sitting on the ground hugging each other, looking warily at Siren's group. The whole group stepped forward and surrounded them. Tess said excitedly, "They have shields and swords. I really want to see them." Ami fixed her hair and said while exhaling, "I was worried only giants lived here. What a relief." Kenya looked at Siren's group in front of her, asking herself, "Who are those people? What are they saying?" Kenya couldn't understand the language of Siren's group. To her, they were just speaking some strange tongue. At this moment, Siren looked behind him and said, "Right, we can't understand what they're saying, can we? Leave it to Arin." Instantly, Arin used her power to connect with the Kanya sisters. Lena was a bit scared, hiding behind her sister's back. Through Arin's connection, Siren said to the two, "We come from another world." Kanya's next action, says the entire group. Siren's group had to hold on as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Kanya aimed the laser gun on her wrist directly at Siren's forehead and said, "So it's you, the one who destroyed this forest's law." She seemed angry but still held Lena tightly. Seeing her sister do this, Lena looked up and innocently asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" "They saved us." Kenya said to her, "Lena, you don't understand. They interfered with the law, that's why the horned oxers went mad. Speak quickly if you don't want your head blown off. What have you done to this forest?" Facing Kenya's interrogation, this time Siren showed no fear or anger. He simply looked at her in silence. In the face of Kenya's questions, Siren's group also remained silent, simply observing the two of them without saying anything. Everyone just exchanged silent looks in this situation. It was not until Siren took the initiative to speak. "We are human beings too." Hearing Siren speak, the device in Kanya's hand displayed a notice, unable to decode language, no data. At that moment, a voice rang out. "The words of those who are neither subjects nor heretics. Is that enough?" Hearing this, Kanya immediately became wary. She seemed angry, aiming her laser gun at Siren and saying, "Is that enough?" Siren calmly raised his hand, trying to communicate with Kanya. "Must you force me to believe? We understand each other. We can resolve this through dialogue." Hearing him speak, Kanya paused for a moment. Beside her, little Lena suddenly saw something and spoke up abruptly. "Sister, we are in big trouble." Lena's eyesight was very sharp, and seeing the approaching entity, she broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, a flying metal robot appeared in the forest, letting out a sound. Through this flying robot, Lena could observe many venomous demonic beasts moving below. She said in fear, "Venomous demonic beasts, about 20 of them, are heading this way. We must leave here quickly." Hearing her sister's words, Kenya gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming. She was still observing Saren's expression, but he remained unmoving. Kenya stood there, hesitating for a long while. In the end, she still could not bring herself to attack, so she put her laser gun away. Immediately after, she stood up and led Lena running forward, shouting loudly to Siren's group as they ran. "For now, just leave here first. Follow me." Seeing Siren standing still without moving, Ami called out, "Siren? That direction is completely opposite to the city we just saw." Siren's group stood there, watching the backs of the Kanya sisters running ahead. Tess saw that everyone was still hesitating, so she asked, "Could it be dangerous?" Hearing this, Siren decided, "Let's just follow them first. We don't know anything about this world. If we can talk to them, then the amount of information we can gather will be limitless." Scene change. At this moment, a few more flying robots appeared in the sky. This place was the Serpentine Valley. Siren's group had followed the Kanya sisters here. As they walked, Kanya said to them, "This is the Serpentine Valley. Because the rules here are different from the forest of the commoners, there won't be any danger like what just happened." As they walked, Emmy used a pen to write down what Kanya said in her notebook. In her mind, she thought, "Rules." Rian, who was at the back, spoke up, making Kanya stop. The most dangerous thing was Suron getting hit by that strange weapon. She immediately turned around, staring straight at Siren, which startled him a bit. Kanya said, "Then speak. Who are you people? Seeing you use magic, you seem like some kind of tribe, and you use a language that doesn't exist in this world." They are the Kanya sisters of the Mecha tribe, and Lena. After introducing them, Kanya continued to ask, "What is your purpose in coming to the forest of the commoners?" Hearing this, Siren replied, "I don't know if you will believe it, but we come from another world." Hearing such a preposterous story, Kanya immediately flew into a rage. "Speak sensibly, do you take me for a fool?" Seeing that she didn't believe him, Siren affirmed, "It's true. On the contrary, we are the ones who want to ask, what exactly is this world? From those strange coal insects to that giant that was just defeated." When Siren mentioned it, Kanya was startled and exclaimed, "What? A giant?" She immediately became angry, looked at Siren, and shouted, "Did you kill the guardian of the rules?" Seeing her so angry, Siren hurriedly explained, "I didn't kill him, it's just, how should I put it?" Before he could finish his sentence, Kanya grabbed him by the collar and screamed, "So you have indeed broken the rules." No wonder those demon unicorns went berserk like that. The two sides immediately fell into a scuffle. Several people in Siren's group stepped forward, wanting to pull Kanya's hands away, and shouted, "Wait, we didn't kill that giant, besides he attacked us first." Hearing this, Kenya did not give an inch and shouted back, "Of course, because you were the ones who broke the rules first." Kenya still held Siren by the collar with both hands, loudly interrogating him. "Don't you know that humans are not allowed to enter the forest of the commoners?" Unable to bear it any longer, Siren reached out to hold her hand back and then roared. He said he didn't know. "We don't know anything at all, just that we're from another world." At this time, Kanya's face darkened, and upon hearing Siren's words, she spoke up, "Don't know." Only then did both sides stop arguing. Siren continued, "Yes, that's what I've been saying all along." Kenya then let go of Siren's collar and stammered, "No, that's not what I meant." She and her sister then looked at Siren's group with astonished eyes. Kenya spoke, "Lena, these people, they seem to be people from the Earth Kingdom." She hugged her sister, both sisters appearing somewhat frightened. Hearing Kenya say that, Siren repeated with slight confusion, "Earth Kingdom?" Kenya then told them, "I once heard our parents tell us when we were little, about those who are ruled by the sky. The story of the humans in the Earth Kingdom, living on the ground as descendants of the faithful, yet they are pitiful beings who cannot feel the presence of the deities. Therefore, they do not receive eternity but must suffer for a lifetime as anti-humans, and from what I've heard, those who live denying the existence of the deities are heretics. They will be banished to this place, which is purgatory. Purgatory is the place where those who do not believe in the deities are exiled, an otherworldly hell. After hearing the story Kanya just told, Surin looked at her somewhat awkwardly. The members of the group had also sat down to rest. Siren and Ami were still attentively listening to Kanya's story. He then spoke up to ask, "Is this place purgatory?" Lena, sitting opposite, listened and then said casually, "What kind of major crime must one commit to be banished to purgatory?" The little girl wanted to say more, but Kanya reached out and covered her mouth. Rian sat on a tree branch, arms crossed, and asked bluntly, "Hey, what crime did I commit?" Hearing this, Tess said loudly, "A crime of the heart. That's just a misunderstanding on their part." After talking for a while, Kenya stood up and spoke again. "Alright, it's decided then. I know a good place for you. I will lead you there. What do you think?" Hearing this, Siren looked up at her and asked, "According to you, we are heretics. Why would you help?" Hearing this, Kanya said somewhat displeased, "What? I'm just being nice. Truly a descendant of the No clan, so suspicious." Kanya, while putting her hand behind her neck, continued, "Anyway, we have to go that way too. To tell the truth, in this purgatory place, even the faithful are not protected." Meaning whether heretic or faithful, we're all in the same boat. Hearing Kanya's words, Siren and Ami then stood up, and he asked blankly where that place was. Kanya looked towards Siren and replied, "The No People's Rest Stop. It's a network built in this purgatory by the No People who escaped from Heaven Kingdom." Hearing that, Siren stepped forward and said, "What a relief." Hearing Siren's out of the blue remark, Kanya asked back, "What?" Siren then smiled and said to her, "Because Kanya is a kind person." Hearing that, Kanya exclaimed loudly, "Not at all." She blushed, turned her head away in embarrassment, and continued, "It's just that you look like descendants of the No clan, so I'm leading you to the No clan's place. After we get there, we go our separate ways, got it?" Seeing this, Lena just smiled obediently and said to Siren, "She's always been like that. Don't take it to heart, big brother. As for me, I genuinely want to help everyone." Hearing that, Siren praised the little girl. Lena is truly kind-hearted too. Everyone in Siren's group seemed to take a liking to the little girl. The whole group followed Kanya as they moved into the forest, and Tess stretched and said, "Alright," setting off with no energy whatsoever. While walking, Kanya glanced at her sister and said in a low voice, "Lena, what did you say just now?" Hearing this, Lena just smiled and replied, "I didn't say anything." While moving, Kanya reminded Surin's group, "If you want to reach the No People's Rest Stop, you need to hurry. It gets very dangerous when it gets dark." Very quickly they passed by a stream, the water below crystal clear. At this moment, the shadow of something in the sky was cast on the water's surface. Looking closely, it was the shadow of a large bird. Scene change, it was still daylight inside the forest. Ami walked through the forest, carefully jotting notes in her notebook, while Siren walked beside her. In Ami's notebook was written the content, the No People's Shelter. Created in purgatory by the No People who escaped from the heavenly realm, an open market that anyone can visit. This place builds houses among large tree trunks, along with suspension bridges connecting them together. Below were the trading stalls. They did not reveal the location of the shelter for the divine citizens, so a guide would come to the Serpent Coil Valley to meet them. "Let us go find that guide," Kenya said, then extended her hand wearing the device. Immediately, a winged robot flew over and attached itself to the device on her hand. After that, Kenya released the robot to fly back into the sky. Seeing this, Tess immediately moved close from behind Kanya and said, "That is so cool." This action startled her, making her let out a shriek. Tess could not hide her excitement, shouting loudly, "This ancient weapon, no, is it a reconnaissance machine? Amazing, where did you get it?" Kanya stepped aside and replied, "This thing is not something you can just get. Drones are only issued to the Mecha tribe. When they turn 12, each person receives one." Hearing this, Tess moved toward her with a sly expression. "So it is called a drone? I want one too." Kenya sighed helplessly. "Unfortunately, it has a personal code. No one else can use it. I understand why you are jealous." Hearing this, Tess seemed annoyed. So frustrating. Just this thing alone would change the entire intelligence game. Tess then asked Kenya if she could see what that machine saw and how she saw it. Kenya calmly replied, "It is connected to my head by a frequency." Tess asked curiously, "A frequency?" Hearing this, Kanya scratched her head and tried to explain. "You could call it an invisible signal. It transmits what it sees into my head and projects it directly onto my retina. This technology is called retinal vision." Hearing this, Tess immediately exclaimed, "What incredible technology." Kenya pointed at her eye. "It is currently displaying in my left eye. Do you want to come closer and see?" Finding it possible to see, Tess excitedly stepped forward. "Really? I want to see, I want to see." Tess immediately pressed her eye close to Kania's and saw a system network appear inside. After looking, Tess and Siren both had sparkling eyes and said in unison, "This is absolutely awesome." Even Siren joined in, startling Kania. She immediately pushed Siren back, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? You are too close, you weirdo." Siren accidentally fell backward, lying on the ground and complaining, "Is that not a bit much?" Rian was the sensible one. He came over to take Tess elsewhere, coaxing as he walked. "Enough, let us just go find it." Siren stood up, dusted off the dirt on his clothes, and said, "Actually, I came here out of curiosity about something." Siren continued asking, "Is the No Tribe not divine citizens?" Kania nodded yes. Siren asked again, "Then why is the No Tribe's shelter in the underworld?" Hearing this, Kania found it a bit difficult to explain. She raised her hand to her forehead and stammered, "Well," right after that, she sat down, picked up a branch from the ground, drew some symbols, and explained to Siren, "If you plan to live here long term, you need to know. I will only explain this once. Okay, there are 3 divine citizen races in the heavenly realm. Among them, how should I describe the No Tribe? They are the most suspicious ones among the divine citizens." Hearing this, Siren asked naively, "Suspicious about what?" Kania then replied bluntly, "The laws of the gods." She continued explaining that divine citizens have a fixed lifespan, usually a maximum of 70 years, and upon its end, they achieve eternal life. Siren then felt it strange and asked, "A lifespan is predetermined from birth. How odd." Hearing Siren's question, Kania covered her mouth in surprise and said, "How frightening, you just spoke exactly like a member of the No Tribe." Siren thought to himself, "That is exactly right." Kania picked up the wooden stick again and continued, "Some No people began to have irreverent thoughts. They think being constrained within a fixed lifespan is bizarre. Therefore, they decided to reject the laws of the gods, which is why they fled the heavenly realm and now live in this underworld. Do you understand? Giving up eternal life to live in a place as dangerous as this." Hearing this, Siren just sat silently without saying anything. Kania continued, "That is right. You would not truly understand anyway, since you will die eventually." Finding that sounded a bit strange, Siren looked away. In his heart, he was thinking that if they went there, they might receive important clues about this world. Suddenly, a person's voice rang out, "Everyone, come here." Siren and Kania heard it and immediately ran over. Siren asked what was wrong. Rian looked toward Tess and Lena, who were standing there, and said, "Tess." She said there was a smell of blood here. Before them now was a very dark cave. Hearing this, Kania said, "Blood? I do not smell anything." Tess heard this, put her hands on her hips, and laughed triumphantly. "So Siren probably cannot smell the scent either, right?" Lena then turned around with a cautious expression and said, "My drone discovered this place." At that moment, someone stepped forward and entered the cave. The group immediately entered inside as well. While walking, Emmy asked this could be a trap. Tess and Siren led the way. She replied, "I do not think so. The smell of blood only emanates from inside. If there was also a smell outside, then I would be suspicious." Hearing this, Siren raised his hand and said, "I understand, then let us go inside." Immediately afterward, he used his power to create a ball. The glowing orb of light illuminated the path ahead. Seeing such magic for the first time, Lena was a little scared, huddling against her sister and asking, "Sister," Siren just emitted light from his body. Looking at the glowing orb, Kania thought to herself, "What kind of magic is that? It does not resemble the magic of the mundane world." Thinking this, Kania muttered, "People from the continental nations really do use strange magic." Lena, walking beside her, heard this and said, "But doesn't that look exactly like that thing?" Immediately, Kania again raised her hand to cover her sister's mouth, stopping her from speaking further, and said, "Thinking like that is blasphemy. Apologize in your heart." Hearing her sister say this, Lena obediently complied. The little girl clasped her hands together and closed her eyes as if praying for something. When she opened her eyes, she seemed a little annoyed, thinking as she walked, "My sister thought so too." Just then, another tremor suddenly passed through the cave, and Siren's group immediately entered a state of alert. He looked at everyone and shouted a warning, "Dodge." Right after that, another tremor arrived. Siren turned back to look at the Kanya sisters, asking with concern, "Is everyone all right? Is anyone hurt?" Immediately, the people in the group responded, "We are all fine." So it was a trap? Kenneth then spoke up, "No, someone is here." In front of them, the path was blocked by interlocking layers of stone. A voice came from within, "Who are you? I will not miss next time." Siren and Kanya immediately moved forward together. He used the orb to illuminate the area inside. They immediately saw an old man and a young man appear. The young man shouted warily, "If you refuse to speak." The old man and the young man were Gadrag, the guide to the human refuge, and Clove, also a guide to that place. Andrak seemed to be injured, struggling to speak. Clove, earth element magic. Hearing this, the young man replied, "Yes, master, should I use it now?" Gadrag then said to his student, "No, we will be crushed to death." Hearing this, Clove replied, "Yes." Kanya quickly stepped forward and said, "You are the guides to the human refuge, right? We have been searching for you all along." Hearing her, Gadrag asked, "So a holy citizen called us? Why would a stubborn mecha clan come to a heretical area like this?" Not having time to care much, Kenya saw he was injured, the wound right on his stomach, and said, "Wait, more importantly, you are hurt. You are injured? Do not tell me it is from the coiling serpent?" Gadrag, cradling his bleeding wound with his hand, replied, "No, it was not from the law. We were attacked by Kogo." Hearing this, everyone in the cave was stunned. Ami stepped forward to ask. Rian also spoke up. "Kogo that we know?" Kani said, sounding annoyed. "Even here I keep hearing that irritating name." Kania seemed worried. She asked again. "The heretic hunters have already arrived." Gadrag nodded and replied, "This place will be discovered soon too. They are using a great technique." Tess remained silent for a long time upon hearing about the great technique, then said, "If the great technique means schema, we must leave this place immediately," and then turned to look at Siren. Without thinking much, she immediately made a proposal to Gadrak and his student. "Can you take us to the human refuge right now?" The master and student, as well as the Kanya sisters, were all astonished to hear this and looked at her. Gadrak could not believe Aaron could speak with them. He said excitedly, "What? You've even learned the language. Is that the ability of the fairy race?" Hearing this, Kanya quickly stepped forward to explain, "These children are humans from the continental nations. They are not strange at all. They look like descendants of your human race." Clove seemed to react poorly to this. He glared, saying coldly, "These people, do you mean they are knockoffs?" Hearing this, Siren's group was curious. He immediately spoke up to ask, "Knockoffs? What is that?" Someone immediately shouted, "Hey." Clove seemed impolite. He pointed at his own and his master's luggage, then said clearly, "Come here and carry the luggage, one by one." Seeing him so rude, Siren's group did not step forward. Clove went even further. He walked over and grabbed Ami's strand of red hair, then suddenly yelped. Right after that, he raised his hand to lift her chin, saying rudely, "For a human made to imitate us, you look pretty good. If you follow me, you can live a comfortable life. How about it? Hey, a noble holy citizen walking with an imitation human. Just Ryan is enough of a joke already." Seeing this, Kanya warned, "Hey, you should stop." Clove still did not understand the problem. He immediately turned back, frowning, and said, "Why?" Siren's gaze at him was like sharp swords. Lena also felt a chill down her spine, shuddering, her whole body trembling. Gadrag suddenly stood up. He grabbed his staff and hit him hard on the head, then shouted loudly, "No! Are you trying to get your master killed in this cave? I told you we needed to run immediately." Immediately after, he sat down heavily and told Surin's group that his disciple had been rude, and that they must leave this place first. Canis grumbled unpleasantly, "What's wrong with that dim-witted fool?" Ami also cursed angrily. "I almost cut his wrist off." Just then, Lena suddenly clutched her head and said in panic, "Sister, something is wrong." Through Lena's eyes, she seemed to see something terrifying and exclaimed, "Damn it." Using her robot, Lena saw an army approaching on horseback. The leader wore iron armor with a red helmet, which also had 2 horns on it. His fierce gaze appeared in Lena's mind, making her shout in fear. It is the Gigor tribe. The 3 divine races in the heavenly realm are the Mecha tribe, the No tribe, and the Google tribe. Adrag spoke heavily, his voice filled with fear. "It seems one of them has smelled the blood." He was holding his stomach, which had long been soaked with blood. Adrag struggled to get up. "It is already too late to run away." Clove called out anxiously, Master, what do we do now?" Meanwhile, Siren turned to look in the opposite direction. Then a tiny spark flickered inside the dark cave. At this moment, the Gigger people had arrived at the cave entrance. One of them stopped to confirm. As soon as he pointed to confirm, the one nearby asked, "Captain, should we enter?" But the leader was very cautious. "No, the No tribe uses their ability to borrow nature's power. They are trying to lure us into the cave." After saying that, he took a deep breath. His voice echoed everywhere, creating a massive sound wave. "You filthy No tribe, I know all of you are hiding in the cave. If you don't come out, you'll die an ugly death. I'll count to 3. Tess suddenly seemed to understand. It seems this team specializes in capturing schema masters of the sensory system. Because of the smell of blood, we can't shake them off. "We still have wounded people, what do we do?" Siren lowered his head, still calmly thinking of a countermeasure. Very quickly he looked up. "Everyone, can you follow my words?" All of them were quite startled. Outside, the leader had begun his count. All of them raised their bows in unison. There was no hesitation on their faces. He gradually lost patience, his voice unconsciously rising. 2. Suddenly, one of the Gigger men behind the leader was startled. A round object of unknown use flew towards them. "Damn it!" And it exploded, indirectly answering the previous question. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within the cave. Without time to observe, they all hurriedly fled. Siren and Ami stayed behind to defend as everyone ran. Two powers attacked everything simultaneously without prior arrangement. The aftermath of the bomb was not over yet when the two ignited another fuse. Clove watched this scene, his mind wandering. Is that magic too? Its destructive power is incredible. A fair arm pulled him over. Don't just stand there dumbfounded. This was followed by two arrows shooting into the spot where Clove had just stood. The one who sought the arrows yelled, "Captain, they have run into the narrow valley." Finally, the cold-faced leader decided to act. I had been careless, not expecting the mecha tribe to follow them. Capture them and skin them for me. On the other side, they were running, asking Kania which way next. She was a woman of few words, answering only when asked, and that was it. Next was a left turn, but even at this moment, Kania was still harboring ill will. What was going on? She recalled the earlier period. Using ill will was useless anyway, because they could see the bullets too. Siren confirmed firmly they did not know about the mecha tribe member here. They were definitely not on guard against this type of weapon, and would soon reveal a huge opening from a surprise attack. In the meantime, Kania and Lena, please use the narrow path Siren found to lead the way. Kania looked at the person beside her and could not help but admire him, because everything was happening exactly as he had calculated. He pressed her head down and reminded her duck lower. The robots have started to catch up. They are here. Clove stopped and knelt on one knee. I will buy time. Ami hurriedly called him back. Do not do that. Just keep running according to the plan. Clove narrowed his eyes again provocatively. We have to strike back a blow, right? She was completely out of ideas with this idiot. He turned around, his attitude becoming serious. A water spirit, lend me your strength. Ice arrows rose like mountains. Kalash Hanbang. They were blocked and could not advance further. Just then, a voice rang out, impressive. Siren praised with considerable interest. The magic used in the cave earlier was definitely high difficulty magic. Canis beside him also took a moment to chime in. The magic of the new tribe has a mechanism completely different from the magic of our world. Otherwise, how could an idiot like him have used it? Very quickly, Siren and the group transformed into golden rays that shot up into the vast sky. Streaks of golden light flew around everywhere. Gadrag suddenly covered his face. What is this? How could this be? The worldview of the two masters and disciples collapsed. Could humans really turn into light? He tried to recall the missed memories. When that brat used magic to light up the cave, I thought he had gotten a spirit from somewhere. Spirits are rare things. Having one is unrealistic, but because the situation was urgent, I overlooked the matter. This is not merely controlling light. The scene of them unleashing power to stop the Google group, and then the scene of them turning into that thing. They truly transformed into light. Back in the present, the leader had lost his composure. You bastards do not think you can escape. That man took a deep breath. Move again, Holing. Clove and Garak raised their hands to shield themselves at the same time. He could not help lamenting inwardly. You cowards, daring to take advantage of my focus to attack from behind. The echo of Holing hitting the rock wall increased its power even more. Just then, a firm hand grabbed Gadrag by the collar. Even though he saw it, he could not help being astonished. It was truly unbelievable. Even the leader was startled. How could this be possible? Not long after they landed on the ground, Clove, just after being released, questioned, "Hey, you girl, did you do that on purpose?" As for Gadrag, he held his head and muttered, "Damn it, every time hauling causes trouble." The No tribe was naturally of a different system from Seago, all of them base cowards. Canis was also somewhat at a loss with you all so similar to each other like back then. Upon hearing this, he shifted his attention, asking how you all had come out unscathed, if a special method had been used. He rubbed his hands, speaking with slight irritation. It was just her enduring it, and then using it. Garak stopped, pressing the question, what? Canis could no longer stand it. If you cannot even handle a small matter like this, then do not go around calling yourself a mage. Beside him were two strangers, Aaron, a professional spirit-type mage among spirit-type users, and another stranger, Ami, a red-eyed person immune to spirit-type magic. Clove wiped his sweat, pointing in a certain direction. Hey, they are chasing us, we are done for. We will be tortured to death. It is so noisy. She did not call for his ring book. Alright, hurry and get in here. Ami turned to ask, are you done, Siren? He smiled, but his expression remained relaxed. Yeah, that was a close call. Garak hugged his staff, once again having his horizons broadened by a fan. What is this now? Light. Canis thought to himself from behind. When he said he would use this magic in the spirit channel, I already found it hard to believe. I never thought it was real. You can even use mass teleportation? The magic had succeeded unconsciously that day. He had turned it into his own Rian then. The leader rushed over like a madman. Do not think you can escape. He opened his hideous mouth and shouted, Soul. The echoing roar caused almost everyone to cover their ears. Siren was again abnormally calm. Compared to Clay Maz's sound cannon, these things, they could not even be considered noise. Siren was indestructible. Very quickly, a brilliant beam of light shot up into the sky. In just a few blinks of an eye, it had soared up into the high heavens. Leader cursed in anger. Damn it, Fox Spirit has no effect. It has only passed through one wall anyway. They cannot have gotten far. Chase them quickly. A minute later, a small flash of light flickered in the sky. The familiar light slowly descended onto the still water surface. Gadrag could not help but be surprised. This is the entrance to the cave we just fled from earlier. This place still carries the scent of my blood. So you hid the scent of blood within the scent of blood, right? Only then did Ami speak up. But hey, where is the shelter of the No tribe? He was also perplexed. That is what I want to ask. How can you all control light so freely, extracting it from the air? She refuted without any hesitation. That is not the case. What is it? Gadrag extended his consciousness again. If it is not a special light concentrated area, then in principle light magic cannot be used. To reach the shelter of the No tribe, we must go to that point. We will use a transport magic to go there to the shelter. It is quite similar to the magic you all just used, but it can fly much farther. Follow me, I will lead the way there. Canis, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. The magic to transport to the No tribe's shelter looks a lot like spatial transport magic, does it not? Ami began to reconsider. Indeed, if it is spatial teleportation, we would not have to worry about exposing the location of the No tribe's shelter. Siren did not object, merely added. The thought process of the No tribe is clearly very similar to residual magic. Tess also started to join in, entering the shelter of the mages. How exciting. He considered another possibility. What if Miro has also gone there? Because she is one. Ami posed a new question to herself. That person named Miro. I am starting to get curious about what kind of person she is, daring to make us suffer like this. Tess was no exception. I hope this time we can find a clue. This is so thrilling. Rian chimed in with a remark. I also want to have a decent meal. Rarely did she not deny it. This time I agree. On the other side, Lena was still chattering nonstop. Sister, we are almost at the No tribe's shelter. Kania lowered her head, her expression not very good. I am sorry, Lena, for making you follow all the way here. But the little girl did not care at all. No, I came willingly, we promised. Jiang must obtain that thing. She seemed to have pulled herself together and confidently replied, yes, it was because of that. We have already broken the rules to get here. Aaron, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped and glanced back. Canis curiously approached and asked, what is it, Arin? But she hid it slightly and replied, it's nothing. At the same time, the sound of bustling hooves gradually ceased. Stop! Stop immediately! The leader was somewhat suspicious about this. The cave entrance where we found the slave tribe earlier? Are you sure it's here? The other man's tongue was tied as he said, found the traces. After they fled, they definitely came here. Could not help but feel annoyed. 20 minutes had passed. The chase would only get harder. Another member stepped forward and said, Captain, isn't this very strange? How did they escape? This is not the light-concentrated area that the slave tribe talks about. The leader looked at him with disgust. It is not the magic of the slave tribe. There are those who are not of the slave tribe mixed in. Who are they? They are not Outer Heaven races either. Outer Heaven races meant beings from another world. Could they be people from the Earth Kingdom? Broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this name. People from the Earth Kingdom. You mean the simulators? He just wanted to knock on the other's head. Idiot, people from the Earth Kingdom are not like simulators. Damn it, why didn't I realize it sooner? Another man also noticed the abnormality. Captain, what is going on? The leader's face suddenly turned serious. You are young, so you wouldn't know. From ancient times, whenever a person from the Earth Kingdom steps into the sky, it will create a serious variable for the rules. Stop the pursuit. Return to Samin immediately. Reporting is the top priority. They dared not say another word. Understood. Suddenly, one of them noticed something. The horse suddenly lost its patience, repeatedly stamping on the water's surface. Meanwhile, they were still trying to retreat. A scattered sound of panic rang out. Not yet. The sun has not set yet. He was not very surprised. Has it already started? The rules were being broken. Everything suddenly sank into darkness. Time seemed to stop. Pitch black slashes swept through like the wind. In the blink of an eye, nothing remained intact. Everything fell chaotically into the pool of water in silence. When everything returned to normal, the river was dyed red, adding a bit of knowledge compared to the slave tribe's magic, borrowing nature's power and the focus required to endure the summoning call. The Earth Kingdom's magic, combining the study of knowledge and innate ability, might be less effective, but it was precisely the focus spread from that inefficiency that was the strength of Earth Kingdom magic. Saren was puzzled, his eyes widening a bit more. Shaman, what is that? Kanya blushed under his gaze and replied, a place called Samino. That is the area where the subjects live in the celestial kingdom, called the First Heaven. Siren was not quite sure and asked back. First Heaven means the first sky. Gadrag, who had some understanding, spoke up first. The celestial kingdom is made of 7 layers of heaven, from the first heaven to the 7th heaven. Among them, the place where the subjects live is called the First Heaven. He became curious again. So the 3 races lived together. Unimaginable. He kept his expression unchanged, merely as if telling a story. Though in the same area, their territories for living are different. There, they live peacefully together according to the rules. The mecha tribes like to explore. The slave tribes like to adventure. Siren expressed no opinion, only asking, "So what do the mechanoid tribes like?" Just as he said this, Gadrag's gaze changed. "They are like fanatics, with only the gods on their minds." Kania interrupted, looking displeased. "How dare you speak such blasphemous words?" He was startled, as if recalling something wrong. "Forgot that there is a rule worshipper here as well, huh?" He was still dazed, not understanding anything. "But what exactly are these rules?" This question directly left her stumped. "You do not know what rules are?" In a lawless land, Siren was questioned until he was flustered. "Ah, there were laws, but, did one have to follow them?" Kania seriously explained, "Of course, laws are the will of the great gods. No one is allowed to oppose that will, which is why they are called laws." He immediately asked bluntly, "So now, aren't you also breaking the law?" She was so furious she wanted to go mad, which was why she had to endure this situation in purgatory. Blow added fuel to the fire. What's wrong with this scene? It's better than living forever in that tangled heavenly kingdom. Kenia gritted her teeth. "Is that so? Then go ahead and spend your life hiding from the Goatee's heretic hunts." Just then Gadrag spoke up. "Who knows, maybe real life is like this. After all, we are lawbreakers who were banished here. But so what? At least we have freedom." She seemed to be touched on a sore spot and retorted, "Freedom? Giving up eternal life to choose death, and then rationalizing that as freedom?" Everyone fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. He refused to back down. "That is correct. We gave up immortality to gain the right to die." Kania forced out each word. "As divine subjects, one must obey the law. You run away and then come here to prattle on about freedom and the right to die. Does life get any better by saying those flowery words? Your no tribe is truly pitchable." Lena quickly intervened. "Stop it, sister. Arguing with heretics is pointless." One sentence from Garak stunned them both. "Aren't you the one hiding the truth? You are merely a creation begging for immortality." Her eyes went wide, as if she had just suffered a great shock. Kenia raised her hand, no longer able to maintain her composure. "You have gone too far. A heretic like you deserves to be killed right here." His expression did not change. Rian was about to draw his sword but was stopped by everyone, so he let it go. On the other side, Lena still tried to persuade Sister, "Don't." After a moment, Gadrag spoke up. "So why did you seek us out?" His next sentence seemed to pierce through the secret she was hiding. "You came to touch the No tribe to search for something. Without you saying it, I know someone in your family is soon to undergo the unification art, correct? That's why you came here to buy medicine from No tribe." Kania could not hold back and tears fell. "What's wrong with doing that? What's wrong with thinking of my parents? What does this have to do with the laws?" "It's just my mother." Suran remained silent, not expressing any opinion. Lena supported her, saying quickly, "I'm sorry she is." Gadrag leaned on his cane and walked over. "I know there's no need to apologize to a heretic. The Mecha tribe has always had very strong family bonds. I suppose I got a bit emotional because of this wound, but the No tribe never lets emotions affect business. You will find what you want, but it will cost quite a bit of money." Kania turned her face to wipe her tears. "Don't worry. I've saved up enough money over the past year. Let's go, the light crystal is not far from here." Siren paid no attention to the words around him, only thinking the star unification art, bestowed lifespan and the being who created the light. Immortal divine subjects, heretics who choose death. Is this place truly a heavenly kingdom or just another world? Ahead was a golden region of light amidst the ancient ruins. Tess could not help but be surprised. Does light really gather together like this? Even he found it hard to believe. How could such a thing exist? In contrast, Gadrag was very calm. "That is called stellar light, the stellar essence left behind in this place. The light has persisted for so long that it has formed a crystal." Siren broke into a sweat, feeling a sense of familiarity. "I've heard this concept somewhere before." Ami saw what he was thinking and immediately said, "That's a magic crystal, Siren. It's quite similar to a magic crystal." Siren was startled, finally recovering the memory. Remembering, he hugged his staff and spoke up to interrupt, telling everyone to gather here. "Now we will use this light to reach the Groot rest stop." He was tied up to the point where he had to extend his hand to play again. That sparkling thing brightened up the entire pitch-black cave. Gadrag suddenly noticed something unusual, his body turning cold. He looked at the speck of light in his hand, wondering why it was taking so long. Claude also felt something was wrong, asking his master if there was something strange. Could the crystal's energy have weakened? Gadrag broke into a sweat all over his head. "Impossible. It takes hundreds of years to change. I used it just a few days ago. If not that, then could it be?" That small round sphere suddenly distorted. He quickly turned and ran, shouting to leave this place immediately. Emmy asked why as she ran. What was happening? The cave shook violently, the vortex snakes swirled, rocks fell and shattered on the spot. Suddenly, everything came to a standstill. No one in the team could move anymore. Siren's eyes flashed with a green light. What was that? "This aura of terror is..." In the silent night, a trustworthy voice rang out. "Butter poof." The light quickly dissipated those black chasing things. The two streams of power collided, creating a massive explosion. Tess collapsed, her voice trembling. "We just now..." Rian was no better off, continuing, "Almost died." He fearfully looked up above. In a place so high that no end could be seen, there was a dark patch. Strange dark shadows gradually emerge from there. Are these vortex snakes? Let me explain a bit. In essence, when a specific element exists long enough, a crystal forms. If it exists for over 1,000 years, it becomes a spirit. Making a contract with a spirit allows one to borrow natural power regardless of location. Ami also noticed, quickly pointing upward, "What is that? What kind of creature is that?" Canis's expression was also poor. He blurted out, "The shadow." Kenya and Lena could only scream, "What is this shadow about?" Then he realized the harsh truth. Maya and Arin's magic was all absorbed by it. Vortex snakes did not stop, slithering quickly on the cave walls. It crawled up from some point, and it lunged straight toward them. Actually, the target the vortex snake was aiming for was Siren. A sphere of light collided with it, creating several small explosions. Siren knew the situation was critical, shouting behind him, "Everyone run quickly." Someone worriedly called to him but was dragged away. Siren. Ami was angry but powerless, alone again. He was going to be bait for it. How to deal with this? There was no way. Tess raised her hand pointing ahead. Look, there was something very strange. Both of them stared blankly, trying to see what it was. That strange creature placed a tiny foot down. Terrifying wave of black energy surged violently like a storm. The vortex serpent gradually revealed itself with a crafty smile. It was that one. Canis, having returned at some unknown point, shouted that the vortex serpent was the shadow of that thing. Hearing those words, both Tess and Rian charged forward. They attacked the small creature simultaneously, not giving it a chance to escape. However, he suddenly realized the attack had no effect, and Gadrag appeared from nowhere, speaking out. "It is futile." The true entity was the shadow. That glowing thing was merely an avatar created by the shadow. They were dumbfounded and did not understand what was that about. How could a shadow be the true entity? The man replied matter-of-factly, because they were extraterrestrial species from a world completely different from ours. In a place where the rules were reversed, Ami stood blocking the entire group. "Damn it, all of you get down." Even though she was afraid, she had to grit her teeth, because at this moment, only she and Siren had magic that worked on the vortex serpent. "I will stop it here." Flame immediately engulfed the vortex serpent's body. Ami gritted her teeth tightly, not daring to be careless. If she backed down, everyone would die. She had to hold on at all costs, even if it meant losing her life. Though burned to a crisp, it did not stop. In the critical moment, the vortex serpent changed direction again. Canis could not believe it. Did it dodge? If it charged forward again, we are done for. He stood up and shouted upward, "Siren, can you hear me?" He said he came from a world where the rules were reversed. "I have read similar content in my master's notes." He suddenly remembered something, muttering under his breath, "Reverse." Canis did not dare stop long and continued, "A world where darkness dominates light." Siren kept dodging through every gap to buy time. He seemed to have remembered. A world where darkness overcomes light, huh? The vortex serpent did not hesitate and swallowed Siren whole. Kenya screamed in terror as if about to collapse. "No, Siren." Very quickly, a warm light returned, dispelling all the darkness there. It howled in pain but could not resist. Both of them temporarily stopped fighting. Vortex serpent let out a fierce scream. Faced with that overwhelming force, he could only cover his face. Siren's eyes lit up. Maybe he would not die here after all. Canis, about the vortex serpent. Is it possible that in its old world, it was just the lowest tier in the food chain, like a rat or a small lizard? Tess was stunned upon hearing that, a vortex serpent being a rat or a lizard. Kenya became even angrier. "Are you joking at a time like this?" But he seemed to share the same train of thought as him. That made a lot of sense too. Arin paid no attention to the two girls beside her and only said, "Look, the vortex serpent is panicking." Her eyes lit up. Although its body was massive, its actions were exactly the same. A small animal fluffing up its fur and running around wildly like that, completely lacking any will to fight or strategy. The darkness surged again as if it had just been struck in a weak spot. Siren had no reason to hesitate anymore, no matter how enormous and powerful the enemy was. But if it was merely a terrified beast, was there really anything to fear? Countless orbs of light shot toward the darkness not far away. They pierced through the night and gradually gained the upper hand. He gradually regained his inherent confidence and could still fight. Ami clenched her hands in delight. That was right. If the enemy was darkness, then light would have the absolute advantage. That remark shattered all the illusionary scenes above. What exactly was he seeing here? Whirl Snake's attacks, did he really block all of them? Siren raised his hand, and a crimson light ring appeared in his palm. Those light pillars were small, but their destructive power was astonishing. Whirl Snake's body was pierced through with hole after hole. It struggled and coiled tightly around his body. The entire group felt like they were on a roller coaster with all kinds of expressions. How dangerous. Siren opened his eyes, his blue gaze becoming even deeper. The stream of light in his hand did not disappear, but instead grew even stronger. Rays of light slipped through his fingers and burned the Whirl Snake. This time it was completely at a disadvantage. Whirl Snake seemed to lose all strength to resist, only able to shriek in pain. He was sweating from exhaustion, but his spirit was incredibly exhilarated, and he sensed the fear of his opponent. It might have been the law of this valley once, but coming here is the end for you. Siren clenched his fist, a blue glint shining in his eyes. Its body suddenly swelled up as if burned. In the end, it exploded in the final phase. Ashes from the fierce battle slowly fell onto the rocky dust. Ami was the first to speak after the stunned silence. That whirl snake entity. She looked over at the strange entity on the other side. Indeed, it was dissolving. Ami could not believe it and blurted out the truth. It had been completely destroyed. Familiar boots gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Siren was as calm as if he had just taken a stroll. Hannes remained silent, but his brows were furrowed tightly in secret. Harvest looked up at the person beside him, who was clenching his fists. That Canis fellow was surely deeply troubled. They both stared at his steady, stalwart back. Suddenly, memories that seemed gentle came flooding back. At the start of the war, he had only been a novice unfamiliar with the world. Siren unleashed astonishing potential time and time again and stepped through death's door. And yet he had never once given up hope. Those sharp, unwilling eyes had never dimmed. Thanks to his sharp judgment and agile thinking, no matter how difficult the circumstances, Siren picked himself back up on his own. Step by step, he cleaved everything in his path in two. A strange, gentle light appeared whenever there was no way out. He had overcome the most dire situations. To become increasingly courageous and stronger, to progress to this level in just 2 months. Canis suddenly spoke, cutting off his thoughts. Harvest, I will definitely find a way into the celestial kingdom. Reclaim the inherited secret techniques of the master, and I will surely surpass him. Harvest smiled charmingly. Of course it had to be that way. At this moment, Lena was very excited. Sister, that man has taken down the spiral snake. Kania placed her hand on the girl's shoulder to advise. Lena, you understand as well. Absolutely do not let those heretics take over your mind. As soon as we reach the shelter, we will go our separate ways from them. From this moment, you also need to maintain a cold attitude toward Siren. Lena was a little disappointed but still very understanding. She replied, I understand. Clove did not dare to speak out, only silently thought to himself. A person with the ability to break all rules like him, if he sets foot in the community at the purgatory, what will happen? Could it be that he would be manipulated by those imitators? Suddenly, gems of unknown origin fell from the sky. What was that 5-colored light? He quickly realized and hurried over to catch them. Is that a Yahello? But before the item reached his hands, it was taken by someone else. Siren's expression remained as calm as ever. Why Alicia? What kind of thing is that? Though regretful, Claude still had to explain. Actually, there's nothing too special about it. That thing is called an Alicia. It's the type of item those heretics use to trade goods. You want me to help check its value? He nodded to show understanding. Is that so? Alright. He took it, happy as if he had found gold. Kania inexplicably got furious. Hey, why did you just take it like that? The Alicia belongs to the person who directly hunted it. Clove wanted to defend himself, but his reasoning was too weak. I just wanted to take a quick look. Besides, speaking of contribution, I did contribute a little bit, you know. Seeing that, Lena could not help but laugh. Sister, I told you not to mind that anymore. She still would not accept it, insisting on clarifying everything. What contribution? Do you think I can't see that you're feeling greedy and want to take it for yourself? Only then did Siren speak up. It's fine, just a look. Hearing this, Kania became even more dissatisfied. A Yahello is an extremely rare item, ranking second among all tires. Its value is equivalent to a full 200 red Elysias. What if that man took it and then ran far away? He lay down on the ground, not minding the dirt. Where could I even run to? Suddenly she stopped. Even Clove seemed frozen. Both thought, wait, if we think about it, stared blankly in the same direction. On the other side, each person looked different, but apart from Canis, no one had overly hostile intentions. Gadrag also spoke up to persuade. Clove, that is not something you are qualified to keep. Give it back to that young man. He dared not utter a refusal. I was planning to return it anyway. I'm done looking. Siren dug through his pocket thinking about this white Elysian. If he could exchange it for some equipment that increased combat power, that would be good, but where to keep it now? Then he pulled out a handmade pouch. Siren did not hesitate much and immediately stuffed the harvested item inside. Rian, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. That thing. Old memories flooded back. It turned out to be a gift from people who were very important to him. At that time, Siren was extremely surprised. Even he had received a similar part. Tess came closer, unable to contain her curiosity. What is this thing? They look exactly alike. Ryan observed and explained. That is the protective charm that Cern's mother gave him. Emmy could not help but praise. How pretty. It even has a lucky 4-leaf clover design. He suddenly became more excited when mentioning this matter. There is a story related to this 4-leaf clover. When Siren's mother fell ill, Siren picked all the 4-leaf clovers on the mountain behind the house to bring back for her. Tess could only sigh in admiration. Oh my, how wonderful. Siren truly is a person with an extremely kind heart. Beside her, Ami was staring fixedly at him. She seemed to turn into a different person. What's wrong with my mouth? Calm down now. Not long after, they all returned to the side of the light. Naturally, Gadrag was still the one to chant the spell. Oh, light, please guide us to the shelter. The golden color shone upon both of their faces. A powerful pillar of light rose to the high sky, Eliezer. In another place, a similar light appeared within the forest. Siren observed in surprise. This was the place where the No-Star tribe lived. The group felt out of place in this bustling village. Here, everyone could freely trade with each other. Kenya stared at Lena and said, so everything ends here. The girl happily nodded. Yeah, let's buy the stuff and go quickly. She pulled him back and said a few polite words. Everyone worked hard. Where is the medicine shop? Gadrag no longer minded the unpleasantness, replied it was on the other side, wishing them good luck. Then they both turned and left, leaving Lena to keep looking back. Girl nodded as a greeting. Rian, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, are they just leaving like that? Arin coldly explained they had left the range of mental influence, so they could no longer translate. Tess could not be happy. How outrageous, not even a word of goodbye. Ami, feeling inspired, suggested, while we rest, let's walk around the stalls. Her complaint vanished. Great idea. Gadrag lay down weakly, I need to rest and recover. You follow Clove. He will guide you on how to shop. To survive in the training hell, you must understand these rules. Clove pointed at himself, not wanting to believe it. Me, sir? Old man Olton answered the practical question. With an item the size of White Alicia, instead of staying at small rest stops, it's best to find a community center. He had no choice but to pick up his luggage. Today, the number of merchants stopping at this rest stop was higher than expected. Who knew, maybe he could find a huge bargain? A moment later, the vendor, though old and frail, still had a good eye, praised him. You look good. That outfit is truly unique. Where did you buy it? Clove could not help but interrupt. Hey, are you planning to use White Alicia right now? Siren was squatting like a passerby. If you need something, what's wrong? He had to say bluntly. Do you want me to be your guide? If you agree to pay a small brokerage fee, I can help you negotiate the price. After all, this is your first time here. How would you know what counts as quality goods? He bit his lip, truly at a loss. That was indeed true. There were so many strange items here. It was hard to gauge what was worthy of White Alicia. Clove was demanding a commission fee. Ami found it quite reasonable. What do you think? I think we need someone knowledgeable for this purchase. Aside from food and leather clothes, I really couldn't tell the difference between those other things. But could this man be trusted enough for us to rely on? Just then, Arin said seriously, on that matter I can vouch for it. If this guy tried any tricks, I would detect it immediately. Clove cheerfully pointed at a pile of items. Isn't this the legendary Kala? The indispensable travel supplies of those heretics. Just one pill is enough to fill the stomach for an entire day. She looked at them and praised how cute they looked, like pebbles. How about we try one? His eyes lit up upon hearing this. Truly a connoisseur. This is an extremely useful treasure. If you can buy it, you should keep a lot. Tess was also defeated by this guy. He had no mental resistance whatsoever. At this point, Arin could only ask, how about we handle it ourselves? Ami sighed, giving him another chance. Let him guide us a bit longer. To be honest, without him, we would not have known that pebble was food. Arin naively stated the obvious. He must be going crazy coveting that Alicia hilt. Tess agreed. Hearing you say that, I also think he's a bit pitiful. Canis sighed contemptuously. Indeed, with that empty head, how could he hunt properly? Clearly he lacked the capability to possess it. Siren remained silent, taking everything in with his eyes. Because the valuable item was right before his eyes, he only grew more restless and impatient. Siren watched the backs of Kanya and Lena as they walked some distance away. Then he slowly walked towards the medicine counter, his gaze focusing on the white bottle she had been staring at intently. Siren pointed at it and asked, what is this? Clove flinched upon seeing this item, exclaimed, this thing exists here. It's quite hard to make. This is his awakening medicine. Siren's voice held a hint of surprise. Awakening medicine? Explained in more detail. Epin awakening medicine. After drinking it, staying awake for a week would be no problem. Hearing these words, Siren felt a bit skeptical. That little bottle was indeed a steal, but he still secretly marveled drinking this during exam season was just perfect. Master Siren still did not believe in the effects of Epin. Clove continued rambling to the mage. Besides the alertness effect, it also had far superior properties. If one used Epin, they would have resistance to mental disruption skills like howling. For you lot, the purgatory elixir was truly a good item. Spread out before them was a series of effective potions, enhancing mental endurance, healing wounds, purifying the mind, amplifying feelings of love, permanently imprinting a specific memory. I will try to negotiate and see. How did it go? After speaking, he turned to work with the stall owner. Siren kept staring at that white bottle, wondering why Kanya wanted to buy this thing. What did he plan to do with this kind of potion? But thinking it over, he still could not find a suitable answer. Suddenly, Siren shifted his gaze to a stall not far away, where Ami was sitting on the ground, her eyes fixed on a glowing lantern. He quietly stepped to her side, lowering his head to look closely. Then he curiously asked, what is this? Clove rushed in like a whirlwind, exclaiming in astonishment, it is a fire spirit. Uncle, where did you get it? The stall owner was a middle-aged man, wearing an old hat that shaded half his face. He laughed smugly and replied, you are curious where I got it. If I tell you, you will definitely be surprised. It is something I obtained when escaping the claws of the otherworldly fire claw worm. While hunting a swarm for Elysia, I was suddenly caught by a fire claw. My wife and I, upon hearing this, Clove exclaimed, if only I could also pick up a spirit somewhere. As for Siren, he cried out, out. A spirit that can be used at any time just by signing a contract. Seeing him like that, Ami turned to look, her face reddening, her eyes full of pleading as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. At this moment, Siren thought, I never expected that someone like Ami, who had nothing to envy in the world, would covet it so much. Of course, for a mage, enhancing magical ability is a lifelong pursuit. Just how great would the allure be for a fire mage to encounter a fire spirit living in another world in their lifetime? If the thing trapped in that cage was a light spirit, I would probably act the same way. He turned to the back, nodding to signal Erin, and saw that she also agreed. Then Siren asked the stall owner, Uncle, how much is this? He slowly replied, Are you from the residential suburb? It seems you have just entered the purgatory, right? I can negotiate, but I do not know if it will be of any use. He was curious. Is it that expensive? The stall owner affirmed, Of course, spirits are very rare. Because they are so pricey, I have to take them back to the mainland to sell. Siren wondered, You can also contract with a spirit, right? If you contract, you can use fire magic, can you not? The man jumped. Doing that would be a waste. Contracting would bind it to one person. If you have just one fire spirit, the whole village would be so convenient, so they usually gather Alicia on a village scale to buy them. Siren asked again, Still, it is possible to contract, right? The man hesitated for a moment then said, Honestly, yes, it could be. Those who contract with spirits are all reckless people who do not care about life or death. Siren raised an eyebrow slightly. The limit is 3 wild Alicia. Might as well try to negotiate. He began to probe the price. How many Alicia are needed to buy a spirit? The stall owner looked up, staring wide-eyed. Are you really buying this kid? He thought for a moment. Then he calculated, if priced here, it would have to be at least. Ami and Siren were so tense they broke out in sweat. In his heart, he silently prayed, Please, I hope the Alicia I have now is enough to buy it. The stall owner began to quote a price, while Alicia. Just hearing the unit of transaction, both turned pale. The unit is white Alicia, you wrong. He raised one finger, his voice extremely serious. It would probably cost you a session. Hearing this, Siren immediately took out his money pouch. In an instant, he poured out 3 white Alicia. The people standing nearby saw this scene and were utterly astonished. The stall owner fell back, mouth agape, not daring to believe his own eyes. An Alicia spirit was now firmly in his hand, and the cage had been removed. Ami quickly picked up the fire spirit, exclaiming how wonderful it was. A girl standing nearby stared intently at the gem in the stall owner's hand, recognizing it as white Alicia. Ami admired the fire spirit for a moment, then wondered if she needed to recite a chant to contract it. She raised her small hand and murmured softly, O spirit of fire, dwell within me. In an instant, fire energy appeared and quickly filled the space. Then, the fire energy entered Ami's bloodstream. She could fully feel the wondrous spiritual energy flowing through every cell of her being. Ami gently circulated her energy. Seeing a small flame spark in her palm, she cheered happily. I found it, Siren. The spirit is that mental domain. It is a completely new fire battery. Even without using ignition theory, I can create this fire. It is truly a precious thing. Suddenly, she looked at Siren with a momentarily shy expression. Ami lowered her head, stammering, Well, thank. Before she could finish, Tess rushed over, snatched Siren and dragged him away, chattering incessantly. Look at this. Ami was startled, only able to let out an ah. She then stood there dazed, having not even managed to thank him. Tess dragged Siren to a stall, pointed at an item, and pleaded, Buy this for me. He exclaimed, This is a drone. The stall owner was a bit surprised that a kid had good recognition. He praised, You're sharp. Do you know that Siren isn't someone who can buy just anything they want with an Alicia? I traded it for a single white Alicia. What do you think of that? Tess grabbed his shoulder and shook him. Siren, buy this. I want it. Siren pondered for a moment. The drone surely had superior reconnaissance capabilities. If Tess could control it, it would greatly help their group. Just then, Arin's warning voice rang in his ear. That merchant seems to be inflating the price. I think we can negotiate lower. Tess was delighted and Siren was also surprised. Really, how so? That's a bit strange, isn't it? Tess wondered. Kenya promptly explained. Gron is only issued to the mecha race, and they receive it when they turn 12. Siren added, Think about it, Gron is an item issued to the mecha race. Not everyone can own or use it. An item like that, and that merchant is pricing it lower than the spirit. He saw we have white Alicia and deliberately jacked up the price. Only then did Tess catch on. Right, or maybe there's a defect inside? She turned back to ask the stall owner, Hey mister, is it still working fine? He affirmed, Of course, this drone is brand new. It's factory surplus stock, not yet registered with a code. Tess turned back to look at Siren, brand new, so no defects then. She wondered, why is that? While lost in thought, suddenly a shout came from behind. Why in the world didn't you shoot? Tess and Siren both turned around, seeing Kenya and Lena examining items at another stall. Kenya questioned loudly, "Didn't you say Ipin cost 1 green Elysia? I've already paid an extra 30 red Elysia. Why won't you sell it?" The stall owner calmly replied, "Little girl, I already told you the price went up. When many people need something, the price naturally rises. Don't you know that?" She slammed the table in anger. "That hasn't happened in the past 3 months." He continued his psychological pressure. "You look in a hurry. I bet your first level magic assimilation doesn't have many days left, right? In a few more days, your family member will die, so you have to buy it no matter what, correct?" Kenya's eyes bulged in fury and she cursed non-stop. "You bastard." She was about to lunge for a fight, but Lena quickly stopped her. "Sister, please be patient. If we cause trouble here, we'll truly die." Richard Grove shot the stall owner a sharp look. That merchant is truly cruel to see. No matter how much he detested the subjects, it shouldn't be to that extent. Siren asked curiously, "What's going on? And what exactly is this first-level magic assimilation?" He looked towards the other side but saw everyone seem to be avoiding the topic, no one answering. Suddenly, Kenya knelt on the ground and pleaded, "Please, sir, let me buy it on credit. I will do anything. I'll bring you an Elysia. Please hand Ipin over to me." He folded his arms across his chest and replied calmly, "What can a little girl do?" She swore she would do anything. Even if she had to hunt for a lifetime, she was determined to do it. The stall owner gave a delighted smile. "Anything at all?" Then he pointed at Siren and ordered him to bring all of that young man's Elysia here, before handing the Ipin to her. These words made Kenya's face turn ashen. For a merchant, that was a fairly good strategy, except it was laced with too much emotion. But no tribesman's path was similar to a mage's. Then an emotional reaction like Kenya's only gave an excuse to be manipulated. Defeating a mage required a different method. The stall owner saw Siren staring at him and suddenly froze. He pointed a finger at his own face, his whole body stunned and speechless. Kenya knelt on the ground, began to piece together the events, and then understood everything. From the very beginning, that bastard had never intended to sell her the Epin. About 3 months ago, when they first met, he was extremely cordial. He listened to her story with Lena. Both of them were filled with determination back then, vowing to succeed. In that hell, Kenya fought without rest, slaying monsters. Sometimes she would sit at the mouth of a cave all day long, just waiting for prey to appear. There were also times when she was chased to the very end by beasts, but she never once thought of giving up. Kenya looked at the red Elysia in her palm, her heart full of hope that she could buy the Epin. While she clung to that false hope, gritting her teeth and enduring for 3 months in that purgatory like hell, he just sat there waiting for her to die. The stall owner's expression did not change, silently calculating that the Y of One bloom ceremony would begin in just a few days. By the time your entire clan is on the brink of extinction, you will be desperate enough to need Epin. But what the hell do I have to sell to noble subjects like you? Feel it, that feeling of despair slipping further away. The more you reach for it, the more you cannot grasp it. Kenya stared at her own palm. There was no other choice left. Her eyes were filled with fear. Looking at the white potion vial before her, Kenya told herself that if she did not get the Epin, her mother would. She really did not dare think about it anymore. Kenya lifted her head to look at the stall owner. He was absolutely unwilling to yield even an inch. On the other side, Clove and Ami stood with bewildered expressions. She walked step by step, laboriously, to stand before Siren. Her whole body trembled violently. This feeling was immensely unpleasant. She recalled Siren's friendliness, how he had once said it was because Kenya was a good person, and he had also once saved her from danger. After that, he carefully asked if she was okay, if anyone was hurt. He was truly very kind to everyone. Kenya had promised that when they reached the shelter, they would split up and go their separate ways. But now, she was standing before Siren, wishing to beg for a single Elysia. Kenya struggled with all her might to speak. "Hey!" Before she could finish her sentence, Siren held out an Elysia and said generously, "Use it to buy the Epin. It's precious to you." Seeing him give it to her so easily, Kenya was extremely shocked. Why is he like this? She had treated him coldly, so why was he being so good to her? What meaning was there in giving her something so valuable? He gained nothing from it. So different from humans and even from beings from other worlds, different from everything else. After a long moment of stunned silence, Kenya clenched the white Elysia gem in her palm and said thank you. She immediately returned to the stall counter. She handed the white Elysia gem to the stall owner and asked, "Is this enough? Give me the Epin." That man stood with his arms out, staring at Siren, thinking to himself that this guy must be crazy, giving away so easily. He bought the Epin with the white medicine, but it was probably just to find another opportunity. The stall owner changed his tune and went back on his word, saying the terms of the deal were no longer valid. He said it was all the medicine he had, not just one gem like this. Kenya was flustered. What? That man emphasized that he had 2 gems. Siren calmly replied, "No, it is gone." He snapped his fingers. The remaining Elysia gem flew into the arms of the stall owner behind him, saying directly, the other one was already used to buy a drone. The man stared wide-eyed. What the hell, white medicine? Did it just fall from the sky? The e-pin stall owner sneered. How ridiculous. When I set the condition, you had 2 gems at that time, so all means both. A rule so simple, do you not understand? Siren sneered in reply. No, you misunderstand. When you set the condition as all. That was when I had already signed the contract to buy the drone. He turned and asked the charger stall owner behind. Right, of course the answer was yes. We had completed the contract before that. So from that moment, this medicine was mine. Tess had already snatched the item. This is proof of the transaction. He said quietly to the customer, you are holding that drone too. Janice beside him breathed a sigh of relief. She had been wondering why Siren bought the drone at such a high price. It turned out he had arranged for the drone merchant to side with him after all. It was white medicine. With that merchant would definitely nod to everything Siren said. Siren stepped closer to the e-pin stall and said coldly, acting like a veteran, but setting conditions, without even considering the customer's limits. Since Kenya has fulfilled the condition, hand over the e-pin. His eyes flashed with cold sharpness, or else. You plan to make up another excuse. That man gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that your target was this. If I go back on my word now, it would be like proving I am unfit to be a merchant. It would be hard to survive in this circle then. When he said he would buy the e-pin with white medicine, I thought he was stupid. Who would have thought it was a trap to corner me like this? Better to not play along with the trap I set myself. The stall owner picked up the e-pin bottle and shouted loudly, I would rather destroy it than sell it to subjects like you. Seeing this, Kenya was extremely frightened. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the space. The stall owner stood rooted to the spot, the bottle in his hand trembling like paper. Siren said contemptuously, a matter that could be resolved easily, yet you still stubbornly sink to the lowest. The stall owner tried to threaten, if we fight here in the community zone, but he immediately interrupted. Do you think I got that white medicine from nowhere? Siren raised his palm toward him. A golden halo appeared. That vortex serpent was truly strong. To think I got 3 bottles of white medicine from it. In your body, what color medicine are you carrying? As soon as he saw this, the stall owner broke out in cold sweat. The aura emanating was truly no joke. In the end, he had to throw the bottle toward Siren, shouting angrily, consider this a loss for me today. He quickly caught the medicine bottle. The stall owner clicked his tongue and said, but I still won't change my mind. I hate that bloom ritual and I hate all the subjects who worship it. It is because of people like you that such a terrible thing continues to exist. He packed his things and quickly left, muttering under his breath, fools. Kenya lowered her head, pondering over what the stall owner had said. Ami asked curiously, Gadrag, what exactly is the why of one bloom ritual? He explained it is a ritual performed for those who have reached the end of their lifespan. If you eat a broom nearby, that means young Miss Kanya's mother is about to pass away. She looked skeptical, knowing beforehand that a person will die. I really cannot understand. He said subjects have a predetermined lifespan. Right. Gadrag slowly explained. Honestly, he did not want to bring that matter up again. We heretics fled from paradise because we were disgusted by that unjust ritual. That alchemist was among them as well. Emmy changed the subject, so what about that stimulant drug? No, why did they need eeping? If someone drank it, could they survive? He affirmed, no, it would still be the same. It was just a sedative for those dying of illness. Hearing these words, the whole group fell silent. Could it be that Kenya had been deceived? Tess sighed, but she still felt it was unfair. Rian, confused, immediately asked back, what? She hugged the drone tightly to her chest and replied, that white pharmaceutical. Helping Kenya was good, but you got cut quite badly, both this drone and the epi. Canis crossed his arms over his chest and spoke sarcastically, truly only knowing one side and not the other. Tess snapped, so what? Why are you stabbing me again? He affirmed he was not slashed at all. Do not worry. He bought something that even gathering all the white pharmaceuticals could not get. Tess was surprised. What? Was that drone that expensive? Canis replied with an annoyed tone, what? The most expensive thing should be the epin. Ryan wondered why was epin, which was originally a fairly common drug. He sighed and said that was true, but today its price had skyrocketed beyond imagination and more importantly, as the owners of that item, Rian and Tess suddenly understood, exclaiming in unison, ah. Canis asked, now do you understand clearly? It was not just because of the epin. With one white pharmaceutical pill, Siren had bought himself a ticket to paradise. Hearing him say that, Tess immediately shouted, Siren is not that kind of person. Siren is not someone who uses others to achieve his goals. Even if Kenya was not a citizen, he would still help. Canis crossed his arms again. Who said otherwise? Arin, turn the volume down a bit. I mean, he is not stupid enough to get slashed so badly. Tess was still very agitated, but Emi ignored the group's argument. She lifted her head and looked to the other side. Siren walked up to Kenya. He took out the small blue pouch, gently placed the Ipin vial inside, then handed it back to her. Kenya clutched the pouch tightly, crying with emotion, her voice hesitating, I am sorry that because of me you. That pharmaceutical was truly precious. Lena, standing behind, also wiped her tears away, looking at Siren's resolute expression. Ami beamed a bright smile. Tess was right, Siren was not that kind of person. Ryan confidently affirmed that is right, he is not that type of person. Arin agreed, Siren is a person there. Canis shot them a sidelong glance. Alright, my nose is burning up now, honestly. At this time on the other side, Kanya and Lena together bowed their heads and said to Siren, I am sorry that because of me you suffered a loss. I will not forget this favor. Tess jumped up excitedly with joy. Rian Ami went over to comfort Kanya and Lena. Siren back to his teammates, scratching his head looking bewildered. I will not forget this kindness, because I have used up all the medicine. Canis replied casually, I do not need it. I did not come here to accept trivial things like this. Tess was startled, immediately asking back, what did you say? What did you just say? Canis emphasized each word, I do not need things like this. He reminded her, did we just run around in purgatory only to buy this junk? She thought we risked our lives coming here for this. Do not forget the goal, our goal is to reach paradise. Even that drone you are cherishing over there is just mass-produced goods in paradise. Tess pursed her lips and thought, so what? Even if it is common, you cannot buy it with money. This is the most important thing right now. She held the drone and examined it for a while, but how to use this? Then she asked, how to use it, Kenya? They said this is a new brand. She replied, let me see. Can I have a look? Kenya took the drone and examined it carefully before exclaiming in an astonished voice, this one cannot be used. Tess was curious, is it broken? She replied with certainty, no, quite the opposite. When manufactured, the equipment of the Mecha tribe would be sealed, and this seal could only be removed at the factory. Hearing these words, Tess was startled. What? Damn it, he had been tricked. It turned out this was indeed defective goods. Ami grabbed the drone and thrust it into the stall owner's face, demanding a refund. Selling unusable items was outright fraud. He lowered his head, stammering an apology. That is right, I deceived you. I am sorry for lying. As he spoke, he offered a few yellow pills, claiming they were the actual price of the drone, and refunded Siren. He took the 4 yellow pills, thinking to himself that the stall owner seemed to suddenly confess after seeing the destructive power of the cannon they carried. Seeing everyone looking at him with suspicious eyes, the stall owner quickly defended himself. Do not look at me like that. I only wanted to keep a bit of a merchant's pride. Tess grabbed him by the collar, shook him, and said what good would that do? This was something they could not even use. Choose something else. The stall owner argued that Gron was still a valuable item in the underworld, but he could not avoid a series of blows from Tess and Ami. She roared, then break the seal, break it. He still replied that he could not do it. Seeing this, Canis sighed, unsure whether to tell those fools that the key was right before their eyes. After a moment of thought, he immediately asked, do you really not know? Tess and Ami immediately stopped glaring and asking, what? Canis pointed at his head and replied, use your brain then. Think about how we got here. Tess hesitated. How did we get here? She suddenly remembered, that is right, we passed through the door, did we not? Then the door began to glow, piece by piece. Tess called out loudly to Siren, open it. He held up Roger. That was right, so that was it. Guffin's door turned out to also be a type of ancient weapon, so this one was similar. Siren immediately channeled magic power into the drone. Immediately, a series of other ancient inscriptions appeared, making the device shine brightly. In an instant, the device cracked and was completely dismantled. Tess exclaimed, it really works? Siren laughed gleefully, this is truly... He suddenly froze. Something extremely strange appeared on the other side. Everyone seemed to sense it as well. Gadrag and Clove were stunned, standing rooted to the spot. Seeing this, Rian and Ami immediately turned their heads to look behind them. Canis quickly realized, Jim Nephilim, that is a limb. Ami muttered, Nephilim? Siren asked Arin, what does Nephilim mean? She replied honestly, I do not know, I am not sure if it is good or bad either, but the feeling everyone has for it is fear and awe. Kanya and Lena were utterly terrified upon hearing this. Two immediately knelt down and bowed to Siren and Holan. The people of Gia welcomed the Nephilim. Gadrag slowly explained, you are not those who fell into the underworld. Rather, you are those who opened the door and entered on your own. Siren did not understand what was happening and said, I do not understand what you are saying. What is a Nephilim? Gadrag replied calmly, in this world, the only beings that can freely travel between heaven and earth are the angels. One of the angels' tasks is to create humans who can enlighten the land, and that person must be a maiden who has never given birth. A Nephilim is the human born from between an angel and that maiden. In heaven, Nephilim are called those who break the rules. Ryan broke out in a cold sweat. Siren is the child of an angel. He truly was no ordinary man. Kanya thought to herself, a Nephilim, one who had escaped the will of his clan, an existence reaching the peak of human potential. Siren, a great Nephilim, but at this moment he immediately denied it. I am not a Nephilim. That statement astonished everyone. While Siren genuinely questioned whether he was a descendant of angels, it was truly absurd. He suddenly recalled the image of a god during a grand ritual shouting, O bearer of angelic blood. Siren was certain that if all unlockers in the world carried the blood of angels, no matter how rare it was, then how could the scholars have failed to notice that common point? Moreover, the immortal realm was something achieved through countless events. It was a level he had only just touched and had nothing to do with bloodline. And if his parents truly were beings like that, then why was he, as Siren was lost in thought, Gadrag suddenly interrupted. This is the land of the heretics, so what you say matters little. But I am curious why you came to purgatory, to fulfill an angel's mission. Siren replied directly, I came to enter paradise because I have something to deliver. The old man nodded indeed. But why did you come to the heretics' hideout? He looked toward the house. It was because these people led me here. The girl timidly bowed her head and said, Sorry, we failed to recognize you as a Nephilim and brought you to this shabby place. Canna sounded a bit hesitant. Am I crippled? Siren laughed bitterly. Hey, I can't hear clearly. Stand up and say that again. She panicked. How could we dare? Ami crossed her arms in front of her chest, helplessly exclaiming, What the hell is this? Suddenly Tess noticed something unusual. Was that a faint sound echoing? She listened carefully, and suddenly countless leaves fell in the space. Kenya and Lena looked up. Countless spiral-falling leaves left everyone stunned, wondering what this was. Suddenly a few young men ran over from the other side. He loudly announced they were the troll team. Everyone looked up at the sky. Many large fires appeared. As they approached, they saw a huge silver-white wingspan. That was an angel. Sunlight shone through the large window, gently stirring the thin curtains. Siren sat by the piano, intently gliding over the keys. Sister Reyna sat beside him, looking at him with a smile. His slender fingers struck each note with extreme precision. Both played a captivating piece. Siren silently praised her performance was truly top-notch. He closed his eyes, reminiscing about the old peaceful moments. I want to listen on, forever. Suddenly a loud shout came from behind. Wake up. Siren's eyes snapped open. It turned out to be just a dream. Gadrag warned, don't get drawn in by that sound. We can still hold on because we are Fap Do. He turned his head to look behind and saw Rian's group slumping on the ground, heads in their hands, looking very pained. Indeed, it was correct. If it were another insect race, they would have died long ago. Siren asked in surprise, what the hell is going on? He replied, that is the angel's vibration, a vibration emitted from its very existence. Seeing Canis, Ami, and Arin hiding in a bush, they seemed better after the shock. Siren was temporarily relieved. He muttered softly, vibration from its very existence. Thinking back, it was clearly just now. When a person shouted patrol, an angel appeared. As soon as we heard there was an angel, everyone quickly hid. We clearly concealed ourselves well. Gadrag heard a sound from the air and said, it is about to fly over this area. Siren pressed on, can the angel see us? He gave an ambiguous answer, it might not. He was a bit confused. What do you mean? Gadrag asked again. When you woke up this morning, did you check your fingerprint? Siren answered immediately. No, he muttered. That's about it. This shelter is covered by a layer of light screen. But if the angel wants to, it can see through at any time. But in this vast purgatory, they usually don't fly around like this. As long as it doesn't get capricious today, it's fine. Siren suddenly remembered that silver-white light. The angel's wings were enormous. Just passing through the sky created such terrifying power. He had looked very intently and was controlled by it in his mind. Gadrag explained in more detail. Angels are the first individuals created by the god. Angels have the freedom to interpret the god's will. They are also called law adjusters. Mara that follow are the angel's henchmen, also called law executors. In other words, they are existences that can freely manipulate laws. Siren looked up at the sky. That angel carrying brilliant light was indeed very mysterious. They moved while emitting a powerful sound wave. He thought to himself, if angels truly existed, wouldn't Unlocker be a Nephilim? Gadrag just said that in this world, only angels can freely move between heaven and earth. The ability to traverse spatial dimensions. Could that be the angelic power Miro possesses? He did not know even after gaining much information in a day in heaven. Nothing was clear. Siren wondered where in the world was this place. He stood on the cliff looking down, having only arrived in this world a day ago. Yet it felt like a week had passed. Siren told Ami to stay here today and leave tomorrow morning, as the others had already found places to rest. She agreed. Suddenly, a throat cleared from behind. Ami turned around and exclaimed in surprise. She said she had already taught Tess how to use the drone. Ami smiled warmly and thanked her. Kenya continued, Lena and I are also staying here. The guide is resting. We will probably set off tomorrow morning. Siren nodded, understanding. Suddenly, she looked at Ami and asked, you said you would go to heaven, right? If it is convenient, could you stop by my house for a bit? Ami was slightly surprised by the chance to go to that world, and she quickly agreed. Kenya was delighted, gently clasping her hands together. Really, thank you. She quickly turned and walked away, saying see you tomorrow morning. Siren hummed an acknowledgement and waved goodbye. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Kanya did not misunderstand our good intentions. It was really perfect, but before he could finish his sentence, Ami pinched his cheek and dragged him away. Scene change, Siren was standing in an extremely vast space. Everything around was pure white, with nothing else. In the middle of the white void, a beam of light suddenly converged, emitting sparks of electricity. Miro stepped out from within that beam of light. Siren stared at her intently and asked, why do you know me? I activated the immortality function and was about to dissolve into infinity. Why did you save me? Why did I come to heaven, and I, who am I? Miro gave a very gentle smile. Her lips moved slightly, as if answering his question, but no matter how hard Siren tried to focus, he could not hear anything. What was she saying? Why could he not hear? Miro suddenly reached her hand forward. Siren felt himself being pulled towards her. He reached out his hand trying to resist. It seemed a certain light was entering the palm of Siren's hand. He suddenly woke up. Ziz, it was just a dream, Ziz. Siren slowly stood up and walked outside, seeing everyone around him still sleeping. He stood on the balcony, looking at the full round moon above. A few hours earlier, Siren had asked an elder in the village if she knew a woman named Miro. The old woman pondered for a moment, then replied, Miro, I have never heard that name. As for Miro, I heard my mother say when she was alive that she once met her. Is she also a Nephilim? He quickly replied, that is right. The old woman added she refused the laws of the house of Jia. Siren wondered, what does that mean? She sighed, I do not know either. I only heard it from stories. But my mother did not hate her, even though she was a fanatical believer, which still shocked me since childhood. Siren looked up at the sky, certain that Miro had gone to the heavenly realm and denied her rules. When the journey ends, what judgment will I pass? Will I understand Miro or deny her? Next morning, the group set off after crossing several high mountains. Kenya suddenly exclaimed, over there. That was Saman, the home of the pioneers, and Tess was extremely excited. She clasped her hands to her chest and exclaimed, is this the heavenly realm? Before them now stood a towering stone gate, full of mystery. Siren asked worriedly, is it okay? Can we get in? Kenya guessed it should be fine, because they were Nephilim. She quickly walked to the lock, but this was the first time she had seen Nephilim come, so she could not be sure. Kenya activated the mechanism, and a flash of dazzling red light appeared. The heavy door slowly swung open. A strange noise echoed, accompanied by dust falling from above, making everyone slightly panicked. Siren instinctively covered his ears, and Kenya immediately reassured him, do not worry. There will be no danger, she said cheerfully as she stepped through the gate. This is not a purgatory. They all looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Siren was a bit tense. After everyone entered the paradise, the stone gate closed automatically. The two doors slammed against each other with a loud bang. The red light had also completely faded. At that moment, the system began to update. The administration system of the Jibun area, floor 6 of the Saman Heavenly Realm, a total of 820 zones, detected a change in zone 73, with a mass of over 49 billion tons. The mass increased by 532 kilograms, CO2 levels rose by nearer than 24%, and the total population of Saman was 130,000. Through the gate, Kenya led them across the grassland into the inner city, and everyone exclaimed in amazement. Rian, holding a huge skewer of meat, shouted, look, the biggest roasted rat in the world. This area was extremely crowded, with houses packed closely together and bustling trade. On the other side, an old man was selling fast food. The entire vast area had a peaceful and prosperous living scene, and everyone exclaimed excitedly. So this is Saman? Ryan asked, Kenya, is there a festival going on here? She replied, yes, there is. Tomorrow is the day of the Unity spell. Siren broke out in a sweat, exclaiming, the Unity spell, and Ami sighed, that word again. Tess suddenly pointed ahead and shouted loudly, and Rian let out a gasp. He put down the skewer, muttering, is that a giant? We're standing at the base of a statue of a warrior with his sword planted into the ground. Ami looked for a moment and then asked, wait, this statue's shape, don't you guys think it looks like that thing? It looks like the thing on the altar of the Gigo Palace. Hearing this, Siren suddenly remembered. Tess asked curiously, what on earth is going on here? Arin guessed that the giant seemed to be a divine existence to the subjects. Ryan raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering that Kenya had once said that giant was a guardian of the law. Tess taunted, Narian is so strange today, actually remembering that. He gritted his teeth. What did you say? Canis wondered, why is that giant wandering around in the purgatory? Walking a bit further, the group arrived at the Mecha tribe's area, where the architecture looked very peculiar. Ami observed and remarked, truly one surprise after another. Tess turned and asked, what, you know this thing? She nodded, yeah. Siren spoke up, that is Istas. The Istas magic storage was a cubic force that automatically detached from the larger mass. That mass descended onto the road. Kenya stepped in front of the door, saying happily, welcome, everyone. This is my home, she said as she pressed the door button. But just as the door slid up, a huge person appeared inside holding a strange object. She immediately closed the door, while Siren and the others stood frozen like statues. Someone said shakily, hey, looks like there's something there. Kenya chuckled awkwardly and called out, Dad, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention we'd have guests. The door opened again. A man stepped out, trying to force a friendly smile but with a furious tone. And who are these? My precious daughters who've been gone for 3 whole months, and these esteemed guests. Lucky for you, the Mecha tribe loves hosting guests. Seeing the host's unwelcoming attitude, Siren and his friends felt their hair stand on end. In the end, everyone went inside and a table full of food was quickly set up. Everyone was hungry, so they didn't stand on ceremony. Rian took a plate of food and said, we'll start eating, if you don't mind. Kenya and Lena's parents sat to one side. The father gritted his teeth and asked his his daughter. Spill it. Where have you been wandering for the past 3 months? And who are these people? She let out a sigh and handed the blue pouch to her mother. As soon as she saw the bottle of medicine, she gasped, "This is Epi. Don't tell me you've been outside the purgatory. Why would you do such a thing? Why would you do things no one asked you to?" Kanya answered loudly, "Because tomorrow is your ascension day, mother. Did you think I could just stand by? You came to the purgatory to find medicine for grandfather yourself." The mother became so angry she cried, "What's wrong with you? Do you know my lifespan is shortened because of that? If my daughter does the same, how heartbroken would I be?" Kanya lowered her head, sobbing, "But we're a family. Isn't that worth it?" Lena sat still, her face pale. The father gripped the edge of the table, tears streaming down. "So that's it. I knew nothing about any of this. This useless father has caused his wife suffering, and now he's shortening the lifespans of his precious children." He raised his staff to punish himself. Lena rushed over in panic. "It's not your fault, Dad. It was me and my sister," he lamented. "Then whose fault is it?" Suddenly, Kanya's father looked at the guests, his eyes filled with anger. "Speaking of which, aren't you people heretics from the purgatory? Did you corrupt my daughter into going to the purgatory?" Seeing him take his anger out on them, Kenya immediately stood in front of Siren. "Dad, wait, we'll explain. They just..." Before she could finish, he slammed his staff on the table. "No need to explain." His anger burst everywhere. Lena wiped her tears and said, "Dad, that time it was the Nephilim." He froze instantly, taking a few seconds to exclaim, "What?" After calmly listening to the story again, Kenya's father said respectfully, "So you are the Nephilim? I didn't know. Thank you for saving my daughters." Ami replied politely, "It was nothing. We haven't done anything great to deserve such praise. We dare not accept." Tess looked at the almost empty food with slight pain, while Rian helped himself to more, ignoring the situation. Kenya's father sighed. "My wife was always worried that she would pass away without having taught the children everything she wanted. Luckily, you all came back safely before the Ascension Day. That's already a great blessing." He gently placed his hand on the table. After a moment, Tess thought while chewing, he suddenly got serious again. Rian silently lamented, "He must have knelt for a long time by that broken table." Siren suddenly asked, "May I ask what Ascension art is?" "Ever since I arrived, I've heard that term constantly, but no one has explained it." Kanya's father slowly answered, "From the moment of birth, every citizen is granted a fixed lifespan. Do you know that? However, lifespan is not something immutable. Lena was once gifted an additional 15 years of life because she sang very well, and his wife had 20 years deducted for having once entered the purgatory. When their lifespan runs out, citizens must undergo the life rebirth ritual according to the laws of this place, called the unification art." Siren asked curiously, "Uncle means life rebirth?" He affirmed, "That is correct. When a person's lifespan ends, their body receives the blessing of the God of Grace to return to the origin of life. After that, they will be recreated into an entirely new life." Lena and Kanya sat with their heads bowed in silence. Ami and Tess also looked at each other, not knowing how to comfort them. Siren thought for a moment and said, "If that is the case, then the original existence would completely disappear, would it not?" Kenya's father was silent for a moment. Then he consoled himself. After all, a dying body is given new value. That is what should be grateful for. Siren suddenly asked in panic, "Will that unification art take place tomorrow?" Everyone was startled in fear. Kenya's family also seemed unable to face this truth. Kenya's mother quietly looked at the small blue bag in her hand. Siren asked, "Then who handles matters related to lifespan adjustment?" Kenya's father hesitated. "That matter..." Just then, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Outside the window, someone shouted loudly, "Everyone, quickly revere me. I am the administrator of the Mecha clan. My appearance of might shakes everyone." Ami exclaimed, "What is this? Where is the sound coming from?" "It is common language. Where is it coming from?" Arundap said, "It is mental induction, language transmitted directly into our brains." Kenya's father and his wife prostrated themselves on the ground. He shouted, "Everyone, kneel down like me." He looked outside and said, arriving just in time, "That is the Lifespan Management Minister. He must be here about Kanya and Lena's matter." Rian sat on the ground muttering, "Lifespan Management Minister, huh?" Anis stood right behind Suran. He warned, "Be careful, a very massive energy source is approaching." The window door burst open, a stream of light flooded into the room. Wings flapped repeatedly in the air. It truly surprised Siren. He looked again, it really looked just like dragonfly wings. A little girl with curly blonde hair tied in 2 buns flew into the room, introducing in a voice, "I are the spiral fairy Fiop. I personally came here to judge the citizens." Fiop grumbled with tightly furrowed brows, sharp eyes, and a wide open mouth, shouting loudly, "I am Fiop, the spiral fairy. I myself have come to pass judgment on you all." Siren and Ami opened their eyes wide, their pupils slightly contracted, their mouths agape, not understanding what was happening. All the other people were in a similar state, all frozen in place. Petite Fiop hovered in the air, flapping her small wings, creating a pleasant sound. Everyone directed curious glances towards the little girl. Canis looked up with a gaze of disgust, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. What, so what? Kanya and Lena's parents still knelt solemnly, their faces showing some surprise. Fiup flew before them, hands on her hips. From now on I will enforce the law. Kanya and Lena, the two of you have been to the purgatory, is that correct? Lena trembled, crossing her hands over her chest very obediently. Kanya, however, furrowed her brows tightly, gritting her teeth in silence and saying nothing. Cold sweat trickled down her cheek, her lips parted, stammering, "Ah yes, that is correct." Kanya and Lena's parents had pale faces. He tightly shut his eyes, his teeth clenched, sweat dripping down in drops. Fiup folded his arms imposingly, his eyes wide and staring. He understood. Kanya and Lena's father seemed to burst with suppressed anger. He shouted, "Wait a moment!" These two had gone hunting in purgatory like fanatics, because their mother was preparing to enter a final feast. Fiup roared, his mouth stretching wide across his face, commanding silence. The brat appeared furious, crossing her arms in front of her with a vicious look. What use is food to someone about to die? Kanya and Lena's father turned purple with rage but could not react. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Ami turned to Siren. Just now, from his mouth, Siren's eyes were slightly open, his pupils contracting. He showed no expression as he listened to Ami say. He said, "Dead, right?" Fiup flew around, lying on her back casually. "All right, I will deliver the verdict. Kanya, you too." The brat replied softly, "Each of you will have your lifespan reduced by 45 years. Both of them looked up, eyes wide, mouths agape. They could not believe what they had just heard. Kanya and Lena's mother collapsed, clutching her chest, her hair covering half her face, but her eyes full of anguish. "Please wait. This verdict is too harsh. If 40 years are taken, Kenya will have less than 10 years to live." Fiup started fuming. "So what if it's 10 years? Even 5 years is enough to do everything. I took only 1 year to become a law enforcer." Kenya and Lena's mother had tears streaming down her face. Fiup continued to scold, "So you should have lived properly while you could." As for Siren, his eyes were open, his pupils shrinking. He trembled with rage hearing the brat say, "If you hadn't violated the law, your lifespan wouldn't have been reduced." Kenya and Lena's mother went limp, collapsing lifelessly, her body powerless. She was a law enforcer, but no one had ever given such a heavy punishment. She sobbed silently. "Others only give 5 or 7 years. Even I only got 20 years. 40 years has never happened." Fiup erupted in rage, her eyes blazing, face dark, arms crossed over her chest. "How dare you compare me to other law enforcers? Are you questioning my authority?" The brat continued loudly, "A law enforcer can adjust a maximum of 50 years of lifespan. Do you think I'm stupid just because I've only lived for a year?" Siren thought to himself, "Only lived for a year?" Kenya and Lena's mother still pleaded for the two sisters. "Even so, please set a reasonable standard." Fiup frowned and shouted, her face arrogant, "How pitiful. Fine." The brat pointed straight at the two sisters. 20 years for going to purgatory. The other 20 years for bringing a heretic in. Satisfied? Lena sobbed in fear, her body trembling violently. Kenya's eyes were also moist. No way. How could? Fiup crossed her arms, fluttering her wings, preparing to leave. "All right, done. I'm off." From behind, a voice called out, "Wait a moment." The brat, both angry and surprised, turned around. "What? Hold on." Siren stood up, stating clearly, "To you, a human's life is but a moment, but to humans every single day is precious." His face was extremely serious. "This is not something that can be decided so arbitrarily." Fiup turned, gritting her teeth, her murderous aura surging. "You vulgar heretic, how dare!" Despite her fear, Lena defended him. "He's not a heretic." Girl continued to explain. "He is a half-angel." Fiup closed her eyes in disdain, then turned back, irritated. "What? Half-angel? Damn it, what is a half-angel? The elders never taught me the basic knowledge of the fairy clan." The brat turned away, holding her head, eyes blank. "Descendant of an angel, one who escapes the law, an existence beyond judgment. He understands now." Around him, everyone had stood up, surrounding him on all sides. He looked around in panic. "Wait, who allowed you to stand? Are you all opposing me?" Rian shouted, his face stubborn. Meanwhile, Fiup still felt threatened with authority. "You're not all half-angels, are you? Those heretics who disrespect the law will have their lifespan cut right here." The brat flared up, pointing straight at Arin and shouting, "You there? State your name." Kneeling on the ground, Kenya's face was grim, filled with worry. "What do we do? If this continues everyone's lifespan?" Arin replied casually, completely unfazed by the issue. "Why should I tell you?" She waved her hand dismissively. "I refuse. We just met for the first time. And you want me to give my name?" Fiup's fury erupted, her eyes bulging, small veins visible on her forehead. "You bunch of rude people." Tess stood relaxed, her hand on her head, almost humming a tune. Ami was at ease. Fiup turned in a fit of rage. "You there, state your name." "Not speaking? Fine, it's clear now." Canis had an idea. For that fly to adjust lifespan, it needed a name. Fiup was still raging. "So this is how you want to play it, huh? I'll report all you heretics to the higher-ups, and Kanya and Lena will be charged with concealing heretics." Kenny and Lena's parents were horrified after hearing the little girl speak, as the maximum penalty was up to 50 years of lifespan. Kenya was extremely terrified. If that was the case, she would die tomorrow. Siren gave an anxious order, do not let her leave. Tess and Rian's eyes lit up simultaneously. They nodded slightly and reached out to grab the slip of paper. The little girl flew up in horror, narrowly escaping 2 hands, and exclaimed, "What the hell?" The little girl flew high with indignation, spread her legs, clenched her fists, and shouted, "You bastards, you have crossed the line." Tess and Varian were determined to catch the two no matter what. They unleashed a black smoke that enveloped the entire space, a power of darkness. Fiof was quickly surrounded and chased by the black smoke. The little girl was shocked and terrified as she flew up, eyes wide, mouth agape. "What are you doing? Talk now." The smoke grew thicker and thicker, surrounding the tiny girl, desperately trying to escape. Fiof widened her eyes in alarm, flew upward rapidly, and looked down at the terrifying smoke chasing her. The little girl was truly frightened. Her pupils constricted, her teeth clenched, and cold sweat broke out. From high above, she cast her spell, a powerful green spiral that coiled around, overwhelming the black smoke with twisting force. Ryan retracted his hand in pain. His hand was stiff, and he wondered, what kind of power is this? He looked at Tess, who was in a similar state, her body being twisted. On this side, Fiof said smugly, "Did you think I was easy to deal with just because I'm small?" Everyone present cringed, their bodies trembling. The little girl put her hands on her hips, spread her legs, and laughed loudly at overwhelming her opponents, declaring, "Even so, I am still the spiral fairy, born from the vortex, the ruler of distortion." The little girl angrily challenged, "If you don't back off, I will break you in two." Ryan was trembling, but suddenly he quickly regained sensation, and he rejoiced, "I can move." Fiof was panicked, unable to believe her eyes, and stammered, "What? How is this possible?" Ryan laughed triumphantly, gently reached his hand behind him to grasp the sword, only needing to think about moving bit by bit. He powerfully drew his sword and slashed a lightning-fast arc. Sparks flew from the power, and he had succeeded. Fiof was utterly shocked, frozen for a moment. This is absurd. He didn't use the giant's power at all. While the little girl was still muttering that they had broken her concept through sheer force, everyone else had already regained sensation and could move. A shattering sound rang out as the glass ceiling broke into many pieces. Fiof hurriedly flew away to temporarily escape. Below, people shouted, "Hey, they are running away!" The little girl laughed smugly, flying very fast, thinking she would surely escape. But she was threatened. "Try to leave, and I will report it to the EG chief officer, every single one of you." Suddenly, the little girl sensed something. Unexpectedly, from behind, a hand was already there. The little girl wondered, "Why do I feel so slow?" Fiof panicked, trying to fly as fast as she could, her body drenched in sweat. Below, Siren had already gently grasped her body and said, "Too slow." Fiof's face turned pale. "What time after?" Her eyes widened in panic, but then she suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "That's right." Everything in the space suddenly became dazzling. Even Siren's silhouette glowed brightly. Nephilim are descendants of angels, and angels are the rulers of light. The little girl turned around, facing a glowing gaze that made her freeze. Siren said with a firm and deep tone, "Return their lifespan to the family as it was." His cold gaze gave everyone goosebumps. He warned, "If not, I will kill someone." In the palm of Siren's hand, the little girl was held tightly. She clenched her hand into a fist and asked, "What? Kill who?" Fiof felt her body tightening, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Thinking of that scene, tears streamed down her face, and she yelled, "Don't tell me it's me." Fiof was so angry steam was practically coming out of her ears. She struggled and screamed, "You think I'm scared?" Siren directly challenged, "If you're tough, then come at me." Siren was very calm, his gaze steady, his brow slightly furrowed, his lips pressed together in determination. Meanwhile, Fiof was still shouting, "I am not afraid." The little girl was furious, her eyes blazing. "Theoretically, I am just a form of a concept. Nothing can change the rules, not even my death, and even the judgment passed upon you is the same." The little girl kept muttering, "So even if you kill me, I don't care." Siren, with a sharp gaze and slightly narrowed pupils, realized this fairy spirit was still too young. Watching Fiof struggle in his hand, Siren could only sigh. She had no idea how precious life was. The girl was gritting her teeth, looking for a way to escape. Good, there was an opening. "Let me show you the power of the spiral." The girl was about to cast the spiral spell, but her body was being squeezed more and more violently, a strong hand choking her without mercy. Fiof struggled, her face pale as she screamed, "Stop, I'm about to burst." Siren replied calmly, "Is that so? What if you do burst?" Fiof froze. In her mind, the scene of her body being crushed in that palm appeared, and she panicked instinctively. "Ah, I'm going to die." Siren asked in a harsh tone, "You don't fear death, do you?" Fiof answered unconsciously, "You've already lived a year, haven't you?" "That's right." The image of Iguiron suddenly appeared in her mind. That image grew clearer, along with a call, "Fiof." Her tears streamed down, falling in drops. Why was she crying? Siren brought his face close to hers, his eyes sharp as he stared straight at her. "But if you beg, I will spare your life." Tears still falling, Fiop suddenly froze. What? Siren lifted the girl high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. With that strength and height, her body would surely be shattered. Fiop's eyes were wide open, her hair fluttering in the wind. Her falling speed was extremely fast, her eyes still wet with tears, her body about to hit the ground. Countless images and indescribable thoughts flashed through her mind. The scene shifted to sobbing from a corner of a room. The girl was crying with her face against the wall. I got scolded by the seniors again. What am I even good at? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. Fiop, why are you crying? An incredibly beautiful person appeared, Manager Igarin, the powerful fairy, the loyal administrator. Fiop flew up in surprise. You know me? Igarin replied softly. Of course, you're the only fairy born in the last 10 years. Even now, you're still the youngest. Fiop's tears hadn't dried yet. So that's it, Fiop said. That's why you know me. Igarin encouraged her. The future always holds infinite possibilities. Fiop asked innocently. The future? Igarin was kind, her voice gentle. You are the youngest now, but soon you can inherit my position. Fiop's eyes widened with joy. I can inherit your position. That can't be. I get scolded every day for being clumsy. Igarin raised an eyebrow. Why do you think it's impossible? There's no rule that forbids you, no matter how young you are. Hearing this, Fiop's eyes lit up, and her cheeks flushed. But the destiny it carried was something no one could predict. The girl looked at Igarin, feeling she had found the role model she wanted to aspire to. A being born from the formless origin, for the first time knowing what she truly desired. Seen from behind, Igarin radiated a brilliant halo, the light shining brightly. The girl was mesmerized. That meant becoming like her. Fiop snapped back to reality as she looked up at Siren's cold, furious face. I don't want to end my dream here. The three people behind were also surprised to hear the girl's pitiful cries. Both Kania and Lena, mother and child, were kneeling, hearing Fiop's trembling, stammering voice. Spare me. The girl cried wretchedly, her face soaked with tears and flushed red with fear. I said, spare me, please spare me. In that building at night, dim lights flickered from a few windows that were still lit. Inside the room with the broken glass window, Fiop's timid voice spoke. I will pass the judgment again. The girl's face was sad and pale. She spread her hands. Kania, Lena, I will reduce your lifespans by 1 year. The 4 members of Kania and Lena's family were stunned by the number of reduced. Siren scolded. You have no standards at all. Fiop was furious, flailing her arms and legs. I already reduced it, and you're still complaining. I know how terrifying death is, so I only passed a fitting judgment. Canis crossed his arms, his face disgusted as he sighed, listening to Fiop's grumbling. What do you mean I have no standards? I am the judge of the law. I am the standard. Tess was surprised, reducing it from 40 years to 1 year. That's just like haggling like a junk dealer. Siren's face remained displeased, his voice harsh. What about Kania's mother's lifespan? Having 20 years deducted is absurd. Fiop clenched her fists in anger. That's impossible. I can't change a decision made before I was born. The girl continued to erupt. Don't use such confusing words. How am I supposed to know if the law is absurd or not? You have to live at least 600 years to understand. Ryan put his hands behind his head, confused. Didn't she just say she was the standard? Siren shrugged. Then at least tell us what the single ceremony is. You can do that, can't you? Fiop suddenly stammered. Of course I know what it is, but... Girl raised her hand, her expression troubled, unsure how to explain it properly so everyone could understand. The girl suddenly had an idea, her eyes sparkling, and pointed upward, saying she would let everyone see directly through memory transfer, since a fairy spirit could pass memories to others. Siren asked in surprise if she meant to show us her memories, and Fiop immediately signaled she would show them right now. Space suddenly shifted and transformed, confusion clear in Siren's eyes. The space seemed to be taken to another place, each object in the room spinning and changing rapidly. Kania and Lena's parents were extremely surprised, never having witnessed such a transformation before. He was standing under a vast blue sky, flower petals still lingering in the air. He was standing at the foot of a giant statue of a dignified man with his head held high, his hand resting on a sword. The space was much more expansive, like a central city square, surrounded by tall buildings. This was a ceremony from 1 year ago. Everyone in the room was brought into this memory with a space as real as life. Long rows of people wearing identical long robes silently lined up and stepped in. There was not a single expression on their faces. When they reached the spherical pods at the foot of the statue, the elderly man removed all his clothes. One by one, they sat neatly inside the sphere, holding their knees like a child in the womb. There was a woman and a child standing outside, wailing bitterly. Father, grandfather? That man stood motionless as he witnessed that scene. They cried without stopping. Gradually, a black liquid was pumped into the sphere, the water rising to the man's feet. The water rose to his waist, but the man's face remained very calm. He held himself still, his eyes wide open as the water rose over the head, but the person inside showed no reaction or resistance. He was utterly stunned, his pupils dilated to the extreme. The man had disintegrated in that black liquid, leaving only a skull with its mouth open. A moment later, only a skeleton remained. Finally, everything melted and merged into that mysterious black liquid. The pipes quickly sucked that liquid back. The destination was the foot of that giant statue from earlier. Many such pipes were connected to the statue. Alongside those spheres, the grieving relatives of the deceased writhing in pain. A dazzling light emitted from the face of the statue. The statue exploded, releasing a tremendous source of power, a blinding flash of light. Everyone present was in shock, their mouths unable to stop screaming at what they had just witnessed. That thing, a foot still dripping with black liquid, stirred slightly. From within the statue stepped out a muscular man, his face demonic with round, stark white eyes, as if there was no skin on his face at all. That was the giant named A. Arin suddenly exclaimed, "Now I understand. This is the reason you couldn't establish a mental resonance with that giant." The giant's eyes blazed brightly, as if wanting to burn within a single body. His body was huge, his muscles bulging, emitting a terrifying aura of power surrounding him. The minds of many people mixed and scrambled into chaos. Light from that source of power spread throughout the space. While he was panicking, Kania and Lena bowed their heads slightly, and Fiop was still explaining, "That is why I did not want to tell you." The girl looked at the giant who was roaring. According to the law, humans are born from giants, so they will return to become giants once more. His eyes were wide open, his pupils contracted from sheer shock, unable to believe his own eyes. The girl said softly, "That is the ceremony," but he found it hard to accept. No. He stared at the muscular giant spreading his arms and clenching his fists, roaring, thinking that this matter could not be explained so simply. The image of the giant was analyzed by him through his thoughts. A person with many connections, a diagram was born. A person with a fierce face, glowing red eyes, bared teeth that gave people goosebumps. The surrounding people seemed to see a beam of light descending from above, and everyone knelt in prayer, regarding it as a supreme being to be revered. Siren fell into confusion, while Tess seemed a little frightened and covered her mouth with her hand. Over here, those who had lost loved ones in the sacrificial circles were wailing bitterly, calling out, "Mother, grandfather." The towering giant turned his back and prepared to leave. His eyes glowed red and white, filled with ferocity, his mouth wide open revealing sharp fangs and dripping saliva, looking like a mutated monster. His sinewy feet stepped down. The villagers said the giant would leave the heavenly realm to enter the abyss of hell. He strode slowly amidst the awe of the crowd, inspecting the heretics who threatened the heavenly realm, then returned to the fifth heaven at his clan's call. The family left behind were still drenched in tears. "Mother, come back, grandfather." Memories of the up-ticket gradually faded before Siren's eyes. Now he understood. He turned to question the two sisters, Kanya and Lena. "Why risk your lives for the stimulant pin?" He furrowed his brows slightly. Even though everything had melted and merged into one, she still hoped her mother's consciousness remained lucid within. Kenya lowered her head sadly. If her mother's body could not be saved, at least she wanted her mind to endure. Inside the building, Canis shouted, "Damn it!" Looking through the broken glass window, the figure of the opside had vanished. That wretched music beast ran off. Canis anxiously urged while holding his arm, "Siren, we need to leave right now. That drill will come back with an entire army." Kenya and Lena's father shrugged. "It's too late to leave now," their mother added. "Even though they are immortals, by law they cannot casually touch a Nephilim." Kenya worried. "That's right, stay at my place for the night." Siren calmly replied, "All right, thank you, Kenya." Canis flew into a rage, grinding his teeth. "Are you people crazy? I said we have to leave now." Only his voice echoed in the house. "Hey, is no one listening to me? Is anyone going to listen to me?" Everyone went into the resting room, each sitting silently on a bed. Canis paced around, scratching his head awkwardly. "You people," he put his hands on his hips, speaking seriously. "Are you all suffering from collective amnesia? Our target is the seventh heaven, Arabat Kerma." Seeing everyone's faces were gloomy, Rian looked at Tess with sad eyes. Canis continued, "I admit Bloom's liquor was indeed shocking, but that's their law." Ami was also extremely confused, while he muttered to himself, "That has nothing to do with us." Siren remained expressionless, holding his head, his face slightly lowered, his eyes becoming melancholy. He recalled what his grandmother had said. Miro denied that law. She had instructed everyone before they left, but she still bore no hatred for that sister. Her gaze was extremely mysterious, even though her mother was a devout commoner. Siren sank into contemplation. Perhaps Miro was not entirely wrong. Night fell. Kanya and Lena lay with their backs to each other, the space silent. After hesitating for a long time, Lena finally dared to speak. "Sister, are you asleep?" There was still no reply from beside her. Hesitating, the girl confessed, "If it's for you, I can give him up. So you should go ahead with Brother Siren." Kanya's eyes widened, her face suddenly flushed red, perhaps from shock and embarrassment. She sat up like a spring, annoyed, and shouted, "That's not it, Lena. Do you even know what you're saying?" Lena replied calmly, "Do you think I'm still a child? I'm 15 years old." The girl poured out her heart. If mother knew you had met a good person. Kenia's lips tightened as she listened to her sister. She would definitely be very happy. Kenia embraced her little sister tightly in her arms. I only need you. Tears streamed down the two sisters' faces, soaking their cheeks. Time passed quickly. Sunlight illuminated the city with its row of spacious, neat houses. A young girl walked by carrying a bouquet of bright red flowers, the rose petals falling freely without any restraint. Many people walked alongside her, but her mood was very lonely on that path. A large number of citizens were gathering at the vast square, where a giant statue stood. Siren's group was also there, surrounded by people holding vivid red bouquets. The people buzzed with gossip that this was one bloom wine, the thing that made one lose eternal life just for breaking the law. Yet, why did they still commit forbidden acts? Siren turned to look at Siren and smiled gently. Emmy said, Urin is letting us listen. Siren's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the other side. They've arrived. The path was scattered with flowers. People wearing hooded cloaks walked in a line, while those around them scattered flowers on the road. A mother gripped her young daughter's shoulder and instructed, Look closely, do you see that enforcer? He was a tall, robust man with a stern face. He followed the laws very well and had lived to be 187 years old. It was said he would later ascend to the third heaven, Sahakim, to achieve eternal life. He raised his hand to order the hoods removed. The mother continued instructing the child, We must definitely become like him. Kenya and Lena's mother, dejected, took off her cloak, preparing to step into that circle according to the god's decree. A man with an icy face stood guard in front. The criminals had already stepped into the designated circle. On this side, the three family members of Kanya and Lena were anxious, their eyes filled with sorrow and misery. Kanya and Lena's mother sat inside the circle, completely naked, waiting for death. She tried to force a gentle smile, tears flowing from who knows when. Tess said weakly, Do we really have to stand here and watch like this? She couldn't bear what was about to happen. Covering her mouth with her hand and leaning slightly toward Ryan. Those people are turning into giants over there, Ami said helplessly, but there's no other way. Canis crossed his arms in disgust. This has nothing to do with us anyway. Kenya and Lena's mother sat in the circle, kneeling and clasping her hands in prayer. The black water gradually surged. That was the life they chose, the path they desired. The three family members of Kanya and Lena hugged each other and wept bitterly, tears raining down as they screamed in hopeless agony. The mood of the others was hardly any better. Ryan was also surprised. Is it really like that? Watching Kanya and Lena's mother sitting gloomily in prayer, everyone around felt heavy-hearted. Rian still muttered, Do you really want your family to turn into giant monsters? What do you plan to do then? When Ryan mentioned that, Siren's eyes flew wide open, pupils constricting as they brightened. Stop this, maybe? Under the clear blue sky, sunlight bathed the space. Kenya and Lena's mother held up some object, staring at it for a long time. It turned out to be a four-leaf clover knitted from yarn. Seeing that image, Siren sank into memories of that year. A hand was also holding up a four-leaf clover to look at. 4 years ago. What is this? A four-leaf clover? It was an image of his mother, frail, one hand holding a four-leaf clover, the other holding a cloth to wipe the sweat streaming down her face. On her lap lay many four-leaf clovers, and beside her, his father was standing with crossed arms, sighing. For him, he had already fallen back asleep without realizing when. His mother gently stroked his head with her hand. Siren's father held his face in his hands, sad, while he stood silently seeing the doctor off into the night. The night before, the doctor had said his mother would not survive. His father stood limply. He ran off, plunging into the night, wanting to borrow even just the power of a miracle. He ran through the night for what felt like an eternity, much like the image of those two sisters, Kenya and Lena's younger brother. I had torn through the entire mountain all night. Siren clutched a pile of four-leaf clovers like a desperate hope, so much so that he did not notice his body was covered in wounds. Yet he says they chose this themselves? The image snapped back to reality. What Siren did left everyone stunned. Tess and Ami's group covered their mouths in horror. As for Aaron, he stood thoughtfully, wearing a disgusted expression. The three-member family of Kanya and Lena was also startled. The man standing guard raised an eyebrow. What? He looked down at Siren, blocking his path. Who the hell are you? Impossible. Siren stepped forward, his eyes sharp and his face full of authority, saying that what they were doing was murder. Beneath the vast blue sky, in a dense forest of lush greenery, a giant ancient tree stood alone in a clearing, which was the first heaven. In that place, people did not travel normally. Everyone had wings to fly around and govern the citizens together. The interior was extremely luxurious, with many bookshelves of varying heights arranged in neat rows. Iguirin sat at a tall, slender desk. Iguirin, the head of the Australian Citizen Management Bureau, asked, What about the matter of those who escaped? Their names are Kanya and Lena, correct? Fiop stood with his hands clasped and replied solemnly, "Yes, I have heard their testimony, and they have been very cooperative during the investigation. I have issued a verdict to reduce both of their sentences to 1 year." Iguaran's eyes sharpened. 1 year? Fiop's face darkened and he bowed his head slightly in a show of remorse. Iguaran said calmly, "That is the verdict of an official executor, and we should respect it. I was only asking, is there any outside pressure?" Fiop quickly replied, "No, it was entirely my own decision." The girl lowered her face, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she felt a life-threatening intimidation. The truth was that the verdict itself was made independently through a perception of truth. Iguaran maintained a calm expression and asked, "Any other irregularities? I heard that heretics followed the citizens in here." Fiop's face paled in an instant, his eyes darting in confusion. "An outsider has infiltrated. The truth is the half-angel is not a heretic. The truth is, the half-angel's companion is not a heretic either. The truth is, I cannot explain it." The girl stammered on, "I have never encountered a heretic before." The space suddenly became quieter than ever before. Iguaran turned sternly to ask Mo, the truth spirit, "What do you think?" She was expressionless, still diligently taking notes behind her glasses. Fiop only spoke the truth, even if she did not tell the whole truth. Iguaran stated, "I fear your personal bias is growing stronger, even though you are still so young." Iguaran tapped the table and ordered, "Investigate the humans who followed the citizens into the celestial realm. The mecha headquarters should have detailed records." Mo quickly replied, "Yes, I will leave at once." Iguaran seemed displeased, so a human who was neither a heretic nor a citizen had entered the celestial realm. She looked at the scales of justice on the table in the celestial realm, a place that should only have a clear sky. Could the smell of a storm be just my illusion? She furrowed her brows tightly, her sharp eyes shooting out sparks, perhaps just like when she first appeared. Adrius Miro returned to the great square where the execution was taking place at the foot of a giant statue. "Who are you, dare to desecrate a sacred ritual governed by the law?" The enforcer's face was tense, and he seemed about to explode with rage. "A heretic who dares to insult the law will be beheaded immediately." Siren replied in a deep voice, "I am not a heretic." He cast a fierce glare at the frightened face. "I am a half-angel, one who stands outside all laws." Below, everyone stood watching in silence, while the enforcer asked in surprise, "Half-angel? Did you say half-angel?" People below were astonished, unable to speak. The people accompanying him were also extremely surprised. Tess called out worriedly, "Arin, brother him." A person below stood rubbing his chin. The enforcer explained, "One who stands outside all laws." Calling a sacred ritual murder, that expression is incorrect. Everyone stood silent, no one responding to the enforcer's explanation. Humans were originally just beings who would decay after their lifespan ended, and returning them to their original form so they could live a new life, based on one bloom, was a blessing from the gods. Siren was livid with rage. He shouted in fury, "You use flowery words to justify it. But in the end, killing a healthy person, if that is not murder, what is it?" The figure sitting in the black water shadow was also surprised. He continued, "You impose a punishment greater than the crime they committed." Kania and Lena's mother looked over. Siren continued shouting, "And in the end it drives them to death. That is no different from murder." The enforcer gritted his teeth, his eyes spewing fire. "You are not a half-angel," he roared amidst the agreement of the people. "If you were truly a messenger sent here, you would absolutely not deny the law. That is right. That one is a heretic," he shouted loudly. Two burly men rushed forward to attack, to capture the heretic who had infiltrated the land of the citizens. Siren clenched his fists, ready to fight. In an instant, a blinding light enveloped the entire sky. A massive surge of energy burst from the central area, creating a powerful shockwave as he unleashed his berserker skill. The faces of the people were stunned, panicked. "Light! That light!" The men who had charged to attack Siren were all thrown flat onto the ground, their bodies black as charcoal. His skill exploded, leaving a large crater, pushing everyone far away. The enforcer fell backward, his eyes wide with fear. Half-angel? Truly a half-angel. However, in his capacity, he drew his weapon to attack. "Do you think such a shallow disguise is enough?" His crescent-shaped sword radiated a cold aura. "If you were truly a half-angel, a sword like this should be unable to harm you at all." Stream of killing intent constantly surrounded him, aimed directly at Siren. When did Rian's longsword appear so quickly? Knowing Siren's combat team is standing around protecting him, you cannot lay a finger on Siren. The tall enforcer was furious, asking who they were now. Rian was about to say, "I am Siren's sword," but Tess timely covered his mouth and shouted, "We are the Knights of the Nephilim." Ami bravely said the Nephilim are those who stand outside the law, so if they want to stop the law, we will stop it. Arin agreed. It was that simple. Siren turned around in surprise. Ami spoke clearly. "I trust you, Siren. You have a way, right?" Anna smirked to the side, saying he better say yes. After he had caused such a big mess, Siren loudly said he had a way and told everyone to close their eyes. A burst of sunlight exploded from his palm, so intense that the ground around him trembled. Canis wondered, was that a light magic? What did he plan to do with that? He squinted over and blurted out, "What is this?" The magic circle shone brightly, intertwining and spinning in mid-air. How could the light be like that? Streams of blue light turned into linked rings moving through space, something Canis did not expect. He had unified the polarization direction of the photons, creating temporary gravity with sacred particles. It grew to a blinding size. With that method, the light density could increase several times, even dozens of times. At a single shout from Siren, the light particles exploded in space like bombs, obscuring everything with an intense flash. The enforcer did not have time to react. The surrounding people could only cover their eyes. The blinding light made it impossible for anyone to open their eyes. At that moment in the dark night, only a single flash of light could be seen exploding. The entire space was bathed in radiance. What is that? She could not believe what she just witnessed. This was entirely an area control technique. Among the people, some were scared, some were shouting. Real Nephilim, Nephilim, Nephilim. Siren's voice was cold. Please convey the will of the house. The enforcer bowed his head, unable to do anything. Tess forcefully pulled the lever. The black liquid was gradually decreasing, the fluid being drained. The two sisters, Kanya and Lena, quickly rushed towards their mother, calling it Bloom's wine. The two pressed their faces against the round sphere to look at their mother inside. Seeing she had stopped, Tess let out a breath. It had lasted for tens of thousands of years. Ami turned to look at Siren and smiled softly. A piercing sound came from the sky. Stop! Two lightning bolts struck straight down. A winding surge of green energy erupted from the tree. Tiger Noifong descended with many of her warriors. So it's you. She narrowed her eyes tightly, the heretics pretending to be Nephilim. Ygrin's eyes were sharp, her eyebrows furrowed. Outsiders daring to impersonate the Nephilim. The enforcer's face was panicked. Fake? What are you saying, my lord? That man clearly wielded the power of light. Ygrin was calm. No one has been fooled yet. She said irritably that the earthly kingdom possessed secret techniques for manipulating light, so using light magic was feasible. That man wanted to use that trick to deceive even the spirits. The enforcer was surprised, while the people below buzzed with discussion. Wasn't it really a Nephilim? What was the truth of this whole matter after all? Ami said indignantly. Even she knew how to use light magic. Canis said with disgust, I told you so. That fly of a snitch already reported everything and led the soldiers here. Siren witnessed the intense scene, his pupils contracting. Canis was still grumbling at that moment. That's why I said we should have scrammed quickly. Fiab caught his gaze from a distance, trembling slightly, then drawing both hands in front of her chest. Her knave eyes wide open. The little girl was still smiling. What kind of situation is this? I was only called here because I heard the actualization spell was malfunctioning. The little girl wondered silently, why did they appear here? Ijirin's expression grew serious. I don't care what reason you have for putting on this farce, but I will never forgive anyone who dares to interfere with the rules. Her face darkened, her brows tightly knit, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through her opponent. She commanded, arrest all of them and bring them before me. I will personally decree to cut their lifespans. She shouted loudly to urge the soldiers. Those men, along with the enforcer, rushed forward with fierce expressions. What are you standing there dazed for? Hurry up and continue the actualization spell. Siren yelled in panic, block them now. A group of muscular men rushed forward. Tess looked panicked. Damn it, don't come any closer. The soldiers held their spears, their eyes sharp, charging in like the wind to attack. Tess suddenly froze in place, rooted to the spot, her body trembling slightly. What the hell is this? Blue electric sparks crackled around Rian's body. Lightning flashed continuously like a storm, shooting straight into Ami. It hurts like death, like a high-voltage electric shock hitting him. Rian lay down with a pain grimace, his muscles contracting. Enforcer ran over quickly, pushing his way through and saying, no one can disrupt the actualization spell. The sky darkened. Canis moved like lightning, a surging source of power swirling around him as he rushed over. The harvest he created wrapped around the enforcer and lifted him high off the ground. Hey there, big brother. Want to try a little thrill? Kalash hand transformed into many different forms and attacked the remaining soldiers, all of whom were terrified. What is that thing? A ghost. A lich has appeared. One soldier attacking Holan said, you idiots. How could there be a lich in a place like Salmon? He used energy from his weapon to shoot dazzling beams of light like lightning into Harvest. Excellent, the taste of that energy is really intoxicating. He soared along with the soldiers. More, give him more. They fled in panic. Disgusting. Get lost. Canis was also fighting hard. Well done, Harvest. Try to buy some more time. A dark, violent whirlpool churned. The panicked soldiers shouted to each other. That is a defensive magic barrier. Hurry and use magic to break it. Inside the encirclement, Ami was using her healing ability on Tess, while Rayan had also been wounded in the arm. Requirement is that they must not be hurt, right? Outside, the soldiers rushed in like moths to a flame, while inside the circle, Rian was worried. This is really tough. From above, Surin used the power of his light source to dive down like an arrow. In the moment he struck, the entire space flashed like a solar explosion, creating a deep crater. Ami reinforced him by casting her spirit support skill. Thousands of spirits carrying terrifying heat charged fiercely forward like a hellfire. From the dark whirlpool, the spirits shot out like thin bolts of light, dragging long streaks across the air so fast that only flickering afterimages remained from their charge. Emi was frightened. Siren, those ghosts are just temporary summons and won't last long. You're struggling too, I understand that. Light exploded from Siren's palm, blazing into streams of energy that flowed throughout the space. On this side, Fei-up was also stunned. What the hell? The girl instinctively crossed her arms to shield her eyes. The girl fearfully peeked through her eyes. The spot where Fei-up stood seemed unaffected by that stream of light. The girl felt no threat. The girl's face froze in astonishment. Could it be that man was deliberately avoiding her? Two soldiers also used their weapons to send back a spiraling beam of light, linking together to counterattack. Siren's body stiffened. They had bound him by surprise. On Ami's side, surging waves kept rolling out, causing severe damage to the opponent. The strong townsfolk were also pinning Rian down to the ground. That enforcer laughed triumphantly, having trapped Tess inside a giant ball as she cried out in agony. Soldiers cheered in victory, while that enforcer gleefully ran to the lever, preparing to pull the black liquid. Amid the mystical black smoke near the lever, a voice rang out. What victory are you celebrating? The black energy formed a dense, shadowy mist like a fog, enveloped by an evil purple glow, radiating an incredibly powerful magical pressure. Anis appeared with a sinister smile. You have labored hard to be lured all the way here. Siren blazed with rage, his purple eyes burning, his mouth wide open in a threatening roar that shook the entire area. The terrified soldier shouted, "We must retreat now." Dazzling white light exploded, spreading around into rays in a purple halo, bearing a terrifying magical pressure. The flying soldiers were injured and fell straight to the ground. That enforcer also lay collapsed on the ground. Grin stood frozen in place, stunned. Ami shouted loudly, "Siren." His pupils contracted, his hand gripping the dazzling light, while Ami continued to yell, "Smash that statue." A blinding ray of light burst from his hand, shooting straight toward the giant statue. Sharp rays scattered in all directions, as if trying to tear space apart. The statue exploded into the void. Kenia's mother and she froze, cold sweat breaking out at the sight of the statue collapsing. The surrounding townsfolk also widened their eyes, stammering. It came crashing down. Witnessing that scene, Igarin remained unusually calm. Has it come to my turn to act? There is no other option left. She gently extended her hand. Igarin's gaze was icy, her face expressionless. "O you who dare challenge the authority of this world." Siren's entire body stiffened. Igarin flew high, preparing to chant a spell. "By the allegiance of the divine spirits, I command." Tess screamed in terror, "Ryan, you must stop that elf's decree." Ryan, swift as lightning, grabbed his sword and charged up at the speed of light. Igarin's face darkened, pointing downward as she muttered, "Kneel and be bound before me." Ryan's strength nearly vanished, his body suddenly buckling, no longer obeying his mind. His knees buckled instinctively, as naturally as that. Heavy weight from the words enveloped the entire space. Everyone was pressed down by an invisible magical force, unable to stand. Siren panicked. "What is this?" Ami was also startled. "What the hell is going on here?" "I'm not sure either." Suddenly both knees feel heavy. Aaron stiffened. Even the spirit zone has been completely nullified. No one was an exception to the decree. Kenya, her mother, and Lena were also struggling under the weight. Over there, everyone was in the same situation. Siren's body trembled. "What exactly is this power?" Igrin's voice rang out. "That is authority." She spoke with dignity. "Allegiance is not born from coercion, but from an act done entirely willingly." Coldly, she used her authority to pull the lever for the black water, disregarding the chaos erupting around. The black water rose inside the giant ball. Kenya was in despair. This cannot be. Igarin's eyes were calm like a winter lake, betraying no ripple of emotion. But she said, "Everything will return to its rightful course." Zirul clenched his teeth so hard his jaw bulged, struggling to keep his body from buckling under the tremendous pressure. His whole body trembled, but he tried to brace himself and endure, for who would willingly stay in such a damnable place? Under the oppressive power of Igrin, all her subjects in Siren's group knelt. Unable to bear the pressure from the magic, the subjects cried out in unison, "Please forgive us, Lord Igrin." Siren's group fared no better, prostrating themselves under the force. At that moment, Ami asked, "What principle does this power operate on?" Hearing this, Aaron also wondered, is it magic? Even the spiritual domain is no longer functioning normally. Canis trembled, utterly drained of strength, lifted his head and said, "If we resist by force, our bodies will be torn apart." Meanwhile, Siren remained silent, harboring only a single thought in his mind, an overwhelming power. He looked up at Igrin standing at the center, wondering, is this truly divine authority? Igrin's subjects continued to plead incessantly, "Please forgive us, we thought they were half-angel." A few henchmen also loudly shifted all blame onto Siren's group. It was all their fault. They pretended to be demigods to deceive us, even trying to steal our chance at eternal life. Hearing this, Igrin increased the power, pressing down on Siren's group. An invisible pressure weighed heavily, and Siren closed his eyes, thinking, it's heavier now. At that moment, a number appeared. 10. The complete number was 310, and Igirin gazed down from above. She only calmly flashed a sinister smile. Tess also realized the problem and said to the group, "They are piling all the sins onto us." Meanwhile, Ryan remained silent, saying nothing while everyone else was drawn to the chaotic scene. He focused only on himself, not moving, staring intently at the ground. Sweat dripped unceasingly, but he had only one thought in his mind: move. Ryan gripped his sword, trying not to get distracted, wondering if he could do it. Ryan remembered Siren and his companions. He thought his strength, speed, and tactics were nothing remarkable compared to theirs. But Ryan suddenly recalled a conversation with Siren, where Siren had said, "Ryan, if you fall, all of us will be in danger." Remembering those words and his friends, Ryan thought, if he fell, everyone would be in danger. So then, thinking this, the sword in Ryan's hand suddenly plunged down, burying itself straight into the ground, causing the earth to crack. Ryan used all his strength, struggling to hold onto the sword hilt, and finally managed to stand up. Seeing this, Siren shouted in excitement, "Ryan!" Tess beside him could not believe it either and exclaimed, "He can stand up now?" Faced with that sight, even Igrin furrowed her brow in surprise. She wondered, how is that possible? The more force used, the more terrifying the pressure should be. Is he creating a force far beyond the limits of his own muscles? Impossible, that kind of power. Watching Ryan grit his teeth and exert his full strength to stand upright, Igrin still thought, only the highest level giant secret art could achieve this. On another side, Kenya's mother was trapped inside a sphere, about to be engulfed by a pitch-black power. Kenya panicked, pounding her hands on the sphere and shouting, "Mother!" But the dark power had already risen to her neck, and she painfully closed her eyes. Seeing this, Siren shouted urgently, "Ryan, there's no time left. You must destroy that device." At this moment, Ryan had regained his grip on the sword. Hearing this, he thought, a device. Then I just need to smash that statue. Immediately, Ryan did not hesitate to swing his sword, using all his strength to slash towards the giant statue. A loud explosion echoed. The subjects there were all terrified, their mouths agape. Some murmured, how can he resist divine authority? He even moves freely like this. Could there be something that even divine authority cannot stop? At that moment, the number dropped to 300, then continued to fall to 297. Seeing this, Iguiron merely said indifferently, "Futile effort." After the number decreased, Ami instantly realized and looked up at Siren, saying, "Siren, the weight pressing on us has lessened." Siren hurriedly asked, "What? How much has it decreased?" Ami activated her power, her eyes lit up, and she replied, 5 jin. When Rian struck the statue with his next slash, Ami immediately said, 5 jin. And so, the number gradually increased like so, 7 jin. It dropped each time Ryan attacked the statue. Aaron, lying on the ground, spoke up. Using mere words to control hundreds of people does not conform to the law of equivalent exchange. There must surely be some operating principle we don't know yet. Hearing that, Siren seemed to think of something. He remembered the saying that there was still one exception, and that was magic. He recalled the time when the two of them sat on the grass. Someone had told him that it only followed different principles based on the nature of the user. For example, in my case, that is plunder and divine authority. Siren suddenly remembered. He then yelled loudly, "This is not divine authority, this is an exception." Igrin once said submission is voluntary, meaning if no one believes, there will be no submission. If the number of doubters increases, that power will weaken. Hearing him, Ami exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my god, is this an exception?" Canis also added, "This scale is too absurd." Tess had also realized it by now. She said loudly, "Then this is not a law or the power of a god." Seeing that everyone understood, Siren affirmed, "That is correct, this is magic." Igrin also heard these words. She thought to herself, so that's it. The number of scales on her head had changed. The number of believers was now only 293. And the number of doubters had increased to 25. She frowned and thought, to be able to analyze it to that extent, so troublesome. The citizens here also began to have doubts. It is not divine authority but magic. Siren heard this and loudly replied, "That is correct, you are being tricked, the human flower wine as well. It is all a scam." Hearing these words, the entire crowded square immediately became abuzz. Siren yelled again, "This is not a life you have chosen for yourselves. If you are forced to choose without being told the truth, then that is not a choice, it is fraud." At this moment, someone among the citizens spoke up to ask, not told clearly, "What is it that we do not know?" Siren slowly struggled to stand up. He answered, "You all say anyone here can achieve eternal life, so why has the population remained the same without increasing? By adjusting the lifespan of the residents when necessary to control the population." Those who heard Siren's words were all extremely shocked. Siren's eyes were full of certainty. He affirmed, "That is correct, the human flower wine is essentially the law, eternal life, lifespan adjustment." And Miro, the one who denied the law. A hypothesis suddenly appeared in Siren's mind, but when he saw the reactions of the fairies and the residents, that hypothesis became a certain truth. Although the human flower wine is merely, Siren thought to this point and then spoke loudly to everyone, "It is a system them run for the convenience of those managing the population. All the citizens were stunned after hearing this. No one could speak. The scale of belief and doubt had begun to shift. The number of believers dropped to 206, doubters increased to 112. Suddenly a man shouted loudly, "Silence! That is also just a part of the principle of the law. The fact that we achieve eternal life or reincarnate into giants according to our will remains unchanged. Do not use that heretical reasoning to insult our faith." Siren retorted upon hearing this, "I have seen the giants in Hades. They cannot be called living beings, they have no will or emotions. They are merely weapons to wipe out intruders." Hearing him say this, Kania was utterly stunned. She looked at her mother inside the sphere, tears welling up. Siren continued, "That is not the original form of humanity." Aegerin also began to worry by now. She thought to herself, "This is bad. If the number of doubters exceeds half, the power of divine authority will be dispelled." On the scale, the number of believers had dropped to 174, and the number of doubters had increased to 144. A chain connecting the scale of doubt to Aegerin's ankle also appeared. She knew very well that the price to pay would be extremely terrible. Thinking this, Aegerin swung her hand, trying to manipulate the public sentiment. "Do not be fooled. Those who doubt will immediately have their lifespans reduced." But Harvest suddenly appeared right behind her, smiling sinisterly. "Sister, play with me for a bit." He immediately charged towards her, yelling loudly, "My weight is nearly 0, so the weight increase spell has no effect on me." Hearing this, Aegrin frowned and thought, "Exception, the ruler. Limitation. During activation, no other magic can be used." She gritted her teeth, her expression full of disgust. Troublesome magical creature. The scale of belief and doubt was still at 174 and 144. The truth was gradually being exposed. Ami could now sit up. She raised her hand to test it and said, "It is working. My body is getting lighter and lighter." Canis remained silent, thinking, "Siren, he understands your intention." Canis looked at Siren, thinking again, not just stopping people from turning into giants, but also wanting to uncover the truth and save them. That is the right thing to do. But there is one thing he does not know. One of the citizens kneeling on the ground, the one who had loudly questioned Siren earlier, raised his hand to his chest again. He closed his eyes and looked at his own trembling hand. Canis saw this, still thinking, does he truly not know the secrets of this society? This citizen suddenly became angry. He clenched his hand into a fist and yelled loudly, "The lifespan increase is also real. As long as we maintain the rules, we will achieve eternal life. Is that not an unchanging truth?" Hearing this, the other subjects also began to waver. That man continued to loudly incite the others, "Sacrifice, yes, sacrifice. Each year only a small number of people need to be sacrificed. It is because they voluntarily sacrifice themselves that the remaining ones have a greater chance to achieve eternal life." Meanwhile, Kania and Lena's mother was gradually being consumed by the black power bit by bit. People began to fall into panic, with some feeling fear and trying to avoid the problem. The number of doubters began to drop from 144 down to 101, and then continued to decrease to 87 people. It then went down to 75, and in the meantime, faith once again rose to the number 243. The pressure in an instant increased further, forcing Siren, who had just managed to stand up, back down to his knees on the ground. He was extremely angry at the change in these people and loudly cursed, You fools." Witnessing this, Canis thought to himself, he had said it before, this was the life they chose themselves. Even if you wash a pig clean, it will still run back into the mud, and a dog will still eat what it has just vomited. He then looked at the group of subjects, bowing their heads in avoidance, not daring to face the truth, and thought, these cowardly people, in the face of the sweet fruit called eternal life, have turned their backs on the human nature of hundreds of thousands of years, could not be stopped easily. On this side, Siren again used all his strength, trying to stand up once more. He rose from the ground and said loudly to this crowd, "Do not call an unwanted death a sacrifice." The other citizens, seeing that Siren could also stand up, were extremely astonished and said, "He can stand up." Siren then said loudly to this crowd, "A peace that can only be maintained through sacrifice is not true peace.